A blurry face, submerged in a swirling vortex of emerald energy, gradually became clear. Those eyes opened wide, filled with shock. The dizziness passed, and the reflection became clearer. He exclaimed in shock, "Huh? That face?" His blazing golden eyes opened wide. A strange pink flame ignited at the corner of his left eye. He flinched, realizing something was amiss. He clutched his face, horrified at the flame burning in his left eye. "What's wrong with my eye? Why is it burning?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting his panic. "What are you doing, my master?" He flinched and looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping around for the owner of the voice. "What? Who's there?" A captivating figure approached, sensual curves, subtly visible beneath a tight-fitting outfit. "Cassandra," the pink-haired girl with bat wings, asked worriedly, "My master, is something wrong? Would it be all right if I poured some water on that eternal flame?" He stared at the girl in horror, his mind reeling. "Damn it! Who is she? What is she doing here? Wait, where am I? Who am I?" Cassandra looked at him suspiciously. "My master, you are acting quite strangely today. Are you displeased with this humble servant?" He tried to think, realizing something strange. How odd. That language isn't Chinese, but I can understand it. Where am I? What kind of world is this? How can I see her status? Why can't I remember anything? Come on, think. His blazing golden eyes darted around, trying to grasp every tiny detail of this unfamiliar world. His pupils, sharp like a cat's eyes, gazed deeply into space, searching for a clue. He stood before the mirror, staring at his naked body. Is that me? The room was luxurious but gloomy, filled with eerie symbols. He thought suspiciously, this isn't my room?" Cassandra softly called, "My master?" Cassandra hugged him tightly, her face clearly showing panic. "My master? What's wrong with you? Can you tell me?" Cassandra hugged him tightly, her eyes filled with anxious questions. "My master, you haven't been well since you woke up. Were you affected by Seraph's actions?" He was still bewildered, his mind reeling with questions about Seraph, about the power level displayed above her head, and those very real horns. His gaze swept down, stopping at an unexpectedly realistic detail. A thought suddenly flashed, making him realize his body's inexplicable reaction with a start. That part is definitely real, oh. It's reacting. He gently pushed Cassandra away, his eyes still full of bewilderment. Around them, eerie, ghostly figures gradually materialized, as if they had just been summoned from the void. He uttered, "Cassandra." Two ghostly figures with hollow skull faces glided through the air, carrying the cold breath of death. He was stunned, cold sweat pouring out. The pink flame in his left eye flared fiercely, reflecting his extreme astonishment at the unfolding scene. A gigantic skeletal figure, cloaked in black and armored, appeared majestically. He was Nirabar, the Magic Division commander of the 8th Guard Order, with a terrifying power of 18632. Nirabar spoke, "Do not be disrespectful to the master. Pay attention to yourself." He silently wondered who that skeletal fellow was, while Cassandra irritably yelled, demanding Nirabar to be silent and not interfere in their affairs. "Silence, Nirabar! Don't interfere!" Nirabar knelt respectfully, reporting that the master had been injured by Seraph and awaited orders. Cassandra also bowed, urging him to summon Nirabar. "My master, you have been injured by Seraph? This Lord of Death awaits your command. Your army is waiting. Summon your Nirabar." Nirabar continued to urge, reporting on the war situation and calling on him to destroy the enemy to break into the holy city. He emphasized that the opponent's time was over and the master must succeed. "Proceed to annihilate the general, claim a worthy victory, and you shall break through into the holy city base. Their time ends here. There is no room for doubt, your majesty. You must succeed." Suddenly, a cold command rang out from his mouth. "Kill them with a single blow." He himself was astonished by the words he had just uttered. He clutched his head, his eyes wide with terror. The voice he had just uttered sounded so unfamiliar, deep and powerful, making him panic and wonder what was happening. Oh my God, why did I say that? What happened to my voice? What's with this built-in subwoofer? What's going on here? A fierce headache struck. He clutched his temples, feeling as if something was trying to awaken in his mind, but all memories were a blank void. "My head, it hurts so much. I can't remember anything." Cassandra and Nirabar looked at him worriedly. He waved his hand, trying to reassure them that he was fine, even though the pain was still tormenting him. "My master, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just leave me be." He felt this place was so strange, not belonging to him. Whenever he tried to recall memories, a sharp pain tore through his mind, making him even more panicked. This place is so strange. I don't belong here. Whenever I try to remember, it hurts. He looked down at his hands, feeling they were so unfamiliar, not like his own. A sense of strangeness enveloped his entire body. This body, it feels alien to me. He observed Cassandra and Nirabar kneeling, noticing the reverence in their eyes. Nirabar asked worriedly, "Master, was the battle with the Archangel so difficult? Was my master injured?" Cassandra immediately dismissed it, asserting, "This one doesn't know. Don't say such nonsense. All the Lord needs is to crush them to win." He thought to himself, "Lord? I can feel their loyalty seems to be." The horned young man clutched his temples, a sharp pain tearing through his mind. He told himself he had to play the role of the Lord, acting worthy of the reverence his subordinates showed him. The skeletal Nirabar respectfully raised his head, his emerald eyes glowing, awaiting orders from his mysterious master. "Your Majesty, how should we proceed?" Just as he was about to ask more, the young man was startled when Nirabar suddenly urged, "No more hesitation, we should go to the battlefield." Before he could react, Cassandra snapped, "Hey, don't give orders to my master." In his confusion, he blurted out whether they should negotiate with the Archangel. Both Nirabar and Cassandra were stunned. Negotiate? He silently cursed himself for the slip of the tongue, realizing he needed to gather more information. His golden eyes flashed with determination. He couldn't reveal his bewilderment. He had to maintain the Lord's majestic demeanor, even though his mind was still a tangled mess. With a decisive command, "Lead the way," he gestured. Both Cassandra and Nirabar obeyed in unison. "Yes, master," ready to guide him. The three unusual figures walked down the dark corridor, their shadows stretching long on the ground. The rustle of cloaks and armor softly announced a new journey. A desolate battlefield scene appeared before them. Thick smoke and dust, and the towering figures of demonic warriors, ready for battle. Entering the grand hall, he was stunned by the numerous subordinates, each exuding a ferocious aura. A murmur arose, signaling the Lord's arrival. He was secretly astonished, wondering who these ferocious individuals were, and if they were all his subordinates. The truth about his current identity gradually became clear, yet remained vague. Nirabar explained that he was the Demon King, commander of the Legion, and had to destroy the Archangel to seize the city. He thought to himself, "What? Kill what?" Amidst the fierce battlefield, a captivating figure appeared. She knelt, her golden hair flowing in the wind, her emerald eyes full of enchantment. She was Miranda, the Vampire Queen, commander of the 9th Guard Order's Demon Legion, a powerful beauty with formidable strength. Looking at Miranda, he couldn't help but secretly praise her, realizing she was his type. Cassandra stood beside him, her gaze slightly displeased. He suddenly felt restless, embarrassed by the Vampire Queen's beauty. Miranda remained calm, without a hint of wavering. Xander asked to accompany him. "Your Majesty, please allow Xander to accompany you." But Cassandra immediately dismissed him. "Get lost, Xander. How rude." He merely gazed distractedly at the noisy cliff ahead, wondering what awaited him. On the high mountaintop, the black-horned man stood tall, with Cassandra and Xander beside him. The sky was covered by countless demons, signaling an imminent fierce battle. He exhaled sharply, his yellow eyes revealing his bewilderment. The blazing red flame in his left eye seemed to burn his mind. He still couldn't accept his current situation. From the peak, he looked down at the roaring demon army. A sea of people, or rather, a sea of demons, awaited orders from this reluctant lord. At the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands of demon legions growled, their bloodshot eyes burning fiercely. They raised their banners high, ready to tear apart any enemy in their way. From dry skeletons to hideous dragon monsters, the Demon Legion gathered all kinds of repulsive species. They were a nightmare waiting to be unleashed. In the sky, flocks of winged demons shrieked hideously. They hovered like specters, ready to swoop down and tear apart their prey at any moment. Cassandra looked at her master worriedly. "Your Majesty, your legs," she whispered, her eyes full of concern. His legs trembled incessantly. Cassandra asked, her voice full of curiosity. "Are you shaking? Is His Majesty excited?" Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a dazzling pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the dark night. The roars and shrieks of the demons grew even more intense. As the light faded, an angel impaled on a giant spear was revealed. Around them, kneeling figures trembled, witnessing the horrifying sight. He looked at the impaled angel, speculating, "If I'm not mistaken, that's probably the Archangel, the one who defeated the owner of this body. Is the original host dead? Why am I here?" He turned his back, stunned by the task. "And I have to deliver the finishing blow to that guy? Kill him? How do I get there? Huh? My back?" He startled and turned his head, feeling something strange behind him. Dark purple feathers suddenly swirled around him, like a premonition. Cassandra, Xander, and Nirabar all looked up at him, their eyes full of astonishment. A transformation was taking place, drawing everyone's attention. Suddenly, gigantic dark purple bat wings tore through his back, extending majestically into the air. He stood there, a true lord. He looked at his new wings in surprise. Then a smirk appeared. Wings? I have wings? That's pretty cool. Never before had he thought that one day. He soared into the air, his dark purple bat wings flapping powerfully, his face filled with delight and surprise. He exclaimed, I can actually fly. But then, a horrifying transformation struck, tearing apart his nascent joy. His dark purple wings turned pitch black, and he screamed in pain. He fell freely from above, his screams tearing through the air. Below, Cassandra and Xander looked up in horror. Cassandra could only exclaim, My master! In the nick of time, a gigantic hand reached out from nowhere, gently catching his falling body. He sat slumped in the giant palm, his black wings drooping, his face still stunned and not fully recovered from the shock. A voice echoed, Please be careful, master. Mandini, the wild giant, leader of the 10th Legion, appeared majestically. He exclaimed, She's too huge. The female warrior replied, Your subordinate will lead the way. A tragic scene unfolded. An angel impaled on a giant spear, surrounded by the Demon Legion awaiting orders. Amidst the fierce battlefield, he stood there, his dark purple wings majestically extended once more, his gaze resolute as he looked forward. The battle erupted. Destructive energy beams tore through space, turning mountains into dust. He stood in the midst of the battle, his chest bleeding, his eyes bewildered as he watched Cassandra and Xander fiercely fighting in the air. He and his two loyal subordinates faced the enemy's armored army, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Carl and Bob staunchly defended the Archangel. Bob rallied his comrades, while Carl was enraged. This demon wants to blaspheme our Archangel. We cannot let that happen. He looked at the soldiers, thinking to himself, These guys, their power level is too weak. The way they look at me, are they afraid of me? He slowly stepped forward, an idea forming in his mind. Should I try to persuade them? Bob raised his sword, his eyes blazing, and shouted, Comrades, death awaits us today. For humanity? A soldier screamed in pain and frenzy, veins bulging on his face, eyes bloodshot. He mustered his last bit of strength, shouting, Glory to the Holy Wing Empire! The other warriors were stunned, feeling an invisible pressure weighing down on them. Huh? What's with this sudden oppressive feeling? A soldier exclaimed, bewildered. The soldier's eyes suddenly glowed, their strength surging strangely. Veins bulged, muscles tensed, as if they were exchanging something precious. He and Cassandra stood there, observing the soldiers. He mused, Their power level has increased by over 1,000. Is this their secret ritual to enhance strength? Cassandra added, Such a meager increase in exchange for their life force. Cassandra sneered, full of contempt. Even if trash like you died 100 times, that power would still be like ants before us. Ho, 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 ho. He turned to her a little helplessly. Hey, don't make me look like the bad guy. The soldiers charged like madmen, their golden eyes blazing, swords flashing brilliantly. You're dead for sure, one growled, determined to finish off the enemy. The attack was too fast. He was stunned, his purple wings spread, but he seemed unable to react to this terrifying speed. Xander and Cassandra, standing behind, were also surprised. A voice echoed in his head, warning urgently. Level 3 crisis. Level 3 crisis. The system recommends the master use a fire shield. He was shocked, exclaiming, Who? Who's talking to me? Who are you? From above, other soldiers also swooped down, surrounding him. The warning echoed again. Level 1 crisis. Level 1 crisis. Incoming damage. Please use the fire shield skill. A soldier charged, sword blazing. The mysterious voice continued. I am the sacred eternal flame, ancestor of the underworld system. Prepare to receive the attack. He was hit by successive blows, blood splattering. The blazing sword slashes tore through his flesh, but he still stood firm, his eyes wide with surprise. Cassandra, standing behind, also showed concern. Blood streamed down his face and body. His eyes still held a look of shock, unable to believe he had been so severely wounded. The soldiers cheered in victory, their bodies covered in his blood. Carl, I hit him, a soldier shouted joyfully. Ha-ha! Die, Demon King! We can kill them! Suddenly, the scene changed completely. A large scoreboard appeared with the words All-School Olympic Knowledge Competition. Shu Ruofeng was first, Xiao Xiaolong second, Gu Jujiao third. Two young men stood before the scoreboard, one with blonde hair happily patting his friend's shoulder. Congratulations, my friend, you won first place. Three beautiful girls, one with striking silver hair, stood there giggling behind their hands. The atmosphere completely different, light and bright. After those bright moments, a somber scene appeared. A girl with purple hair sat quietly on a hospital bed, her gaze distant. On the phone screen, a message from his mother was sent to Ruofeng, informing him of his father's funeral and instructing him to visit after school, not forgetting to buy flowers. A florist smiled brightly, handing over a vibrant bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums, believing they would bring joy to the recipient. Suddenly, a carefree brown-haired boy ran into the middle of the road chasing a ball. Car horns blared along with a frantic shout, "Hey, that's dangerous, kid!" In the middle of the deserted road, the boy squatted, his invisible hands seemingly reaching out, the piercing car horn echoing. In the driver's cabin, the truck driver's face was utterly panicked, helplessly watching the giant wheels hurtle forward. Moments later, only a shattered bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums remained in a puddle of fresh red blood. A tragedy had just occurred. Divine intervention! A mysterious voice echoed, like a call from the void. Please, save this chaotic world. The plea continued to ring out, full of despair. The underworld is in grave danger. A chilling warning, revealing an impending war. In the indefinite darkness, a memory flashed. I remember now. I was hit by a truck. An accident? I hope that boy survived. The black-horned man, covered in injuries, lay in Xander's arms, wondering in shock. Am I dead? His golden eyes widened. The pink flame in his left eye burning fiercely, he whispered, "So, right now, before my eyes." He was severely wounded by an armored soldier. But below, Cassandra had transformed into a demon, rampaging across the battlefield. Her power level 30,626. The subordinate monsters roared, waving skull banners, uniformly shouting Cassandra's name, creating a chaotic spectacle. Opposite them, Carl and Bob's armored army trembled, their eyes terrified as they looked at Cassandra, a soldier stammering, "Monday, stir!" Xander stood beside the Lord, trying to calm Cassandra in her demonized form. The red-haired young man firmly stated, "That's enough, Cassandra. Don't you hate yourself standing before the Lord like this? Return to normal and calm down." Cassandra remained in her demon form, her blazing golden eyes clearly showing worry and unease. She looked at the Lord with a questioning gaze. At her feet, the demonic form began to dissipate, purple scales falling like butterfly wings, signaling her return to human form. A soft sound echoed. Cassandra's bare feet gently touched the ground, completely returning to her maidenly appearance, free from her demonic form. Cassandra rushed over, her purple bat wings still lingering on her back, anxiously asking her master, "My master, how are your wounds? The blood hasn't stopped flowing." The Lord was surprised to realize the girl who had just transformed was her, but his mind was strangely calm. The Lord's gigantic purple bat wings gently trembled, the feathers rustling as if self-repairing, creating a strange sound in the space. The Lord checked the wound on his chest. The blood had stopped flowing and the pain gradually faded. He wondered, this wound, it doesn't even hurt anymore. Do I really need to kill that archangel? The Lord suddenly turned and ordered Xander to destroy the angel, making the red-haired young man exclaim in surprise, "Me?" Xander refused in confusion, explaining, I don't think I can do it. That archangel is enveloped by the souls of two gods. Except for you, my lord, the true Demon King. Anyone else who touches him will turn to dust." Hearing this, the Lord was stunned, his golden eyes shining with confusion as he wondered, am I really that powerful? From above, the Lord looked down at Archangel Sebastian, who was crucified, surrounded by dazzling light and swirling dust. Archangel Sebastian was pierced by a spear, covered in brilliant golden light, displaying a terrifying power level, 36472, a number beyond imagination. The Lord determined that Sebastian had a very high power level, likely a powerful individual before being injured. He wondered, personally, I really don't want to kill him. Is there no other way? Archangel Sebastian, with his brilliant golden eyes, was confirmed by the system to be Sebastian the Red Flame, Archangel of the Holy Wing Empire, level 36472. Hearing the name Sebastian, the Lord suddenly found it strangely familiar, wondering, Sebastian? Is that my name in this world? How strange. This name sounds eerily familiar. In a fleeting memory, the Lord recalled a war lasting over 100 years with Sebastian. He mused, over 100 years. We've been at war with each other all that time. But this time, you've won. Sebastian, crucified, spoke with brilliant golden eyes, like a summons from on high, pleading for someone to save this chaotic world. God is calling. Please save this chaotic and tyrannical world. The Lord flinched, his brilliant golden eyes and the red flame in his left eye suddenly flashing with shock, as if he had just heard something unbelievable. He parted his lips, a sudden question escaping, directed at the crucified angel. Hey, you. Amidst the desolate battlefield, the Lord questioned Sebastian. Cassandra and Xander stood nearby, their eyes filled with worry. Did you bring me to this world? What is the Master saying? I'm so worried about you. Sympathy for an old enemy? Who knows what the Demon King is thinking? Anyway, he's a high-ranking angel. Xander continued. explaining about Sebastian, emphasizing the archangel's rare status, a calamity powerful enough to challenge the Lord. An archangel like that is very rare. One of the few calamities qualified to challenge the Lord. Sebastian raised his head, his brilliant golden eyes looking directly at the Lord, his voice echoing like a prophecy, confirming what he felt. I don't know where you came from, but looking into your eyes, I'm quite sure. Sebastian continued to declare that the Lord's soul had been placed into his body by God to save this broken world. A brilliant ray of light shot out from the angel's body. God has placed your soul into Sebastian to save this broken and twisted world. The Lord was astonished, pointing at himself, unable to believe Sebastian's words. He wondered who he was to bear such a heavy responsibility. Me? Save the world? Are you kidding? Are you talking to me? What the hell am I, the damn chosen one? Sebastian explained the world's chaos, where good and evil had merged, with no clear boundaries. Chaos and order have been inverted for many years. This matter is not as simple as it seems. There are no clear boundaries between right and wrong. The angel continued. Even within the army of justice, betrayal could be hidden. Images of stern soldiers appeared. Both sides can harbor betrayal, even within the army of justice. Sebastian pointed out that even within the army of evil, honor, loyalty, and brotherhood could exist, urging a search for balance. Even within the army of evil, there can be honor, loyalty, and brotherhood. Seek balance in all things. Sebastian believed that God had sent the Lord from a world where gray rules reigned, where good and evil intertwined, to fulfill a mission he could not. The Lord touched Sebastian. Perhaps God sent you from a world where gray rules reign. Good and evil intertwine. Sebastian and I could not achieve this. But I believe you have a plan. Do what you believe is right. The Lord erupted, refusing the heavy responsibility. He was just an ordinary student, unwilling to bear the burden of war and these responsibilities. Huh? I'm just an ordinary student. What do I know about war and fighting? My world is peaceful. I don't want to bear this responsibility. Sebastian urged the Lord to face his destiny, while groaning in pain as his soul was being extracted. Don't run away! Face it! God is pulling my soul out! My time is running out! It hurts so much! Ugh. The angel pleaded with the Lord to pull out the item crucifying him, to free him and accept his destiny. Pull that item out of me! Free me! Accept your destiny! The Lord stared at Sebastian, his brilliant golden eyes and the red flame in his left eye flashing with extreme astonishment and confusion at the final plea. Archangel Sebastian screamed in pain, dazzling light erupting from his body as he was pinned by the colossal spear. Sebastian's golden eyes widened, his face contorted in agony, the light from his soul seemingly tearing his body apart. Cassandra chuckled, while Xander frowned. She said, "Ha ha 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 ha! My lord doesn't seem to want to play around with that guy." Xander replied, "To let him suffer before death, that's truly our master's style." It seems I misunderstood something. Below, the soldiers of the Holy Wing Empire roared in fury, condemning Sebastian for cruelly punishing their lord. Sebastian cannot be forgiven. How dare you so cruelly punish our Lord and Savior? That's right. You cursed demon. Stop. It's too cruel. From a distant cliff, Miranda and Nerobar observed. Miranda remarked, "How shameful. Humans have failed at Sebastian's hands. Their spirits are being trampled. Lord Sebastian hasn't even touched him yet." Sebastian screamed again, his final plea tearing through the air. "Do it. Now!" The black-haired lord didn't hesitate, his hand gripping the spear of light, decisively pulling it out of the angel's body. A terrifying surge of energy erupted as the spear was withdrawn. Sebastian collapsed, and the Lord was pushed back by the recoil. His eyes widened, the red flame in his left eye burning fiercely as he gripped the spear, absorbing its energy. The Lord caught Sebastian's motionless body, the colossal spear now resting in his hand, enveloped in brilliant light. The spear's energy surged into the Lord's body, his eyes glowing, the red flame in his left eye burning more intensely than ever. Sebastian fell to the ground, the colossal spear beside him, brilliant golden light enveloping him, his body gradually fading away. Archangel Sebastian looked up at the Lord, his eyes full of gratitude and hope. He said, "Thank you, my child. I believe you will make this world a better place." Sebastian closed his eyes, smiling peacefully as his body transformed into countless specks of light, vanishing into nothingness. "May God bless your soul." The Lord clutched his head in pain, immense power tearing through him. A voice echoed, "Tsk. This power is too great for you to bear, my host. You did not properly retrieve the relic. The residual power cannot be purified." He looked in horror at his left eye, where the red flame blazed. He asked, "You too? Who are you?" The voice replied, "I am the eternal flame. I exist in your left eye. Absorption is impossible. Try releasing the energy outwards." He roared, "Why are you talking to me? Forget it! How can I stop this?" The Lord clutched his head, purple-pink energy erupting around him. He asked the eternal flame, "Release? How am I supposed to release it?" The voice replied, "My host, only you should know how to release it. This is your body. Feel it and release." He closed his eyes, trying to feel the surge of energy in his veins. A whisper echoed in his mind. "Feel it." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his palm, tearing through the darkness. The eternal flame urged. Just like that, a colossal beam of energy, as brilliant as the sun, shot straight forward, tearing apart the ground and creating a deep, gaping chasm. Cassandra and Xander were thrown back by the shockwave, their faces revealing horror at the destructive power that had just been unleashed. From a distance, Miranda and Nirabar also couldn't hide their astonishment, their eyes wide as they witnessed the terrifying sight before them. The soldiers of the Holy Wing Empire, those who had once imprisoned the Lord, were now swallowed by the light, turning to dust or being blown away without a trace. The Lord stood amidst the newly unleashed energy, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at his hands, the pink flame in his left eye still burning fiercely. Before him was a colossal chasm stretching to the horizon. Where the city once stood was now only a desolate wasteland, torn apart by unimaginable power. He looked at his hands, unable to believe what had just happened. Did I just do that? Oh, damn it. This isn't good at all. Behind him, the demon army cheered loudly, raising their weapons, their morale soaring. He turned to look at his army, his expression still confused. Shouts echoed. "Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! This is our era, you demons! Huzzah!" Cassandra and Xander approached, their eyes filled with admiration. Cassandra said, "My lord, that strike was incredible. It's too powerful." Xander added, "Oh my, their morale is completely shattered. I want to do that too." He quickly denied. "Hey, I didn't mean to. That was just an accident." He turned to the Eternal Flame, asking, "Hey, Eternal Flame, tell me, does the army behind me belong to me?" The voice replied, "I don't understand. You are the supreme leader of the Demon Legion." He mused. "Me? I see." Meanwhile, the soul of Archangel Sebastian gradually faded into nothingness, leaving a final message: save this chaotic, ruined world. The Lord looked forward, his eyes filled with contemplation. The pink flame in his left eye still burned, like a reminder of the power and destiny awaiting him. The Lord called out the names of his two subordinates, Cassandra and Xander, who were kneeling at his feet. They immediately responded, ready to obey. "Yes, my lord." His eyes were filled with anxiety, realizing that the destructive power he had just unleashed had caused irreparable damage. He questioned himself. "I have caused irreparable damage. Now, I cannot afford any more losses. Can I do it? Is it possible?" With a tense expression, the Lord decisively ordered, "Transmit my command. Retreat." He wanted to end this war and preserve his forces. From deep within the battlefield, a horn blast echoed, shattering the tense atmosphere. The Lord and his subordinates looked up, not understanding what was happening. Cassandra and Xander were astonished, recognizing the familiar sound. Cassandra exclaimed, "That sound is..." Xander continued, "The war horn has sounded." The Lord was stunned, his eyes wide. The relentless war drums, as if urging a continuous attack, completely contradicted his command. Tens of thousands of demon legions charged forward like a flood, the war drums echoing, drowning out all thought. They had no intention of retreating. The Lord gritted his teeth, his eyes full of rage. He roared, "What is happening? Who did that? Who dared to unilaterally order an attack, disrupting his plans?" Shouts of "Kill! Kill!" filled the sky as the Demon Legion frantically charged into battle. Cassandra was swept along by the crowd, unable to do anything else. The battle erupted fiercely. Monsters and Imperial soldiers clashed, the clang of weapons and screams tearing through the air. The Lord was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. He roared, "What? Who gave that order? Stop!" But his command seemed to be ineffective. The eternal flame in his left eye spoke, explaining, "When an enemy general dies, this is the next tactical arrangement you set." The Lord was stunned. He hadn't ordered an attack. "But who blew the attack horn?" "I didn't order that." The Lord hovered in midair, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. The wind whistled past his ears like a warning of impending danger. An earth-shattering roar echoed. A colossal monster, with a muscular body and sharp horns, appeared majestically before him. From a distance, a noblewoman with long brown hair and sharp green eyes observed everything. Her expression was calm, hinting at calculation. She stood majestically atop the colossal monster's head, like a queen reigning over the battlefield. Her appearance heralded a major event. The Black-Horned Demon Lord was stunned, his golden eyes fixed on an indefinite point. He questioned himself, wondering if the newcomer was the person he was thinking of, or just an illusion from his chaotic memories. On the first day he set foot in this world, a sea of fire had engulfed the entire city. The desolate, burning landscape, like a living hell, was etched into the mind of the Lost One. In just one day, the mighty Holy Wing Empire had fallen. Their grand monument was now just an inert block of stone, a testament to the brutal destruction. Thick smoke and dust covered the ruined rooftops. Bat-like monsters flew through the air, spreading terror over the city, now reduced to ashes. Earth-shattering explosions and destructive beams of light tore through the twilight sky. Civilians screamed in despair as grotesque creatures descended, turning everything into a nightmare. Amidst the ruins, the Black-Horned Lord walked with Cassandra and Nerobar. Beneath their feet lay scattered corpses, arrows embedded in lifeless bodies, testament to the brutality of the war. He looked at the bodies, his heart churning. This is horrible. Is this war? Did I do this? A feeling of disgust welled up, quite unlike his demon lord nature. He told himself that he had once thought about the brutality of war, but the reality was far more terrifying. He had underestimated it too much. Feeling a vague sense of regret, the demon lord covered his mouth, trying to suppress his nausea. "Please, don't throw up, please," Cassandra asked worriedly. "My lord, what's wrong with you again?" he replied, trying to maintain his composure. "It's nothing. My body feels uncomfortable around these corpses. It seems I've started to pity these mortals." Cassandra frowned, reminding him, "My lord, you once executed 3,000 prisoners in a single instance. You beheaded them, hung them before cities, and fed them to birds. This sight should not be unfamiliar to you." She suspected. Could this be a side effect of the holy artifact from the Archangel? He was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Cassandra continued, her voice full of scrutiny. "Have I misjudged you, my lord?" Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed. A man ran away in a panic, yelling for help. "Ah! Save me!" But it was too late. A giant monstrous hand descended from above, ready to crush the unfortunate soul. Death was imminent, without a shred of mercy. The spirit monsters growled, cheering wildly. "Yes, kill that human. Tear him apart." The surrounding civilians could only scream in fear, witnessing the horrifying scene. The giant hand grabbed the man, squeezing tightly. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the space red, ending a life in the blink of an eye. At the feet of the fleeing man, a pool of blood spread, traces of a relentless chase. Looking down from above, the colossal shadow extended its tentacles of death, seizing its prey amidst the monstrous laughter of the creatures. "Got him!" The unfortunate soul was tightly gripped by disgusting claws, his body suspended in midair. He desperately screamed, "Don't kill me!" Against the fiery sunset sky, a dark silhouette glided with outstretched wings, soaring straight towards the towering spire. The gruesome sound of bones and flesh shattering echoed, fresh blood splattering as claws pierced the wretched man's chest. His body fell freely, blood still gushing from the fatal wounds, staining the cold ground red. The bird-like monster soared in the air, its triumphant cheers echoing, "Bullseye! Ha ha ha!" Below the spire, a spear was impaled through the victim's body. Two spirit monsters stood among the trembling civilians, exchanging bets. The green-skinned one laughed gleefully. "I won, pay up." The pig-headed one grumbled, "That damn bird almost missed." The pig-headed monster pointed at the red-dressed woman holding her small child, his voice full of menace. "Hurry up, woman! It's your turn now, run!" Extreme horror was evident on the red-dressed woman's face, her tiny child trembling and sobbing in her arms. The monster roared, its large hand pointing directly at her. "Do you not understand what I just said, human? I said run right now. Otherwise, I will hack your body to pieces." Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, startling the monster. "How audacious! You dare point your finger at the Supreme Lord? You orcs probably need to be retrained." The two monsters turned their heads in shock, looking towards the Lord. He stood there, his eyes a mix of surprise and confusion. They immediately knelt, their faces pale with fear, stammering, "Your Highness, our Supreme Lord." The orcs trembled and kowtowed, their weapons clattering. "We deserve to die. Please punish us," one quickly explained. "I was just toying with the lives of these humans. Please don't blame us." The Lord coldly replied, "Toying? How rude." The Lord's gaze swept across the city, engulfed in flames, bats circling against the sunset sky, carrying an indescribable disgust. The Lord's eyes still held a trace of shock, but his words came out laden with hidden meaning. Those people. He turned his head, his cold golden eyes sweeping across, his left eye blazing with a pink flame. An unexpected compliment rang out. "Well done. Not bad." The monsters, prostrate on the ground, looked up in astonishment. One stammered, Is he praising us?" The Lord turned to Nerobar, requesting money for a new amusement. "Nerobar, do you have any currency for me to use?" Nerobar replied in surprise, "Yes, of course I do." The Lord coldly said, "Excellent, give it to me. This Lord wants to gamble with them." He pointed at the red-dressed woman holding her child amidst the crowd, declaring, This one will bet on her for 3 minutes. If you can catch her within that time, you win." The monsters were surprised. "That woman?" The Lord looked down at the monsters, his tone full of challenge. "I assure you, this is no trick. If you successfully bring this woman to the top of the spire, I will concede this money to you." The green-skinned and pig-headed monsters looked at each other, then excitedly chorused, "Really? We accept." Cassandra stood beside him, her eyes full of confusion. The red-dressed woman clutched her crying child, tears streaming down her face, yelling in indignation, "You monsters!" The Lord maintained his cold expression, his golden eyes emotionless, completely unmoved by the woman's indignation. He turned to Cassandra, calling her name. Cassandra started, quickly replying, "Yes, my lord." The Lord asked, "Can you help me win? You're a succubus, aren't you? Charm magic?" Cassandra blushed, stammering, What? Yes." Nirabar stood behind, his faint blue eyes wide, wondering in shock, "What is happening?" The Lord has never done anything like this before. The Lord stated decisively, "All right, O human, you may start running now." Behind him, Cassandra had already begun casting her magic. The child in its mother's arms cried out, tears streaming down its face. "No, Father, you can't bully my mother. I won't let you do that." The Lord's eyes widened, seemingly a little surprised by the child's words, but the flame in his left eye still burned fiercely. His face darkened, his eyes blazing with a demonic smile. He threatened, "Is that so? If she doesn't run, I will kill her immediately." Tears streamed down the red-haired mother's face, her blue eyes wide with horror at the demon lord's cruel threat. The black-haired child screamed in despair, reaching out to his mother, trying to prevent the impending tragedy. "Mom! Mom! No!" The red-haired woman turned and fled. But behind her, Cassandra had begun casting magic, while the demon lord merely stood there, observing coldly. Cassandra's purple eyes glowed. She extended her hand forward, and a glowing pink heart appeared, activating a charm spell that flew straight towards its target. The magical heart pierced the red-haired woman's back, passing through her body like a deadly curse. The demon lord smirked, his fiery eyes following the panicked prey. Perfect timing. Two green-skinned, pig-headed monsters, with bloodshot eyes, growled excitedly, rushing forward at their lord's command. "Chase her! Hurry!" The red-haired woman stumbled and collapsed to the ground, while the ferocious monsters closed in, growling, "Where do you think you're going? We'll catch you." The surrounding common people witnessed the horrifying scene, whispering in despair, "She doesn't stand a chance. They're deliberately letting us die." The black-haired child sobbed, his tear-filled eyes still gleaming with a final spark of hope, cheering on his mother. "Run, Mom, you can do it!" Cassandra whispered a spell, pink-purple magical energy swirling around her, her eyes intensely focused on the target. The red-haired woman suddenly looked up, her eyes wide, her body glowing as if a surge of frenzied power was erupting within her. Her feet felt weightless, glowing pink hearts floated around her. She was no longer running, but seemed to be flying, gliding through the air. The red-haired woman's face contorted, her eyes now glowing with pink hearts, veins bulging, and a sinister smile spreading across her lips. Her feet touched the ground, and the pink hearts burst, creating a powerful thrust that propelled her forward at terrifying speed. With a crazed smile, the red-haired woman leaped over the monsters' heads, her body glowing, like a puppet controlled by magic. Amidst the chaotic scene, the common people trembled, witnessing the tragedy. A black-haired teenager burst into sobs, his tear-filled blue eyes reflecting extreme horror. Nearby, a brown-haired woman covered her mouth, her face pale with fear, as their desperate cries mingled in the gloomy space, stained red by the deadly sunset. The woman, empowered by despair and magic, exploded with speed. Two armored monsters stood stunned, unable to believe their eyes. "What? How did she do that?" The demon lord gave a cold smile, his fiery eyes commanding. He urged Cassandra, whose purple bat wings subtly fluttered, ready to act. "Time is running out, hurry!" She responded with a chilling smile, her eyes wild but full of determination. The pink magical halo around her head still shimmered, like a curse gripping her will, transforming fear into fury. Amidst the chaos, the child's scream tore through the air. "Mom, be careful!" His eyes were filled with despair, witnessing the danger lurking for his red-haired mother and the baby in her arms. Amidst the ruins, the red-haired woman dashed frantically, her panicked eyes glancing behind her. The ground cracked beneath her feet, and horrifying screams tore through the blood-stained air, signaling a hopeless escape. A colossal, ferocious, bird-like monster swooped down with sharp claws. The woman, holding her child, dodged with skillful maneuvers through the vibrant purple air. Mid-air, the red-haired woman, holding her child, delivered a powerful kick to the giant bird monster's sharp beak. A daring counterattack. opening a faint glimmer of hope. The fatal kick landed squarely on the monster's back, making it roar in pain. Its bruised purple flesh tore open with a piercing crack. The red-haired woman was flung away, falling freely through the air. Behind them, the two green-skinned, pig-headed monsters, who had been frantically pursuing, suddenly stopped. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, as if their target had incredibly slipped out of reach. Amidst the monster encirclement, the red-haired woman clutched her child tightly. Her purple eyes panicked but gleaming with madness. The two green-skinned, pig-headed monsters growled, baring their fangs and claws, lunging as if to tear her apart. She did not retreat, only gasping breaths and burning determination. Escaping the encirclement spectacularly, the red-haired woman glided like a ghost. The monsters growled furiously, helplessly watching their prey slip away.
She went right through me, damn it!
In a flash, she landed on the monster's head, continuing her assault. The massive predator was stunned, roaring in pain. Watch out. Oof. The giant bird monster fled in a panic, leaving the unfortunate ones to fall scattered from the sky. On the ground, the red-haired woman still dashed frantically, the child in her arms screaming, "Crash!" The red-haired woman turned her head, her gaze unusually resolute. Behind her, the giant bird monster, with its sharp beak, still hovered, spreading death. She still had to run, to keep running, to protect the tiny life. Despite being manipulated by magic, her eyes still burned with fury. Veins bulged on her forehead, and the red-haired woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, challenging the besieging monsters. Get lost. The giant bird monster, which had just spread death, was now also astonished by the red-haired woman's explosive power. She stood there, amidst the ruins, strangely confident. Small mechanical objects lay shattered at her feet, while she exuded an enchanting, powerful beauty. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the common people could only stand frozen, their eyes vacant and terrified. The man with black horns and Cassandra observed. Cassandra spoke. "My lord, it's been over 5 minutes." He smirked. "Good. It seems my subordinates are quite skilled." Looking down from above, the red-haired woman lay on the ground, while the two green-skinned, pig-headed monsters had failed miserably. The man with black horns sneered. "You two couldn't even catch one woman. This truly gives me a new perspective." One monster stammered. "No, my lord, it's not. There's something wrong with this woman." With fiery eyes, the man with black horns declared. "You made your choice when you decided to gamble with me. Accept your failure. This is my punishment." The two green-skinned, pig-headed monsters trembled, sweating profusely, utterly terrified by their master's wrath. The man with black horns coldly looked down at the kneeling monsters. "But you helped me capture Holy Wing City. I won't punish you too severely. Release the hostages. Do you object?" They hastily replied. "Yes, my lord, everything you say is right. We will not kill anyone." The black-haired child rushed forward, calling for his mother in despair. The red-haired woman still stood there, like a statue amidst the chaotic scene. Cassandra and the black-horned man watched silently, their eyes filled with calculations and an indescribable unease. A blazing fireball tore through the air, heading straight for the red-haired woman at terrifying speed. The red-haired woman was engulfed by the flames, screaming in pain. The black-haired child turned his head, utterly horrified. Cassandra and the black-horned man were stunned, exclaiming in unison, "What?" The black-haired child cried out desperately, tears streaming down his face, calling out in despair, "Mother! Mom!" The red-haired woman, engulfed in a sea of fire, her eyes glowed terrifyingly, as if an ancient power was burning from within. The black-horned man held the struggling child tightly, coldly ordered Cassandra. "Cassandra, stun him." She reluctantly replied, "Yes." At her master's command, Cassandra swung her scythe. A surge of purple energy shot forth, causing the young black-haired boy to collapse, unconscious on the cold ground. Suddenly, burnt skeletons fell from above, portending ill. The black-horned man looked up and asked coldly, Who threw that fireball?" Cassandra replied, "My lord, it came from above." He looked up, his eyes blazing with fury. A smug voice echoed from the air. "Your Majesty, are you looking for me?" A stranger appeared, hovering high above, his limbs wreathed in flames. He introduced himself as Jian Long, commander of the 7th Guard Squad of the 8 Legions, Elemental Division, and asked, "I am pursuing an important prisoner. Your Majesty, have you seen her?" The black-horned man showed a flicker of surprise at the stranger. Cassandra exclaimed, "Jian!" Nirabar angrily shouted, "How rude! How dare you stand above His Majesty like that?" "Know your place, Elemental Mage. Do not be disrespectful." Jian Long's bare feet still emitted small flames, as if he were standing on an invisible fire, asserting his elemental power. Without daring to delay, Jian Long and his monster subordinates immediately knelt and bowed before their master. He respectfully said, Jianlong, greetings to your majesty, lord. The black-horned man glanced at the unconscious black-haired boy on the ground, then looked up at the burnt skeletons hovering in the air, his eyes filled with annoyance. He glared, questioning Jianlong with an angry voice.
Jianlong, who gave you permission to disturb my playthings? Do you dare to offend me?
Jianlong hastily explained, his face flustered. My lord, I wouldn't dare. I was merely pursuing an escaped prisoner of war and happened to encounter you. He added, your loyal subordinate has recently upgraded his fireball. He confidently snapped his fingers. A small, powerful spark flashed, as if to prove his words. Please observe, Jianlong stood proudly in the center. Behind him was a colossal wall of fire incinerating the crowd. He coldly declared, these humans are truly an eyesore. In the blazing sea of fire, human figures writhed in agony, turning into ashes, a scene of ultimate tragedy. Cassandra innocently exclaimed, oh, what an amazing firewall technique. The black-horned man was still surprised, his expression turning annoyed. He sharply turned to Cassandra, calling her name loudly with an angry expression. Cassandra! She flinched and hastily replied, yes. Jianlong looked at the lord, the corner of his mouth curling into a sarcastic smile. He asked, your majesty, you seem displeased. Is something wrong? Do you sympathize with these lowly humans? The black-horned lord couldn't believe his ears. Jianlong's questioning was like a stab to his pride. He growled, his face contorted in anger. How could that be? Don't mock me. Jianlong sneered. The flames in his hand flared up as if to incinerate everything. He stared at the lord, his voice full of challenge. Then, you won't mind. A fierce flame from Jianlong's hand shot straight at the back of the unconscious young boy, throwing him away like a tattered puppet. A deafening explosion rang out, as brilliant yellow flames erupted violently upon touching the boy's frail body, engulfing him in a sea of fire. Suddenly, the black-horned lord rushed forward, grabbing the young boy's arm tightly, trying to save him. Cassandra stood nearby, her eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding scene. She exclaimed, my lord? The flames blazed fiercely on the young boy's arm, spreading to the black-horned lord's hand. He roared in pain, his face contorted. Damn fire! Ah! Without hesitation, Cassandra quickly rushed over, placing her hands on the black-horned lord's burning hand. A surge of green energy emanated. Trying to extinguish the flames, Cassandra looked worriedly into the black-horned lord's eyes, her voice full of concern.
My lord, are you in pain?
Cassandra's eyes were still full of worry, but also a touch of innocence. She couldn't understand. How could you be injured by this small fireball? Are you feeling unwell? Jianlong stood there, his sharp eyes gleaming with smugness. He stared at the black-horned lord, not missing a single expression. The black-horned lord turned his head, his gaze full of suspicion towards a white-armored man who had just appeared. Cassandra stood behind him, still confused. Jianlong spoke again, his voice drawn out with sarcasm, as if to emphasize the black-horned lord's weakness. My lord. He boasted of his power. The flames in his hand flared fiercely. Jianlong continued to taunt. Does your hand hurt, my lord? Does that make sense? My lord was once hailed as the strongest mage in the demon realm. Jianlong smugly declared that he had upgraded his fireball technique. Then he looked at the black-horned lord with a challenging gaze. My lord, I wish to be instructed by you right now. Jianlong sneered. He didn't hesitate to expose the black-horned lord's weakness. He continued, have your skills regressed to that extent? Will you challenge me? Indeed. Normally, I would never challenge the Supreme Lord, the King of Demons. Cassandra looked at the black-horned lord, her eyes full of contemplation. She whispered, her voice filled with worry. The Lord has been acting very strangely lately, especially after the battle with Seraph. He has changed. Jianlong unleashed a fiery attack on the screaming black-horned lord. He wondered, could the Supreme Lord really put on such a terrible performance recently? He continued to speculate that while the power the Lord had just displayed was quite impressive, it was probably just accumulated feedback energy from the holy relic, the Tears of God. The azure bracelet, the Tears of God, was famously known to contain terrifying power. Jianlong wondered if his lord was being affected by this holy relic. He remained arrogant, thinking that defeating the lord was a trivial matter, even if he could unleash powerful skills. But then, he suddenly realized his position in the Demon Legion would be punished if he failed. Jianlong was determined. How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? He roared, challenging the lord. Lord, please enlighten me. Cassandra interjected, stopping Jianlong. Hey, Kenny, don't go too far. How could my lord waste precious time on you? The black-horned lord frowned, his left eye flaring with crimson fire. He thought to himself, how could he spend time playing around with Jianlong? It would be best to scare him away. The lord's face contorted with rage. He growled, warning Jianlong. If everyone in this damned legion demands my guidance, wouldn't I be too busy? Keep acting like this, and this lord will no longer be lenient with you.
Suddenly, Nerobar appeared. The old skeleton ordered Jianlong, "Hurry up and concede defeat." The Black-Horned Lord looked at Nerobar in surprise. Jianlong, with fiery eyes and a fierce expression, was ready for a decisive blow. Nerobar, with an inscrutable tone, then said, "This subordinate has now thought clearly. Very good. Go ahead." The Black-Horned Lord exclaimed in horror. "What?" Cassandra looked at the Lord, saying that Jianlong was clearly seeking death. "So just kill him." But then she became confused. "Hey, what kind of development is this?" Jianlong delivered a powerful kick, his leg blazing fiercely, creating a violent impact sound. He charged forward, unleashing a powerful fiery attack, roaring a challenge. "Lord, witness my skill." The Black-Horned Lord panicked, his eyes wide. He received a level 1 warning and immediately ordered, "Activate the fire shield now." Jianlong's blazing attack shot straight towards the Black-Horned Lord, who clearly looked surprised and vulnerable. Jianlong's blazing attack exploded, tearing through space, engulfing everything in a dazzling golden light. A resounding whoosh echoed, signaling a terrifying collision. The Black-Horned Lord roared, pouring all his strength into summoning a fire shield. A brilliant magic circle appeared. But would it be enough to stop Jianlong's fury? "Fire shield! Now!" Fire and energy collided, creating a violent explosion. A dry crack sound echoed, as if signaling the fracturing of the newly formed defense. Jianlong descended like a meteor, delivering a fatal blow. The Black-Horned Lord's magic shield shattered, fragments of energy scattering. A violent boom. Jianlong's hand blazed fiercely, the furious flames swirling deep into the enemy. His elemental power continuously surged, ready to incinerate everything. His legs also blazed, each movement leaving scorched marks. Jianlong was the embodiment of fire, an unstoppable elemental storm. Jianlong spun around, unleashing a sweeping attack, flames erupting fiercely. A "foosh" sound echoed, signaling the terrifying heat of this technique. The fire shield had shattered, but Jianlong still stood there, calm and confident. He smirked, looking directly at the Black-Horned Lord. "A fire shield? Excellent." Jianlong's eyes flashed with arrogance. He tilted his head, as if questioning his own power or simply wanting to provoke his opponent. "But is my blade of fire much stronger?" The Black-Horned Lord stared in horror at his bleeding hand. His shield had been pierced. Jianlong smiled provocatively. "Your Majesty's shield. It seems I've pierced through it." The Black-Horned Lord and Cassandra froze. Both couldn't believe their eyes. Surprise and panic were evident on their faces. "What? How can this be?" The Black-Horned Lord was in pain, his eyes filled with worry. He was not only afraid of the enemy's power, but also feared losing prestige in front of his subordinates. "It hurts so much. That shield doesn't seem effective. If this continues, my subordinates will look down on me." The Black-Horned Lord's eyes were pensive. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, making him reconsider the situation. He asked himself if he had become too immersed in this role. His eyes revealed confusion, mixed with a hint of self-doubt. Since when did I take this role-playing game seriously? Do I really think I'm a true lord? But around them, innocent corpses were incinerated to ashes, a testament to Jianlong's brutality. A serious voice rang out. "Eternal Flame, I have something to tell you. Master, please speak." The Black-Horned Lord looked confused, his eyes as if trying to recall something. A horrifying secret was revealed, astonishing the listener. "In the previous battle with Seraph, my soul was damaged. I myself have lost my memory." "You lost what?" He admitted he had lost all memory of magic, then challenged the person opposite him. "I can't remember any magic I learned before. You'll have to teach me how to use it. Can you do that?" The flame in his eyes suddenly turned crimson, and he gave a sinister smile, a purple glow enveloping him, as if an ancient power was awakening. His body erupted with energy, black wings spread wide. A dazzling orb of light manifested in the center of his chest, leaving him stunned by the transformation. Amidst the vast universe, a mystical energy network appeared, bright points connecting like a star map, flickering continuously. He stared intently at the network, his eyes gleaming with interest, as if he had just discovered something extremely fascinating and full of potential. The Horned One accepted, black wings standing tall amidst the cosmos. He declared, "As you wish, Master. Your enemies shall tremble before you." In the vast underworld, countless types of energy exist. Those who can transcend ordinary beings, sensing the energy of all things, are called empaths. In theory, the higher an empath's level of underworld power, the greater their strength. Underworld energy is divided into 6 main types. First is cosmic energy, a common source of power, spreading throughout the stars, containing infinite potential. Next is Gaia energy, the life force flowing from the earth, nurturing all things, bringing life and balance. Then comes chaos energy, a primal power, explosive and unpredictable, capable of destruction or recreation. And elemental energy, the source of fire, water, earth, and wind, creating the world, each element possessing a distinct power. And death energy, a rare type containing destructive power from the realm of the dead, capable of manipulating life and death. Finally, another type of energy, rarer and more mysterious than all, is gradually revealing itself, sending shivers down people's spines. That is spiritual energy, an extremely rare mental power, capable of manipulating minds, controlling emotions, and creating illusions. The Horned One listened to the explanation about the empath. He was told that while others only possessed a few abilities, he could sense chaos, elemental, death, and spiritual energies. It was a gift, a heaven-sent talent. He was confused by the explanation of his heaven-sent talent, but then his eyes flashed with determination. Are you saying I'm a born genius? So what? I need power to solve this problem immediately. A roar tore through space. Brilliant golden energy gushed from his mouth, his eyes burning as if to incinerate everything. The explosive power propelled him skyward, tearing apart the ground beneath his feet, creating a dazzling beam of light in midair. Faced with the terrifying sight, Nirobar's jaw dropped in astonishment, while Cassandra's eyes widened, her face clearly showing shock. Amidst the sea of fire, Jianlong appeared. His hands clenched, his eyes blazing. He was ready for a new battle. Jianlong frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. Why aren't you fighting back? Is this really happening? He couldn't believe his eyes. He plunged to the ground like a meteor, creating a deep crater. Sebastian? He's become weak! A cry of astonishment rang out. Cassandra cried out in panic, "My lord!" intending to rush forward but was held back by Nirobar. "Wait, Cassandra!" the dry skeleton warned. Nirobar explained, "The lord has been acting very strangely lately. If you intervene to help him, it will surely tarnish his reputation." He lay sprawled on the ground, his whole body aching. "That hurt a bit," he mumbled, trying to get up. He looked in surprise at the sparkling specks of light hovering around him. This is just... A series of small, glowing creatures appeared, explaining that it was one of his many passive skills. "Master, this is one of your many passive skills. Arcane physical healing. As long as the wounds are from magical damage, they can slowly heal you." Jianlong didn't give him a moment's rest. "Do you really think I'll give you a chance to breathe? I won't let you have this opportunity." "No," he growled. Another brilliant golden energy surge rushed towards him. "Be careful, Master. It's coming again," he grumbled irritably. "This Jianlong is really driving me crazy." He roared defiantly, "Do you really want to kill me?" Then quickly created a hexagonal fire barrier. Fire barrier! The brilliant golden energy surge crashed violently into the ground, creating a deep crater, scattering dust and debris. Inside the fire barrier, Sebastian laughed contemptuously. He declared himself the Lord, the true ruler of the underworld, and that he had held back to give his opponent a chance. Pathetic weakling. Don't get conceited just because you injured me. This lord is tired after the previous battle, so I lowered the barrier to give you a chance. I am the Lord, the true ruler of the underworld. Witness true power." Sebastian, with purple bat wings and a blazing flame in his left eye, looked directly at his opponent. Insignificant, lowlife. "Do you really think you can defeat me in combat?" Jianlong gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his flushed face. His eyes held a mix of resilience and a hint of doubt. Jianlong's hands trembled, sweat pouring like a stream. He felt Sebastian's powerful aura surging out, making his body instinctively tremble with fear. His aura is overflowing. It seems my body still fears the Lord. But in Jianlong's mind, Sebastian's image appeared. He recalled Sebastian's declaration of true power, something he had never witnessed before. He said he would show me what true power is. He never said anything like that before. He never showed his true power. Flames erupted fiercely around Jianlong, dispelling all fear. He clenched his fists, his determination blazing. Perhaps I can still defeat him. Jianlong lunged like a fire arrow, delivering an extremely powerful punch to Sebastian's barrier. Jianlong's punch created a large explosion, causing Sebastian's barrier to shake violently. Sebastian knelt, confused and questioning his own actions. He told himself that if a fire barrier could block attacks, it could also be used for offense. "Master, I want to ask, what did you just do?" "Since a fire barrier can be used to block attacks, it can also be used as a means of offense." "That's right. You're absolutely right. There are many methods of attack, so why?" Cassandra was surprised, wondering if Sebastian had deliberately missed, while Nirobar remained calm, believing the Lord had his own reasons. Did he deliberately miss? This death god has no opinion. I'm sure the Lord has his reason. Sebastian roared in anger, explaining that he remembered nothing and couldn't use his power despite having vast magic. I already told you, didn't I? I don't remember anything. Even if I have vast magical power, I can't use it. Underworld energy is useless to me. If I lose my reputation here, how will I manage later? Sebastian's eyes blazed, revealing extreme despair and anger as he realized his difficult situation. Jianlong soared into the air, creating a giant blazing fireball. He challenged Sebastian. Lord Sebastian, witness my latest technique! Sebastian looked up, realizing this was a high-level elemental fire technique that his fire barrier couldn't block. He called for help. That's a high-level elemental fire technique. The fire barrier cannot block this skill. Eternal Flame. Do you have any suggestions? Jianlong's giant fireball plunged down, carrying destructive power. Sebastian desperately pleaded for help in his mind. Please give me advice. Sebastian was horrified, his blazing eyes showing extreme anger and fear. He roared, demanding the Eternal Flame find a solution immediately. You bastard! How dare you threaten me with this? Eternal Flame. Think of a way now. The terrifying explosion of the fireball engulfed everything, throwing a small figure amidst the sea of fire and rubble. The immense destructive power spread, tearing apart the ground, turning everything into chaotic fragments amidst the thick smoke and dust. Jianlong smugly observed the scene, certain the attack had hit its target. Well, it really hit him. He doesn't seem to have any defensive magic. The commander sneered, his eyes full of contempt as he thought of his opponent's fate. He took the full force of the attack. Lord, Cassandra and Nirobar stood there, witnessing the scene. The captain was horrified, unable to believe her eyes. Your Majesty, Sebastian. Cassandra's purple eyes widened, filled with utter shock and extreme worry at the destructive power that had just unfolded. Nirobar, the skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes, pondered the mysterious energy source that had just erupted. This power, is it him? Jianlong still stood there, his sparkling blue glasses hidden behind his mask, seemingly sensing something unusual, a fleeting hint of doubt. Amidst the smoke and dust, a colossal silhouette gradually became clear, emitting an eerie purple light, making Cassandra stare in astonishment. The colossal mechanical monster, with purple and red armor, exploded with energy, standing majestically and terrifyingly amidst the ruins. Cassandra and Nirobar were completely stunned by this sudden appearance. That's too exaggerated. What is that? In the blazing red sky, Jianlong hovered, his gaze still fixed on the colossal entity that had just appeared, his face full of vigilance. Sebastian's hand suddenly reached out, emitting a brilliant purple light, as if summoning an ancient power, a mysterious magic. Sebastian stood there, his cloak gone, revealing his muscular physique and black bat wings, his left eye blazing with pink fire. He roared his command, "Attack!" The colossal mechanical monster responded immediately, its glowing red eyes shining with loyalty. Yes! Sebastian proudly stood atop the mechanical monster's head, his eyes full of authority, like a newly awakened lord. My master, Commander Jianlong, leader of the Batuan Benyuan Su, unleashed his strongest attack without hesitation. Level 8 Summoning Magic, Steel Forger Golem, made with the most terrifying materials, was ready for battle. He confidently declared that summoning this high-level golem required countless rare materials. He even chided his master. Did you really need to use all your strength? Your humble servant only wanted to learn a few things, my lord. But before him, Lord Sebastian was nothing but a furious rage. His eyes blazing, he growled, "You tried to kill me! There will be no mercy! Know your place! This lord will kill you with a single blow!" Purple energy erupted, engulfing Jianlong. The arrogant commander was now just a panicked figure, trying to flee in vain. The overwhelming power caught him off guard. His face contorted with fear. Jianlong stammered, "Wait, hold on. Using magic weapons isn't fair. Before he could finish his sentence, he was submerged in the brilliant purple energy. A desperate scream echoed. "I surrender!" An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the night sky, flattening the rooftop where Jianlong had just stood. The destructive power was unimaginable. Beneath the desolate ruins, Jianlong's face was completely disfigured, blood flowing profusely. He had paid a heavy price for his arrogance. This was the 4th time Jianlong had confronted him, but also the first time he had suffered such a devastating defeat. His body lay motionless, submerged in the cruel purple light. On top of the ancient tower, under the blood moon, Lord Sebastian's figure stood tall and majestic. From below, Cassandra and Nirobar watched his every move. Cassandra wondered, "What is my lord doing up there? Everyone is waiting to celebrate our victory today." Nirobar turned to her, asking softly, "Cassandra, don't you think our lord is acting quite strangely today?" Nirabar continued to speculate. No disrespect to the Lord, but under normal circumstances, would a human child truly benefit our great demon army? He's also acting differently today. Our Lord is no longer as decisive as the demon of the past. Cassandra immediately retorted, Nirabar, you're the one acting strangely today, you creepy skeleton. The skeleton asked back, what do you mean? Cassandra warned, no matter what the Lord did before, does it truly matter? He is still our esteemed Lord, our sovereign. Don't try to speculate. That could lead to treason. Don't be like Kenny, unless you want to end up like him. Nirabar accepted the warning, thinking, this one is just speculating. Don't take it as truth. I'll handle that kid. He said, as long as he is our Lord, he will remain my sovereign. No matter what path he takes, he will always be my master. Cassandra smiled faintly, her eyes dreamy. She thought to herself, moreover, today, I feel the Lord has paid special attention to me. He's never looked at me like that before. He has definitely changed, and I like it. I can't explain this feeling. Cassandra wondered about Jianlong's fate, whether he should be handed over to the Lord. Nirabar immediately claimed the right, declaring that as a daughter, she would handle it herself. Nirabar's excessive confidence and feminine actions made Cassandra suspicious, and she didn't hesitate to mock him. Under the ethereal purple moonlight, Sebastian spread his vast black bat wings, standing with his back turned, his gaze fixed on the solitary moon, as if pondering something profound. The blazing pink flame in Sebastian's left eye suddenly flared. He looked up, muttering about the blood-red moon. The system in his eye noticed the abnormality, asking, Master, your voice is unusual. Are you all right? Sebastian denied the creeping sense of unease. The system reassured him that the surreal feeling would pass, while also praising his excellent performance. It's incomprehensible. Demons lack emotions, and so does the system. But Master, your performance then was truly excellent. Sebastian frowned in confusion at the system's praise. The flame in his left eye transformed into a smiling face. The system explained, praising his resourcefulness in being able to summon a golem using only memory and available materials. The system continued to flatter Sebastian's quick wit, but then suddenly apologized. He impatiently told it to get straight to the point, then directly asked why it prevented him from finishing off Jianlong. The system explained that Jianlong was a valuable asset, one of the 13 Demon Kings, who couldn't be killed indiscriminately as it would affect army morale. But Sebastian questioned, asking if the deaths of innocent residents were in vain. The system coldly declared, this is war. War, it never changes. Sebastian remained silent, turning his back to the viewer, his eyes fixed on the blood-red moon. Lost in thought, Sebastian looked up at the blazing red flame in his left eye, questioning its nature and why it resided there. The system was surprised, asking back if he had truly lost his memory. Sebastian firmly demanded an answer. The red flame in Sebastian's eye declared itself a system, a passive skill from the underworld, not truly alive. It was the supreme law within the chaos net, and Sebastian was the only one who possessed it. The system continued to boast about its analytical abilities and profound understanding. It explained that all information Sebastian read was a law of the world, simplified into runes, helping him sense danger. It also possessed precognitive analysis and psychic feedback abilities, but decided not to go into detail. Behind them, Jianlong was still being lifted, proof of the power the system had helped Sebastian achieve. Sebastian smiled, calling the system a useful app. The system seemed confused, not understanding the modern term, which made Sebastian evade the topic. Sebastian suddenly became anxious, touching his left eye. He asked the system if it would abandon him, if his personality changed from before. The flame in Sebastian's eye was surprised, asking back if he wanted to abandon it. Sebastian explained that he wanted to know if the system would stay if he wasn't its original master. The system grew angry, asserting that Sebastian would remain its master as long as it existed. It emphasized that countless ancient beings coveted this power, urging Sebastian to cherish what he had. Sebastian immediately pointed out the contradiction in its emotions. Sebastian questioned relentlessly, his eyes blazing. He wanted to know if this chaotic flame would truly be bound to him forever. So, no matter what I do, you will never betray me? If you die, I die too. We are symbiotic. We are the eternal flame, because we are the embodiment of chaos, he mused, repeating the word chaos, as if tasting an unfamiliar concept. Chaos? Upon first arriving in this world, Sebastian stood high above, looking down at the city, his heart filled with unsolved mysteries. But now, with a loyal partner by his side, he felt a little more relieved. Suddenly, a warm image appeared, a gentle brown-haired woman cooking in the kitchen. She turned, smiling in welcome. Oh, you're back? Next was a purple-haired girl, Xu Ruofeng, with sparkling golden eyes. She innocently asked for help. Xu Ruofeng, I'm having trouble with my homework. Can you teach me? Those images faded. Sebastian returned to reality, his eyes full of confusion. The system sensed his instability. Can I go back? What should I do? Master? You're acting strange today. Are you sad? It seems to be affecting me. He sighed, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Under the dim moonlight, Sebastian told himself to face reality. He didn't know if he could return, so the only way was to continue this play. He wasn't a lord, but he would act like a ruler. The scene shifted to a large execution ground. Many civilians were confined in wooden stocks, surrounded by soldiers and strangers. The gleaming blade of death was poised to strike, signaling a brutal execution about to take place. A figure in a purple cloak, majestic in appearance, slowly advanced towards the stocks where the victims awaited. 2 men were imprisoned, one of whom was Anthony Street Bass, a high-ranking official of the Winged City. He and his comrades were facing a grim fate. Curtis, the Elf King, appeared with 2 subordinates, his eyes full of contempt. He mocked the weak heroes of the Winged City, recalling their failure when the angel was attacked. Curtis flashed a sinister smile, continuing his venomous remarks. He asserted that there were no heroes, only foolish knights who had to kneel before him. Anthony Street Bass roared in despair, challenging Curtis. He swore that the sacred city would endure, even if they had to die. Damn you, Curtis! Go to hell! If you want to kill, just kill us! The sacred city will be eternal. Curtis maintained a sneer. He was not in a hurry. He made a cruel offer. Join the Lord's Demon Legion to be spared. Oh, great heroes of the sacred Winged City! Our Demon Legion also needs talent. Surrender to the Lord's army, and you will be spared. Anthony Street Bass continued to roar, despising the Elf King's offer. He would rather die than surrender, refusing to submit to this humiliation. Who would want to join your damned army? Just kill us all. Don't insult our honor. The prisoner next to Anthony, the blond young man Albert, began to tremble. In his eyes, fear had overcome everything, a weak plea about to escape. To Anthony's horror, Albert looked up, his pleading eyes directed at Curtis. He uttered words of surrender, hoping to survive at all costs. Let me join you, Anthony, stunned, cried out. Albert, what are you saying? Tears streaming down his face, Albert begged his father. He believed that as long as they survived, there was still hope. Father, at least there's still a chance to survive. If you die, everything will end. Everything will end. Anthony Street Bass erupted in rage. He could not accept this betrayal, roaring his refusal to acknowledge the son who had abandoned his honor. Traitor, don't you dare call me father! Anthony turned away, his eyes filled with utter contempt and disappointment. The father-son relationship was now shattered, leaving only bitterness. Curtis, the Elf King, sneered. He mocked the crumbling father-son relationship before his eyes, savoring the sight of his enemy's suffering. How fitting. A touching father-son relationship. Curtis's emerald eyes were sharp and cold. He continued to taunt Anthony, asking if he truly wanted his son to die with him. What kind of father are you? Do you really want your son to die with you? Anthony Street Bass roared back, regret and hatred blazing. You know nothing, you degenerate elves. I truly regret that Issel was destroyed. I wish I had killed you bastards right then. Curtis coldly ordered his subordinates. He decided the fate of those who refused to surrender, starting with the son of the governor. You there, come here, take the governor's son out. As for those who refused to surrender, Curtis's eyes flashed with cruelty. He declared that they needed no prisoners and delivered his final verdict. We don't need prisoners. Kill them. Just as a subordinate finished obeying the order, an unexpected voice rang out, interrupting Curtis's intention. Immediately! Wait! Xander Blaskage, captain of the 9th Demon Legion, stepped forward. He questioned Curtis, reminding him that the handling of such a large number of prisoners should be decided by the Lord, not by him. Great King Curtis, dealing with so many prisoners. Shouldn't that be decided by the Lord? Don't overstep your bounds. The black-armored figure behind Xander worriedly asked if he thought it was wise to provoke this mad Elf King. Xander, do you really think it's wise to provoke this madman? Xander replied confidently, let the Elf King taste the Lord's power. You know I'm not wrong about this. Don't worry. Curtis narrowed his eyes suspiciously, calling Xander's name. He questioned if Xander was sympathetic to humans, implying a traitor in the Legion, and threatened him. Xander Blaskage, are you sympathetic to humans? It seems we have a traitor in the army. Do you want to fight for your race? You lowly humans, know your place. Xander Blaskage grew angry, his eyes flaring with indignation. He warned Curtis, absolutely not to call him human. I warn you, don't call me human. Curtis, the Elf King, still had his back turned, his tone arrogant. He reminded them of the merits of his elf tribe and dragon army, who had pioneered the war. He questioned Xander, asking if he was doubting his contributions as the battlefield's supreme commander. Xander Blaskage roared, his eyes blazing. He didn't care about the title of supreme commander in war, because the war was over, and their side had won. He asserted that Curtis's current status was equal to his own, as one of the 13 guardians of order and chaos, demon lords who had sworn loyalty to the Lord. Xander drew his sword, his aura erupting, ready for a confrontation. He declared that if Curtis wanted to break the rules, he would have to step over his dead body first. The man in black armor beside him panicked, calling Xander's name and questioning if he had gone mad. Curtis still had his eyes closed, a meaningful smile on his face. He slowly asked, his tone sarcastic, if everyone had clearly seen Xander's recent actions. A blatant provocation. Curtis's emerald eyes suddenly snapped open, flashing with cruelty. He declared that Xander had disobeyed military orders to protect humanity, and as Supreme Commander, he would personally mete out the punishment. Elf King Curtis stood upright, his hands erupting with brilliant purple and blue flames. Magical energy surged around him, signaling an imminent powerful attack. Curtis roared, "Nether flames!" unleashing a deadly torrent of fire. Xander Blastcage hastily raised his sword to block the attack, his eyes a mix of shock and indignation. He realized that this bastard truly intended to kill him. The man in black armor standing next to Xander, his gaze resolute. He declared that he accepted the challenge, ready to face whatever came next, without flinching. A blinding flash of light erupted, accompanied by a decisive voice echoing, "Stop!" Everything suddenly froze, and space seemed to rip apart. Curtis and Xander Blastcage both looked up, their faces stunned. The tense confrontation was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected force, surprising both of them. A majestic figure appeared, with colossal bat wings and an overwhelming aura. Sebastian, the one with black horns, spoke in a deep voice, recognizing the familiar magical imprint. "It's the Lord," Ed declared. Before the Lord's presence, Elf King Curtis immediately knelt, bowing his head respectfully. All his previous arrogance and haughtiness vanished, leaving only absolute submission. Not only Curtis, but also Xander Blastcage and the man in black armor simultaneously knelt. The Lord's power and authority forced everyone to submit. No one dared to resist. All those present, from the Elf King to the Guardians, prostrated themselves. They chanted in unison, "Hail, Lord," showing absolute reverence for the Supreme Overlord who had just appeared. Lord Sebastian stood tall, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space. He looked directly towards the gallows, where humans were imprisoned, his face devoid of emotion. On the gallows, Anthony Street Bass, Albert, and another man were locked in stocks. Anthony, with an expression of extreme rage, lifted his head to look directly at the Lord, roaring a foul curse. Sebastian was deep in thought, his golden eyes flashing with a fiery red glow. He wondered about humanity's hostile attitude, and also the issue with Curtis, questioning if he had ever offended that Elf King. Curtis sat majestically, two subordinates kneeling beside him. He raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Sebastian, questioning, "Your Majesty, why have you only just arrived?" Sebastian realized that Curtis was the one who had ordered the siege and blown the war horn. He recalled the countless lives lost because of this Elf King, a war that could have been avoided when his side held the advantage. Curtis's emerald eyes flashed with suspicion. He told himself to be wary of Sebastian, feeling something unsettling, an indescribable abnormality from the Lord. Sebastian asked the Eternal Flame about Curtis. "Who is this person? I heard he is the Elf King." "He is one of the 13 demon generals, the leader of the Elf tribe, a powerful individual with the military support of his entire race. Is he loyal to me?" Sebastian stood tall, while Curtis knelt. The system could not assess the Elf King's loyalty. Curtis raised his head, his tone laced with annoyance. "How long do you want me to kneel?" Curtis looked up, his sharp emerald eyes holding a hint of annoyance and a touch of defiance. Sebastian coldly ordered, "You don't need to interfere in my affairs." Curtis called out, "Your Majesty!" But Sebastian merely replied, "Continue. I hope that's enough." Curtis turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Nirobar, the skeleton carrying a human on his shoulder. Curtis roared, his tone full of contempt. "Nirobar, why are you carrying that filthy human?" Nirobar stammered in reply. "That is the Lord's command," Cassandra interjected, her tone somewhat admonishing. "Your Highness Curtis, you shouldn't ask. Just let it go." Curtis growled, threatening Cassandra. "One day, I will tear you apart with my own hands." Sebastian thought to himself, even his subordinates feared Curtis, a powerful individual whom he usually let do as he pleased. Xander Blastcage, with his spiky red hair, knelt on one knee beside the colossal Bandikaiser de Sorza. He shouted, "Lord!" Xander Blastcage, one of the 13 demon generals, did not command an army but was an orphan adopted by Sebastian during the war. He admired and was absolutely loyal to the Lord. Bandikaiser de Sorza, also known as Iron Barrel, a loyal Nerubian warrior, one of the 13 demon generals. He used to wear a barrel for training, a rare species with the strongest earth synthesis ability on the continent, belonging to the Steel Spider tribe, and is now called the Drum. Sebastian gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, this is becoming more and more advantageous. He dismissed that thought, then asked about the 13 demon generals. Are there any others besides these? Sebastian's gaze fell upon the kneeling clown, a master illusionist, leader of the 7th Regiment. He was a rare unit, a psychic synthesis expert, a unique weapon in the Legion. G9 Clown, the 10th strongest demon in the ranks, a 7th grade psychic synthesis expert belonging to the 13th Guardian of Order. His power reached 15364. He then turned his eyes to the colossal war bug hovering atop the tower. It was part of a special insect swarm he had subdued many years ago, once a formidable opponent. Radix Warbug. No one, commander of the 6th Regiment, the demon of the swarm. This creature possessed immense vitality but limited intelligence, only knowing to obey the strong. Its destructive power on the battlefield was no joke. In the Grand Hall, Mouking Evil Treant, a colossal ancient tree, stood tall, its body gnarled like layers of ancient bark. Elder Mouking, the demon of the Shadow Forest, commander of the 3rd Regiment, 8th grade life synthesis. He was one of the first and most sagacious followers, wielding ancient magic and knowledge. His power was comparable to Elf King Curtis. Sebastian sat on his throne, listening to Cassandra's report. The leader of the 10th Legion, Titanus, is too large to enter the city and is waiting outside. Ken is still unconscious. He frowned slightly. Cassandra said, Elder Mouking, please stand up. A human child has returned? For what reason now? I don't know the Lord's intentions. Elder, the Lord seems to have a plan for the child. Could you look after this human for a while? Mouking looked at the human child in his arms, confused, and thought, a child brought by His Majesty. This old man dares not impose on the Lord. First, there's Xander. Archbishop Anthony's majestic throne now stood empty, awaiting its new master. Sebastian sat grandly on Archbishop Anthony's throne, listening to Cassandra cautiously say, this throne room belongs to Archbishop Anthony for an important meeting, but now, this seat belongs to your Majesty. Sitting on his old throne to judge him, would this humiliate him too much? Sebastian subtly smirked, his eyes sharp and cold. He replied, don't overthink it. You are the Lord now. He stretched, feeling power surge through his veins, then ordered everyone to stand. Sebastian said, stand up, everyone. I truly feel like a real emperor now. Suddenly, the space trembled. Spirit King Curtis appeared, his emerald eyes cold, his face full of suspicion. A spear of light suddenly pierced the air, shooting straight towards Curtis, startling him and revealing his astonishment. The spear struck hard, creating a dazzling explosion of light that sent Spirit King Curtis flying far away. A mysterious surge of energy struck, and Cassandra was stunned as the Level 1 danger alert system blared, demanding urgent evasion. Without hesitation, Cassandra immediately raised her hand to block the attack, and a dazzling light erupted from the point of impact. The spear of light tore through the air, striking her arm forcefully and creating a violent shockwave. Even Sebastian, who was seated on the throne, couldn't escape the aftershock. He tilted his head, a fleeting look of pain on his face. The shock was so powerful that it threw Sebastian's entire body off the throne, causing him to lose his balance for a moment. Cassandra, Nirobar, and Mouking were all stunned, witnessing this unexpected scene. The child on Mouking's back remained unconscious. Sebastian sat upright, revealing his muscular body covered in crisscrossing red scars, his eyes burning with fury. Cassandra and Nirobar rushed closer, anxiously asking, my lord, are you all right? Sebastian reassured them. Don't worry. From another corner, Xander Blastcage, captain of Squad 9, roared. Who did that? Where did it come from? A brilliant red light tore through the sky, flying directly from the tower, carrying a mysterious silhouette. From the top of the ancient tower, a dazzling pillar of light shot up, like a challenge sent to the entire city. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion shook the entire area, sending debris scattering through the air. Sebastian mused, that battle seems to be lasting quite a while. Cassandra added, the assassin is very strong. Nirobar wondered, how powerful was that last arrow? Cassandra rubbed her numb wrist. My wrist is still stiff from that block. That person is truly very strong. She thought to herself, I hope Radix Warbug no one acts correctly. That foolish bug won't do anything without orders. Or should I also join the battle? Sebastian's hand suddenly emitted a purple light, and he coldly commanded, no need. A series of energy blades rotated around his hand. Sebastian declared, Cassandra, you can be my escort. I will face the danger myself. Sebastian roared, his giant purple bat wings spreading wide, surrounded by mystical energy, as he shot up into the sky. Assassin, he declared, leave it to me. He flew away, leaving a brilliant purple streak tearing through the night. As black feathers rained down, signaling an impending battle. A terrifying explosion echoed, sending dust and debris flying, shaking the ground and revealing the immense power of Sebastian's attack. On the throne, Sebastian, along with Cassandra and Nirabar, looked up in astonishment, his left eye slightly cracked, perhaps affected by the unexpected counterattack. Mid-air, Sebastian and Cassandra faced 3 new attackers: a red-skinned man with spiky hair, a young man in a blue shirt and golden armor, and a blonde maiden with white wings. The young man in the blue shirt and golden armor landed, purple feathers still falling, signaling the presence of a new force. But before they could act, the 3 attackers were intercepted by another group. Spirit King Curtis and a small, red-haired young man had captured them. "We've caught them!" Curtis coldly declared. The red-skinned man with spiky hair was held tightly, his head bowed, anger and helplessness clearly visible in every feature. The blonde maiden struggled fiercely, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. She screamed, "Let me go! Release me, you devils! Release me now!" Anthony and Albert stood from a distance, witnessing the chaotic scene, their faces full of astonishment and fear. Anthony shouted, "Deloitte, you're so foolish! What are you doing here?" The small, red-haired young man angrily complained, "My lord, Curtis stole my prey. I had already dealt with the problem, and he just barged in." Curtis coldly retorted to the red-haired young man's complaint, "Well done. You're too slow. If I hadn't arrived, you'd probably still be having fun." The red-haired young man angrily roared, "Shut up!" Cassandra turned to Sebastian. "All right, that's enough. My lord will decide their fate." Sebastian looked at the 2 captured attackers, thoughtfully asking, who are these 2 attackers? The young man in the blue shirt and golden armor was knocked to the ground, lying motionless, his face contorted in pain. The blonde maiden also met a similar fate. She was thrown to the ground, crying out, "Ah," in pain. The blonde maiden tried to sit up, clutching her head, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. "Ah!" "Shh," she hissed. Deloitte St. Basilica, the blonde girl with tear-filled eyes, screamed in indignation. "You bastard, Sebastian! You scoundrel!" Sebastian was surprised, his fiery eyes flashing with confusion. He wondered about her anger, but still didn't forget to comment, "Hey, why is this girl so angry with me?" "Oh well, at least she's cute." A resounding roar, as if tearing through space, signaled a fierce attack that had just occurred. Deloitte St. Basilica's face clearly showed a wound, her cheeks flushed from the blow. She was still stunned after the sudden attack. Cassandra flew over, her small horns and purple bat wings trembling, angrily questioning Deloitte St. Basilica. "Deloitte, you're too bold! How dare you seduce my master?" Deloitte St. Basilica was astonished. Seduce? What the hell is that? Deloitte St. Basilica was completely confused, a series of question marks appearing around her. She couldn't understand this baseless accusation. "Since when? You? What are you talking about?" Cassandra was furious, believing Deloitte St. Basilica's words were sexual harassment. The blonde girl retorted, "You just called him a bastard. That's a human body part. That's sexual harassment. Are you pretending not to seduce King Sebastian?" Deloitte St. Basilica replied. I don't think it works like that, you weird demoness." Cassandra flashed a charming smile, confidently asserting that was how her master liked her. Weird? Really? That's how the Lord likes me. Suddenly, a decisive "enough" rang out from Sebastian. Sebastian sat on his throne, ordering Cassandra to hand Deloitte St. Basilica over to him. "Leave Deloitte to me. Her fate will be decided by me." Cassandra immediately obeyed. "Yes," Sebastian continued, mentioning the captured knights from today's battle. "The captured knights we have today." Sebastian looked straight ahead, his fiery eyes burning brightly. He praised everyone for doing well and thanked them for their contributions. "Everyone did very well. I thank all of you here for your contributions." Everyone, from Deloitte St. Basilica to Cassandra, Nirobar, Xander Blastcage, and the captured knights, was utterly astonished by Sebastian's words. The ancient tree monster mouking Evil Treant's face clearly showed tension, beads of sweat forming. Its green eyes revealed worry. Radix Warbug. No one, the mechanical warbug, also clearly showed confusion. Its glowing red eyes blinked repeatedly. G9 Clown, the one wearing a clown mask, had empty eyes. Although he showed no emotion, the atmosphere around him became heavy. Xander Blastcage, captain of Squad 9, hovered in the gloomy sky. He was still carrying out his mission, but also seemed to be waiting for something. Sebastian and Nirobar were both stunned, while Sebastian continuously wondered what was happening, why everyone was so surprised. Nirobar explained that the master was acting strangely, because previously he only knew how to reprimand and had never praised anyone. Sebastian bowed his head in thought, his fiery eyes glowing red. Nirobar said this was the first time he had given thanks, making Sebastian wonder, was I a tyrant before? Sebastian turned to Nirobar, ordering the skeleton to take over the administrative duties. Leaving Nirobar still stunned, Sebastian stood up, revealing his muscular physique and giant bat wings. He questioned Nirabar. Aren't you a military commander? It's time to hone those skills. Sebastian sat on his throne, entrusting Nirabar with presiding over the ceremony. The skeleton stood before the crowd, Cassandra quietly observing. Nirabar solemnly announced to the crowd that the master had just praised everyone, a rare occurrence, and hoped they would be grateful and continue to be loyal to the army. Sebastian thought to himself, how unexpected. It's better to have someone close explain things while I get used to this place. Nirabar changed his tone, declaring, but before we celebrate, the army has 3 important matters to decide. Firstly, the skeleton continued, how should we deal with those captured in the city? An image of Deloitte Saint Basilica and another unconscious warrior appeared. Secondly, Nirabar said, how do we resolve the issue of city administration? An ancient library appeared. And finally, Nirabar concluded, our army is besieging the city. What will be our next objective? The city, surrounded by demons, was clearly visible. Sebastian praised Nirabar. The skeleton thanked his master, then hesitated and said, Master, about that. Nirabar bowed, his dry bones trembling, urgently pleading. These 3 points, please decide, immediately. Sebastian flinched, a drop of sweat rolling down his temple, and he reluctantly replied, all right. He thought to himself, this skeleton is really worried. Should I hand this over to someone else? No. I have to do it. Forget it. I want you all to. Sebastian looked down at the crowd, making a surprising proposal. Everyone, feel free to speak with me. Let's be a little democratic. Regarding how to resolve these 3 points, this lord wants to hear everyone's opinions. Surprise enveloped the crowd at the lord's proposal. Cassandra, the guard captain, couldn't help but exclaim, in her mind, her eyes, and those of others, filled with astonishment. Someone from the crowd stepped forward, his tone full of doubt. He questioned the lord, Your Majesty, are these matters truly worth discussing? His green eyes suddenly flared, full of hatred. He growled, declaring, Humanity is our eternal enemy! Just destroy them all! Sebastian remained calm, replying, That is your opinion. The skeleton Nirabar stood beside him, urging, What about the others? The brown-haired man remained stubborn. Believing no one else was needed, he insisted, No one else is needed! We will destroy humanity! Isn't that common sense? Sebastian frowned, his voice deepening. He reiterated, I said this matter would be resolved democratically. He thought to himself, This guy is too hostile to new ideas. He's annoying me. The brown-haired man's green eyes suddenly lowered, his previous arrogance gone, replaced by a hint of fear. He bowed his head, his voice gradually softening. I wouldn't dare. I just didn't think it was necessary, however. Since Your Majesty wishes us to express our opinions, please tell me how to deal with these prisoners. Cassandra softly called out, Elder. Her gaze was fixed on the Mao-King Evil Treant, the old tree clutching the human child tightly in its arms. The old Mao-King Evil Treant spoke, explaining, This elder holds this child because the Lord wishes it. This one will obey the Lord's will, which is also my will. G9 Clown, the mad jester, let out a gruesome laugh. Humans have captured us, the demons, and they've never let our kind survive. I say we annihilate all of them. A giant mechanical monster growled, asserting, Killing them is too cheap. I say we must punish them cruelly. Then we will bring them to the gallows. Cassandra sighed deeply, her face helpless. She said, I give up. As long as Your Majesty is happy, I am happy too. It's no problem. The brown-haired one questioned Cassandra. Cassandra, you don't seem to care about the future of the army, she replied indifferently. It's not my business to care. The small, red-haired young man interjected. I am the vanguard captain. My duty is to protect my lord. Everything else is secondary. The small, red-haired young man, with a face full of hatred, confessed, As a human, I despise my own identity. Therefore, I hope my lord will punish these prisoners. Nirabar turned to Sebastian, reminding him, Demons and humans are not the same, my lord. The skeletal figure affirmed, Your subordinate, Nirabar, agrees to execute these prisoners. He originally had his own stance, but now, Sebastian realized he had underestimated the deep-seated animosity between demons and humans. A big question arose in his mind. What was the root cause of the problem, and could he rectify this mistake? It seemed his approach had been completely wrong. The brown-haired goblin smiled slyly, urging his lord. He wanted a clear decision, without hesitation. We still haven't heard your opinion, my lord. What are you waiting for? Before the line of imprisoned captives, the brown-haired goblin raised his head, his eyes full of bloodlust. He urged Sebastian to give the order, Hurry up and command us, to kill the prisoners. The brown-haired goblin suddenly made a proposal. He revealed that the regent's son wanted to escape and suggested, Release him, Turn him into a slave for the Demon Legion. The blond young man Albert and the black-haired man were held in wooden stocks, their eyes filled with horror mixed with indignation at the cruel proposals. The brown-haired goblin frowned, questioning the Lord's silence. He wanted to know if Sebastian agreed with his subordinate's opinions. "Your Majesty, why aren't you saying anything? Do you agree with us?" Sebastian repeated the haunting question, his gaze wavering. He told himself that these prisoners had nothing to do with him, but there was still an indescribable hesitation in his heart. Kill all of them? Well, I don't know these people. They're not close to me, but while the entire Demon Legion, from the cold Cassandra to the giant Mao King, watched on, Sebastian secretly reminded himself of his position. In my position. I am the leader of this Demon Legion. Sebastian's eyes were full of contemplation. The pink flame in the corner of his left eye seemed to flare up. He admitted that the recent words had made him think deeply. But what he said truly makes me think. In Sebastian's golden pupils, the image of the imprisoned blonde young man appeared, like a reminder of a distant goal, an ironic question. To save this world? Sebastian suddenly frowned, cold sweat breaking out, an internal struggle evident on his face. He growled, as if fighting with himself. "Don't mess with me!" Then, seeing Sebastian's silence, the brown-haired goblin took it upon himself to give the order. He flashed a triumphant smile, decisively declaring, "Then we kill them. Do it." Another subordinate immediately obeyed. "Yes." Sebastian's eyes widened, the fierce pink flame burning intensely, as if to incinerate everything. A powerful, uncomfortable emotion surged within him. Amidst the chaotic scene, a blonde girl with wide, terrified blue eyes. The wound on her face served as proof of the cruelty unfolding. A man in glittering golden armor aggressively grabbed the traitor, roaring with indignation. "You damned traitor!" A giant mechanical monster, with sharp green armor, swung its whip forcefully, tearing through the air with destructive power. The bearded man screamed wildly, his praises for the kingdom echoing like a death knell. "Long live the Holy Kingdom! Glory to the Holy Kingdom!" The blonde maiden and the young man were utterly terrified, desperately reaching out to stop the impending tragedy. "Stop! No!" A gruesome thwack tore through the air, fresh blood splattering, staining an entire area red. Lifeless human heads fell, bouncing on the cold ground, a horrifying and chilling sight. The maiden and the young man collapsed, their eyes lifelessly staring forward, their bodies motionless in a pool of blood. Sebastian clutched his head, his golden eyes half closed, the fierce pink flame in his left eye seemingly burning more intensely, a piercing pain tearing through his heart. The brown-haired goblin appeared, his eyes sharp as he looked at Sebastian, questioning. "What's wrong, my lord? Can you not bear the sight of humans being killed? Is that sympathy?" Sebastian frowned, trying to shake off the sudden headache. He replied coldly, "Silence. I just suddenly have a headache." The brown-haired goblin didn't let up, continuing to question. "I heard Xander say that. You defeated Ken by summoning a magic weapon. Ken is good at fighting, but there's no reason to waste precious materials to summon with a magic tool, is there?" The goblin pointed at the motionless man, continuing to criticize. This man was that girl's bodyguard. Even if his strength could rival the 13 Demon Kings, Your Majesty should not have had any difficulty blocking that arrow. Elder Mao King, the giant ancient tree monster, appeared, holding a child tightly in his hand. He questioned, "And what about this human child? You not only saved him, but also brought that detestable thing to this celebratory feast?" The brown-haired goblin continued to criticize Sebastian under the suspicious gazes of Cassandra, G9 Clown, and the other leaders. "There were abnormalities in your decisions on the battlefield today. What are you trying to prove? Are you sick? Is that it?" The brown-haired goblin's eyes were sharp. He pointed directly at Sebastian, his voice full of suspicion.
"You were brainwashed by that item, weren't you? Did fighting Seraph change you?"
Sebastian broke out in a cold sweat, his golden eyes confused. The fierce pink flame in his left eye seemed to tremble violently. The brown-haired goblin smirked, his eyes full of mockery. He coldly questioned, "You are not the Lord, are you? Who are you?" Sebastian sank into thought, his inner self torn. Was my identity revealed so easily? No. If I think carefully, I have been acting strangely. No, that's not it. This guy is clearly trying to provoke me from the start. Sebastian was stunned. The name Curtis pierced his mind like a knife, bringing back terrifying memories. He gritted his teeth, trying to assert his authority. "These artifacts are in my body. They belong to me. How dare you question me? Isn't this blatant betrayal?" His words were sharp, but his eyes revealed confusion. Curtis smirked, his green eyes full of mockery. "Do you really think your current actions will prove your identity?" He continued to provoke, pushing Sebastian into a corner. The red flame in Sebastian's eyes flared fiercely. "Then prove it!" Curtis's challenge echoed, forcing the Lord to confront him.
Very well. Sebastian accepted the challenge, his hand reaching out, purple energy blazing, ready to retaliate. Curtis smiled smugly, a brilliant purple fireball appearing in his palm.
Just block my spirit fire attack!
He launched a preemptive strike. Cassandra was horrified, her purple eyes wide.
Stop it, Curtis!
She exclaimed anxiously, trying to prevent the Spirit King's reckless action. Curtis's hand blocked her, pushing Cassandra back. She still stood there, her eyes wide with shock, looking towards the impending battle. Curtis turned to Cassandra, his sarcastic smile still present.
The Lord has never refused a challenge. What's wrong? Can't you block it?
He continued to provoke, indirectly doubting Sebastian's abilities. Cassandra broke out in a cold sweat, confused about what to say. Her words caught in her throat, anxiety clearly visible on her face. The small red-haired boy standing next to Cassandra said confidently, "He is the Lord. What are you worried about?" He had absolute faith in Sebastian's power. Curtis unleashed 2 streams of green and purple energy, his eyes full of sarcasm. "That's right. This spirit fire is nothing to the Lord. This must be child's play for him." He deliberately raised expectations, putting Sebastian in a difficult position. Sebastian stood frozen, sweating profusely. He was surprised by Curtis's excessive confidence and realized he was being cornered. He saw an image of Nirobar, hearing words full of expectation. "Your humble servant agrees that you can do it. Show him." Sebastian sighed. "These people have too high an opinion of me." The burden weighed on his shoulders. The eternal flame within him resonated, warning, "Spirit fire is the strongest magic of the spirit race. It's not something a fire barrier can contend with. In your current state, it will kill you." Sebastian panicked. Sebastian realized the horrifying truth. "This Curtis is trying to kill me? How ridiculous! This guy really wants to kill me!" His eyes widened, anger flaring. "Bastard!" Sebastian roared, channeling all his fury into the attack. He unleashed Moonblossom, Bullet, and Spirit Fire, determined to take Curtis's life right here. But the Spirit Fire backfired, erupting from his own left eye. Sebastian was horrified, realizing he had fallen into a trap. "I'm done for," he exclaimed in despair. Crimson energy, like fresh blood, surged endlessly, engulfing everything around it in a furious rage. 2 opposing energy streams collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that tore through space and repelled everything. Curtis, the Spirit King, watched the scene before him in surprise, his green eyes reflecting confusion. He didn't hesitate, adding another blow. A blazing red spirit fire erupted from Curtis's palm, attacking Sebastian. In that critical moment, an enraged voice rang out, interrupting the battle. "Enough! Using spirit fire on His Majesty." A fiery figure appeared, her entire body ablaze with red flames. It was Miranda, the Vampire Queen, who questioned Curtis. "Are you trying to betray him?" "Fine." Miranda lunged forward like a red lightning bolt, her terrifying speed making the surrounding air shriek. Sebastian was utterly bewildered, his left eye still burning with a pink flame. He didn't understand what was happening. Miranda turned to Sebastian, her eyes filled with concern. "Sebastian, are you all right?" Sebastian was surprised, the flame in his eye flickering. "Huh? She called my name?" Beside Miranda, Nirobar bowed respectfully, addressing her, "Your Highness Miranda." Curtis questioned Miranda. "Miranda, why are you here? What about the Archbishop who fled? Aren't you pursuing him?" Miranda replied proudly, asserting her absolute authority. "I, Miranda, do as I please. When it's your turn to rule, then you can decide." The Vampire Queen turned to Curtis, her eyes sharp and cold. "Hey, Curtis! Using spirit fire on my master? Who are you trying to fool?" Curtis hastily explained, his eyes still full of doubt. "Miranda, I was just testing the master's strength. He's not easily defeated, and the master didn't object either." Miranda walked away, her cold voice echoing. "Shut up, Curtis. Lying is useless. We all heard what you said. Do you think he's acting strangely?" Another voice confusedly added. "Honestly, I'm also quite confused about something." Curtis's green eyes flashed with worry, a cold drop of sweat trickling down his temple, as if he stood before a horrifying truth. Curtis looked at Miranda and Cassandra, trying to persuade them. "Then, you should also agree with me that he might not be the true Demon King." Cassandra beside him clearly looked confused. Miranda turned back to face Curtis, her eyes as sharp as ice. "You're wrong, Curtis." Curtis flinched, exclaiming in surprise. "What?" A close-up of Miranda's face, her thin lips revealing sharp fangs, her voice full of authority. "Who gave you the right to question my master? If you want to die, then die." The Vampire Queen erupted with blazing red energy, her eyes glowing fiercely, her face contorted with extreme rage. "You damn weak elf! I'll finish you off right now." Curtis recoiled in horror, sweat pouring down his forehead. He couldn't believe his eyes. "Miranda, you're not kidding, are you?" Sebastian turned away, his golden eyes and the crimson flame in his left eye blazing. He questioned the eternal flame within him. Eternal flame, tell me. This Miranda seems very loyal to me. The flame replied, of course she is. An image of Miranda and him standing together appeared in Sebastian's mind, a whisper echoing, Blood Queen Miranda and Master have been together for over 100 years. Both established the Demon Legion together, the strongest Demon Queen under your command, loyal and devoted, invincible among the 13, voluntarily supported you from the beginning. Sebastian's eyes flashed with confusion, the crimson flame in his eyes burning fiercely. That relationship isn't normal between a superior and a subordinate. Is she my lover or just my best friend? Right? The flame replied. I dare not comment on the Master's private life, but her loyalty is beyond doubt. Miranda erupted in a fiery red energy, tendrils of power swirling around her like bloodthirsty tentacles, her cold voice echoing, Tell me, how do you wish to die? Curtis felt the terrifying pressure from Miranda, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He muttered, Such immense pressure, truly worthy of being first in the order. A red-haired warrior observed from a distance, a worried thought in his mind. Miranda seems serious now. Will Curtis fight her? He's not that foolish, is he? Cassandra, with an expression of extreme worry, bit her lip and told herself, Today I've used up all my demon forms. The only one who can stop him is... Sebastian suddenly spoke, his authoritative voice echoing, Enough, he thought to himself. Curtis has some doubts about my power after I fought Seraph. Assimilating with that relic and that battle caused me harm. Sebastian, his eyes containing a blazing crimson flame, calmly touched the corner of his eye. He told himself that whether it was Ken or Curtis, he would never refuse a challenge from his subordinates. But deep down, he felt tired of having to conceal his power. He looked up, his sharp gaze directed towards Miranda. He thought to himself, even Miranda, this spirit flame. Sebastian stood on a high platform, his massive dark bat wings spread out, an imposing figure. He declared to Curtis that such power was merely child's play. Miranda, with her fiery red hair and golden eyes, bowed her head. Her voice, filled with remorse. Vampire Queen Miranda slowly knelt, her red dress fanning out on the cold ground. Miranda knelt, along with Cassandra and the small red-haired man, unanimously declaring they would obey all of Sebastian's decisions regarding the occupation of the Holy City. The small red-haired man prostrated himself, boldly declaring absolute loyalty to his master. Curtis, the Spirit King, looked at Sebastian with a doubtful and worried expression, asking if even Nerobar would obey. At the same time, Sebastian's other formidable generals appeared. Nerobar, Xander Blastcage, Radix Warbug, No One, G9 Clown, Mouking Evil Treant, and the Black Mechanical Monster. The entire legion, from giant monsters to mysterious figures, all prostrated themselves, unanimously declaring they would obey their master's will. Miranda and Curtis stood side by side, one resolute, one pensive, amidst the tense atmosphere. Miranda turned to Curtis, questioning why he wasn't kneeling like the others. Curtis explained that Sebastian himself wanted to hear everyone's opinions, and since everyone had already agreed, he no longer had any doubts. Sebastian looked at Miranda, thinking to himself that she was extraordinary for calming the battlefield situation on her own, and he shouldn't miss this opportunity. Sebastian, with a solemn expression, decided it was time to act. He prepared to say something important. Sebastian spoke, questioning the entire legion about the purpose of the century-long war, the ceaseless killing of humans, and the endless hostility. Cassandra and the orange-haired woman stood side by side, both their faces clearly showing surprise and worry at Sebastian's words. Curtis, the Spirit King, with a cold expression, offered his cruel perspective. Kill 1, enslave 100. Let fear guide us. We are merely tools to destroy humanity. Sebastian stood upright on the high platform, his massive dark bat wings, his sharp gaze refuting Curtis. You are wrong. The more you oppress them, the more they resist. No fear will stop them from pursuing us. Curtis tilted his head, his green eyes full of sarcasm, questioning Sebastian. Oh, really? Does your Majesty have any profound insights? Would you like to share your wisdom with us? Sebastian looked up, his left eye blazing with a fiery red flame, asserting, Use our army and penetrate their hearts. True power lies in the ability to influence the hearts and minds of others. The key to winning this war is to conquer their hearts. The entire legion, from Cassandra, Curtis, the red-haired man, the orange-haired woman, to Mouking Evil Treant, all looked bewildered, not understanding Sebastian's word. Nerobar asked in confusion, Your Majesty, what do you mean? I've never heard this before. Sebastian replied, This is something I came up with myself. I think Gandhi said it in history class. After Sebastian thoroughly explained the meaning to his generals, Nerobar, the skeletal figure, showed admiration, scribbling furiously. An interesting idea, very fitting for a monarch of your Majesty's caliber. Enslave their hearts and minds. I, Nerobar,
Admire this. The orange-haired woman showed a surprised but also thoughtful expression. She muttered, "Not physical warfare, but through the heart? Illogical, but quite profound." Curtis, the Spirit King, still maintained a doubtful expression, his green eyes looking at Sebastian meaningfully. Without saying a word, the giant black mechanical monster shook its head, showing disagreement, while G9 Clown, standing nearby, remained confused. Sebastian turned, his eyes sharp and self-satisfied. "Well, it seems they've been fooled by me. Anyway, to be able to catch up with the wisdom of Gandhi and Zhuge Liang. Then, I will take every advantage from those who came before." Sebastian raised his hand, purple energy surrounding him, declaring,
Strength is only one aspect of power. Prepare for the journey. We will enter the city.
The orange-haired woman and Curtis simultaneously objected. The orange-haired woman questioned, "No, your majesty cannot. Have you forgotten the enmity between humanity and demons? What are you planning to do?" The black mechanical monster with blazing red eyes roared in anger. "Don't kill humans? How can I tell my broodmother about this? So many of our demon kin died in today's siege. The Arachne clan will hear about this." Sebastian turned back, his eyes blazing, his voice cold and harsh, declaring, "Anyone who resists, die." The black mechanical monster, who had just roared in fury, was now utterly bewildered, with green energy waves pulsating around its head, showing extreme anxiety. Sebastian stood calmly in the center, his massive bat wings drooping, his golden eyes gazing into the distance, beginning a calculated speech. "This battle, though it seems we have won, the holy city is just one of countless cities, a religious place. Many other forces still exist. We have fought against humanity for 100 years, but have we ever tried to understand our opponents?" Sebastian's gaze was sharp and cold, the fiery red flame in his left eye growing more intense as he continued to speak in a low, philosophical tone. "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat." At his words, the orange-haired girl and the Elf King Curtis showed clear surprise and confusion. Cold sweat streamed down Curtis's forehead. Amidst the gloomy sky and the ruined tower, Sebastian continued his speech, his tone heavy with meaning. "Sigh. To defeat our enemies, we must understand our opponents, their values, fears, desires, and despair. Have you ever considered that humans have different ideologies, react differently to justice and honor, and that their beliefs and emotions operate unlike ours?" Sebastian spread his arms wide, his voice echoing through the space. "Cultural and ideological conflicts are often the core of war. Humans, despite their short lifespans, possess wisdom and ingenuity. Their knowledge is recorded in books, passed down from generation to generation." The orange-haired girl and the giant ancient Trant listened, their eyes filled with contemplation as Sebastian continued. "Their books are the key to their culture, heritage, and wisdom. Destroy these books, and you will destroy humanity's chance." Sebastian raised his index finger, his gaze sharp as a razor, declaring a ruthless strategy. "Cut off their source of knowledge, and you will cut off their lives. Instead, we will assimilate their processes, study their knowledge, and their golden age will come to an end." He turned his back, looking towards those who were listening, his voice full of challenge. "And this is how to destroy a civilization? Does anyone have any objections?" The orange-haired girl was utterly surprised, while Nerobar and the mouking evil treant also couldn't hide their confusion and worry. G9 Clown and the black mechanical monster were kneeling, their faces filled with extreme surprise. G9 Clown exclaimed, "Unparalleled wisdom, truly enviable." Captain of the 7th Guard Squad Cassandra and mouking evil treant were equally confused. She could only repeat, "Also." Cassandra, with a radiant face full of excitement, couldn't hide her admiration. "That's amazing. It makes perfect sense." Meanwhile, Spirit King Curtis was still confused. Sebastian closed his eyes. A subtle smile played on his lips, his face filled with self-satisfaction. Now, just one more strike to achieve resounding success. He turned his back, his giant bat wings emitted a mystical blue light, his voice deep and steady. "Indeed, humans are not weak. The weak have their own methods of combat." Sebastian spread his wings wide, ordering decisively, "The 2 assassins, lock them in a room. I will personally interrogate them. For now, place them outside the city, under military guard. The meeting is over. Dismissed." Spirit King Curtis bowed his head, his green eyes firm, obeying absolutely. "My lord, as you wish, we shall obey." The palace of Holy Wing City stood majestically under the gloomy night sky, dark clouds swirling ominously. Swarms of bat monsters flew around, tearing through the silent night, creating a scene both magnificent and fraught with danger. From the grand balcony, Sebastian spread his enormous purple bat wings, his golden eyes gazing into the distance. He was pensive, his mind filled with thoughts of the past and the remnants of war. The scenery here, this architecture,
It reminds me of 12th century Constantinople, a landscape ravaged by war. Sebastian stood tall, his enormous bat wings spread wide, his distant gaze fixed on the ruined city below. He silently assessed the terrible destruction. This city was easily destroyed by the Demon Legion in just one day. It will be very difficult to rebuild it. A harsh truth echoing in the desolate space. Amidst the luxurious space, Sebastian gazed thoughtfully into the distance, thoughts of his journey to this world and the relentless chain of events flooding his mind. He realized he had made quite a few foolish decisions. Now, with some understanding of this world and the power of its inhabitants, it was time for him to plan his next move. When Cassandra appeared, a surge of fiery pink energy unexpectedly erupted from Sebastian's left eye, startling him so much that he broke out in a sweat. On the balcony, Sebastian gazed thoughtfully into the distance, his golden eyes flickering with fiery pink flames. He whispered to an invisible entity, "Eternal flame, can you read my thoughts?" A voice echoed in his mind. "Huh, master, I wouldn't dare. Only when you have an imprint in your mind. I can only answer when you ask me in your mind. Of course, I can also initiate conversation with you." Sebastian still stood there, his colossal bat wings spread wide, his gaze distant as if piercing through the gloomy night. Cassandra, with her fiery pink hair, gently approached, her voice resonating with reverence. "My lord." Amidst the luxurious space, Cassandra appeared, her vibrant pink hair and intact purple bat wings still present. She respectfully announced, "The bath is ready. Please enjoy, my lord." Her eyes sparkled with devotion. A spark ignited in Sebastian's eyes, as if all the pieces had fallen into place. He gave a slight nod, a knowing smile fleeting across his lips, as if he had found the answer to his long-standing question. He questioned the eternal flame within him about how to retract his wings, and Cassandra explained that he just needed to relax his mind and think about storing them in an invisible space behind his back. In a luxurious room, Cassandra soaked in a steamy bath, her pink hair flowing freely. She closed her eyes in relaxation, enjoying this rare moment. I might get used to it. I don't often get such important responsibilities in my own world." After Cassandra's words, Sebastian fell into thought, his gaze sweeping over his naked body. He mused, feeling each firm muscle. This body has well-developed muscles. Then he pondered again, assessing the hidden abilities, magic wings, and the ability to heal wounds. In the warm water, Sebastian relaxed, feeling his body. He mused, satisfied with his extraordinary abilities. It seems all the stabs and cuts have healed. The self-healing ability is truly amazing. Then he pondered again, his gaze subtly dropping. "Even that thing down there is truly magnificent." Suddenly, the sound of splashing water and light footsteps echoed. Sebastian started, looking up towards Cassandra, who was standing there, her enormous purple bat wings obscuring part of the view. In the ethereal light, Cassandra appeared alluringly, greeting Sebastian after a hard day's work and offering to serve him as usual. Suddenly, Sebastian appeared in the bathtub, his face utterly astonished. He stared wide-eyed at Cassandra, who calmly reached out and gently removed something from him. Sebastian glared, sweat pouring down, the flame in his left eye flaring fiercely. He wondered if this scene was truly as usual. Cassandra gently lifted her skirt, revealing her bare legs, while Sebastian in the bathtub remained dazed, his eyes fixed on her. Sebastian's face was still utterly astonished. He couldn't believe his eyes, or what was happening. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a computer screen with blurred content next to a roll of toilet paper. Dialogue appears. "How do you like my package, baby? Oh, it's wonderful." A curly-haired boy is holding a phone, his face flushed with fright as the door opens. The short, brown-haired woman asks, "Son, why are you still up so late?" On the tiled road, two high school girls, one with light purple hair and one with short pink hair, are happily chatting, their smiles radiant. A bold camera shot sweeps under the girl's short skirt, revealing pink underwear. The curly-haired boy appears again, with an innocent but confused expression. He thinks to himself, "I'm just an ordinary high school boy. I'm at the age where I should be interested in women's bodies." Returning to Sebastian, he stared at Cassandra's alluring back, her purple bat wings shimmering. He thought, and then, when someone with such a captivating figure stands before me. Then, his face flushed, drenched in sweat, and his nose began to bleed. His mind was completely blank, unable to think anymore. Cassandra was in the bathtub, steam rising to obscure her body, but her alluring smile was still clear. She thought to herself, "I can't hold back anymore." Cassandra's purple eyes sparkled with heart shapes, staring at Sebastian, full of enchantment. She uttered, "My lord." Sebastian was still flustered by his nosebleed. Cassandra gently touched his nose and asked, "Why is your nose bleeding, my lord?" Sebastian tried to explain. "Well,
Perhaps the air is a bit dry. Cassandra replied in surprise. Oh, is that so? But we're in the bathroom, aren't we? Cassandra hugged Sebastian from behind, whispering into his ear.
My lord, you're so handsome today,
she added.
Oh, your chest is so firm. Oh no!
Sebastian could only exclaim. What? Sebastian was still stunned. Cassandra leaned close to his ear, whispering, Wait, what do you mean when you say I'm acting strange today? Doesn't everyone think so? She replied, I don't care. That's what they think, not me. Cassandra cooed into Sebastian's ear, expressing fervent admiration. I like you like this, my lord. At least, you're paying attention to me. In his mind, he tried to stay calm, but questioned his former self. So, the old Sebastian was an idiot? What was wrong with him? He realized Cassandra's intense feelings, a kind of unrequited love that was hard to believe. Even though he understood, he still felt awkward, unable to fully accept it. Somehow, I can't stand this. Cassandra's purple eyes sparkled with heart shapes, her cheeks flushed, full of affection. Sebastian could only utter a surprised, completely bewildered by this relentless assault. Cassandra asked anxiously as Sebastian still hesitated, My lord, do you no longer like me? What's wrong? In his head, thoughts of the old lord and his relationship with her kept surfacing. He tried to dismiss the improper thoughts, telling himself that she had never been noticed by the old lord. But the close proximity made him blush, his words stammering, Damn it, she's too close. In his mind, Sebastian struggled between acceptance and rejection, calling himself a genius but lacking experience in romance. He tried to stay calm, calling her name Cassandra. Sebastian used battle fatigue as an excuse to refuse, while telling himself this was the best way not to reveal his inexperience. He questioned her. Why don't you do it yourself? Cassandra's purple eyes widened in surprise, seemingly unable to believe her lord's words. Confusion was evident on her face. She subtly licked her lips, her gaze full of hidden meaning. Despite being rejected, Cassandra remained unfazed, instead appearing amused, with a giggle. Yes, my lord. Hee hee. Cassandra suddenly dove underwater, creating a loud splash. Sebastian flinched, not understanding what she was about to do. The bathroom door gently opened, and a calm voice rang out, calling Sebastian by name, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Sebastian, a word. The voice continued to ask, seemingly unconcerned that he was in the bathtub. Are you free now? Sebastian and Cassandra both looked towards the door. Sebastian suddenly had a nosebleed, his face flushing as he recognized the familiar voice. Is that Miranda? Cassandra also looked surprised, recognizing the person standing outside. The vampire queen Miranda appeared, with a proud and cold demeanor. Her gaze was sharp, exuding an air of nobility. Miranda coldly reprimanded Sebastian, calling Cassandra an impish woman. Sebastian, do not defile yourself with that impish woman in the future. It is not befitting a monarch. Sebastian hastily responded. He told himself to remain calm, observing Miranda. Then, he directly asked the reason for her late arrival, trying to divert attention from the recent situation. Why did you summon me so late? Is something wrong? Miranda, in a thin red dress, looked directly at Sebastian as if they were equals. He secretly pondered this unusual relationship, while she asked, I see. So you're only here to see me? Sebastian replied in confusion. What do you mean? She continued. Huh? Miranda's gaze was sharp and cold. She called Sebastian's name, her tone full of hidden meaning. Sebastian, I think your performance at today's meeting. The vampire queen offered a charming smile, finishing her sentence with a surprise. Was excellent. Sebastian was completely stunned, the pink flame in his eyes suddenly showing a naive, happy expression. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure, but the flame in his eyes remained cheerful. That. Ahem. Of course. Miranda looked out onto the balcony, beginning to reminisce. You know, Sebastian, we've been at odds for decades, but I've always supported you from the front lines and agreed with all your decisions, she continued, her tone subdued. Anyway, both of us created this army. This is the fruit of relentless effort. Deep down, I always hoped you would eventually achieve your goal. Sebastian looked at her in confusion, the flame in his eyes still cheerful. He secretly questioned, Eternal flame? What goal is she talking about? But master, your private life is not something I will interfere with. I don't know. In the night sky, a brilliant pink moon appeared. Miranda declared the ultimate goal, conquering the underworld. She looked up at the sky, her eyes full of ambition, a great undertaking that no one else can achieve. If I can help you reach that goal, what a glorious accomplishment. She turned her back, continuing to criticize. But in the past, you were too focused on yourself, trying to enhance your personal strength. Below, an image of Sebastian with fiery wings,
surrounded by lightning and fallen enemies. Miranda continued, "You followed the path of an Asura, not a monarch. Without a doubt, you are talented. Your synthetic abilities far surpass mine. Only a handful of individuals can contend with you in the underworld." Miranda continued her harsh words, pointing out the price of power. "But this is the price of ultimate power. You have become the sole pillar of the Demon Legion. You see it as an achievement. I see it as degradation. The power you possess is used to coerce others into joining the army." A group of demons appeared, their eyes full of fear. Miranda emphasized, "When you rule through fear, you only attract those who feel fear, not loyalty. I am the only one you trust. But what about the others? They only obey because of power." She turned her back to Sebastian, her tone growing heavier. "With subordinates like these, who needs enemies? With your overwhelming power, you have ruled with an iron fist, spreading terror among your foes. The Demon Legion we painstakingly created has no unified goal, no loyalty from top to bottom, only tyranny. The army may seem to have a large number of soldiers, but in reality, all were forced to join." Miranda looked at Sebastian with clear disappointment on her face. "After acquiring the Eternal Flame and the twin divine artifacts, your brutal tyranny and arrogance only worsened." Miranda turned, her eyes blazing, and continued to criticize Sebastian for unilaterally starting a war with humanity, causing a terrible burden for the entire demon race. Sebastian stood there, confused and surprised, his fiery red eyes clearly showing his bewilderment as she touched his shoulder. She warned of catastrophic consequences if the war failed, stating that the entire Demon Legion could collapse. Miranda pleaded, her voice full of regret. "Sebastian, listen to me. A unified army cannot rely on a single power, just as a nation cannot rely on a single force." "But you refused to listen to me, and we argued every day. Our friendship grew more distant." She looked at him in pain, her heart broken, watching you lose your way more and more. "You've broken my heart, Sebastian. Do you know how sad I've been?" Sebastian tried to justify himself, but his words caught in his throat, his eyes still showing confusion. Suddenly Miranda shifted to praise. "Your actions today at the meeting with everyone are definitely 20 times better than before. Although there are still some immature actions, at least you've changed." She admitted her surprise at these positive changes. Sebastian pondered, then suddenly realized, "I'm just... So that's why she came here." He took off his cloak, his gaze more resolute. "I've been thinking a lot lately. I have a lot on my mind right now. I want to prove myself," Miranda asked curiously. "Oh?" With a resolute gaze, he made a bold offer. 3 days. Help me lead and stabilize the army with the 13th Order Guard." Miranda was stunned, her eyes wide at his unexpected request. Sebastian explained that he had ordered a ceasefire and needed her to be his representative, as his sudden change could cause trouble. He also begged her to protect the children and the 2 assassins he had saved. He swore to use those 3 days to reform and restructure the future of the Demon Legion, a firm promise to her. Miranda looked at him, her surprise gradually giving way to deep contemplation. Finally, she accepted, her eyes filled with trust and determination. "I obey, as you wish." Miranda mused on the rooftop, bathed in the shadow of the blood moon. Her mind was weary, but sleep wouldn't come. She wondered about Sebastian and herself. "My mind is tired, but I can't sleep. It seems Sebastian isn't as I thought. My past self wasn't much better either." From behind, Sebastian appeared, his golden eyes flashing with confusion. He wondered about her recent words, feeling his master's behavior today was strange. "Master, what are you saying? Your past self? You're acting very strangely today." Miranda turned her head, her eyes blazing red. She asked Sebastian if he had something to say, then reminded him that demons inherently don't need sleep. "Is something wrong? Do you seem to have an opinion to share?" "Of course, sometimes as demons, we don't need to sleep." Sebastian was stunned, then suddenly understood. He admitted that not needing sleep was a useful ability, but was still a little confused. "What? So it's confusing when you talk about sleep?" "Well, to be honest, that's quite useful," Miranda continued to explain, but Sebastian still didn't fully understand. He asked again blankly, trying to grasp her meaning. "Ah, so that's it," muttering. "Huh? What do you mean?" Sebastian finally understood, his purple bat wings suddenly unfurling behind him. He wondered about the time difference between worlds. "Ah, so that's it. We don't sleep. In this world, are 3 days equal to 5 days?" Sebastian turned to ask Miranda where she wanted to go. She replied that she wanted to go to a land where the eternal flame burned. "The eternal flame? I want to go to a place. Where do you want to go, Master?" Sebastian took flight, leaving Miranda alone. She called after him, arranging to continue their unfinished conversation 3 days later. "Master, aren't you coming back to sleep with me?" 3 days later, we'll pick up where we left off. Both flew across the blood-red night sky.
Sebastian asked her about her attire, then wondered why he had been so obsessed with magic before, while now he could only use fire barriers. Your Majesty, shouldn't you dress more properly? Where I'm going, that doesn't matter. Tell me, why was I so obsessed with magic? I seem unable to use anything except fire barriers. Sebastian explained that it was due to her amnesia. He was surprised that she couldn't relearn magic quickly, realizing this amnesia was more serious than he thought. Is that because you said you have amnesia? But why can't I relearn quickly? Master, have you even forgotten this? This amnesia is quite serious, Sebastian pondered, then began to explain the essential elements for casting high-level magic. High-level magic usually consists of 4 mandatory elements. He pointed out the first 2 elements: spoken language or incantations, and complex formations or arrays. Spoken language or incantations, formations or arrays. Next were abundant energy sources and the caster's keen senses. Energy sources and senses. Sebastian further analyzed that the remaining 3 elements depended on memory, but the body would not forget its senses. Miranda understood, realizing she just needed to remember everything. Besides basic energy like mana or void energy, the remaining 3 elements depend on your memory. Your senses are probably still there. The body never forgets. So, all I need to do is remember everything? He said that remembering all her skill trees would likely take about 2 years. Miranda grew impatient, asking if there was a faster way to accelerate the process. To remember all your skill trees will probably take about 2 years. Too long. Isn't there a faster way? She stomped her foot on the ground, and a circle of light spread out. Her eyes were filled with determination, refusing to accept delay. Sebastian led a mysterious figure to an ancient architectural structure. The figure asked, his voice full of doubt, "Master, what are we doing here?" But Sebastian only replied with a rhetorical question, his eyes holding deep meaning. "Don't you see?" The place they arrived at unexpectedly was an ancient library hidden beneath a gloomy sky. Every stone slab, every roof tile was stained with the color of time, holding countless mysteries. Sebastian stepped inside, his voice echoing urgency. He needed power, but had no time to wait. "To restore my power, I need time, but I don't have it," he mused. "I need a weapon to deal with those wolves out there." He sat at a table, engrossed in reading, his left eye blazing red. He wondered about the history of conflict between the Demon Legion and humanity, and the classic declines over the past century. Stacks of ancient books, each yellowed page piled on the table, like pieces of a grand historical mosaic, waiting to be discovered by him. The follower still didn't understand Sebastian's purpose as he buried himself in books. Sebastian mumbled about the 3-day limit, then he explained, "I don't understand. What is the purpose of this?" He smiled confidently, admitting his weakness in combat, despite possessing the body of a demon king. But when it came to learning, he asserted, "I'm quite confident in myself." He ran his hand over the ancient pages, believing that history never lies. Humanity's ingenuity, he thought, was precisely its ability to preserve and transmit knowledge through time. He used a quill to take notes, realizing that everything from experience to social relationships was influenced by what he read. Human history, economic power, political systems, and even the skirmishes with demon legions all became clear before his eyes. He told himself he had to integrate into this society and soon become a true demon lord. But then, something unexpected made him stop, his eyes wide. Wait, some of these books. Night fell. A blood moon hung in the sky, and bat demons flew around the library. Sebastian noticed something strange. Some of the books were written in Chinese. Isn't this written in Chinese? How odd. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Dawn broke, painting the sky golden, bringing a temporary sense of peace after the long night. He stepped out, his face haggard from 3 sleepless days. His follower couldn't help but mock his appearance. "Master, you look terrible. Like shit." Sebastian irritably replied, "All right, shut up, I know. At least I learned a lot. It's quite interesting." He looked up, and a towering cross appeared, on which a body was crucified. Black crows perched all over it, creating a chilling scene. The body on the cross was emaciated, blonde-haired, and tightly bound by ropes. It was a heartbreaking, tragic sight. Sebastian was stunned, recognizing the person on the cross. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Seraph, why is your body here?" Continuing from the previous scene, Seraph remained crucified on the cross, black crows swooping down as if signaling an ill omen. The fiery red sunset sky further emphasized the tragic and catastrophic nature of the scene. Sebastian roared, his left eye blazing with fire. A black-armored soldier quickly knelt, reporting that High King Curtis himself had ordered Seraph's crucifixion, and the body was awaiting his judgment. He stared at the cross, his gaze complex. Curtis, that name appeared again, and this time he had created a truly intractable problem. Seraph, the religious leader of humanity,
a figure of great influence among both humans and demons. Sebastian understood that handling his body could not be done casually. Extreme caution was required. Finally, Sebastian commanded his subordinate, his voice full of authority, "Heed my order, take him down first." The soldier immediately obeyed, not daring to delay. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared with a formidable troop of female soldiers. It was Miranda, the vampire queen. Sebastian exclaimed in surprise. "Miranda, why are you?" She didn't wait for him to finish speaking, coldly ordering her subordinates. "Dress, my lord." The female soldiers immediately obeyed, without hesitation. Sebastian was completely bewildered. He looked around and stammered, What? Change clothes here?" His face clearly showed embarrassment. Miranda turned her back, sighing softly as if blaming herself. She whispered, "I can only blame myself. I'm sorry, Sebastian." She turned back, her blue eyes glowing, along with a mysterious mark on her forehead. Miranda firmly said, "I need you to come with me. There's a place I need to show you." Sebastian had removed his cloak, revealing his muscular physique. He wondered in confusion, "Where is she taking me?" Miranda led him to a towering spire, standing majestically under the fiery sunset. The tower was ancient, mysterious, and had no windows. Miranda introduced, "This is Holy Wing Prison." Sebastian nodded. He had read about this place in the library, a famous landmark. He secretly pondered the strangeness of the windowless tower. Miranda urged, "Let's go inside, Sebastian." Stepping inside, Miranda explained, "This tower is not an ordinary prison. It is a symbol of humanity's hostility towards the demon race." Sebastian asked again, "Is this where they judge captured demons?" He turned to look at her, worried. "Miranda, what's wrong?" Ever since entering the tower, she had become eerily silent. His golden pupils contracted, and the crimson flame in Sebastian's eyes suddenly flared fiercely, reflecting extreme horror. He sensed something terrible. A jolt of electricity ran down his spine, leaving him too stunned to speak. Sebastian's entire body trembled, immersed in ultimate fear. A foul stench assaulted his nose, forcing him to hold his breath. Narration. This smell is... With heavy footsteps, he looked up the dark staircase, where dried bloodstains were deeply etched into each stone step. The deeper they went, the stronger the metallic smell of blood became, clinging to the air like a curse. Narration. The smell of blood here is so strong. They both ascended step by step, their shadows stretching long on the cold rock walls. Miranda silently followed, her expression hardening. At the end of the corridor, a colossal stone door appeared. Miranda looked at him, her voice resolute. "Open it." She placed her hand on the door, and a surge of fiery red energy erupted, pushing the two heavy doors wide open. Sebastian's eyes widened, his golden pupils contracting. He felt a chill run through his entire body. Behind the door was not a room, but a swirling vortex of fiery red, spinning like a black hole devouring everything. Horror surged. Sebastian couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Both were sucked into the red vortex, their vision distorted. Horrifying images flashed by demon bodies subjected to cruel punishments, savage torture. An emaciated body, with tattered purple bat wings, was crucified on a cross. Blood stained the ground red. Another creature, its head clamped tight, its brain exposed, its tongue lolling out in extreme agony. This was hell on earth. Sebastian clutched his mouth, trying to calm himself. Narration. Calm down. He stood firm on the blood-soaked ground, his feet trembling. Narration. You are now the Overlord. Sebastian, with horrified eyes and profusely sweating, felt a terrifying surge of energy engulfing him. He faced Miranda, the vampire queen, both exuding an overwhelming aura, the surrounding space seemingly distorted. Miranda, with blazing red eyes and an eerie mark on her forehead, unleashed a furious power that made everything tremble. The power was too immense. Sebastian was dazed, his left eye blazing, a level 1 warning echoing in his mind. The despair from that energy was too strong, he told himself, trying to resist the overwhelming sensation that was drowning him. Though his body trembled, he suppressed it, reminding himself, "Don't be afraid. Fight." He closed his eyes, focusing on his senses. This body contains immense soul energy. Feel the power flowing within. Sebastian stood tall, his entire body erupting with dark energy. He had gained control of his body, but the pressure from Miranda was still too strong. A red-haired female guard trembled, kneeling and begging Miranda to stop, unable to endure this terrifying power any longer. Miranda, with resolute eyes and a fiery mark, seemed to have lost control, sinking into a fit of rage. Sebastian shouted loudly, his call tearing through space, pulling Miranda out of her frenzied state. "Snap out of it, Miranda!" The vampire queen sighed, softly apologizing to Sebastian for losing her composure. He reassured her, facing it together. "We'll face this together. Come here." They walked through a blood-soaked corridor, where corpses and shadows groaned, venturing deeper into the abyss of horror.
On a blood-stained table, a gaunt woman, tightly bound, begged for death to escape her pain. "My queen, my master, please kill me. End this suffering." Miranda said nothing, merely extended her hand, and a blazing red light tore through the air, heading towards the woman. The red light pierced the woman's forehead, ending her torment, blood dripping onto the floor, a soul released. Sebastian, with tear-filled golden eyes and black horns, lay sprawled on the blood-soaked floor, his face utterly stunned. He cried out in pain. "My queen?" Miranda knelt beside Sebastian, her face full of remorse. She whispered, "I'm sorry." Sebastian replied, his voice weak, "It's okay. I'm dying." Sebastian offered a faint smile, his eyes half closed, blood splattered around him. He whispered his last words, "My queen, please." Miranda's hand rested on Sebastian's forehead, a blazing red energy spreading, veins bulging across his skin, ending the young man's pain. Miranda stood upright, her body erupting with powerful, blazing red light. At her feet, Sebastian was engulfed in the fierce energy, his mouth agape in his final horror. Miranda turned away, her eyes gently closed, her face full of sorrow. In her mind, Sebastian's voice echoed, "Do these hateful humans think drinking our blood can prolong their worthless lives?" Miranda remained standing, lost in thought. Sebastian appeared beside her, continuing to ponder. "It seems some people believe these rumors. I've read many books about it. At most, it's just superstition." Sebastian clutched his head, his face contorted in discomfort. He mumbled, "Even in my old world, this was quite common. The Chinese eat everything to prolong their lifespan. I don't really approve, but that's not something I can say right now." A horrifying scene appeared. Emaciated human bodies, hung upside down, connected by blazing red ropes in a dark, blood-soaked cave. Sebastian exclaimed in his mind, "Ever since I came to this world, no matter how I look at it, this is." The hellish scene continued, with gruesome torture devices and blood splattered everywhere. He concluded, "Inhumane. The people of this world are truly rotten." Sebastian, in a small form, floated in the pitch-black void, enveloped by purple light. He declared resolutely, "This darkness, this abyss, I refuse to stay here for even a second." Sebastian's face showed determination, his eyes glowing red. He had made his final decision. Sebastian turned his head to look back, Miranda's silhouette standing silently behind him, like an unspoken farewell. Miranda, with tear-filled blue eyes, burst into sobs, her hand covering her mouth, trying to suppress her extreme pain. The vampire queen still stood there, her body trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks, choked sobs echoing. Suddenly, Sebastian appeared and embraced Miranda from behind, reassuring her with a warm voice. "Miranda, it's not your fault." Sebastian held Miranda tightly, his deep, warm words reassuring her. "They are your people, but they are my people too." In the dim light, Sebastian vowed to bear the burden with her, not wanting her to endure this tragedy alone. He said, "Let me bear this burden with you. So, please." Miranda's tears streamed down in extreme pain. Sebastian's words echoed, imploring her, "Don't bear this burden alone." A tear rolled down her cheek, reflecting unspeakable pain, a deep wound in her soul. The pain transformed into rage, dark energy erupting fiercely. Miranda swore to destroy all those who committed the atrocities. "I will kill all those humans," she screamed wildly, wanting to tear apart every enemy, hang their heads on the city gates. This entire city, along with those wretched humans, would have to disappear. Sebastian tried to hold her tightly, his gaze resolute. Sebastian called her name, his voice calm, yet heavy, as if to pull her from the depths of her rage. "Miranda." He held her tighter, conveying comfort and strength. Miranda was still in pain, but her frenzy seemed to have subsided slightly. Sebastian looked straight into her eyes, firmly stating that he would handle everything himself. He asked her to trust him this time. "Your wish. Let me take care of this. This time, please, trust me." At Holy Wing Square, black bird shadows hovered in the sky, signaling a major event about to unfold. 3 bound men, their faces drained of color. They screamed and pleaded, not wanting to die, asserting their innocence. "What crime have I committed? I don't want to die. I'm innocent. Release me." The crowd buzzed, discussing a public execution. They were enraged, believing the demons were publicly humiliating humanity. What's happening here? A public execution? Damn these demons. They're publicly shaming us, trying to humiliate our human race. Hundreds of eyes watched, filled with fear and despair. Whispers of worry about death, about rescue not arriving. "I heard these people are about to die." Die? Hey, I don't want to die at the hands of those demons. Where are the damn reinforcements? Will the army come to save us? On a high rooftop, Curtis and Xander Blastcage observed. Xander wondered about Sebastian's intentions, not understanding why he would personally carry out the execution. What is Sebastian thinking? He forbade any massacres, yet he created this small event to kill them himself? I don't understand. Xander asserted that Sebastian was no longer the man he once knew, as if something had changed within him. He's no longer the Sebastian I know. Curtis admitted Sebastian was acting strangely, but Xander was certain. He said that cruel God King had disappeared, but no one would believe it. I also feel he's acting quite strangely, but are you sure? Oh, I'm sure. That cruel God King is no longer here, but no one will believe it. Xander Blastcage recalled old schemes, when he had tried to expose Sebastian through betrayal. But now, he realized everything was different. Curtis, with a wary expression, decided to just observe. He didn't believe in Sebastian's change, vowing not to fall into a trap. In the deep blue sky, Sebastian appeared majestically, his black wings spread wide, startling Xander and Curtis. He hovered in the air, below him the gallows and the buzzing crowd. They recognized him, Demon King Sebastian, and cheers echoed. Sebastian spoke, his voice echoing throughout Holy Wing City. He acknowledged the people's fear, but that was only the beginning. He declared bluntly, "Those who resist will die. Those who surrender will live." Sebastian summoned everyone to announce new laws. First, he refuted humanity's false belief about demon blood. He mocked their foolishness for thinking demon blood could prolong life. Sebastian bit his own finger, fresh red blood gushing out, dripping from his fingertip with a cruel and defiant air. He raised his hand, blood dripping, his cold gaze fixed on the crowd. Sebastian wanted to show them the cruel truth about demon blood. He asked bluntly, challenging the trembling crowd. "Who wants to drink first?" The terrified crowd recoiled, their eyes filled with extreme fear as they watched the dripping blood. Sebastian smirked, his eyes burning with pink fire. He would show them, without another word. An orange-haired woman in the crowd stared in astonishment at the drop of blood hovering in midair, controlled by Sebastian's magic. The purplish-red drop of demon blood hovered, exuding a deathly aura, like a warning of the tragic fate awaiting anyone who dared touch it. Sebastian pointed towards those bound on the gallows. He accused them of cruelly punishing his people in the holy prison. He looked directly at one of the bound men, the drop of demon blood hovering before him. Sebastian granted him a gruesome opportunity to live longer. The demon blood took effect. The bound man convulsed violently, fresh blood gushing from the corners of his mouth, his eyes wide with extreme agony. Sebastian coldly observed the struggling victim. He declared that all resistance was futile, because just one drop of demon blood was enough to change everything. Resistance is futile, even just one drop of blood inside. Agony tore through the sinner's body. His flesh deformed, blue veins bulging, his eyes protruding as if about to burst. A silent scream echoed in the air. Sebastian's eyes were filled with contempt. He explained that mortals could not resist the hellish energy in demon blood, then coldly declared the man's fate. Mortals cannot resist the hellish energy in demon blood. This is what you will become. The bound man was now just a disgusting, deformed mass of flesh, no longer human. Sebastian concluded his curse, asserting that only death and horrifying decay awaited him. Only death and pain await you as you rot and decay into a repulsive corpse. The horrifying sight sent the two remaining bound men into extreme panic. One screamed for help in vain, his body trembling uncontrollably at the approaching death. The bald-bound man. Help! Help me! The crowd below also could not escape the horror. Their faces pale, eyes wide, they witnessed Sebastian's brutality, a sense of helplessness and fear enveloping them. Sebastian continued to point directly at those hanging, declaring them to be part of the Holy Wing prison officials. He didn't stop there, but also wanted to find those responsible for these subordinates. These individuals on the gallows are part of the Holy Wing prison officials. I am looking for those responsible for these subordinates. He pointed out that one of them was the warden of the Holy Prison, who had committed countless atrocities. His gaze was sharp, as if wanting to pierce the hearts of the remaining ones. One of them here is the warden of the Holy Prison. Sebastian roared, exposing their crimes, cruelly punishing his people to extract demon blood due to superstition. He emphasized that this crime must be atoned for. They persecuted my people, forcing them to shed blood in twisted, cruel punishments. Profiting from demon blood for what? Superstition? My people died because of your superstition. This unimaginable crime must face justice. The two bound men quickly justified themselves, blaming orders and market demand. One even pleaded, using his family as a shield, hoping to escape his grim fate. The bald-bound man. But we were just following orders. It's not our fault. The red-haired bound man.
We only killed because there was a demand. I still have a family to feed. Please, you can't do this to me." Sebastian looked straight at them, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He questioned, asking if they had listened or let his people go when they pleaded. "When my people pleaded with you, did you listen? Did you let them go?" He allowed no further justifications. An angry roar echoed, ending all hope for the sinners. No more excuses. Die! The ropes tightened, and the sinners' bodies were pulled into the air. The cracking sound of bones echoed, signaling that death had arrived. The crowd witnessed the horrifying scene, no one daring to utter a word. Extreme fear was etched on every face as cruel justice was carried out. On the gallows, only empty ropes now remained, swaying in the wind. Blood had been shed, and the punishment was complete. Before the crowd, the empty gallows swayed in the wind, with only fresh red bloodstains splattered against the dark sky. A reminder of the brutality that had just occurred. Sebastian coldly walked past a row of dangling corpses, his eyes emotionless at the gruesome sight of those who had just been executed. Sebastian's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, his inner self torn between his actions and his conscience. I killed people with my own hands. He clenched his fist, determination returning to his eyes. But this is the right thing to do. Those devils deserve justice. Sebastian took a deep breath, telling himself, "Calm down, breathe deeply. You are the Demon King. This isn't over yet." Then he decisively commanded, "Mandini, appear." The terrified crowd's eyes widened, a piercing scream echoing as they realized what was about to happen. The ground shook violently, a colossal foot with sharp spikes on its sandals stomping down, cracking the stone pavement. A giant warrior woman, Mandini, appeared towering, majestically, looking down at the tiny crowd. She coldly declared, "Move aside, you ants. The Lord has summoned me." The horrified crowd exclaimed, "She's so huge. She's a titan." Mandini raised her colossal finger and pointed to the ground. Then her scepter slammed down, creating deep cracks, like a stern warning. From above, Mandini looked down. Beneath her feet lay a slender, motionless body. The panicked crowd realized, "That's Lord Seraph's body." A man in the crowd furiously yelled, his face contorted with hatred. "Damn devils!" Another man pointed directly at Sebastian, loudly declaring despite the danger, "Demon King Sebastian, you can toy with us, kill us. We can even endure it if you insult us." Sebastian listened to the challenge, a flicker of an inscrutable light in his eyes. The man continued, "But remember my words. One day, our human race will return, even if you kill us all." Sebastian replied, "Now you are worthy of being the brave citizens of Saintswing." Sebastian's words left the crowd bewildered. No one understood his intentions. Big question marks appeared in their minds. Sebastian stood on the gallows, gesturing with his hand, continuing his surprising speech. "Since he inherited the title of Seraph at 22, we have clashed 4 times. Until the very end, he still fought bravely on the battlefield. He was your spiritual leader and my sworn rival, Sebastian." In a hidden corner, a black-haired, pointed-eared man and a red-masked fellow watched the scene in surprise. The black-haired man exclaimed, "What is he trying to do?" Sebastian stood proudly, declaring, "We, demons, have honor and rituals, not savages as you think. Now that the war is won, we will act justly. No more words needed." He raised his hand, his eyes blazing, asserting the power of the victor. In Sebastian's mind, an oath echoed, "Actions speak louder than words. Anyone who dares to kill me, I will not hesitate to resist." A brave hero like Seraph deserves respect. Seraph's body lay there, motionless on the giant hand, as proof of his word. Sebastian's eyes looked directly at the crowd, his voice resonating with authority. "You may reclaim the body of your savior. I have decided to return him to you, honor and bury him properly." An unexpected act of grace. At the foot of the gallows, the crowd looked up at Seraph's body, their eyes filled with astonishment mixed with fear. They couldn't believe the sight before them, that an enemy could act in such a way. In another corner, Cassandra exclaimed, "This is truly—" Miranda, the vampire queen, continued with skepticism. Given the previous master's personality, he would rather drag his corpse out of the grave and display it. Miranda turned to Cassandra, her eyes sharp. "Cassandra, what you just said, is it true?" She seemed unable to believe the sudden change in Sebastian's actions. Cassandra replied, her face indifferent, "Yes, but I don't really care. The master can do whatever he wants, right?" "Oh, what's wrong with being a guard captain?" "I get to be by the master's side as a bodyguard all the time," Miranda angrily retorted. "Don't you have any ambition? No wonder you're still just a captain." Cassandra continued, "Sebastian and I went to Saintswing prison earlier," Miranda interrupted, her eyes cold. Isn't it too easy for these people to escape punishment with just a hanging? Well, if it were me, I'd rather sweep them all away."
Miranda mused, her gaze distant. This is too shameful for Sebastian. I'm sure he's enduring extreme rage beneath that stage. She seemed to understand the ruler's thoughts better than anyone. She continued, her voice full of hidden meaning. But look, these weak humans. Her gaze swept across the crowd, filled with contempt but also something more complex. Miranda thought to herself, her tone shifting. They are weak but cunning and intelligent. The rule of the strong does not apply to humans. Brute force is meaningless. We cannot truly defeat this species. Not this way. But look how obedient they are now. The crowd was still buzzing, fearful. Cassandra looked at Sebastian, her voice full of surprise. After all these years, you finally agree with me. Is he doing this for me? Sebastian turned his head, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Miranda looked at Sebastian, her gaze softening, her lips slightly parting. Thank you. A rare, sincere thank you from the Vampire Queen. Sebastian, with his blazing golden eyes and the pink flame in his left eye, blushed slightly. A rare moment, revealing his confusion, no longer the cold ruler. He sighed, his gaze still avoiding, a thought echoing in his mind. And finally, a preparation for something greater. A plan, slowly taking shape. Sebastian continued to ponder, his eyes looking down at the crowd. Although the demon army has occupied Saints Wing City, most of our forces are stationed outside the city and monitoring the area. What if those legions had invaded this city? An open question, full of implications. Sebastian's blazing golden eyes swept across, the pink flame in his left eye flaring up, a cold threat echoing, "Can you imagine what the consequences would be?" The crowd below, their faces pale, their eyes wide with terror. Fear spread like a plague, turning into a wave of silent panic. He continued, his authoritative voice echoing across the square. "And if you do not want this to happen, cooperate with my policies. Become my subjects and obey my laws." Sebastian decisively pointed forward, declaring his destiny. "I will transform Saints Wing City into an autonomous region of the Demon Legion starting today." An orange-haired woman, her blue eyes wide with shock, her face pale. Sebastian's declaration was like a thunderclap, shattering all fragile hope. Curtis, with his crown of sharp thorns, and the red-masked man standing beside him, both were stunned. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring, signaling an inevitable conflict. Sebastian turned his back on the crowd, leaving behind bewildered faces. Silence enveloped them, heavy as a curse, no one daring to voice an objection. An ancient parchment scroll appeared, clearly stating rules of the Saints Wing Autonomous Region. The cold, grim words outlined a dark future for the city's inhabitants. A blonde woman, her face full of indignation, stared at the scroll. What is this nonsense? Beside her, a black-haired man was tied up, his face filled with extreme fear. Cassandra, captain of the 7th Guard Squad, roared angrily. "You ungrateful bitch," Sebastian calmly ordered. "Cassandra, stand back." His gaze remained cold, unwavering. The blonde woman challenged, her voice trembling but resolute. "Do you want to kill me? Go ahead and kill me. Don't even dream of me cooperating with these cursed enemies." Sebastian issued a cruel threat. "If you don't comply and accept this document, bodies in the city will pile up like mountains tonight." She cried out in horror, "You devil! What are you trying to do?" He looked directly at her, his eyes as cold as ice. Sebastian presented a grim choice. "Miss Dolores, you are a smart woman. Do you want a mountain of corpses? Or do you want your people to continue living in peace? Choose wisely." She was stunned, her blue eyes wide. "Wait, you're not kidding, are you? This isn't a joke, is it?" The cruel truth dawned on her, making her unable to believe what she was hearing. Sebastian turned, pointing to the discarded scroll. "Take a good look at the document you just tossed aside. You are a saintess, aren't you? Someone respected in your society right now." He flashed a sinister smile, his golden eyes gleaming with a cold light. "As long as you had accepted that document earlier, I promise, everything would be better than before." Much better. The blond young man held the document, his gaze distant as he looked out the window where Cassandra and Curtis stood. The Demon Lord's words still echoed in his ears, making him doubt. "Crow, do you believe what the Lord said?" Crow, with a solemn expression, replied. He wasn't sure about the truth, but the Lord's actions made him reconsider. "Your humble servant doesn't know if it's true," but he returned Lord Seraph's body to the people. The blond young man was astonished. "He really did that? I thought he would desecrate his body." Crow continued, revealing a shocking rumor about the Lord. He even proposed a reckless act, once again challenging the ruler's power. "There's a rumor. The Lord is gravely injured. That night, he couldn't even block my arrow." "My lady,
Do you want me to try again? Crow's offer astonished the blond young man, who couldn't believe his ears. He bluntly questioned Crow's intentions. Are you a masochist? Crow was confused. No. The blond young man turned his back, dismissing Crow's idea. Even if the Lord was injured, his succubus bodyguard was not an easy opponent. He shifted his attention to the document he was holding. Even if he was injured after the battle, his succubus bodyguard is not something you can handle. Forget about it. I've read the document and… He hesitated, his eyes revealing worry. If the Lord could keep his promise, it might be the best thing for the people of Saintswing right now. A bitter truth. If he can keep his promise, then, for now, this is the best thing for the people of Saintswing, temporarily. In another room, a pointy-eared individual knelt before Sebastian, his face full of astonishment. He had just heard shocking news about the demon army. Your Majesty, I heard you are disbanding the Demon Legion? Sebastian sat majestically on his throne, flanked by Cassandra and Nirobar. He looked down at the kneeling figure, his gaze calm but powerful, as if awaiting an explanation. The Demon Lord Sebastian coldly stated his reason. Resources were limited, and he had plans to use them more effectively, not to maintain a massive army. Logistics show that we don't have enough resources to maintain such a large number of troops. Those resources would be better used for other things. The pointy-eared individual sprang up, unable to hide his shock. Beside him, the woman in red also stood still, likely equally surprised. What? He questioned indignantly, unable to accept this decision. Saintswing had just been conquered overnight. Human treasures were waiting to be plundered. He turned to Nirobar, demanding an explanation. Didn't we just conquer the city of Saintswing overnight? We can plunder these human silver and gold. Nirobar, aren't you part of logistics? Nirobar, the skeletal figure, replied coldly. The old accounting methods were outdated. Thanks to His Majesty's guidance, he had adopted a much superior new method, completing everything in just 2 days. According to the old accounting methods, no. However, His Majesty taught me to use a much superior new method. All the counting we've done was completed within 2 days. The pointy-eared individual was stunned, his emerald eyes wide. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. A new method? In 2 days? Confusion was evident on his face. He remained confused, wondering about this sudden change. Since when did His Majesty, who only cared about studying magic, possess such superior calculation skills? I thought His Majesty only cared about studying magic. Since when did he acquire such advanced calculation skills? Sebastian explained, revealing the secret behind the change. He had learned knowledge from human books, mathematical tools that he likened to magical theology. Human calculation skills are far superior to our demon race's knowledge. I recently learned human knowledge from what they call their books. Humans use tools like formula theorems. It's like magical theology. You should try it. Sebastian, with fiery eyes, declared that creating a new accounting method was a trivial matter. He called it double-entry bookkeeping, an invention by the Italian mathematician Pacioli, asserting that all financial transactions have 2 opposing effects. Nirobar, the loyal skeletal figure, endlessly praised his master. This method is truly amazing, just as expected from Your Majesty. He also wanted to discuss other academic works. While Sebastian secretly thought this skeleton was indeed a sycophant, Nirobar continued to show enthusiasm, asking about the statistical methods his master used, and if there was a way to predict future expenditures from royalties. A world map appeared, revealing a dilemma. Even with assets from the city of Saintswing, the place had no capacity to produce wealth. If the army were dispersed, conquering human cities would be impossible. Curtis, with a mysterious smile, realized his master's intention to withdraw troops. He nodded. So, Your Majesty intends to withdraw the army? Very good. Curtis's words continued, revealing a bold request. He, the leader of the 2nd Regiment of the Demon Legion, had petitioned His Majesty to grant him the position of Demon Governor. Curtis looked directly at Sebastian, his eyes sharp and cold, decisively demanding, "Give it to me." Sebastian was taken aback, his golden eyes wide, the pink flame in his left eye flickering. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Curtis explained that his 2nd Regiment was the vanguard and had made many contributions. Therefore, he was the most suitable person to be governor. This self-nomination, along with the army's consensus, made the demon army reluctantly accept. While Curtis's 2nd Regiment remained in Saintswing, the Lord continued to his next mission. A massive army, with dragons soaring overhead, had decided on their next destination. Under the ethereal pink moonlight, islands floated in mid-air, shrouded in a hazy mist, creating a magnificent spectacle. A colossal dragon spread its wings and flew across the night sky, carrying demon warriors to a new land. Sebastian marveled at the majestic sight. The scenery is truly amazing, breathtakingly beautiful. He was explained that this was Demon Lord Mountain, stretching across the demon army's territory. Looking down at the demon people, Sebastian asked, Are these people on the mountain here to welcome me? Nirubar replied, Those are all your majesty's subjects. Welcoming you is their natural desire. Sebastian observed the crowd more closely, noticing something unusual, but all I see is despair. They seem sad. My subjects don't look happy at all. Sebastian listened to the explanation of his subjects' plight, his golden eyes gleaming with surprise. He couldn't believe what he had just heard, questioning again. Your Majesty, you have neglected your subjects for too long. Famine and taxes are rampant. The people are living in great misery. Are you trying to say I am a tyrant? In the middle of the night sky, a familiar figure glided in on a dragon's back. It was Cassandra, captain of the 7th Guard Squad, hurrying to catch up. She called out loudly, Your Majesty, Lord, wait for me. Sebastian looked up, softly uttering, Cassandra? Her feet landed gently on the back of the giant dragon, creating a small sound in the air. Sebastian remained seated, his eyes following every movement of the pink-haired girl. Cassandra stood before him, her pink hair gently swaying in the wind, her purple bat wings subtly fluttering. She smiled alluringly, inviting him, My lord, it will take a while for us to arrive. Would you like to have a picnic on the dragon's back with me? Both looked up at the mystical night sky, where a brilliant lotus-shaped object glowed, emitting a wondrous aura, like a guiding star in the vast universe. A close-up of Cassandra's slender legs, firm on the dragon's scales. Every step she took exuded confidence and an enchanting beauty. The giant dragon soared through the clouds, carrying the 2 lords and the guard captain. Cassandra's umbrella was like a tiny accent in the vast space. Cassandra leaned close to Sebastian, her eyes sparkling with affection. She whispered in his ear, recalling an old memory. My lord, I truly remember you that day. Let's do that when we didn't have the chance at Holywing that night. The intimate moment between the two, as Cassandra pressed close to Sebastian, showed the closeness and deep affection she held for her lord. From a distance, a long, red-haired woman, wearing a red dress, stood on the back of another dragon. She looked towards Cassandra with a scowling, annoyed expression. Cassandra! That clumsy idiot. Ugh. The night gradually faded, giving way to a brilliant dawn. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, painting the sky golden, signaling the arrival of a new day. Beneath the umbrella, Cassandra happily looked out, her purple eyes sparkling. She turned to Sebastian, excitedly announcing, Look, my lord, we're home! Before them appeared a majestic and jagged kingdom, with sharp architectures rising from the earth, and glowing red lava flowing like rivers of fire. This was the Demon Kingdom. Sebastian stared at the scene before him, his golden eyes wide with astonishment. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A colossal sword, standing tall and deeply embedded in the earth, became the symbol of the kingdom. Sebastian mumbled, utterly confused, This is too otherworldly. Is this our base? Sebastian was still stunned by the otherworldly sight, mumbling about an old game called Lord Zeta, which made Cassandra curiously ask who he was. Suddenly, Cassandra frantically urged Sebastian to read the password, her face clearly showing worry. Sebastian asked again about the password in surprise, while Cassandra couldn't believe he had forgotten this important detail. A line of magic text appeared, and Cassandra explained that the Alistair Soul region was protected by magic, and Sebastian needed to chant the spell within 5 seconds. 5 seconds! Sebastian exclaimed in horror. Cassandra continued to explain that this was a method he himself had created, allowing the fusion of syllables and languages to cast the spell in 3 seconds. Sebastian clutched his head, lamenting the difficulty of this magic, wondering how obsessive his former self was. Cassandra encouraged him, affirming that he was the best master sorcerer. Just then, a red-haired woman flew in on the back of a monster, questioning what Sebastian was doing and if Cassandra was bothering him. She looked down, saw the magic barrier was still there, angrily mumbled about Cassandra, then suddenly looked surprised. A monster charged straight into the glowing pink magic barrier, creating an energy explosion. Cassandra worried that the entire force would be wiped out if this magic wasn't activated. Sebastian stuck out his tongue, smoke rising from his mouth, his face extremely tense. He complained that his tongue wasn't straight enough to chant the spell. Cassandra looked at him worriedly, asking if he was hungry or needed any help. Sebastian wondered if he should ask someone else to impersonate him, but feared being suspected again. He wondered if there was another way. He looked up at the magic characters, suddenly realizing that the language of this world was different from where he came from. Sebastian was surprised. Although he had never studied it, he understood this language like the back of his hand, wondering if it was similar to machine language. The magic characters spun, separating into individual bytes of 1 second and 0 seconds, as if Sebastian was deciphering them with a superhuman ability. Sebastian was surprised. Although he had never studied it, he understood this language like the back of his hand, wondering if it was similar to machine language. His eyes flashed with a brilliant golden light as he realized, Those are binary and hexadecimal commands. I can do this. This is a 4-line spell. The brilliant magical orb of light spun, ancient characters appearing clearly, as if Sebastian was manipulating them with a superhuman ability. He silently affirmed, "Each row, I can form a character." Against the starry sky, the magic characters were arranged into 4 separate rows, each containing a complex string. Sebastian continued to explain. 4 rows, and I can turn a text into a simple character. The 4 strings of magic characters gradually merged, condensing into 4 brilliant symbols, each carrying an independent meaning. He concluded, "Merge them, and I get 4 different words." Sebastian raised his hand, his left eye blazing with pink fire, his face full of confidence. Cassandra standing behind him in astonishment. He explained, "Translating those 4 words takes 0.8 seconds to understand." Atop the blazing tower, a dazzling vortex of light erupted, forming a colossal spatial gate, emitting resounding booming sounds. The magic gate expanded, a brilliant circle of light surrounding the tower, signaling a momentous event about to unfold. From within the gate, a series of winged monsters, resembling bats or small dragons, surged out, tearing through the air with resounding roars. Sebastian smiled triumphantly. "A complete success," Cassandra beside him curiously asked. "Master, the words you're using now are not like before. What are the traces of 0 seconds and 1 second in this algorithm? Anyway, it seems to work. Is this a new way to read and shorten spells?" Sebastian turned to Cassandra in surprise, questioning, "Wait, you said it's different? How is it different?" She replied, "Before, it was like an imitation, but this time, it's truly concise and succinct." Sebastian stuck out his tongue deep in thought. He mused. "Before, I guess you could call it speed chanting. My speaking speed determined it. But this time, I'm compiling language from binary form and assembling it into another language. Is this translation? Am I interpreting magical syntax into code? Using natural language processing to convert code language into another language?" Sebastian's eyes were full of confusion and worry. He couldn't explain, "But the only languages I know are English and Chinese. I only learned a simple version of computer science. This doesn't explain how I can understand the language of another world from this world." Just as Sebastian was deep in thought, Cassandra cheerfully announced, "My lord, we're about to land." The swarm of winged monsters continued to descend from the fiery red sky, heading towards a desolate, barren land below, emitting echoing roars. Under the blazing sunset, a figure stood on the back of a colossal, scaled monster, slowly descending onto the desolate land, signaling the start of a new adventure. A strange robot butler, Blue, appeared to welcome Sebastian back, calling him Lord. Sebastian, surprised, asked about the robot's identity. Cassandra immediately explained that this was Alistair's executive director, a gift from the artisan Lily Scarlet. Sebastian looked around, his expression not very pleased. He muttered, "So, this is my base? I have no fond memories of this place." Standing amidst the ruined landscape, Sebastian wondered, is this truly the so-called Magic Palace? I'll need some time to get used to this place. As Sebastian was trying to adapt, Blue suddenly appeared. "Oh, you're Demon King! A moment, please!" Blue continued, "You've returned just in time. The Magic Palace is in ruins." Sebastian was stunned. The palace? Destroyed? It seems I don't even have time to rest. I have to start all over again. He sighed. Sebastian and his retinue stood before a colossal demon-faced gate, known as the Gate of the Melting Heart beneath the palace. He questioned, "So, tell me, what is being destroyed?" Nirobar stepped forward, explaining that an external force was causing the hellish lava to deplete, an unprecedented event in demon history. Sebastian found this situation quite serious. Sebastian turned to Cassandra, ordering, "Cassandra, a test for you. What happens when the hellish lava depletes?" Cassandra could only stare blankly, unable to answer. Sebastian angrily said, "Nirobar, help me educate this lewd one. How can a guard captain not know such a simple thing?" Nirobar bowed in compliance. Nirobar began to explain. Firstly, the depletion of lava can directly affect the temperature of the area. Demons living in the surrounding ecosystem could be the first to be affected, suffering mana damage. Nirobar continued, "Lava is the source of power for most demons living nearby. When it depletes, the power of the Kai tribe will weaken, unable to resist invasion. More importantly is the political value of this energy source. Any demon could dominate the entire demon race if they controlled the lava. Now, the diminishing lava power will weaken and destabilize your rule as the regional lord." Sebastian was confused. "I really don't want to get involved in this. Hey, can I even solve this problem?" The robot Blue urged Sebastian to quickly restart the hellish lava. He replied, "Of course, we'll go right away." Nirobar was surprised by Sebastian's haste, asking, "My lord, you're going right away?
Now? Sebastian maintained a serious expression. Things seem quite serious. Of course, if it's not too late, Nirabar explained. What I mean is, please prepare before you descend to the center of the earth. Try to prepare beforehand. You might be there for several days. Sebastian flinched, his eyes wide with surprise. Ah, I understand. He tilted his head in thought, wondering, why is he so worried? Nirabar warned. Because that place is truly very dangerous. There are many unknown creatures deep underground, both sentient and non-sentient. The deeper you go, the higher the level of these monsters. He continued to explain about the layers of hell, from the Cayenne crust to the core of raging Gorgontia labyrinth, emphasizing, especially the monsters near the Earth's core. Those monsters are simply ridiculously high level. Nirabar gravely said, even with the help of this chaotic system, it will be very difficult. If you are careless, you could lose your life down there. Sebastian anxiously asked, what about my current strength? Is it enough? Sebastian was terrified, his eyes wide with shock upon hearing Nirabar's horrifying warning. You could even die in the Steelstone Forest. A colossal winged monster soared in the sunset sky above the wall of the Holy Wing City, while Sebastian exclaimed in astonishment, what the hell is this power level gap? In another scene, a crowd of tied-up people questioned the demon governor. A tied-up blonde man asked, have you forgotten the rules of the autonomous zone set by the Lord? Curtis, the High Elf King, sat proudly on the back of a colossal dragon monster, denying, oh, him? I am the High Elf King Curtis. I am not him. Curtis sat on his throne, arms crossed, a smug expression on his face, coldly saying, when your people swept through mine, did you think killing wasn't on the list? You should really think about that today. He looked down at the crowd below, his tone cold. Every 100 people. Oh, perhaps I should decide. Curtis smirked cruelly, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. I should decide how many will live and die. Kill them all. The giant dragon monster roared, spewing destructive flames. On its back, Curtis and two subordinates stood tall, their eyes coldly looking down. Below, hundreds of innocent lives were bound tightly, their eyes dazed and desperate as they watched the flames devour everything. Not just dragons. Countless other winged monsters also swooped down from the fiery sunset sky, raining destruction upon the wretched. Curtis laughed maniacally, enjoying the brutal scene. Ha 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 ha! Bring another 100 humans to this cage. This is too much fun, he commanded, and his subordinates immediately obeyed. Yes, King Curtis. On the ground, bodies piled up, fierce flames dividing the land. The survivors were stunned and terrified. What's happening? One person exclaimed. The ruler has deceived us. What kind of autonomous zone is this? Curtis scornfully looked at those struggling in despair. Fools! All of you! He can't help you! His voice echoed with mockery. The giant dragon monster continued to unleash fire, turning everything to ash. Curtis's eyes flashed with cruelty, showing no pity for the unfolding tragedy. Fire consumed everything. The weak creatures couldn't resist, collapsing in the sea of flames. Suddenly, a hideous humanoid monster with sharp wings appeared in midair, its eyes glowing blood red. Curtis and his subordinates flinched, astonished at the newcomer. Warbug number 1? Is that Radix? Curtis exclaimed, his voice full of panic. Before they could compose themselves, countless other winged humanoid monsters surged forth, covering the entire sky and terrifying Curtis's subordinates. One of them lunged forward, its sharp claws aimed directly at those standing on the dragon's back. A sudden and brutal attack. Curtis looked up at the sky, blackened by the monster army. His face no longer held its arrogance. The swarm army. How were they mobilized? He gritted his teeth. Amidst the chaos, a sharp, glowing object plunged straight down at terrifying speed. Curtis reacted extremely quickly, drawing 2 purple swords and crossing them to block the sudden attack. Curtis was fending off a powerful attack, purple energy exploding around him, creating a brilliant magic circle. He put all his strength into it, determined not to retreat. The sharp mechanical object lunged forward. Curtis's blades clashed fiercely, creating dazzling sparks. The confrontation was fleeting and powerful. The attacker was a giant mechanical monster, humanoid with razor-sharp wings and blade-like claws. It spun around, continuing to force Curtis into a defensive stance. Curtis, with his spiky crown, rode on the back of another giant mechanical monster. He looked directly at his enemy, his eyes full of arrogance and defiance, ready for battle. From above, a brilliant blue light beam from the mechanical monster attacking Curtis poured down, engulfing him and his mount. Destructive power was imminent. The massive blue energy beam pierced straight through the sky, striking the ground with an earth-shattering explosion. Smoke, dust, and debris scattered everywhere. Curtis counterattacked fiercely, unleashing powerful attacks with blue energy. He roared, full of rage, Die, you bugs! Know your place! The giant mechanical monster took the full force of Curtis's blow. Its body trembled and glowed. It retorted with contempt. Do you truly think you can defeat me, you tiny bugs? Who gave you such courage? Curtis was surprised, looking around as numerous smaller insect-like mechanical monsters flew, surrounding him. He realized he was being overwhelmed by an army. One of the giant mechanical monsters lunged forward, its sharp claws ready to tear everything apart. Its terrifying speed seemed to rip through the air. Numerous smaller, insect-like mechanical monsters converged, forming a giant, glowing, spiky sphere. They prepared to unleash an all-out attack. Curtis was enveloped by chaotic purple and blue energy, his body glowing brightly. He was channeling his power, preparing for a desperate counterattack. Curtis roared in despair. Why? Why is the swarm army fighting against me? Did my goblin tribe offend you? The giant mechanical monster replied, its voice echoing, We are the swarm. Change is inevitable. We seek a higher purpose. In essence, the autonomous zone is that. You have violated that change. The mechanical monster continued to explain, The Lord desires change, desires what we desire. Evolution. Those who hinder change will be banished to the void. Curtis was stunned, his thoughts racing. Could it be that this bug only obeys the Lord? Since when did this bug learn to think? He gritted his teeth. That damn Sebastian left behind something so terrifying. Since when did Sebastian come up with strategies like this? Doesn't he hate such things? Amidst the fiery sunset sky, the white-haired, pointed-eared man urgently tried to dissuade Curtis. My king! The endless swarm of monsters. If we continue to fight, both of us will suffer heavy losses. But Curtis arrogantly roared. Are you suggesting I bow down to these bugs? We are the superior race. I will not bow down to a swarm of insects. The white-haired man still tried to persuade him, his voice full of worry.
My king, don't you care about your people? We still have to find the relics of Shang-Yi.
Now is not the time for us to show our hand. He emphasized the importance of the larger goal. Curtis gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp and full of rage. He let out a damned roar, his wounded pride making it difficult for him to accept the advice. Finally, faced with an impossible situation, Curtis had no choice but to give the order. Amidst the scene of crumbling city walls and flying insect-like mechanical monsters, his voice rang out. Second Legion! Retreat! After the battle, Curtis struggled with a giant stone gate. His hands were bound by energy shackles. Each attempt to push felt like a terrifying weight. It's too heavy, he groaned. Sweat poured down. Curtis gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into pushing. Painful groans escaped his throat, but the gate remained unmoving. A brilliant magical aura flared around Curtis's head, his left eye glowing dazzlingly. He was trying to use divine power, but something seemed wrong. The light from Curtis's left eye grew stronger and stronger, as if he was trying to summon immense power, but encountered an invisible obstacle. The colossal stone gate stood tall and firm like a mountain. Even though Curtis had exerted all his strength, it remained unyielding, defying all his efforts. Exhausted, Curtis slumped to the ground, panting. He grumbled irritably, I hate manual labor. The physical exhaustion annoyed him. Curtis questioned an invisible entity. I'm dead tired. Didn't you say this colossal stone gate could be opened with some kind of magic? So why can't I open it now? He demanded an explanation. The mysterious entity began explaining the theory of magic and memory. Curtis admitted, Feelings? No, I don't remember. I have amnesia. Magic is fundamentally the same, but the method of use and the sensation of the void or mana are crucial. Magic is a mystical art, and the memory of a spell's sensation reflects the user's level of understanding. Interpretation and perception determine its strengths and weaknesses. The only factor determining a spell's intensity is strong feelings and memories. Because the master has lost his memory, his magic has lost its power and potency. This is due to the loss of sensory memories, the entity explained. Curtis impatiently asked, So now what? How can I regain my full arsenal of spells? The entity reassured him. Once you start using it, you will recall that sensation. Don't worry. Under the crimson blood moon, the colossal stone gate stood tall, possessing a beauty both majestic and somber, like an eternal challenge. With the explanation and new hope, Curtis turned his back to the gate, focusing all his will and strength on it. He knew he had to rediscover the lost sensation himself. Sebastian was exerting all his strength, his left eye blazing with fire, trying to push the colossal stone gate. A voice echoed, smugly praising his magic power, which was significantly increasing. He persisted, drenched in sweat, but the gate remained motionless. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, questioning if he was still trying to do that. Cassandra appeared, her purple bat wings gently fluttering, a tray of tea and pastries in her hands. She looked at the scene before her, her purple eyes widening in surprise as she let out a gasp. She approached, explaining that she heard someone trying to open the door, and thinking he wasn't finished, brought tea. Sebastian remained with his back turned, saying nothing. Sebastian turned his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He quickly covered up, saying he was just conducting an experiment. Cassandra tilted her head, her purple eyes full of skepticism, unable to help but wonder about his hasty explanation. He began to ramble on about a lever problem and a new formula. Cassandra, standing behind him, suddenly pleaded, "Master, please don't turn around." Sebastian flinched, his golden eyes wide. Behind him, Cassandra cried out in pain, her maid outfit torn to shreds. He quickly spun around, a sense of foreboding rising within him. His golden eyes widened in shock. The crimson flame in his left eye flickered. He froze, unable to believe the sight before him. The stone gate now clearly revealed a demonic face, fierce and terrifying, with faint black smoke rising from its cracks. Cassandra stood there, her clothes tattered, her purple eyes welling up with tears. She mumbled an apology, saying she didn't want him to see her true form, and that she was only good at using brute force to open doors. She continued, her voice more confident. "As long as I can help, Master, I'm very happy. I don't understand complex mathematics, but if you need anything, just ask me." She looked at him, her purple eyes sparkling with deep gratitude. She said that because he saved her that day, she had always dreamed of being able to use her own strength to help him. Sebastian looked at her, his golden eyes reflecting a touch of emotion. He softly called her name, a warmth spreading through his heart. Sebastian turned and walked away, leaving Cassandra watching him. She told him to be careful and return soon. He replied simply, "Understood. Thanks for the help." Sebastian pondered Cassandra, wondering if he was mistaken. A voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of a distant past before it was created. Sebastian's footsteps echoed in the dark corridor, leading deep into a mysterious place. Before him was a fiery abyss. A voice warned that this was only the initial stage. Sebastian sighed, considering whether to jump straight down. He decided not to risk it, chanting a spell to create a honeycomb-shaped fire barrier around his body. The voice in his head praised his magical control. The blazing barrier protected Sebastian as he plunged down the deep, swirling tunnel. A small sound echoed as he brushed against the rock wall. He continued to fall, colliding more forcefully with the tunnel walls. But the barrier remained firm, protecting him from the terrible heat. Despite the barrier, Sebastian still felt extreme heat. The voice reassured him, saying they were about to break through the isolation layer. Finally, he landed in a land as crimson as hell. The voice confirmed they had reached the first layer, having passed through purgatory. Sebastian looked around, his face showing clear astonishment and a hint of worry at the desolate, fiery landscape. From a distance, faint figures began to appear, vaguely moving across the cracked, scorching ground. As they drew closer, their gruesome forms gradually became clear. Creatures resembling zombies, their bodies cracked like molten rock. They staggered forward, some bearing skeletal, haunting faces, emitting terrifying hisses. The voice in Sebastian's head warned of approaching level 2 enemies. He frowned, wondering, what the hell are those? Some kind of lava zombies? They looked disgusting, like a rotten, overripe orange. Sebastian's golden eyes focused intently, reflecting strange characters, like an ancient code. Sebastian was surprised to see strange characters appear before his eyes. The voice in his head explained, "Master, I see them too. Somehow, I can decipher them for you," he exclaimed. "Two-line code again? Another language? What is this? Ice bullets?" The voice instructed Sebastian to raise his arm, his index finger pointing directly at the enemy, preparing for an attack. Sebastian was ready. He raised his finger. A surge of icy energy swirled powerfully, transforming into a sharp arrow that shot forth. And launch! The ice projectile pierced straight into the rock monster's chest, creating a glowing hole. The icy power exploded, tearing its rock body into fragments, accompanied by a deafening, shattering sound. Another rock monster also disintegrated in the ice explosion, its body shattering on the lava ground. Sebastian was stunned by the new power, his mouth agape. The voice in his head echoed excitedly, "Amazing! Whatever it is, keep going, Master." He quickly regained his composure, his eyes flashing with determination. Sebastian raised his hand, summoning countless sharp ice crystals, ready for the next attack. A barrage of ice crystals flew forth, embedding themselves directly into the rock monsters, freezing and tearing them apart mercilessly. Sebastian stood in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by continuous ice explosions. He looked down, seemingly contemplating the power he had just unleashed. Sebastian mused that these rock zombies were weak against ice magic. He was more interested in deciphering the spell, but the voice in his head suddenly urged, "Why? What's wrong?" He frowned, sensing a colossal threat approaching. Sebastian quickly warned, "Something huge and terrifying is coming for us." He spun around, his eyes wide with horror. The enemy was already here. "It's too late. It's here." Sebastian looked up, facing a giant rock golem monster. He realized this was no easy opponent. This golem is no joke. It's much more terrifying. The rock golem monster growled, its eyes glowing red. It was a level 3 rock monster of the purgatory type, with a spirit deception of 1,873. Sebastian yelled a curse, his face paling in horror at the new opponent. The giant golem swung its arm to attack. Sebastian swiftly dodged, sending lava fragments scattering. He didn't back down. Sebastian spun around, channeling power into an icy counterattack, fiercely confronting the enemy. Take this! Sebastian's icy counterattack pierced straight into the rock golem's head, creating a large crack. The icy power exploded, shattering the monster's head into countless small fragments that flew everywhere. Sebastian watched the scene in surprise. Then a voice echoed from his left eye. Master is truly a genius. Absolutely brilliant. What? But soon a glowing, fiery stone emerged from the crack, beginning to spin and regenerate the golem's body. From the rubble, the rock golem's head had fully regenerated. It opened its mouth, growling, and spewed a scorching stream of fire. Sebastian angrily slumped down. This Kayan golem has incredibly strong regeneration. Damn it, I just blew its head off and it grew back. He turned to ask the Eternal Flame. Eternal Flame, any new ideas? I'm listening. The flame replied, we could hide for a bit, practice some high-level spells, then try again. But the rock golem was approaching. Sebastian and the Eternal Flame panicked. Isn't it too late to run now? Oh dear, fly master, use your wings. Sebastian didn't heed the urging. He raised his hand, concentrating his magic. Master, what are you doing? I'm focusing firepower. Let me try. Icy magic surged around Sebastian, ancient runes glowing, preparing for a powerful attack. Countless sharp ice shards rained down, flying straight into the golem's rock body, creating new cracks. Sebastian explained his strategy. In video games, focusing firepower is a term used to take down a single enemy by any means necessary. Find the weakness or threat and eliminate it. He realized the golem's weakness was the glowing stone inside. That's definitely it. Sebastian poured all his strength into a single attack, creating an enormous ice projectile. Ice bullet. The ice projectile flew straight into the glowing stone, piercing it and shattering it into pieces. Sebastian gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. What? The rock golem monster roared furiously, its cracked body glowing bright red, energy exploding around it as if to tear space itself apart. Sebastian hovered in the air, looking down at the monster. The eternal flame in his eye praised his intuition, but regretted that he had missed. Sebastian replied, Stop flattering me and start thinking of a way out of here. He stood on a rock outcrop, observing the deep chasm with scorching red lava flowing beneath, a sense of helplessness creeping in. Sebastian wondered if he still had a chance to learn anything new. The eternal flame reassured him, Master, you still have me. The eternal flame asked Sebastian if he had figured out a way, then explained that it had many functions like a complete system. It urged him, Master, try aiming at something small as a target. Just do it. Sebastian pointed forward, his gaze scrutinizing. Oh? What about that thing? He pointed at a small fruit plant growing on the cliff face. The eternal flame explained. See that fruit? That's a rockberry. A brilliant magic circle appeared, locking onto the tiny rockberry. Sebastian exclaimed in surprise. What? Sebastian wondered about this targeting system. The eternal flame replied, All right, just try shooting. Shoot. A star-shaped ice bullet shot out, piercing straight into the target with absolute precision. The eternal flame cheered. Perfect hit. The eternal flame explained that most of its functions had merged with Sebastian, its energy flowing into his blood. Sebastian wondered if he could control his nerve endings, then asked what nerve endings were. The eternal flame suddenly pointed out, Oh look! He's moving! He's leaving! Sebastian continuously fired ice bullets, destroying the lava golem monster into many fragments, causing it to vanish in a blue light. Sebastian flew high, and the eternal flame guided him. Fly, straight ahead. The entrance to the second floor is right in front. Sebastian looked ahead in surprise, his eyes wide. Seeing this, the eternal flame asked, What's wrong? A colossal rock monster, Galgoa, appeared imposingly. It was the true guardian of the previous rock monster. Galgoa recognized Sebastian. The eternal flame explained, That's Galgoa, the level 5 fiend rock guardian. Power level 5,866. The surrounding lava fragments are the remnants of previous Kayan golem. Sebastian faced Galgoa, his eyes burning with a pink flame. He seemed to be trying to recognize this colossal opponent, but at the same time, asserting his own presence. You know it's me. And you are. Sebastian flew up. His dark purple bat wings spread wide. He wondered about Galgoa's nature. What are you? While a level 1 danger warning system echoed throughout the space, Galgoa growled. Its rocky body cracked like lava. It seemed to be questioning its own actions. What am I doing? A fleeting confusion in its fiery eyes. Galgoa's rocky face contorted, its mouth wide open to reveal sharp teeth. An expression of surprise, or perhaps anger, flared in its glowing eyes. Sebastian was imprisoned within a red-orange spherical barrier, but he refused to yield. A powerful blue ice beam shot from his hand, piercing straight towards the enemy. Sebastian's ice beam shot like an arrow, embedding itself directly into Galgoa's colossal rocky body. A powerful, direct attack. Sebastian was surprised, breaking out in a cold sweat, his golden eyes wide. The eternal flame in his eye also showed confusion. As if the recent attack did not achieve the desired effect, Galgoa roared in disdain. A pathetic display of power. You are not the young Sebastian. Who are you? The eternal flame hastily explained. Galgoa's body is made of refined steel. A third-tier spell cannot harm him. Galgoa roared furiously, its red eyes burning as if to incinerate everything. Shut up! Where do you think you're going? Stay! It commanded Sebastian to remain, not allowing him to escape. The energy sphere imprisoning Sebastian began to crack, fissures rapidly spreading across its surface. He struggled in desperation, trying to escape the invisible shackles. The barrier shattered into pieces, sending Sebastian flying far away. He flailed in midair. Galgoa's power was indeed not to be underestimated. Galgoa gave him no chance to resist, swallowing Sebastian into a colossal mass of lava. He was imprisoned deep within the fiend rock guardian. Sebastian roared within the lava mass. I am Emperor Sebastian. You fool, release me now. Galgoa laughed loudly, scoffing. The impostor indeed has Sebastian's magical imprint, but you are too weak. You could be in danger. Gaha-ha. Sebastian broke out in a cold sweat, clearly feeling his own weakness. Galgoa continued to provoke, asserting, the real Sebastian would have crushed me by now. Come on. Sebastian urgently asked the eternal flame, is there any magic I can use to escape? The flame replied, of course there is, but most of the spells are high-level magic. Sebastian anxiously asked, how long will my fire shield last? The eternal flame reassured him. Your yin pool energy is abundant. You will be able to hold out for a long time. He resolved. All right, I'll start right now. The flame was a little surprised. Right now? Sebastian concentrated intensely, his left eye burning with fire, determined to learn new magic. He confidently declared, place the magic beacon on me. It's fine. When it comes to learning, I have confidence in it. Outside, the gloomy tower stood majestically under the blood-red moon, hidden amidst swirling layers of clouds, a scene fraught with mystery and danger. Atop the tower, a radiant orange-haired woman, cloaked in black, stood majestically, her sharp gaze fixed on the distant horizon, her beauty concealing power and anxiety. Looking down from above, the orange-haired woman and a smaller subordinate stood on a jagged rock outcrop. She impatiently exclaimed, he's taking too long! This isn't good! She turned her head, her eyes a mix of surprise and inquiry as her subordinate approached. Who's there? Oh, it's you! Do you have any news for me? The red-hooded subordinate knelt respectfully, presenting an urgent report. Your Majesty, we have a spy report. The subordinate tremblingly reported. Ixdel from the southeast has begun recruiting. Ixdel is the capital of the fallen fiends. The fiends are up to something. They are stockpiling war horses. Hearing the shocking news, the orange-haired woman was utterly astonished. Her blue eyes wide, she exclaimed, is this true? Her hand clenched tightly, her pale fingers clearly visible against the fabric, showing extreme anxiety and anger at the unstable situation. She continued to press for information, wanting to grasp every detail of the developments. Any news from Saintswing City? The subordinate reported a massacre in Saintswing, but strangely, the Horde army intervened. There was an open rebellion due to a massacre, but the humans were saved by the Horde army. For some reason, the Horde army seems to be protecting the citizens of Saintswing. The orange-haired woman was suspicious. So Curtis is still in Saintswing City? The subordinate added another worrying piece of news. The Fiend's base camp has also begun marching towards Helgana. On the map, arrows clearly indicated the Fiend's direction of attack. She worriedly analyzed. Now that the army has been disbanded, if they decide to rebel and advance towards Alistair, the Fiend Nation could be in trouble. She turned to her subordinate, asking about Sebastian. How long has Sebastian been underground? The subordinate replied, the Lord left tonight. But at this rate, he could be there for several days. Her expression became tense, unable to wait any longer. She declared decisively, I don't have time to wait for him. She had a bad premonition, her eyes full of anger when mentioning the enemy. It's just a hunch, but I have a bad feeling about this. That damned fiend. I will entrust Sebastian to Nirobar. The Queen's resolute footsteps, as if tearing through space to rush forward. Disregarding all pleas, the Queen soared into the sky, determined to resolve everything in Ixdel herself. Under the blood moon, the sorceress could only gaze up at her figure, silently praying for her safety. Deep within the earth, the demon-stoned guardian Galgoa awoke, his body cracked like lava, eyes glowing crimson. Meanwhile, Sebastian focused intently, icy energy gathering in his palm, ready to erupt. He roared, unleashing glacial spike burst, a torrent of blue energy tearing through the air. The eternal flame in his left eye blazed, merging with the icy power, creating a magical storm. The demon-stone guardian growled, its eyes burning with red fire, its rocky teeth grinding. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, sending rock fragments flying and shaking the entire cavern. Sebastian's icy attack struck powerfully, creating deep fissures on Galgoa's stone body. Sebastian glared coldly at Galgoa, his voice filled with rage. "You insolent fool! I entrusted you with guarding the second floor, and this is how you repay me? You're blocking my way?" "You're testing my patience," Galgoa glared back, roaring in denial.
What the hell are you talking about? I never agreed to that!
Galgoa questioned him, but Sebastian didn't even turn around, asserting his authority in a harsh voice. "Don't you dare cause trouble for me! I am the Overlord! My word is law!" He raised his hand, a magic circle enveloping the ice orb, declaring uncompromisingly,
"And this time, I won't hold back, I won't miss!"
The demon stone guardian fell silent, its crimson eyes flashing with surprise, seemingly contemplating something. Then it opened its mouth, a blinding light erupting, reluctantly accepting. "All right, Sebastian, whatever you." The gate to the second floor, the steel forest, opened. The demon stone guardian Galgoa let out one final roar, ordering Sebastian to get out of its sight. Sebastian, in his new form with vast wings, soared up in a blinding light. The eternal flame in his eye excitedly said, "Master, that's amazing. Is that a new spell from cryo-induction?" The eternal flame continued, explaining that this magic takes years to master, but Sebastian only needed to learn it from the skill tree. Sebastian wondered, "Huh? What did you say? Am I not the Overlord? Haven't you taught me before? Why are you so surprised?" The eternal flame replied that Sebastian had never used it before, and he seemed content with his current magical arsenal. Sebastian nodded. "I see. So how long until we reach the next area?" The eternal flame reported. "It actually only takes an hour or two from the first floor. We seem to be spending too much time on the first floor," Sebastian urged. "Then hurry to the next destination. Those on the surface will want to meet us soon enough." Sebastian flew faster, but the eternal flame worried. "It's getting hotter and hotter. But Master, in your current state, can you maintain your current speed?" "I'm concerned it might be too much." Sebastian still darted forward, piercing through a fiery tunnel, his eyes burning with determination, despite the warning. Finally, he passed through the tunnel, entering the second floor of Alistair's core, the steel forest, a barren land with colossal stone pillars. Sebastian landed forcefully, dust flying. He looked around, his golden eyes scanning the unfamiliar landscape. A close-up of Sebastian, his gaze sharp and cold, the crimson flame in his left eye still burning fiercely, showing extreme vigilance. He saw a colossal figure lurking in the shadows, asking, "The monsters here are quite large, aren't they? Another mindless creature?" The eternal flame immediately retorted, "Master, this is not a monster. He is the steel forest guardian Nokmantis." An information panel appeared, revealing Nokmantis as a level 6 guardian, with a power level of 7,124. Sebastian faced the colossal Nokmantis, a mantis-like creature with many glowing red eyes. He wondered, "Nokmantis? This magical signature." Sebastian noticed the difference. Strange. This primal sensation lacks magical manipulation, yet its essence is the same. Nokmantis growled, then spoke. "Halt. This one has some questions. Answer truthfully, and your essence shall remain intact." Sebastian sneered, recalling, "Even Galgoa didn't believe me when I came to him. That's because these creatures only acknowledge power, the power of an overlord." He concluded, his eyes blazing. "If fear is the only thing these creatures understand, then fear shall reign supreme. This is a level 6 monster, so demonstrating skills won't be effective. Only pure intimidation works on higher levels." The eternal flame urged, its voice echoing in Sebastian's mind, reminding him of the urgency and the latent power that needed to be unleashed. Under the invisible pressure, the round-headed, golden-eyed monster trembled, its eyes filled with extreme terror, as if facing its most horrifying nightmare. Other monsters, from winged species to wide-mouthed ones, all looked up, their expressions panicked, unable to believe what was happening. A blinding surge of purple-blue energy erupted in midair, forming a colossal, incomprehensible image, causing the monsters below to fall into extreme confusion. Sebastian stood there, his eyes blazing, his entire body erupting with dark aura, a terrifying power spreading, distorting the surrounding space. The round-headed, golden-eyed monster no longer dared to look up. It prostrated itself, its body trembling violently before Sebastian's overwhelming power. Dark purple-black aura surged like a tsunami, engulfing a colossal figure. with Sebastian standing in front, small yet majestic, like a god. Sebastian fixed his determined gaze forward, telling himself, "Eternal Flame, you said my spiritual realm is vast. To force this monster into submission, I will show it the power an overlord can bestow." He decisively stomped his foot on the ground. The earth cracked open, creating a deep crater, signifying his unyielding will. Sebastian stood high above, his hands gathering energy, his fiery gaze fixed on the kneeling monster, declaring, "Only with pure will, and dominate them." His eyes blazed fiercely, the crimson flame in his left eye shining brightly, and he asserted with authority, "For I am the Overlord." Before the entrance to the third floor, the giant lava core keeper Thorstein, level 6 with 7,614 power, bowed in submission. The lava core guardian Thanatos, another 6th-tier Hellraiser with 7,199 power, was no exception, obediently bowing his head. Sebastian stood before the dazzling gate leading to the third floor, with 2 majestic lava guardians standing on either side, and he said, "The same applies to the entrance to the third floor, the lava core shell." However, upon entering the 4th floor, everything suddenly changed. The monsters here were all level 7, much fiercer and more terrifying. Sebastian was astonished. He felt his spiritual pressure no longer had any effect. The monsters on the 4th floor seemed to go berserk, charging to attack. What's going on? Why is everything suddenly so strong? They're like madmen. My spiritual pressure has no effect on these monsters. Eternal Flame revealed the harsh truth. From the 4th floor onwards, monster levels will skyrocket. Even your Commander King can only survive on this floor. Sebastian was horrified. He yelled, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? What now?" Eternal Flame calmly suggested Sebastian retreat and return to the 3rd floor to train. "With your talent? Perhaps half a year?" Sebastian immediately rejected. "That's too long." The pressure from the 4th floor weighed heavily, astonishing Sebastian. He sensed a powerful surge of energy rising, signaling an immeasurable danger. Deep within the cave, amidst giant mushroom-shaped rock pillars, Sebastian stood facing a fiery entity. The character Kill appeared, foreshadowing a battle to the death. The one who appeared was Ling Lihong, a level 7 stellar hero, the southern border king of the Brilliant Flower Empire. He had a fierce appearance, bulging muscles, and blood-red eyes full of killing intent, ready to strike. Without hesitation, Ling Lihong unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Crimson energy exploded, forming a destructive meteor burst. Sebastian couldn't react in time, his golden eyes dazed by the attack's terrifying power. He was completely caught off guard by his opponent's speed and might. The direct attack tore through the air, piercing Sebastian's wings. Black and purple feathers scattered, stained with fresh red blood amidst the dazzling light. Sebastian was flung to the ground, his body in pain. The crimson energy stream continued to pursue him, pinning him firmly to the cold earth. Witnessing Ling Lihong's destructive power, the surrounding low-level monsters, who had fiercely attacked Sebastian, now could only cower in horror, trembling with fear. The energy stream exploded, crushing the weak monsters into pieces. They disintegrated in the dazzling light, unable to utter a single cry. The destructive vortex continued to spread, sweeping away everything in its path. The monster fragments were sucked into the energy's epicenter, vanishing without a trace. Not a single one escaped the vortex of death. Each monster was torn apart, dissolving into nothingness, leaving only the dazzling light of destruction. The crimson energy vortex contracted, completely devouring the remnants of the monsters. The space fell into an eerie silence after the rampage. A final explosion erupted, brilliant red-orange light illuminating the entire cave. Everything became eerily still, with only the aftermath of destruction remaining. Sebastian lay sprawled, clutching his wound. He groaned in pain. That really hurts. What is this oppressive feeling from that guy? A towering figure approached, casting a dark shadow over the fallen Sebastian. He heard a deep, hoarse voice. "Your face looks quite familiar." Sebastian looked up, his golden eyes wide. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Dominator? The figure became clear. A man with fiery red hair, bulging muscles, and one eye covered by an eye patch. He was Ling Lihong, a level 7 stellar hero. Ling Lihong declared, "You are the Dominator." Sebastian replied, his voice trembling, "Your Majesty, Lord Sebastian." Sebastian was stunned, cold sweat breaking out. He stared at the person before him, trying to confirm, "You are the Stellar King?" In Sebastian's mind, memories of an old historical page surfaced. He recalled the portrait in the Sacred Wing Library of the 3rd king of the Brilliant Flower Empire, the 5th strongest person in human history. A whoosh tore through the air. Ling Lihong's sharp weapon slashed straight down, narrowly missing Sebastian and cracking the ground. Ling Lihong bent down, his eyes full of disdain. He said, "I didn't expect to meet Lord Sebastian himself in this place." The red-haired man sneered, his sarcastic tone echoing, To see you fleeing from these weak monsters, how shameful! Ling Lihong commanded, his voice full of authority. He looked down at the fallen Sebastian. Come on, get up! Sebastian lifted his head, his fiery eyes showing confusion. He realized his power level has changed significantly. Sebastian tried to remain calm, but anger was evident on his face. He justified, I didn't want to dirty my hands with those monsters. Besides, your sudden appearance distracted me. Sebastian clenched his fist, his fiery eyes blazing with fighting spirit. He challenged, Are you looking for death? Come at me! The eternal flame in his eye whispered, First, put pressure on him, then retreat. Sebastian stood up, facing Ling Lihong. A dark aura enveloped him, signaling an unavoidable battle. Ling Lihong raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise on his face at Sebastian's change. Oh? The surprise quickly vanished, replaced by an angry roar. Red-orange energy erupted around Ling Lihong. Sebastian didn't flinch. He extended his hand, his left eye blazing. The space around him began to twist, preparing for a counterattack. The surrounding space violently shook, and floating lava rocks in the air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Ling Lihong roared, unleashing a terrifying attack. Red-orange energy enveloped Sebastian, forcing him to defend himself within a hexagonal shield. In that instant, Ling Lihong gripped his weapon, a sharp, fiery sword, and dazzling light erupted from its blade. His eyes flashed with brutality, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to his besieged opponent. Vertical slash! Ling Lihong roared, swinging his sword straight down. A massive surge of energy tore through the air, sending Sebastian flying backward. Sebastian fell sprawling on the ground, his body aching, his cloak tattered, revealing scars etched into his skin. Ling Lihong stood tall, mocking Sebastian. Hey, come on. Aren't you the Overlord? That pathetic display of weak power? Are you making fun of me? Get serious or you'll die. Sebastian thought to himself, this guy is too strong. Petty tricks won't work on him. Ling Lihong raised his weapon high, the brilliant light from his sword seemingly scorching the air. He proudly declared, I have honed my strength in this lava core just so that one day I can reclaim my country. He roared, his eyes blazing with challenge. Then fight me. The strongest magic sorcerer in history will be a worthy test for my long years of training. Praise the sun. Sebastian stared in astonishment at Ling Lihong, whose body seemed to glow, emitting an overwhelming aura that distorted the surrounding space. Ling Lihong's eyes blazed, full of confidence and pride, like an unshakable god of war. Ling Lihong appeared like a giant, his pressure weighing heavily on the small Sebastian below, making him feel suffocated. Sebastian trembled, asking Eternal Flame, Eternal Flame, tell me, isn't my demonic realm pressure the strongest? Why is it so easily suppressed by the Red Star King? Eternal Flame replied, Because your memory of maintaining that soul pressure has vanished. Mastery over demonic realm, soul pressure is also important. It depends on your own senses. Sebastian was confused, his eyes filled with worry. Now what? How can I defeat this insurmountable adversity? Sebastian despaired, looking at the towering Ling Lihong. Master, I don't know. I see no way out of this. In that seemingly desperate moment, a strange light flashed in Sebastian's eyes, reflecting the horrified image of Ling Lihong. The ruler of the southern border, Ling Lihong, suddenly roared in terror, his face contorted with surprise and fury. He shouted, Stop your blade! I accept defeat! Sebastian stood tall, his left eye blazing with a pink flame, his aura completely different. He declared, Actually, I am no longer that Sebastian. Not anymore. The surrounding scene was a living hell, with jagged rock pillars and brilliant red-orange light, as if lava was boiling. The surrounding scene was a living hell, with jagged rock pillars and brilliant red-orange light, as if lava was boiling. Ling Lihong frowned in confusion, his face full of skepticism. He questioned Sebastian, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Reincarnator. MacGuffin? Do you think I'm an idiot? Or are you the idiot? Ling Lihong frowned in confusion, his face full of skepticism. He questioned Sebastian, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Reincarnator. MacGuffin? Do you think I'm an idiot? Or are you the idiot? Sebastian lay on the ground, trying to explain his identity. A reincarnator from another world. I just look like him. Ling Lihong stood beside him, his eyes full of disdain, replying, The real Sebastian wouldn't avoid a fight, would he? That's definitely the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. Sebastian lay on the ground, trying to explain his identity. A reincarnator from another world. I just look like him. Ling Lihong stood beside him, his eyes full of disdain, replying, The real Sebastian wouldn't avoid a fight, would he? That's definitely the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. Ling Lihong still didn't believe him, raising his weapon, highly vigilant. He scoffed, It seems you still underestimate my talent, don't you? Are you planning to ambush me from behind when I'm not looking? I can't take such a risk. Sebastian turned his back, annoyed, replying, Hey, stop it. Do you think I have time to gamble with my life? Ling Lihong still didn't believe him, raising his weapon, highly vigilant. He scoffed. It seems you still underestimate my talent, don't you? Are you planning to ambush me from behind when I'm not looking? I can't take such a risk. Sebastian turned his back, annoyed, replying, Hey, stop it. Do you think I have time to gamble with my life? Ling Lihong pondered. Then he issued a challenge. He said, Well, what you're saying means nothing to me. Since you claim to be from another world, tell me something I don't know. Something that doesn't exist here, Uncle Sebastian. Ling Lihong pondered. Then he issued a challenge. He said, Well, what you're saying means nothing to me. Since you claim to be from another world, tell me something I don't know. Something that doesn't exist here, Uncle Sebastian. Sebastian was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ling Lihong's words completely caught him off guard. Sebastian was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ling Lihong's words completely caught him off guard. Ling Lihong maintained a thoughtful expression, waiting for Sebastian to prove himself. He said, That request is quite reasonable. Let's see. Sebastian sat there, dumbfounded, exclaiming, Uncle? The King of Manhwa just called me uncle? Stunned by being called uncle, Sebastian still couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Ling Lihong, the King of Manhwa, considered his request. That request is quite reasonable. Let's see, he uttered, his voice still full of skepticism. The purple-haired young man was deep in thought, his golden eyes flashing with a brilliant pink light. He was analyzing this world. According to my observations, the development level of the demon nation is based on a primitive slave society. As for humans, at most, they are in the early stages of a feudal society. His golden eyes remained pensive, continuing to assess. He realized the backwardness of this land, a fact that couldn't help but trouble him. Suddenly, the flame in Sebastian's left eye flared brilliantly, and a thought struck him. He slightly furrowed his brow, asking, By the way, can you draw a topographical map? Sebastian maintained a tense expression, awaiting an answer. The eternal flame in his eyes seemed to urge him on, wanting to quickly uncover the secrets of this place. On the dry ground, crude lines gradually appeared. A simple topographical map, with horizontal lines, arrows, and symbolic drawings of mountains and forests, was hastily sketched. Ling Lihong's hand continued to work diligently, completing the map on the ground. Each stroke, though simple, contained valuable information about this land. The red-haired king stood upright, his eyes full of self-satisfaction as he looked at his achievement. He turned to Sebastian, proudly saying, Well, I'm not too bad, am I? Sebastian stared intently at the map, then was suddenly surprised. I see. Wait, where is this place? Ling Lihong replied, No, I'm from Luna Forest. Sebastian's eyes widened, the flame in his left eye flaring fiercely. How did you get here? Are you from Alistair Volcano? Ling Lihong asked back, confused. Wait, what? Why are you asking me this? Why are you asking me to draw this? He explained sternly, his voice decisive. Luna Forest and Alistair Volcano are miles apart. Then he questioned, Let me ask you this. How did we both end up here? The red-haired king was completely lost in the jumble of information. A series of question marks appeared in his mind, his face showing extreme bewilderment. Sebastian said no more, only drawing another concentric circle with 2 intersecting arrows on the ground. This is my answer. Do you understand? He declared. This is my knowledge. This is why we met. Ling Lihong exclaimed in astonishment. Whoa! Are you saying this world is actually round? Sebastian corrected. A sphere. The king still didn't believe. Master, you're joking, right? Sebastian stammered. It's just... Well, the red-haired king yelled, his face panicked. How the hell do people on the opposite side not fall off? What's going on here? Sebastian could only sigh. He had spent 30 minutes explaining gravity and science to a grown man like a 5-year-old child. Ling Lihong clutched his head, crying out in pain. All right, stop. Stop. Ugh, my head. All this knowledge and this damn stuff. He looked at Sebastian, his voice trembling. What world are you from? Earth is such a terrifying place. What a nightmare. Ling Lihong's head was spinning. He covered his face, his fiery red eyes showing clear chaos. Sebastian remained calm, thinking, Huh? But this is just basic knowledge from my world. Then he continued, There's still tertiary knowledge and applied science. The eternal flame in his eye flared, exclaiming in surprise, Master, are you serious? How fascinating. King Hongxing yelled, desperate, Stop! Don't say another word. Praise the Sunday. Ugh. Ling Lihong's rage flared fiercely. He pointed his light sword at Sebastian, his red eyes burning with hatred. Sebastian! I should kill you for giving me such a headache! He growled, but Sebastian remained calm, trying to appease him. Hey, come on! I'm telling the truth! Sebastian, with the flame in his left eye flaring fiercely, showed clear surprise and questioning. He didn't hesitate to expose an ancient feud, trying to convince Ling Li Hong of a potential alliance. Isn't the Manhwa Empire an enemy of the elf race? I also have a feud with them. Don't you want to liberate your country? We should cooperate. Ling Li Hong's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming. Had Sebastian's confession touched a hidden corner in the heart of this passionate king? Or was it simply confusion in the face of an unpredictable individual? In the blazing red pool of blood, cracked, mace-shaped objects were deeply embedded, emitting a brilliant light, a strange specialty of this land. Ling Li Hong's head felt like it was about to explode. He gnashed his teeth. His veiny hand gripped the lava-red weapon tightly, trying to suppress the chaos gnawing at his mind. Every word Sebastian uttered was like a hammer blow directly to his perception. With a confident gaze, Ling Li Hong raised his hand, a fiery red beam of energy shooting from his palm, tearing through the air. We'll do it like real men, he declared, as if affirming an ironclad vow on how to resolve things. Ling Li Hong, with a challenging expression, raised a steaming cup of wine, inviting Sebastian. Did he want to challenge his opponent, or was it simply an invitation to camaraderie in his own way? This is the nectar of the world, a true gift if you can drink it all. Drink up. Come on. If you're a man, drink. Sebastian remained calm, sipping the wine. The eternal flame in his eye flared brightly, a sign of his brain working at full capacity, trying to decipher what had just happened. Two hands, one Sebastian's and one Ling Li Hong's, clinked their lava cups together, fire flaring up as a toast to an unspoken agreement. Amidst the fiery space, Ling Li Hong unexpectedly raised a lava-orange orb. After so many confusing words, his eyes still held a hint of doubt, but it was mixed with an unpredictable generosity as he spoke. In this world, I never thought I'd drink with you one day. So, a toast to our budding friendship. Sebastian, with a slightly bewildered expression, gently raised his cup in return. Ah, thank you, he said softly. After the storm, the two adversaries now sat down, mysterious cards in their hands. Ling Li Hong looked deeply at Sebastian, questioning, Tell me, why did you reveal your secrets to me? Why were you willing to do that? Sebastian mused, the flame in his eye flickering. Honestly, I haven't told anyone since I arrived here. Sebastian tilted his head back, eyes closed, a faint blush on his cheeks, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden. He held the card tightly, feeling a rare sense of peace. With everything happening around me, I've been swept up in it all. The world keeps pushing me relentlessly. This is the first time I've told anyone in a place like this. This is the first time I've rested. While Sebastian savored the nectar, Ling Li Hong was lost in thought. He secretly lamented Sebastian's stressful life as a ruler, and the burden of having to clean up his mess. Fixing his mess is all I've done since I got here. I hope you'll keep my secret. Sebastian, seemingly unaware of these thoughts, calmly replied, You seem to be coping very well. I'm not one to judge. If I don't believe such nonsense, then who will? Ling Li Hong sipped his wine, pondering his position. Even though the demon and human factions are at war, my country is a distant place. We have nothing to do with the demon nation. He trusted Sebastian. As long as you're in control, I don't think we'll have to worry about that. Ling Li Hong gnashed his teeth, blood trickling from an old wound near his eye. The image of Curtis appeared, his sneering smile like a curse. He growled, But that damn elf Curtis. Memories of humiliation flooded him. He cried out in pain. I was exiled from the nation. My status ruined. My family. His eyes burning with hatred, Ling Li Hong swore, I will never let that bastard go. Never in this lifetime. Sebastian flinched, his left eye flaring with a fiery red flame. He hated Curtis no less. Curtis? I hate him too. Always trying to undermine my authority. One day, I'll teach that arrogant elf king a lesson. Ling Li Hong slammed his hand onto the ground, cracking the lava, a furious good, echoing, in tune with Sebastian's hatred. He turned to Sebastian, his eyes blazing, his voice full of hatred. At least we have something in common. Help me deal with Curtis. I, Hong Xing, will forever be indebted to you. With that vow, Ling Li Hong generously clinked glasses, inviting Sebastian to drink up. Laughter, ha-ha, echoing as they cheered together. Now drink, ha-ha! We are men, we are men! That's right, men. After the wild toast, Sebastian collapsed, his head spinning, a stream of drool escaping the corner of his mouth. He mumbled, Master, it seems you can't hold your liquor. You used to drink so much without getting drunk. Ling Li Hong looked at the struggling Sebastian, his mind a jumble of thoughts. Is he babbling? It's strange that I can't sleep because all these problems keep swirling around me. They call me an overlord. He really doesn't seem like that terrifying overlord. He looked at Sebastian, his face full of skepticism and disdain. Leader of the demon nation. What a joke. He can't even hold his liquor. Who would believe this guy? Ling Lihong swung his sword, his eyes full of disappointment and rage. Damn it. I must be crazy to trust this guy. Sebastian woke up, sprawled on the lava ground, and asked Ling Lihong, "Hey, Hongxing, do you know the entrance to the final floor?" He looked up, his gaze firm. "I must enter at the core's center." Ling Lihong looked at Sebastian, his voice full of assessment. "Currently, your power, it's not enough." Sebastian sat up, his eyes pleading. "Help me." He looked directly at Ling Lihong, his eyes full of determination. "After that, when the opportunity arises, let me thank you." Ling Lihong swung his sword, charging to attack a giant insect monster, roars echoing throughout the space. Sebastian looked at the dead giant monster, an information panel appearing before his eyes. He asked in surprise, "It's dead? Did you kill it?" Ling Lihong replied calmly, "Yes, I did." Sebastian, still surprised, asked again, "When was that?" Ling Lihong took a sip of wine, his eyes distant as he recalled the past, a few months ago. It's dead." Though it did take some effort, Sebastian was still stunned, the flame in his left eye flaring up. "You've already killed the guardian of this floor. Why are you still here?" King Hongxing stood tall, swinging his sharp sword onto his shoulder. "This is why I need to remind you." His gaze turned serious, his voice deepening. "The core." He began to explain about the planet's most mysterious place, known as the core or molten heart with infinite energy. It was a magical land, rich in resources, a place every mage and alchemist yearned to set foot in. But it was also there that the world's most dangerous and powerful monsters lay hidden. Ling Lihong continued, explaining that no one had ever seen the core's guardian because powerful monsters constantly roamed everywhere. He emphasized the danger, stating that no one knew which monster was the strongest, and survival there depended heavily on luck. The flame in Sebastian's eyes burned fiercely, and he resolutely declared, "But I still have to go there." Ling Lihong lay stretched out on a block of magma, looking at Sebastian. "Hey, I've been there 4 times already, and never reached the very end of the core. With such difficulties, do you still want to go?" Sebastian gave a confident smile, the flame in his eyes sparkling. "If I went alone, I would certainly hesitate. But if you lead the way, I believe everything will be fine." His gaze became resolute, the flame in his left eye burning brightly. "No matter what fate holds, I need to go there. Please, help me." Ling Lihong frowned slightly, seemingly talking to himself or an unseen entity, before sighing and agreeing. "All right, then." Ling Lihong's sword suddenly glowed brightly, red-orange patterns like flowing lava appearing on the blade. "If you've said so." King Hongxing swung his sword, flames fiercely erupting around the blade, ready for a challenging journey. King Hongxing swung his sword, flames fiercely erupting around the blade, ready for a challenging journey. He unleashed an extremely powerful fire sword strike, sweeping across Managarm's court. Both plunged straight down into the fiery abyss, believed to contain the core. To enter the underground nickel blood pool, one had to endure terrifying heat. Sebastian quickly created a honeycomb-shaped fire shield around himself, preparing for the jump into hell. "Let's go." Ling Lihong swung his sword, shattering Sebastian's shield in an instant. He was surprised. "Huh? This weak shield was easily destroyed by me. Does it have elemental properties like that?" Truly useful. King Hongxing chanted a spell, and a glowing magic circle enveloped Sebastian. Blessing of the Sun God. 2 streams of brilliant golden energy, like fiery arrows, shot straight down, piercing through the molten rock, clearing a path for their journey. Sebastian was now enveloped in a new fire shield, and together with Ling Lihong, he continued to plunge deep into the surging sea of fire. The heat here was far more terrifying than the previous floor. Sebastian felt a burning sensation, the flame in his left eye flaring up. "It's so hot." "Master, the Sun God spell has increased my heat resistance by 80%. Ling Lihong watched Sebastian swim easily in the sea of fire without a shield. He wondered, that kid can swim so easily, and he doesn't seem to have any shield. What is his flesh made of after all? In just 10 minutes, Sebastian's entire body was boiling. Blood in his veins felt like it was being incinerated. He gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying heat. Finally, they broke through the last layer, entering the core. This was a mysterious pocket dimension, a place rarely visited by any creature. Sebastian and Ling Lihong floated amidst the fantastical space of the core, surrounded by colorful orbs. This place was called Chongyu. Sebastian looked around in surprise, asking Ling Lihong, "Hey, Hongxing, is there nowhere for us to land around here?" Sebastian pointed at a large orb. "Whoa! Isn't this a dwarf planet, like an asteroid?" Ling Lihong corrected him. "What's an asteroid? This is a fire core orb." Sebastian gently landed on the surface of the fire core orb, a thin plume of dust rising from beneath his feet. Standing on the fire core orb, Ling Lihong warned Sebastian, "As long as we are in this place, the fire core orb will naturally attract everything. Be careful." Sebastian hovered in midair, suddenly realizing the gravity here was unusual. He thought, "Oh, the gravity here is really low." Ling Lihong stood firmly below, observing. Suddenly, Sebastian lost his balance, falling freely to the ground. He landed face first amid strange glowing bushes, kicking up a cloud of dust. Brilliant, golden flowers, emitting an ethereal glow, grew densely on the blood-red ground. They harbored an intense, mysterious vitality. Sebastian raised his head, his left eye burning with pink fire, staring in surprise at the flowers. He exclaimed, "Look, so many rare herbs? Really?" He hastily reached out to pull up a glowing herb. But just then, a warning shout rang out. Sebastian froze, turning his head to look at Ling Lihong, his expression puzzled. He asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Lihong warned, "Won't carelessly pulling herbs on this fire core orb alert monsters?" Just then, a glowing red eye opened from a crack in the ground. Sebastian flinched, his eyes wide with terror. The pink flame in his left eye flared fiercely, signaling imminent danger. From underground, a giant monster with sharp teeth and fiery eyes suddenly emerged, opening its mouth wide, intending to swallow Sebastian. Ling Lihong swung his sharp weapon, looking at Sebastian with amusement. He sneered.
You're really lucky."
The giant monster had been defeated, lying motionless. Ling Lihong stood beside it, laughing loudly. "This monster only just reached level 8. Ling Lihong turned around, deep in thought. He said, "Well, I doubt we'll encounter another easy one like this. The next battle won't be easy." "Oh, that's right." He looked directly at Sebastian, questioning, "Didn't you say you had some countermeasure? Or were you just planning to rely on me?" Sebastian was startled, quickly denying. "Of course not." He paused, then asked, "Master, that is, have you ever heard of something called the immortal fruit?" Hearing immortal fruit, Ling Lihong was surprised. "Immortal fruit, isn't that the rarest and most precious item in the world?" Sebastian replied, "Oh, you know about it? It's somewhere in this core." Sebastian looked straight ahead sternly. He revealed his true purpose. "I need 3 fruits. That's the real reason I came here." "Let's go," Sebastian urged. Ling Lihong watched his retreating back, his mind still heavy with thought. "This guy, he still hasn't told me about that countermeasure." Sebastian floated in endless space, his fiery gaze fixed on the dwarf planet below. He had calculated carefully. With a strong enough jump, both would escape its weak gravitational pull. Ling Lihong was also floating nearby, ready for the next step. Sebastian floated in undefined space, his bare body clearly showing fatigue. He gravely explained the dire situation. "Once we leave the weaker gravitational field, there will be no way to move forward." Ling Lihong stood beside him, listening to his words with a pensive expression. The terrifying blow stunned Sebastian. His left eye flared with the eternal flame, reflecting his extreme fear of the imminent danger. The entire space shook violently, signaling an unavoidable battle. Just as Sebastian was struggling in midair, a blinding light from above struck, pushing him straight down into the abyss. Ling Lihong, standing on a crescent moon fragment, laughed loudly and arrogantly. "Let me give you a hand. Ha ha ha! A fatal help that pushed the young man into a hopeless predicament." A sigh of relief escaped Ling Lihong's lips, as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. Light flickered around his bearded face. He seemed to have accepted his fate. A dull thud echoed, tearing through the universe's silence. Sebastian was dazed, his eyes spinning as if he had just received a powerful shock. Behind him, Ling Lihong swung his weapon, his valiant figure charging into a relentless battle. Ling Lihong turned, his eyes full of concern as he looked at Sebastian. He called out, his tone filled with worry. "Hey, are you all right, Sebastian?" The surrounding space also seemed tinged with unease, signaling an impending danger. The sudden blow stunned Sebastian. His left eye flared with a blazing red flame, and he roared in anger.
"Why did you hit me so suddenly?"
Facing his furious expression, Ling Lihong merely smirked, replying with a disdainful tone, "I'm helping you. Don't be so weak." However, when Sebastian regained his composure, he was standing firmly on unfamiliar ground, his dark purple wings behind him vanishing like an illusion. He roared, questioning the one who had put him in this situation. "I blame you for breaking my wings." Ling Lihong merely replied with an annoyed, "Hey!" as if it wasn't his fault. Suddenly, a terrifying roar tore through space. From the depths of darkness, a giant mouth with sharp teeth opened, spewing forth a brilliant stream of emerald energy. The giant green monster roared, launching a fierce attack. Sebastian quickly raised his hand, creating an energy shield to block the sharp claws. He exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa!" In the distance, Ling Lihong was also confronting another enemy, the space shaking from the impacts. Suddenly, A colossal foot descended, creating a tremor that shook the entire space. Sebastian's eyes widened in horror, staring at the newly appeared foe. A new, massive, and terrifying threat had appeared right before him. Before he could recover from Ling Li Hong's blow, Sebastian fell into peril. The giant Managarm, with fiery eyes, rapidly shot out sharp spikes. He struggled to dodge in mid-air, while Ling Li Hong coldly observed from afar. Ignoring Sebastian's complaints, Ling Li Hong plunged into a new battle. He stood firm on the head of a colossal serpent monster, its body dark red, scales emerald green. The monarch's sharp weapon glowed, piercing directly into the serpent's head, ending another threat. In the chaotic moment, Sebastian again broke into an excited smile. The eternal flame in his left eye blazed fiercely, as if cheering at the sight. "Amazing," he exclaimed. Red Star King Ling Li Hong, with his blazing red hair and sharp cold eyes, still maintained a resolute demeanor after the battle. He seemed to be preparing for a new challenge, without a hint of hesitation. Without hesitation, Ling Li Hong unleashed a powerful attack. Green energy erupted from his weapon, aimed directly at the colossal serpent, making it roar in pain. Suddenly, Sebastian was thrown back by that very green energy. He tumbled through the air, brilliant green light surrounding him, a furious expression clear on his face. Sebastian was flung high, his body soaring over the head of the colossal serpent. Ling Li Hong stood firm on the monster's back, looking down at the chaotic scene. Ling Li Hong roared, his eyes full of anger and warning. "Go! This guy is not to be trifled with." His words echoed through space. At Ling Li Hong's urging, both quickly retreated. They soared through the air, trying to escape the colossal serpent monster's range. Sebastian suddenly turned his head, his golden eyes wide. What the hell? Behind him, a mysterious humanoid shadow with wings and horns was gradually becoming clear, bringing with it a sense of menace. The colossal serpent didn't just have one head. Many other heads emerged, each possessing a unique power level. "Each head has its own power level," Sebastian remarked. "These monsters are quite unique." Sebastian panicked, quickly warning, "Master, you can't do it now. We should escape first." Ling Li Hong asked back, "Why? What's wrong?" Sebastian replied, "This monster has a magical item inside." In the vast expanse of space, Sebastian revealed a shocking secret. "Those are the 3 immortal fruits you need." His words stunned Ling Li Hong. "Wait, what?" Sebastian turned to Ling Li Hong, his tone urgent. "Hey, Hong, can you kill him?" He seemed to be betting on the king's power. Ling Li Hong frowned, showing hesitation. "Honestly, I've never fought this type before. There are too many variables. It's not worth it." He didn't want to take the risk. Sebastian stomped his foot on the ground. A bold decision was forming in his mind, despite Ling Li Hong's warning. Ling Li Hong looked at Sebastian, his voice urgent. "Hey, hurry up and run!" He was still determined for Sebastian to escape the danger. Sebastian turned his back, his gaze fixed on Ling Li Hong. "What if I help?" An unexpected, challenging offer that made the situation tense. Ling Li Hong was completely surprised by Sebastian's offer. What? He couldn't believe his ears. A stunned expression clear on his face. Sebastian looked straight ahead, the flame in his left eye flaring fiercely, affirming a steely resolve. "Both of us! We'll take it down!" The world suddenly inverted. St. Wing City appeared in the pouring rain, its ruined rooftops and desolate roads like a scar on the earth. In the torrential rain, 2 small children frantically fled, pursued by 3 hideous Demonkin. One roared, "Stop running, you brats!" The green-haired boy urged his sister, "Keep going! Run!" Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed the girl's red hair, yanking it hard, causing her pain and terror. The green-haired boy turned back, desperately reaching out to rescue his sister, shouting, "Let her go!" But all efforts were in vain. The green-headed Demonkin had seized the boy, lifting him up. Lisa desperately looked at her brother, exclaiming, "Brother!" The boy cried out in pain, "Just leave me!" "Go!" Before she could recover, another bald-headed Demonkin pounced on Lisa, growling, "Got you!" The scene shifted to a large pot boiling furiously over a flickering fire in the rain, a horrifying omen. The 2 poor children were tied and hung, cold water pouring over their bodies, preparing them for a barbaric ritual. 2 Demonkin, holding magic arrays, continued to douse the victims with water. The green-headed one laughed loudly. "Tonight, we'll eat children," he ordered. "Clean them up properly." Lisa sobbed. Her brother looked at her in pain, exclaiming, "Lisa, I'm sorry." She weakly replied, "Brother, don't say that." The green-haired boy gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute, yet full of despair, while around him icy crystals began to form. Lisa called, "Brother." Lisa continued to cry, her extreme fear making her tremble as she asked, "Does it hurt when you're eaten?" And tears streamed down the green-haired boy's cheeks. He tried to suppress his despair, whispering to comfort his sister, I won't. Just close your eyes." The green-headed Demonkin smirked hideously, declaring, It's done. Time to carve you up. Lisa sobbed in despair, her whole body trembling, uttering her last words.
Brother, I'm so scared.
Slash! Blood splattered, staining the air red. A fatal blow had landed. Ending everything? Lisa's tears fell, streaming down her cheeks. Extreme fear choked the girl's heart. As death approached, Lisa's golden eyes were tightly shut, sweat pouring out. She awaited the bone-piercing pain, awaited the fated end. But then, a strange sensation came over them. Beneath the children's feet, glowing red tentacles writhed, along with a puddle of mysterious liquid. What was happening? Lisa's eyes widened in astonishment. There was no pain, only emptiness and a question, It doesn't hurt? The green-haired boy was also stunned. Both hung suspended, naked. He stammered, You! A mysterious figure had appeared. It wasn't them. Another hand, with a glowing red magic array, was performing blood magic. The green-haired Demonkin cried out in horror. You! Why are you doing this? A golden-haired woman in a red dress appeared majestically. She stood over the green-haired Demonkin, her eyes sharp and cold. She declared, Demon, how dare you disregard the laws of the autonomous region? The green-haired Demonkin was in extreme pain, screaming. The blood energy from his body was drained, transforming into glowing red streaks. The woman in red performed blood magic. The green-haired Demonkin and his two accomplices were bound, their energy completely drained. Lisa and her brother witnessed the horrifying scene. She decisively unleashed a move, shouting, Bloodburst! A surge of glowing red energy exploded, sweeping everything away. Blood rain fell. The woman in red looked up, her golden hair matted. A brutal ritual had been completed. Lisa and her brother were drenched in the blood rain, their tears mixing. The fear was still there, but a glimmer of hope had appeared. A red beam of light tore through the space, severing the chains. Deliverance came unexpectedly, like a miracle. The two children fell to the ground, free. The woman in red extended her hand, ordering, Get up. The green-haired boy looked up at his benefactor, his eyes surprised. He whispered, You? Who are you? The bare feet of the hell demon knelt on the damp ground. Rain still pouring down, submerging the space in despair. Before the magnificent vampire Queen Miranda, the bald-headed demon trembled and bowed, his plea broken. Vampire Queen Miranda, please forgive me. I was just... The green-haired boy looked up at his savior, his eyes wide with surprise, uttering her name. Another voice rang out, confirming, She is the Crimson Queen Miranda. Miranda looked at the two children, her sharp eyes inquiring about the chaotic situation. Children, tell me, why did these hell demons break the autonomous laws? What exactly happened here? The green-haired boy resentfully recounted, criticizing the Demon Legion for plundering everything, plunging the autonomous region into chaos. Those cursed Demon Legion stole everything. Everything is in chaos. Miranda pondered, her gaze distant, speculating about those behind it. It must be one of Sebastian's contingency plans. But that Curtis, I know he hates humans. The bald-headed demon remained kneeling at Miranda's feet, his eyes filled with fear and horror. Awaiting the verdict from the powerful queen, Miranda extended her hand, a strand of glowing red blood energy coiling between her fingers, signaling a terrifying magical ritual about to take place. A crimson blood chi thread shot straight into the bald demon's mouth. He screamed in agony, his energy mercilessly drained. Miranda coldly ordered the bald demon, Take the children home safely. If you dare disobey, you're dead, demon. Obey me, and you can live. The bald demon looked up, questioning Miranda with indignation. Your Majesty, why are you siding with these humans? These bastards have killed so many of our people. Miranda turned her back, coldly replying to the demon, denying she was siding with humanity and only caring about the law. The two children watched in silence. Queen Miranda asserted her authority, declaring she was enforcing the Lord's law. Either you obey, or you die. The surrounding space suddenly transformed. Brilliant and dark energy orbs floated, creating an ethereal and powerful spectacle. A gigantic ice python appeared, its body shimmering with blue light, carrying bone-chilling cold and swirling snowflakes. Ling Li Hong, with his blazing sword, charged forward to attack, roaring, This is my chance! Sunless sword! Ling Li Hong's sword tore through the air. A blazing crimson sword line slashed across the night, signaling the decisive attack. He charged like a whirlwind, his blazing sword swung in a dance of death. Crimson energy exploded around him, transforming into the mighty heavenly sword dance. In the crimson space, 3 orange-gold energy orbs floated, emitting dazzling light, ready for some purpose. Ling Li Hong's hand clutched the 3 energy orbs, their light reflecting on his skin, as if he had just collected precious spoils. After the arduous battle, Ling Li Hong, carrying the precious materials, anxiously asked Sebastian, who was exhausted and covered in frost. "Hey, I've got the materials. Are you okay, Sebastian?" That was a void release. Sebastian panted, his tired golden eyes, but the crimson flame in his left eye still blazed. He replied, trying to reassure, "Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Ling Li Hong remained skeptical of Sebastian's condition, but he only explained, "I'm fine. Learning a high-level ice spell at this critical moment really strained my mind. This was too close." Sebastian focused, his finger touching his left eye. The crimson flame flared. A notification panel appeared, revealing he was casting Tier 3 spell. Recovery. A spell that temporarily raised the void energy threshold. Pink-purple void energy exploded around Sebastian. His body tensed, and he let out a roar, as if undergoing a painful but necessary transformation. He shot out a powerful, swirling stream of void energy, creating sharp ice crystals, while simultaneously thinking of using this opportunity to multiply the mental void threshold he could control. Sebastian clutched the 3 energy orbs in his hand, explaining the final attack. "Finally, use all mental void energy and fire it forward in an AoE cone formation. Arctic blast." Sebastian sat down, his face tired but resolute. He looked at the 3 orbs in his hand, then turned to Ling Li Hong. His voice lowered. "Hey." He looked up at Ling Li Hong, his eyes full of warning, the flame in his left eye still blazing, ordering, "For now, leave me be." Ling Li Hong stood with his back turned, looking towards Sebastian, a great doubt arising in his mind. "All right, I'm starting to truly believe this guy might not be the real Sebastian." He continued to ponder. The spells Sebastian had just used were too unfamiliar, and the language was also strange. The spells he used, never seen before. And what kind of language is this? The real Sebastian is a genius mage. Who is this guy? This isn't magic, Ling Li Hong mused, trying to explain this strange phenomenon. It's as if he's directly manipulating void energy. Strange knowledge from another world with the body of a lord. Perhaps he can truly help me with. Huh? Ling Li Hong was still stunned by what he had just witnessed, his mind filled with questions about that strange magic. Suddenly, a dazzling energy sphere exploded, pushing back everything around it. Ling Li Hong's eyes widened, unable to believe the sight before him. From the dust cloud, a colossal orange-blue machine majestically appeared, Sebastian calmly seated in the cockpit. This was the Tier 9 magic construct, Earth Machine, a creation formed from the summoner's imagination, combining complex magic and cosmic laws. Sebastian smiled, satisfied with his achievement. Excellent. I tried to create a Gundam, but programming it would probably take too much time. Ling Li Hong looked at the machine, his heart filled with astonishment. He thought to himself, a Tier 9 magic weapon? What the hell is a Gundam? Summoning magic is super expensive, isn't it? Praise the sun. He's really rich. Sebastian, still in the cockpit, urged Ling Li Hong. Get on! Hurry up! Ling Li Hong was still stunned. What the hell is this thing? The colossal machine roared. Its rear jet engines flared with brilliant light, ready to rocket into the air. With a wind-splitting shriek, the machine shot upwards, leaving a dazzling streak of light through space. Ling Li Hong hastily clung to the machine's back as Sebastian declared, It's time to depart! The wind howled in his ears. Ling Li Hong clung on in terror. He thought to himself, This thing is too fast. What kind of monster is this? The machine shot forward like an arrow, piercing through countless meteorites and core layers. Ling Li Hong wondered, We're passing through the core and going deeper. Is this the countermeasure? Praise the sun. The speed did not decrease. Ling Li Hong realized in astonishment. Are we already at the core? We're approaching the central sphere of the core. Around them, countless grotesque monsters began to appear, the space becoming denser and denser. Ling Li Hong exclaimed, Those monsters are here! Everything is getting denser! But the machine did not falter. It continued to accelerate, piercing through the swarm of monsters and all obstacles. Ling Li Hong was astonished, and we're accelerating past everything. Ling Li Hong still clung to the machine, amidst swarms of pitch-black monsters and glowing red orbs. He exclaimed in horror, It's here! Without faltering, Ling Li Hong swung his sharp sword, creating streams of blazing red energy that tore through space, sweeping away the surrounding monsters. But the monsters kept charging, seemingly endless. Ling Li Hong gritted his teeth, sensing their power. Those monsters are too strong. In the cockpit, Sebastian was tense, sweat beading on his forehead. He quickly pointed forward, his voice full of warning. Ling Li Hong! Ahead! Look! Before them was a colossal entity, its form vague, enveloped by swirling purple energy. Ling Li Hong was stunned. That thing, what kind of monster is it? A terrifying stat appeared. 108633. Ling Li Hong couldn't believe his eyes, utterly astonished. This A monster with a 100 kelvins value. What is that? Amidst the chaos, Ling Lihong realized something even more terrifying. Small monsters were frantically fleeing from the colossal entity. A sense of unease enveloped him. Ling Lihong muttered to himself, his face despairing. It feels like bad news. I'm done for. Sebastian turned, his fiery eyes gleaming. He said resolutely, Master, we need to stop. Right now. That thing is called a void beast. It kills all entities without mercy, even humans outside. But then, an iron will became clear in Sebastian's eyes. He growled, giving a decisive order. No, we cannot stop. Full speed ahead. Ling Lihong looked at Sebastian, wondering, do you know what that thing is? Sebastian replied calmly, roughly. I brought you inside because it's safer here. Sebastian continued to explain. That thing is called a void beast. We are inside a machine. I think these void creatures won't be able to harm us. Ling Lihong mumbled, void beast. Huh, I thought that was just a legend. The colossal machine roared, shooting forward like lightning, tearing through the dark night, leaving a dazzling streak of light behind. But then, another swarm of void beasts appeared, even more grotesque in form. Ling Lihong panicked. Wait, what? These void beasts are not good. Ling Lihong worried. These void beasts are even harder to kill. How can we kill them? We're already struggling with the monsters outside. Sebastian smirked. Who said anything about killing? This is a race against time. We'll reach the finish line. A few hours later, the space suddenly became silent. Ling Lihong was surprised. The void beasts. They're gone. He looked at the sparkling objects that appeared. What are these glowing objects? Ling Lihong suddenly flinched, his blazing red eyes wide open, and he turned to Sebastian in astonishment. Sebastian! Look! Sebastian's colossal machine cut through space, hurtling towards a blazing red planet encircled by a ring of fire. The target was clear, a blazing sphere, cracked like magma, enveloped by rings of energy. The core! Sebastian laughed loudly, his voice echoing, We're here! Ha ha! The red core, seething like a giant heart of the universe, emitted strange sounds, like the deep growl of an ancient creature. In the cockpit, Sebastian turned to Ling Lihong. What's the temperature like outside? Ling Lihong frowned and replied, I don't know. I've never been this deep into the core. I can't feel it. Ling Lihong continued. I read somewhere in a book that the core is the hottest melting point in the world. Sebastian wondered, why can't you feel it? Is this really the molten core area? Ling Lihong was skeptical. Really, Master, you seem to have been here many times before. Suddenly, the space around the cockpit transformed into blue cubes. Ling Lihong was astonished. Hey, what's happening here? Sebastian coldly ordered. Check it, Master. Ling Lihong replied. Hey, let me land there. The colossal machine slowly landed, and Ling Lihong didn't hesitate, rushing straight out, piercing through the energy shield. Ling Lihong's bare feet landed powerfully, dust and energy fragments scattering around. He stood stunned on the surface of the blazing core, the colossal machine shimmering behind him. Ling Lihong exclaimed, Huh, I'm actually standing on the core. Turning back, Ling Lihong looked at the sparkling fragments beneath his feet, his heart swelling with emotion. The number of beings who can land on the core is fewer than my fingers. I am standing here shoulder to shoulder with the great sages of old. Ling Lihong turned his head, his gaze fixed forward. What an exciting journey it has been, accompanying Sebastian. In the cockpit, Sebastian pondered deeply. Is it really that difficult? Isn't it enough to just build a mechanical ship like this and travel? Wait, they probably couldn't imagine something like this, could they? He continued to ponder. So, how did those ancient sages get here? How could they travel so far? In Sebastian's mind, Ling Lihong appeared, saying, Master, don't think useless thoughts. Even a ruler would be in trouble when facing those void beasts out there. Ling Lihong suddenly called out to Sebastian. Hey, Sebastian, come here and look. What do you see? He bent down, staring at the surface. Close up of the ground, strange glowing fragments sparkled beneath Ling Lihong's feet. He whispered, These glowing fragments on the ground. Sebastian picked up a sparkling fragment, a blue crystal emitting an ethereal light in his palm. This was what Ling Lihong had mentioned, a mystery slowly unfolding. Amidst the blazing red sky, fragments continued to fall, but this time, they carried a chilling, eerie coldness. Sebastian looked at the crystal fragment in his hand in astonishment, sweat beading on his forehead. So cold. Are these ice shards? He asked. Ling Lihong shook his head decisively. No. The old king's eyes were pensive, as if trying to search his memory. I seem to have seen this before. Wait. A flash of recognition sparked in his blazing red eyes. Ling Lihong, with blazing red eyes full of horror, clearly felt the chaos from the magma core. Each sharp, cold ice shard was piercing deep, tearing apart its burning heart, making the old king break out in a cold sweat. Amidst the chaotic scene, icy scales sparkled like crystal, along with the faint images of ice harpy creatures. A call echoed through the air. "Praise the sun! It's them!" These belong to the ice harpy tribe. These are their scales. Sebastian was still astonished, his golden eyes narrowing as he held an icy scale, sweat trickling down his temple. He exclaimed, his voice full of surprise. "Scales?" Ling Lihong's face changed color, his eyes wide, sweat pouring out. He gasped, an expression of extreme astonishment, as if he had just witnessed something unbelievable, a shocking truth. A flash of recognition sparked in his blazing red eyes. Ling Lihong looked up at the cracking sky, fragments falling like rain from somewhere. The old king suddenly realized something horrifying, exclaiming, These are fragments of the magma core." In the cockpit, Sebastian was also astonished. The eternal flame in his left eye flared intensely, reflecting the chaotic scene outside. He raised his hand, seemingly wanting to cover the rising horror. Sebastian's golden eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing surprise and a deep trace of worry. He was understanding something, a secret hidden behind the icy scales. Both stood at the mouth of the deep chasm, where the energy core was now revealed, covered in azure ice scales. Ling Lihong pointed in astonishment, saying, "The surface, it's full of these scales. These scales completely cover what's beneath." Amidst the crimson sky, fragments continued to fall. Ling Lihong pointed upwards, his voice grave. "These things keep falling from the sky around us." Sebastian looked up, his eyes flashing with understanding. "Now I get it." Before them appeared the colossal, fiery, and fractured magma core, surrounded by rings of light. But what made it chaotic was none other than the countless sharp ice fragments encircling it, like knives piercing its burning heart. The reason the core became chaotic is because of all these ice fragments. Amidst the trembling space, Sebastian turned his worried gaze towards Ling Lihong. "If we clear away these scales, will the magma core recover?" The old king replied without hesitation. "Of course I believe so." Sebastian was still surprised, but Ling Lihong quickly reassured him. He said, "Master, there's no need to clear all of these away. The core is a stable and continuous heat source. Gradually, it will melt the ice layer itself." Sebastian exclaimed, "What?" Sebastian looked forward, his eyes showing determination as he revealed. "Eternal Flame told me there's only one thing we can do," Ling Lihong pondered. "Is it the thing in his eye?" After the moment of realization, Sebastian's hand clenched, his thumb and forefinger forming a meaningful gesture. He understood, and perhaps a new decision had been made. Sebastian stood frozen, his eyes a mix of surprise and determination. The eternal flame in his left eye blazed fiercely, as if conveying an urgent message. "Cut off the source of the scales." The whisper echoed, revealing a cruel truth, an irreversible action. He knew it was time to act. The fiery spaceship shot forth, piercing through the mysterious gate that had just opened. Its engines roared, tearing through the hellish night, carrying the two adventurers deep into unknown territory. The speed was terrifying. Without hesitation, Ling Lihong urged, swinging his sword to strike the mech's wall, the metallic clang echoing in the cramped space. He worried about the ship's durability, wanting to escape quickly. Sebastian merely turned his back calmly, his gaze distant. "Come on, we have to go. I don't know how much longer this machine can last," Ling Lihong said. Sebastian replied, "Wait a moment." Red Star King Ling Lihong did not hesitate. He roared, his twin swords swinging like a blazing golden whirlwind, tearing through the air, sweeping away all obstacles in their path. A fatal blow, shattering everything. A hand gripped the rhomboid energy block tightly. A brilliant golden light erupting, initiating this spectacular escape. In the heart of the fiery hell, Sebastian and Ling Lihong stood firm on the colossal machine. He turned, his sharp gaze piercing through space. "Do you know how precious the material from the molten core is?" Ling Lihong, with a resolute expression, replied, "I'm not greedy, but I need something as proof that I reached the core. An affirmation for the perilous journey." Mid-journey, Ling Lihong unexpectedly offered a glittering coin, his eyes full of playful teasing. "Don't you want to share?" he asked. Sebastian merely glanced at it, his attitude indifferent. "I don't need it," he replied. "Everyone knows I've been here before and I'm quite wealthy." Red Star King Ling Lihong mused, his finger gently spinning the glittering coin. Sebastian's words were like a splash of cold water on his haste, making him reconsider. He nodded slightly, his expression thoughtful. That's true," he admitted. Amidst the enemy's encirclement, the spaceship pressed on relentlessly. Its engines roared, spewing crimson flames, propelling the vessel upwards, escaping the clutches of death. "It's time to take off," the spaceship roared, shooting away, leaving behind a world shattering in a sea of fire. "Take off!" In the heart of the fiery hell, a glowing object shot forth, piercing through the sharp ice fragments. Sebastian's and Ling Li Hong's eyes blazed, determined to find the answer. To find the source of these ice fragments, a new objective became clear, leading them deeper into danger. The ship continued its journey, passing through a bizarre spiral region of space. Pinkish-purple energy ribbons swirled like cosmic storms, surrounding pitch-black planets. A completely alien world, fraught with danger, awaited them ahead. The small spaceship shot through chaotic space, where blood-red planets drifted amidst swarms of shadowy monsters. A winged and horned shadow entity, like a demon, lunged to attack, tearing through the night. The journey had become a battle for survival. The ship pierced through the cosmic night, passing through chaotic debris. Suddenly, a strange point of light appeared in the distance, shimmering like a solitary star in a sea of fire. "Look, over there! Do you see that thing?" Amidst the pitch-black space, a dazzling blue orb of light appeared, radiating enchanting energy. "That's the energy source." In the heart of hell, a strange gate suddenly appeared, astonishing Sebastian. He exclaimed, "Why is there a gate here?" Ling Li Hong, with fiery eyes, urged without hesitation. "If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger?" The hell gate opened, sucking the ship into a dazzling blue light tunnel. Shimmering energy fragments swirled around, creating a scene both enchanting and mysterious. The ship shot through the strange tunnel. Sebastian observed his surroundings, his eyes full of contemplation. He wondered, does this look like a conduit? Bone-chilling cold permeated the air, turning Sebastian's and Ling Li Hong's breaths into mist. Sebastian frowned. "It's too cold. This is getting more complicated." Ling Li Hong reassured him. "The machine will protect us from the cold. Let's see who the mastermind is." Time passed, and a few hours later, the ship continued to diligently glide through the deep blue tunnel. Fragments of light still ceaselessly floated, as if guiding them into an unknown realm. The seemingly endless journey made Sebastian impatient. Where does this place lead? There's no end in sight. Ling Li Hong also began to consider. We've been flying for so long with nothing. Should we turn back? Suddenly, Sebastian noticed something unusual. There seems to be a connection linking the conduits. Ling Li Hong immediately sensed the change. There it is, ahead of us. I feel the mystery is about to be solved. The tunnel suddenly turned a blazing red, with dark red energy particles swirling like blood. A sense of danger washed over them, signaling an unexpected turning point. The surrounding landscape transformed into a fierce red vortex. Thousands of blazing red fragments streaked past, creating a deadly mist that swallowed everything. Inside the ship, Sebastian looked out, exclaiming in surprise. Red mist? The ship's hexagonal energy shield had been activated, protecting them from the harsh external environment. Ling Li Hong was also astonished by the scene outside. The blazing red light reflected off the protective shield, revealing his uneasy expression. Both Sebastian and Ling Li Hong focused intently, observing the red mist covering everything. The external environment had become extremely dangerous and unpredictable. Sebastian turned to Ling Li Hong, his eyes resolute. He decisively ordered, "We must prepare to escape immediately." The ship unleashed a brilliant golden energy beam, piercing straight into the red mist. Ling Li Hong inside the ship, his eyes full of determination. Ling Li Hong witnessed the scene before him, utterly stunned. Whoa, what is this? The energy beam had created a powerful impact. A large opening exploded amidst the red mist, dazzling white light piercing through. The exit had opened, leading them to a completely new space. Sebastian and Ling Li Hong stood upright, ready to face what was coming. Energy electricity blazed around them. Sebastian shouted, "Get out now!" The flame in Sebastian's eyes burned fiercely, his pupils constricted. The young man's face was drenched in cold sweat, his expression one of extreme terror. What could have frightened him so much? Before their eyes, a bottomless pit opened up, into which countless green-skinned beings were pushed by blade-wielding machines. Desperate screams echoed as they were driven to their deaths. "Line up! Go die!" Each pale, tear-streaked face clearly showed despair. The weak beings were tightly bound, awaiting their cruel fate under the cold gaze of a giant machine. A panicked, green-skinned person tried to flee, their desperate cries for help echoing. "I don't want to fight anymore! Help!" But the machine had already raised its blade, ready to finish them off. The cold, sharp blade pierced straight through the chest. Fresh blood splattered, staining the air red. The green-skinned being fell, eyes still wide with horror. The machine lifted the corpse high, blood dripping. Its voice rang out cruelly. "Trying to escape, die." An utterly barbaric sight. The lifeless body was thrown straight into the deep pit, joining the stream of people being pushed down. Screams and the sounds of slaughter echoed, creating a symphony of death. Sebastian and Ling Li Hong witnessed the scene with wide, horrified eyes. Sebastian exclaimed, "This is simply a purge!" Ling Li Hong gritted his teeth. "That is total annihilation." Sebastian's eyes were filled with disgust. He recalled the brutal annihilations throughout history. "This reminds me of that demon, the 20th century, that army. This is just an even more cruel method." Rage flared within Sebastian. He growled in his mind, "These bastards! I will never forgive you!" A blue light enveloped him, signaling a decision. Their ship shot forward like an arrow, escaping the fiery red vortex. Brilliant light tore through the night, leading the way to a new horizon. The small ship flew over a dense forest, bathed in brilliant golden light. The environment here seems to be. The narration continued. The territory of spirits. Both Sebastian and Ling Li Hong looked up, their faces astonished. Ling Li Hong exclaimed, "What is this thing?" A colossal dark structure rose straight into the sky, hidden among the trees. Their ship seemed unusually small before its grandeur. The colossal structure stood tall, plumes of smoke rising from its body. The narration echoed, "It's so huge." The ship headed straight for the top of the structure. "At the top," a voice rang out. "There's some kind of vent we can land on there." Ling Li Hong plunged into battle, his sword slashing through the air. A giant mechanical monster confronted him, its body as tough as steel. The life or death struggle on top of this mysterious structure had begun. Through the vent, Sebastian and Ling Li Hong looked down. A horrifying sight unfolded. "Hurry!" Ling Li Hong urged, his eyes blazing. Sebastian was stunned, his left eye, blazing with eternal flame, wide open. He couldn't believe what was happening below. A sense of unease welled up. Ling Li Hong raised his sword high, ready to charge down. "Hey!" he roared, his voice echoing with fury. Sebastian stood behind him, his eyes full of worry. The mechanical monster revealed its true form, its body gray, its eyes glowing red, like hellfire. Sharp blades protruded from its shoulders, ready to tear apart anyone in its way. Ling Li Hong unleashed a fatal blow, his sword light blazing, tearing through the night. "Vertical slash!" he roared, terrifying power erupting, blood splattering. Under the brutal assault of the monsters, the weak, blue-skinned people cowered in fear. Their desperate eyes pleaded for a miracle. Ling Li Hong stood amidst a pool of blood, his eyes pained as he looked at the tragic scene. "Is this how a tribe vanishes? Praise the Sunday, I've seen it all." His words were filled with bitterness. Rage ignited within Ling Li Hong. Veins bulged on his forehead, he roared, his eyes burning red with hatred. "You damn invaders! You are disgusting! May you die and face your god!" Without hesitation, Ling Li Hong leaped up, bringing his sword down on the head of a mechanical monster. "Die!" His roar ripped through the air. He continued to unleash brutal sword strikes, giving the enemy no chance to resist. "Go and face your creator," he roared, each strike a curse. A powerful slash tore through the ground, creating a deep chasm. Horrified screams echoed from below. "Ah! Ah! 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 Ah!" The ground cracked open, debris scattering like deadly fireworks. Ling Li Hong's destructive power was truly terrifying. Ling Li Hong stood tall amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of mechanical monsters. He still hadn't stopped. The blazing red sword light continued to tear through enemies. "How pathetic! And you want to enslave someone?" he roared, his voice full of contempt. Ling Li Hong stood amidst a sea of fire, his blood-stained sword glowing. He looked at the remaining monsters with cold eyes. "Is this all you've got, invaders? Truly disappointing." Ling Li Hong roared, his eyes blazing, ordering the ice harpies to retreat and declaring he would deal with the invaders himself. "Don't wait to die! You are stronger than that." Behind him, the green-skinned people trembled, their eyes wide with horror as they looked ahead, where blue lightning tore through the night sky. Extreme fear had frozen them, turning them into living statues amidst the nightmare. Ling Li Hong turned back, angrily questioning their inaction. "Why are you standing still? Are you sheep waiting to be slaughtered? Do you want to live? Why?" He stared into their lifeless eyes, a painful truth slowly dawning in his mind. Do they not want to live? Those eyes. Utter horror had stripped them of their will to survive, leaving only primal fear. "They are afraid." Ling Li Hong roared, wondering what had frightened them so much. Suddenly, a blazing golden whip tore through the air, cutting across space. The whip lashed down hard onto the ground, creating a deep crack, sending dust and debris flying. Ling Li Hong dodged the lightning-fast attack, and a voice full of amusement rang out. "Worthy of being humanity's strongest swordsman, you dodged my attack?" A stranger with green hair, pointed ears, and a sneer appeared, his cunning eyes full of curiosity. How interesting. Ling Li Hong charged forward, swinging his sword straight at the enemy. The green-haired demon used a whip to parry the blade, still maintaining a contemptuous smile. "And he still wants to kill me. Ling Lihong growled back, his fiery eyes burning with fighting spirit. Just you? You can't kill me! Ling Lihong's sword pressed hard, pushing back the green-haired demon, forcing him to lean back and struggle to defend. With a roar, Ling Lihong plunged his sword straight into the enemy, blood splattering everywhere. Have you met my sword yet? Let me introduce you. Fresh red blood soaked the ground beneath Ling Lihong's feet, testament to the battle's brutality. He stood amidst the pool of blood, looking down at the fallen enemy, and once again ordered the blue-skinned people. I told you, leave the invaders to me, and go. What are you waiting for? Run. Despite the echoing urgings, the blue-skinned people remained frozen. Fear had deeply ingrained itself in their bones, leaving them with no courage to resist or flee. Even sheep are braver than this. A voice rang out. Those who don't fight for themselves don't deserve to live. Ling Lihong sighed softly, his eyes filled with immense disappointment. He knew his protection couldn't last forever. Snap out of it. Next time. No one will save you. The green-haired one, though covered in blood, still managed to utter his last bitter words. He scoffed at the blue-skinned people's weakness. These ice falcons are raised like livestock. They don't know how to trust outsiders. The villain gritted his teeth. Damn it. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from above. Ling Lihong looked up, facing a mysterious masked figure and countless winged beings hovering around. You seem to know nothing about this place. They were the Moonlight Knights, the elite army of the night. They appeared like specters, with wings and glowing red, deadly eyes. The green-haired one, though dying, still managed to utter a final challenge. He revealed the invader's identity. We are King Curtis's strongest knights, the most powerful divine king after humanity, even if he is our greatest swordsman. You cannot defeat an entire battalion of Moonlight Knights and a Dragon Knight. Ling Lihong looked down at the pool of blood at his feet, his eyes sharp. He sensed the formidable power from the newly appeared enemies. Indeed, these guys seem very dangerous. The masked figure hovered in the air, his glowing red eyes piercing through the mask, looking directly at Ling Lihong. He felt a powerful spiritual pressure from his opponent, especially that bastard over there. He thought to himself, this hellish spiritual pressure. He must be the leader of these motley knights. Despite the surrounding danger, Ling Lihong stood firm like a mountain. He roared, declaring his iron will. I, Hong Xing, fear no one. Insurmountable difficulties are part of the challenge. The one who decides everything is me. The masked figure narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly surprised by Ling Lihong's arrogance. A word escaped his lips. You! Without hesitation, Ling Lihong swung his colossal greatsword, creating a powerful tremor on the ground like a declaration of war sent to his enemies. The masked figure flinched, while the Moonlight Knights quickly dispersed, avoiding the terrifying power from his sword swing. Ling Lihong watched the dispersing Moonlight Knights, identifying their race. He cursed under his breath, knowing the danger of this species. Elves. Why these damn elves? Large numbers, advanced tactics, abundant mana reserves, self-controlled and disciplined when necessary, cruel, arrogant, and conceited at their best. Suddenly, a black purple-haired individual with horns and wings appeared, kneeling on one knee. He seemed to have just been knocked back, but still tried to give orders. Never mind. They are my subjects. You still have to obey me. Damn it. That landing hurt my knee too much. Stop right now. Sebastian's sudden appearance astonished both the Moonlight Knights and the masked figure. Who was he to dare give orders in the middle of this battle? The masked figure stared at Sebastian, his glowing red eyes revealing clear horror. He recognized the identity of the newcomer. That's Great Lord Sebastian. Sebastian's sudden appearance astonished all the Moonlight Knights. A big question echoed in the masked figure's mind, full of horror. What is he doing here? Great Lord Sebastian, with fiery eyes, questioned Ling Lihong in a furious tone. Is this how you treat your lord? Daring to fly over my head? You have insulted me. Tell me, did Curtis teach you to insult me? Did he teach these elves to despise me? Ling Lihong could only stare at him, thinking to himself, this guy. Look at him, he's totally playing the part. Sebastian raised a finger, his eyes as sharp as daggers, pointing directly at Silas, the masked figure. He commanded, his voice echoing through the space. You, cloaked one, kneel before me. Silas remained standing, his face full of doubt. He stared at Sebastian, trying to decipher the identity of the newcomer. Blood splattered on the cold ground, traces of a fierce battle. Sebastian still stood firm, while the Moonlight Knights behind him began to stir, their eyes fixed on the Great Lord. Finally, Silas and the Moonlight Knights had to submit. He knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully, his voice filled with reverence. My liege, I, Silas, respectfully greet your majesty. Sebastian observed the kneeling crowd, his mind racing with lightning-fast calculations. He realized the spiritual pressure from these individuals exceeded 10,000, with leader Silas alone reaching 15,000. If they truly fought, this would be a difficult battle to win, even with Ling Li Hong here. Plan A was decided: impersonate the Lord. Sebastian looked at Silas, his tone full of authority. "Is your name Silas?" Silas raised his head, his eyes hidden behind the mask, still holding a hint of doubt, but he still replied to Sebastian respectfully. "Yes, my liege." Sebastian continued his act, looking at the blue-skinned tribesman, his tone cold. "If you don't like these ice fairies, they can serve as rations for the Monster Legion." He pointed towards the blue-skinned tribesman, giving a decisive order. "You cannot arbitrarily dispose of my Demon King Legion's assets before the war ends. Gather them immediately and send them to Alistair for processing." Silas and the Moonlight Knights remained kneeling, listening in silence. A large question mark hung in the air, indicating their confusion and bewilderment at the Great Lord's words. Silas raised his head, his eyes full of questions directed at Sebastian. He asked, his tone containing curiosity. "That pipeline leading to the molten core, was that hole created by your Majesty the Lord? Why are you here?" Sebastian suddenly realized something important. He thought to himself, "Oh, I forgot. These elves don't have instant messaging systems or phones." Silas, with a mysterious expression, continued to question Sebastian. He asked, his tone hinting at a challenge, "Don't you know why I'm really here?" Sebastian looked at Silas, his fiery eyes flaring with anger. He thought to himself about Curtis, whom he was besieging, about his entire army being surrounded above, and about the plot to freeze the molten core to weaken his power. "Is this how you repay me? There will be no forgiveness." Silas and the knights stood opposite, their eyes filled with contempt. He muttered to himself, "This guy, he's really putting on a show." Silas's fiery red eyes behind his golden mask flashed. He spoke, questioning, "You just said." The knights and Silas simultaneously knelt, a dark aura enveloping them. Silas asked directly, "Have you usurped King Curtis?" Sebastian frowned, the fiery red glow in his eyes flaring with annoyance. He growled, "Ch, just my luck." Ling Li Hong asked in surprise, "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" Sebastian retorted sharply, his face full of worry. "Damn it, my machine is still up there." Sebastian was utterly panicked, his left eye burning with red flame. He yelled, ordering Ling Li Hong, "Take me up, hurry!" Suddenly, Silas lunged like an arrow, swinging his sword straight at Sebastian, creating a fiery red streak that tore through the air. In an instant, Ling Li Hong scooped up Sebastian, leaping high, narrowly escaping Silas's deadly blade. The two soared upwards, Ling Li Hong still holding Sebastian tightly. A sigh of relief escaped Sebastian. Silas looked up at the dark void, his cold eyes ordering the knights, "Pursue him!" Ling Li Hong pulled Sebastian into the red combat machine, urging, "Get in now!" Sebastian, still stunned, asked loudly, "Hey, what the hell just happened?" Ling Li Hong stood nearby, explaining, "Talking isn't how we save them. Come here quickly." But Sebastian remained stubborn. "We need to talk." The combat machine soared out of the building, piercing through a swarm of black bats. Sebastian was still unwilling, shouting, "Hey, are we just leaving like this?" Sebastian turned, his eyes full of questions. "Before that, tell me about these ice harpies." He looked bewildered when he received no answer. Ling Li Hong replied irritably, "Do you even need to ask? Of course, they're using their scales to cool the molten core." Sebastian nodded. That's true." The combat machine shot into the star-filled cosmic void, leaving behind two blue-skinned people looking up in astonishment. He pondered, the eternal flame in his left eye burning brightly. The solution lay not in violence, but in binding rules. The combat machine shot through, tearing apart the cosmic night. Plan B, a desperate gamble, had been activated. From the mech's body, dazzling laser beams fired fiercely, creating a terrifying explosion, clearing an escape path through the encirclement. Sebastian was tense, his gaze resolute. He knew that once the machine was repaired, the Harpy Maidens would be safe from the goblins. Behind them, the Moonlit Knights' army, led by Commander Silas, riding on the backs of giant dragon serpents, roared in relentless pursuit. Ling Li Hong looked back in astonishment. They really sent an entire army? What's wrong with these damn goblins? Wait, how did you see them? A rearview mirror? How do you come up with these things, Sebastian? You're really something. The machine began to lose power, the situation growing critical. Ling Li Hong impulsively wanted to rush out, but Sebastian said sternly, "Are you truly a king? How can you be so rash?" Sebastian was sweating profusely, ordering Ling Li Hong to stay put. "Stay put? What are you going to do? I know that look. I don't like it at all. What are you plotting?" Ling Li Hong urged anxiously. Without a word of explanation, the machine suddenly changed direction, plunging straight down, piercing through layers of thick fog.
The machine crashed through the forest canopy, creating a terrifying sound. Ling Li Hong screamed in panic.
Praise the sun! Ah! Are you trying to kill us?
High above, the pursuing army lost track of their target.
We've lost them, a knight reported.
Damn it! The dragon serpents won't go down there, Silas ordered. Inform the council. Guard the exits. Let no one escape. A knight obeyed, but the other asked doubtfully, Commander, are we really going against the Great Lord? Isn't that treason? Silas explained coldly. Her Majesty sent me a report about the Great Lord. His power has weakened. He didn't even dare to block my attack just now. He knows our plan. I must destroy him. For King Curtis. Silas's eyes flashed with cruelty. Absolutely. Do not let the Great Lord escape this place, he growled. Yes, Commander, the knight replied. Amidst the dense forest, a swirl of white smoke rose, marking where the machine had fallen, hidden in the silent night. Beside the wrecked machine, Sebastian wondered, did this thing finally break? A level 9 summon is truly durable. Ling Li Hong was disappointed. What is this thing? What a shame. I just got used to riding it. The two travelers still lingered over the broken machine. Ling Li Hong excitedly asked about a new Gundam, but Sebastian frowned, lamenting the complexity and lack of materials. He recalled the first summoning, a masterpiece that consumed many precious materials but was short-lived. The Great Lord decided he had to find another way, a more durable version. Decisively, Sebastian raised his hand, and a surge of icy energy poured from his palm, enveloping the space. A chilling incantation echoed. Let me try this. Ice Blast. Ling Li Hong's eyes widened, astonished by the sight before him. The giant machine was now encased in ice, sparkling like crystal. Ling Li Hong couldn't help but question Sebastian. You froze that thing? Why? Sebastian prattled on about science and magic, explaining that the ice would slow down decomposition. Ling Li Hong could only shake his head, regarding him as an eccentric, thermodynamics? You're really weird. He confidently declared that the freezing technique could preserve the machine for up to 10 days. Ling Li Hong, though understanding nothing about magic, nodded in agreement. If it helps you keep this magical tool, then that's great. Suddenly, Sebastian directed his gaze into the distance, where ancient towers rose high, emitting an ethereal glow. He pointed them out to Ling Li Hong. Look, those enchanted towers belong to those spirits. He explained that the elves were using cosmic energy from the stars and moon, clashing with his solar power. A potential confrontation awaited. They might try to stop me, Ling Li Hong with his aggressive nature eagerly suggested to Sebastian. Come on, Sebastian, what do you say? One last rampage before we leave? Meanwhile, in one of the towers, magical energy still surged, like a warning of the intruder's presence. Inside the tower, the black-robed elves quietly gathered, their gaze fixed on the starry night, sensing the approaching disturbance. A white-haired elf, with characteristic pointed ears, whispered, "That is." From the arched window, they looked out at the forest, where white smoke still lingered. Another elf spoke. "That forest over there. A powerful dark energy is coming from it." Recognizing the unusual energy source, an elf speculated that they might be the fugitives Captain Silas wanted to apprehend. Perhaps those are the fugitives Captain Silas wants to apprehend. Immediately, the elf towers simultaneously emitted a brilliant red light, like emergency signals piercing through the night, summoning forces. Signal our troops immediately. In the dark night, successive bursts of light erupted, tearing through the silence, signaling a merciless battle. Amidst the dazzling light, Ling Li Hong plunged down like an arrow, his greatsword swinging up, green leaves shredded in a vortex of energy. A brilliant red energy stream, powerful as a meteor, shot straight into the air, carrying destructive power. Ling Li Hong roared, pouring all his strength into the heaven-spinning sword dance technique, its brilliant red sword light tearing through the night. A dazzling explosion erupted, spreading throughout the space. Brilliant red light enveloping everything. 3 black-robed elves, blinded by the light, horrified, covered their faces, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. A gigantic blue spatial gate suddenly appeared, swirling deep into the void, sucking in all surrounding debris. From the back of the green dragon, Silas frowned, looking at the spatial gate. The distant elf tower still glowing with purple light. Captain Silas and his dragon squad soared through the night sky, pursuing those who had broken the seal. He looked down at 2 black-robed elves prostrate on the ground, one hastily pleading, "Grand Lord Silas, please forgive us." Silas thought to himself, the sealing magic has been broken? Silas stared coldly, demanding, "Who did this?" The 2 elves trembled as they reported. 2 individuals did this to us. One is human, and one is from the demon race. One of them has a horn and a fiery eye. Silas roared furiously. "They actually escaped!" A green-haired elf urged, "Hurry and pursue them! They must be nearby!" But another hesitated. "But Captain, that path goes through demon territory."
Silas allowed no resistance. He growled, "Don't defy me. Pursue them. Once they go too far, it will be too late to stop them." The hesitant one quickly obeyed. "Yes, Captain." Silas's dragon squad immediately charged off, tearing through the wind and night, leaving faint trails of smoke and dust behind. In the deep forest, Sebastian stood shirtless, looking up at the night sky, and smirked slightly. Well, things turned out surprisingly well. Ling Lihong grabbed the black-robed elf's shoulder, his smirk clearly showing triumph. "We've tricked those demons," he declared. "Now they think we've escaped through demon territory." The black-robed one remained silent, their pointed ears twitching slightly. Grand Lord Sebastian focused, questioning the eternal flame in his left eye. "Eternal flame, you said? Our demon legion's secret base is nearby, right?" The flame replied, confirming, "Of course, it's not far now this way." In the desolate forest, an ancient way station appeared, a place for trade and rest for the demon race and elves. In the gloomy deep forest, Grand Lord Sebastian appeared, his left eye blazing, illuminating the night. He was infiltrating the Demon Legion's most secret outpost, a place few demons knew about. A voice echoed in his mind. "But Master, you should still be careful. We are in enemy territory." Sebastian, shirtless, leaned against a tree trunk, his fiery red eyes looking towards the old house. He questioned himself, feeling awkward appearing in this state. He thought to himself, "If I knew transformation magic, I could have used it right now. I haven't learned it yet. As a Grand Lord, entering naked like this is too strange. I don't recommend it." Grand Lord Sebastian, with cold, sharp yellow eyes, slightly furrowed his brow. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple, signaling something amiss. The mysterious blue light behind him further heightened the tension. What was he contemplating? In the desolate forest, Grand Lord Sebastian stood silently, his gaze scrutinizing. Laughter echoed somewhere, along with a reminder, "Don't cause any more trouble." Like a premonition of impending trouble. In a secluded corner, the orange-haired girl Nancy flirted with bald Carl. "Come on, Carl. Just one kiss. Bob isn't here. He won't know. I know you want to." Carl awkwardly replied, "Stop it, Nancy. Don't do that. Someone might see us." But then whispered, "But Nancy, no one's here. Especially not Bob." "Heh, everyone's in the tavern already." Meanwhile, in another secluded corner, bald Carl was passionately kissing orange-haired Nancy. She was both surprised and delighted, softly exclaiming, "Oh, Carl, you're so aggressive." "Ah." In response, he only replied with a more passionate kiss. A close-up of Nancy's face showed her pointed ears and green eyes shining with extreme shock. A cold bead of sweat rolled down. She still couldn't believe what had just happened. Grand Lord Sebastian's tension had not yet subsided when a horrifying scream tore through the air. He looked on in surprise, while a bald, pointed-eared man and the orange-haired girl beside him were in extreme panic. "Ah! Carl! Behind you!" the warning echoed, signaling imminent danger. Suddenly, a horrifying scream tore through the air. The bald man and the orange-haired girl, their eyes wide with terror, mouths agape, as if they had just witnessed the most terrifying sight of their lives. Before they could finish speaking, a figure lunged forward. Grand Lord Sebastian, his left eye blazing, unleashed a flurry of punches at Carl's face, leaving him dazed, drooling. In just an instant, Carl lay collapsed on the ground, unconscious, drooling. Orange-haired Nancy was utterly stunned, her hands trembling. She shrieked, questioning the newcomer. "What are you doing to my Carl?" She was even more horrified when she realized he was shirtless. "Are you an exhibitionist? Where are your clothes?" In the dark forest, a strange image appeared before Nancy's eyes. A gigantic glowing padlock, hovering in midair. She stared in astonishment, her mind utterly bewildered by this surreal sight. Before the scream subsided, Grand Lord Sebastian accidentally swung his arm, startling the orange-haired girl beside him in fright, her green eyes wide. He was stunned by his own action. "Oops, sorry." The apology quickly burst out, but the incident had already occurred. A pair of brown leather boots gently stepped over the threshold, revealing another world. The mysterious cloaked figure had left the dark forest, entering the bustling realm of mortals. Inside was a dimly lit tavern, where a white-bearded goblin bartender was wiping glasses, and two shirtless elves sat quietly at the counter, lost in their drunken stupor. The cloaked figure walked straight ahead, his golden eyes scanning the crowd. He wanted to find someone in authority to send an urgent message to Alistair. The goblin bartender shook his head, refusing. "Sorry, stranger, it can't be done, my friend. The entire elf territory has been blockaded. Nothing can get in or out. No letters or anything else." Blockade? That was fast. The cloaked figure smirked, thinking to himself that Silas was truly formidable. These elves obeyed orders like machines. He asked about the reason for the blockade. An elf sitting next to the counter replied, his voice full of sarcasm. It seems there's an assassin from the demon territory lurking around here. The cloaked figure sat down, raising 2 fingers. Give me something to drink. Do you have any strong liquor here? The green-haired elf turned, suspiciously asking, Hey, aren't you a demon? What are you doing here? The cloaked figure took a sip from the wooden cup, his eyes sharp. He was here to conduct a transaction. He frowned, setting the cup down. This is terrible. Are you sure this is wine? The goblin bartender was flustered. Huh? Sorry, let me get you a different drink. A glass of red wine was brought over. The cloaked figure took a sip, his expression unchanged. But then, a look of disgust appeared on his face. No, it's disgusting. The goblin bartender was surprised. Too cheap, you say? Then I'll serve you a different kind of drink. The green-haired elf tasted the wine in the wooden cup, his face contorted. Too bland. No. What the hell is this? It tastes like piss. The cloaked figure sneered. Is there nothing decent here? It seems there's no good wine at this establishment. The goblin bartender was stunned, his white beard trembling with surprise and discomfort. The cloaked figure crossed his arms, his golden eyes sweeping across, his face full of disdain. The white-bearded goblin bartender hesitated, trying to maintain his composure. He suggested, We have many fine wines here. Perhaps the guest should choose for himself. The cloaked figure's eyes swept over the rows of wine barrels, his tone full of contempt. He smirked. Indeed, there are many different kinds of wine here, but none suit my taste. What a pity. The goblin bartender's face showed a hint of displeasure. His eyes narrowed, staring at the mysterious guest. An invisible wave of pressure suddenly descended, making the goblin bartender fall to his knees in terror. The bartender trembled, hastily bowing respectfully. He stammered, Master, how may this humble one serve you? The cloaked figure commanded coldly, his golden eyes blazing with authority. He asked, The Merchant Alliance has its own channels and networks, right? Send word. I have urgent military intelligence that needs to be sent to the Demon Kingdom as soon as possible. 3 days later, under the dim moonlight, 2 cloaked figures appeared before a wooden house hidden deep in the forest. A new journey had begun, Cassandra exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sweeping over the old house. The red-haired figure beside her hastily reminded, Maintain a humble demeanor, Cassandra. We are on a secret mission. We need to stay hidden. A complex drawing appeared, depicting a molten core. A voice echoed, I came from the molten core and have found the cause of Alistair's tragedy. And now I'm here. Do you understand this drawing? The red-haired figure asked in astonishment. Wait, Master, are you saying the world we live in is a ball? The cloaked figure immediately corrected. It's a sphere, not a ball. Similar enough. But that's not the point. The cloaked figure looked sternly at his 2 subordinates, his golden eyes flashing. He questioned, What I want to know is, why did the army only send the 2 of you here? What happened? Both Cassandra and the red-haired figure were dumbfounded, their eyes clearly showing confusion and surprise at their master's sudden question. The red-haired figure confidently thumped his chest, eloquently declaring his loyalty. He said, Of course, because among all your subjects, I am the most loyal. I must be here for you, Master. Are you satisfied? The cloaked figure asked again, skeptically. Cassandra approached, teasing boldly. As for me, it's because I'm a woman. I can warm your bed tonight, and should I tell the truth? The cloaked figure was startled, hastily stopping her. The cloaked figure cleared his throat, trying to regain his stern demeanor. He explained, Seriously, the reason I ask is because, even though the 2 of you are quite strong, Sebastian continued to explain, his eyes sharp. He asserted that while Cassandra and Xander were loyal and strong, they held no military authority. Cassandra was a bodyguard, and Xander was merely a warrior. Xander and Cassandra protested simultaneously, their faces astonished. Xander confidently declared his strength, while Cassandra worriedly asked if they would be useless in the upcoming mission. Sebastian reassured, That's not it. Sebastian immediately reassured them, explaining that they didn't have major roles in the demon army, so their absence wouldn't matter. On the contrary, that very fact made them perfect spies to infiltrate the elf territory, and they were the ones he trusted with his life. Sebastian revealed a more intricate plan, exploiting the elves' vigilance. He needed their help to infiltrate deep into elf territory. Xander immediately promised to complete the mission, while Cassandra secretly sighed, still harboring other thoughts. Sebastian spread the old map on the table. He said that, given their small number, he would explain the upcoming mission in detail. Sebastian's finger traced the map, pointing to a sparsely populated location near Luna Forest. He identified their target as being there. His finger stopped, emphasizing a point on the map. It's right here. Xander and Cassandra watched intently. Xander recognized it as Ishtal, the capital of the elf tribe. Sebastian nodded in confirmation. He pointed out a winding path on the map, which was their intended route. The route was clearly marked. Travel through trade routes. Visit each neighboring town and city until they reached Ishtal. Xander wondered about the winding path. while Cassandra suspiciously asked if Sebastian was taking them on a tour of the elf kingdom. Sebastian suddenly replied to Cassandra, "You're right." Xander and Cassandra were surprised, not understanding his meaning. He explained his true purpose, to understand King Curtis's thoughts and how the people perceived their king. Sebastian wanted to know if Curtis truly represented the entire elf race. Sebastian declared his goal was to learn how to defeat his enemies. The goblin bartender asked if he had already left. The goblin bartender bowed, honored to serve the great Lord Sebastian. He reported that the people Sebastian had instructed had arrived. The two captives, Nancy and Carl, recognized Sebastian. The orange-haired woman was furious, accusing him of attacking and imprisoning them. Carl, with a bruised face, roared defiantly. He swore he would teach the troublemaker a lesson, regardless of their status. Sebastian, with a cold expression, uttered only one word. Xander, beside him, had to quickly stop Carl, as if knowing the horrific consequences if he continued. Sebastian ignored the threat, his sharp, cold gaze fixed on the two trembling figures. He only cared about one thing: who had summoned him to this place, and for what purpose? Faced with Sebastian's cold question, Nancy and Carl could only look at each other, their faces a mix of bewilderment and fear. They couldn't utter a word. Carl suddenly seemed to awaken, realizing something horrifying. He mumbled, doubting Sebastian's true identity, associating him with a powerful woman. Sebastian nodded slightly, his golden eyes flashing with profoundness. He had long suspected the rumors circulating, and now everything was becoming clear. Carl and Nancy frantically knelt, begging Sebastian not to reveal the secret. Nancy angrily criticized Carl for deceiving her, while Carl tried to blame the lockdown situation. Sebastian coldly cut him off, revealing Carl belonged to the Elun family and was merely a mercenary. He didn't care about their family matters, especially when the payment was so paltry. Carl wept miserably, begging Sebastian for forgiveness. He was willing to offer all his assets, only pleading with him not to tell that woman at any cost. After the desperate plea, Carl happily waved goodbye to Sebastian and his entourage. He believed his marriage had been miraculously saved. Xander asked Sebastian in surprise how he managed to get a free shipment. Sebastian calmly replied that drunk people often reveal secrets, then asked Xander to stop calling him Your Majesty or Lord. Cassandra curiously asked Sebastian what she should call him, since the old titles were forbidden. He thought for a moment, then suggested they call him Boss. Sebastian turned to Cassandra, declaring she would be his housekeeper. She widened her eyes, completely surprised by this unusual title. Next, Sebastian appointed Xander as the coachman. The red-haired young man was also stunned, wondering about the new role he had just been assigned. Sebastian, the Great Lord, announced their new cover, a merchant caravan. He would be the boss, while Cassandra and Xander would be the housekeeper and coachman, respectively. He sternly gave orders, emphasizing the importance of maintaining their roles and finding suitable goods upon arrival. A chorus of voices affirmed their understanding. Suddenly, Cassandra lunged forward, Sebastian's eyes widening in surprise as she pounced on him, her soft body pressing close. She hugged Sebastian tightly, cooing, "My dear boss." Sebastian panicked, yelling to ask what she was doing. Cassandra clung to him, constantly expressing her longing. Sebastian tried to push her away, reminding her that this was a public place and Xander was there. Cassandra quickly pulled the curtain shut, creating a temporary private space between her and Sebastian. But from outside, Xander casually called out, saying that pulling the curtain was useless and he could still hear everything clearly. Sebastian tried to explain that this was not the time for affection. They were on a mission. Cassandra then sadly asked if he no longer liked her. He seriously reminded her not to approach him casually and to always be vigilant. Then he became flustered when he saw Cassandra start to cry. She sobbed, asking Sebastian if he no longer liked her and if she couldn't even get close to him. Sebastian quickly reassured her, telling her not to be silly. He affirmed that she belonged to him, now and forever, which made Cassandra happy. He further explained the housekeeper role, saying it wasn't a normal job, but a combat maid, a supreme form of affection. Cassandra, encouraged by Sebastian's words, cheered excitedly, affirming that she would definitely succeed. Xander pulled the curtain open again, cheerfully complimenting Sebastian on doing a good job. He angrily grumbled, asking Xander if he thought his job was easy. The carriage caravan continued rolling down the dark road, flickering lights seemingly guiding the unexpected journey ahead. Xander was still surprised by the surrounding scenery, he mused to himself. There are still so many people who want to be you, Great Lord who rules the 13 Demon Kings. I've been to the Elflands before, but this place is really strange. It's always nighttime in these regions. He continued to observe the star-filled night sky, a full moon hanging perfectly round. Xander thought to himself, the moon's appearance is also very strange to me. Sebastian explained about the moon mirror, the elf tribe's enormous energy source. Xander added, it's called the moon mirror,
I read about it in the library. It says it's a type of charm created by the ancient elves of yore. It has the ability to store a vast amount of spatial energy from the universe, the closest source being the moon. The books say that the origin of all elf power lies in the moon mirror. The survival of their entire race depends on it. Sebastian pointed out the colossal towers hidden in the night, revealing the secret of the eternal night. He said, but the moon mirror can only appear at night. A long time ago, they created a powerful device. The towers you see have obscured and hidden the sunlight throughout the entire Elfland, and thus, this place is always in a state of eternal night. Sander replied, I see. Sebastián explicó que la energía del espejo lunar se debilita cada día, poniendo a los elfos en crisis existencial. El rey Curtis resolvió el problema, obtuvo el apoyo del antiguo monarca élfico y ahora lidera a los elfos, a lo que Xander exclamó admirado, y Sebastián replicó que los demonios adoran el poder y no el conocimiento, y que él también podría leerlo. Xander suddenly flinched, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he had just realized something earth-shattering. Suddenly, Xander spotted a strange figure walking on the road ahead. He quickly called out, Hey, boss, look over there. Sebastian squinted. Who's that? Sebastian immediately ordered Xander to maintain maximum vigilance. He firmly said, Stay on course and always be alert. Xander replied, Understood. Sebastian turned to Cassandra, his gaze full of hidden meaning. He asked, By the way, how good is your charm magic? Cassandra was surprised, a question mark appearing on her face. Sebastian pointed to his horns and hair, explaining the need for a disguise. He said, I need a disguise, especially for these horns. And this part too, my hair. It's too conspicuous to others. The carriage continued to roll, drawing closer to the mysterious figure standing in the middle of the road. That figure, a blue-skinned person with white hair, suddenly raised their hand to cast magic, and icy crystals began to form beneath their feet. The blue-skinned person's feet were now covered in sharp ice, like newly crafted crystal shoes. Xander couldn't keep calm. He looked down at the strange figure and loudly questioned, Hey, what's the meaning of this? The blue-skinned person looked up at the carriage, their voice full of despair. They said, I haven't eaten anything for days. Can you spare some food? I wouldn't normally do this, so, I'm desperate. Can you give me something? Xander maintained his aggressive stance, pointing directly at the blue-skinned person and growling,
Of course not. Are you crazy? Get that ice off my carriage or you'll regret it.
The white-haired, blue-skinned person looked up, eyes hidden in shadow. A cold mist enveloped them, their voice full of contempt. Aren't you afraid of magic? This is why I hate humans, short-lived fools and their arrogance. Xander was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He hadn't expected to be called human. What? Human? The black-haired butler appeared, his sharp gaze ordering the pink-haired female assistant. There's some food in the back, butler. Bring some here for our guest. The pink-haired female assistant was surprised, whispering to the butler, Master, can't we just kill this thing and feed it to the scorpions? For rations? Footsteps clattered on the ground, breaking the silence. The black-haired butler and the pink-haired female assistant brought ripe red apples. The butler calmly explained, When someone is that desperate, they become the embodiment of everything and are willing to do anything. We don't want to offend the desperate. Here, please take some fruit and kindly unfreeze our carriage. The white-haired, blue-skinned person silently took the apples, their eyes showing confusion, without saying a word. The white-haired, blue-skinned person turned and walked away. Xander immediately yelled, Hey, don't just leave like that. You have to unfreeze the carriage. The black-haired butler calmly stopped him. Just wait. Don't worry. Let them go for a bit. The pink-haired female assistant leaned in, whispering curiously into the black-haired butler's ear. Why don't we just unfreeze it ourselves? The butler replied decisively, No. The white-haired, blue-skinned person stopped, turned their head to look back at them, their eyes full of questions. You, where are you going? The black-haired butler calmly answered their question. Star Moon Village. The white-haired, blue-skinned person stood silently, their small back facing the deep forest. A cold aura emanated from the white-haired, blue-skinned person, their voice becoming sharp and accusatory. Why? Why are you going to Star Moon Village? Answer me. The black-haired butler felt the encroaching cold and calmly uttered, Cold. The white-haired, blue-skinned person's eyes suddenly glowed red. They held a sharp shard of ice, their voice cold and full of killing intent. You can go anywhere but there. Otherwise, I will kill you. Right now. Right here. A brilliant blue ice crystal shot out, carrying a chilling, killing intent. The caster, a green-skinned girl with fiery red eyes, long white hair, and a black cloak, radiated cruelty. The icy ray pierced through the air, aiming directly at the two people standing by the carriage. The black-haired butler was startled, while the pink-haired girl behind him hadn't had time to react. The green-skinned girl coldly declared, Start with him. How dare he insult a mage? Know your place, human.
The black-haired butler remained calm, his sharp eyes observing. An icy magic circle spun in the green-skinned girl's palm. "She'll be next if you don't obey and change your mind." The curse absolute freeze echoed, signaling impending disaster. The pink-haired assistant, still carrying a tray of apples, was imprisoned within a transparent block of ice. Her expression remained one of surprise, motionless in the frigid space. The green-skinned girl suddenly flinched, her fiery red eyes wide with regret.
Damn it! I made a mistake. I accidentally froze the fruits too.
A shriek rang out. The black-haired butler calmly asked, "Before you do anything to me, may I ask one thing, just in case I actually die today?" The green-skinned girl replied, "For the food you gave me, go ahead and ask, human." The black-haired butler looked directly at his opponent, his eyes full of contemplation. "Why can't we go to Xingyue village? And if we do go, why do you want to kill us?" he questioned. The green-skinned girl pointed forward, her tone resolute. "First, because that's where I'm going next." Her words were like a warning, full of hidden meaning. The black-haired butler was surprised, his eyebrows furrowed. "Huh? Then why do you want to kill us?" He couldn't understand this person's motive. The green-skinned girl angrily replied, "Idiot, because you're human. Not just human, but a merchant. I'll test you right now." The black-haired butler mused, "I see." The black-haired butler looked directly at the green-skinned girl, his eyes sharp and cold. "You're being hunted, aren't you? You're not a mage. You're an ice harpy." He exposed the truth. The green-skinned girl's eyes widened, her face contorted with anger. "Shut up! Don't call me that! I am a noble spirit of the Ice Clan!" She raised her hand, and an icy magic circle reappeared. The black-haired butler smirked, a surge of icy energy surrounding him. "Ice magic? Well then, the game is over," he declared, full of confidence. A dazzling blue light erupted, engulfing the entire scene. Icy energy surged, signaling an imminent, uncompromising confrontation. The black-haired butler raised his hand high, a brilliant icy aura surrounding him. His gaze was resolute, ready to face any challenge. The black-haired butler's fist flared with icy energy, sharp claws extending, ready to tear through anything. He stood coldly behind the frozen pink-haired assistant, his hand gripping hers tightly as a warning.
"Xander, wake up! Stop pretending to sleep!"
Xander groggily sat up, his face annoyed. "Are we done yet?" he grumbled. "Hey, she just called me rude." A small piece of ice lingered on Xander's lips, and he resentfully suggested, "Can we just kill her? Or do we still need more information from her? Just throw her to the scorpion to eat and be done with it." The green-skinned, white-haired individual was utterly terrified, their fiery red eyes wide open. "You blocked my ice scale attack? Impossible!" they stammered, disbelieving their eyes. "You are." Amidst the dazzling blue light, the green-skinned, white-haired individual roared in fury. "Who exactly are you?" Icy energy swirled violently, tiny, sparkling particles shimmering like snow in the air. The entire forest was engulfed in an icy storm, cold currents swirling, transforming everything into a world of brilliant blue illusion. The black-haired butler and the pink-haired assistant stood side by side, their gazes resolute, their aura soaring. The pink-haired assistant unleashed a move, a brilliant pink energy heart appearing in her palm, her eyes gleaming with determination. A surge of pinkish-purple light shot forth, striking the green-skinned, white-haired individual, who cried out in pain. "Ah!" They fell to the ground, their body convulsing. "Arg!" The green-skinned, white-haired individual scrambled back up, their face bruised, their eyes resentful. "You bitch!" They growled, icy energy surging around their hands again, ready to counterattack. But then, utter astonishment clearly appeared on the green-skinned, white-haired individual's face, as if they had just witnessed something unbelievable. The spiky, red-haired individual swooped down from above, a sharp, cold sword pointed directly at the green-skinned maiden. "There's no escape now," he growled, cornering her. The green-skinned maiden slumped down, her fiery red eyes gleaming with despair. It was unbelievable that she had been defeated by these lowly mortals. En el bosque, el mayordomo de cabello negro, junto a Sander y la asistente de pelo rosa, comentó con calma sobre la discriminación de las hadas, preguntando por las hadas de hielo y las arpías de hielo. La asistente le replicó que era distinto de las hadas de hielo que conocía pero que no podía matar inocentes, y él concluyó que, de no ser por sus leales subordinados, estaría muerto, y que las hadas odian a humanos, demonios, e incluso a la raza enjambre. Anjali flared up in anger, her fiery red eyes blazing. "But it's the truth. You humans are despicable, especially merchants," she snarled. "You're all evil scoundrels who only care about profit, only money matters, shameless bastards." She continued to spew hateful words, humans and their morals. "I cannot trust your beliefs." The black-haired butler held a bone in his hand, his gaze profound. He casually said, "Ah, prejudices exist for a reason. It's understandable." Then he mused, "There's one thing I'm quite curious about." He looked directly at Anjali, his eyes sharp and cold. "Isn't your people just sheep to be swept away? Ignorant sheep who cannot fight for themselves?" He questioned. "So why do you fight? Why can you use magic, unlike others I've seen?" Anjali tilted her head, her pointed ears twitching slightly. "We Ice Fae are naturally blessed by the water element," she explained. "Among hundreds of people, there are those who can perceive synesthesia energy." She asked back in surprise, "Isn't that normal? Why are you asking these questions?" Anjali huddled, her fiery red eyes looking at the black-haired butler with a pleading expression. "Hey, uncle," she said, "can you let me go?" She continued to beg, "I still have to go home and support my family." The black-haired butler frowned, looking displeased. "Uncle, do I look that old?" Xander beside him replied casually, "I don't know." The black-haired butler sighed. "You're really too frank and carefree, aren't you?" A thwack sound rang out, and the bone from the black-haired butler's hand flew, hitting Anjali directly on the head, making her stagger. The black-haired butler turned to Xander and the pink-haired female assistant, giving an order. "Untie her," he added, "and give her some food." Xander exclaimed in surprise, "What?" "But sir," the pink-haired female assistant immediately cut Xander off. "The master doesn't need you to tell him what he can and cannot do. Just leave it be." She suddenly realized, her slip of the tongue. "Oops." Xander quickly bowed his head. "My apologies." The black-haired butler turned back to Anjali, his eyes sharp. "What is your name?" Anjali hesitated. "My name?" Anjali lowered her head, her voice fading. "My name is..." She paused for a moment, then softly said, "Anjali?" The black-haired butler narrowed his eyes, his gaze scrutinizing. "You're hesitating," he questioned. "Is that a fake name you usually use?" Anjali recoiled in fear, her crimson eyes wide. A hand reached out, while the black-haired butler whispered, "My dear Anjali." The black-haired butler smirked, declaring he was the boss and would come to her village. He instructed Anjali to be grateful, not to offend him, and to tell the villagers to buy his goods. Anjali could only stare blankly. He continued to instruct Anjali to manage his business, saying they would stay in the village for a few days. He even asked for his name again, as a powerful reminder. Anjali stammered, calling him boss, her heart bewildered, unsure if this was a threat or a favor. She thought to herself, human merchants are truly dangerous. He's too skilled. The carriage rolled on, taking them deeper into the land of the green-skinned tribe. Outside, the full moon hung perfectly round in the night sky. The bumpy forest road made the carriage sway. Xander reminded the boss to rest, but the black-haired butler replied that he was not in a hurry, still sitting comfortably in the back. Xander looked towards the black-haired butler, wondering why he let the white-haired girl go. He couldn't understand the master's intention. The pink-haired female assistant woke up, scolding Xander for daring to question the master. The black-haired butler merely smirked, reminding her that she had done the same thing before. The black-haired butler leaned close to the female assistant's ear, asking if she was curious about the Ice Elf tribe's magic techniques. The female assistant affirmed that she would attack anyone who offended the master, but he still emphasized the uniqueness of that magic. The black-haired butler continued, "Though the girl's techniques still had many flaws, I sensed potential. It was something she created herself, proving her ability to develop." He praised Xander as a battle maniac, with a special talent for sensing these things, because one genius understands another. He let the girl go because of that potential. Who knows, she might soon bring surprises. Xander, moved, called out to his master. Xander burst into tears, asking his master if he truly thought he was a genius. He felt overly praised and wondered if he was truly better than others under his lord. Xander joyfully declared himself a battle maniac genius, feeling extremely honored. The pink-haired female assistant quickly scolded him not to embarrass the master, while the black-haired butler could only hesitate. The black-haired butler decided they should also have aliases. He called himself Boss Bastion, the pink-haired female assistant Susan, and Xander, instead of being a trainer, would be the butler Cage. Both unanimously accepted the new names. The giant beetle monster, with its gray-purple shell and powerful pincers, diligently pulled the carriage up the steep slope. Xander suddenly cried out, his eyes wide with surprise, looking ahead. The carriage and the beetle monster were now suspended in midair, floating through a deadly forest with strange water bubbles. The fantastical, deadly scene outside made Xander exclaim. Even knowing the clear danger, the eerie beauty of this place was enough to enchant anyone. The magical carriage brought them to an ancient elf village named Jingyue. Houses nestled among ancient trees, surrounded by countless sparkling water bubbles, like a dream. In the distance, the majestic Holy Wing City appeared, enveloped by lush green mountains. At the foot of the city, the emerald green Huangdai Lake stretched out, a tranquil beauty holding many secrets. An old man in a purple cloak, along with Curtis and his guards, stood by the lake. He explained, although this lake is a remote area within the city,
Ownership belongs to the royal family. Commoners are not allowed to enter here, the old man continued. Over the years, there have still been residents secretly coming here to swim, but strangely, most of them disappeared when they entered the lake. Officials sent to investigate also remained silent. An ancient stone tablet stood majestically by the lake, engraved with a warning: trespassing on royal land is forbidden. It seemed this warning was not enough to deter the curious. Curtis questioned. So only the royal family is allowed in? Yet these people still entered and disappeared? No one wants to investigate? The old man in the purple cloak exclaimed angrily. So this is a trap? Humans are truly disgusting for preying on their own kind. Shh. The old man revealed that the royal family had kept the secret of the danger hidden beneath the lake. Most people don't know the dangers in this lake. I've worked here for at least 30 years and still don't dare to go near it. Despite the warning, Curtis's slender hand gently touched the surface of the lake. Immediately, glowing emerald ripples spread out, like a welcome from the depths. Curtis knelt down, feeling the gloomy energy flowing beneath the lake. He affirmed, I can feel the underworld energy flowing in this lake. This place seems to be the right location. The old man in the purple cloak reminded Curtis about the promised money. King Curtis, regarding the money you promised this old man, when will I receive it? Curtis, without hesitation, ordered, give it to him. The old man happily reached out, waiting for his reward, but instead of money, two cold hands from both sides suddenly grabbed him. A cruel conspiracy was unfolding. The old man in the purple cloak screamed in horror. King Curtis! Ah! Fresh blood splattered. Curtis coldly declared, sacrifice is necessary for the glory of the elf kingdom. Amidst the mystical energy vortex, Curtis stood upright, enveloped by a transparent sphere of water. He was performing an ancient ritual, summoning power from the abyss. With a resolute gaze, Curtis looked at his guards, declaring, You are the ones chosen by me, Curtis, as my most trusted subordinates. It is time to dedicate yourselves to the revival of the elf tribe. Curtis's loyal guards simultaneously cheered. Ha! Glory to King Curtis! For the glory of the sun and moon. One of them, holding the old man's bloody head, his eyes fanatical to the point of being chilling. After his grand declarations, Curtis and his elf guards were ready for a new journey, plunging into the deep night. Giant air bubbles carrying the elf warriors slowly sank beneath the water's surface, leaving behind small ripples and mysterious sounds. From somewhere, a young woman with orange hair and a red dress appeared, her eyes full of suspicion as she looked at Curtis. She questioned, It's you, Curtis. What are you plotting now? Curtis's contingent had fully submerged deep beneath the lake, their protective air bubbles drifting idly among schools of fish. Curtis's feet gently touched the lake bed, a faint cloud of dust rising, signaling the start of a search. The guards moved with Curtis, one of them asking, Your Majesty, there's nothing here. What are we looking for? Curtis replied, Head towards the end of the lake. King Curtis looked straight ahead, his eyes revealing calculation. He said, Be vigilant. They are hiding. Perhaps a little provocation will work. Without hesitation, Curtis cut his own palm, and drops of dark red fresh blood dripped down, dissolving into the deep blue water. His blood spread rapidly, forming brilliant red streaks, like a deadly invitation sent down to the abyss. The lake bed suddenly shook violently, and emerald lightning bolts tore through the space. A guard panicked. It's coming from below! Be careful! A gigantic dark purple tentacle, covered in sharp crystals, emerged from the mud, engulfing Curtis's vision. Not just one, but countless other gigantic tentacles simultaneously rose, surrounding Curtis and his guards in the cold water. The tentacles continued to rise, creating a chaotic and terrifying spectacle at the bottom of the deep lake. The gigantic tentacles attacked fiercely, coiling around the air bubbles, leaving the guards panicked and helpless. Amidst the chaos, a horrifying creature appeared. The Sea Witch, an ancient mythical beast. She and her bloodthirsty kin growled, We smell blood. We crave more blood. Curtis maintained a terrifying calm. He whispered, A mythical beast? I guessed right. What I want must surely be found on the bodies of these beasts. Curtis, despite his calm demeanor, had to frown. He knew well that confronting mythical monsters deep beneath the sea was a gamble of life and death. This monster is terrifyingly strong. Even on land, I'm not sure I could win, let alone fighting underwater. Curtis's words echoed, cold as ice. A blue-skinned tribesman, trapped in an air bubble, accepting his cruel fate, replied to him with despair. Since you swore to dedicate your life to me, sacrifice yourself for our tribe's greater war. Yes, Your Majesty. King Curtis smirked, his green eyes harboring cruelty. He delivered a final admonition to the one about to die, like a venomous blessing. Excellent! When you sacrifice your life for me, do not resent me. The chosen sacrifice trembled, cold sweat pouring out. Extreme fear enveloped him as death loomed in the deep sea. Deep beneath the sea, air bubbles filled with blue-skinned tribesmen floated aimlessly. The sea demoness and her gigantic tentacles waited, like bloodthirsty predators. The blue-skinned tribesman's face contorted in horror. He knew his fate was sealed, only awaiting the Reaper's scythe. The sea demoness lunged forward, her emerald eyes burning with bloodlust. She extended her sharp claws, ready to tear apart the first prey. A horrifying tearing sound echoed. Fresh red blood stained the blue water, signaling a life taken. The sea demoness tore and bit mercilessly, fresh blood splattering everywhere. She devoured the unfortunate victim, satisfying her long-held thirst. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the remaining blue-skinned tribesmen in the air bubbles could only scream in silence. Extreme terror was evident on every face. Another man clutched his head, his eyes wide. He couldn't believe what was happening, and knew that he, too, would soon share the same fate. The air bubbles drifted, carrying the screaming sacrifices in vain. Death was approaching, and no one could escape the monster's clutches. The sea demoness laughed maniacally, her gigantic tentacles reaching out to grab the air bubbles. Blood continued to splatter, turning the seabed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Ha! 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 Curtis stood there, observing coldly. He whispered, his voice devoid of emotion, like someone appraising merchandise. "Enjoy your meal, monster. This amount of food is just enough." Another blue-skinned tribesman was swallowed amidst desperate screams. Blood and tears mingled, creating a tragic scene. King Curtis stood between two guards, his eyes emotionless as he watched the carnage. His plan was unfolding exactly as expected, without a single deviation. Amidst the hazy blue water, the black-haired elf king coldly questioned two imprisoned guards. "Tengen, Remus, do you want to be next? Your time with me is running out." The two guards, Tengen and Remus, trembled in their captive bubbles, begging for mercy. Remus shakily asked, "Your Majesty, we are your most loyal subjects. Will you truly throw us to those disgusting monsters?" The Elf King coldly reminded Tengen of the past, an accusation hinting at betrayal.
Tengen, you voted for me.
He continued, his tone full of sarcasm, recalling the royal election. In the general election to choose the next Elf King. Or perhaps, you didn't vote for me? Both were stunned, realizing the deep secret had been exposed. Remus exclaimed, "What?" Those votes were anonymous. No one could know the content of. A fatal stab pierced through the bubble, Remus's blood staining the water red. The Elf King coldly uttered his disappointment. "What a pity. I expected more from you, Tengen." Remus's body was swept away by a gigantic tentacle, disappearing into the darkness. Tengen witnessed the horrifying scene, despairing in his captive bubble. The Elf King cruelly looked at Tengen, thanked him for his contribution, then delivered his cold death sentence. "Thank you for your contribution, Tengen. Now, die." Tengen screamed for forgiveness, his terrified blue eyes fixed on the emotionless king. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Tengen swore his loyalty. "I have always been loyal to your words and commands, Your Majesty." But the Elf King only replied with a mocking remark. "Of course." He smirked, declaring he had no intention of killing Tengen, a blatant lie. "That's why I have no plans for you to die." The sea demoness attacked frantically, while the cunning Elf King recognized this as a golden opportunity to eliminate the unsuspecting, because the monsters are distracted. Now it will be easier to kill them. Another blue-skinned person frantically reported the silence of the sea witches. "Your Majesty, the other sea witches are not responding." But the Elf King merely sneered. "These monsters won't care about anything once they've tasted food." He ordered them to advance, abandoning those being devoured by monsters as time was running out. "Hurry up and ignore them. We have limited time before they recover from their stupor. Now, let's go." The Elf King's bubble glided through the forest of tentacles, delving deep into the sea, leaving behind chaos and desperate screams. His eyes gleamed triumphantly, a sinister smile appearing on his face as the final objective came into view. It's there, amidst the giant forest of tentacles, a solitary glowing green orb pulsed, like a mysterious heart of the abyss. The swirling water revealed an ancient lantern, emitting an ethereal blue light, enveloped by bloodthirsty tentacles. The Elf King triumphantly reached out, his eyes gleaming with greed as the final treasure was within reach. "I finally have you." At the bottom of the deep sea, a colossal whirlpool formed, swallowing everything into endless darkness. Tengen and Remus, the blue-skinned people, struggled desperately in the whirlpool, their screams drowned out by the deep sea. The Elf King clutched the green lantern, its light reflecting on his triumphant face. Tengen trembled as he looked at the Elf King, trying to suppress his fear. "Your Majesty, may I ask a question?" Cold sweat beaded on Tengen's forehead as he questioned the Elf King. "If your Majesty knew 8 sea witches existed beneath the lake, why didn't you tell everyone? We could have prepared better." The Elf King sneered contemptuously. "Tell them? Would they have come if they knew it was certain death?" Tengen pleaded desperately. "Why not join forces with everyone to kill those monsters?"
We could use bait. There must be a better way, Your Majesty. We would go through fire and ice for you.
This is too cruel to your own people. The Elf King's eyes were cold, his smile even more vicious. But everyone is already dead. My cruelty, now only you know. Tinjin was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? You're going to? The Elf King looked directly at Tengen, the lantern in his hand emitting an eerie blue light. Have you ever wondered why I kept you alive? Because you are the strongest of the 8. The Elf King gave a mysterious smile, his eyes darkening. Isn't that right, Miranda? A burst of fiery red energy erupted. Curtis was thrown into a deep pit filled with lava and fire, everything around him shattering. Curtis knelt amidst the sea of flames, his body glowing.
Curtis, is this why you wanted to stay in Holy Wing City?
Curtis, with fiery eyes and a mysterious mark on his forehead, roared in question. For this thing? What is it? Tell me. The black-haired Elf King grabbed Remus, his sharp eyes asking, Remus, are your words of loyalty just empty rhetoric? Prove it. The opportunity is right here. Come and help me kill the Vampire Queen. Curtis's eyes widened in horror. He trembled as he repeated the question, unable to believe his ears. Kill her? Kill the Vampire Queen, Miranda? Curtis stood tall, his entire body ablaze, surrounded by fiery red energy. He wondered if the monster at the bottom of the lake was anything compared to her. In the distance, Star Moon Village appeared with ancient tree houses, its ethereal light shimmering like fairy dust. Xander's group stopped by a carriage. The black-haired official, the pink-haired assistant, and Xander were intently looking at a wanted poster. The wanted poster clearly showed an image of an elf girl, with the words wanted dead or alive and a huge bounty. Xander pointed at the wanted poster in surprise. Boss, look at this. The pink-haired assistant was also surprised. That's the Ice Elf tribe from earlier. The black-haired official pondered, his eyes thoughtful. He realized that things here were not as simple as he had imagined. The empty carriage lay there, causing someone to exclaim in surprise, Huh? What is this? A cargo convoy? A white-bearded goblin bartender and 2 guards blocked the road, ordering, Stop! Back up the carriage! Star Moon Village is under curfew! The goblin bartender declared, The Elf Kingdom is under curfew. Star Moon Village does not allow strangers to enter freely. Xander angrily retorted, What did you say? We've traveled this far, we're tired, and hungry. The goblin bartender sneered, Who told you to come here? No one, so don't complain. Xander flared up, Huh? You think I'll just take that? I'll beat you to a pulp, you bastard! The goblin bartender scoffed, challenging, Go ahead and try. A tiny human daring to say they'll defeat a magic-wielding race? I've seen many fools, but you're a special kind, kid. Xander gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and roared furiously. Enough, you racist old man! Come here right now! If you don't let us in, my fist will smash right into your wrinkled face. I'll make the whole village fight me for 2 straight days. Bring it on! The black-haired official quickly held Xander back, trying to de-escalate the situation. Calm down. He's provoking you. Sir, we have many good goods to offer. I came to this village to investigate the local economic market and how it affects isolation during the lockdown. The black-haired butler remained calm, his sharp eyes fixed on the goblin chieftain. Chieftain, would you like to hear a small proposal from me? Trust me, it will be very worthwhile. On the precarious wooden staircase, Xander and the pink-haired assistant waited. 2 other elves also quietly observed the tense dialogue between the butler and the old chieftain. Xander was surprised. He's the chieftain? How did His Majesty know? The pink-haired assistant was skeptical. Can he negotiate? I thought human merchants had a pretty bad reputation. She continued. Let's trust our master. Even if the negotiation fails, we won't hesitate. The old goblin chieftain listened, his eyes full of scrutiny. The black-haired butler maintained his calm smile, awaiting the other party's reaction. Upon hearing alcohol, the old chieftain's eyes immediately lit up. He lamented the lack of alcohol at the village pub, then quickly asserted that Star Moon Village would be very beneficial for their business. Xander and the pink-haired assistant's eyes widened, unable to believe the chieftain's sudden change in attitude. A big question mark appeared in both their minds. The butler's triumphant laughter echoed through the space. The group began to ascend the wooden staircase, moving deeper into the village that was gradually appearing before their eyes. The butler revealed he had bribed the chieftain with 3 gold coins and promised to share 40% of the revenue. Xander was shocked. What? 40%? The butler explained, It doesn't matter anyway, as long as we have a good cover. This is my ticket inside. The pink-haired assistant wondered. I thought they wouldn't let humans do business here because of the elves. You know. The butler replied, Indeed. I didn't think it would be this easy. He turned back, teaching them a lesson. Learn to observe. Prejudice won't help in big matters. He analyzed that the chieftain initially hated humans due to their greed and lack of unity.
The fear of being deceived created prejudice. The butler suggested they should claim to be from a larger power, such as a merchant guild recommended by the Great Lord. Xander was stunned by the butler's observational skills, accidentally calling him Your Majesty before quickly correcting himself. Oh my God. The butler reminded him, in public, call me boss. Xander quickly asked, boss? Can I ask one more question? While ascending the stairs, Xander wondered why they didn't use magic to fly up with the caravan and goods instead of walking. The butler called, Cage. Xander was startled, realizing it was him. Huh? Oh, that's me? Yes, boss? The butler explained to the chieftain that he was the third young master of Thor, the greatest wine merchant in human history, who had come to study the wine preferences of the elf race. Xander was bewildered, secretly thinking about the name Thor Wine Corporation, which he had never heard of. The butler ordered Xander to go up to the pub, announce his arrival from Thor, and promise free drinks if they provided feedback. Xander immediately obeyed. Xander soared into the air, a radiant smile on his face, ready to carry out his assigned task. A promising start to his plan. Sebastian, in his role as butler, smiled mysteriously when Susan exclaimed, Hey boss, this Thor thing really works. He replied, Ah, I suppose so. Sebastian went on to explain that humans and elves often exchanged goods, but elves lacked understanding of human culture and politics. He concluded, deceiving a few elves is the right thing to do. He looked at Susan meaningfully, reminding them that they were demons, so they should feel free to toy with these playthings. He invited her to stroll with him, enjoy the scenery, and come enjoy the scenery with me, and go on a date with your boss. Susan was still bewildered. Sebastian turned to ask, Susan? What's wrong? She quickly replied, Oh, it's nothing. Susan suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She couldn't hold back her emotions. I just think you're truly amazing. I think I like you more, and more like this. Sebastian raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised by Susan's confession, but quickly regained his composure, replying indifferently, Is that so? Sebastian gazed into the distance, pondering their attire. He said, By the way, I think our outfits are no longer very stylish. It's time for a change, all right? Perhaps something more luxurious and splendid. I'll think about it. On a makeshift stage, Xander stood, a carriage laden with goods behind him. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the village elves stretched long, watching with curiosity. Xander confidently announced, This is the third young master of the Thor Corporation, my boss, the villagers whispered. An elf asked, Is that the third young master of Thor? Another commented, That outfit looks strange, but quite high class. Sebastian and Susan appeared, splendid in their new outfits. An elf exclaimed in admiration, Wow, he looks very rich. I heard the one behind him is his butler, and that lady is his maid. She's truly beautiful. An hour later, Xander stood behind the bar counter, surrounded by countless empty wine bottles. He smiled triumphantly. All the wine we had is sold out. Surprisingly, the villagers were extremely satisfied. They enthusiastically enjoyed the wine. Everyone seemed to like the type of wine Sebastian and his companions brought. Even the elf knights stationed in the village agreed. They were regular customers here, and their satisfaction was the clearest proof. Although they looked quite fierce on the outside, these elf knights were actually quite friendly and approachable. They even invited Sebastian to play cards. Befriending these knights step by step was an indispensable part of his plan. Sebastian gave a faint smile, spreading his hand with a few gold coins. Oh dear, my mistake. Ha. He had just lost a card game, but his eyes were still full of confidence, as if everything was part of his calculation. The elf knights laughed loudly, teasing Sebastian about his bad luck. Third young master, you're terrible at this game. Indeed, I've never seen anyone play cards so badly all day. But he merely curled his lip, declaring, Luck aside, I learned quite fast, and this game is quite fun. Keep going, who knows? Maybe this time I'll be lucky and win. A blue-haired elf knight looked at his watch, hesitantly saying, Hey guys, it's late. We have a mission tomorrow. Shouldn't we go to sleep? He reminded them that even elves needed rest in this land of eternal night. Sebastian narrowed his eyes upon hearing mission. A mission? Let me guess. He looked directly at the knights, probing, Is it to capture the ice elves? Sebastian's words were like a bolt of lightning, causing the three elf knights to freeze. Their expressions immediately changed, their eyes revealing clear astonishment and anger. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Seeing their reaction, Sebastian raised a hand to calm them down. Hey, don't look at me like that, he explained. For business, I need to know more about where you're working. He maintained his calm demeanor, but his sharp gaze swept over each person. A blue-haired elf knight coldly retorted, You'd best ask fewer questions if you want to continue doing business in our territory, human. Sebastian nodded. I'll remember that. He stood up, ending the game. We can continue tomorrow. For now, take care.
Sitting alone in the quiet room, Sebastian pensively looked at the lost gold coins. I lost quite a lot of gold today. He curled his lips, a flash of absolute confidence gleaming in his eyes. But I can win it back tomorrow if I want to. 3 elf knights bowed, then turned their backs and walked through the arched gate, disappearing into the night. They left, leaving Sebastian alone with his own thoughts. While Sebastian was still deep in thought, a soft voice echoed, "Boss." Cassandra, with her pink hair and tight-fitting dress, appeared behind him, under the full moon. Cassandra approached, her expression slightly uncomfortable. "I don't feel comfortable in this outfit. The villagers keep staring at my chest strangely." Sebastian cleared his throat, interrupting her. "Ahem. Have you found out anything else?" Cassandra began to report. "The lives of the elves seem to be declining over the years, but the energy of the moon mirror is being consumed at an increasing rate." She continued. "Therefore, the people still trust Curtis's rule in the area." Sebastian listened, then asked about another matter. "I see. What do you think about dealing with the ice elves?" Cassandra gently shook her head. "It's hard to say. It's as if they silently accept his rule." Sebastian pondered, his sharp gaze fixed on the distance. "So that's how it is," he concluded. "Curtis is probably very good at brainwashing others. He has the talent of a politician, trying to sway the masses to his side." Cassandra, sitting opposite him, whispered, "Your Majesty, there's one thing I don't understand. If you want to deal with Curtis, why not just kill him?" Sebastian flatly refused. "No. In the past, I might have considered that option, but this would cause an uprising among the elves." Sebastian stared straight into space, his gaze firm. "In this world," he emphasized, "people need a morally justifiable reason to act." His words echoed, full of authority and calculation. A day later, the spiral staircase led to the highest floor, where a window opened to a starry cosmic view, signaling that a fated encounter was about to take place. Sebastian and Cassandra sat in the tavern, his gaze calm. From the arched window, 3 elf figures flickered into view, and a voice rang out. "Third young master." 3 elf knights appeared with meaningful expressions, one of them challenging. "Are you still interested in that bet? We have a new player who wants to compete with you." Sebastian turned his face, a slight smirk on his lips. He simply replied, full of confidence, "Certainly." He and Cassandra stood up. An elf urged, "Bring your gold and come with us." Sebastian asked back, "Where to?" The 3 elves laughed slyly, one of them pointing upwards, declaring, "To the treetop." The group moved to a mysterious space. An elf knight looked at Cassandra, teasing, "Third young master, your escort is truly beautiful." Sebastian embraced Cassandra, smiling as he explained, "Susan, here is my maid. She is not only beautiful but also very talented in many other aspects." He warned, "My advice is not to look at her with lustful eyes. When she gets angry, no one in this world can hold her back except me. So please, don't try." The 3 elves burst into mocking laughter. "Say what you will! Ha ha ha! You're so funny!" An elf knight pointed upward, saying, "Hey, we've reached the highest floor. Let's go." The window once again revealed a mystical cosmic view. The group entered a magnificent corridor. The elf knights explained, "This is the most luxurious apartment, the most opulent residence in this area," and warned, "Young master, our friend is waiting for you. Be careful with your words in front of him. Don't try to provoke him." Sebastian raised an eyebrow, asking, "Does he have a temper problem?" An elf sneered. The elf continued to warn, "The last person who angered him died instantly. We like you. So please, don't try to provoke him, okay?" In the luxurious room, a pointy-eared elf, bare-chested and draped in a purple cloak, sat casually on the sofa, his gaze sharp and cold. Sebastian's group entered. An elf knight reported, "Hey, we've brought this guy up here." The elf on the sofa replied, "Well done." The elf on the sofa looked directly at Sebastian, asking, "Are you truly the 3rd young master from the Thor Wine Association?" He smirked. Doesn't matter. The wine you brought is quite good." Continuing the card game, the elf on the sofa smiled, his tone full of hidden meaning. He called Sebastian dear customer, as if this was not just a game, but also a mysterious transaction. Sebastian exhaled cigar smoke, his gaze sharp and cold. He admitted his card-playing skills were not good, but his words carried a deeper implication about the bad hands he had faced recently. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of light erupted, tearing through the deep forest night, dyeing the entire space purple. It was the sign of a terrifying battle, a forgotten memory resurfacing. In the brilliant purple light, Remus darted like lightning, magical energy swirling around his body. He headed straight into the heart of the chaos, determined to confront the danger. At the same time, Miranda also appeared, her fiery orange hair fluttering in a red blaze. She soared forward, each step carrying destructive power, confronting Remus. Curtis, with a half-mask covering his face, his deep green eyes somber. He whispered about the vampire queen Miranda, about the image of her covered in injuries. Miranda, with blazing red eyes and a white mark on her forehead, erupted with energy. She snarled, ordering Curtis, demanding that he stop babbling and go meet the Grand Overlord. Curtis stood there, witnessing the battle between two forces. On one side was the fiery Miranda, on the other was Remus with purple magic. Both were powerful individuals. Curtis clutched the green object tightly, his face horrified. He couldn't believe the request to join the battle, because this was a fight between two gods, where he would die instantly. Fear and despair were evident on Curtis's face. He knew he couldn't fight against this cruel fate. A devastating decision was about to be made. Curtis faced Remus, his voice full of remorse. He had once thought he could eliminate Miranda without Remus having to sacrifice himself, but things had gone too far. Miranda appeared in the form of the Bloodline Queen, enveloped in blazing red energy. She was one who could contend equally with the Grand Overlord, a power not to be underestimated. Curtis closed his eyes, a tear rolling down his cheek. He whispered an apology, forcing Remus to die in his place, a painful and unavoidable sacrifice. Remus screamed in pain as the green energy was sucked out of his body. Green light enveloped him, signaling the tragic end of a warrior. The green energy swirled into a serpentine form, coiling around Remus. He struggled in vain, his body gradually dissolving in the magical vortex. Miranda turned her head, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. She hadn't expected Remus to be sacrificed in this way, an unforeseen development. Vampire Queen Miranda looked in astonishment at the scene before her. Remus had vanished. But what was happening? What's happening to him? Her emerald eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Was she trying to understand? Or had she realized something? In another illusion, the black-haired Elf King stood deep in the forest, unleashing streams of purple and green magic from his hands. He spoke, "Miranda, take this." The magical energy exploded violently. A supreme power swirled, devouring everything. Miranda appeared, blood on her hands, her eyes burning with rage. She snarled, "You bastard, do you really want to kill me? Fairy fire, have you forgotten?" Vampire Queen Miranda surged forward, unleashing a fiery blood sword technique, confronting the terrifying power. "This won't work on me." The black-haired Elf King calmly turned his face, his voice containing a calculated tone. Had he anticipated everything? "Thank you for reminding me of that." Miranda was drenched in blood, her cold blue eyes. Fairy fire was just a feint, so what was the real objective? By the way, fairy fire was just a feint. Deep in the forest, a faint green figure gradually became clear. What gift had the Elf King left for her? "I've left you a gift." It was a demonic soul puppet, its body tattered, its empty eyes emitting a deadly green light. Miranda stared in horror at the monster. She recognized it, or at least what had created it. "What have you done, Curtis?" The green monster lunged forward, its sharp claws tearing through the air, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Miranda's arm was torn apart, red blood gushing out. The monster glided away like a ghost, disappearing into the forest. The green monster held her severed arm tightly in its mouth, fresh blood dripping, creating a gruesome sight. Miranda stared in disbelief at her blood-soaked arm. The physical pain was nothing compared to the shock in her mind. Her eyes glowed crimson, demonic markings appearing clearly on her forehead. The Vampire Queen had awakened her blood magic power. "You're strong too, aren't you?" Blood magic. Blood. Magic erupted. Vampire Queen Miranda unleashed a blazing red blood whip, tightly coiling around Curtis's ghost, dragging him across the ground. Curtis screamed in silent agony, his tattered green body being dragged roughly. From his empty eye sockets, fresh red blood streamed out, revealing extreme horror. Miranda's eyes glowed bright white, the demonic markings on her forehead radiant. She raised her hand, a blood magic circle spun, and she roared, "Come here!" Curtis's ghost was pulled upright, the blazing red blood magic threads tightening, tearing apart his tattered body. He couldn't resist. Curtis struggled in vain, his invisible screams tearing through the air. He was pulled directly towards Miranda, where the blood magic light awaited. Amidst a vortex of red fire and blood bats, Miranda turned her back, her eyes burning. "Curtis, you damn bastard!" The Vampire Queen spun around, her crimson eyes seemingly piercing the night. She snarled, declaring a death sentence. "It's your turn to die!" From a distant place, the black-haired Elf King witnessed the horrifying scene. He was stunned, cold sweat pouring down, exclaiming, "Too strong!" Miranda charged forward, enveloped in blazing blood magic. The black-haired Elf King raised his hand, trying to create a purple energy shield to fend off her fierce attack. She delivered a fatal blow, the blazing red blood magic colliding with the purple shield. A violent energy explosion erupted, tearing through space. The black-haired Elf King's purple shield began to crack, unable to withstand anymore. Miranda's blood magic, like a blazing red spear, pierced straight through. The black-haired Elf King hastily turned his head to dodge, but Miranda's blazing red eyes, like a curse, followed him relentlessly. He was stunned, his green eyes wide. A sudden question flashed through his mind. She had, since when? A gruesome sound echoed, followed by a spray of fresh red blood, staining the entire space crimson. The black-haired Elf King clutched his chest, his eyes filled with horror. Behind him, Miranda stood, her hands stained with blood, clutching a fresh red heart. Miranda's hand tightened, the heart still beating wildly in her palm. Fresh blood dripped, falling onto the ground. Miranda's fist exploded with power, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy, creating a blazing red energy surge. But then, she realized in shock. This feeling, it's fake. Her eyes were sharp and cold. The Blood Queen's power erupted fiercely. She was ready for a real battle. The black-haired Elf King appeared, he calmly said. Even if that were truly me, I couldn't have survived that attack. Miranda gritted her teeth, blaming herself for her carelessness. What you took from that lake contains many mysteries. I won't make the same mistake again. She erupted with power, charging into attack, challenging her enemy. Do you want to bet your life on that thing? No matter how many illusions you create. Her eyes blazed. She roared a fierce declaration of war. Ultimately, you will die by my hand. The black-haired Elf King remained calm. He assessed her power. Truly terrifying. You are indeed a nuisance. This is the true power of the fifth strongest being in this world. Miranda was stunned when he revealed, But you can't catch me here, because your opponent isn't me, is it, Remus? Behind her, a gigantic green phantom with terrifying glowing eyes suddenly appeared. The green monster squeezed Miranda tightly, preventing her escape, leaving her completely helpless. Miranda was terrified, realizing that the one holding her was Remus. The black-haired Elf King stood behind, sneering, Dead? He revealed the cruel truth. This Remus has been imbued with the soul of an ancient elf ancestor. The body is merely a vessel for that power. The soul's power will not vanish from this body. It will fight forever. With his objective achieved, the black-haired Elf King announced his departure. It seems my purpose in Holy Wing City is complete. I will return to Ishtal now. He turned and walked away, leaving Miranda with a cold farewell. Goodbye, Miranda. Miranda screamed in despair, trying to reclaim something from Curtis.
Curtis, give it back to me!
The green monstrosity shrieked in pain as it was pierced by a sharp object, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Miranda watched the horrifying scene in shock. The green monster shrieked, its body glowing, and charged to attack. Miranda stood on giant dragon scales, witnessing the chaotic scene. Streams of fresh red blood sprayed like rain, staining the space red, indicating that the recent attack had caused a fatal wound. The green hand was stained with blood, each fresh red drop falling, signaling the end of a controlled being. Remus's green body was riddled with wounds. Blood splattered everywhere. Miranda hovered amidst the smoke, her eyes filled with rage. Under the full moon, Remus raised his head and shrieked, his green eyes glowing with agony, like a trapped soul. Tears of blood streamed from Remus's green eyes, extreme pain evident on his monstrous face. He clutched his head, writhing, blood still gushing, trying to escape the torment devouring his soul. A glowing red mass, like a heart, was pulled from Remus's body, causing him to shriek in his death throes. Remus, abandoned by his trusted master, had become a mindless killing tool. Miranda, with glowing red eyes, swore, Curtis, I will find you, and I will kill you. You'll wish you never angered me, you damn elf. Remus's body collapsed, marked by cold X's. Around him, glowing red tentacles began to rise from the ground. Miranda whispered, It's been a long time since I've returned to this form. Under the full moon, countless fresh red tentacles reached high into the sky, intertwining like giant blood vessels. Miranda's face was covered by glowing red tentacles, her eyes shining fiercely, a horrifying transformation. Miranda, now a mass of glowing red tentacles, lunged straight at Remus, squeezing his neck in a furious rage. Miranda's body transformed into a network of glowing red roots, power surging. She snarled, I am truly very angry. Miranda's glowing red tentacle hand struck Remus's face, his green eyes still shining in his final moments. A brilliant red explosion tore through the night, marking the end for Remus. On the back of a giant monster, Curtis watched coldly, his eyes unwavering. He smiled, his voice echoing through the air. Goodbye, Remus, my loyal servant. It's truly memorable to see you die under Miranda's wrath. Curtis turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Sebastian, what do you see in that woman? Your taste is truly deplorable. A lucky man to have a partner like Miranda. Under the bright full moon, Curtis rode the monster soaring into the sky, leaving a grand declaration. Then, I look forward to the future. The future where I, Curtis, will finally defeat you. The scene shifted to a dark room, where golden coins glittered on a table, like a tempting invitation. A shirtless elf, wearing a purple cloak, smiled triumphantly as he looked at the pile of cards on the table. He said, "I must admit, tonight you've cleaned me out." Facing him was a black-haired man, covering his face with his hand, his tone nonchalant. "Winning and losing are common. I lost a lot yesterday, too. It's just that I was dealt good cards." He lowered his hand, his eyes flashing with determination. "Anyway, I had lost a lot of money before that. Of course, I have to find a way to win it all back." Two assistant elves stood next to the elf sitting on the chair, smiling slyly, seemingly gloating over the black-haired man's misfortune. The black-haired man asked again, "All right, as long as there are cards to play, I'll play. Or should we raise the stakes?" "Susan, do we have any gold left?" Cassandra replied. "No." Cassandra, with a remorseful expression, bowed her head and said, "I've lost all the money I brought. I apologize, master. It's my fault." The black-haired man turned to the elf sitting on the chair, his eyes full of hope. "That's her answer. There's nothing I can do. Can you lend me some money?" The elf sitting on the chair smirked, firmly refusing. "Sorry, no. I never lend money to anyone." One of the two assistant elves whispered into the ear of the elf sitting on the chair, seemingly giving advice or making an offer. The elf sitting on the chair gave a meaningful smile, his lips curving inscrutably. He looked at the black-haired man, his face full of calculation. "Third young master, it's fine if you don't have capital to bet." The elf on the chair made a cold offer, accepting the pink-haired girl as collateral. He said, "I will accept this woman as your bargaining chip." The black-haired man's golden eyes flashed coldly as he questioned, "Are you sure about that?" The elf on the chair smirked, reiterating the warning. "I told you, no one in this world can control her except me." The black-haired man replied confidently, "That's not a problem for me." Ha 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 ha. With a knowing smile, the black-haired man extended his hand, decisively concluding the deal. "In that case, deal." The pink-haired girl stood there, her violet eyes holding an indescribable fear and unease. The pink-haired girl whispered, her voice trembling, "I'm a little worried." The elf on the chair reassured her, a smug look on his face. "Don't worry too much. I've seen more than this human girl." The elf on the chair gave a lewd smile, his cheeks slightly flushed. He continued to flirt. "Besides, she's completely my type. She's truly beautiful." The pink-haired girl blushed, her violet eyes sparkling like hearts. She shyly replied, "Don't say that. I'm really embarrassed and new to this." Outside the door, three assistant elves stood whispering. One said, "The boss is so lucky." Another added, "He's probably enjoying his meal." The third chuckled, "Hey, don't worry. I'm sure the boss will let us have some fun with her when he's done." The door suddenly opened, and the elf on the chair appeared, his eyes annoyed as he looked at the three assistant elves and asked, "Hey, are you still here?" He looked directly at one of the assistant elves, his voice full of authority. "I'll hand her over to you when I'm done so. Get out." The three assistant elves panicked, quickly turned and fled down the dark corridor. The black-haired man's hand, adorned with a golden necklace, lightly flicked, creating a sharp, crisp sound. The elf on the chair peeked his head through the crack in the door, his red eyes glowing like hearts, his face full of lust. The black-haired man stood there, his golden eyes cold and expressionless, observing everything. In the silent corridor, the black-haired man and the elf on the chair stood facing each other, the air between them thick with an unspoken tension. A brief command rang out, and the black-haired man silently sat down, his eyes still holding a terrifying stillness. In the dimly lit room, Cassandra was performing a macabre ritual on the unconscious body of an elf, while the black-haired man stood there, observing without blinking. The pink-haired elf murmured, a pink-violet energy orb swirling above the victim's head. "He's a member of the Dragon Knights. His mental power is quite strong. It's taking a bit longer than I thought." Cassandra gave a charming smile, her violet eyes sparkling. "But at least this is a clean operation. No one has to die today." The black-haired man replied, his tone cold, "I have a feeling you enjoy killing too much." The black-haired man said nothing, only slowly raised a hand to adjust his monocle, the golden light in his eyes flashing coldly. A brilliant red light flared from his monocled eye, as if an ancient power had just awakened. "It's been a long time since I used this skill." Cassandra concentrated intensely, her delicate hands placed on the elf's temples, the pink-violet energy swirling deep into his mind. The elf continued to explain, the memory orb hovering in midair. "He is the leader of the Night Brigade in this area. I can sense some residual memories from this week. Your Highness, I will share them with you." The black-haired man's eyes blazed. He commanded decisively, "Show me." Cassandra bowed, replying, "Yes." The pink-haired elf's eyes widened. Strange, ancient characters appeared above her head as the energy orb in her hand grew brighter and brighter. The elf's face twitched slightly, unconsciously. A purple glow enveloped his head, as if his soul was being pulled from his body. The black-haired man stood there, observing the entire process, his eyes full of contemplation. This scene looks just like something out of a fantasy movie. Within the energy orb, vague images began to become clear. The black-haired man exclaimed, his voice full of longing. I truly want to know what fundamental laws govern this world. I want to understand how this world operates. Cassandra looked up at him, her violet eyes shining with seriousness, and softly called, My lord. The pink-haired elf offered the memory orb towards him, inviting, Please, your majesty, take a look. The black-haired man stepped closer, his glowing red eyes piercing into the orb, devouring the swirling fragments of memory within. A blinding light erupted from the memory orb. A face, contorted in pain, became clear, like the silent scream of a soul being torn apart. In that memory, a crowd of blue-skinned elves trembled, their eyes wide with horror, looking forward, fear engulfing the damp space. Many other elves were chained, suspended in midair, their bodies writhing in agony, the chains tightening around them. A long shadow stretched across a brilliant red background, surrounded by glowing fragments, as if a silent destruction was taking place. The masked elf coldly pointed, his cruel words echoing. The amount of scales we produced this month is not enough. If you harpies don't meet the quota, all of you will be dealt with starting next week. Suddenly, lightning tore through the night, and the masked elf subordinates frantically alerted. Damn it, boss! A bunch of ice harpies are coming! Get out of the way! A powerful blue-skinned elf confronted the enemy, ice magic erupting, forming a mystical circle. Stop this at once with my people! We are not harpies. We are proud ice elves. The elf's magical power erupted, creating a wave of icy shock, pushing back the attackers who cried out in pain. Ah, her magic is too strong. A white-haired, fiery, red-eyed elf charged forward with a determined expression, unwilling to accept defeat against the power of the ice elf. With a sinister smile, the white-haired elf ordered, Chaser! The small figure of the ice elf glided through the night, trying to escape the enemy's pursuit under the bright, full moon. In a dark cave, hundreds of blue-skinned elves huddled, imprisoned, their eyes filled with despair as they looked at the masked elf who was saying, Boss, with the number of prisoners we have today, we've met the quota. The masked elf, with cruel, fiery eyes, coldly ordered, Starve these deceitful elves and begin their execution at the end of the month. Cassandra turned to the black-haired man, reporting what she saw in the memories. Your Majesty, did you find anything useful from his memories? There are many imprisoned ice elves. They seem to be hidden in some cave. He pondered, his glowing red eyes contemplating the true purpose. What I don't understand is, what is the purpose of killing them like this? Just to weaken the core of Mount Alistair? My source of power? This method is too inefficient. There must be more to it. He continued to speculate, mentioning a name. The girl we met earlier, Anjali? She might know something about this. Cassandra confirmed. That's right. I saw her in that elf's memories. He ordered Xander and himself to find the ice girl tomorrow, and told his subordinates to gather information in the village. Cassandra replied, cunningly coming up with her own plan. I will seduce this guy and use his status to find more information. Hearing her words, he frowned, his fiery eyes showing a hint of surprise. You will use him? Cassandra gave a charming smile, teasing him with a loaded question. Your Majesty, are you perhaps jealous? He flinched, his face showing extreme surprise at her bold words. Huh? She brought a hand to her eyes, pretending to wipe away tears, her tone full of feigned emotion. I'm truly touched. She decisively pushed the unconscious elf lying on the bed onto the floor, ordering, Move over! Her long, slender legs gently bent, preparing for a new act. Cassandra lay stretched out on the bed, her eyes seductive, declaring, My body belongs to your Majesty. He blushed, awkwardly reminding her that this was not the time for jokes. Hey, this is not the time for joking around. He recalled the horrifying scene, the ice elves imprisoned in the cold cave, awaiting a tragic death at the end of the month. I can't imagine what they are going through right now. A blurry figure, covered in glowing red energy, was writhing in pain. He clenched his fist, angrily condemning the one who had turned lives into mere materials. To be used as mere materials, this disregard for life is truly too sinful. He mentioned the name, Curtis. No matter how noble your elf bloodline is. Rage burned in his eyes. The innocent ice tribe does not deserve to be treated like livestock. He swore, This time, you've gone too far. I will never let you off the hook. Looking at his back, Cassandra softly called out, her voice full of reverence. My lord. She smiled, her eyes resolute, vowing to always stand by him. No matter his decision, no matter what you decide to do, Cassandra will always be by your side, forever. Xander reported the situation to him. Master, are you looking for the girl with ice magic? Didn't she say she would be somewhere near Star Moon Village? Perhaps she's hiding in some corner. He replied, "That might be true. Many organizations are looking for her, including us, right now." The silhouette of the blue-purple-haired young man faded on the wooden path, and from afar, a girl's furious cry echoed,
What are you trying to do to me? Let me go!
He suddenly stopped, his golden eyes flashing with surprise, wondering, this voice, is it? The wooden door opened. He peered inside, his face still showing a hint of surprise. Inside the room, Anjali was tightly bound, kneeling on a stool, while Cage stood behind her, holding her.
Anjali yelled, I said, let me go right now!
Cage casually greeted him. "Oh, hello, boss." Anjali blushed, accusing, "Boss, he groped my butt." Cage immediately denied it, his face flushed. "Hey, I didn't touch your flat butt at all." The blue-purple-haired young man looked at the two, his eyes awkward. "How did you two meet?" "And, your way of tying her up seems..." Cage explained the tying method he learned from him, making Anjali angrily call them both weird. He just thought to himself, I wonder what the former lord does every day now. He turned back, ordering Cage. "Cage, release the girl right now." Cage immediately replied, "Yes." Anjali collapsed onto the floor, her legs no longer bound. The ice elf girl knelt at his feet, pleading, "My lord, please help me and save my tribe members." He looked at Anjali, his eyes cold, asking in return, "Why should I help you?" Anjali looked up, her eyes resolute. "I can provide the information you want." He turned away, declaring, "I am merely a wine merchant. My only skill is to make as much money as possible. And the current situation of your ice elf tribe, I simply don't have time for such unnecessary things, unless there's a profit." Cage, standing nearby, unexpectedly blurted out, "But you're not a wine merchant." Anjali looked at him, her words like a knife. "Your actions betray your profession. You lurk around like a human spy." He raised an eyebrow, his face full of contemplation. "A human spy? She seems to understand a lot. No matter who I am, I will ask you again, why should I help you?" Anjali bowed low, her words like a venomous oath. "A life or death pact. In exchange for life and freedom." Raising her head, Anjali's fiery red eyes looked straight at him, uttering an offer he couldn't refuse. "I will tell you the secret of King Curtis's rule." The golden eyes of the blue-purple-haired man widened, a flash of surprise crossing them. The secret of the Elf King, which he had long sought, was now handed directly to him. A few hours later, the space inside the ancient tree tower was strangely quiet. Time passed, bringing with it calculations and preparations for a daring plan. Amidst the ethereal glow, Anjali appeared in a completely new form. Her blue hair turned pure white, her horns vanished, replaced by the appearance of a graceful human maiden. The pink-haired girl smiled brightly, her hands still lingering with magic. "It's done." Anjali looked at her body in surprise, while the blue-purple-haired man and Cage stood behind, observing. Anjali touched her ear, the familiar sensation still there. "Huh? I can still feel the tips of my ears," she exclaimed, finding the transformation hard to believe. The pink-haired girl smiled and explained, "That's just the refraction of perceived light in one eye. Illusion magic is just an illusion," she reassured Anjali. "Now, relax. You look quite cute in this outfit." Anjali was still amazed by the magic's sophistication, but the texture and folds on this dress looked too real. The pink-haired girl confidently replied, "It's called trajectory mimicry. It can simulate the movement of anything. I've worn over 400 dresses, so it's not difficult." Standing before the mirror, Anjali admired her reflection. A perfect human girl. This is simply amazing. This is truly incredible. She couldn't hide her excitement. Still immersed in astonishment, Anjali continued, "Even the highest-ranking mages can't do this, and you do it so easily. I can't believe it, but..." Turning back to look at the three people standing there, Anjali questioned, her eyes full of doubt. "Who are you really?" The blue-purple-haired man wore a monocle, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He replied, his tone full of mystery, "Just a wine merchant, for now." At the same time, outside the tree tower, rustling sounds echoed among the leaves. A patrol was approaching, bringing with it potential danger. The Moon Commercial Thunder Elf Patrol, riding gigantic green monsters, was sweeping through the forest. They were a threat not to be underestimated. Inside the house, the blue-purple-haired man suddenly embraced the pink-haired girl, declaring, "This woman is my new wife. And behind me are my friends, the third young master of Thor Winery." A play had been staged. In the secret room, Cassandra smiled enchantingly, facing the masked elf and the elf on the chair. The elf on the chair spoke up, reminding, "Lord Silas has not received anything to this day." Cassandra replied, her tone full of hidden meaning, "I'm here to give him a tour of our harpy business. Those ice elves, ha 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 ha." Two assistant elves stood before the masked elf, their faces full of worry and questioning. One exclaimed, "But boss, is it all right to let outsiders into the cave?" The other continued, his tone dissatisfied. "Boss, have you forgotten your promise to us? Why is this woman now your wife?" The masked elf roared furiously, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two assistants. "Am I the boss? Or are you my bosses now? My orders here are absolute. Obey!" Sebastian, Xander, and Cage stood behind, silently witnessing the scene. Anjali, in her new identity, looked at the controlled Dragon Knight Diderot, secretly astonished. This Dragon Knight is a renowned warrior. How could someone like him be so easily controlled by her? His tone of voice sounds so real. Anjali looked at Cassandra, finding the pink-haired girl unpredictable. A faint glimmer of hope rose in the white-haired girl's heart. This Sister Susan is truly unpredictable. I must cling to these people. They are my only hope, Sebastian decisively ordered, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Depart." A gigantic spirit dragon appeared, carrying the group soaring into the night sky. Only members of the Moon God Dragon Knights could control these spirit dragons. Sebastian continued to direct. "Head towards the cave." The gigantic dragon flapped its wings, circling in the night sky under the bright full moon, carrying a mystery and a new journey. On the dragon's back, Sebastian turned to Cassandra, asking meaningfully, Miss Susan, aren't you afraid Diderot will retaliate if you keep sitting on him like that?" Cassandra sneered. "Retaliate? That depends on him, I suppose." Sebastian then looked at Anjali, inviting, "By the way, would you like to sit on him too?" Anjali was surprised, stammering, "Huh? Yes?" Anjali sat on Diderot's back, his eyes filled with heart shapes, his tongue strangely lolling out. The white-haired girl looked down, her gaze complex. Anjali's fiery red eyes gleamed with a cold light, harboring deep hatred. In a fleeting moment, the masked elf appeared in a memory or illusion, giving a brutal order. "Destroy all these barbaric ice tribes. Destroy them. Leave no one alive." Anjali unleashed her fury on the masked elf, stomping relentlessly. She said, "Don't worry, boss. This is fine, really." Sebastian looked up at the perfectly round full moon high above. Lost in thought, he wondered, is that the moon mirror? A swirling, glowing pink orb of light appeared in the night sky. It was the source of all elf magic. Anjali continued to furiously stomp on the masked elf, screaming, "Let me go!" Cassandra quickly intervened. "Calm down, girl! It won't do any good if he dies!" Sebastian watched the scene, musing. Just as I thought, the damage inflicted is too cruel, a deep-seated hatred. Amidst Anjali's extreme rage, Cassandra gently pulled the masked elf's head down, whispering about the cave they were looking for, that it was very close by. Before them, a gigantic rock blocked the entrance to a mysterious cave, with Diderot lying nearby, waiting. Under the full moon, Anjali looked around in astonishment, asking, "Is the cave somewhere around here?" Anjali wondered how to enter. Cassandra replied curtly, "Just throw that rock away." The white-haired girl was astonished. "Throw it away? How?" The red-haired young man, Cage, with an eager expression, raised his weapon and loudly declared, "Let me do it." Power surged around Cage, lightning flashed, his eyes full of determination, while Xander, standing behind, couldn't help but be surprised. But Cassandra was a step faster, a magic circle appearing in her hand, lifting the gigantic rock as if it were air. She glanced at an annoyed Cage. "I said I'd do it. You're stealing my thunder." The rock was flung aside, revealing the entrance to a cave as dark as an abyss, mysterious and full of promise. Cage turned to Anjali, a displeased look on his face. "It's as if you've never seen anything before. Hey, are you that impressed? Even I could split it in half that easily." He continued to grumble, calling Anjali flat-chested and asking, "Hey, flat-chested, are you ignoring me?" Sebastian sternly reprimanded Cage, reminding him of his manners and to show empathy for Anjali, whose kin were being held captive in the cave. Cage could only bow his head in obedience. "Yes, boss." Sebastian looked at Cage and ordered, "Go in there and catch up with her. Go in and investigate." Cage immediately ran into the dark cave, following Anjali, leaving Sebastian and Cassandra standing behind. Sebastian turned to Cassandra, calling her Susan and warning, "Susan, we have some uninvited guests approaching." Cassandra calmly replied, "I'll handle it." Under the bright moonlight, Sebastian and Cassandra gazed into the distance, where mysterious figures were gradually becoming clear. The elf patrol squad, riding on green monsters, in their distinctive purple uniforms, charged like a storm, shattering the stillness of the night. Cassandra, Sebastian, and Xander stood before the cave, looking at Diderot, who lay motionless. She spoke, breaking the silence. "It seems another Dragon Knight is approaching. A formidable elf army, riding on giant green monsters, charged like a tempest, bringing overwhelming momentum and chaos. On a towering throne,
An elf wearing a golden mask, with eyes burning red like fire, appeared majestic and cold. He was the leader of this army. Sebastian frowned, his gaze sharp and cold towards Diderot. He muttered irritably, "It's him again. Have these two exchanged information beforehand? I need to be vigilant." The elf army quickly surrounded the area, the giant monsters growling, forming a deadly circle around Sebastian and his companions. The three stood in the encirclement, their eyes wary, looking towards Diderot, who still lay motionless, his body pale under the dim light. The masked elf leader looked down at Diderot with a questioning gaze. "Oh? Who are these two, Diderot?" Diderot, despite lying on the ground, still managed to lift his head, responding to the leader. "Boss, let me introduce them to you." The masked elf leader stared at Sebastian's group, his voice cold and angry. "Your concubine? And your wine merchant friend? Didn't I say not to bring any outsiders here?" Cassandra held her head high, her gaze firm, looking directly at the elf leader, and declared loudly, "I am no outsider." The masked elf leader looked at Cassandra, his fiery red eyes suddenly flashing with surprise, and he muttered, "Wait. You. I've met you somewhere before." A mysterious surge of energy erupted around the elf leader, his red eyes widening, as if he had just realized a horrifying truth. Cassandra stood there, her purple eyes suddenly turning emerald green, a brilliant aura surrounding her, revealing a hidden power. The aura grew stronger and stronger. Cassandra's small horns and purple bat wings became clearly visible. She no longer concealed her true identity. The masked elf leader stared at Cassandra, his red eyes burning with rage, and he growled, "You are the enemy." The surrounding elf patrols were also utterly terrified. One stammered, That girl, she is." Following the scene of extreme terror, an elf patrolman screamed in panic, having recognized the true identity of the pink-haired girl. "Ah! Ah! 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 Succubus Knight, Cassandra!" News of Succubus Knight, Cassandra, spread like wildfire. Two elves realized in shock. "Susan is Cassandra?" Another was terrified. "I'm glad we didn't cause trouble then." Then he muttered, "Then he must be." In the astonished eyes of the enemy, Cassandra stood there, and beside her, an obvious truth gradually revealed itself. There is only one person Cassandra follows. He, with his sharp gaze and regal aura, was the embodiment of supreme power that no one could deny. The monocle fell, revealing a left eye burning with pink fire. That gaze seemed to incinerate space, making all enemies tremble. "What?" The truth burst forth. The terrified elf patrolman realized. The one standing before them was none other than the great Lord Sebastian. That is the great Lord himself. The elf patrol panicked, scattering in disarray. The masked elf leader roared, trying to stop the chaos. "Run! Disperse! Hurry!" He hastily added, "Wait!" Under the dim moonlight, the elf patrolmen continued to flee, the fear of the great Lord deeply etched into their minds. The masked elf leader shouted a shocking truth, King Curtis's warning echoing. "King Curtis told me that. The current great Lord is an imposter. He is no longer the great Lord he once was." Doubt spread through the elf ranks. Were the leader's words true? Is that the truth? Sebastian, with a cold expression, responded to the accusation. He scoffed at the idea of a fake great lord, as if it were the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. "Me? An imposter? Is there such a thing as a fake great lord?" The fire in Sebastian's left eye flared fiercely. He was enraged by the insult from a low-ranking individual and uttered a threat. "A rank 7 dares to insult me? It seems all of Curtis's people want to die," he mused to himself. "I might be weaker now, but is that my fault?" Sebastian's oppressive aura emanated, forming a vortex of purple energy, weighing heavily on the space. The masked elf leader trembled. He felt Sebastian's terrifying underworld energy, knowing he couldn't confront him. "His underworld energy is too strong. I really don't want to fight him." Despite his fear, his eyes flashed with determination. But, trusting King Curtis's words, he decided to confront him. A surge of elf energy erupted, transforming into a powerful spirit attack. "I will believe King Curtis's information." Fire elf, spirit burst. Cassandra remained calm, smiling meaningfully, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Meanwhile, Sebastian had noticed something unusual. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Sebastian, tearing through space at terrifying speed, creating a destructive vortex. He hadn't expected his opponent to attack so quickly. Sebastian gritted his teeth, realizing the disadvantage of the situation. Cassandra was surprised by the heat of the attack, but then a flicker of doubt appeared in her eyes. Something wasn't right. At Sebastian's feet, the ground cracked open, and dust billowed up. It seemed he had endured an immense impact. Sebastian braced himself, his body tattered and surrounded by ghostly black threads. The counterattack had severely wounded him. Cassandra watched the scene before her in horror, her purple eyes wide.
The masked figure still stood there, brilliant magical light in his hand. The surrounding elves were also stunned. One of them stammered, trembling, unable to believe that the Lord had been defeated. The masked figure gripped the magic in his hand, declaring, "King Curtis said, the Lord before you is not the real Sebastian. He is an impostor, or he is weakened. Now is our chance to deal with him." The masked figure ordered an attack, asserting that Sebastian was an impostor. Cassandra and Sebastian were both surprised, while he continued to encourage the soldiers. He pointed directly at Sebastian, loudly accusing, "This one has deceived all of you." Cassandra, standing nearby, was also astonished. Sebastian smirked, his eyes blazing. He scoffed at the accusation, challenging the crowd.
Is that so? You'd rather listen to his nonsense?
The masked figure replied, his eyes full of challenge. "Then prove you are real. A true lord should be able to kill me in 1 second, right?" Sebastian said little, simply aiming coldly at the masked figure. He concentrated his magic, deciding to act without hesitation. A massive surge of frost erupted from Sebastian's hand, hurtling forward with destructive power. He was determined not to hold back. The frost blast pierced straight through the masked figure, catching him by surprise. The elf patrol behind him scattered in panic. 2 colossal ice dragons, crystallized from Sebastian's magic, roared as they tore through the wind, carrying destructive power. Yet the masked elf still stood there, calmly ordering, "Attack!" An explosion rang out, and the first ice dragon shattered into countless fragments, unable to reach him. The second dragon also met the same fate, vanishing in a flurry of ice shards, leaving behind extreme astonishment. Sebastian stared at his opponent, his face clearly showing confusion. He mused, "Perhaps I should use a different spell. Your enemy is a fire-wielding elf, and the fire element naturally counters ice element power." He continued to ponder, wondering about his chances of victory. The masked elf suddenly asked, "Master, do you wish to hear the truth?" Sebastian replied, "Certainly." The masked figure coldly declared, "With your current power, the chances are 0. Sebastian was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He questioned, "Why? My underworld power is much greater than his, isn't it?" And all this time, a brilliant magic circle appeared, displaying countless types of magic Sebastian had painstakingly trained in, from frost to psychic abilities. Sebastian clenched his fist, agonizingly asking himself, "After practicing magic all this time, why am I still so weak? Is it possible I can't do anything?" The masked elf explained, "Because your current opponent is too strong. Even if your underworld soul power is great, if you cannot fully unleash the potential of your magic, then it's impossible." He continued, "Master, you have lost real combat experience. That is something you cannot make up for in a short time." Sebastian accepted the harsh truth. If that's the case, Sebastian turned his back, proposing a surprising Plan B, calling Cassandra's name. The pink-haired elf startled and replied, "Yes?" He asked, "Do you believe what he just said?" Cassandra firmly denied, her eyes full of loyalty. "Of course not, Your Majesty. Why would I do that?" The masked figure scoffed. "Stubborn fool." Sebastian turned back to look at the masked figure, his expression cold and resolute. "Those like him only seek fame by confronting the Lord. I have no time for this." Sebastian's eyes flared with killing intent, and he decisively ordered, "Kill him! And destroy everyone, including those annoying knights behind him!" The Grand Lord's cruelty terrified the elves. The death sentence echoed, encompassing even the innocent, making them cry out in panic, "Us too?" Despite the chaos, Cassandra remained steadfast. She swore her loyalty, ready to obey her master's command. "As you wish." The masked figure relentlessly attacked, trying to shake Cassandra's resolve. "Cassandra, you've seen what happened. Don't be blind anymore. He doesn't deserve your loyalty," Cassandra retorted coldly. She didn't waver in the slightest. No matter how true the other's words were, her loyalty remained intact. "You are a terrible negotiator, don't you know? I won't believe it, even if it's true." She raised her scythe, her eyes resolute. No reason was strong enough to make Cassandra betray. And why should I? The masked figure realized her stubbornness. He mused. Cassandra was not just a captain, but also one of the 13 Demon Kings under the Grand Lord. Cassandra's true power was known to few, for she cared not for fame or status. This made swaying her more difficult than ever. Realizing he couldn't persuade her, the masked figure made a decision. If he couldn't win her over, there was only one way: destroy her. He mused, "Perhaps I can. Defeat her outright." He raised his hand, and a blue magic circle appeared. The masked individual prepared to launch the first attack. "I'll start with this spell." But Cassandra was one step faster. She gently extended her hand, and a brilliant pink heart appeared, shining enchantingly. Her magic wasn't for combat, but for seduction. The masked individual was stunned, his exposed eye suddenly turning into a heart shape. She unleashed the storm of love, countless brilliant pink rays shooting out, engulfing the battlefield. A sudden and powerful attack. Oh! The surrounding elves couldn't react in time. They were also swept into the storm of affection, their eyes sparkling with heart shapes. The masked individual was completely enchanted. Both of his eyes now glowed with heart shapes, immersed in a lovesick trance. Enamored eyes, trembling hearts. Cassandra's power lay not in destruction, but in conquest. The masked individual and his companions were completely disoriented, lost in the trance. They forgot their original purpose, left only with vague questions. Where am I? Who am I? The group of elves was still immersed in illusion, some dazed and asking for food, others lost in space. Cassandra's magic had turned the battlefield into a hallucinatory feast. Without letting them regain their senses, Cassandra stomped her heel forcefully onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave, signaling the impending sweep. Her purple eyes flashed with electricity. She raised her scythe high, coldly declaring, "It's time for the harvest!" She prepared for a merciless attack. The masked individual, though freed from the enchantment, couldn't react in time to her terrifying speed. A purple flash swept past, tearing his mask apart. Cassandra soared up, her scythe swinging with murderous intent. She commanded, "Die for me!" On the ground, the enchanted elves were still dazed, their eyes turned to hearts. Her scythe was like a dance of death, severing the heads of the elves lost in illusion. A gleeful laugh echoed, "Ha ha ha ha, how fun!" From behind, Sebastian quietly observed. Streaks of blood and purple energy floated in the air, forming a brutal tableau. Yet he remained calm. Sebastian exclaimed in surprise, "She's really strong. It's like slicing melons and chopping vegetables." Xander, beside him, replied, "Of course, master. Cassandra was trained by you yourself." Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting their conversation. The masked individual, now with his face revealed, stood tall opposite Sebastian, his shattered mask at his feet. Sebastian was astonished. "You're still alive?" The elf replied, "Of course. I escaped her enchantment just in time." The elf's face showed clear determination, fragments of the shattered mask still clinging to his cheek. He added, "To avoid her fatal attack." The elf tore open his cloak, revealing a muscular body covered in scars. He looked at Sebastian, uttering a farewell. "Goodbye, Sebastian." A gigantic magic circle appeared in his hand, emitting a dazzling light. He roared, "I'll send you to hell." Sebastian's eyes widened, the flames in his pupils flickering as if about to die out. A wave of deathly aura washed over him, sending a chill down his spine. In that dangerous moment, Cassandra lunged forward, using her scythe to block the incoming blue magic. She protected Xander and Sebastian. Her scythe glowed with a red-orange light, smoke billowing. Although she blocked the attack, her weapon suffered considerable damage. The masked elf's expression shattered. He exclaimed in horror, "Cassandra!" His spell blocked. He could only look at her, uttering, "You!" Cassandra, with fiery purple eyes, looked directly at the one who had just escaped her enchantment. She couldn't hide her annoyance, flatly declaring, "You truly are a thorn in my side. Anyway, you did escape my spell." The silver-haired elf, with half his face covered by the broken golden mask, smirked smugly. He had escaped Cassandra's enchantment, and now he was ready for the real confrontation. "Your petty tricks are useless. They have no effect on me." Cassandra looked at Sebastian with astonished eyes, praising his self-control amidst the beautiful women. Sebastian cleared his throat slightly, as if to reply, but a wave of murderous intent suddenly surged, cutting off all words. The masked elf, with fiery red eyes and a scratched face, looked directly at Sebastian. A sarcastic half-smile appeared as he questioned, "Because you can resist her enchantment. Is it perhaps because you don't like women? Did he want to provoke Sebastian? Or was this just a blunt truth?" The elf's face cracked like broken stone. He uttered an insult. "Humans call those like you homosexuals." She turned to Sebastian, her purple eyes wide with surprise. In her mind, a strange thought suddenly flashed about the newly appeared enemy. "Really?" Cassandra exclaimed, then muttered to herself, "I mean, could he be? He might also like men." The silver-haired elf's fiery red eyes suddenly flared intensely, like hellfire. Murderous intent surged, engulfing the space. He looked directly at his opponent, declaring a cold, deadly statement. "I will kill you." Without warning, a lightning attack struck directly between Cassandra and Xander, tearing open the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, the destructive power forcing both to retreat, looking up at the night sky. The masked elf's questioning words were like a deep, twisting knife. Sebastian, with fiery red eyes, looked up. Beside him, Cassandra also gripped her scythe tightly, her sharp purple eyes following. A terrifying aura was surging, signaling a dreadful attack about to descend. On the back of the gigantic dragon monster, Sebastian and Cassandra counterattacked fiercely. The dragon breathed scorching fire. The scythe sliced through the air, creating terrifying impacts. Suddenly, a piercing whoosh echoed, cutting through the night. Cassandra snapped her head up, her purple eyes reflecting the silhouette of a terrifying magic attack hurtling down from the sky, where the gigantic dragon was still circling. On the back of the growling gigantic dragon, the silver-haired elf stood tall, his sharp eyes looking down. He called Cassandra's name, revealing a shocking secret about the Elf King, then coldly declared his malicious intent. "Cassandra! His Majesty Curtis admires you. I didn't intend to kill you before." On the back of the gigantic dragon, Silas appeared with a scarred body, his eyes as cold as ice. He looked down at the two mortals, declaring, "But since you know my secret, prepare to die." Just as the terrifying aura struck, Cassandra launched herself like an arrow. Her brilliant purple bat wings cut through the wind. She blocked the fatal attack, taking the full brunt of the horrifying power. A piercing howl echoed, filling Sebastian, who stood behind, with extreme dread. Under the full moon, Cassandra stood firm on the dragon's back, brushing aside all provocations. She declared sharply, "Who cares about your damn secret?" "The only thing I care about is His Majesty's command," Cassandra growled, her purple eyes burning with determination. She didn't hesitate to declare the reason for her actions. An undeniable command. "Because he ordered me to kill you." Behind her, Sebastian coughed, his golden eyes wide with horror as he looked at Remus's corpse. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The old elf lay struggling, his body bruised, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The physical pain seemed incomparable to the shock in his eyes. The elf raised his head, his eyes full of suspicion and rage. He couldn't understand who had just attacked him. "Who are you?" A brilliant blue lightning bolt struck, piercing straight through the elf's body. His skin cracked like dry stone, and pain tore through every fiber of his flesh. Under the full moon, painful groans echoed, blending into the silent darkness of the night. Realizing who had just struck him, the elf immediately knelt, bowing his head to beg for mercy. "Great Lord! It's the Great Lord! Please forgive my insolence." Sebastian looked at the scene, thinking to himself that things had become much more complicated. Things have become complicated. In another tunnel, Cage rushed like the wind, his footsteps urgent. He called out to the figure ahead. "Hey, flat ass! Wait!" Anjali still didn't stop, the white-haired girl darting through the dark tunnel. Cage roared, determined not to let her escape. "I said wait!" Sweat beaded on his forehead. Cage's eyes were sharp. He knew he couldn't give up. He had to catch up to Anjali at all costs. A brilliant blue energy blast shot forth, and Cage swung his sword to block the attack. Anjali glided gracefully, dodging his counterattack. Cage looked deep into the tunnel, where Anjali had just disappeared. She had run too fast, leaving behind a cold void. Suddenly, a boulder flew out of nowhere, surrounded by a brilliant blue magical aura. Anjali had used magic to block his path. Without hesitation, Cage swung his sword, shattering the boulder into pieces. Anjali stood behind it, her eyes full of vigilance. Cage bent down, his sharp gaze sweeping across the ground. Anjali stood behind him, her face filled with extreme astonishment. Cage's fiery red eyes narrowed, and he growled. He knew someone else was lurking in the shadows. "Come out!" A heavy footstep crushed a piece of broken rock, creating a tremor. The giant gatekeeper spoke, his voice full of arrogance. "Not bad, kid." The gatekeeper's massive figure emerged, his cold green eyes staring intently. He couldn't help but be surprised to see the destroyed stone pillar. "You actually broke one of the stone pillars. Who are you?" Anjali and the red-haired young man stood opposite him, their eyes burning. She growled, demanding an answer. "Where are the ice elves? Show them to us! Let us in now!" The gatekeeper sneered, his eyes full of mockery. He offered a condition for entry. "The little girl wants to come in, huh? You have to give me the correct password." Anjali exclaimed in surprise. "Password?" The gatekeeper confirmed, his tone full of smugness, as if playing with his prey. "That's right, kids. All you need to do is give me the correct password." The smile on his lips vanished, replaced by a cruel expression. He bluntly declared the fate of those who didn't know the password, and his intention to capture the two. "Without the password, you'll be swept away like the other ice elves. Furthermore, why are you kids here? I'll gather you into the new shipment when we sweep them up." Anjali shivered, her fiery red eyes wide with horror. The brutal truth about the ice elves left her stunned. Fear quickly turned into a blaze of fury in her eyes. Determination ignited, unable to retreat. Anjali's skin turned green, her pointed ears revealed. She roared in anger, completely transforming. "You bastard!" Icy power erupted from Anjali, swirling snowflakes forming a magical vortex. The red-haired young man stood behind her, ready to respond. The gatekeeper easily blocked the attack. He scoffed, disdaining Anjali's power, feigning regret. "A furious little shrimp? This is your funeral, little girl, because it's so pathetic. That magical talent? What a waste, to kill someone like you so easily." He raised his fist, intending to teach her a lesson. He wanted to turn her into a slave, his savage laughter echoing throughout the cave.
Perhaps if I beat you up, you'll learn discipline.
I'd rather have you as our slave. Let this old guard teach you well. An arm reached out, stopping his intention. The red-haired young man unexpectedly spoke up, declaring Anjali was his. Stop! That scrawny girl is mine! The young man pulled Anjali towards him, whispering something unexpected. She looked at him in surprise, not understanding his intention. Come here, I know the password. The gatekeeper was stunned, his eyes wide. He couldn't believe his ears, because the password was originally just a lie he made up. Really? What is this kid talking about? There's no password. I made it up. What is this kid plotting? The red-haired young man winked mischievously, putting a finger to his lips. He declared the password was right on the gatekeeper's face, hinting at a bold plan. Well, the password is actually very simple, because it's right on your face. Every time they come here to meet you, there's only one thing I can think of. The red-haired young man winked mischievously, pointed straight at the gatekeeper's face and declared, You're ugly. Get it? That's the password. Anjali stood beside him, her red eyes wide with astonishment. The gatekeeper's eyes bulged, veins throbbing on his forehead. He couldn't believe what he had just heard, his rage erupting violently. 2 gigantic boulders appeared out of nowhere, crushing the gatekeeper from both sides. He strained to resist, groaning in pain. The immense pressure made the gatekeeper's body feel like it was about to shatter, energy sparks flying from the points of impact. The red-haired young man raised his weapon high, his eyes resolute, ready for the decisive blow. Anjali stood behind him, her face full of worry. Cage's eyes blazed, a surge of power erupting. He declared, This kind of power is nothing to me. Cage's weapon flared with brilliant light, tearing through the air, creating a powerful shockwave. With a sweeping blow, the gatekeeper was sent flying far away, fragments of rock scattering throughout the cave, creating a chaotic scene. Anjali was utterly astonished, stunned by the tremendous wind pressure from her comrade's attack. She exclaimed, Too strong. What is his power? This wind pressure. The gatekeeper stood up, eyes wide, unable to believe the power he had just witnessed. He muttered, How can this be? What are you? Anjali was still in shock, recalling rumors of the terrifying moon god dragon knights. She wondered, I thought if we encountered any moon god dragon knight, we would die instantly. But who is this coachman named Cage? Anjali looked at Cage with a mix of admiration and astonishment, realizing his power far surpassed even the renowned moon god dragon knights. He was much more dangerous. Cage moved swiftly, his decisive footsteps echoing in the cave. He caught a large rock. He caught a gigantic rock with one hand, looked at the gatekeeper and scoffed. Well, look at you. Is that some kind of power-enhancing magic? Cage declared he would play a game of strength. He hurled the large rock straight at the gatekeeper, challenging him. Then let's play a game to see who has better strength. Catch this. The rock flew, striking the gatekeeper forcefully, creating a loud explosion as fragments shattered and scattered. The gatekeeper was hit by Cage's rock. A burst of power erupted, and blood splattered. He braced himself to endure, but was clearly injured. After the lightning-fast attack, Cage smirked smugly, his hand brandishing a sharp, cold weapon. He looked at his opponent mockingly. Oops, too fast, huh? Behind him, Anjali, with blue skin and wide, astonished red eyes, seemed still dazed by the terrifying speed. The gigantic gatekeeper was sent flying, his heavy body crashing into the rock wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cage, without hesitation, shot like an arrow towards him, preparing for the next blow. Anjali stood in front, her fiery red eyes watching. The gatekeeper was struck down, his massive body collapsing. He looked up at his attacker, his green eyes wide, with astonishment and fury. You! No longer mocking words, only a thunderous punch. Cage's armored fist landed squarely on the gatekeeper's face, leaving him dazed, his head reeling in searing pain. Despite the surprise attack, the gatekeeper remained standing, raising a hand to cover his face, trying to defend himself. He was dazed, but his eyes still burned with fury. Cage's attack was not only fast but also extremely brutal, making the gatekeeper writhe, clutching his head. He screamed in pain, his green eyes glowing as if about to explode, while purple energy violently flared around him. Anjali, now fully transformed with blue skin and fiery red eyes, braced herself in a fighting stance. Primal power erupted, and she was ready to face any foe without a trace of fear. Meanwhile, Cage stood there, his sharp, cold gaze following. Behind him, the tunnel was ravaged, debris flying everywhere, evidence of the recent battle. He silently assessed the girl's resilience. This girl is really persistent. Asterisk. Sigh. Asterisk. After the devastating punch, Cage stood tall, his eyes blazing with a cold light.
Around him, a crimson energy swirled, roaring like an impending storm, signaling an even more terrifying attack. Cage observed his attack, his eyes wide, gleaming with a mix of astonishment and determination. He seemed to be re-evaluating his opponent's strength. Killing intent erupted. A terrifying pressure radiated, blood red, engulfing everything in ultimate menace. This was not just anger, but pure will to destroy, signaling a brutal finishing blow about to descend. Against the backdrop of a brilliant full moon, a fierce aerial battle erupted. A gigantic monster unleashed an attack, energy beams tearing through the night, clashing fiercely with an invisible opponent, creating an explosion that lit up the entire sky. Against the backdrop of the bright night sky, a gigantic creature with widespread bat wings tore through the wind. Behind it, a dazzling, crescent-shaped streak of light, like a cut in the night, signaled a destructive attack. The gigantic gatekeeper stood frozen, his spear, which had accompanied him through countless battles, now broken in half. He looked at his opponent, his gaze complex, a mix of astonishment and grudging acknowledgement. "Truly worthy of a knight captain," he muttered. "This weapon has been with me through so many battles, yet you easily broke it in two." Without hesitation, Anjali charged like a whirlwind. She swung her sharp scythe, delivering a fatal blow to the gatekeeper, creating a horrifying impact sound. Cassandra looked forward in horror, her eyes wide. A mysterious voice echoed, questioning her about their first meeting and how he had known everything beforehand. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" she exclaimed. "Cassandra, do you know why, the very first time I met you, I knew it was you?" The pink-haired maiden still maintained an astonished expression, her purple eyes full of doubt as she listened to the explanation. On the back of the gigantic monster, the pale green-haired elf stood tall, his gaze sharp and cold. He revealed a shocking secret. Cassandra and her companions had entered Shinyu City through Curtis's brother. "It's simply because I knew it from the moment you entered Shinyu City, thanks to Curtis's brother." Cassandra asked in astonishment, "Curtis's brother? Is that true?" The pale green-haired elf faced Cassandra, questioning who had sent her. She denied it, her gaze firm. "Did Connery send you?" he asked. "No, that's not it," she replied. Blue energy flared from the elf's hand, aimed directly at a certain point. Cassandra panicked, not understanding his intention. "Where are you aiming that?" she screamed. Large rocks crashed down from above, accompanied by a dazzling blue light. Cassandra looked up, her purple eyes stunned by the sudden attack. Cassandra's scythe plunged deep into the ground, creating a large crack, blocking the incoming debris. She had reacted in time. Cassandra turned to the elf, her face angry and confused. She couldn't believe his actions. "Why did you do that?" she questioned. The pale green-haired elf looked up at the moon, his tone full of hidden meaning. He questioned Cassandra about her worries, asserting that the demon she followed was not the true Lord. "I've told you already, that demon is not the Lord. Deep down you know that, don't you? Are you worried? Is he the Lord?" The elf looked directly at Cassandra, his deep green eyes fixed on her. He continued to probe her worries, as if wanting to expose a painful truth. "If he truly is the Lord, you have nothing to worry about, right? Why do you look so worried?" Cassandra avoided his gaze, her face tense. She snapped, unwilling to continue this stressful conversation. "That has nothing to do with you," she declared firmly. The scene shifted. Two elves stood still on the dark ground, looking down at a headless body. One was the bald elf, the other was Xander with fiery eyes. The bald elf was astonished to recognize the victim as Baal, while Xander pointed out the mark on the dead man's head, implying a connection to the moon god knights. "Who did this to Baal? Who was it?" the bald elf asked. Xander replied, "The mark on his head. That means he also belongs to the moon god knights, doesn't it?" Xander coldly ordered them to continue forward, despite the bald elf's worried expression. "Keep moving forward," he said. All right," the bald elf reluctantly agreed. Footprints were imprinted on the ground, next to fresh red bloodstains, evidence of a recent massacre. The bald elf stared in shock at the other elf corpses strewn across the ground, blood pooling. A horrifying sight. The bald elf stared in horror at the scene before him, stammering as he reported the situation. Sebastian beside him maintained a cold expression, his fiery red eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. He turned to question Sebastian, his voice trembling with doubt. "Lord Sebastian, is this one of your doings?" Sebastian smirked, his fiery eyes sweeping over the bald elf, and replied with an authoritative question. "Perhaps one of my subordinates. Is there a problem?" The bald elf quickly waved his hands, his face pale with fear, trying to reassure. No problem at all. Ha 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 ha." He cautiously asked about Xander. Sebastian analyzed, denying the possibility of Xander causing this tragedy. He gazed deep into the darkness, his sharp eyes questioning. So, who exactly did all of this? Both ventured deeper into the cave. where an eerie red smoke enveloped the space, carrying an ominous premonition. Sebastian's eyes glowed brightly as he focused on sensing the spreading evil energy. A strong, metallic smell of blood assailed their noses, swirling in the air, making their stomachs churn. On the ground, fresh blood was splattered, forming gruesome red streaks, with two small figures standing amidst the deadly scene. The bald elf asked if this was a prison cell. Sebastian confirmed, but wondered about the prisoners. He had a bad feeling. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the depths, cold and challenging. "Welcome! You've finally arrived!" Sebastian and the bald elf flinched. From atop the pile of corpses, a tall figure emerged. He questioned Sebastian, while Cage exclaimed in surprise. "Your Majesty!" the bald elf cried out in horror. "So, who is this bastard?" Cage quickly explained, calling the newcomer by name. "Your Highness, Lord Connery!" Connery, King Curtis's brother, an 8th-level royal elf, sat majestically on the pile of corpses, his sharp eyes fixed on Sebastian as he spoke. "I've been waiting for you, Sebastian. You made me wait a long time." The bald elf trembled, quickly kneeling down, offering a plea for his and Sebastian's lives. "Your Highness, Lord Connery," he bowed low, pleading miserably. "Please spare this humble one's life. I beg you, please." Sebastian stood there, observing coldly. Sebastian's gaze was as sharp as a knife, a stark contrast to the bald elf's terrified, trembling face. The bald elf cowered, trembling uncontrollably on the cold ground, extreme fear evident. Sebastian thought to himself, "This guy, he's scared." Sebastian gently touched the elf's head with his blood-stained hand. Suddenly realizing, he said, "Ah, right. You're the guy from the Century Bar." Connery sat perched on the pile of corpses, licking a trace of blood from his finger, a sinister smile on his face. He said, "All the harpies you captured here belong to me. That's a great achievement for our glory. So why would I kill someone like that?" The bald elf trembled as he looked at Connery, filled with regret. He thought, this guy didn't recognize the great lord and let many of his subordinates die. If I had recognized him, I could have prevented all of this. Then he pleaded, "Your Highness, please, forgive me." Connery burst out laughing, finding Sebastian truly amusing. Just then, Cage appeared, furiously shouting, "You fool! Your guards, your comrades, the elves!" All of them were completely annihilated by this madman. Sebastian turned to look at the bald elf, then at Connery, questioning, "You are Connery? Curtis's brother?" Sebastian's eyes suddenly glowed red. He looked directly at Connery, his voice full of rage. He growled, "You've met me, Sebastian! Is all of this your doing?" A surge of purple energy erupted from Sebastian, pushing back the terrified bald elf. The bald elf clutched his head, writhing in agony, his screams tearing through the air. Looking down from above, Cage and the bald elf lay slumped in a pool of blood, a circle of purple energy radiating outwards. Connery remained calmly seated, looking down at the terrified Cage and the bald elf. Connery's face remained calm, but a powerful surge of purple pressure began to spread around him. Cage's eyes were filled with fear, he thought to himself. His hellish pressure is truly immense. Connery stood up, his entire body erupting in a vortex of purple energy, a terrifying pressure engulfing the space. He swung his hand, and a sphere of purple energy with ancient symbols appeared, ready to strike. Sebastian faced Connery's glowing purple energy sphere, his eyes sharp amidst the blood-stained night. He hastily chanted a spell, and a blazing red fire barrier appeared. Fire barrier! But Connery was too fast. He only managed to exclaim, "Wait!" A surge of purple energy pierced the barrier, striking Sebastian directly, filling him with extreme horror. The bald elf, standing nearby, witnessed the scene, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes filled with terror. Cage, with his fiery red hair, also couldn't hide his panic, electrical energy crackling behind him. Sebastian collapsed, his body enveloped in purple energy, writhing in extreme pain. He screamed, the elf fire burning from within. "Master, quickly release the fire!" Connery scoffed, speaking of 4 types of fire, while Sebastian despaired. "Elf fire? It's too late." Despite being tortured, Sebastian still tried to focus, summoning a sharp ice spear. Ice spear! The ice spear shot forth, tearing through the air, carrying his last hope. The icy blast pierced through, causing a powerful shock, leaving the bald elf utterly astonished. Sebastian knelt, a chilling breath enveloping him, and a voice echoed, "Master, only you could have thought of this. Are you all right?" He lifted his head, his red eyes burning with rage, surrounded by regenerating sparks. "You dare attack the Lord? Are you insane?" "I suppose you are." Connery walked leisurely over the blood-soaked carpet of elf corpses, each step a display of contempt. A purple-robed elf appeared, looking towards Connery, who was sitting on a corpse, and asked Cage, "Xander, let me ask you something. Is that truly the Lord?" Cage angrily replied, "Yes."
Why are you asking me that?
Connery, the masked man, coldly questioned Cage. He wanted Cage to understand why he was still alive, a loaded question that stunned Cage. Connery's smirk revealed his ambition. He wanted Cage to be a witness to a historic moment, when he, Connery, would put an end to the Great Lord. Cage furiously screamed, struggling in the bone cage. Connery turned his back, indifferently explaining that the cage was as precious as a sacred relic weapon, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to release his opponent. Without his mask, Connery revealed his sinister face. Cage cursed him as a cunning bastard, but Connery didn't care. He only wanted to challenge Sebastian to a fight to the death. Connery looked up, his eyes full of confidence, as he mused about his opponent. The great Lord Sebastian, the strongest demon sorcerer in history, the most powerful being in the world. The corner of Connery's mouth curled up in a meaningful smile. He had never thought that. He lifted his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Sebastian, who was falling. Tonight, he would personally put an end to the great Lord. Sebastian knelt, his body tattered, his wounds still slowly recovering. A voice urged him in his mind. Master, you must dodge the next attack. Connery spread his arms wide, and two gigantic, brilliant purple fairy fireballs appeared. He explained that merely touching one of them would instantly kill Sebastian. Sebastian roared in pain, his eyes burning red. He challenged Connery. If you burn me to ashes, who will prove that you actually did it? Connery smirked. Excellent, he exclaimed, his face filled with interest at the challenge. Connery extended his hand, and a mystical purple vortex, like a miniature galaxy, gradually formed. He thanked Sebastian for the reminder. Connery hovered in midair, two brilliant purple magic vortices swirling around his arms. He declared that he would decapitate Sebastian so no one could doubt his victory. Sebastian watched in horror as the gigantic purple vortices surrounded him. Too fast, he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the attack's terrifying speed. Sebastian's eyes flashed with determination. He was analyzing the attack, telling himself that as long as it wasn't an area of effect spell, he could still. An ancient magical glyph suddenly glowed brightly, signaling that something was about to happen. The ancient glyph suddenly exploded, tearing through space with a brilliant purple energy surge. The bald elf couldn't react in time. His muscular body ripped apart in the magical vortex. The spellcaster Connery was momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected the target to escape. Oh? He dodged the spell? Connery looked down at where the spell had struck, a fiery X still smoldering. He realized something was amiss. However, Sebastian leaned against the cliff, his body still trembling from the electrical aftershocks. What was he doing? Why was he facing the wall? Sebastian gritted his teeth, his left eye burning red. He had just narrowly escaped the Reaper's scythe. Damn it! I can't believe I survived that attack. Without giving Sebastian a chance to recover, Connery continued his assault. A magic circle swirled, preparing to unleash a new attack. A brilliant purple beam tore through the wind, striking directly into the cliff. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, but the target had vanished. Connery frowned, his face filled with annoyance. He couldn't believe it. He dodged again? Huh? Suddenly, Sebastian appeared in midair, plummeting straight down at Connery like an icy arrow. The cold ice blade pierced through the cloak, pinning Connery firmly to the ground. Hit! Connery groaned in pain, his body partially frozen, cold smoke rising profusely. Bastard! Sebastian hovered in midair, dark energy swirling around him. Connery questioned his opponent's incredible mobility. How are you so agile? You're a sorcerer. Is that teleportation? Is it? Connery narrowed his eyes, pondering. He couldn't understand the speed of Sebastian's attacks. A complex spell to cast. But how? Why doesn't his skill have a cooldown? Without hesitation, Connery once again summoned magic, and a brilliant purple energy scythe formed. Connery's eyes flashed with a determination mixed with a hint of despair. He had to end this. The energy scythe shot forth, but Sebastian had vanished. He had used teleportation once again. Another teleportation. Sebastian, with fiery eyes and demon horns, used level 6 spatial teleportation magic. He vanished from Connery's sight, once again narrowly escaping. He looked up at the void, panting. Although he had dodged the attack, the battle remained challenging. Master, you are amazing! Use spatial teleportation to move around him in his blind spots. Sebastian secretly asked, Tell me, do I have a chance to defeat him? Remus's voice echoed in his mind, carrying a harsh truth. My analysis still shows 0% chance. Sebastian frowned. Is the analysis reliable? Sorry, Master. I'm just being honest with you, Remus replied. Connery relentlessly pursued, unleashing crimson energy scythes that tore through the air. He sneered, mocking Sebastian. Your hellish realm is very high, but the highest magic you know is only instant teleportation. You can keep running, but you don't have enough firepower to take me down. From a distance, Cage watched the battle, his eyes filled with astonishment at Sebastian's persistence. Explosions continuously rang out as Sebastian dodged the attacks. Cage was confused, unable to believe what was happening. He wondered, what's going on here? Why is the fight lasting so long? Shouldn't a great sorcerer like the Great Lord kill someone like him in a few seconds? He still didn't understand, even cheering for Connery, thinking his opponent was just toying with him. My lord, well done. Are you toying with him? You truly deserve the title of the cool, Great Lord. Ahahaha. Sebastian, with resolute eyes, made a decision. He knew the win rate was 0, but his goal wasn't just survival. I also need someone to help me save Xander. Connery realized Sebastian's intention, and the elf sorcerer began to gather a massive fireball, preparing for the finishing blow. So, that's it. You provoked me into using single-target magic. Your short-range teleportation. It seems you're afraid of my long-range magic. With a blazing pink fireball in his hand, Connery declared he wouldn't play around anymore. I won't play your illusion games anymore. That horn won't be burned by my fire. As long as your horn exists, I can show proof of killing you as my trophy. Sebastian looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. He realized the painful truth in Connery's words. What? Remus whispered. Master, he's right, you know. Without hesitation, Sebastian swung his hand, chanting to create a fire barrier. Remus urged him to flee, but Connery had already launched his attack. Fire barrier! Run, master! Don't fight him. Turn into an ash demon. Connery's massive fireball violently collided with Sebastian's barrier, creating a blinding explosion of light and deafening sound. Connery roared in anger. Gah! This damn fire barrier! Connery flew into a rage, unable to believe Sebastian dared to obstruct his magic. Damn you! Do you really think putting up a damn barrier is enough? Interfering with my magic? How dare you! Suddenly, Sebastian launched a counterattack. He summoned sharp, icy blasts, firing them directly at the enraged Connery. Absolute freeze! Connery was hit, his body covered in ice, and he writhed in pain. Damn you, Sebastian! Despite being covered in ice, Connery maintained a contemptuous look. He considered Sebastian's attacks mere trifles, challenging him to reveal his true nature. You and these petty tricks. Face me. Show me who you really are. These trivial attacks are truly just annoying. Connery exploded, breaking free from the ice. He flew up, his entire body radiating purple energy, preparing for a fierce close-quarters battle. Since you like playing tricks on me so much, let this sorcerer use melee combat to finish you off. Sebastian, bare-chested and wounded, stood amidst a magic circle. His left eye glowed red, and purple electrical energy flared around him, ready to counterattack. Connery charged like an arrow, confident he had long understood his opponent's every move. He believed it was time to end it. I've seen through your every move for a long time. Die! Sebastian didn't flinch. He held out his hands, crimson magic swirling between his palms, preparing to unleash a mysterious spell. Immediately, Connery was struck by a surge of magic, his eyes becoming hazy and confused. A note appeared. Level 3, Confusion Magic. Sebastian's original spell. Sebastian appeared above, mocking Connery, who was kneeling, disoriented. The elf was furious, realizing he had fallen for another trick. You missed, Connery. It seems you need to aim better. You hateful bastard. More annoying tricks. Connery tried to resist, but his mind was still reeling. He couldn't believe that a low-level spell could cause him hallucinations. A level 3 spell against me? This alone cannot make me hallucinate at all. Sebastian coldly retorted, revealing he intentionally used low-level magic to toy with Connery. Yes, I know. That's why I used it. How does it feel to be humiliated by low-level magic? I'm just using all these tricks to play with you while you dance around. Sebastian stood amidst a colossal blue magic circle with chains and gloomy flames. Connery was trapped inside, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Didn't you notice this magic circle beneath your feet? Connery fearfully asked when Sebastian had cast this spell. Sebastian coldly looked at him, beginning to speak of his feeling of weakness upon arriving in this world. When did you do that? Ever since I came to this world, I felt deeply, incredibly. Sebastian looked up with a displeased expression. He exclaimed that this feeling of weakness was truly annoying. Weakness. Truly, very annoying. Connery was tightly bound by magical chains, his entire body enveloped by the blue light from the magic circle. He struggled in vain. Sebastian knelt, pouring all his strength into the magic circle. He knew this was his last chance to end this battle once and for all. This magic circle. This is my last chance. To end this in one blow. The magic circle exploded, engulfing Connery in a brilliant green light. The elf screamed in extreme pain. Sebastian watched the scene, his face showing weariness and doubt. He wondered if this attack was truly enough to finish off Connery. Can I really finish him off with this attack? Cage, witnessing the magic circle, thought to himself, although this is a complex and sophisticated attack, a level 5 spell cannot defeat him. He still doubted Sebastian's true power. Suddenly, the green light flared violently, tearing through the darkness. Sebastian was stunned, his eyes wide at the unexpected sight. From the center of the magic circle, a dark figure gradually became clear, enveloped by an eerie green light. Sebastian exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is that?" That dark figure was Connery, whose body had now transformed, covered by a layer of dark energy, as if he had absorbed Sebastian's own magic. Connery stood tall, his gaunt body marked with a gruesome X. He looked at Sebastian with contempt. "I see. Are you just an ordinary person in the guise of a lord? Do you really know nothing? All of this is meaningless." Connery smirked maliciously, his eyes glinting with cruelty. He said, his tone sarcastic, "Oh, my foolish younger brother, I underestimated you." Sebastian was stunned. Then his expression gradually turned to anger. He thought to himself, "Did Curtis tell you about me? Did he send you here to take my life? It's that damn Curtis again, always scheming." Connery scoffed, denying Sebastian's words. "My brother? How could he be so good to me? That's impossible. I simply obtained this valuable information with great effort." Sebastian looked at Connery with suspicion. He questioned, "And you believe that? Your relationship with your brother doesn't seem to be." Connery cut Sebastian off, his eyes glinting coldly. "Who would dare believe such things? That's why I've been keeping an eye on Silas and observing him. Until that incident happened outside the palace." Connery continued, his voice full of contempt. "The strongest mage in history couldn't even block such a small elf flame. A weak image of Silas appeared, as if to prove his words." Sebastian, bare-chested, looked at Connery defiantly. He asked, "So what? Did you sneak in here and kill them? Why did you block all the guards? To fight me? To take my life?" Sebastian looked at Connery, his tone full of sarcasm and disdain. He said, "Do you really think defeating me, someone not favored by the Elf Council, will give you an advantage in the upcoming election? Doing this won't make you the next leader of the Elf tribe. You can't defeat your brother with mere strength." Sebastian's words were like a dagger piercing Connery's ambition. The elf fell silent, his eyes reflecting contemplation, perhaps weighing what he had just heard. Sebastian looked directly at Connery, his tone full of confidence and certainty. "You know I'm right, Connery." He had pinpointed the elf's weakness. Sebastian sarcastically and contemptuously declared that someone like Connery would never hold the throne. He spat, his red eyes burning with defiance. Connery flared up in anger, his green eyes sparking with fire, questioning Sebastian's defiant words. Sebastian pointed directly at Connery, his words like a sharp blade. "Do you think you can leave here alive, even if you take my head?" Connery was stunned, falling into a state of confusion at Sebastian's words, surrounded by a hazy illusion. Sebastian continued to speculate, hinting that Curtis had discovered his true identity but kept it a secret. Why would he do that? Ask yourself. He mocked Connery, explaining that Curtis was not like him. He was cautious and afraid of losing everything he had built. Sebastian continued to sow doubt, making Connery confused and wonder if he was feigning weakness to set a trap. Sebastian proposed a wager, warning that if Connery brought his head out, he would be considered a traitor to the entire Demon Kingdom. Connery panicked, demanding Sebastian stop. Sebastian mocked the elf for lacking the vision to be king, calling him a fool. Sebastian sneered, calling Connery a pawn in Curtis's game, and wondered if the elf was being deceived by the weak's trickery. Sebastian turned his back, wondering if he had gone too far as he saw Connery shaken. He admitted it was just a blatant lie. Connery sneered, despising Sebastian for not being like the old archlord, only knowing how to use words to save himself. But one thing is true. The elf roared, power erupting, surrounded by a pinkish-purple light. Connery declared he would destroy all of Curtis's plans and easily kill Sebastian. Connery activated the elf moonlight ring state, his combat power soaring, declaring he wouldn't let Sebastian play any more tricks. Sebastian was horrified, hastily creating a fire shield as he realized Connery's explosive power had exceeded his predictions. Connery's power erupted, his brilliant purple wings tearing through the night, and he soared up with a crazed smile. Sebastian cursed under his breath. "That useless thing again?" Connery's terrifying speed forced Sebastian to retreat, the streams of pinkish-purple energy relentlessly pursuing him, tearing through the air. Connery was still transforming, but a sinister smile was evident. He mocked as he touched his leg, where elf power surged. "Too slow, Sebastian. Too slow." A heart-wrenching scream echoed. The pinkish-purple energy engulfed Sebastian, his body convulsing in pain, fresh blood staining his calf. From afar, Cage watched the scene in horror, shouting anxiously, "Lord Sebastian! Ah!" Connery was now fully transformed, his skin pale, his fur pure white. He declared, "This is the end.
An omnipotent elf like me can incinerate any ice magic from anyone. Sebastian still writhed in the sea of purple flames. Connery burst into laughter, his voice triumphant. The Lord will finally turn to ashes before me! Ha ha ha! Sebastian's body was engulfed in destructive flames. He lay struggling, faint groans echoing. It hurt so much pain. Sebastian's consciousness flickered. He wondered, will I die like this? No way, I can't die yet. Then a voice echoed in his mind. Master, it's not too late. I can still save you. Perhaps you can still learn to resist elf fire right now. Please don't give up. Sebastian's hand gradually disintegrated in the purple flames. He whispered an apology. The faint apology repeated. Like a final surrender. He was too tired, his hand slowly dissolving into nothingness. I don't belong to this world anyway. If I die today, a small round white pill rolled on the cold tiled floor, like an end to a story. In another world, a blond young man startled awake in a hospital bed, his brown eyes wide with astonishment. He slowly sat up, his bewildered gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar hospital room, as if he had just returned from a terrifying dream. The blond young man was still dazed, his bloodshot eyes wide with astonishment, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He turned to look at the strange hospital room, exclaiming with doubt, "Is this a hospital?" His bare feet touched the ground, cold and unfamiliar, as if he had just stepped out of another world. Stunned, he looked around and wondered, did I return? His eyes still held the horror, chaotic memories crashing back like violent waves. With trembling hands, he ripped the IV needle from his arm, ignoring the searing pain. A drop of fresh red blood fell, like the last tear of a cruel dream. He stared at his hand, trying to find a familiar mark amidst the strange reality. On his finger, a black ring with a mysterious spiral pattern appeared, shimmering under the light. The young man approached the door, where light flickered from the outside world. His hand grasped the cold doorknob, a momentous decision about to be made. He slightly opened the door, half his face revealed, his eyes still full of doubt and fear. But then, his bloodshot pupils suddenly transformed into a deep black vortex, swallowing all light. The hospital door suddenly transformed into a spatial gate, leading him to a universe full of stars and mysterious vortices. A pitch-black vortex in the endless space, like a deep chasm swallowing both time and reality. The pitch-black vortex in the endless space continued to rumble, like a deep chasm swallowing both time and reality. A voice echoed through space, calling the name of the one who had just entered its sight. In the familiar hospital room, the blonde-haired young man suddenly awoke with a start, his bloodshot eyes wide open, utterly terrified. The hospital room door was no longer an exit, but a deep, swirling black hole, devouring the light. He recoiled, trying to escape its reach. A surge of dark energy reached out from the black hole, seizing him. A chilling voice echoed, "Don't even think about escaping me." The young man's bare feet struggled in vain, but a powerful invisible force was pulling him deeper into the abyss. He was dragged backward into the dark space. The voice snarled, full of menace. "I will drag your soul into oblivion if necessary." Amidst the undefined space, two hands struggled fiercely. A mysterious ring on his finger flashed, like a final ray of hope. He was completely pulled into the dark void, clutching his head in agony. "Damn it! He pulled me in!" he roared. His small figure was swept into the violent vortex, falling freely without end, his terrified screams echoing. A powerful impact sent him bouncing off a hard surface, a piercing pain shooting through his body. He tumbled across the rough stone ground, glowing red cracks like molten lava appearing beneath his feet, a truly terrifying sight. The blonde-haired young man scrambled to his feet, his confused gaze sweeping around. "Where am I?" he wondered. A shadowy figure appeared, a familiar voice questioning, "Is that you?" He looked up, his terrified eyes widening as he recognized the one facing him. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. The shadowy figure roared, its heavy accusation echoing, "You are the one who stole my body." Utter horror was evident on the blonde-haired young man's face, his bloodshot eyes wide, as if they would pop out of their sockets. Amidst the gloomy space, Lord Sebastian, chained and his muscular body glowing red, roared a stern accusation. "It's you!" An angry roar echoed, curses against the parasitic outsider thundering, tearing through the night. Lord Sebastian's colossal figure stood towering like a mountain, while the small, blonde-haired young man fell back, exclaiming in panic, Who are you?" Lord Sebastian's fiery red eyes glared, his voice full of fury. "You lived my life. How dare you ask who I am?" The blonde-haired young man knelt, gazing up in astonishment at the magnificent figure, realizing in shock, "Great Lord, are you truly Sebastian?" Lord Sebastian's fiery red eyes pierced his very soul, and he sneered, "You lived my life, and now you're afraid? Pathetic. Fortunately, I found you in the subconscious."
The blonde-haired young man, confused, tried to calm himself and asked, "Were you always like this? Anyway, why are you looking for me?" Lord Sebastian roared, his colossal body suddenly erupting with energy, causing the blonde-haired young man to fall backward in terror. Sebastian's fiery red eyes gleamed with malevolence, and he gritted his teeth. "Let me teach you." The blonde-haired young man struggled painfully in the purple energy vortex, his body feeling as if it were being torn apart by an invisible force. In another space, the young woman Anjali, with black hair and pointed elf ears, watched the unfolding scene in astonishment. The red-haired Cage was also taken aback, his eyes fixed on what was happening, full of concern. Another elf is kneeling, tears streaming down. Above him, bare feet hang, suspended. A tragic sight. Lord Sebastian has completely transformed, his dark wings spread out, his entire body radiating a brilliant red aura, roaring. "This is what a great lord is," Overlord Sebastian growled, his crimson eyes piercing through the darkness. He questioned the intruder who had taken over his body. "Outsider, answer me. Why are you in my body? How can you control it?" The blonde young man trembled, trying to explain his mysterious origin. He came from another world, died, and his soul became inexplicably trapped in this body. Sebastian did not accept the explanation, his voice a murderous growl. He ordered the intruder to die immediately and return his body. The blonde young man was horrified, unable to believe what he had just heard. Die? How could he demand something so absurd? Great Overlord Sebastian rose, his colossal body radiating terrifying pressure, crimson cracks glowing like lava. He urged the blonde young man to act quickly, causing him agonizing torment. Sebastian's terrifying power flung the blonde young man away, making him fall back, keenly feeling the ruler's dreadful presence. After his rage, Sebastian calmed down and proposed a deal. He would return the body, but in exchange, the outsider had to accept his conditions. The blonde young man looked directly at Sebastian, making his own demand. He wanted his soul to return to its original body. Great Overlord Sebastian roared in fury, his crimson eyes flashing with contempt. He was the Overlord, never to compromise with a puny outsider. The blonde young man remained steadfast, declaring he would never relinquish control of this body if Sebastian didn't agree. Sebastian looked down at the young man, his voice full of menace. He asked if he was truly unafraid, and if he dared to kill him immediately. The blonde young man stood up straight, his gaze resolute. He did not flinch at the Overlord's threat. With a sneer, the blonde young man retorted. If Sebastian truly wanted to kill him, he would have done so when he nearly fell into the lava. The blonde young man's words surprised Sebastian. He fell silent, his crimson eyes showing a hint of contemplation. Sebastian acknowledged the young man's perceptiveness, his eyes flaring with crimson light. He asked directly what he wanted from him. Before answering, the blonde young man expressed confusion about something said, then began to recount what the angel had told him before he died. Sebastian, with crimson eyes and a dark aura, growled, asking if the young man had just mentioned Seraph, an angel. The blonde young man, his face flushed with tension, recounted the angel's dying words. "God did this. God wants me to save the world." Sebastian burst into maniacal laughter, his voice echoing through the space. "Save that damn world? You alone?" The blonde young man looked up, his expression annoyed and a little weary. "Do you really think I want to do that?" The young man continued, his tone challenging. "I've met some of your subordinates. I don't think you're worthy of being an overlord." Sebastian asked what he meant. The young man crossed his arms, calmly stating, "You want to conquer the world, but that won't happen, not this way." Sebastian roared in anger, dark power erupting. But the blonde young man merely retorted coldly, "Growl. Is that all you're good for? How many times already?" The young man reached out, his crimson eyes resolute. "Besides throwing tantrums, you can't do anything. You can't harm me, not this way." Sebastian was utterly enraged, his crimson eyes spitting fire, roaring a threat. "You dare disrespect me? Sooner or later I will tear you to shreds." The blonde young man looked up indifferently, shrugging slightly. "Yeah, whatever. Instead of arguing with you like this..." The young man looked directly at Sebastian, his tone changing, becoming more serious. "You have anger management issues. Listen, how about we make a deal?" Sebastian was astonished, his crimson eyes growing even fiercer. "A deal? And why should I make a deal with you?" In another moment, Cage stood stunned, witnessing a horrifying sight. A headless body impaled by countless sharp spikes rising from the ground. Cage was aghast, his eyes wide with fear. "What happened? I couldn't see clearly. It was too fast." 2 minutes earlier, Xander hovered in the air, observing another elf writhing under the influence of dark magic, enveloped in a black-purple aura. Xander smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement mixed with curiosity. "What's happening? Even his aura has changed. This feeling is so strange." Sebastian stood there, his muscular body streaked with crimson light, dark wings, and a fiery left eye. He looked down, contemptuously uttering, "What a shameful display!" Sebastian's crimson eye flashed,
tiny specks of light swirling around, as if the soul of the dispossessed was being devoured. He muttered an ancient incantation. From behind, Sebastian spread his wings, reaching his hands skyward. A colossal magical vortex appeared against the azure space, devouring everything. Sebastian hovered in midair, summoning a colossal insect queen, her body glowing green. This was Summon Hell Swarm Queen. Level 8, Death Magic. Crimson energy was drained from the blonde patient's leg, swirling like a siphoned blood flow, gradually weakening his body. The victim's foot touched the ground, pale and lifeless, as if life had been completely stripped away. A ghostly green light enveloped it. Sebastian's gaze was sharp and cold. With a slight flick of his finger, a burst of pure white energy erupted, piercing straight into space. Connery looked at Sebastian in horror, his eyes wide, a tiny soul appearing beside him. He asked, "Master, when did you evolve your magic? Have you regained your memories?" Sebastian roared. "Silence! You are useless to me!" Sebastian looked down at Connery lying on the ground, scoffing. Connery exclaimed, "What? The subordinates of the Eternal Flame are always loyal to you." Sebastian challenged. "What's wrong, Connery? Didn't you come here to cut off my head? Do it!" Connery lay there, sweating profusely, his eyes a mix of confusion and fear. He wondered, why isn't he making a move yet? Sebastian looked up, a brilliant purple orb of light hovering in midair, purple feathers fluttering down. He murmured, "Isn't this the form of the moon halo?" Sebastian raised his hand towards the purple orb, a magical vortex appearing around his palm. He laughed maniacally. "Let me make it even stronger." Ha 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 ha. The purple orb of light exploded, transforming into a blinding white glow, engulfing everything in its brilliant purple aura. The blonde patient's face contorted in extreme horror and pain, his eyes wide open, reflecting the blinding light. The blonde patient's pupils swirled, a ghostly white glow appearing, as if his soul was being drained. The blonde patient screamed in ultimate agony, his body writhing, enveloped by a sinister purple energy. The sinister purple energy swirled deep into the blonde patient's eyes, his soul seemingly torn apart. Sebastian sneered, "How pathetic!" Demonic power spread, dyeing the space purple, creating a chaotic and oppressive scene. Amidst the swirling energy, a black-haired elf, with a muscular physique and pristine white wings, appeared, his gaze resolute as he faced the enemy. Sebastian, with black bat wings and glowing red streaks on his skin, stood tall. He provoked, "Now then, attack me with all your might." Xander, his left eye still glowing red, stared at the scene in astonishment. He exclaimed, "Master, have you truly regained your memories? How can you control all of this?" Sebastian growled. "Shut up! One more word, and I will personally destroy you." The blonde patient's eye still glowed, a level 1 warning sounding, signaling imminent danger. The white-winged elf charged forward, unleashing an attack. Sebastian retaliated, 2 streams of purple and red energy colliding, tearing through space. Cage stood from afar, utterly astonished. He exclaimed, "What a massive flame!" Sebastian stood amidst the fiery vortex, explaining his opponent's power. That is Grand Elf Fire, one of the highest fire powers pursued by the fire system. The white-winged elf, wings spread wide, his eyes full of confidence. He scoffed, "But for me, this is just child's play." The 2 powerful foes clashed, swirling in a vortex of purple energy, creating an earth-shattering battle. The white-winged elf looked at Sebastian, realizing something. He said, "It seems you have resistance to many different types of fire." Sebastian didn't flinch, summoning 2 brilliant purple flame blades. He challenged, "Then try my unique purple flame style. Twin purple flame blades, level 8 fire magic." Cage was horrified, recalling someone else. He exclaimed, "His flame blades are much stronger than Ken's flame blade." Sebastian unleashed his attack, 2 sharp purple flame blades streaking through the air, tearing it apart, aiming directly at the white-winged elf. The white-winged elf calmly used a feather to block the fiery attack. He said, "Speaking of fire." No sooner had he spoken than Connery's body, possessed by Sebastian, erupted with brilliant purple energy, his eyes flashing with immense power. A surge of darkness shot forth, tearing through space, carrying unpredictable destructive power. The white-winged elf was engulfed by dark fire, his body exploding in a surge of purplish-pink energy. This was Black Fire Night Moon, a level 9 purgation magic. In ultimate agony, the elf cried out in horror as dark tentacles wrapped around him. "Dark fire!" The hand of Connery's possessor reached out, grabbing the elf's head, as violent purple electrical energy erupted. Connery's possessor explained his dark magic, boasting that he had mastered it 20 years ago. He said, "I call it Black Fire Night Moon. You've never seen it, have you?" He hovered in midair, surrounded by souls consumed by dark fire. Connery's possessor scoffed, "Those who die by my dark fire.
You should feel honored to die this way." Cage stared in horror at the scene before him, his eyes wide with disbelief at what was unfolding. In Cage's mind, a big question echoed. What just happened? Cage stared in shock at Connery's massive body, where Sebastian now resided. He stammered, "You? What did you say? Connery is dead?" Sebastian's glowing red eyes flashed with contempt. He said, "Fool! Now I am the one controlling this body." Connery's body cracked open, revealing Sebastian's sinister smile. He scoffed at an intruder. "Foolish outsider! Do you really think I would allow you to take over my body again?" Sebastian fully revealed himself, roaring, "Now die, you worm!" Below, the blonde patient frantically cried out, "Wait! I have something to tell you! Hey!" Sebastian's demonic hand reached out, sharp claws tearing through the surrounding rock, preparing to strike. A magical sigil flared on Sebastian's chest, purple energy surging, signaling a finishing blow. The blonde patient screamed in fear, covering his face, as the destructive power surged towards him. A destructive surge of power erupted from the magic seal on Sebastian's chest, engulfing the blonde-haired young man, making his hands glow fiercely in terror. The white-winged elf's soul was torn out, his face contorted in pain, his crimson eyes filled with doubt and despair at his cruel fate. Purple energy swirled, tearing through space, devouring the white-winged elf's soul into a vortex of destruction, his screams echoing in the void. Purple energy chains tightened around the white-winged elf's neck, dragging him into the abyss, each link like a blade tearing his soul apart. The white-winged elf's body was crushed, dissolving into fragments of purple light, completely absorbed into Sebastian's brutal energy surge. The blonde-haired young man stood frozen, hand covering his mouth, eyes wide with horror as he witnessed the terrifying scene, cold sweat beading on his forehead. While the cruelly punished elf screamed in agony, the blonde-haired young man horrifyingly asked Sebastian, "How did you do that?" Cage stood nearby, thinking to himself, "This guy is really hard to negotiate with." Cage looked at the ring on the blonde-haired young man's hand, confusedly wondering, "Is that the power of Shuang Li? What exactly does it do?" The blonde-haired young man stood on the cliff, breathing heavily, his body trembling from exhaustion and fear, looking down into the bottomless abyss below. From above, he saw a swirling vortex of crimson energy churning in the abyss below, and a familiar body slowly sinking into it. He was astonished to realize it was Lord Connery's body lying motionless amidst the crimson vortex. "Is that Connery's body?" he exclaimed. Sebastian, in Connery's body, coldly warned, "Thief, remember this. I won't clean up after you every time you're in danger. There will be a time when you have to face it yourself. Next time you die, even if this body disintegrates, I'd rather destroy it than hand it over to you," Sebastian growled. The blonde-haired young man stared at Sebastian in horror, the ground beneath his feet cracking open. "Why? I'm not your enemy," he screamed. The ground continued to crack, and the blonde-haired young man retreated in panic, trying to maintain his balance on the edge of the abyss. He fell straight into the crimson energy vortex, shattered rock fragments flying everywhere, his terrified scream echoing throughout the space. The blonde-haired young man's lifeless body was torn apart in the deep blue energy vortex, red blood splattering. He fell, motionless in a pool of foul-smelling blood, a headless corpse lying cold on the dark green ground. Sebastian, in his new body with purple horns and crimson eyes, suddenly flinched in horror, feeling as if something had just been taken from him. His eyes widened, extreme horror reflected in his crimson pupils, a piercing pain tearing through his heart. Cage, trapped by the pitch-black spikes, collapsed to the ground, his body aching as if being torn apart. He screamed in despair, his heartbreaking cry echoing, "Your Majesty." Sebastian looked at the trapped Cage, the red-haired man whimpering, "It hurts so much. My lord, can you get me out of here?" Sebastian asked the eternal flame in his eyes. "Eternal flame, do you have a way to free him?" The flame replied, "Master, why do you ask me? You should know more about how to dispel magic, shouldn't you?" He looked at the headless corpse, then clutched his head, muttering, "Did I lose my memory again? What was that?" Sebastian touched his leg, where a gentle blue light enveloped it, and he exclaimed, "My leg? That's a type of healing magic." His eyes narrowed, his crimson pupils flashing with annoyance, as if trying to search his memories. The headless body lay there, still bleeding, a testament to a gruesome death. Sebastian looked at the corpse, then said to the flame, "I vaguely remember." The flame replied, "Excellent. Master, ordinary magic weapons require the user's body, and the magic must be dispelled. What will you do now?" He asked, "Do you know how to dispel magic? If Connery didn't directly encrypt the magic, we could try to dispel it on the magic weapon using universal magic." Cage watched in astonishment as Sebastian extended his hand towards the spikes, a brilliant magic circle appearing, ready to touch them. From Sebastian's hand, Sharp shards of ice shot out, attacking the spikes, leaving Cage gaping in amazement. Sebastian ordered Cage to take care of the elf girl. Without hesitation, Cage immediately obeyed, turning and running towards the pile of corpses. He supported the unconscious, blue-skinned, white-haired elf girl. Cage breathed a sigh of relief when he realized she was still breathing. She's just unconscious, still breathing. Sebastian pondered, his gaze distant. He guessed the girl was severely shocked after witnessing her entire tribe being wiped out. How cruel. I feel helpless. Sebastian's eyes flashed crimson, a surge of dark energy erupting around him, signaling his rising fury. A pale, blue-skinned, bald elf, with a red mark on his forehead, revealed a horrified expression, his eyes wide with fear. He knelt, trembling and begging Sebastian, trying to justify his actions.
I was just following orders. Please, please, Lord of Chaos.
An angry shout echoed, powerful and decisive, ordering the elf's demise. Sebastian turned his head, looking at Cage and the blue-skinned elf girl standing beside him. Cage growled, not wanting the culprit to survive. "Don't let this guy live, boss." The blue-skinned elf girl burst into tears, pointing directly at the elf, kneeling on the ground, accusing him of massacring her tribe. "It was him. He killed the entire ice elf tribe here." The elf frantically denied it, trying to justify that he was merely following orders.
No, that's not it. I was only acting under strict orders.
He continued to explain, sweating profusely, that if he didn't deliver the ice elf scales on time, he would die. Sebastian frowned, his gaze sharp as he looked at the elf. He sarcastically remarked that the elf race was even more cruel than his own demon race. "So now you call them elves? This is total annihilation. You're killing your own kind. It seems the elf race is even more cruel than my demon race." The elf looked up at Sebastian, his eyes full of hope, awaiting a verdict. Sebastian made a surprising offer, giving him a chance to fight.
I'll give you a chance to fight. If you can defeat my butler here, Cage, I'll let you go.
"Do you want to make a final bet with me?" Cage smiled confidently, saying he had been inside the enchanted magic weapon for so long that he was now itching for a fight. "I've been in that enchanted magic weapon for a long time. Now I'm itching for a fight." "Thank you, boss." The elf was astonished, unable to believe his ears, and asked again if it was true. "Really? Is this true?" The captured elf roared in fury, his body trembling as blue energy erupted. He challenged,
"You rotten butler, come at me! I'll kill you in a single blow!"
But before the threat was finished, a fiery slash pierced straight through the large body of the elf. Fresh blood splattered, ending all arrogance. Cage stood there, his massive sword stained with blood on his shoulder, his eyes full of disdain as he looked at the fallen foe. He scoffed, "Are you kidding me? Pathetically weak." Sebastian sighed, not bothering to look at the battlefield. He coldly ordered Cage, "Take their heads and follow me." Cage cheerfully replied, ready to obey. Sebastian turned and walked away, his solitary back hiding many thoughts. He didn't want to kill that person, but before the battle with Connery and Diderot, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Sebastian's left eye blazed with fiery red, his resolve iron hard. For the grand objective, for survival, those who stood in his way must die. His hand clenched tightly, veins bulging. Unexpected events kept occurring, forcing him into cruel choices. Sebastian led Cage and the white-haired elf girl, walking with firm steps. He told himself that even if he didn't want to, he had to be ruthless to survive in this harsh world. Suddenly, a large rock in the middle of the water began to crack open, the fissures glowing red like pulsating veins. The rock exploded, fragments scattering in all directions, forming a fierce vortex of energy. The three, including Sebastian, stood firm at the epicenter. Sebastian placed a hand on Cage's shoulder, his eyes vigilantly looking forward. A new threat was emerging, and he needed extreme focus. Amidst the rubble, Cassandra appeared in her demonic form. Her dark purple bat wings spread wide. Around her, dragon corpses and elf warriors lay scattered. Cassandra let out a heart-wrenching roar, her entire body emitting glowing white veins, as evil power violently erupted. Sebastian was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. He couldn't believe the sight before him. Cassandra! Horror was evident on Sebastian's face. He looked up, as if something even more terrifying was awaiting them. Both Sebastian and Cage looked up at the night sky, where swarms of winged monsters were densely circling under the moonlight, a terrifying and suffocating sight. Sebastian had anticipated this. He stood tall on the back of a winged monster, amidst the dense swarm of dragons flying under the moonlight. The Moon Dragon Knights, just as I predicted. The blue-haired elf trembled, his eyes filled with horror. He muttered a curse. "They've come to collect my damn corpse if I die!" "Uh-huh," rang out. Then he gasped. "The Great Lord? He is?" Sebastian coldly ordered the red-haired boy. "Xander, throw it away." The boy, though seemingly surprised, immediately replied, "Yes, right away." The bloody head of an elf lay rolling, its eyes closed. A horrifying, chilling sight. A white-masked elf exclaimed in horror.
Tea? That's...
Beside him, Silas was also stunned, staring at the head.
His Majesty Connery's head!
Sebastian roared, his eyes blazing with red fury. Connery paid the price for daring to assassinate me. The ruler of this nation, the great lord himself. He emphasized, "Don't blame me for this." Sebastian sneered contemptuously. What a pity, he couldn't fight worth a damn. Truly pathetic. He pointed at Cage, declaring, "That fool was easily dealt with by my subordinate." Silas's face turned pale, his eyes filled with extreme confusion. He stammered out the name. "X. Xander?" Cage hesitantly asked Sebastian. He leaned in close and whispered, "Just follow my script. All you have to say is, yes, don't worry." The red-haired boy showed clear confusion, his eyes darting away. I'm not that good." Silas stared into space, his mind reeling. That kid, Xanderblast, one of the 13 Demon Kings. He wondered, did he really kill His Majesty? But Lord Connery is very strong. It's probably impossible. Fear surged in Silas's eyes. He muttered, "It could be. What if he didn't do it? What if the Great Lord was the one who killed Connery?" Sebastian stood amidst the purple energy, his eyes flashing with thought. The Great Lord never lost his power. He wondered, is this just a cunning scheme by the Great Lord to lure out the traitors and eliminate them one by one? What is happening here? He softly uttered, "Oh?" As he realized something, Sebastian spun around, his eyes burning fiery red. He growled at Silas. "Silas, what's with that look? Why aren't you kneeling before me?" A blue flash streaked past, just grazing the blue-haired elf's ear. Silas was utterly horrified, his eyes wide open. A roar tore through the night as a colossal dragon claw slammed onto the ground, sending dust flying. A mighty army of dragon knights soared through the air, speaking in unison. They bowed before Sebastian's back, hailing him as the powerful, great Lord. The pale white-haired elf girl's crimson eyes widened in horror. The demon horns on Sebastian's head had revealed his true identity. Extreme fear surged within the girl. He was Sebastian, leader of the 13th Underworld Kingdom, the Great Lord, and the greatest sorcerer in demon history. Sebastian turned his head, his sharp gaze falling upon the collapsing elf girl. He spoke, calling her name. "Anjali, are you all right?" The girl trembled, stammering an apology. Sebastian's eyes flashed with a crimson glow. He declared that he would proceed directly to Ishtal, the elf capital, and ordered Anjali to follow him. The colossal dragons roared, tearing through the night, bringing terror that enveloped the entire sky. Sebastian sat calmly on his throne, with Anjali, Cage, and Cassandra beside him. The mighty dragon army followed behind, heading towards the horizon. Sebastian's eyes flickered, and a cold drop of sweat ran down his face. It seemed he was sensing something unusual. Under the silver moonlight, Ishtal, the magnificent capital of the elves, stood majestically, an ancient and grand fortress amidst the night. Sebastian marveled. A magnificent city, no less impressive than Holy Wing City. Cassandra nodded slightly. Suddenly, Cage spoke, his expression serious. Cage squinted, looking up at the night sky where dark bat shadows were swooping down. He growled, "Someone is approaching." Not long after, the elf patrol of Ishtal flew in on monsters, shouting in unison, "Welcome, Your Majesty, Great Lord Sebastian!" Anjali paled, her crimson eyes clearly showing fear. Cage remained vigilant, while Sebastian remained as calm as ever. Sebastian reassured Anjali, his eyes full of arrogance. "There's no need to fear them. With me here, who would dare cause trouble?" Anjali nodded slightly, still trembling a little. Sebastian smirked, his sharp gaze sweeping across. He asked about Curtis, questioning, "So where is he? Am I not welcome in this capital?" An elf from the patrol quickly explained that King Curtis was busy with the election, traveling everywhere to garner support. He pleaded for Sebastian's understanding. Xander roared, unable to believe his ears upon hearing the excuse. "What the hell are you talking about? Are the interests of the elf nation more important than showing respect to the Lord? The Lord himself is here, and that bastard Curtis doesn't even have the guts to show his face and welcome him in his own country." A green-haired elf from the patrol looked directly at Xander, his eyes sharp. "Watch your words. He is still the king of the elves. Who are you to speak to our king like that? Do I need to know who you are? Especially to a rude person like you." Xander angrily raised his weapon, ready to charge. He growled, "I'll cut you down right now." Cassandra quickly placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "That's enough. Don't be so reckless, Xander." Sebastian, with crimson eyes, stared intently at the elf patrol member. He uttered only one cold word. "You," then commanded, "Bring that Curtis to me immediately." The green-haired elf trembled, trying to explain. "But my lord, Great King Curtis is currently busy and—" Before he could finish, a blinding flash of light streaked past. Sebastian had acted,
striking the elf's face with a lightning blow. The elf fell, clutching his face in pain. From his hand, a head-shaped object fell out, rolling on the ground. He looked down in horror, recognizing a familiar elf head. He stammered, Prince Connery." Sebastian, sitting majestically on the back of a colossal two-headed dragon, commanded, "Send that head to Curtis. We will wait here temporarily." He sat cross-legged on the makeshift throne, his cold gaze sweeping across. He declared, "I'll give you a quarter of an hour. Bring your foolish king to me." 15 minutes later, under the bright full moon, giant bats still soared through the night sky. A figure of a white-haired, blue-skinned elf flew down from the air, carrying a head in her hand. It was Anjali. Sebastian narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold drop of sweat running down his temple. He seemed a little surprised. Anjali knelt before Sebastian, placing the head on the ground. She respectfully said, "Demon Army, 2nd Regiment, Curtis's squad, at your service. My apologies for the delay, my lord. There were some matters to attend to." Sebastian looked directly at Anjali, his expression serious. He questioned, "Your brother tried to assassinate me. What do you think about this?" Anjali bowed her head, her trembling hand gently touching Connery's head. She whispered, "Although he is my brother, I don't know why he did it." Curtis, with tear-filled eyes, his face contorted in rage, roared, asserting, "He deserves this fate." Great Lord Sebastian frowned in surprise, his crimson eyes flashing as he noticed Curtis's distressed expression. He thought to himself, "Is he crying?" Curtis embraced Connery's head, his voice choked as he explained, "Although he was a political rival, he was still my brother. I beg your majesty to allow me to mourn my own brother. Please understand." Suddenly, Xander appeared, roaring as he questioned Curtis. "I heard you killed my brother. Did you really do that? Are you even capable of doing that?" Sebastian coldly confirmed, "I witnessed it myself. There's no reason to doubt him." Cage and the blue-skinned, white-haired elf girl stood nearby, silently observing. Sebastian declared that he would stay in Ishtal starting today, coinciding with the upcoming elf general election. Curtis offered a welcoming smile, promising to prepare the best rooms for Sebastian. "Very well. I shall prepare the finest rooms for your majesty's stay. Your majesty may stay as long as you wish, my lord." But he also emphasized, "However, before that, there are some serious matters I need to confirm." Curtis pointed forward, his eyes sharp and full of hatred, growling as he called someone that harpy. He demanded the person immediately. "Hand her over to us, right now. That person is the queen of the Harpy tribe." The blue-skinned, white-haired elf was terrified, while Sebastian frowned in annoyance. Sebastian flatly refused Curtis's demand, calling him Ice Elf Queen and warning, "Don't be racist, Curtis." "I refuse," Curtis angrily yelled, reminding Sebastian not to interfere with his family's internal affairs. "I told you not to ask about my family's internal affairs. This is one of them, those damned harpies." "Don't interfere with them, Sebastian." Sebastian questioned Curtis about the Ice Elf tribe. "It's the Ice Elf tribe. Tell me, Curtis, why are you doing this? Why are you destroying them? Will you tell me why you've gone so far as to kill them?" Curtis coldly replied that it was a private matter, and he had nothing to say. "This is my private matter. I have nothing to say." Sebastian, Cage, and Cassandra stood there, their gazes firm, unwavering in the face of Curtis's attitude. A colossal, dragon-shaped creature spread its wings and soared into the night sky, leaving a mysterious mist in its wake. Sebastian, with dark purple bat wings, hovered facing Curtis, his eyes burning fiery red. Curtis looked up, his face filled with surprise and anxiety before the powerful foe. Sebastian questioned, his tone full of sarcasm, exposing Curtis's scheme. "I'm sick of your deception, elf. I've found out the secret of the core. Melting the core with the Ice Tribe's scales. Is that your grand plan?" Curtis looked up, his face a mix of surprise and despair. You know already? So what? It just means I lose." Sebastian hovered high above, his fiery red eyes looking down at Curtis, declaring the cruel truth. "You overestimate yourself, elf. But once you become a threat to the interests of the Underworld Kingdom's army, you will be eliminated, just like your brother. Do you really think I'll overlook it?" Curtis bowed his head, his green eyes shrouded in shadow, his expression a mix of anger and helplessness at the cold threat. From a distance, Cage watched the giant dragon fly away, his face worried. "Hey, something seems wrong. Should we go check?" Cassandra stood beside him, calmly replying. Cassandra looked up at the night sky, her purple eyes firm, reassuring Cage. "Don't worry too much. As long as His Majesty has decided to fight, we will be there to support and fight for his rights." Sebastian turned his back on Curtis, his bat wings dark purple. Curtis remained kneeling on the ground, trying to call out to him. "Wait, Your Majesty! Please listen to what I need to say first." Sebastian didn't turn back, his fiery red eyes flashing as he coldly refused. "Shut up. I don't need you anymore. I'll investigate it myself." Sebastian strode away, leaving Curtis kneeling behind him, uttering a challenge. So, a general election? Perhaps I'll find a kind young elf who will obey my commands. Curtis lifted his head, his green eyes wide, his face stunned. He couldn't believe what he had just heard, wondering, he doesn't need me? Curtis gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, a surge of purple energy erupting. He thought to himself, that bastard Sebastian, I could kill you right now, if I ambushed him. Curtis continued to ponder, his eyes full of suspicion. I could. Wait, has he been pretending all this time? Cassandra is outside with Silas, and Xander couldn't have killed my brother. Curtis saw an image of Sebastian in the past, with a mask and black cloak. He wondered, so who actually killed my brother? Was it him? Sebastian couldn't be that cunning, could he? This is that hateful Sebastian, that arrogant fool. Why did he say Xander did it? What is he plotting? I can't see through him. Curtis clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. He had made his final choice. I don't care anymore. It's best to eliminate him. Sebastian continued to walk, his bat wings dark purple. He called out in a cold voice, without turning his head. Hey, elf! A blinding light shone, and Curtis felt as if his soul was being torn apart. He looked up, his eyes filled with horror and despair. Sebastian, with dark purple bat wings, commanded in a cold voice, allowing no resistance. Stop the purge of the Ice Tribe immediately. Understood? The pressure from the Great Lord was too immense. Curtis had no choice but to submit. He collapsed to his knees, bowing his head in acceptance of his fate. Yes. Although he had agreed, resentment still seethed within Curtis's chest. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling amidst the surrounding purple energy. After the tense events, the scene shifted to the inner city of the Elf Kingdom, where colossal tree structures towered into the night. Deep inside an ancient tree trunk, a magnificent bathroom appeared, with emerald green water sparkling under the ethereal light. Sebastian was relaxing in the warm water, his fiery red eyes flashing with vigilance. Planning to stab me in the back? No way. He sighed, looking up at the ceiling, pondering his chaotic journey. This journey is truly messy, utterly chaotic. Death follows wherever I go. I've almost died a few times myself. A fleeting memory flashed by of Sebastian's old body, a blonde-haired young man being pulled up by a blinding light. Returning to reality, Sebastian closed his eyes, frustration evident on his face. Damn this isekai world, I hate it. He continued his monologue, expressing indifference to the world's fate. Honestly, save the world? I can't even save myself. I have no interest in saving this world, and why should I? However, another thought flashed in his mind about the injustices taking place. With a guy like Curtis here, that's impossible. The elves from the Ice Tribe are being treated cruelly. If I have to change something, I'll try. Sebastian rose from the water streaming down his muscular body. He had made his own decision. In my own way. He turned his back, intending to continue thinking, but a sudden figure appeared in the water, startling him. I'll try to think and resolve the issue with the elves first and... Huh? Sebastian spun around, his face clearly showing confusion and surprise as he saw Cassandra bathing behind him. Cass! You! When did you get in here? My lord. Cassandra looked up at him, her cheeks flushed, her face a little tired. Lately, I don't seem to have much energy. Sebastian was startled when Cassandra suddenly hugged him tightly in the water. She whispered, her eyes sparkling as if to incinerate the entire space. Then, let's do it, my liege. Outside the door, a red-haired elf frowned in confusion. His pointed ears perked up, listening to the strange sounds emanating from within. He muttered, Hey, stop, don't touch my stuff. The red-haired elf turned to the blue-skinned, white-haired elf girl standing next to him, looking puzzled. The elf girl also asked, bewildered, What are His Majesty and Cassandra doing? The elf replied, I don't know. Wrestling in the water. Or something. I've never tried it. Xander looked at the blue-skinned elf girl, a worried expression on his face. He advised her, Aren't you tired yet? You should go rest. But the elf girl just bowed her head, her voice sad. I can't sleep. The blue-skinned elf girl's face clearly showed sadness. Her red-rimmed eyes filled with tears, as if holding countless unspoken sorrows and fears. Xander looked directly at her, his gaze questioning. He gently asked, Are you sad because of the deaths of your tribe members? Samaya turned her back, her voice choked. I promised everyone that I would try to save them, but... Xander quickly reassured her. But it's not your fault. Don't worry. The Lord will fix everything. Just go to sleep. Samaya trembled, her bloodshot eyes looking around. She whispered, This is Ishtal, the capital of the elves. I'm scared. I'm scared to sleep alone here. What if they kill me in my sleep? Xander was surprised by her words. He asked back, Why not? Aren't you an elf too? Immediately, Xander realized he had spoken out of turn. He clutched his head in regret, blaming himself.
Damn it! I shouldn't have said that. In Xander's mind, a thought emerged. She's the leader of the Ice Elf tribe, one of the biggest victims of the Elf Civil War. This is the enemy's base. Of course she would feel scared. Xander took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He opened the door, looked at the blue-skinned elf girl, and said, "Don't be afraid." Sebastian, now clad in a black cloak, appeared with Cassandra. He looked at the blue-skinned elf girl, his words full of authority. "Place your trust in me. I will never let anyone harm a single hair on you or your people." The blue-skinned elf girl's eyes widened, looking at Sebastian in astonishment. Her fiery red eyes shone with shock, unable to believe what she had just heard. Sebastian smiled confidently, his eyes gleaming with calculation. He said, "Since you can't sleep right now, let's discuss the next phase of my plan. I'm sure you'll be interested in what I'm about to say." The blue-skinned elf girl bowed her head, her red eyes filled with tears. She began to recount, "My father was the leader of the Ice Elf tribe. He was wounded by Curtis during the suppression 2 years ago. Before he died, he told me, in Samaya's memory, her dying father, the leader of the Ice Elf tribe, called her name and instructed, 'You will be the next queen of the Ice Elf tribe, but you are too young, too inexperienced to save our tribe right now.'" He continued, his eyes dim. "Go to Ishtal. Find Elder Stefan so he can help you resolve the general situation of our tribe." Samaya concluded her story, saying those were her father's last words before he left this world. Sebastian, Cassandra, and Xander listened. Sebastian frowned, his eyes flashing with a fiery red light, questioning, "Elder Stefan? Who exactly is he?" Samaya explained, "When my father was young, he was one of the most esteemed leaders. Therefore, his influence and prestige within our tribe were quite high." She continued the painful story. "Ever since Curtis took power, our people have been relentlessly suppressed. Elder Stefan is imprisoned somewhere in this city. I heard he evacuated our tribe's people a few years ago." Sebastian nodded. "That's right." Sebastian mused, hand on his chin, his gaze thoughtful. "It seems we must find this elder first, to gather more information." Just then, the large door swung open, and Sebastian and Samaya turned their heads to look towards the entrance. A red-brown-haired elf girl, Melinda, pushed a food cart in, smiling and greeting, "Hello everyone, it's dinner time. I'm Melinda, and I brought you some elf specialties." She enthusiastically introduced the appealing dishes. "These are premium dishes from our land, exclusively for VIP guests at our hotel. Please enjoy." Sebastian smiled, his eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. "Let's pause for a moment, and rest, and eat." "Thank you, young lady. We will dine here." Melinda bowed, smiling, and saying, "Please make yourselves at home. Enjoy your meal." Then gently closed the door. The large door closed, restoring privacy to the room. Xander excitedly picked up a purple strawberry-shaped dish, turning to Sebastian. "Your Majesty, are you hungry? These look quite interesting." Sebastian replied, "If you're hungry, just eat." Samaya looked at the lavish spread of food before her, her red-rimmed eyes wide with surprise, her mouth agape, having never seen such a sight before. Sebastian looked at Samaya, his gaze scrutinizing. "Samaya? Is that your real name? Have you never eaten such luxurious food before? There's no need to hold back," she stammered. "Yes, that's right." Samaya was ecstatic, savoring the unfamiliar dish, her eyes closed in unprecedented pleasure. Sebastian looked at her, his eyes flashing with a strange light, an entity emanating from his eyes, as if probing her soul. Suddenly, Sebastian coldly ordered, interrupting Samaya's meal, "Stop! Spit it out!" He turned to Xander, ordering him to check the next room to see if the meal was the same. Xander, though surprised, obeyed. The red-haired young man walked down the hallway, wondering if anyone was in the next room, or if he should just ask the manager. Xander cautiously looked at the tightly closed door, a sense of unease creeping in. He slightly opened the door, and a pungent, metallic smell assailed his nose, the smell of fresh blood. Xander's face changed color, cold sweat breaking out, signaling an ill omen. The horrifying scene unfolded. An elf maid lay dead on the floor, blood splattered amidst luxurious dishes. Samaya, witnessing the scene through Xander's eyes, exclaimed in shock, "What?" The world around Samaya spun. Images distorted. Her mind plunged into chaos. She clutched her head in pain, collapsing, a desperate cry echoing. Sebastian quickly reassured her. "Hey, calm down!" That night, the Great Lord made no moves, and Samaya, despite a severe headache, recovered after sleeping. The maid's death was covered up as an accident. The next day, the elf internal trade market was bustling with people, a lively scene completely different from the horrifying night. An elf man wearing glasses, accompanied by Cassandra, Xander, and a white-haired girl wearing a hat, said, "It's quite lively.
This has always been the busiest street in Ishtal. I used to come here with my father when I was little." The white-haired girl smiled and said, "I thought only the rich could afford to spend money here." The elf man replied, "That's right." Xander turned to the elf man wearing glasses, asking about his wealthy past. The white-haired girl wearing a hat mused, confirming that her family was once very wealthy, even envied. But everything changed since Curtis ascended the throne. Amidst the crowded street, Cassandra's eyes scanned vigilantly, noticing cloaked figures silently following them. Cassandra whispered to the man wearing glasses, informing him that someone was following them. Sebastian's voice rang out, calmly ordering, "Just leave them be." The group continued through the night market, the shadowy figures still trailing. Sebastian coldly declared that his plan was never to hide. Let them witness it themselves. The entire group approached an ancient, moss-covered building. From within, a terrified cry echoed, calling out, "Great Lord!" 3 elves prostrated themselves at Sebastian's feet, trembling as they welcomed him. One of them stammered an apology for not being prepared for his sudden arrival. The man wearing glasses thought to himself, it was impossible to hide when the Great Lord himself arrived. Sebastian coldly ordered those prostrating to stand up. Ferdinand, speaker of the Elf Moon Council, widened his eyes in horror, unable to believe what he had just heard. Ferdinand stammered, asking again, daring not to believe Sebastian wanted to support his position in the upcoming election. Sebastian, chin in hand, listened indifferently. Sebastian calmly admitted to killing his opponent's brother, who was becoming too reckless. He asked Ferdinand if he was one of the candidates for the upcoming election. Sebastian urged Ferdinand not to be surprised, as he already knew this. Ferdinand was still stunned, his face full of confusion. Sebastian looked directly at Ferdinand, his left eye glowing red, and asked what he wanted. He offered the Elf King's throne, an offer that couldn't be refused. Ferdinand was in extreme panic, as if submerged in a mystical purple energy. Sebastian's offer had hit a vital spot. In a distant memory, an elf knelt before the black-haired Elf King, his eyes filled with reverence and fear. The kneeling elf offered his daughter to the king, his voice laden with resignation and faint hope. Tears streamed down the face of the blonde elf woman, her blue eyes brimming with sorrow, pain tearing at her heart. Was a painful memory resurfacing, or was it the despair of the present? Ferdinand, speaker of the council, looked up in shock. He couldn't believe his ears, his words full of questioning. "Your Majesty, is this true? Are you serious?" Great Lord Sebastian, with his purple horns and glowing red eye, presented a harsh condition. He looked directly at his opponent, his voice full of authority. "But I have a very strict condition. Do you accept my offer?" A magnificent castle, with a green roof towering against the night sky, surrounded by countless lurking shadows. A terrifying scream echoed. "What?" King Curtis, with a cold expression, questioned the elf official. "You just said Sebastian went to Ferdinand's place, didn't you?" He replied, his voice respectful. "Yes, Your Majesty." Curtis pondered, his gaze sharp. He acknowledged Sebastian's cunning. "Sebastian, I didn't expect him to be so scheming. Although the assassins I sent yesterday failed, he has certainly changed." Curtis believed Sebastian had no backing here, making it easy to thwart his schemes. This troublesome fox, Sebastian, is even more dangerous than before. Is this a trick? I wish he would just attack me like he used to. He clicked his tongue, while the elf official could only bow his head. "Your Majesty." The elf official looked up, his face worried, and asked, "Do you want me to send more assassins?" A scream rang out. Queen Selena burst in, her face distraught. The male elf assistant behind her tried to stop her, but she was resolute. "King Curtis! Ah, let me in!" Curtis looked at her, his eyes annoyed. He realized, it's Selena. What is she doing here? Queen Selena, King Curtis's wife, cried out in anguish. "King Curtis, why did you do that?" She stood there, her purple dress magnificent, but her face full of sorrow. Selena, with wide eyes, angrily questioned, "Why did you nominate my father as the next candidate for the election?" Curtis looked at her, his face icy, his voice low. "Are you questioning me?" Selena stepped back, her face fearful. I wouldn't dare," she said, her voice trembling. "I only ask you to withdraw his candidacy." Selena pleaded, tears welling up again. "You don't need an opponent like my father. He hasn't done anything to you. Anyone who opposes you will be opposed by the entire elf community. This isn't fair. Please reconsider. Please spare my father." Curtis replied coldly, his eyes emotionless. "After the death of my elder brother Connery, there's no longer any meaning in a worthy opponent. There's no opponent I can't handle. Someone like your father isn't worth my concern." Queen Selena questioned in anguish, tears welling up. "Then why? Why did you choose my father?" Curtis replied coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Because your father is a threat to my rule, and currently his policies are not something I approve of. Even if he is your father, I will not allow a threat to freely run rampant under my reign."
He smirked, his tone full of sarcasm. Your father still harbors ambitions of becoming king. Selena was astonished, unable to believe what she had just heard. How can that be? My father doesn't care about politics at all. He's innocent. Curtis reached out to her, his green eyes as cold as ice. He uttered cruel words, piercing her heart. I married you because I needed to borrow your father's power, not because I wanted to listen to your incessant nagging. Selena was stunned, clutching her face, flushed with shock. Curtis leaned closer and continued speaking. He leaned close to her ear, revealing a shocking secret. Today he just announced his candidacy, and he's already allied himself with that demon Sebastian. Do you still think he's innocent? Selena panicked, exclaiming, Demon? Lord? Impossible! Curtis coldly ordered. Take the queen away! What a nuisance. She was dragged away by 2 patrol elves, her lifeless eyes staring straight ahead, still unable to believe the harsh truth. Curtis turned his back and called out the name of a blue-haired elf. Silas. He immediately responded, Yes. Curtis didn't turn around, his gaze distant. Is Karma the Fallen One still in prison? Silas bowed slightly, a strange glint in his eyes, as if contemplating something. Curtis flashed a sinister smile, his voice echoing, Bring it out. It's time we met. He walked across the ground littered with skulls, each step carrying a deadly chill. This was the Tiger's Cage prison, also known as the Amber Prison, where those who opposed Curtis, the rare few who dared to defy him, were held. Except for a few arrogant individuals possessing world-shaking power, no one dared to raise their head before Curtis. In the deep darkness, those green eyes gleamed, emitting a terrifying, suffocating aura. Curtis coldly looked around at the deepest part of the Amber Prison. He felt a bone-chilling cold, then turned to the person beside him. Silas, this place is truly cold. Curtis's gaze was sharp and cold, as he instructed Silas with a resolute tone. When facing it, you absolutely must not show any fear, understand? Silas, with half his face obscured by a golden mask, his eyes reflecting confusion, softly uttered in surprise, Fear? Silas questioned. If it's so dangerous, why doesn't your majesty deploy more moon knights instead of these regular soldiers? Curtis smirked. You'll find out soon enough. Let's go. He emphasized once more, his words firm. Remember my warning. Never show fear. Understood? Silas bowed, his eyes beneath the mask, gleaming with resolve, and replied, Yes, your majesty. A terrifying growl echoed. From the depths of the darkness, a colossal monster with a spiky, blood-red body slowly emerged. Silas was astonished. Is this Cam's? What a terrifying, murderous aura. Curtis scoffed, his eyes glinting with amusement. Ha ha ha! Truly an astonishing abomination, he continued, his tone tinged with surprise. I thought this monster I brought back from Ruby Mountain would be able to handle you. I didn't expect that in such a short time it would surpass you. The monster Cams growled, tearing something apart in the darkness, fresh blood splattering. It was still not satisfied, as if this prey was insignificant. Its glowing red eyes flashed with hunger. Still, too hungry. Need more meat. It hissed. This isn't enough to fill me. Curtis softly called out, his tone calm as if nothing was happening. Hey, Cams. He turned to Silas, his eyes icy, and questioned, Didn't I tell you not to show any fear? Around them, the elf guards trembled, their faces drained of color. A thump echoed. A small elf guard was flung into the air by the monster, disappearing into the darkness. Skulls piled up beneath the monster's feet. It sniffed out fear, and its hunger roared for more. Cams, a level 8 corrupted elf, revealed itself. Its glowing yellow eyes and sharp fangs, it ravenously roared. Food, it's time to feast. The masked elf official recoiled in horror, while Curtis merely smirked, his eyes cold. Extreme fear enveloped the official. He trembled. Cams's murderous intent was too overwhelming. This dread was unbearable. The elf official couldn't comprehend. Is your majesty all right? You're communicating with it. Curtis turned to Cams and asked, Are you always hungry? Curtis explained about the Amber Prison that held Cams. The thing that imprisoned you, this Amber Prison. Initially, you were so tightly encased by it that you couldn't move. But Cams gradually found a way. It began to corrode the prison from within to escape. Curtis continued, The entire inside of the prison has been eaten clean by you. I've already sent a bunch of prisoners for you to eat. If you're still hungry, just eat more. A sinister smile appeared on Curtis's lips. He knew Cams would never be satisfied, no matter how much it ate. He raised his hand, and brilliant purple magic erupted, ready to strike. A brilliant golden light shot straight forward, tearing through space. Cams, now free from its shackles, felt its power surging. The prison had broken, and it grew stronger and stronger. The small monster growled, darting towards Curtis like an arrow. It attacked in a flash, baring its fangs and claws. Cams opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, but Curtis stood there with a terrifyingly calm expression. A surge of dark energy enveloped Curtis, and his eyes gleamed with a cold, mysterious light. Cam's glowing golden eyes gleamed with insane hunger, its sharp teeth ready to tear everything apart. The monster Cams lunged like an arrow, its mouth wide open as if to swallow everything, and the terrified masked elf recoiled. The other elf guards could only cower, their eyes wide with fear as they witnessed the horrifying scene. A swirling surge of dark power drained the life force from an elf guard, turning him into a dry skeleton in the blink of an eye. Each elf guard was successively drained of life, their bodies disintegrating into white bones, and terrifying screams echoed. 3 dry skeletons swirled in the air, testament to Cam's brutality, as their life force was mercilessly drained. Skulls shattered on the ground. A dry, cracking sound echoed, signaling a tragic death. The masked elf froze, his eyes wide with horror, seemingly unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Cam's continued its frenzied attack, but a surge of pinkish-purple energy suddenly shot forth, blocking its advance. The monster Cams recoiled in surprise, its glowing golden eyes showing a fleeting look of astonishment at the power that had just stopped it. Curtis stood there, one hand raised, the purple magic repelling Cams. He coldly ordered, "Enough, Cams. You've had your fill. He's not your target. Silas is still useful to me." Cams seemed unwilling to comply, unleashing a secret technique that split its form into 2, moving at terrifying speed. The masked elf trembled, exclaiming in horror, "It's too fast. My eyes can't keep up." Cams growled angrily, its glowing golden eyes fixed on Curtis. "Damn it! What do you want, Curtis?" Curtis merely smirked, his gaze full of provocation. He countered Cams. "Want to try again?" Cams was stunned, its eyes full of caution. It thought to itself, "Why now, Curtis? Why are you looking for me? This guy is as cunning as a fox. Better be careful." Cam's glowing golden eyes narrowed suspiciously. It noticed something in Curtis's hand, something it couldn't take its eyes off. Curtis stood there, a glowing green stone in his hand, emitting an energy that made Cams tremble. A primal fear rose within the monster. With a mysterious smirk, Curtis made an offer Cams couldn't refuse. "Cams, what do you say? Do you want to die today, or do you want freedom?" Freedom? Those 2 words struck Cams like lightning. The monster looked up at Curtis, its eyes full of astonishment and longing. The desire for freedom blazed, and Cams lost all caution. It let out a gruesome smile, asking Curtis about the price. "So what's the deal, Curtis? What do I need to do for you?" Under the full moon, an excited voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Get ready, Your Majesty, I'm coming." Xander charged like a whirlwind, his flaming sword slashing down. He roared with vigor. "Ha! First strike!" Curtis calmly faced him, raising both hands and immediately erecting a sturdy hexagonal fire barrier. Xander's sword glowed brightly, carrying destructive power, slashing directly into the barrier. A deafening clash rang out. Sword and shield collided, creating dazzling sparks. Curtis's eyes glowed red, and he gritted his teeth. "Dangerous. Move to the left." Surprisingly, the barrier was pierced. The flaming sword swept past, causing Curtis to stumble backward. Xander was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Curtis had fallen, and an incomprehensible sound escaped him. He was dumbfounded, wondering, "Did I do it? Has my swordsmanship reached its limit?" Curtis sat up with a satisfied smile, giving a thumbs up in praise. "You've truly improved a lot. Even my barrier couldn't stop your attack." Curtis looked at the young man, his gaze turning serious. "Really? That was just a low-level barrier. Your swordsmanship. Who taught you how to use a sword?" Xander was surprised by Curtis's question, not understanding the Elf King's meaning. Curtis, however, seemed absent-minded, saying he was old and needed a reminder. The red-haired young man began recounting his journey of learning swordsmanship. "When I was young, I learned swordsmanship from the artisans of Novartis. When I grew up, I learned from a master named Master Sister Bai Yin, but it didn't last long." Xander scratched his nose, a little embarrassed recalling Curtis's past praise of him as a sword genius, then explained that most of it was due to self-practice. Curtis, with magic flashing in his eyes, decided, "Then it's settled. Lend me your sword, Xander." Xander was stunned, sweat pouring as Curtis unexpectedly asked to borrow his sword. Curtis held Xander's sword, his eyes still glowing, staring intently at the weapon. Xander stood behind him, his face full of confusion. The red-haired young man panicked, questioning what Curtis intended to do with his sword. Xander wondered, wasn't Curtis a mage? What was he doing with the sword? Curtis turned his back, holding the sword towards the full moon in the night sky, his eyes full of contemplation. Curtis smiled, sensing the sword. "I can feel the sword. Well crafted. It's a good sword. When you adopted him, this sword came with him. Perhaps his family left it for him." The Elf King honestly confessed that even when playing video games, he tended to choose the warrior class. Xander, confused, asked, "What are video games?" Curtis replied, "Nothing. You won't know until you see it." Xander unexpectedly asked if Curtis was calling him Little Flame. Curtis confirmed, and Xander was touched to be given a nickname by his master. Curtis explained that he and Xander had tried advanced magic, but without success. Xander advised his master to be patient, as experience and intuition don't come easily. Curtis shook his head, saying he couldn't guarantee having the same feeling as before. He was about to face Curtis and needed a method to withstand his elf fire magic. Curtis affirmed that elf fire magic is one of the strongest fire spells, and very few people can withstand it, including him. The Elf King admitted that his fire barrier could not stop elf fire magic, nor could it even withstand a single slash from the Red Star God King. Xander raged amidst a sea of fire, his sword energy blazing. Curtis stood from afar, his eyes glowing with extreme excitement, as if witnessing a peak performance. When I saw him use that sword, I was extremely excited. My blood was boiling. Curtis maintained a cool demeanor, but deep down, he wondered if Xander could resist the elf fire. Cam's spirit appeared, his golden eyes glowing, full of doubt. Red. I wonder if he can stop it. The flame from elf fire magic. Cam's, in spirit form, looked at Curtis in confusion. He couldn't understand the words the Elf King had just uttered, a truth that seemed beyond the comprehension of a fallen elf. Master, what are you saying? Curtis held the silver sword, feeling the power surging within. He recalled Xander's sword swing, trying to replicate it. That swing, how did it go? Straight down? Just holding this sword has given me power from within. Something is boiling. Curtis raised his sword, leaves swirling around him as if drawn by magic. Cams looked at his master in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. Let's see if I understand. But master, you've never used a sword before. Curtis closed his eyes, focusing his entire mind on the sword. He envisioned the perfect sword swing, compressing all power into a single motion. Focus the sword high, swing down in one complete motion. A surge of brilliant purple energy erupted from the sword, tearing through the air. Curtis swung the sword down, and the surrounding leaves were cut in half, scattering. The blade swept through, leaving a dazzling purple streak of light. The energy exploded, creating a massive slash that made Cams exclaim in astonishment. The streak of purple energy shot forth, piercing through the dense tree canopies. A loud explosion echoed, the ground shook, and trees toppled. Xander stood from afar, witnessing the terrifying sight. His eyes widened, his face filled with panic and surprise at the power that had just been unleashed. Cams couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming that it was underworld energy. Curtis was also astonished by his own power. That's underworld energy. Master, since when did you know how to use a sword? Curtis turned his back, looking towards the massive slash he had just created. Cams, still reeling, asked if he wasn't a born genius. Aren't you a born genius? Curtis mused, recalling the countless times he had envisioned sword movements in his mind. He wondered if he could replicate them in this world. I've seen those moves repeatedly in my head countless times. Perhaps I can try to simulate those moves in this world. Can I do it? Xander ran over, his face full of astonishment, questioning Curtis about the energy slash. Hey, those moves, how did you do them? That energy slash, how did you do it? Yes. When did you learn to use a sword? Xander explained that it took him many years to get used to the sword and channel energy through it. The first time I held it, I had trouble adjusting the weight and feel of the sword. It took me many years before I could channel energy through the sword. Curtis turned to ask Xander why it was so easy for him to use a sword. Xander awkwardly replied that he had no point of reference because few people used swords. Little Flame, can you explain why this is so easy for me? I don't really know, Master. Your subordinates don't really use swords much, except for Xander here. I have no point of reference. Curtis was astonished by Xander's explanation, unable to believe that no one knew how to use a sword. He questioned it, but the answer was simply that he didn't like swords, so none of his subordinates used them either. The Elf King held the silver sword, his eyes full of anticipation as he looked towards Xander. He wanted a professional assessment, whether the slash he had just made was powerful enough. Xander hesitated, not daring to comment. Curtis reassured him, promising not to get angry, urging him to speak truthfully. Despite his tense expression, Xander still replied earnestly, obeying his master's command. Xander began his analysis, admitting that with his first slash, Curtis showed a natural talent for swordsmanship, but he also implied that to face a true swordsman, it would still take a very long time. Xander hastily humbled himself, saying that it was normal. Curtis, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, smiled in agreement with his accurate deduction. Xander continued his analysis, pointing out that although the slash contained immense energy, it didn't create a cut on the ground, only a deep crack on the wall. This indicated that the energy was not focused enough. Xander affirmed that Curtis's pure swordsmanship already surpassed his own. With proper control, he would become an unparalleled swordsman. Curtis coldly reminded Xander that he wasn't here to compare strength. Xander quickly apologized, admitting he had gone too far. Curtis called Xander's name. The latter immediately responded, full of deference. Curtis declared that during this short break, he wanted Xander to teach him swordsmanship. Xander was astonished, and an elf official quickly appeared, trying to stop Curtis, reminding him that he shouldn't be there. The elf official was distressed by the destroyed garden, questioning Curtis and Xander. Curtis immediately cut him off, ordering Xander to compensate the man and continue teaching him. The elf official's legs trembled, lightly stomping on the ground, showing his anxiety and helplessness in the chaotic situation. Under the dim moonlight, two figures in black cloaks quietly walked through the bustling market, one speaking up, signaling their imminent arrival. As they approached a bar, one of them suddenly realized they were being followed and reminded their companion to act naturally. The pink-haired girl under the black cloak spoke, her sharp purple eyes scanning the crowd. Curtis's people have been following us since we left the hotel. Despite the bustling streets, an invisible danger lurked. The white-haired person replied, their voice calm. We need to deal with them first. In the distance, two tall figures in purple cloaks, seemingly guards, stood watch. Two elf guards, with red marks on their foreheads, suddenly realized they had been discovered. Looks like we've been exposed. One sneered, full of disdain. So what? The green-haired elf sneered, his green eyes flashing with arrogance. Even if the Lord killed the Savior, it's nothing special. He disdained everything. Hearing the Savior mentioned, the white-haired person softly repeated it, their eyes showing a hint of contemplation. Her companion was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The white-haired person pointed at the enemies, their voice cold. These are the elves who killed your kin. I want you to kill them. Can you do it? The pink-haired girl trembled. But they are moon knights. I'm not strong enough. The white-haired person smiled reassuringly, their eyes full of trust. It's all right. I'm here. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Don't overthink it. Just attack them. In the blink of an eye, the two arrogant elf guards were completely defeated, their bodies frozen in a layer of icy frost. The pink-haired girl exclaimed in surprise. They didn't resist? The white-haired person laughed triumphantly. Ho, ho, ho! That enchantment magic. Darling, my charm is too strong. The pink-haired girl admired her companion's power. She's amazing. The white-haired person continued, Xander and Cassandra. Both are very strong. They can easily defeat the Moon Knights. The white-haired person mused, recalling the encounter with the Lord. I even met the Lord. My luck seems to be improving. After dealing with the pursuers, the two cloaked figures continued walking, heading towards a dark wooden door, which seemed to be their destination. The pink-haired girl gestured, as if inviting a guest to enter. Guest, please, come in. Inside, a bar named Tavarian appeared. The lights were dim. A few customers sat scattered, and the atmosphere seemed quite quiet. The bartender with silver hair looked up, smiling to welcome the two strange guests. Welcome to Tavarian. How may I help you? Without a word, the white-haired person silently presented a folded piece of paper, like a mysterious message or an unspoken request. The mysterious paper, with strange characters, like an ancient cipher, lay neatly in the hand of the white-haired cloaked figure. The silver-haired bartender, with the characteristic pointed elf ears, took the paper, his eyes full of suspicion. He asked, Guest, what is this? The white-haired young man replied, his tone firm. It's clearly written on the paper. The location indicated is this tavern. It can't be wrong. After a moment of hesitation, the bartender nodded, his eyes holding something inscrutable. He said, Follow me. In the deep darkness, the bartender held a lantern, leading the two cloaked figures deeper into a secret corridor, their footsteps echoing. They stopped before a round door hidden in the stone wall. The bartender gestured, as if opening a passage to another world. He turned back, explaining the path ahead. The path you seek lies deep within the sewers. As the tavern owner, I cannot be away for long. Someone will grow suspicious. Take this lantern and proceed on your own. Inside the dark, damp sewer, a voice echoed, guiding the way. Turn left at the second intersection and continue straight. The two cloaked figures continued their journey. The pink-haired girl exclaimed, I didn't expect Ishtal to have such a complex underground passage. The white-haired young man added, This is a very well-connected sewer system. This sewer system was designed by my family. Not many elves currently know about it. The structural blueprints are in my family's possession. The pink-haired girl looked at the young man, her voice full of worry. Aren't you worried this might be one of Curtis's little tricks? Like a trap? The white-haired young man mused. I've thought about that, but it's still worth the risk. The white-haired young man continued to explain. I've long heard that Ishtal has a resistance group formed by members of my family. Since I came here with the Lord himself, I couldn't escape their solid intelligence network. The encrypted text on the paper earlier was taught to me by my father. It makes sense that the resistance also uses something similar. The white-haired young man's gaze was firm, and he affirmed his belief. That's why I believe the man who placed that paper in my room. He must be from the resistance base. My family members are suffering. I need to seize even the smallest opportunity." The pink-haired girl listened, then smiled with relief. "Your analysis is reasonable. I hope you're right." Indeed, His Majesty was right. The resistance was connected to Elder Stefan. They entered a large room where numerous elves were frozen in blocks of ice. The white-haired young man exclaimed joyfully, "See? I was right. They're here." 2 frozen elves, one green-haired and one purple-haired, clearly showed horror. The green-haired elf exclaimed, "A human?" Immediately, the pink-haired girl cast a spell, and a magic circle appeared around the white-haired young man's neck, astonishing him greatly. Queen Samaya, with terrifying crimson eyes, seemed unable to believe the sight before her. Meanwhile, the other blue-skinned elves smiled, their faces filled with indescribable joy. A multitude of blue-skinned elves knelt, bowing respectfully before Samaya. "It's the queen! Samaya!" A cheer rang out, startling the white-haired elf. Samaya panicked, quickly waving her hands. "Please don't do that! Everyone, please stand up!" she called out in confusion. A blue-skinned elf leader stepped forward, his face confident. He said, "We have been waiting for you for a long time, young Queen of Ishtal. This time, it seems we sent the right letter." Samaya looked at the elf leader, her crimson eyes filled with determination. "Your leader. I want to meet him." The elf leader bowed and replied, "Of course, my queen. Our leader has been waiting for you for a very long time." However, a flicker of wariness appeared in his eyes. He turned to look at the pink-haired maiden. "But she cannot stay here. No outsiders." Samaya quickly defended, "Wait, she's not an outsider." The pink-haired maiden also declared, "By my master's command, I cannot leave Samaya here alone." The elf leader and his companions looked at the pink-haired girl with suspicion. "Your master? It must be the Lord." He continued, "I still don't fully trust him. After all, Curtis was once under his rule." Samaya quickly explained, "But the Lord has helped me a lot. Without him, I probably wouldn't have been able to enter Ishtal safely." She hesitated. "I'm sorry, but..." The pink-haired maiden held her head high, her gaze resolute. "I am the Lord's envoy, and my duty is to protect the Queen of the Ice Tribe. I will not hand her over to any rebellious group. Know your place, elf." The pink-haired maiden's stern declaration stunned the elf leader and his companions, their eyes gradually turning to anger. Without another word, a blue-skinned elf reached out, gripping the hilt of the sword at his side. Samaya was terrified, quickly intervening. "Wait! Stop!" Queen Samaya resolutely protected the pink-haired envoy, asserting that she was not an enemy. But the conservative elves insisted on adhering to military law, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. The white-haired, blue-skinned elf leader smiled meaningfully, as if victory was already in his grasp. A sinister plot was brewing. The blue-skinned hand gripped the wooden bar tightly, veins bulging, signaling an imminent display of strength. With a low growl, the burly elf effortlessly lifted the heavy weight bar, drawing all eyes. The elf leader removed his cloak, revealing his muscular physique. He declared a test of strength, challenging the envoy to prove herself according to military law. The elf's bulging muscles were clearly visible, radiating energy as a testament to his tribe's superior strength. 2 tall, blue-skinned elves stood imposingly, their eyes full of challenge, staring directly at the pink-haired envoy, who maintained a surprisingly calm demeanor. Another elf with a scornful expression scoffed, doubting the pink-haired envoy's ability given her slender physique. "Hey, beautiful envoy, are you sure about this? I'm afraid your arm will break into many pieces." Surprisingly, the pink-haired envoy removed her outer cloak, revealing a pitch-black outfit. Her eyes were sharp and full of determination, astonishing even Samaya, who stood behind her. With a confident smile, the pink-haired envoy gestured, ready to face the test of strength. "Let's go!" she declared boldly. The pink-haired envoy's unexpected beauty stirred the elf crowd. Many couldn't help but blush and exclaim praises. "Wow, the envoy is truly beautiful." Even the burly elf leader couldn't escape her charm. His cheeks flushed, though he tried to maintain his smug expression. 2 hands, one pristine white, one blue, gripped each other tightly on the wooden table, sparks of power intensely flying. The arm wrestling match began. The pink-haired envoy, with a calm expression, softly said, "Try your best." The opposing elf still chuckled. "Oh, envoy, haha." Suddenly a memory flashed, of Xander with his flaming sword, making the observer exclaim that he was incredibly excited. "When I saw him use that sword, I was so excited. It made my blood boil." Then another image appeared, Curtis with his crimson eye, wondering anxiously if that elf flame could be stopped. "Red. I wonder if he can stop it." The flame from an elf. A glowing pink entity, perhaps the envoy, uttered in confusion, "Master." His gaze was directed toward Sebastian, as if disbelieving what was happening. "What are you saying?" The sword in Sebastian's hand emitted a brilliant blue-green light, as if containing boundless power. He felt a surging, boiling energy within. "Just holding this sword, it has given me power from within."
Something is boiling. Sebastian, with his crimson left eye, was highly focused, swinging his colossal sword. The pink-haired, purple-eyed envoy stood beside him, hesitantly asking, "But master, you've never used a sword before." Sebastian's gaze was sharp. He poured his entire spirit into each sword stroke. Focus the sword high. Then, swing it down, in a single motion. The sword glowed brightly in Sebastian's hand, carving a powerful slash, carrying a brilliant purple energy. Dry leaves scattered around, as if swept away by the tremendous force. A burst of purple light erupted. Sebastian's eyes wide with astonishment. What just happened? How powerful was the attack he had just created? The brilliant purple slash tore through the air, creating an enormous shockwave that ripped through the night and even the dense green trees. From a distance, Xander looked up towards the explosion, his glowing white eyes filled with astonishment. A loud boom echoed, shaking the entire forest. Sebastian was still stunned, feeling the dark energy that had just erupted. The pink-haired, purple-eyed envoy beside him was still in shock, asking, "Master, since when have you used a sword?" Sebastian stood there, his back turned, the sword still swinging. He wondered if he was a born genius with a sword. Aren't you a born talent? In another scene, Samaya was surrounded by a shadowy entity with glowing yellow eyes. She cried out in horror, "Killing intent! Samaya!" Blood splattered. A fatal wound appeared on Samaya's head, causing her extreme pain. She fell, blood gushing, her bloodshot eyes wide open in despair. The Ice Tribe Queen had been brutally attacked. Another blue-skinned elf, also with white hair and a chin beard, lay slumped on the ground, blood gushing from a neck wound. Samaya tried to cover her face, but the shadowy entity continued to attack, new wounds constantly appearing on her body. The shadowy entity flew away, leaving a trail of yellow light on the cold ground, like a deadly warning. Fresh blood was splattered on the cold ground. A severed head of a strange creature lay isolated, its eyes forever closed. The tragic death signaled an approaching disaster. Amidst the energy storm, the horrified blue-skinned warriors looked ahead. "That's the leader!" one shouted, his voice trembling, fear spreading. In a dark corner, Cassandra, with a cold expression, was arm-wrestling a muscular blue-skinned elf warrior. Around them, a curious crowd of elves watched, unaware of the impending danger. The tense arm-wrestling continued, the elf warrior's muscles bulging, but Cassandra's gaze remained sharp, as if she saw through everything. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. The ground shook. A foot descended powerfully, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. Cassandra, quick as lightning, scooped up a small elf, dodging the attack. She looked straight ahead, her purple eyes burning with determination. A thick, swirling smoke rose, obscuring vision, carrying the cold breath of death. From within the smoke, a pitch-black spiraling orb appeared, like a black hole devouring all light, signaling the arrival of a terrifying entity. The blue-skinned elf leader, dagger clutched tightly, showed no fear, looking up. "Show yourself! Come out!" he roared, challenging the invisible foe. Suddenly, a stark white skull, with hollow black eye sockets and a wide mouth full of sharp teeth, shot up from the ground, swirling in a stream of white energy, screaming in horror. Cassandra clutched the small elf tightly in her arms, her eyes full of vigilance. "He's really fast!" she exclaimed, realizing the enemy's terrifying speed. She held the small elf tightly, a vortex of white energy enveloping the two of them, protecting them from invisible attacks. Cassandra's purple eyes suddenly flashed with brilliant pink hearts, as if a hidden power had been awakened, carrying a deadly charm. Love energy erupted, enveloping Cassandra and the small elf, forming a shimmering, enchanting pink shield. Cams, the fallen elf, was also affected by this energy. His yellow eyes turned into pink hearts, his mouth grinning widely, as if he had fallen in love. A powerful beam of light shot out from Cassandra, tearing through the air, striking directly at the skull entity, decisively ending the threat. Cassandra was pensive, her purple eyes full of thought. She had just cast a charm on the enemy, thinking everything was over. Just a second ago, I saw that demon. He was hit by my charm. The battle should have ended, but her eyes widened, as if sensing something unusual. A bad premonition. Suddenly, Cassandra lunged forward, shielding Samaya. She growled, her eyes blazing, as the enemy counterattacked despite being charmed. A spiraling white aura appeared, and a ghostly voice echoed. "A succubus's cheap trick. It's useless against me, and you taste quite bad." Ugh! Cassandra was utterly astonished. That thing was hit by my charm, and it can still attack me? Glowing yellow eyes flashed in the darkness. "The essence of your charm is 10 times stronger than anything I've ever known, but it has no effect on me. I only crave one thing, that is, hunger. I crave more."
The demonic eyes stared directly at Cassandra. "Will you satisfy my hunger?" Cassandra pushed Samaya away, her expression resolute. "Go. Leave this ugly thing to me. Perhaps it's good that you weren't charmed by me." She gripped her spear tightly, her eyes sharp. "A disgusting thing like you. I will protect Samaya for the great Lord." "With the pride of the guard captain," Cassandra declared. "I will protect her. Your target is her, isn't it? Then come on!" The glowing yellow eyes reappeared, challenging. "You cannot defeat me." The blue-skinned elves watched the scene in shock. She is the succubus queen. Lord Sebastian's attendant, Cassandra. The queen of succubi? The white-haired, blue-skinned elf leader flushed, rallying his comrades. "Oh, shield, brothers! Take up your weapons! We are men, aren't we? For our beloved queen!" "We must protect her." Cassandra raised her hand to stop them, her gaze firm. "Stand back," she warned sternly, her voice echoing. "If you fight, you will die," the elf leader angrily protested. "But that is my duty. Are you saying we are unworthy?" The bearded elf intervened. "Hey, stop it. Can't you see? That thing is much stronger than you." Cassandra stood in front of Queen Samaya, facing the shadowy entity with glowing yellow eyes. The distance between them and the enemy was too great. Even she had to exert all her strength to protect the young queen. Cassandra's purple eyes flashed with determination. She would not allow anyone to touch Samaya. Suddenly, 2 streaks of golden light tore through the air. Cassandra narrowly dodged, her eyes highly vigilant. Cams, the hideous fallen elf, lunged to attack. Cassandra's spear blocked its pounce, creating a deafening clash. Cams's demonic yellow eyes and sharp fangs were revealed. It growled ferociously, constantly trying to bite and tear. Cassandra spun around, swinging her spear to form a brilliant golden arc. She attacked without hesitation, fiercely retaliating. Her powerful kick struck Cams directly in the mouth, splattering blood. The fallen elf groaned in pain, but Cams did not fall. Cassandra was astonished, realizing her opponent's terrifying endurance. Cams swayed, but then stood firm, his heavy breath exhaling black smoke. It had not given up, continuing to growl. Cams lunged wildly, opening its mouth wide to swallow her. Cassandra used her spear to fend it off, maintaining distance. She channeled her strength into the spear, and a white, flower-shaped energy burst forth, pushing Cams back. Cams scrambled back up, muttering in annoyance. "Too tough. Can't bite through. Is that magic too?" Annoying snack. Cassandra retorted defiantly. I can be soft, or I can be hard. It depends on who's asking." The elves witnessed the horrifying scene. The bearded elf exclaimed in shock. "That's Camus!" The white-haired, blue-skinned elf leader couldn't believe his eyes. "Is that Cams, the legendary fallen elf?" The white-haired, blue-skinned elf leader trembled, looking at the scattered corpses. "He's not a legend. The mass murders that once happened in Ishtal were caused by him." Cams stood there, insane and brutal, emitting a terrifying purple energy. The white-haired, blue-skinned elf leader fearfully called him the madman. Cassandra looked at Cams with disgust. The fallen elf's madness made her feel revulsion. Cams, the fallen elf, continued to provoke, seeing the succubus faltering. Although her body was already poisoned, Cassandra still resiliently fought back, her will to fight unwavering. The poison began to take effect. Cassandra knelt, her spear falling from her hand. Samaya stood behind her, her eyes full of worry as she saw the succubus struggling. Seeing her weakened, Cam sneered, opening his mouth full of sharp teeth, and lunged straight at her like a hungry demon. He believed victory was within his grasp, but in that moment of life and death, Cassandra's purple eyes suddenly flashed with brilliant blue light, a dormant power awakening. She sprang up, her spear swinging in a sharp arc, tearing Cams's body in half, black blood splattering into the air. Cams was cut in half, his upper body falling, his yellow eyes wide with disbelief at what had just happened. Before he could react, Cassandra grabbed Cams by the neck, squeezing tightly. He struggled in vain, his yellow eyes filled with terror. The succubus sneered, her cold eyes fixed on her enemy. Cassandra was not just alluring, but also a formidable warrior. She proudly declared that her body was invulnerable, that she was the succubus queen, a warrior who could not be defeated by a mere trivial poison. Witnessing Cassandra's terrifying power, the blue-skinned elves were astonished. They never expected Camus, that madman, to be dealt with so easily. Cams was still struggling in Cassandra's hand, his mouth agape, drool dripping, his yellow eyes filled with agony. Cassandra's blue eyes still glowed brightly. She looked down at her enemy with a cold, merciless gaze. She tightened her grip on Cams's neck, with such force that he could barely breathe. He struggled weakly, now just a pathetic demon. Cams's mouth hung open, his tongue lolling out, drool flowing profusely.
He was at death's door. Without hesitation, Cassandra kicked Cams directly in the mouth. A powerful and brutal blow. Cams was kicked away. Cassandra stood upright, but her arm was injured, blood oozing out. Samaya stood behind her, her face still full of worry. Cams scrambled back up, his demonic body gradually becoming clear through the green smoke, a glowing magic circle appearing beneath his feet. He roared, preparing for his next attack. The demon Cams had fully materialized, his yellow eyes glowing ferociously. He growled provocatively, "Try again, little succubus." The blue-skinned elf warriors standing behind were stunned, terrified by the sight before them. Cassandra's power made them tremble. Cassandra looked at the wound on her arm, blood oozing out. She smirked, her eyes sharp and cold. "You cracked my arm? Not bad, kid. Looks like I'll have to get serious with you now." Cams roared madly, his wide mouth agape as if to swallow everything. "Let's talk. Time to eat. Grr." Like a flash of lightning, Cams lunged straight at Cassandra. She was no less formidable, her purple bat wings soaring, and both became blurs in the air. A loud explosion echoed, brilliant red energy erupting, sending bricks and stones flying. This was a merciless battle. Cams was knocked far back, his body staggering amidst the debris. He had taken an extremely powerful blow. Cassandra was not spared from the impact, as debris flew and struck her, but her gaze remained resolute, ready for the next blow. Suddenly, a majestic figure appeared, wielding a blazing greatsword. It was Xander, the little flame. He had arrived. Both Cassandra and Cams turned their eyes towards him. The blue-skinned elf warriors erupted in joy, cheering upon seeing their leader. "It's the leader! He has come!" Xander glared at Cams, his voice filled with fury, his aura exploding. "While I was away, you dared to invade my territory and cause trouble right here?" Xander's eyes blazed, he growled, radiating killing intent. "Praise the sun! You're seeking death!" Xander stood tall, his greatsword plunged deep into the ground, a fiery red energy blazing around his body. An overwhelming power was rising. Xander's eyes were sharp as knives, his face filled with determination and rage. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would pay the price. At Xander's feet, a horrifying sight appeared. The severed head of a monster, along with a cold, white skeleton. He had acted without mercy. Xander stood tall, sword in hand, his eyes blazing. Cams, the skinny fallen elf, glared at him, questioning. You did this to the tavern owner? You wicked bastard." It then turned, its eyes darting around. Who was it, that girl? Or was it you little thing? Two blue-skinned elf warriors simultaneously pointed at Cams, their eyes full of vigilance. Cams flinched, its yellow eyes flashing with panic, but then quickly turning to madness. Cams let out a horrifying roar, opening its wide mouth full of sharp teeth, and charged straight towards the elf warriors. This fallen one had no intention of backing down. A fierce burst of energy exploded, tearing through the air. Cams was knocked back, creating a powerful shockwave and a cloud of dust. Cams was thrown to the ground, its skinny body covered in wounds. It snarled, trying to scramble back up, its eyes full of hatred. "Damn it!" Cams scrambled back up, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on Xander. Saliva dripped from its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. "Your sword. Not bad. A threatening sword aura." Xander frowned, his face full of annoyance. He couldn't believe his ears, that someone like Cams dared to comment on his sword. "Huh? What did you say?" Without hesitation, Xander swung his greatsword straight down. Cams was split in two, fresh blood splattering, its skinny body collapsing onto the cold ground. The blue-skinned elf warriors witnessed the horrifying sight, their eyes wide with astonishment and fear. Xander's brutal power sent shivers down everyone's spines. Even Cassandra, the captain of the guard, and Queen Samaya were stunned. Samaya covered her mouth, her red eyes clearly showing worry. Cassandra looked at Xander, her expression pensive. She whispered, her voice full of surprise. "His sword. I didn't even see it." Xander didn't stop. He delivered a powerful, thunderous kick to Cam's head, sending it flying, fresh blood splattering. Xander lifted Cam's head, his eyes sharp and cold. He growled, confirming the enemy's identity. "You are Camus, the fallen elf, aren't you? Die quickly for me!" Xander forcefully threw Cam's head away, without a trace of pity. Fresh blood splattered, painting a vivid red streak on the cold ground. Xander looked down at Cam's headless body, his face full of annoyance. He clicked his tongue, muttering, "Tch, what a troublesome little thing." Unexpectedly, Cam's headless body scrambled back up. A new head sprouted from the cut, and it burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Did you really think I'd die so easily? You naive fool!" Cam's, with its newly sprouted head, snarled horrifyingly, its glowing yellow eyes shining with madness. It seemed to be reveling in its opponent's terror. Xander frowned.
his eyes clearly showing annoyance and astonishment at the enemy's monstrous regenerative ability. He hadn't expected Cams to survive that fatal blow. Cams burst into maniacal laughter, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. It uttered a provocation, its shrill voice echoing in the gloomy space. "No one can truly kill me." Xander clenched his fist, his eyes burning with rage. He stared at Cams, making a firm declaration. The surrounding elf warriors watched in stunned silence. Oh, perhaps today I'll be the first to do it. Cassandra appeared, her purple bat wings gently fluttering, her eyes resolute. Queen Samaya stood beside her, her face full of surprise. Cassandra also didn't hesitate to speak up. "Me too." Cams drew closer, its disgusting face twisting into a sneer. It issued a threat, trying to shake the warriors' resolve. Its voice was full of disdain. "Isn't it better to save your lives? Just hand the girl over." Cams lunged like a gust of wind, its skinny body transforming into a stream of azure energy. It unleashed sharp spikes, attacking its opponents relentlessly. Xander counterattacked in a flash, his greatsword sweeping up to form a blazing red sword path. He unleashed powerful slashes, tearing through the air, determined not to retreat. Cassandra didn't just watch. She plunged into the battle, unleashing a powerful attack. Purple energy exploded, striking Cams directly and sending it flying. Cams let out another savage laugh, its form gradually fading into nothingness. It left a final, arrogant threat. Cassandra watched, her expression tense. "Today, I will spare all of you. There won't be a next time." Cam's voice echoed in the darkness, full of disdain and menace. It wanted to sow fear in its opponents' minds, making them live in constant anxiety. "There's no defending against my assassinations. Just try to worry every moment you wake up. It will drive you mad." When Cams vanished, the scene became eerily silent. On the cold ground lay a stark white skeleton, a testament to the enemy's brutality. Xander and the elf warriors bowed their heads, their hearts heavy. They observed a moment of remembrance for the deceased, the loss evident on every face. "Brother Yang, the tavern owner, may you rest in peace. Thank you for everything." Xander raised his head, his eyes burning with determination. He clenched his fist, vowing to avenge the fallen, his voice resolute and strong. "I will avenge both of you." Cassandra turned to Xander, her purple eyes looking directly at him. She asked, wanting to confirm the red-haired man's role in this resistance. "So, this swordsman is the leader of the resistance?" Xander looked back at Cassandra, his eyes sharp. He recognized her, mentioning her name and role, his tone somewhat thoughtful, as if assessing the situation. "And you are Cassandra?" "Sebastian's bodyguard." Xander, with a cheerful expression, flirted with Cassandra, pink hearts floating around him. "You're so beautiful. It's a pleasure to meet you." Cassandra replied coldly, her sharp purple eyes looking straight at him, resolutely refusing the handshake. "I'm not an easy woman. I won't shake hands with strangers." Xander was surprised and asked again, "Am I a stranger?" The red-haired young man grandly declared himself king of the Manhwa kingdom, but Cassandra remained wary. A blue-skinned, white-bearded elf standing nearby secretly thought about the previous handshake. Cassandra continued to question, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and suspicion. "Tell me, why is the leader of the Ice Elf resistance group a human?" Xander scratched his head, looking a bit flustered, and answered vaguely, "I'm just filling in for a few days." He pointed to the blue-skinned, white-haired elf beside him, explaining to Cassandra. He was the previous resistance leader. A dialogue box appeared, introducing Siegel, the former fourth-generation resistance leader from Synestia, his blue-skinned elf face clearly showing fatigue and sadness. Cassandra's eyes widened in surprise, her pointed ears drooping slightly, and she exclaimed, "Huh? What's going on here?" Suddenly, the blue-skinned, white-haired elf urgently commanded, his voice echoing in the cave. "Hurry up, move! The enemy knows we're here. We have to leave." The other elves hastily carried their belongings. The procession of blue-skinned elves moved in single file through a dark tunnel. Below them, a steaming green stream, creating a haunting scene. Cassandra turned to Xander, her eyes full of questions. "You said you rescued the resistance group." Xander smirked, recounting his story. "I personally snuck into Ishdal City. I saw many corpses, so I decided to investigate. These guys were being crushed by some wizard. He was quite strong." The blue-skinned, white-haired elf interjected, confirming the wizard's identity. "That was the wizard Latour." Xander nodded, his expression suddenly recalling, "That's right, that guy," Xander boasted, a smug look on his face. "Anyway, I cut that guy in half, and now I'm here. So they made me leader just because I saved their lives." The blue-skinned, white-haired elf tried to add something, but Xander quickly cut him off. "Stop it! You're ruining my style!" Cassandra gently closed her eyes, her expression showing understanding, and replied to Xander, "I see. I was just curious why you're the leader, that's all." Cassandra turned to Samaya, her voice full of questions.
Samaya, what do you want to do?
The Ice Queen merely hummed softly, her gaze still calm. Samaya looked straight ahead, resolute. I want to meet Elder Stefan right now, Xander quickly agreed. But the blue-skinned, white-haired elf leader immediately grabbed his collar, roaring angrily.
Don't agree so easily. She doesn't understand everything yet.
In a large room, the blue-skinned, white-haired elves hastily moved their belongings. The sounds of commotion echoed throughout the space. Xander, the elf leader, and another blue-skinned elf stood next to each other. The elf leader explained, We'll have to move everything back to the old base. Xander added, The path uses the same sewer system anyway. Xander invited everyone for a drink. Come on, let's have a drink. The elf leader refused. I'll pass. Cassandra looked tired. A bearded elf bowed before Samaya. The bearded elf respectfully announced, My young queen, the elder has been waiting for you for a long time. The blue-skinned, white-haired elf leader said, I was planning to take our new leader to meet the elder. He invited Samaya. Why doesn't my queen come along? Xander interjected. Let's all go. Samaya smiled, her crimson eyes shining with happiness. She softly replied, All right. Xander angrily questioned the elf leader, asking why he wasn't the leader. Hey, what's this? Am I not your leader? The blue-skinned elf replied, Well, only if the elder approves. Will you truly be qualified to be our leader? 3 pairs of feet strode across the stone ground. Cassandra's high heels, an elf's flat shoes, and Xander's boots. The group moved through an ancient street. Xander, Cassandra, and 3 other elves were walking together. The atmosphere seemed quite lively. Xander excitedly praised the enchantment magic. Hey, this enchantment magic is really cool. I really like it. Cassandra turned to him, reminding him. Hey, you're too loud. Cassandra leaned close to Xander, whispering. So, between you and that adorable Sebastian, what's your relationship with him? Xander blushed, thinking to himself. If you weren't of a higher rank than me, I would have ripped your annoying mouth off. Cassandra continued, saying that Xander reminded her of someone she knew. Speaking of which, you remind me of someone I know, she explained. From the sword techniques to the way he walks, and his sword-wielding style, Xander curiously asked, Oh? Who is it? What kind of hero? Cassandra sighed, gently closing her eyes. She concluded, Never mind. You're really too conceited. The group continued their journey. The white-haired elf doctor pointed ahead, where a colossal tree stood majestically, saying, It's up ahead. Under the dim moonlight, a gigantic ancient tree appeared, its trunk reaching high into the clouds, like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. The tree trunk was rough, and so massive it was dizzying. The white-haired elf doctor exclaimed, It's truly colossal. Approaching, they saw the entrance to the tree trunk guarded by elf sentinels. Xander impatiently wanted to act. There are guards there. Should I kill them? The blue-skinned elf leader immediately stopped him. Don't act rashly. The blue-skinned elf leader explained that they had an agreement. Xander irritably asked, Hey, who's the leader here anyway? The blue-skinned elf leader ignored Xander's provocation, resolutely moving forward, walking past the standing elf sentinels. A bearded elf greeted the white-haired elf doctor. Hello, doctor, he continued. I heard the elder isn't as healthy as before. The white-haired elf doctor replied. That's right. This time I've brought a few assistants to help. He requested, Please announce my presence. The bearded elf politely replied, All right. May I check your bag? The white-haired elf doctor handed over a bag full of vials. After checking, the bearded elf nodded. All right, please go up. The group stepped into a wooden elevator, slowly ascending. Xander was surprised. Is it that easy? The white-haired elf doctor explained. I come here often, and each time I bring many different assistants. They're used to it. No need to worry. Xander understood. So you've been doing this for a long time. The white-haired elf doctor closed his eyes, his voice pensive. The elder has been leading the resistance from the beginning. Basically, I'm just his messenger. He has. Samaya, with sparkling emerald eyes, suddenly broke into a sweat. The white-haired elf doctor thought to himself, I hope to meet my queen. The moment of waiting has finally arrived. You can't imagine how long she has waited. Seeing Samaya suddenly sweating, Cassandra asked worriedly, What's wrong? Why are you suddenly sweating so much? Samaya stammered. Nothing. She turned her face away, trying to hide her embarrassment, only saying, I'm just a little nervous. The white-haired elf doctor smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, the elder is kind and always looks out for your best interests. The small assistants looked up, their pointed ears perked, listening intently. The white-haired elf doctor said softly, his voice full of certainty. All right, we're almost there. The mage Latour stood atop the cliff, his body hovering in midair, his gaze fixed on the massive structure. He signaled to his teammates. "We'll have to climb." Xander and the blue-skinned elf leader stood before a magnificent building with an ancient dome. Xander smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. That guy certainly knows how to show off. The entire group stood at the foot of a colossal structure, shrouded in hazy mist. A large question mark appeared, indicating confusion about how to approach this place. Amidst the star-filled night sky under the bright full moon, a figure was flying upwards. That person glided as lightly as smoke, causing someone in the group to exclaim, "That guy is—" The figure was clearly Latour, the elf mage from Synestia. Xander realized with a shock, his voice full of astonishment. "Wait, isn't that the mage I defeated last time? What the hell?" Latour remained suspended in midair, but then his body gradually dissolved into the night, leaving only a faint blue light before completely vanishing. The entire group watched the scene that had just unfolded in astonishment. Cassandra, Xander, Samaya, and the other elves all wore puzzled expressions, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Inside a large room, Latour welcomed the group with open arms. He gave a mysterious smile. "Everyone, welcome. Try not to move now, okay?" The bearded elf, with a stern expression, turned to question the white-haired elf doctor. "What is the meaning of this, esteemed doctor? Aren't there too many assistants?" The white-haired elf doctor stammered. "That's because," the white-haired elf doctor explained, his tone a little rushed. "This time, the elder's condition is much more serious than before. Of course, I have to bring more assistants." The bearded elf's suspicion hadn't subsided. He pointed at the newcomers. "My esteemed doctor, could you explain why I've never met these assistants before? I've never seen." The white-haired elf doctor replied, "These are new people I hired." The bearded elf continued to question, his gaze stopping at the green-haired elf girl. "Even a little girl like that? Can a child like that be your assistant?" He looked directly at the green-haired elf girl, his tone full of scrutiny. "Little girl, what is your task?" The girl looked back with wide, confused eyes. Xander's eyes flashed with annoyance. His patience seemed to have reached its limit. He stared at the bearded elf, ready to act. Without another word, Xander suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed the bearded elf's wrist, his gaze sharp as if to warn him. At Latour's sudden appearance, Ferdinand, Cassandra, and the hooded girl were all stunned, breathing heavily in the tense atmosphere. Cassandra's eyes suddenly became lifeless, pink spirals spreading out like a warning of the terrifying mental power that was engulfing them. Latour, with a smug expression, spoke slowly, his voice echoing like a curse. "This guy is truly astonishing. If anyone dares to attack his mind, they will be cast into eternal sleep with that thing protecting him." The hooded girl, the green-haired elf, trembled all over, sweat pouring down, exclaiming in fear, "You are truly terrifying." The green-haired elf girl cowered, hugging herself tightly, not daring to look directly at Latour. "What you asked me? I'm too scared to answer." Latour burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing throughout the space, and he spread his arms as if inviting, "Ha ha 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 ha, come here!" The silver-haired elf doctor stood opposite Latour, his eyes full of astonishment at the mage's confident and somewhat arrogant invitation. Suddenly, a purple energy shield enveloped the group, surrounded by elite elf guards, ready for battle. The Ishtal Elite Guard, with golden armor and sharp spears, stood solemnly, their cold eyes surrounding the newcomers. Ferdinand, the silver-haired elf doctor, Cassandra, and the hooded girl were all utterly astonished when Latour suddenly appeared right among them. Latour smiled kindly, inviting, "You must be very hungry, aren't you? Would you like to dine and drink? Come on, let us treat you to a meal. This way." The silver-haired elf doctor nodded in confusion, accepting the invitation. Latour turned away. "Well then, I will go inform the elders. Do as you wish." Latour flew up into the sky, looking down at the trembling hooded girl, laughing loudly with delight. "She's afraid of me, ha 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 ha, how funny, ha ha." Afterwards, the group was led into a magnificent building, ancient and majestic in its architecture, promising a lavish feast awaiting them. Ferdinand wasted no time. He had already sat at the table, eagerly enjoying the first dish, his face full of contentment. The entire group gathered around the lavish banquet table, enjoying the delicious food, temporarily forgetting the recent tension. The bespectacled silver-haired elf carefully tasted a small berry, his green eyes gleaming with surprise. "This berry is quite delicious." Cassandra took a sip of water and reassured the elf. "Go ahead and eat. The food is fine. Are you still worried? I'm eating it too." The silver-haired elf's eyes widened, his lips pursed, an expression both surprised and adorable at her words. After the meal, the silver-haired elf waited in the quiet room, the wooden door slightly ajar, a figure appearing in the opening. An elf guard appeared, announcing decisively, "The elder is ready to see you." The spacious room had ancient brick walls, a large bed placed in the center, where a mysterious figure was meditating. It was Stefan, elder of the Ice Tribe, a blue-skinned elf with a snow-white beard, a dignified gaze, and Synestia, rank 7. The silver-haired elf and Cassandra were astonished, unable to believe their ears.
The elder is from the Ice Tribe?
The elf exclaimed. The group bowed to the elder. The silver-haired elf spoke up. "It's good to see you again, elder," Stefan replied. "Oh, doctor, how have you been today?" Stefan sighed, a tired expression on his face. "My body has weakened considerably these past few days. These old bones. I apologize for bothering you again." The silver-haired elf smiled reassuringly, his gaze firm. "It is my honor and duty, don't worry." Latour said nothing. He raised his hand, and a swirling mystical energy enveloped the bowl on the table. Hypnotic power spread, forming illusory spirals, enveloping the elf guard and the silver-haired elf. The elf guard's eyes and mouth distorted, swirling with the illusion. He was completely controlled. Stefan nodded in satisfaction. "All right, his mind has been sealed. Say whatever you want to say." Stefan looked forward, calling out expectantly. "Samaya, are you here? I finally get to see you. Come say hello to your grandpa." Little Queen Samaya stood motionless, her bloodshot eyes fixed, as Cassandra raised her hand to cast a hypnotic spell, a ring of purple light surrounding her head. Hasty footsteps echoed on the cold stone floor, a dry, crackling sound as if signaling an emotional reunion. Samaya rushed into Stefan's arms, hugging him tightly, sobbing, choked out, "Grandpa." Elder Stefan hugged Samaya tightly, comforting her. "My child, you've grown up. A queen shouldn't show her emotions so easily. You must have had a very hard time. I'm here now. Everything is all right. You're home." Samaya still sobbed. But, Stefan's red eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze holding unfathomable depth. Ferdinand approached Samaya, asking with a loaded question, "So, I hear you're the new leader?" Ferdinand smirked, an annoyed expression on his face. "I don't need you to preach to me, if you don't mind." Stefan still held Samaya, his voice full of authority. "Preach to a grown man like you? Do you think I have time for that? My granddaughter is in great distress." "Your tone is rude, but I must say." Ferdinand smiled smugly, revealing his identity. "You have no reason to hide your identity, do you? King of the Manhwa Kingdom, human war god Red Star. Hey, old man, do you know me?" "Ha ha ha. Not bad, old man." Stefan calmed the situation, saying to Ferdinand, "It's all right. Her father admired you greatly when he was alive. Etiquette isn't for people like us. This old man has many things to discuss with you later, if you wish." Stefan looked at Samaya affectionately. "But first, I want to ask my granddaughter a few things. May I trouble everyone to wait in the outer hall for a moment?" Samaya looked at Stefan, then turned to everyone, reassuring them.
Samaya? Am I all right?
"Yes, there's nothing to worry about." Ferdinand, Cassandra, and the silver-haired elf quietly left, their thudding footsteps gradually fading. In the empty hall, Ferdinand turned to Cassandra, calling out, "Hey, you!" Ferdinand asked Cassandra, a thoughtful expression on his face, "Do you notice anything unusual? Like a strange scent?" Cassandra was surprised. "A scent?" Cassandra pondered, as a wisp of incense smoke gently rose from the corner of the room. "That scent?" Cassandra's eyes gleamed with extreme astonishment. Her pupils dilated as if manipulated by some invisible force. That strange scent was not an illusion. It emanated from a half-burnt green mosquito coil, its smoke swirling mystically. Mage Latour hovered in midair, his sharp eyes commanding, "You three, wait in this area." Latour, Ferdinand, the silver-haired elf, Cassandra, Samaya, and Stefan were sitting around a large table, the atmosphere tense. The silver-haired elf, wearing glasses, asked Latour,
Mage Master, today, has anything unusual happened?"
Latour closed his eyes tightly. A mystical purple energy surrounded him, his face full of mystery, and he did not reply. Ferdinand, with an annoyed expression, looked at Cassandra. "Why do you keep staring at me? I'm not gay. Am I that handsome? Then stop staring. Unless you." "Huh?" Cassandra lowered her head, her voice as if hypnotized. "That thing, I want it." Ferdinand looked at Cassandra in surprise, then laughed loudly. "You want a piece of me too? Finally." Cassandra immediately snapped, "Not you." Cassandra turned to look at Latour, her eyes empty but holding an unusual focus. She realized, this guy's attention is on him. He keeps staring at Red Star. Cassandra thought to herself, that monster. Right now, his defenses are very low. A surge of purple energy erupted around Cassandra, her eyes glowing stark white, as if she were about to unleash a powerful spell. Behind Latour, a similar purple light also flared, as if he were being affected or was the source of this energy. Ferdinand flinched, looking at Cassandra in surprise, not understanding what was happening. He realized in shock, can he see my true identity? Is that it? Latour cast a spell. A brilliant blue energy burst forth, engulfing everything, like a death sentence. Cassandra, her green eyes wide with horror, her face drenched in sweat, seemed to have just escaped a nightmare, but the fear remained intact. Her eyes returned to their familiar purple, but her face was still stunned, astonished, unable to believe what had just happened. Latour looked at Ferdinand, a cryptic smile on his face. "My lady, you are very strong. Can you truly see and detect it?" Ferdinand frowned, still hazy in the illusion. "Huh? What are you talking about? Hey, Susan, stop it. Stop trying." Suddenly, the illusion shattered, and Ferdinand revealed his true form, with green skin, bloodshot eyes. His face contorted in pain and rage. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his stomach, his body trembling. Latour's magic had taken effect. A fatal blow. Ferdinand roared, his eyes blazing. "The food! It's poisoned!" The elf with silver hair and glasses standing next to him exclaimed in horror. "What?" Cassandra was also stunned, denying, "Impossible. I personally checked the food. There was absolutely no poison." Latour burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing through the room, full of triumph and contempt. He slowly explained, "The food alone is fine, not poisoned. What about the spices, if you're wondering? But mix the two together, and that's a different story." Latour's eyes flashed with a chilling blue light as he declared, "Mixing the two will be extremely fatal. All of you are finished." On the floor, pale hands trembled and contorted, clear signs of the poison spreading throughout the body. An elf with silver hair and glasses, entirely blue-green, hung upside down in the air, bloodshot eyes, white foam frothing from his mouth. Stefan sat high above, observing coldly. The elf with silver hair and glasses desperately whispered, "My body. Why? Why is it so weak? What's happening to me? It's too heavy." Elder Stefan coldly watched the writhing elf with silver hair and glasses, his gaze emotionless like a judging deity. A pair of fiery red eyes, filled with eerie patterns, suddenly flashed in the deep blue night, signaling a terrifying transformation. The elf, with silver hair and glasses, had now collapsed to the floor, convulsing violently, while Stefan still sat there, indifferently, looking down at the dying individual. Ferdinand was held tightly by two elf guards, his eyes wide with horror at the scene before him. He screamed, "What? Why?" Amidst the scattered bodies of fallen guards, Latour hovered, surrounded by blue light, while Cassandra held the injured Xander, her eyes filled with worry. Xander angrily, "With my power I can destroy them, but not like this," Cassandra replied. "Shut up, you fool! We've been tricked. You've been poisoned." Cassandra tried to stay calm, her purple eyes resolute. She whispered, "Control your thoughts. We need to. Save the Messiah right now. She's in danger." Latour hovered in the air, surrounded by blue-purple light. He sneered, "Oh, Cassandra, the most loyal one. The Elf King has spoken of you. He truly has." He continued to entice. "Surrender to the Elf King, and he can use you as he wishes." Xander growled, "Tell him to get lost. I won't serve him." Cassandra firmly, "I have no ambition other than to serve Lord Sebastian." Cassandra angrily pushed Xander away, her purple eyes flashing with determination. She snarled, "Ugh, so annoying. Get out of the way." Latour clasped his hands. A brilliant blue energy burst forth between his palms, preparing for a powerful attack. Cassandra dodged the blinding beam of light from Latour, her agile body gliding through the air, narrowly escaping danger. Latour's terrifying beam of light pierced the ground, creating a deep crater, sending debris flying. Cassandra charged straight at Latour, her purple eyes blazing, the scythe in her hand ready to deliver a fatal blow. Cassandra's scythe struck hard against a transparent blue energy shield enveloping Latour, creating sparks of electricity. Latour remained calm within his protective shield, a sneer on his face. "A sharp attack, but you even managed to avoid it?" He continued to provoke. "It's not easy to defeat me. Try harder?" The poisoned Ferdinand growled meaningless words. The venom had begun to erode the Elf King's sanity, turning him into a wild beast. Mid-air, Latour smirked, surrounded by two colossal monsters, one sharp and spiky, one rough brown, skinned, and a grotesque entity writhing behind him. Cassandra was stunned, her purple eyes wide. "Is this guy a summoner? How can he summon such powerful monsters?" The spiky monster lunged down, sharp claws poised to tear its enemy apart. A resounding crash echoed, signaling a fatal blow. A deafening boom ripped through the air, shaking the entire room, like a warning to those who dared to resist. Pinned to the floor by the brown-skinned monster's colossal hand, Cassandra struggled in vain, her purple eyes filled with fury. Ferdinand roared, his face contorted with rage. "Let her go! Immediately!" He lunged like an arrow, but Latour merely flicked his hand, and a burst of purple energy erupted, pushing Ferdinand back. A powerful whoosh resounded. Ferdinand's muscular body slammed hard into the wall, creating a loud crack that shattered bricks and stones. He collapsed, in pain. Latour flashed a triumphant smile, his eyes filled with contempt. "War God Red Star, I lost to you last time, but this time is different. This time, You will die by this old man's hand." Ha ha ha! A fitting end for a forgotten king. Latour's smile grew even more sinister, his eyes flashing with malice. A self-satisfied humph snorted. Suddenly, Cassandra, with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, landed a powerful punch on the monster. "Are you done talking, old man?" A decisive wham. The fiery pink-haired girl's punch pierced through the monster's thick hide, creating a terrifying thud that made it groan. Cassandra's fists flared with purple light, continuing to deliver critical blows, each punch a challenge to the summoner. Blood streamed from her horns, Cassandra completely transformed. Her eyes glowing red, she roared, "It's time for round 2! Latour, now devoid of his self-satisfied look, stared at the girl with astonishment. You intentionally let my summons capture you?" Latour, with dark bat wings, smirked. Clever. He smugly declared, "I can deal with all of them at once like this. Too easy." Xander leaned against the wall, his bright eyes fixed on Cassandra. He teased, "Hey Cassandra, does Sebastian know about this unlovely side of you?" A thunderous punch landed squarely on Xander's face. He clutched his face, groaning, "Huh, woman, my mouth got me into trouble." Cassandra was fully transformed, her body glowing brilliantly, her bat wings spread wide. She roared, "Except for the Lord himself, I don't care about anyone else's opinion. So keep that unlovely thing to yourself." Latour stood frozen, his face contorted with shock and fear. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. Cassandra's sharp hand pierced through the magical defense, reaching straight for Latour. Cassandra's glowing red eyes were filled with determination as she shattered the magic barrier and broke free. She let out a resounding roar, her entire body ablaze, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Latour. A punch carrying destructive power, a brilliant purple light exploded. Latour's mouth hung open, his face contorted with pain and horror as the blow struck him. He was violently thrown against the stone wall, creating a deep crater, with bricks and stones scattering everywhere. Extreme pain was evident on Latour's face, cold sweat pouring down him like a shower. Cassandra stood tall, her magnificent bat wings enveloping her, looking down at Latour lying motionless at her feet. Latour was flung out of the building, soaring straight into the night sky. Under the full moon, suddenly a figure appeared, extending his arms to catch the unconscious Latour. It was Curtis, with cold eyes. Curtis growled Cassandra's name, his green eyes flashing with anger. "Cassandra!" He gritted his teeth. "You truly are a nuisance!" Cassandra roared, unleashing a thunderous punch that shattered the debris around her. She was fully transformed, her glowing red eyes fixed on Curtis. "Get lost, Curtis! You came at just the right time!" Cassandra shrieked, dark energy erupting around her body, her purple eyes burning with hatred, ready to plunge into a relentless battle. Curtis gazed coldly at Cassandra, his green eyes harboring cruelty. He tightened his grip on the magic lantern, growling, "You leave me no choice, Cassandra. I don't want to kill you, but this is the end." Curtis's eyes flashed with a deadly green light, magic power surging from the lantern. He declared, "Since you see me as an enemy, I will treat you as such." Green magic power erupted, forming colossal energy vortexes. Curtis unleashed a powerful attack, small cylindrical objects shooting out like arrows. In another corner, Sebastian gripped the sword hilt tightly, every vein prominent on his muscular hands. A mysterious power was surging. Sebastian stood upright, his muscular body radiating a dazzling light. He held the colossal sword firmly, a terrifying power being unleashed. Xander stared in astonishment at the glowing Sebastian. Oh, boss, you're glowing," he exclaimed. "This is spiritual power! This is it!" Sebastian frowned, sensing something unusual. "I feel something. This sword. It's angry. Is it angry at me?" The sword in Sebastian's hand suddenly burst into fierce flames, enveloped in a brilliant golden-orange light, as if a soul was roaring within. The light from the sword grew stronger and stronger, resisting Sebastian's control. A large question mark appeared, signaling an unexpected incident. Sebastian's entire body glowed. He looked up, trying to subdue the sword that was erupting with power. Sebastian was in extreme pain, his face contorted in agony. "My body!" he screamed. "It's trying to. Ah!" Sebastian's hands trembled, unable to hold on. The sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Sebastian collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and roaring, "Damn it!" Xander rushed over in a panic. "Oh, boss, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Sebastian explained the feeling of his body about to disappear when he let go of the sword. Xander was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Xander was aghast, eyes wide, unable to believe what he had just heard. Sebastian was pensive, his eyes a dull yellow. He also heard mysterious voices from the sword. Xander was completely speechless, cold sweat pouring out, his eyes wide with astonishment. Sebastian picked up the sword again, his expression thoughtful. Xander couldn't help but ponder his incredible talent. Sebastian tried swinging the sword. The strange feeling had disappeared. Xander was still preoccupied with his jumbled thoughts. From outside the window, Sebastian signaled Xander to continue. Sebastian suddenly flinched, his eyes revealing surprise and worry. Both Sebastian and Xander were suddenly thrown into the air, and at the same time, Cassandra fell from somewhere. Xander screamed in terror, realizing Cassandra had appeared unexpectedly. Cassandra lay motionless on the floor, transformed into a demon, covered in blood. Xander roared in anger, demanding to know who had harmed her. Cassandra whispered, trying to convey her final message about Curtis and her failure. Sebastian's eyes suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light, and his expression became extremely serious. Xander was furious, urging Sebastian to save Cassandra. Sebastian calmly called his name, his eyes full of determination. Sebastian ordered Xander to prepare for battle, his face hardening, filled with indignation. A solemn conference under the mystical crescent moon. A white-haired elf leader stood on a high platform, addressing hundreds of spectators. A tense atmosphere enveloped the scene. Suddenly, a roar echoed, shattering the silence. Ferdinand, with an enraged expression and bristling beard, bellowed, "Impossible!" He vehemently opposed something with extreme determination. Below the stage, numerous elf faces revealed shock and anxiety. They stared intently towards the stage, seemingly anticipating an incident. Behind the velvet curtain, Delina, the blonde elf girl, hid herself, observing. Her face was pale, dotted with sweat, and her eyes were filled with fear. A voice rang out, calling her name. "Lady Delina!" She flinched, her emerald eyes wide with surprise, her face showing extreme panic. Immediately, Sebastian, with his muscular physique and fiery eyes, appeared before Delina. She was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Delina stumbled back in fright, collapsing. She exclaimed, "Ah, Your Majesty?" It was a sudden and mysterious appearance. The blonde elf trembled, questioning, "Why are you here? Have you come to harm my father?" Her eyes were full of suspicion and caution. A hand reached out, its fingers slender and full of hidden meaning. Sebastian looked at her, his eyes glowing crimson. He said, "I suppose you're afraid of my past self. Listen closely, Delina. I am your father's ally. I would never harm him." He continued to assert, his voice full of power. "I am here to destroy his enemies, to help him. Trust me, you have nothing to fear." Delina looked at him, her emerald eyes still holding a trace of doubt, but her expression had softened slightly. She was trying to process his words. She turned, her golden hair gently swaying. A decision seemed to have been made. Delina looked back at Sebastian, her voice firm. I will hold you to your word, Your Majesty." She accepted his promise. Below the stage, the elf crowd stirred. A voice rang out. "Listen!" Their attention was drawn back to the stage. On the high platform, Delina appeared with the white-haired elf leader. The audience buzzed, exclaiming in surprise, "Huh? Delina? It's the Queen! Why is she here?" Their appearance caused a stir. The blonde girl stood there, amidst the murmurs of doubt. The people worried for her fate, wondering if King Curtis would tolerate this betrayal. Thousands of eyes converged, a heavy sigh spreading across the square. They waited, amidst the chaos of rumors. Suddenly, a powerful footstep landed, shaking the very ground. Everyone's attention was drawn to the imposing sound. Faces were astonished, eyes wide. They couldn't believe the sight unfolding before them. The ruler, Sebastian, stood towering beside Delina, his crimson eyes sweeping across the crowd. His appearance was intimidating. "I am great Lord Sebastian," he declared, his voice like thunder. "I will intervene in this city's upcoming election." A wave of commotion and panic rose from the sea of people. They were stunned by the ruler's audacious declaration. On the back of a colossal monster, two mysterious dark figures silently observed. The full moon night set the stage for an impending overthrow. Sebastian spread his wings, revealing a shocking secret. "King Curtis, whom you worship, has been backed by my Demon Lord Legion." He accused King Curtis of sweeping through the Ice Elf tribe, destroying peace. "If he could do that to them, what will become of your wives, children, and loved ones? Queen Samaya is just a young girl, yet Curtis captured her." He roared, challenging, "Will you confront the tyrant, or resign yourselves to death? Choose." He called upon the elves to awaken, declaring that the Demon Lord Legion would no longer support Curtis. "From now on, we will elect a fair leader, and Ferdinand is that person." He pointed towards Ferdinand, solemnly declaring, "Speaker Ferdinand will be your future king. I, the Great Lord, will personally elect him." The crowd stirred, doubtful questions rising. "We've never heard of the Ice Elf tribe. King Curtis said they destroyed the moon mirror, didn't he?" "Naive sheep!" Sebastian scoffed. "He who controls the country also controls information. Have you ever considered that the Ice Elf tribe are the victims? How long will you let him manipulate you?"
he roared. "The Queen has come forward to support me. Can't you see the truth is clear?" King Curtis stood on the rooftop, his eyes sharp and cold. "Sebastian, that bastard. He's got me cornered. I truly underestimated his capabilities." He gritted his teeth. "Because of him, I can't casually kill Samaya. What a cunning orator." Curtis mused to himself, his eyes flashing with calculation. "If it's a play, then let me add a few more actors to the stage." He decided, "I won't kill the Elf Queen. At least not yet." A masked guard bowed, obeying. "As you wish, Your Majesty. We will spare her life." Thick dust enveloped the space, obscuring the sinister plots. 2 guards stood high above, their eyes vigilant. A dazzling flash of light streaked across, tearing through the night, signaling an unexpected event. From below, a nimble figure scaled the cliff. It was Xander, carrying a sharp sword, rushing straight into danger. He clung firmly to every crevice, his eyes fixed steadily forward. A rescue mission awaited, allowing no hesitation. Sebastian, with fiery eyes, commanded, "My speech will surely draw Curtis out. Xander, save them. Save our friends." He emphasized, "Be careful. The Elf Queen's fate rests in your hands." Receiving the order, Xander did not hesitate. He continued to cling, climbing even higher, each step imbued with iron determination. Finally, Xander reached the summit. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, his vigilant eyes sweeping every corner. The sight before him startled him. A building was fiercely ablaze, flames licking at the night, and guards loitering about. "Too chaotic, too destructive," Xander exclaimed. "Is it Cassandra?" he wondered, a bad premonition rising within him. Latour hovered in midair, coldly ordering the guards, "Take them out, chop them into pieces." He added, "Remember to cleanly sever their heads. The rest, throw to the wyverns." Xander hid, watching in horror. A white-haired elf, captured, bowed his head in resignation. His sorrowful gaze reflected despair, while Xander remained hidden, biding his time. 2 guards roughly dragged away a wounded red-haired elf, his body limp, his steps faltering. The tragic situation fueled Xander's rage even further. The red-haired elf grimaced, sweat pouring down his face. Wounds and exhaustion were evident, but his eyes still tried to hold on to a shred of resilience. Fear finally became clear in his eyes. He knew his fate was sealed, and death was imminent. Overwhelming fear enveloped him, Xander's eyes wide, reflecting the cracks forming in his mind. Escorted by the guards, he clearly heard the cruel urging, "Hurry up, move it." Amidst the chaos, Xander suddenly saw Latour hovering, his gaze sharp enough to pierce the night. The sorcerer flashed a mysterious smile, his eyes gleaming with triumph, as if he held all secrets. Latour turned his back, signaling for silence, a gesture of absolute authority in the quiet space. Xander cursed inwardly. "Even holding my breath, I was almost discovered. This guy really has keen senses." He turned his head, his eyes filled with worry. "I need to find Samaya's whereabouts. Where is that flat-chested bitch?" For a moment, Xander's face showed determination, mixed with a hint of weariness, like a reminder of an arduous past. A cold shout rang out. "Kneel!" Immediately, Xander was roughly forced to his knees by 2 guards, surrounded by the elite guard. A guard raised his weapon high, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to Xander's struggling body. The gleaming sword swung down, tearing through the air, signaling a tragic end. Xander squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted in pain, accepting his cruel fate. But then, a surge of power erupted, white light tearing through the darkness, and rage awakened within him. Xander's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes burning red, resilience and the will to survive ablaze. A horrifying shriek echoed. Xander swung his arm, and the guard's head flew off, staining the area red. After the frenzy, Xander was stunned. His eyes wide, mouth agape. He stared in horror at the empty space. This primal power that had just erupted, was it his? Xander, though chained, still held his head high, his eyes blazing under the moon. He looked forward, unwavering. The traitor Latour stood right behind him, but seemed unable to restrain the young man's burning will. Xander tensed, his sharp gaze piercing the night. The recent counterattack had drained his strength, but his focus remained unshaken, for he knew the battle was not over. Xander swung his sword, blinding light tearing through the night, like a bolt of lightning striking down. Each strike carried destructive power, roaring through the air, determined to finish off his enemy. Xander roared, power surging like purple electricity. In his mind, Latour's contemplative figure appeared, like a reminder of the path he had chosen. The primal power had awakened, no longer a horror, but a weapon. Xander roared, swinging his massive sword, brilliant purple electricity tearing through the night. Furious lightning erupted from his body, turning each slash into a destructive storm. Rage transformed into power.
Xander roared, his sword swinging like a brilliant blue lightning bolt. Anti-magic. Take that back, you little shit. He launched a counterattack, channeling all his hatred into the blade, tearing through space. Latour shrieked in excruciating pain, his body torn apart by his own magic.
You foolish brat! How can I be wounded by my own spell? You're an idiot!
The sorcerer couldn't believe this cruel reality. Latour collapsed in a pool of blood, his body motionless. The magical light gradually faded, revealing a desolate scene. A voice rang out, full of doubt. Where is he? The one who had just struck had vanished without a trace. Latour's sharp eyes followed. He recalled the harsh lessons. Every sword stroke Xander wielded carried the shadow of the sorcerer. Nothing could stop Xander's fury. He spun in midair, his sword swinging like a brilliant golden lightning bolt, tearing through the night. The terrifying attack plunged straight into the energy sphere, imprisoning Latour, making the sorcerer recoil, facing destructive power. The horrifying counterattack pierced his defenses, making Latour shriek in pain. Fresh blood spurted from the sorcerer's back, his body writhing in midair. The arrogant one was now just a distorted figure, drowning in his own nightmare. As Latour fell, a familiar figure appeared. The red-haired man with horns and bat wings looked at Xander proudly. Sharp sword indeed. Well done, kid. You saved this old man's ass. Ha-ha! Hey, kid. Let me teach you swordsmanship. After the decisive blow, Xander gasped, his heavy breath misting in the cold air. He didn't linger, turning his back and walking away, his figure merging into the night, leaving a bloody battlefield behind. Xander frowned, questioning words echoing in his head. You almost got your head chopped off by a weakling. So now, why should I learn swordsmanship from a weakling like you? Doubt gnawed at his mind, about himself and his former master. Xander's counterattack tore through space, not only stunning Latour, but also shaking all witnesses. A gray-haired man with a mysterious eye patch, his eyes filled with terror. Cold sweat poured down his grimacing face, reflecting extreme shock at the destructive power that had just erupted. Behind you! Red Star yelled, his eyes wide with horror as danger approached. Xander spun around, his eyes wide with surprise as a spiky purple tentacle lunged straight at him. Before he could react, the tentacle's powerful, heaven-shattering punch landed squarely on Xander's face, leaving him stunned. Blood splattered. Xander was thrown far back, but the tentacle had been severed. The red-haired man looked at him in utter astonishment. Latour was stunned, unable to believe it. What? That kid can sever my spirit beast? Well done, kid. Quick reflexes. The red-haired man sneered. What are you so happy about? We almost died, Xander growled. Two elf guards cautiously looked around, a tense atmosphere enveloping them as they realized the enemy's presence. Suddenly, they lunged to attack the red-haired man, their sharp, cold swords swinging straight at him. The gleaming blades sliced through the air, carrying chilling, killing intent, ready to finish off their target. He hastily raised his hand to block, the clanging of metal deafening, sparks flying in the dark night. The red-haired man was surrounded, but he still resisted fiercely, his gaze firm against the enemy's encirclement. From above, Xander swooped down like a flash of lightning, carrying killing intent and a will to destroy. Xander's sword glowed brilliantly, slashing straight into the surrounding guards. Fresh blood stained the air red, the attackers falling under Xander's merciless blade. The two remaining guards quickly grabbed a silver-haired elf as a hostage, roaring, "Don't come any closer, or we'll kill this one!" The silver-haired elf sighed, his gaze distant. They underestimate me too much. Perhaps they've forgotten I used to be the leader of this army. The silver-haired elf quickly drew his twin swords, his eyes sharp and cold, ready to face the two approaching guards, roaring. At the same time, Xander shot forward, his bright white eyes burning with fire, the sword in his hand poised to tear through the night. With a flash of his sword, the two guards fell in a pool of blood. Xander had rescued the silver-haired elf, who softly uttered words of thanks. But then, Xander suddenly flinched, looking up at the night sky. The sorcerer Latour still hovered there, a reminder of the lingering danger. Latour's contemptuous gaze fell upon him, his words sharp as a knife.
You are one of the weakest demon generals in the army, aren't you, Xander?
Hearing the insult, Xander was furious, veins bulging on his forehead.
Weakest? You bastard, let me show you,
he roared, preparing to counterattack. Xander turned to the red-haired, red-bearded man and shouted, "You're one of the 13 Guardians? Sounds pretty impressive, huh? Old man, you talk as if you're mocking me. You couldn't even defeat those nameless grunts." The red-haired, red-bearded man frowned, looking thoughtfully at Xander.
Xander? That red hair? Could it be someone from my clan?
Xander declared grandly, "I am the youngest demon general appointed. Though I lack combat experience, one day all of you will know my greatness." The red-haired, red-bearded man's expression suddenly changed, his eyes filled with extreme astonishment. "Impossible! That cannot be!" Meanwhile, Latour high above began to chant a spell. Eerie blue light swirled around his hands, signaling an impending attack. Xander flinched and looked up, feeling the powerful energy engulfing him. A wave of shock spread, making him wary. He nimbly jumped onto a floating rock, his eyes still fixed on the red-haired, red-bearded man ready for any situation. Xander swung his sword, shattering the flying rocks, trying to break the formation Latour was creating. The red-haired man watched with a tense expression. Latour hovered amidst countless rocks, his eyes full of contempt. Whether it's that succubus, or you fools from the Demon King's army, don't seem strong at all. Xander was stunned, realizing Latour's terrifying power. He can control all these rocks. His magic absolutely cannot be underestimated. Amidst the torrential rockfall, the silver-haired elf wearing glasses suddenly warned Xander, "When the rocks start to fall, don't jump." Xander looked bewildered, not understanding. In the distance, the sorcerer Latour still hovered, his arms crossed, magical light surrounding him, controlling countless giant rocks. Xander, with an arrogant, confident look, swung his sword. "These petty things, I'll cut them all to pieces. Easy peasy." The red-haired warrior roared, his face full of worry. "Don't waste your strength on those useless things. Focus on the sorcerer." Xander suddenly realized something, his eyes wide, sweat beading on his forehead, a sense of unease welling up. The rocks crashed down like a storm. Xander swung his sword wildly, trying to carve a path to escape the deadly rain. Even while being cornered, Xander stubbornly turned to the red-haired warrior. "Stop bothering me, old man. I'm trying to fight here." The red-haired warrior looked up, his expression stern. "That thing has a limited range. It won't be able to reach this area." Xander was surprised, turning his head to look at the red-haired warrior, his eyes revealing doubt and curiosity. The three had found a safe area, out of Latour's attack range, as smoke, dust, and debris still enveloped the surroundings. Xander asked, "How do you know?" The red-haired warrior replied, "Stop attacking blindly. Observe his attack pattern, and you'll see where the opponent is." The red-haired warrior continued to explain, his eyes sharp. "When the enemy casts magic, he cannot move." Xander and the others looked up, their eyes now understanding, a glimmer of hope appearing in the perilous situation. Latour remained oblivious, spreading his arms as blue magic erupted, preparing for the next attack. The sorcerer Latour clasped his hands, and a brilliant purple light flared as he concentrated all his power to unleash a fatal blow. Larger rock masses rained down, and the red-haired warrior shouted, "Ignore those rocks!" The red-haired warrior growled, urging Xander to find the pattern in Latour's magic. "Find the magic core, do you see it?" Xander suddenly awoke, his eyes gleaming as he discovered the fatal weakness. "I see it!" The red-haired warrior roared. "What are you waiting for? Smash it!" The sorcerer Latour laughed maniacally, believing his rock monster would crush everything. "No one will survive." But Xander didn't hesitate, charging straight into the midst of the giant rocks. A flash of light surprised Latour. The red-haired young man leaped into the air, his great sword swung high. He looked down at Latour, his eyes full of challenge. "You didn't expect me to do it, did you?" The glowing magic core rested in Xander's hand. He smirked, declaring firmly, "All your magic power is right here, isn't it? Now it's mine." Without a moment's hesitation, Xander clenched his hand. The magic core shattered, its sparkling fragments flying everywhere. A terrifying scream tore through the air. Latour's eyes bulged, his face contorted in despair. "No!" The magic backfired. The elf sorcerer's eyes distorted, reflecting the collapse of his spell. The sorcerer Latour collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Behind him, Xander and his comrades stood firm, their gazes resolute. Xander looked at the prostrate Latour, a little surprised. "Huh? Is that all? Too easy." The red-haired warrior looked at Xander skeptically. "It seems you know this sorcerer like the back of your hand." Xander replied, "Yes, I fought him before." The red-haired warrior smiled, mysteriously. He too had struggled against sorcerers like Latour, until he learned a valuable lesson. "For us, swordsmen, sorcerers are formidable opponents," he said. "To defeat them, you must understand how they fight. Think like them." A level 7 Synesthia sorcerer only has one element, so they only revolve around one rule. Xander looked at the red-haired warrior, his eyes wide with surprise. "Old man, you're not ordinary at all, are you?" The silver-haired, glasses-wearing elf praised proudly. "That's right. If our leader hadn't been poisoned, he would have easily defeated everyone." The red-haired warrior chuckled. "Oh, not bad. It's nice to be protected by others once in a while." A bad premonition struck, making the red-haired warrior shiver suddenly, his face extremely tense. Just as he was about to say goodbye to go find Queen Samaya, the red-haired warrior was stopped by a hand. "Wait!" The old man's eyes narrowed, sweat pouring down. "Something is approaching." A terrifying voice echoed, "Time to die." Xander was vigilant, ready to face the invisible enemy. Before he could collect himself, a sudden, heaven-shattering punch struck, leaving Xander dazed, his body staggering. The attacker revealed himself. A gaunt, gray-skinned creature with glowing yellow eyes and sharp fangs, exuding a deadly aura. Xander roared in anger. "What the hell are you?" The disgusting enemy scoffed. "Little demon, it's commendable that you defeated the sorcerer, but I will devour you," the red-haired warrior warned. "He's an undead. Be careful. Expand your senses." The red-haired warrior's sharp eyes focused intently. "Concentrate, he's coming." The gray monster charged like a gust of wind, and Xander quickly raised his sword, preparing for battle. Facing the terrifying aura, Xander coldly retorted, "An aura of fear? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" With a skillful leap, Xander swung his sword down, the sharp blade tearing through the air, piercing straight into the enemy. But immediately, a fatal counterattack made Xander clutch his shoulder, groaning, fresh blood staining his cloak red. The enemy sneered. "Fear makes you hesitate. That sword isn't enough to defeat me." Despite his wound, Xander roared defiantly. "Fear! My farts! You undead bastards!" The red-haired warrior grappled with the bitter truth. Fear is the greatest enemy, making people weak. Despite his injuries, Xander still charged forward, his sword swinging valiantly. The fallen elf dodged, secretly assessing his strength. Xander fell, blood staining the ground. The red-haired warrior stood behind him, eyes full of worry, realizing the enemy's terrifying resistance. He gritted his teeth, his heart twisting. He couldn't let this young man fall when his true identity was still unknown. What was to be done? Suddenly, Xander delivered a fatal blow, his sword piercing directly into the fallen elf's eye. Blood splattered, and a desperate scream echoed. The fallen elf clutched his face, roaring in fury. Xander knelt on one knee, his gaze sharp and unwavering against the counterattack. But then, a searing pain tore through him. Xander's eyes widened, and a curse escaped his lips, signaling something ominous. The fallen elf sneered, his golden eyes glowing with malice. He was ready to deliver the finishing blow. As Cams prepared to deliver the final blow, a mysterious figure appeared. The white-haired elf, with heterochromatic eyes, descended coldly. Xander looked up, his gaze shifting from astonishment to overwhelming joy. "Lotus, you're here!" he exclaimed. She was White Lotus, commander of the Demon King's 11th Legion, a Synesthian death order. Her power was beyond doubt. The fallen elf had no time to react. White Lotus's attack struck him directly in the face, causing him extreme pain. She acted decisively, pushing Cams away from Xander. Her sharp weapon tore through the air, full of power, giving him no chance to resist. White Lotus firmly grabbed Cams's head, holding him motionless in terror. Her heterochromatic eyes flared with deadly light. Cams was lifted into the air by her, the fallen elf's body completely helpless. Holding him tight with one hand, she raised her weapon with the other, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the one who dared harm her comrade. The finishing blow struck. Cams was torn apart, his body shattered in a blinding light. A clean, chillingly ruthless execution. The horrifying sight astonished the two comrades. The silver-haired elf let out a gasp of admiration, mixed with a hint of relief now that the danger had passed. "Well done, Lotus. Amazing," Xander exclaimed. But White Lotus's sharp gaze hadn't softened. "It's not over yet, little Xander," she replied, her voice deep. From the ominous purple smoke, Cams regenerated. "Immortal elves are just like me. Disciples of Synesthia, be careful. Death magic is very special." He sneered. A close-up of Cams's glowing golden eyes and cunning smile. "That's right. A master of Synesthia cannot truly die," he declared confidently. "Is that so?" White Lotus asked coldly, her gaze piercing. "You're quite confident, aren't you?" She remained unfazed by Cams's challenge. She raised her sharp, cold weapon. "The sword I wield is the best weapon to counter death magic, forged from death itself," she asked, her voice full of mystery. "Have you ever heard of the Soul Eater?" Cams's body began to melt, grotesquely deforming. "Your body should be rotting by now. How does it feel?" White Lotus's voice echoed, cold as death itself. The fallen elf exploded into a plume of white smoke, leaving only his glowing golden eyes suspended in midair, signifying helplessness and terror. "Interesting that you turn your body into a gaseous state," White Lotus scoffed. "Try to escape me, immortal. Your time is running out. The Soul Eater's properties will devour you." Suddenly, a streak of red light shot across the night sky, passing the full moon. White Lotus looked up, her eyes flashing. "That's her," she murmured. Cams was utterly terrified, his face contorted, his glowing golden eyes wide with terror, as if facing a primal fear. The glowing golden eyes, Cams's last vestige, fell to the ground and vanished into nothingness. The immortal had finally been completely annihilated. White Lotus turned back to Xander, her expression still cold. "It seems everything is settled. I've completed my mission here," she declared. Suddenly, a violent column of fresh red blood erupted from the ground, dyeing the entire area red. The entire group froze, their eyes filled with astonishment and vigilance. "What? What?" the silver-haired elf exclaimed in horror. The red-haired warrior mused. "Though I'm not happy to see her. With her here, I suppose we're all safe." The violent column of fresh red blood erupted fiercely, tearing through the night, signaling a horrifying event. Amidst the raging blood energy, Vampire Queen Miranda appeared, her aura soaring to the heavens. Xander and the guards immediately knelt, respectfully shouting, "Greetings, great lord!" She paid them no mind, her sharp eyes fixed on a fleeing figure. Dare to flee? The killer Cases fled in a panic, with only the echo in his mind. Must go. This place is too dangerous. But the queen acted. A surge of crimson energy shot directly towards the fugitive. "Get back here!" Cases screamed in despair, his soul urging, "No, must run, or I'll die." A terrifying pull from the queen dragged Cases back, its body writhing in agony. A cold hand gripped the killer's head, rendering it immobile. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Cases writhed in a pool of blood, his purple eyes slowly fading. The red-haired warrior and the silver-haired elf exclaimed in shock. The killer Cases was defeated in a single move. Her power, it's terrifying. Before they could recover, both received a thunderous slap from the queen. Stunned, they fell to the ground, only managing to stammer, "What?" "Silence," she growled. "Kneel before me like all the others." A masked guard muttered to himself, lamenting the slap and his day off ruined by the queen's sudden appearance. Oh well. Her gaze shifted to another, her tone full of authority. "And you? Why aren't you kneeling?" Cases lay struggling on the floor, his body unable to move, his glowing yellow eyes looking up at the imposing and powerful vampire Queen Miranda. He wondered, should I do it? Can I escape this? Miranda leaned down, her eyes blazing, fangs bared. She snarled, "Still that damn loyal dog of that elf. Tell me now." Cases lay motionless, blood staining the floor. A gruesome sight. Miranda switched to a mocking tone. "Do you know who Remus is? He was Curtis's confidant. I wonder what happened to him." Her words were like a knife, piercing Cases's heart. Remus's phantom image flickered, and Miranda continued. "Curtis sacrificed him to escape. There's no loyalty for those like Curtis. This will be your fate if you continue to follow him." Cases, the undead elf, bowed before her, his glowing yellow eyes filled with resignation. "This one merely follows orders to regain freedom." Queen Miranda looked down and asked coldly, "Where are Stefan and the others?" Cases replied, "This one does not know, nor does this one care for petty politics." Miranda narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as a razor, checking the mana flow in Cases's body. She mused, "The blood flows normally. He's not lying." She looked at Cases, her tone full of menace. "Tell this to Curtis when you see him. The demon army will soon take this city. His judgment will come." Cases could only remain silent, his glowing yellow eyes reflecting fear and helplessness, accepting his fate. Miranda stood up straight and declared, "The next time I see you, I will kill you without mercy." Cases quickly bowed. "Yes, your majesty." Xander, with a red slap mark on his cheek, questioned Miranda. "Cases is a notorious criminal in this city. Why did you let him go?" The silver-haired, glasses-wearing guard beside him was astonished. Without waiting for Miranda's reply, Xander turned and slapped the silver-haired, glasses-wearing guard hard across the face, roaring, "Shut up! Do you want to die that badly? Have you forgotten what she did to you?" Xander sat down, panting. Miranda calmly looked at the unconscious silver-haired guard and said, "Don't mind him. I've taught him a lesson for you." Queen Miranda said nothing, merely lightly slit her own wrist, and fresh red blood immediately gushed out. Her blood dripped down, and Xander looked up with horrified eyes, opening his mouth to receive the falling crimson liquid. Miranda's blood worked a miracle, healing Xander's injuries. He stared at his hand in amazement, vitality surging, and exclaimed, "Amazing, I'm healed." As soon as he recovered, Xander quickly asked about Cassandra. Queen Miranda replied coldly, her eyes sharp as knives, "I've already dealt with that foolish bitch." She explained that Cassandra's wounds were too strange, and her blood couldn't heal them completely. "We'll need Elder Wang Mao to come here. That old tree lord will know what to do," Xander asked in surprise. "The tree lord is here too?" The masked female elf beside him looked serious and reported, "Not only that, little Xander. The demon army has fully mobilized." Miranda gazed into the distance, her voice echoing with profound depth. "Curtis sowed the seeds of rebellion many years ago. Now, we are only just seeing the extent of his conspiracy." Her eyes blazed with killing intent, her voice chilling to the bone. "It's time to eliminate that cursed traitor from our ranks. That weak bastard won't escape." A hand was raised decisively, and Xander responded, "I agree. Overthrow Curtis." A red-haired, red-bearded warrior with an eye patch stepped forward and boldly declared, "My Ice Elf tribe and I have a grudge against that guy. Let me join." "Come on." Miranda turned her back and coldly refused. "The demon army and humans are at war. We don't need outside aid." The red-haired warrior was displeased. "Hey, I'm not the kind of person who believes in that religious nonsense. You and I are of the same rank." Miranda's face suddenly changed, her deep blue eyes flashing with danger, fangs subtly revealed. She whispered, her voice full of menace, "You said we are of the same rank?" Her fury erupted, a blazing crimson energy orb forming in her hand. Miranda snarled, "Do you want to try again, red-haired man? Last I checked, I buried you alive myself." Despite his face being pale from poison, the red-haired warrior remained stubborn. "Hey, I was young back then. Foolish. If I hadn't been poisoned, I could have defeated you." Miranda provoked, "Well, we won't know until we try, will we?" Miranda's gaze was as cold as ice. She declared, "He's dead." Xander and the silver-haired guard looked at the red-haired warrior in horror, Xander exclaiming, "Hey, old man, are you crazy?" Despite the warning, the red-haired warrior still smirked defiantly, his face pale but his eyes resolute. "Do I look like I'm joking? It's easy." Just a moment later, the red-haired man spat out a stream of fresh blood, his face contorted in pain. His previous arrogance vanished, replaced by agony. The warrior collapsed, slumping to the ground, breathing heavily. His entire body trembled, surrounded by glowing red energy, indicating a fatal wound. Vampire Queen Miranda calmly watched the kneeling warrior, fresh blood gushing from his mouth as confirmation of her terrifying power. Despite his wounds, the red-haired man suddenly roared, his entire body ablaze with energy. He mustered his last ounce of strength, challenging Miranda. Xander and the masked elf woman were astonished. "He won't die." "This mental pressure," Xander exclaimed, but the elf woman coldly replied, "But he's facing the queen." Miranda's eyes flashed with cruelty. "Indeed, he's facing the strongest unit of the Demon King's army, the immortal vampire queen." How amusing. Suddenly, the red-haired man panicked, raising his hands to signal. "Wait! Stop!" he cried out, trying to prevent the next attack. He raised both hands in surrender, his face filled with pain and despair. "I give up! You win!" Miranda looked at him suspiciously, her eyes sharp and cold. "Did you trick me to exploit my healing ability? Humans are untrustworthy, and I'm not easily fooled." The red-haired man tried to steer the conversation, mentioning Cassandra. Xander immediately retorted, asserting that she wasn't his girlfriend and it was a military matter. The red-haired man continued to babble, boasting about saving Xander and Sebastian. Miranda snapped, "No! Get lost!" But he still refused to give up. He confidently declared, "Sebastian and I share a deep secret. We became close friends after a significant event. Are you sure you want to refuse me?" Miranda was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise at his audacious declaration. She smirked, revealing her sharp fangs. "Now you're lying to me," Miranda disdainfully declared. Sebastian would never stoop to befriending a human. The scene shifted to a mysterious forest, where towering white spires rose majestically in the night, the territory of the spirit elf tribe. The masked elf woman bent down to look at a small orange machine. "Indeed, is this demon summoning magic? Quite strange." She stood beside a large device, her eyes thoughtful. "I've never seen a structure like this. And he wants me to replicate it? This will be difficult." The masked elf woman was still studying the strange machine. She murmured about mecha, an interesting concept. An Omega info panel appeared, revealing the identity of a skilled craftsman from the Demon King's army. The night sky was bright with moonlight, but the atmosphere was tense as a series of gigantic, dragon-like flying creatures appeared. One of them spoke, full of confusion. "Hey, what's going on?" On the ground, two young elves stood before a flying creature. The green-haired elf panicked. "Why is she here? Can no one stop her?" The red-haired elf coldly retorted, "Who will stop her? You?" Looking down from above, the shadows of the flying monsters covered the city. A warning echoed, "Anyone who goes down there will die by her hand." A scene fraught with danger. Vampire Queen Miranda appeared, her eyes filled with surprise. Beside her were the burly red-haired warrior and Xander, looking annoyed. All three were observing the chaotic situation. Xander burst out laughing, full of self-satisfaction. He asserted, "Because our commander is here, those damned moon knights won't dare to come down." The red-haired warrior questioned Xander, asking why he was afraid of Miranda when they were both of the same rank. Xander pouted, sneering, "She can openly walk around like the city's master, while you have to hide with the rebels." The red-haired warrior angrily pointed at Xander, growling, "Miranda is second only to Sebastian, the strongest in this world. What the hell are you thinking?" Xander flinched. The red-haired warrior looked at Xander, calling him Red Star, his eyes full of hidden meaning, as if to remind him of Miranda's true position and power. Miranda suddenly turned to the red-haired warrior, her eyes sharp and cold. "Tell me, how did you meet Sebastian in the molten core?" He was surprised, unable to react in time. In a large square, Silas, the masked elf, knelt before the city gate, surrounded by countless other elves whispering amongst themselves. The atmosphere was solemn yet filled with worry. Silas, the Moon Knight, bowed to Queen Miranda, commander of the Demon King's army. Miranda and the red-haired warrior stood behind, observing. Miranda, with a surprised expression, ordered Silas, "Stand up." She hadn't expected a Moon Knight to kneel before her. Silas remained kneeling, saying that Miranda's arrival was an honor for the city of Ishtal. But he emphasized, "Our army does not take orders from the Demon King's army. We only obey one king and one rule." Silas raised his head, his eyes burning red with determination. "You have no authority here. You have harmed our mage. This is an insult to the kingdom." A group of elves was supporting Latour, their injured mage. Silas firmly demanded Miranda return the mage. "Give him back to us. We want our mage back." Vampire Queen Miranda coldly gazed at the glowing red blood orb in her hand. Demonic energy swirling around her. An invisible intimidation enveloped the space. Silas, who had just loudly challenged her, was immediately bound tightly by a stream of crimson blood energy, his body trembling, his expression one of extreme pain. The vampire queen raised her hand, and an ancient magic formation appeared, her eyes glowing white, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. No one could resist her authority. The blood energy tightened its grip, and Silas broke out in a cold sweat, knowing he had underestimated his opponent's power. His arrogance was costing him dearly. A blinding white energy burst from Miranda's palm, shooting straight toward Silas, like a declared death sentence. But then, with a decisive gesture, she suddenly stopped, her eyes still blazing with power, but something seemed to have made her change her mind. Silas remained bound by the blood energy, his body convulsing in extreme pain. Even though she had stopped, her power still rendered him unable to resist. The blood energy dissipated, and Silas collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, his body utterly spent. He had narrowly escaped the scythe of death. The vampire queen and the red-haired warrior both looked up at the night sky, a familiar voice echoing. That voice! "It's him!" she exclaimed. Amidst the full moon, a majestic figure appeared. Grand Lord Sebastian, with his enormous bat wings, slowly descended, calling her name. The Lord gave an eerie smile, his golden eyes blazing, his left eye sparkling with a red glow. "Allow me to personally welcome you to this city," he said, full of self-satisfaction. Sebastian landed, facing Miranda. He greeted Xander and the red-haired warrior, even mistaking the red-haired warrior for Red Star, the leader of the Ice Elf tribe. Miranda looked at the red-haired warrior with annoyance. "Hey, Miranda, I told you we're not friends, didn't I? See? I wasn't lying, was I?" the red-haired warrior said. Silas, still lying on the ground, raised his head, his eyes full of resentment as he looked at Sebastian. "Sebastian, that damn elf! You just let him go?" he roared. Sebastian turned to Miranda, his gaze sharp. "Him? Why? Do you want to kill him?" Miranda asked. Sebastian replied, "Why are you asking me? The elves have rebelled against our demon army, especially that damn Curtis." Grand Lord Sebastian looked directly at her, his eyes resolute. "So what? We only need to deal with that, Curtis," he declared, full of confidence. Miranda countered Sebastian, pointing out Curtis's main base. She thought his thinking was too naive. Sebastian smiled mysteriously, declaring he already had a countermeasure. He invited Miranda to take a walk with him, full of confidence. Under the silent night, an ancient structure appeared, harboring secrets, unknown to anyone. The red-haired warrior observed the felled trees, realizing they were traces of swordsmanship. Sebastian casually admitted he only practiced swordsmanship for fun, astonishing Miranda and the red-haired warrior. Xander revealed that was where the Grand Lord first wielded a sword. The red-haired warrior couldn't believe his ears, thinking it was a joke. Miranda was stunned. The Grand Lord learned swordsmanship? Isn't he a sorcerer? Xander affirmed that Sebastian had a natural talent for swordsmanship, with sharp slashes. In another room, Cassandra still lay motionless on the bed, her body enveloped by a stream of green energy. Maoking stood by the bed, lamenting that Cassandra was still in a coma, despite being treated. He needed to know the cause to save her. A close-up of Cassandra's face showed her breaking out in a cold sweat, a vine seemingly transmitting energy into her body. Sebastian questioned Mao King about his healing abilities. He guaranteed he would do his best, not letting Cassandra die by his hand. Sebastian suddenly turned to the red-haired warrior, ordering him to turn away if he didn't want to die. The red-haired warrior was bewildered. Xander pulled the red-haired warrior away, scolding him for being a pervert for peeking at Cassandra. The red-haired warrior retorted, questioning Xander back. Xander casually said he was tired of looking at Cassandra since childhood, even sleeping in the same bed. The red-haired warrior was utterly shocked, blood gushing from his nose. The red-haired warrior yelled in shock, pressing Xander about sleeping together and if it happened every day. A hand wearing a bracelet, emitting an ethereal blue light, seemed to herald something about to happen. In a daze, Cassandra's purple eyes opened wide, her gaze empty as if struggling with something invisible amidst the dazzling flashes of magic. A loud noise echoed. Xander was mercilessly thrown back, his body slamming hard against the stone wall, and he tumbled to the floor. Xander's head spun, his hair stood on end, his mouth agape in surprise and pain from the sudden blow. Red Star hovered in the air, mocking Xander, who lay sprawled on the ground. "Good sword, swinging speed, but too predictable, kid. Try again." He gave an arrogant smile, declaring his power. "Because your opponent is me, a level 9 god, king warrior." Xander gritted his teeth, his red eyes blazing with fury, roaring, "Bastard!" He refused to accept defeat. With explosive power, Xander sprang up, swinging his glowing sword and charging to attack Red Star. But Red Star merely stepped lightly on the sword blade, easily blocking Xander's attack. Before he could recover, Xander took a direct kick to the face from Red Star, leaving him dazed. Red Star stood tall, arms spread wide, laughing loudly. "Kid, last time you stepped on my head. This time I'm returning the favor." Suddenly, flames erupted around Red Star, his expression becoming serious, no longer playful. Xander also refused to give up, his entire body ablaze with brilliant flames. He gripped his sword tightly, ready for a decisive blow. Red Star raised a hand to stop him, sternly reminding, "Hey kid, watch out, we're inside the house. Your friend Cassandra is recovering in there, calm down." He smirked, pointing behind him. "Go fight outside, you brat." From a corner of the hallway, Miranda and Sebastian appeared, witnessing the entire spectacle, their eyes gleaming with surprise. In the next room, Cassandra still lay motionless, magical tentacles wrapped around her body. Malking explained, "Cassandra has a special physique. Ordinary attacks cannot harm her at all, but..." Miranda and Sebastian were surprised by the new development. She noticed something unusual, exclaiming, "This time, something's different." He immediately realized, "It's Curtis." "That damn lantern." Sebastian asked in surprise if she had known beforehand. Miranda shook her head, explaining, "Not at first. But in the Holy City, there's an item," she continued. It was a glowing green lantern, imbued with ancient magic. It was found beneath the lake under the Holy City. Sebastian pondered. Then she suddenly asked him, "Sebastian, why did we attack the Holy City in the first place?" "Huh?" Sebastian's fiery left eye narrowed, as if trying to search for something in his memory. "Lil Flame, let me see, it must be," he asserted. Of course, it was to weaken humanity's power base. But Miranda countered, "But this isn't beneficial. We've hesitated for too long, and even sent an archangel." She looked straight at him, questioning. "This is Curtis's doing, isn't it? His idea?" Most of the army in that battalion were Moon Knights. A bloody battlefield scene appeared. When the war horn sounded, it was a signal from Curtis. The vanguard elves swept across the battlefield, suffering heavy losses. You even had to pay the price of an angel. But those damn elves, they definitely benefited from this. Miranda gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Sebastian frowned, his face full of doubt. "You mean, Curtis intentionally paid such a heavy price? Just for this magical item?" Miranda affirmed. "I've seen what it can do. It's very powerful." She looked straight at Sebastian. "Do you really have a countermeasure for this?" Sebastian was surprised, but then a confident smile spread across his lips. "Of course." Miranda looked at him, her eyes wide, seemingly surprised by the Great Lord's confidence. She turned her back, her voice becoming serious. "Sebastian, come with me. I have some disturbing information I want to share with you privately." Before leaving, Sebastian instructed Elder Malking, "Take care of Cassandra, Elder Malking." The monster bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty. She is under my care. Don't worry." He glanced at Cassandra one last time, his eyes revealing an indescribable worry. Cassandra remained unconscious, green energy swirling around her, a whisper echoing, "You must recover." Under the night sky, the two figures of Sebastian and Miranda walked on the stone ground, the space strangely silent. Sebastian turned, his eyes full of doubt. "What is it, Miranda?" The vampire queen maintained an unreadable expression. Miranda turned her back, her vibrant orange hair flowing, and slowly spoke. "Tell me, Sebastian. The last time we confronted each other was when the Demon King was established, do you remember?" Miranda's eyes suddenly flared crimson, piercing through the night, as if wanting to burn the opponent's soul. Sebastian flinched, an extreme sense of danger washing over him, a warning echoing in his mind. Suddenly, Miranda struck. A crimson surge of energy from her hand pierced straight into Sebastian's chest, making him cry out in horror. The queen coldly pulled out a bloody mass of flesh from his chest, a glowing mark appearing on her forehead, her sharp eyes questioning, "Who are you?" Sebastian was knocked back, his heavy body collapsing onto the stone ground, creating a jarring sound. He clutched his chest, writhing in pain, fresh blood staining his cloak. Under the full moon, Miranda stood tall, still holding the bloody object in her hand. Sebastian roared in fury. "What the hell are you doing? I am Sebastian, the Great Lord!" Miranda raised the bloody object, letting a drop of dark red blood fall to the corner of her lips, under the silver moonlight. She savored the drop of blood, her blue eyes wide, the mark on her forehead still glowing. "This blood. You truly are Sebastian." Sebastian lay struggling on the ground, his wound throbbing. He growled, "Before I attacked, I warned you with my soul strike." Miranda stood upright, looking down at the one lying at her feet, contemptuously saying, "The real Sebastian would never be hit. At most, he would swat it away, not scream like a child." From the wound on Sebastian's chest, tiny green specks of light, like spirits, began to fly out, astonishing him. Miranda tilted her head, her sharp eyes fixed on Sebastian's wound. "You even activated his passive skill, but it's useless," she thought to herself, her suspicion deepening. Miranda's hand twitched slightly, a crimson magic circle flashing from her fingertips, ancient symbols suddenly appearing, preparing for the decisive attack. A burst of energy erupted from the wound on Sebastian's chest, fresh blood splattering. At the same time, numerous tiny green light spirits escaped, vanishing into thin air. Miranda extended her hand, Sebastian's blood seemingly controlled by her, floating in the air. "In this world, no one can survive such a massive wound. I control your blood. I control your life." "You're dead for sure. The real Sebastian would never make such a foolish mistake." Despite the accusations, Sebastian remained resolute. He looked up at her, his crimson eyes flashing defiance. "Say what you want. The truth is, I am Sebastian. I am the Great Lord." Miranda didn't flinch. She pointed straight at him, her eyes full of fury. "Don't lie to me. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have acted like this. Where is he?" Miranda's voice rasped, full of menace. "If you don't explain, I'll kill you. Tell me the truth. Where is he? Keep silent, and I'll drain every drop of your blood." She wasn't just talking. A crimson surge of energy from Miranda's hand shot straight into Sebastian, as if to drain the life force from his body, causing fresh blood to gush out again. Sebastian suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the burden on my shoulders is gone. I feel so relieved. Miranda was stunned. She looked at him, her blue eyes wide, unable to believe what she was hearing.
"What?"
Sebastian looked up at her, his eyes exhausted but holding a terrifying truth. "If I die, the real Sebastian will die with me." His words were like a thunderclap. Miranda froze, her eyes wide, her expression utterly shocked, unable to accept this cruel truth. Sebastian, with a crazed look in his eyes, challenged her. "I'm going to die anyway. Just do it." He extended his hand towards her, as if wanting her to finish him off. "You're lying," Miranda stammered, trying to deny it. Sebastian sneered. "Threatening you? Perhaps. But what does a dying man need to lie for?" He continued, his voice haunting. "Let me recover, then I'll show you the truth." "Ha ha ha! What do you say?" Miranda stared at Sebastian, her eyes filled with doubt and a vague fear. She didn't know what to believe anymore. The Vampire Queen declared coldly, her blue eyes sharp as ice. "If the answer isn't satisfactory, I'll finish you off right here." An undeniable threat. Sebastian writhed on the cold ground, fresh blood staining his muscular body red. He was in extreme pain, and a plume of dark smoke rose from his wound. The vampire raised her hand, magical light rings swirling around a cross-shaped object, as if performing an ancient ritual. Sebastian's arm was torn open, blood gushing out. His eyes were wide, not from pain, but from a terrifying truth slowly revealing itself. Miranda closed her eyes, her fingertips emitting a brilliant red light. She was concentrating all her will, chanting ancient incantations to perform the ritual. Sebastian was startled to realize his injured arm was slowly recovering. "I can feel it. It's working again?" He couldn't believe his eyes. Though the pain lingered, his arm could move as before. Miranda commanded, her voice full of authority. "Open your mouth and say, 'Ah.'" From Miranda's palm, a stream of fresh, fiery red blood gushed forth, carrying mysterious regenerative power. Sebastian opened his mouth, and the Vampire Queen's brilliant red blood surged into his body, like a river of life. Sebastian's golden pupils suddenly glowed brightly, surrounded by shimmering green light spirits. signaling a profound internal change. "The pain is gone. My body is better now," Sebastian exclaimed in astonishment. "Even my ethereal soul is full of vitality." Miranda sighed, her eyes still full of doubt. "What is the truth? Tell me now." She couldn't wait any longer. Sebastian mused. "Miranda, in my world, you would be an extraordinary surgeon. The combination of science and magic could be useful there." The vampire frowned, her expression puzzled. "Surgeon? What the hell are you talking about?" His words were hard to believe. Sebastian looked directly at her, his gaze firm. "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I hope you won't be too surprised by the truth." Miranda was stunned, her blue eyes wide. "What? Chosen by the gods? This? She was completely shocked. He, the one chosen by the gods, explained his mission to unite the world. But the gods also saw him wasting his talents on war, disregarding the bigger picture. So, they sent me here. Miranda, her eyes full of doubt, asked for confirmation. "So ultimately, the gods sent you here?" He nodded slightly. "Roughly so." Suddenly, Miranda's hand clenched around his neck. Her anger flared. She couldn't accept this explanation. Her eyes blazed, her face contorted with rage. "This pathetic fool? Are the gods senile?" He coughed, challenging. "Are you going to kill me? Go ahead." She snapped her fingers, as if to say that everything he had just said was just a joke, an unreliable lie. Even with his neck squeezed, he held his head high, his gaze firm. "By divine will, then do your worst." A baffling indifference. Miranda's eyes were sharp as knives. She growled. "Damn it. So where is the real Sebastian's soul?" The core question was asked. He flinched, quickly explaining. "Ah, I understand you're angry. If I found someone else occupying my husband's body, I'd go crazy too." "I didn't mean to steal it," Miranda roared. "Shut up! Answer the question." He coughed violently, clutching his throat, his breath ragged. Her anger had not yet subsided. After a bout of coughing, he raised his head, his gaze stern. "He's alive," a statement that made the atmosphere heavy. Miranda was stunned, hastily asking about the whereabouts of Sebastian's soul. He replied, "I'm not sure either." He had possessed this body for a while when Connery attacked. He continued to reveal that only 3 people knew this truth, besides the Eternal Flame and Red Star. A shocking secret was unveiled. He looked at her in confusion, his eyes full of worry. "How should I put this? Do you blame me for everything that has happened?" Miranda stood tall, looking down at him. "Why didn't you say so sooner? Why delay for so long?" He justified, saying he was afraid she would kill him, didn't know who to trust, and was pushed into an unwanted role. He continued to explain that the Demon King's army was full of conflicts, and only the strong could lead. If the truth were told, it would harm the army. He had acted correctly. Miranda was silent, her eyes complex and thoughtful. His explanation, though hard to accept, made her considerate. Miranda's eyes were as sharp as knives. She questioned Sebastian, asking who he truly was and what he meant to her now. Sebastian used his finger to sketch a simple drawing of a girl on the wall, then asked her what she thought, calling it cartoon style. He asked Miranda if the great Lord Sebastian had ever drawn anything like that, and she confirmed she had never seen him draw anything. Sebastian's hand continued to glide across the wall, adding details to the drawing, as if telling an unfinished story. Miranda, puzzled, asked what he was doing. He replied that he just wanted to prove one thing. The truth was, he was nobody. He revealed that he was originally dead, but had come to this world, a place he didn't belong. His previous life was too ordinary, and he didn't know if he could ever return. Miranda silently watched him, her eyes filled with countless thoughts, complex beyond words. Sebastian didn't want her to look at him with such a complex, murderous expression. He admitted he wasn't as strong as the old Sebastian, wasn't the great lord, so she could do whatever she wanted. He called her name, promising to find a way to bring Sebastian back and to inform her immediately, as he had no intention of staying. But for now, he needed her. The Demon Kingdom needed her. He asked the Crimson Queen Miranda to fulfill her role well, and he would keep his promise. A small sparkling star appeared between their hands as Miranda and Sebastian touched, like in an invisible pact. Miranda realized that the wise, political words she thought Sebastian had learned actually came from him, not from the old Great Lord. She didn't believe his claim of being chosen by the gods, because the real Sebastian was never a good person. How could he be chosen? For the future of the army and the Demon Kingdom, she would consider cooperating. Sebastian had never truly cared about policy or politics, so she would leave that to him. But from now on, all military matters would be her decision. He had to obey her regarding war. Sebastian teased her, asking if she liked him, then pretended to comply. Miranda was furious, demanding he stop teasing her, and emphasized that her relationship with the old Sebastian was nothing like he imagined. Sebastian was stunned by Miranda's rage. She snarled, refusing to accept his relationship with Cassandra, calling her a vixen and a hateful succubus. She didn't want him to be enchanted by her. Miranda coldly explained her relationship with the old Sebastian. 100 years of companionship, a trust that far surpassed romantic love. He was a friend, someone who shared her ambitions. Miranda's face suddenly became terrifying, her forehead glowing with a demonic rune. She enunciated each word, declaring she would personally end him if he dared to hide anything else. Sebastian was so terrified he fell back, hastily responding to her. Miranda's red heel stopped right in front of him, and then she uttered another cold sentence. One more thing. Miranda asked if Cassandra knew about this. Then she questioned him about how many times he had done that with her. She fiercely scolded him, saying he was even worse than the old Sebastian, truly a piece of trash man. Sebastian's eyes widened, his face filled with panic. He confusedly wondered, could Cassandra have misunderstood him? Miranda turned her back and walked away, declaring he was a different person now, and she didn't care. She scorned all men as useless, only thinking with their lower halves. Sebastian hastily clarified that he hadn't done anything. Still with her back turned, Miranda ordered, if Cassandra didn't know about this, then it was a secret between the two of them. He absolutely must not breathe a word to anyone, otherwise. Sebastian was surprised, cautiously asking again, not even Red Star? Miranda tilted her head, her blue eyes flashing with a cold glint. She declared without hesitation, if you tell him, I will kill him. Sebastian was utterly terrified, hastily covering his mouth with both hands, not daring to utter a word. Elsewhere, Red Star suddenly let out a loud sneeze next to the corpse of a giant monster. He mumbled, my nose is so itchy. He stroked his beard, feeling as if someone was talking about him. But then, Red Star optimistically joked, it must be something good. Praise the sun. Returning to Miranda, she continued walking under the moonlight. Sebastian hastily called her name, asking her to stop. Sebastian proposed a bold idea. If I say I lost my memory due to the tears of a god, would you believe me? Miranda smirked, admitting it was a pretty good lie. Miranda conceded that the lie might be believable, but he had changed since the battle with Seraph. Others would notice. Sebastian replied that he had many ways to conceal things, except for his power level. Sebastian looked directly at Miranda, his gaze firm, declaring that with her here, he no longer needed to hide anything. Miranda maintained a cold expression, her sapphire eyes reflecting an inscrutable skepticism, revealing no true emotion. Sebastian continued, saying that even though he came from another world and hadn't known her long, he felt a special power from her. It was a power strong enough to calm his mind, bringing him a rare peace amidst the chaos. He expressed his confusion about his purpose, that Seraph had told him he came here to save the world, but he himself didn't know what to do. Perhaps he believed he was sent here for a reason, and saving the world was that mission. Miranda curled her lip, sarcastically remarking that saving the world was just an illusion, because in her opinion, he had no such ability. Sebastian remained firm, saying that he could deceive anyone, play the role of a lord, but he needed her support. Miranda closed her eyes, sighed, unable to believe he was so weak, yet still alive, and even wanted her trust. She turned her back and walked away, her long orange hair flowing in the wind, leaving a cold remark. You're still not strong enough. Suddenly, a crimson energy blast shot out from Miranda, tearing through the ground near Sebastian, causing him to collapse. Sebastian frantically called out to Miranda, hastily revealing that Red Star was an ally and could be useful to her. At the same time, a dark red blood aura, shaped like a giant bat, soared through the moonlit night sky. In a forest, Red Star and Xander were standing when the blood aura suddenly plunged down, tearing through the ground right in front of them. Red Star stared in astonishment at the energy surge, unable to believe his eyes when he saw Miranda appear. Miranda appeared before Xander, her eyes resentful, questioning him for daring to defeat a general of the Demon King's army. The Vampire Queen Miranda, her eyes blazing, her hand tightly gripping a mass of dark red energy, growled, that is a grave sin. Red Star and Xander, the two red-haired warriors, stared wide-eyed in horror. Unable to believe her threat, Xander hastily clarified, Commander, he was just teaching me swordsmanship, Red Star added. Miranda replied sarcastically, oh, teaching you? How nice. Queen Miranda growled, don't even think about lying to me, Xander. Why is your face so swollen? Answer me now, Red Star stammered, unsure how to explain. Without another word, a powerful kick from Miranda sent the sword flying from Red Star's hand, embedding itself in the ground. Red Star, with a stern expression, reached out to Xander. Hey kid, lend me this. He was ready for a fight. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, surrounded by a brilliant golden light, Red Star muttered, it seems she's made up her mind. I'm afraid escaping this time will be difficult. Xander cried out in panic. That's Miranda, you idiot! "Run, old man!" But Red Star just sneered. "Ha ha ha! Listen to me, kid," Red Star declared firmly. "True men never run. I left the rankings 10 years ago. I want to see how I'll fare against the strongest." Divine light flared around Red Star as he declared, "I bear you no ill will. But if we must fight, then praise the Sunday. Let's go. The battle song is resounding in my heart. How can I retreat?" Miranda, her eyes sharp, replied, "God King Red Star, they used to call you invincible until I appeared. Let's see how you've improved over the past 10 years. With a resounding roar, Red Star unleashed his power. The ground cracked, and blinding light enveloped everything. Blessings of the Sun God. Xander was pushed back by the terrifying energy surge. So strong. His blazing energy is pushing me back. Young Xander gritted his teeth, trying to resist the immense pressure from Red Star's explosive power. Miranda stood there, her eyes glowing red, a slight smirk on her lips, observing the display of power. In a surprising scene, Mao King stood beside Cassandra, who lay on a bed with tubes attached to her body, his expression one of surprise. A mysterious figure stood on a dome, sensing the explosive energy. This energy, who has angered Miranda? She wondered, her gaze fixed on the distance. She was still pondering when she suddenly noticed another dark figure rushing towards them. My lord? A bat-winged figure was soaring through the night sky. Sebastian spread his bat wings wide, shooting forward like an arrow. His gaze was fixed on the crimson smoke, where terrifying power was erupting. He frowned, sensing the immense pressure from afar. Damn it, that location. Annoyance clearly visible on his face, he muttered about compensation. Deep in the forest, Miranda and Red Star confronted each other. The Vampire Queen unleashed crimson blood magic, while the human war god swung his sword, his body ablaze with brilliant golden energy. Red Star laughed loudly, his eyes blazing. "Hey, what's wrong? You seem to be on par with me." "How about a draw?" "No?" Then, he was full of confidence. He roared, his power exploding fiercely. His sword shone like the sun, energy surging around his muscular body. "Let's continue. Raise the sun." Xander stood afar, witnessing the scene, utterly terrified. He's too strong. What kind of technique is this?" he stammered, unable to believe his eyes. Red Star's sword struck like a bolt of lightning, repelling Miranda's blood magic tentacles. His overwhelming power made the space tremble. Xander was completely stunned. That old man is pushing back Miranda? Can she lose? How is that possible? He couldn't believe what was happening. Red Star continued to laugh loudly, provoking his opponent. "Ha ha! Is that all you've got? Don't hold back. Show me all your power." He wanted an even more explosive battle. Miranda, with a look of surprise, held out both hands, blood magic still surging. She seemed to be trying her best to defend, but appeared to be overwhelmed. A fatal blow struck. Blood splattered from her hands, making the Vampire Queen scream in pain. Red Star still wore an arrogant smile. "Ha ha, you can regenerate, can't you?" He knew his opponent's abilities well and was unfazed. Suddenly, Red Star sensed something. He turned his head, crimson energy surrounding his body. His eyes filled with doubt. He gripped his sword tightly, his gaze firm. "That trick won't work on me again, Miranda. Do you really think I came unprepared?" With fiery eyes, Red Star roared. "Hey, you're underestimating me too much." He swung his sword, preparing for an earth-shattering counterattack. Explosive power. A swirling vortex of crimson energy devoured the space, ready to tear apart anything in its path. From afar, Xander witnessed the scene, his eyes wide with horror. He blocked it. The crimson energy sphere transformed into a blinding explosion, shaking the entire battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Red Star still stood firm like a mountain. At his feet was Miranda's fresh red blood. Miranda clutched her bleeding hand, her blue eyes reflecting extreme astonishment. The Vampire Queen looked up at her opponent, her voice full of surprise. "It seems you've gotten stronger, Red." Red Star stood tall, his gaze sharp and cold. "From your mouth? Is that a compliment? Ever since I last lost to you, I've been studying how to deal with you." He continued to analyze, pointing out that the nature of Miranda's blood magic was similar to water magic and could be restricted. "If I can create a powerful fire vortex to drain and burn all water, your blood magic will be sucked dry by my fire sphere, rendering your damn blood magic useless." "How about that?" he sneered. Miranda sighed, her expression a little helpless. "Well done. You've just deciphered the theory behind my most basic attack method. I must admit, you're quite cunning." Red Star didn't miss the opportunity, he provoked. "Come on, Miranda. Just admit it. You're out of tricks, aren't you?" He swung his sword, preparing to end the battle. But suddenly, another surge of crimson energy appeared, swift as lightning. "What?" Red Star roared in pain, his body pierced by countless red streaks of light, blood splattering everywhere. Miranda appeared right behind him, with terrifying speed. Red Star's eyes widened, Too fast. He gritted his teeth, blood streaming down his body. If not for the god's blessing, I would be severely wounded. Facing her without caution is truly suicidal. Does she still have more tricks? The vampire queen Miranda whispered, admitting that her opponent's blessing was truly formidable. But she wasn't just skilled in magic. Close combat is my forte. Getting close to you is much easier. Miranda's eyes blazed crimson, and she issued a cold challenge. Choose, human, die under a rain of blood, or be torn apart by my hands. Even with blood still flowing, Red Star burst out laughing, completely unfazed. Truly a terrifying woman. But this battle is worth fighting for me. Come on, my blood is boiling. He roared, swinging his colossal sword straight down. Miranda stood still, a green magic circle beginning to envelop her. The vampire queen looked down in astonishment, the green magical lines having locked her tightly. A magic circle? In the blink of an eye, azure magical chains had bound Miranda tightly, imprisoning her within their grasp. A blinding light erupted, accompanied by a powerful roar. Stop it, Miranda! Sebastian appeared like a god, standing between the two combatants. The magic circle now encompassed everything, while Xander stood from afar, his eyes wide with horror. Red Star lay sprawled on the ground, growling at Sebastian. You finally came to save me, you bastard! Quickly rein in your woman, she's such a flirt! Sebastian turned to look at Miranda, who was still chained. What is the meaning of this, Sebastian? She asked, her face full of confusion. Sebastian pointed directly at Miranda, his left eye glowing red. What's wrong with you? I told you Red Star's an ally. You know you can't break my chains, so why ask? Miranda was surprised, thinking to herself, can't escape these weak chains? I can easily break this low-level magic. What does he mean? Sebastian looked at her with extreme contempt. How stupid are you? He asked. Miranda was confused, not understanding why he was looking at her like that. He leaned in close and whispered, Shh! Pay attention, this is Ishtal. We are being watched at all times. I'm undercover, remember? This is basic elf power. Miranda suddenly realized that it was all an act. Humans often use these despicable tactics. But for the sake of the Demon King's army, I will obey Sebastian. I will not break these weak chains. Sebastian stood between the two, his voice echoing. Perhaps everyone has forgotten a basic rule that all must follow under the Lord. No fighting among allies. The vampire queen Miranda reiterated the rule against internal fighting, a rule she and Grand Lord Sebastian had established since the early days of the Demon King's army. She questioned him about his reason for bringing up this rule. Sebastian turned to Red Star, the red-haired god king, and called his name. Red Star replied with a look of doubt, unsure of the Grand Lord's intentions. Sebastian's eyes flashed, and he extended an unexpected invitation. Do you want to join the Demon King's army? The scene shifted to a tense meeting. Grand Lord Sebastian summoned his generals, declared Curtis as the target, and asked everyone for suggestions. The vampire queen Miranda proposed two options: crush Curtis with brute force, or send top assassins. She prioritized the first method, direct and brutal. White Lotus, the silent assassin, confidently offered to carry out the assassination mission. But Lord Mao King warned that assassinating the traitor was not simple and required a different strategy. Attack Agent Xander timidly suggested a combined approach. One team to create a diversion, the other to assassinate. A bold, yet cautious strategy. Xander was stunned to see God King Red Star appear. He angrily questioned Sebastian why he recruited this old man and even let him take over his federation. Red Star smirked provocatively, challenging Xander to defeat him if he wanted to reclaim his position. The flames of competition ignited in the meeting room. Xander knelt, begging Sebastian not to demote him. But the Great Lord decisively refused, declaring this an opportunity for Xander to learn things he couldn't teach. Sebastian reassured Xander, affirming his potential, believing that Xander could surpass Red Star and become a greater warrior. Xander was surprised, unable to believe his ears. The Great Lord Sebastian urged Xander to strive, but he immediately interrupted, seemingly having more to say. Xander resentfully protested, complaining that Red Star only knew how to beat him up and taught him nothing. He even suggested Red Star be his deputy. Red Star coldly told him to stop whining. Miranda thought to herself, the current Sebastian is truly astute. He not only demoted Xander, but also skillfully arranged personnel according to their talents, something Sebastian had never bothered with before. Miranda observed her surroundings. White Lotus seemed to sympathize with Xander, but Mao King did not. She wondered if the Lord of the Ancient Tree had noticed the change in Sebastian. Lord Mao King bowed his head, accepting the Great Lord's command. He secretly remarked that this behavior was very unusual, unlike the Sebastian he once knew. Sebastian, with fiery eyes, posed his final question. Does anyone object? A tense silence enveloped the room. Miranda, with a calm expression, replied to him, I have no objections. Please continue. Sebastian smirked, asking again, Was it so hard to say you agree with me?
Sebastian continued, his tone full of calculation. First, we need intelligence. We need to know all of Curtis's weaknesses right within his kingdom. Miranda's eyes widened in astonishment. Sebastian's words took her by surprise. Mao King also clearly showed his shock, his monstrous eyes gleaming with surprise. Red Star, with a serious expression, interrupted Sebastian. Forgive my interruption, but that plan isn't as easy as you think. He explained that even though Curtis had done many terrible things, he still had the support of the majority of the populace. Red Star continued. The elf race had exhausted their energy source from the moon mirror. Curtis rectified this problem, which is why the people follow him. He continued to analyze. Curtis's social standing is very solid. That was one of the key strategies that helped him win the election, defeating his brother Connery to become the Elf King. Sebastian nodded, his eyes sharp. He said that to consolidate his power, Curtis had not hesitated to sacrifice even the Ice Elf tribe. Miranda added that under a dictatorship and subtle propaganda, Curtis had done this for many years. The Ice Elf tribe had always been the target of discrimination and hatred from the majority of Moon Elves. She further explained that the original protectors of the Moon Mirror were the Ice Elves. But elves are nomadic people, living far from the city of Ishtal. Corporations and the government turned them into enemies of the state, blaming them for human infiltration and the destruction of the Moon Mirror. Miranda suspected this was a conspiracy. Sebastian continued. Curtis easily blamed the Ice Elves for betrayal and suppressed them, turning himself into the savior of the Elf City. He and his cronies remain the sole rulers of Night City, controlling all the kingdom's interests. Sebastian concluded that in a completely controlled society, history is written by the victors, turning it into a dystopian society. He looked directly at everyone, his gaze resolute. History is often written by the victors. But we are writing history right now, history yet to be decided. Do you agree? Red Star laughed in agreement. Well said, Your Majesty. I like what you just said. Xander stood beside him, his expression still a little confused. Sebastian assigned tasks. The truth will naturally be revealed. We have Elder Stefan on our side to oversee the election. As for us, we will act according to the situation. He turned to White Lotus. White Lotus, you specialize in intelligence. Can you investigate? White Lotus bowed her head and replied, My people and I will begin gathering information on Curtis and his cronies in the shadows, my lord. But before entering the city, White Lotus detected something unusual. Her heterochromatic eyes sparkled, concealing a shocking secret. While secretly observing, trying to grasp the city's pulse, she saw him. Elf King Curtis was meeting with a mysterious group of people. Strangely, in the middle of election season, Curtis was not giving a speech but seemed to be conducting a transaction. He met with a seemingly powerful figure, but there were no signs of slandering the Lord or his opponents. Given Curtis's serious nature, that action was truly puzzling. It was as if he knew she was watching and was mocking her. White Lotus suspected that someone like her was hiding beside the Elf King. Miranda was astonished. Curtis knew of your existence beforehand. You are a member of the Shadow Organization. Who could possibly detect you? White Lotus mused. Finding it hard to say, Miranda emphasized, With your stealth techniques, even from tens of meters away, not even I can detect you. Only a few in this realm can do that. How could Curtis have someone like that? White Lotus speculated. Curtis might not have recognized me, but the one beside him might have. He must have warned Curtis about me. She asked Miranda again. Can anyone guess who it might be? White Lotus explained that only a few people could detect her stealth techniques, including the Lord. She wondered, besides the Lord, who else could sense her presence? White Lotus continued to deduce that the person must have the same training style as her. She turned to Red Star, asking directly, Uncle Red, perhaps you are more familiar with this person? White Lotus's unexpected question startled Red Star. His eyes turned sharp, as if an old memory had just been awakened. Red Star frowned. Girl, why ask me? If you're talking about an assassin, there was a guy like this. He began to reminisce. He remembered someone from his Flower Kingdom, back when he was king. Only one person fit that description. A cloaked figure appeared in his mind. That person was once a member of the Sun Guard. He not only possessed extraordinary swordsmanship, but also top-tier counterintelligence and reconnaissance abilities. Red Star recalled that there was a time he didn't even know the person was standing right behind him. It was then that Red Star felt a disturbing surge of dark energy emanating from him. For that reason, he had sent the assassin on a mission to a distant place. White Lotus asked, Where did you send him? Red Star scratched his head. I don't remember clearly. I just wanted to get rid of him. Then I forgot where I sent him. Anyway, he's disappeared. A voice rang out, questioning, Aren't you curious why? Red Star looked blank, replying with an innocent expression. Huh? Why should I be curious? Sebastian's eyes flashed with a cruel, decisive look. He is the key to directly defeating Curtis, Miranda wondered.
You want to capture him? Sebastian smirked. We could, but his skills are. Dealing with such a master? We need to use our wits. The Demon Lord confidently declared, a scheming smile hidden on his face. Half of the Demon King's army had gathered in Ishtal. Sebastian traced the dragon statue with his finger, explaining the plan. He wanted Curtis to be stressed, to reveal a weakness. Miranda wondered. Why make it so complicated? Sebastian replied. Because he set the rules from the start. Now it's time for me to turn the tables, to create a new game board with my own rules. He continued to draw a simple feedback rune on his hand. Even if he intercepts the letter, I'll still know his location immediately, Sebastian confidently declared. Sebastian explained that it was just a second-tier spell he had modified. With syntactic algorithms, I can freely recreate spells as I wish. Miranda was astonished. You want to be captured? What if the letter isn't intercepted? The people at Alistair headquarters will misunderstand our intentions. Show me the letter now, Sebastian asked again. Do you really want to see it? Miranda impatiently urged. Hurry up. The scroll was unrolled, revealing ancient, mysterious characters that no one could understand. Miranda was stunned. What kind of writing is this? I've never seen it, Sebastian replied indifferently. It's just Han, the language from where I come from. Nothing special. Sebastian smiled contentedly as the small flying creature carrying the scroll glided away. This language is just to add a little mystery, he called out. Xiao Bai, a voice echoed from afar. I'm here, master. Sebastian turned to Miranda, asking, Can you make this little creature invisible? Miranda replied, At least we should make it look presentable. Under the bright full moon, the small flying creature carrying the scroll shot up into the night sky, disappearing into the darkness. It circled above an ancient structure, where a mysterious glowing orb emitted a faint light. Atop the structure, the red-masked figure stood silently, watching the small flying creature carrying the secret letter disappear into the starry night. He swung his scythe, and a surge of blue energy erupted, disparaging the weak invisibility spell of the escapee. The small flying creature, with the scroll still tied tightly to its back, was enveloped by the blue energy, struggling in the blinding light. In another room, Sebastian groaned softly, his right hand glowing purple as if from a backlash. But he had managed to grasp something. His left eye flared with a brilliant red light, and a decisive command rang out. Let's go! Sebastian turned his back, ordering Red Star and White Lotus to follow him, and both immediately bowed in obedience. Miranda suddenly appeared, her blue eyes surprised as she asked Sebastian about her role. But he only responded with a counter-question. Grand Lord Sebastian skillfully refused, saying he wouldn't dare order the esteemed vampire queen. Miranda was displeased, urging him to stop joking and complete the mission. She wanted to be utilized properly. Sebastian explained that this was a secret mission. The fewer people who knew, the better. And subtlety was not her style. Queen Miranda angrily retorted, sarcastically asking if, without Cassandra's charm magic, he could walk the streets unnoticed. Sebastian said little, simply raising his hands gently, and a faint glow enveloped his body. Before Miranda's eyes, Grand Lord Sebastian gradually became transparent, reduced to a mere shadow, astonishing her. Miranda reached out to touch the empty space. Though she couldn't see him, she still felt his presence, challenging that even White Lotus wouldn't dare do that in front of her. Sebastian, a faint figure, explained that these basic spells were easy to learn, even if he wasn't skilled in high-tier magic. Miranda angrily warned him not to provoke her. Grand Lord Sebastian looked straight ahead, his resolute voice echoing in the ethereal space. I can handle this. Trust me. Under the faint moonlight, Grand Lord Sebastian, a smoke-like figure, pointed towards the ancient tower. He whispered that the destination was right there, in plain sight. The signal from Sebastian's palm grew stronger. He, along with White Lotus and Red Star, was hidden, preparing for a risky raid. Without hesitation, Sebastian gave a decisive order. Lotus, scout ahead. The white-haired elf maiden immediately responded, her figure blurring in an instant. He turned to Red Star, his red eyes flashing. And you, Red. The red-haired warrior was surprised, awaiting the next command. Sebastian suddenly asked, Do you know why Miranda suddenly wants to kill you? Red Star was bewildered, not understanding his meaning. Red Star replied in confusion. Is it because I told her about your spherical theory? Come on. Who would believe such a foolish thing? Suddenly realizing something, Red Star panicked. Wait, she really wants to kill me because of that story? Sebastian quickly snapped. Shh, be quiet. Don't speak so loudly. Sebastian gravely explained that only the two of them knew the secret of his origin. He threatened that if Red Star revealed it, Miranda and he would hunt him to the ends of the world. Red Star reassured. You don't need to threaten me. We swore an oath at the Molten Core. I will never betray you. He still remembered his promise to help Sebastian solve the problem. Red Star continued to affirm his promise. Sebastian silently looked towards the tower, his eyes deep in thought about the opportunity that lay ahead. Suddenly, an elf hand held an old scroll with strange characters on it. The silver-haired, glasses-wearing elf exclaimed, "What is this?" The silver-haired elf asked the masked individual standing next to him, "Have you ever seen this type of cipher? What method is this?" The silver-haired elf was astonished, unable to believe it. He thought it impossible for the enemy to have developed a new cipher in such a short time. The masked individual offered a cold hypothesis. Perhaps they just sent this randomly? The silver-haired elf retorted, "Are you joking? At this time, why would they do that?" The masked individual teased, "Your Highness, don't you get tired from thinking so much every day?" The silver-haired elf worried, his voice full of gravity. "Half of the Demon King's army is at the border of my territory. With the numbers they've gathered this time, Ishtal will fall quickly." The masked individual calmly asserted that the Demon King's legion would not attack because they simply couldn't. He explained that after the battle in the Holy Wing Empire, the Demon King's army suffered heavy losses and no longer had the strength for an all-out war. The masked individual wondered. The plan had been laid out from the start. Everything was still on track. So why was the silver-haired elf so worried? The silver-haired elf's face was full of worry, sweat beading on his forehead, showing that his anxiety had not diminished. The masked individual handed a letter with strange writing to the silver-haired elf, instructing him to keep it. He turned his back, grumbling not to give him these kinds of letters anymore, because he couldn't even read them. The silver-haired elf sternly instructed the masked individual to be careful and not to reveal his whereabouts to the enemy. The wooden door behind the masked individual suddenly burst open, creating a loud noise, signaling that something was about to happen. The masked individual crossed his arms, sneering, confident that no one in this world could detect his presence. Suddenly, his expression changed. His eyes beneath the mask widened, as if he had sensed a danger. A mysterious emerald eye appeared on the stone wall, watching him in the silent night. The eye split in two, emitting a dazzling light, like a sharp blade tearing through the darkness. The masked individual, startled, looked up and uttered a cautious, "Who?" Realizing he had been discovered, he shot up into the air, flying towards the towering spire under the full moon, leaving behind faint trails of smoke. Elsewhere, Sebastian, Red Star, and White Lotus were observing. Sebastian pointed the way, and Red Star asked again in surprise. Red Star gnashed his teeth in anger, unable to believe that the one who had just revealed himself was Curtis's subordinate. Sebastian had found the location. He cast a tracking spell on the letter. Now was the time to act. He turned to Red Star. "Hey, Red." "What?" Sebastian pointed up at the towering spire, where a solitary window was visible. "Your brat is up there. This task is yours," he continued. "Create a grand diversion so White Lotus and I can sneak in." Red Star growled, his eyes burning with battle lust. "I've been waiting for a grand spectacle like this for a long time. Praise the sun. This will be a memorable sight." Sebastian reminded him again, his left eye glowing brightly. "Hey, Musclehead, you can destroy the upper part of the tower, but don't touch the lower part. Remember to restrain your power." Inside the spire, the fanged mask assassin was sipping tea, slowly removing his mask, revealing a calm face beneath his curly black hair. Suddenly, his eyes widened, an invisible shockwave piercing through space, signaling that something ominous was approaching. A terrifying explosion ripped through the night. The spire was torn apart from the top, brilliant rainbow-like energy streams blasting through. The assassin was thrown back, his teacup flying from his hand. He tumbled onto the ruined stone floor, quickly propping himself up with his spear, looking up at the one who had just struck. Red Star, with his flaming sword, was descending. "Now what?" he exclaimed. A earth-shattering collision. Red Star's sword and the assassin's spear clashed, creating a dazzling energy explosion that shook the entire space. From a distance, Sebastian and White Lotus witnessed the scene. A butterfly-shaped creature flew out of the rubble. Sebastian grumbled, "This guy is really reckless. I told him to be careful with the lower part." Sebastian turned to White Lotus, signaling with his eyes. "Let's go." The assassin bowed. "Yes, master," White Lotus explained. "My stealth skill is not effective when moving at high speed. I cannot be as fast as you in this state." Sebastian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? For me, that's not a problem." Sebastian glanced away slightly, a bit awkwardly. "I might have neglected my training a bit lately." White Lotus looked at him, her eyes showing surprise, mixed with a hint of confusion. "Ah, yes? It's fine by me." The assassin brought her finger to her lips, and a mystical blue energy enveloped her, activating her stealth skill. White Lotus vanished into the blue mist, leaving Sebastian standing there with a surprised expression. A protective energy circle surrounded both of them. Inside the shimmering stealth orb, White Lotus explained that Sebastian no longer needed to maintain his stealth skill. The purple-haired lord seemed amused, but the assassin urged, "My lord, we must leave before God King Red Star decides to destroy the entire tower." An explosion ripped through the night, shaking the entire tower. The guards were thrown back amidst panic screams. "What the hell is going on?" The entire structure swayed violently, as if about to collapse. "The tower's under attack? It's falling apart!" Amidst the chaos, an urgent command rang out. "Hurry, report to your superiors." Deep in the forest, horrifying screams tore through the night as elves frantically fled the sudden appearance of mysterious figures. A silhouette with glowing red eyes and small horns, along with a dark-skinned woman, advanced, surrounded by a cerulean energy shield. In the hazy mist of the past, a blue barrier enveloped two familiar figures. The flickering light, like destiny's whisper, revealed a moment sealed within the flow of time. Just as the assassin's arrogant words still echoed, a sudden cerulean light tore through space. From the void, two majestic figures appeared. A black-haired young man with fiery purple eyes, and a mysterious, masked, silver-haired maiden. Their overwhelming aura signaled an inevitable confrontation. Without further hesitation, Sebastian decisively ordered, "Let's begin." The white-haired assassin replied, her sharp eyes hidden behind her mask, ready to execute any command. The watchtower collapsed, debris scattering across the night. Thick dust billowed up, obscuring the moon. On the ruined peak, White Lotus stood firm like a phantom, while Red Star observed, his eyes burning amidst the desolate scene. The masked assassin, with bloodshot red eyes and a gruesome smile on his fanged mask, appeared menacingly. He carried a death scythe on his shoulder, his gaze chilling as if to devour all living beings. The masked assassin, who had just sown terror, now prostrated himself at the feet of an authoritative figure. He bowed his head, his voice full of humility. "This humble servant's swordsmanship is still lacking. I dare not show off before your majesty." Despite that powerful appearance, the masked figure remained unfazed. He continued to justify his brutal actions, his tone full of disdain. "I only do what I must to survive, so my parents can eat and be clothed. Are you going to blame me?" At the same time, God King Red Star, with a look of utter contempt, spoke. If that's all there is, I wouldn't have had to send you." He reminded him of a past border battle. Like a stern warning, a sea of fire erupted, dyeing the Hirch battlefield red, where a rain of blood continued to fall. Amidst piles of corpses, a black-haired warrior lay, his sword still warm with life. He, who single-handedly crushed countless foes, had disregarded all pleas for surrender. Even civilians did not escape his brutal blade. Witnessing the brutal scene, Red Star was stunned, his face contorted with indignation. "Not even the children were spared," he roared, pain and anger mingling in his eyes. However, his humility was merely a facade. He raised his head, his glowing red eyes flashing with cruelty. "Your compassion is worthless. Those children would grow up to harbor resentment. I merely solved the problem at its root," he continued, his voice full of sarcasm. "You are not a king of charity, but the king of a kingdom. Housing refugees is only a burden. A weak king like you cannot act, so I must do all this dirty work instead. It's not like you care, right?" Like a clap of thunder, Red Star suddenly erupted. His sword blazed, golden light swirling around its hilt. "We do not kill the innocent or the weak. That is our creed. Our flower civilization believes everyone is protected by the sun. Everyone deserves salvation. You despise these people, don't you?" The black-masked assassin, gripping his weapon tightly, retorted without fear. "Hot-headed fool, you are unworthy to be king, only recognizing good while ignoring evil." He declared that salvation was only for those who seized it. As soon as the arrogant words ended, Red Star's fury erupted. A terrifying surge of power suddenly descended, accompanied by a roar. "Don't you dare lecture me, you brat!" He struck with lightning speed, giving his opponent no time to react. Red Star roared a challenge, his eyes burning as if to incinerate his opponent. He swung his sword, each blow carrying destructive power, proving his status as the ruler of Federation 9. "Defeat me, and prove it!" His words echoed, full of arrogance. The masked assassin stood amidst mystical purple energy ribbons, his red eyes piercing through the mask. He spoke, his tone full of challenge. "Do you know why I refused that battle with you?" A lingering question, hinting at terrifying confidence. As White Lotus's death sighed-like words ended, Red Star took the full force of a fatal blow. Dark black spikes plunged deep into his muscular body, tearing through his flesh. Yet the God King's eyes still burned with hatred. The masked assassin lunged forward like a red whirlwind, his eyes blazing behind the hideous mask. "You don't know me, and you never will," he snarled, his words full of challenge and mystery. Red Star's heaven-shattering punch tore through space, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Destructive power spread, blowing everything to smithereens. The masked assassin, could he withstand this wrath? A gash tore across his shoulder, fresh, red blood splattering into the air. But Red Star did not retreat, his lone eye burning even brighter, a bloodthirsty smile evident on the warrior's face. He still stood firm, unyielding, On the peak of the ruined edifice, beneath the solitary moon, White Lotus stood tall like a sword god. 2 cold, sharp swords in hand, he declared proudly. "This is my swordsmanship. No one who has seen it has ever lived to tell the tale." His words were like a death scythe. Despite the pain, Red Star scoffed, his voice full of contempt. "Ha! Quite an arrogant declaration." He snarled a challenge. "Shut up and fight me." Amidst the ruined space, the black-haired, purple-eyed elf was stunned, his eyes glowing purple with astonishment. "Red, that guy," he mumbled, seemingly having just realized a shocking truth related to Red Star. As Red Star unleashed his attack, Cassandra suddenly exclaimed, "Is he the current leader of Federation 9? Sebastian, the ruler with glowing red eyes, calmly reported Red Star's insubordination to his master, stating that such subordinates should be expelled. He smirked, gesturing, "Just keep watching." Somewhere far away, a mysterious hand was raised, faint purple light emanating from ancient runes. According to these ancient runes, the letter I prepared earlier is nearby. The mysterious figure whispered, his red eyes hidden behind the mask. The black-haired, purple-eyed elf suddenly raised his hand, a scar on his palm flashing with an unusual purple light. "There," he exclaimed, pointing towards a small flying creature carrying a scroll that was darting towards them. The masked assassin stood behind, a hint of surprise in his glowing red eyes. Meanwhile, the masked assassin stood behind, his glowing red eyes darting quickly in the darkness. "It must be around here somewhere," he mumbled, his sharp gaze scrutinizing every corner, searching for traces. The black-haired elf's gaze was fixed on the old fireplace, the flickering flames seeming to hide a secret. "What we're looking for is behind this fireplace," he said, his voice deep, revealing the hidden location of the mystery. A deep blue ice spear ripped through the air, colliding violently with the ancient stone wall. A deafening, shattering sound echoed, and at the same time, icy magic erupted, tearing everything to shreds. Sebastian pointed, ordering White Lotus to pry open the bricks without destroying the wall. The masked woman immediately responded, ready to act. Each brick crumbled, scattering into space, revealing the empty space behind. White Lotus concentrated her energy, her hands emitting a blue light, preparing for a powerful attack. The ancient stone wall was torn open, revealing a fiery magic gate, enveloped in brilliant red light. A close-up of the magic gate, a complex circle with ancient symbols burning fiercely. Sebastian and White Lotus were astonished by the sight. He exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Sebastian's eyes were filled with astonishment, his pupils flashing with a small pink flame. White Lotus looked at him, her voice full of scrutiny. "Look at your face. This is definitely not a normal phenomenon, is it?" She explained, "It was a high-level seal, an extremely powerful magic." Sebastian mused, "So, it's a lock. Fine then." White Lotus anxiously pleaded, "Your Majesty, can you do it? I'm not good at these things. If we fail, the guards will come." Sebastian broke out in a cold sweat, asking himself, "Damn it, can I do this?" He called out to the small flame in his eye. "Lil Flame, help me! Is there a way to open this lock?" Lil Flame in his eye spoke, "Master, you're a genius. You did wonderfully last time. You just need to learn a basic fire spell." Sebastian thought to himself, "Time is limited. Can I do it?" Lil Flame continued to instruct, "Use syntax magic. This is a fire element spell. Use the elements to decipher it. Then, use elemental resonance in the correct sequence. Like hacking." Sebastian was still confused. "I understand. But hacking with a fire spell?" Lil Flame replied. "Use the system skill tree. Even the simplest spell will do. The chaotic system will handle the rest." Sebastian focused, looking at the system interface appearing before his eyes. "Let's see. The simplest fire spell in the skill tree. Where is it?" A spell appeared. Tier 2 fire spell. Fire Finger Slash. He cheered inwardly. That's it. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mind, and Lil Flame in his left eye flared brightly. "Focus your soul and guide it," the voice echoed. Following the instructions, he raised his finger, and a small spark of fire flickered at his fingertip. The assassin behind him quietly observed. The assassin's eyes widened in surprise. A basic fire spell? Is His Majesty overly confident? She thought to herself, worried. His fingertip lightly touched, and the magic fire circle exploded, creating a chilling, cracking sound. But then, the fire circle suddenly transformed, turning into an ominous green skull symbol, with black smoke billowing upwards. Sebastian exclaimed in surprise. "This is death magic," Lil Flame confirmed. "Yes, the caster of this spell is a death mage." Both stood before the skull symbol, Sebastian realized. That is, Tier 6 death magic, a destruction spell. Immediately, another magic circle appeared, emitting an ethereal blue light, bearing the symbol of a crescent moon and ancient stars. Surprise followed surprise. Both he and the assassin were stunned. The assassin worriedly advised, "Your Majesty, that spell is celestial magic. Your Majesty doesn't have it. There's no need to try." He frowned, his expression thoughtful. "Wait a moment," he said, seemingly searching for something. He called Lil Flame. "Hey, Lil Flame." Previously, the Great Overlord was not proficient in celestial magic at all. "Can I learn the simplest spell from the skill tree?" Lil Flame replied, "Master, no entity can learn both chaos magic and celestial magic at the same time. The feeling of celestial magic is completely different from chaos magic. You cannot force yourself to learn it. The fact that you are a master of 4 types is already extremely rare." He looked straight ahead, his voice resolute. "But I am not the Great Overlord. I am someone from another world, a transmigrator. Your magic rules do not apply to me, just like syntax, coding. I am learning something new for the first time," he confidently declared. "And I believe that because I am not Sebastian, I also have my own talents. Sebastian might not be able to do it, but I can. I mastered swordsmanship in a short time, didn't I?" Amidst the dazzling magic vortex, Sebastian looked up, confidently declaring,
I can definitely do it. I feel it in my bones.
A colossal surge of energy appeared. It was the Tier 1 Moonlight Energy Mirror of celestial magic. "The celestial tree is calling me," he muttered. In Sebastian's left eye, the tiny Lil Flame was hastily giving instructions, glowing with a brilliant pink light. Magical power surged, swirling deep into his mind, preparing for a grand spell. Sebastian's hand reached out, and a small 5-pointed star-shaped magic circle immediately appeared, emitting an ethereal purple light. He turned his back, directing the energy into an ancient mirror, the light from his hand like a guiding current. Standing before the mirror, Sebastian maintained the spell, a brilliant blue light enveloping the space. On the grim stone wall, a crescent moon-shaped magic gate suddenly lit up, radiating a brilliant blue-green aura. White Lotus stood there, weapon ready, her eyes wide with astonishment, staring at the newly appeared gate. The crescent moon gate spun, opening into a deep, dark tunnel, revealing a mysterious path within. Sebastian turned to White Lotus, a slightly smug expression on his face. "Oh, not too difficult, was it?" she exclaimed in admiration. "Your Majesty is truly extraordinary. A genius," White Lotus explained. "This must be a barrier erected by Curtis. I never expected your Majesty to be so proficient in celestial magic. Truly astonishing." Sebastian coughed, waving his hand in a modest gesture. "That's enough. It's nothing grand. Just simple deciphering and hacking." Suddenly, Lil Flame in his eye urged anxiously, "We must hurry. Otherwise." The entire space shook violently, debris falling. Lil Flame warned, "This place will collapse at any moment." Red Star was being cornered, he growled. "Not only is his speed astonishing, but his skills and precise combos are pushing me back." He was exhausted, but his eyes still blazed. Fresh blood streamed down, staining one eye red. Red Star felt uncomfortable. Damn it. Blood is getting into my eye. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Hot blood mixed with sweat, obscuring the war god's vision. Every second that passed was a life-or-death challenge. He stood before the abyss. The masked assassin appeared, gripping a shard of ice-cold crystal. "It's over. You're dead for sure." His voice rang out with smugness, like a death sentence already pronounced. The crystal shard shot forth like lightning, piercing straight through the flimsy defense. Red Star couldn't react in time. A cold, purple light tore through the air. The fatal attack ripped through his shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. A suppressed cry of pain escaped him, but resilience was still etched deep in his eyes. The masked figure glided like a ghost, red eyes glowing behind the mask. He was confident he had finished off his opponent, a faint smile playing on his lips. But Red Star was not one to fall easily. He roared, swinging his blazing sword, a single strike tearing through the night, launching a surprise counterattack. The war god's thunderous sword strike slashed directly at the enemy's face. The sturdy mask shattered into 2 pieces, revealing the true face hidden behind the darkness. The masked figure was pushed back, staggering to dodge. Red Star's sword still blazed, pursuing relentlessly, giving his opponent no moment of rest. A surge of blue energy erupted, engulfing the assassin. He vanished in a cloud of smoke and dust, as if he had never existed in this world. Red Star's power did not stop. A furious blaze swept across the battlefield, destroying everything in its path, turning the landscape to ashes. Standing amidst the sea of fire, Red Star roared in anger. "You bastard!" He didn't believe the enemy was dead. A sense of unease crept in. He scanned the ruins, his voice full of fury. "Where are you hiding? You can run, but you can't escape me." Red Star's entire body blazed with a brilliant golden light, energy surging like the Sunday. He was ready for the final attack, determined not to let go. Red Star, drenched in blood, his eyes blazing, looked towards the purple streak of light. Though exhausted, his will to fight still burned, unwavering. "Found you!" Red Star roared, swinging his sword in circles, creating brilliant golden streaks of light. He unleashed heavenly sword dance, determined to finish off his enemy. A deep purple sword light tore through the night as Red Star delivered a fatal blow. But the mysterious enemy was still as nimble as a ghost, gliding past the blade of death. A moment of vulnerability, and the ice-cold crystal blade pierced through Red Star. Fresh blood splattered, staining the entire area red, and agony tore through his body. The masked assassin coldly withdrew his weapon, dodging the weak counterattack. He was like a gust of wind, appearing and disappearing, giving his opponent no chance. Red Star collapsed, his entire body trembling, purple lightning crackling around him. His eyes were wide and vacant, his mouth agape, physical pain and helplessness surging within him. The masked assassin stood firm, his feet gently touching the stone ground. He had victory firmly in his grasp, preparing for his final words. Red Star was wounded and coughing up blood, lying prostrate on the ground. The masked figure sneered. "You use the power of the sun to find me, truly a capable king. But what else can you do?" The masked figure raised a hand, his tone full of smugness. "A swordsman like me is your nemesis. I am your weakness, Red Star," he continued, his eyes sharp and cold. "Victory and defeat aren't solely determined by power. My technique is superior, and I don't need to apologize for that." Suddenly, Red Star's blood-soaked hand reached out, gripping the assassin's leg tightly. A final flicker of hope shone in his eyes. The masked figure flinched, his red eyes widening. He hadn't expected Red Star to still have the strength to resist. Or was this another trick? Red Star bowed his head, his voice hoarse. "What you said is probably true." He admitted defeat, but his words still held something unpredictable. "What? He admits I'm right?" The masked figure was stunned, unable to believe his ears. His smugness suddenly turned into doubt. The masked assassin flinched, quickly pulling his leg away. He felt an indescribable unease, as if Red Star was hiding a final trump card. Red Star, seemingly defeated, suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple energy. He raised his head, his eyes blazing, defiant. "Listen here. Do you know? I can even withstand the attacks of the Bloodline Queen?" Red Star, despite his blood-soaked body, still let out a proud laugh, mocking his enemy. "Your technique is decent, but you fight like a chick. Weak, too weak." A strange, smoking object pointed directly at the black-haired young man's temple, while purple electricity crackled through the air. Utter horror was etched onto his face. He could only stand rooted, speechless. A chilling moment of silence. Screams tore through the night as the hand of death tightened around Red Star's neck. He struggled in vain, his bloodshot eyes reflecting absolute terror. The assassin showed no mercy, only wanting to end it all. Amidst the dark night, an intense sparring match took place. God King Red Star, with his muscular physique, held the black-haired young man's leg firmly. "Come on, kid. You need to train more. Stop running away," he growled, wanting to force the boy to face his destiny. But the young man refused to yield, his eyes resolute. "I'll run away as much as I want. You can't make me king." The masked figure was stunned, completely outmaneuvered. Red Star, like a red whirlwind, grabbed him and slammed him hard to the ground. A wild laugh echoed, "Ha ha ha! You think you can defeat me at my peak? You arrogant brat!" The assassin only managed a cry of pain. But then, a lightning-fast counterattack struck him down. Lying in a pool of blood, Red Star roared in frustration. "Shut up!" Red Star fell, blood staining the battlefield red. He growled in despair, but the masked assassin showed no mercy. Another fatal blow struck, accompanied by a cold taunt, and "Stop whining." The moonlight indifferently witnessed the tragedy. At the same time, another catastrophe erupted. A skyscraper tore through the sky, concrete fragments crumbling under the bright moonlight. A terrifying event, signaling widespread ominous tidings. Amidst the chaotic space-time vortex, a graceful figure shot forth. Brilliant golden light engulfed the silhouette, leaving only curves hidden within the tight-fitting armor, like a promise of a new, mysterious journey. Somewhere far away, Great Lord Sebastian pondered. His left eye glowed red, and a faint trickle of blood ran from his nose. He muttered, his voice full of contemplation. "I thought I was used to it, but it seems I still don't have good control." Meanwhile, in a distant place, Great Lord Sebastian gently stroked his chin, his left eye glowing red. He muttered, his tone a mix of contemplation and envy. Come to think of it, Sebastian really is lucky. All day long, he's always surrounded by beautiful women. Somewhere far away, Great Lord Sebastian was holding Cassandra, but her gaze fell on a strange mark on his nose. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "What's that on your nose?" she asked worriedly. He quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile. "Nothing. Just a little fire effect." But was it really just a joke? Cassandra's eyes were full of doubt as she looked at Sebastian. "Your Majesty seems strange. He wasn't like this before," she whispered, her heart filled with unease. Why did he change? The Great Lord's abnormality couldn't help but worry her. And here, amidst the blazing red mist, Great Lord Sebastian appeared. He, once solitary, terrifying, and untouchable, now stood there with purple bat wings and a fiery left eye. A one-man army mage, the greatest mage in the history of the demon realm. His absolute power was enough to destroy anyone in this world. Great Lord Sebastian, with fiery eyes, bent down to look at the white-haired girl wearing a mask, his expression strangely innocent. He wondered what had happened to him, his once innocent eyes now showing confusion. The white-haired girl wearing a mask was startled, quickly replying, "No, nothing." She thought to herself, the Great Lord was truly adorable when acting like this. At least he wouldn't go berserk like before. A secret door opened, leading into a golden, brightly lit corridor, where an ancient bookshelf stood tall, awaiting its secrets to be discovered. The black-haired young man pointed towards the giant bookshelf, where ancient books were stacked. "Look, maybe it's there." He pulled out an old letter from the bookshelf, ancient script, clearly visible on the yellowed paper. "This is my letter." Sebastian scanned through other documents and correspondence. Elf King Curtis seems to have exchanged letters with humans. These are those documents and letters. He realized the horrifying truth. Elf King Curtis kept these documents as evidence. There are all sorts of shady dealings here. This is the evidence he uses to restrain human forces. The white-haired girl wearing a mask exclaimed joyfully, "Your Majesty, you guessed right. This is beneficial for us." But she was worried because she couldn't carry all these documents. Sebastian began to explain elemental magic. Although the primary elemental magic consists of fire, earth, wind, and water, many complex spells can be created when you acquire certain functions from the main elements. He raised both hands, and two brightly glowing magic circles appeared, one pure white, the other mystical blue. For example, the books on the shelf began to shake, spinning in the air, forming a chaotic whirlwind of paper. Sebastian tilted his head back, spread his arms, and his magical power erupted, drawing all the documents into a giant vortex of energy. The white-haired girl wearing a mask was utterly astonished, her eyes wide. "What is this? Is there such a type of elemental magic? I've never seen this before." With a wave of his hand, Sebastian shrunk all the documents into a blue orb of light. His power was truly terrifying. He turned to the white-haired girl wearing a mask, flashing a confident smile. "Let's go. We can go outside and watch the battle." The white-haired girl wearing a mask tilted her head, her two-colored eyes full of doubt. The battle had just subsided. Should they go up to assess the situation? The teleportation gate opened, and Great Lord Sebastian and the masked girl stepped into a new space. He still maintained his confident demeanor, his hand gripping the blue energy orb. Sebastian's and the girl's eyes suddenly widened. A jolt of electricity ran through them, signaling something unexpected awaiting them. Before them was a colossal demon army, muscular figures with dark purple bat wings standing tall, surrounded by other warriors in black armor. Amidst that encirclement, Curtis appeared. His cold green eyes and the white scar on his face further enhanced his imposing presence. He was observing everything. The girl reassured Sebastian that they were still safe within the protective barrier. But from the opposite side, Curtis coldly inquired about the whereabouts of the old red-haired man. Without hesitation, Sebastian waved his hand. The protective barrier shattered into pieces, and he and the girl stepped directly into the middle of the battlefield, a dazzling light surrounding them. At their feet, a black-haired man lay motionless, his body bruised, seemingly having been brutally knocked down. Curtis looked directly at Sebastian, his green eyes slightly narrowed. A heavy silence enveloped them. He was assessing the newcomer. Suddenly, a roar echoed, piercing through space. "Curtis, you bastard! There you are!" Curtis frowned slightly, his eyes sharp and cold. From the top of the skyscraper, Red Star plunged down like a fiery meteor, his gleaming greatsword slashing straight at the target. He roared, pouring all his strength into the slash. The blazing red sword tore through the air, creating a destructive surge of energy. But one of the muscular demons managed to raise his hand in time to block the blow. The terrifying impact force cracked the ground. Despite unleashing all his strength, Red Star was still thrown far back by the recoil, his body staggering in midair, a painful groan escaping him. Undeterred, Red Star immediately spun around, continuing to swing his sword. He couldn't let these guys get in his way. His target was Curtis. Red Star growled, his sword still firm in his hand, his eyes blazing. He couldn't believe it. A direct blow from him was blocked by this monstrous thing. Curtis appeared, looking smug. He declared, "These things won't answer to you. They are magically trained warriors, and they only obey one person. That is I, the Supreme King Curtis of Ishtal." With blazing red eyes and sharp fangs, the demon creature designated 22649 appeared menacingly, radiating a dark energy. Elsewhere, Sebastian was pensive, his eyes glowing red. He sensed the unnatural power of the demon creature, which had reached the 8th tier. Sebastian recalled Miranda's words. Curtis had found an artifact in the city of St. Wings. He suspected that artifact was what created these magical monsters. In front of Red Star, the monster still stood tall. Sebastian concluded, "These things come from the artifact. They can't be a good omen. It's all bad news." Red Star roared, provoking the giant. "Come here, giant, taste my blade. Glory of the sun, I'll smash your skull. Ha ha!" The monster responded with a terrifying charge, its massive body shaking the ground, its imposing aura overwhelming. The ground cracked open, and debris scattered under its immense weight and terrifying speed. Red Star launched a powerful vertical slash, its glowing blade hurtling straight towards the monster. But no, the monster caught the blade with its bare hands, and cracks spread from the point of impact, revealing its terrifying strength. Red Star's blade bent, and he gritted his teeth, trying to push back his enemy. Red Star's muscles bulged, veins popping. He poured all his strength into it, but the monster stood firm like a fortress wall. Red Star roared in anger, sweat pouring down. "You stubborn bastard!" he bellowed, his eyes filled with rage. "By the glory of the sun! What the hell is this? I, Red Star, the former god of war, can't even cut down this bastard, damn it!" Red Star roared, veins bulging on his muscular arms, gathering all his strength to unleash a fatal blow. "Just die already!" The muscular monster took the full force of the punch, its body trembling violently, its glowing red eyes flashing in the impact. Pushed back, Red Star still roared defiantly, refusing to accept defeat against the monster. "No, it's not over yet. I won't lose to this brute." From a distance, Curtis and the other elves witnessed the scene, their faces showing extreme astonishment at Red Star's strength. Finally, Red Star stood tall. His greatsword plunged into the ground, while the monster lay defeated at his feet, the battle seemingly over. Lord Sebastian and White Lotus observed from afar, and he couldn't help but be surprised. "I didn't expect that old human to be so strong. Was he once a king? Red Star seems to be winning, but..." That Curtis. Red Star turned his back, facing Curtis and the elite guards surrounding him. Red Star has been surrounded by Curtis's forces. Can we save him? The muscular monster, seemingly defeated, suddenly lifted its head, its glowing red eyes filled with astonishment. Curtis stood there, a confident expression on his face, the muscular, hulking monster standing right behind him like a solid fortress wall. Curtis spoke, his tone calm yet authoritative. "Long time no see, Red Star. What brings you to the elf capital? State your purpose." Red Star replied without hesitation, full of defiance. "I dragged myself here just to kill you," Curtis calmly asked back. "Kill me? I see. How did you find this place?" Curtis narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing, continuing to probe. "And did you come here alone?" Red Star recounted angrily. "Since the day you ambushed me, you damn elf, I've had to flee everywhere. It's shocking. I never wanted the throne. The Han clan has its own rules." He pointed at the man sprawled on the ground. "Anyway, that guy used to be one of mine. What a coincidence to meet him here. Did you hire that bastard?" Sebastian looked at Red Star with worried eyes. The lil flame entity in his eye flared up. "I owe Red Star my life from when he saved me in the molten core. Is there any way to save him from this situation?" Sebastian, with fiery eyes, listened intently to the report from the masked girl, who was respectfully bowing before him. The masked girl continued her report, revealing that Curtis's army here numbered less than 100, while behind them, soldiers and monsters stood silently on guard. She confidently asserted that with Sebastian's power, wiping out this weak army would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Sebastian looked at her, his eyes clearly showing displeasure. Sebastian thought to himself, if it were that easy, he wouldn't have had to secretly search for documents. He knew the defeated man had many sins. Killing him would be easy, but it wouldn't tarnish his reputation. He worried that the spatial bag containing the documents would soon lose its effect and wouldn't be able to maintain its vacuum. He ordered an immediate retreat to publicize the documents, and that man would be the sacrifice. But the masked girl suddenly stopped him, her eyes full of hidden meaning. The masked girl was surprised and asked again, seemingly not understanding her master's intention. Sebastian was torn internally, wondering if he should abandon Red Star or if there was another way to salvage this situation. In another scene, Red Star roared, challenging Curtis to a one-on-one battle, declaring he would finish him today. Curtis looked at Red Star with disdain, sarcastically calling him a fool and telling him to look around. Red Star was surprised to find himself surrounded by green magical chains, and Curtis revealed he had cast the spell while Red Star was preoccupied fighting the mercenary. Curtis coldly ordered Red Star to stay put for a while. Red Star asked back in horror, Unable to believe when Curtis had cast the death spell, Curtis turned and walked away, leaving Red Star bound. In the distance, Sebastian and the masked girl were still watching. Curtis continued to stride away, abandoning the imprisoned Red Star. Sebastian, with fiery eyes, still stood there, full of worry. Curtis turned his head back, his green eyes glowing with self-satisfaction and power, like a king savoring his victory. In the illusory space, Sebastian and White Lotus were suddenly startled. A sharp aura had just swept past them. That was close. King Elf Curtis suddenly turned around, his eyes as sharp as daggers. He had sensed something unusual. White Lotus quickly signaled for silence. Stealth magic enveloped them, and they held their breath, waiting for the danger to pass. Curtis frowned, a flicker of doubt appearing. Was I mistaken? He wondered, then turned away, without further suspicion. As the King Elf's back disappeared, the two intruders finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Curtis's senses are truly remarkable, White Lotus whispered. If we had been discovered, our plan would have been ruined. We must act now, Sebastian declared. Curtis will soon discover the secret room has been infiltrated. We need to retreat. Thanks to Red Star's distraction, they had obtained the documents. But the Lord suddenly hesitated. I can't just leave him here like this! White Lotus was stunned. The tyrannical Great Lord actually cared about his subordinate? A strange feeling. Little White, Sebastian commanded. As soon as I remove the magic circle, immediately pull him into your domain. Understood, my lord, White Lotus replied, ready to act. Sebastian focused his power, and the flames in his eyes flared. His magic is superior to mine, but I have the body of a lord, he roared, determined to overwhelm with mental power. A burst of vibrant pink energy shot from Sebastian's hand. Neutralize! The green magic chains on Red Star shattered. Quick as lightning, a dark shadow lunged from behind, seizing the bewildered Red Star. The two guard monsters hadn't even realized what happened, only seeing their target vanish without a trace. Mission accomplished. Red Star had been rescued. Sebastian and his subordinate vanished into thin air, leaving behind an empty battlefield. The two guard monsters stared blankly at the empty magic circle, their target having vanished without a trace. Red Star rejoiced upon seeing Sebastian and White Lotus, but Sebastian urgently pressed him to leave immediately. At the same time, a burst of green energy exploded, destroying the magic circle, signaling ill tidings. King Curtis appeared amidst the green smoke, his face clearly etched with anger and disappointment. He roared, ordering his subordinates. Search the entire area! Don't let anyone leave this place! Sebastian and his team were hiding in the mist. He knew Curtis had discovered them, and there was no time to hesitate. Curtis and the blonde elf guard stared at the deep crater where the magic circle had shattered, their faces filled with bewilderment. Curtis's eyes were cold, harboring fury and a determination to hunt down those who dared challenge him. He pondered. The magic circle is still there, but the culprit has vanished? No signs of destruction. So where did he go? Curtis focused his magic, his green eyes blazing, and he concluded, they are definitely still nearby. An urgent warning echoed in Sebastian and his team's minds. Warning, danger is imminent. Warning, from the void. Dry skeletons, summoned by green magic, shot forth, attacking Sebastian's group. Sebastian hastily created a fire barrier, but he knew this magic wouldn't hold for long. Red Star drew his sword, his eyes resolute, ready to face the danger alongside Sebastian and White Lotus. The fire barrier was broken. Sebastian and Red Star were thrown back, and the space shook violently. The green magic circle exploded violently, sweeping away everything in sight, leaving behind a desolate void. The green magic vortex swept through, devouring everything. Each skeleton disintegrated in the maelstrom, a testament to its destructive power. Amidst the ruins, two colossal monsters stood tall, immune to the light of death. They carried a motionless figure, like reapers guarding a soul. King Elf Curtis appeared, holding an emerald lantern, his eyes cold. He had been waiting for this moment, with a cruel, hidden plan. A sinister smile spread across Curtis's lips. I knew it. Only you could break my magic like that, he whispered, his voice full of malice. Sebastian and White Lotus fell sprawling. Red Star was also thrown back. The cry, Sebastian, echoed, full of worry and surprise. White Lotus sprang up, her eyes blazing. Curtis! How dare you address His Majesty by name? She snarled, her fury erupting. All three were still dazed, scattered across the ruined ground. The shock from the magic explosion still lingered, leaving them disoriented. Sebastian stared in shock at the motionless Red Star. Hey, Uncle Red! What's wrong with you? He worried, a sense of fear rising. Curtis turned his back and walked away, his silhouette arrogant. You idiots! All of you are fools! His contemptuous voice echoed. Curtis smirked, explaining the light of death. This soul light doesn't attack physically. This is pure death magic. Anyone hit by it will die, and if they don't, Ha ha ha, he continued, mentioning Cassandra's fate. Just like that idiot Cassandra. Haven't you learned your lesson from her? What a bunch of morons. Sebastian gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. Curtis, you bastard. You'd rather kill 100 subordinates just to expose and stop us? Curtis hovered in the air, his tone sarcastic. Since when did you care about lives, Sebastian? You used to do it so often that I even learned from you. Curtis's eyes were full of contempt. Or have you forgotten? You fake ruler! Whether you're the real Sebastian or not, you're much weaker than before. What did you say? Sebastian roared, his eyes sparking with fire. Curtis's words had pushed him to his limit. Curtis sneered, provoking him. You heard me clearly. Come and kill me, Sebastian. Aren't you the strongest archmage in history? Or have you forgotten how? What's wrong, Sebastian? Sebastian's eyes flashed with anger, as White Lotus pleaded. Your Majesty, he's right. Eliminate him now. The situation was too urgent. He gritted his teeth, rage flaring in his eyes. I underestimated him. I didn't expect that artifact to be so powerful. Regret surged as he realized. This is why Cassandra fell into a coma. He looked deep into the fire entity in his eye, his voice urgent. Lil Flame, is there any chance for me to escape from here? Despair began to creep in. Lil Flame replied, her voice regretful. I'm sorry, Master. The enemy is too strong. Data from the Chaos system showed that none of his skill page spells could handle this situation. A grim verdict. Curtis, the black-haired, pointed-eared one, sneered. He looked at Sebastian provocatively. What's wrong, Sebastian? Why don't you cast your magic? His eyes were full of contempt. He continued his psychological attack. Or, are you afraid of me now? His words were like daggers, piercing the Archlord's pride. Sebastian could only glare with hatred. Curtis's smile widened, revealing his triumph. He knew he had hit his opponent's weak spot, and now he just waited for the play to end. Without hesitation, Curtis swung his hand, controlling Red Star like a living weapon, delivering a fatal blow to Sebastian and the muscular monster. A cruel and unexpected attack. As White Lotus was about to charge, Curtis spun around, his eyes icy. Don't interfere, White Lotus! He wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt this performance. Despite the warning, White Lotus flared with purple energy. The silent assassin couldn't stand by and watch her master be humiliated. With two sharp daggers, White Lotus shot off like a gust of wind, piercing through the night, heading straight for Curtis. A burning desire for revenge blazed in her eyes. She unleashed Disperse, targeting the muscular monster shielding Sebastian. The enemies were too numerous. She had to create an escape route. But Curtis was no ordinary foe. He counterattacked swiftly, a terrifying surge of power knocking White Lotus away. Sebastian cried out in horror. Little White! Amidst the chaos, a splintered piece of wood spun in the air. It was the remnant of something destroyed in this fierce battle. Sebastian witnessed the scene, his eyes wide with terror. Lil Flame in his eye also trembled, reflecting her master's extreme fear. He collapsed, seemingly having lost all will to fight. A blade of grass clung to his lips, his eyes vacant. Archlord Sebastian was completely defeated. White Lotus charged to attack the purple-robed figure, but a magical shield blocked her, pushing the assassin back. Curtis stood there, his eyes sharp, assessing White Lotus's speed and her connection to the imposter. He smirked, his eyes emitting an eerie purple light, declaring that his elf fire could easily find White Lotus. White Lotus and the imposter entity shot off like a whirlwind, while Curtis asserted that he knew Sebastian was deliberately creating a diversion. The Elf King raised the green magic lantern high, vowing to find and destroy the imposter ruler. Green energy erupted from the lantern. Curtis roared, determined to kill the imposter and dominate all. A deadly green light shot out, tearing through the air. He commanded the imposter to die. The terrifying attack struck, creating a blinding explosion, engulfing Sebastian and White Lotus in green light. Sebastian and White Lotus were violently thrown back, their bodies reeling in the energy surge. Lil Flame in his eye trembled violently. White Lotus bravely shielded Sebastian, taking the full brunt of the magic attack, her body contorting to resist. Sebastian's face contorted in pain, sweat pouring down. Lil Flame in his eye flared, signaling extreme danger. Despite being overwhelmed, Sebastian's will remained unshaken. He roared in his mind. No! I have my own way of fighting! Curtis looked at the attacked area, a triumphant smile on his lips. The muscular monster stood beside him, ready to act. He chuckled sinisterly, confident that no soul could withstand such a direct blow. The ruler was dead. Now only Miranda remained. The Elf King ordered the muscular monster to take Sebastian's horn as proof of his death. The muscular monster smirked, its red eyes flashing in the green smoke, ready to carry out its master's cruel command. The muscular monster's devastating punch tore through the air, colliding with a sturdy object, creating a deafening sound. Elf King Curtis's eyes widened in horror, looking at the scene before him. His monster had just delivered a fatal blow, but it seemed to have missed its mark. A dazzling blue light erupted from the device. A voice echoed, "System online and operational. Summoning array successful." Amidst the dust and smoke, a colossal mech majestically appeared. That was a close call. I should have used it from the start. Let's see what a combination of science and magic can do. Elf King Curtis was utterly stunned, exclaiming, "What the hell is that thing?" He couldn't believe his eyes. Sebastian anxiously asked White Lotus, "Are you all right, White?" She replied, her voice firm. "The fire didn't seriously injure me. I can hold on." Sebastian's left eye blazed with fire, lil flame glowing brightly. He roared, "Then hold on tight! Terra Mech MK2! Advance! Photon missiles!" The giant mech obeyed, its parts moving. It launched emerald energy missiles, tearing through the night, heading straight for the enemy. Sebastian's hand rested on the mech's back, a blue energy shield enveloping both, ready to face any danger. The photon missiles struck the muscular monster. Blue electricity surged violently across its body, making it roar in pain. Two other monsters standing nearby couldn't help but shiver, their glowing red eyes revealing extreme astonishment at this sudden power. The blue electricity not only knocked down the muscular monster, but also spread to Elf King Curtis, leaving him dazed and off balance. The giant mech unexpectedly took flight, leaving a powerful gust of air. Elf King Curtis looked up growling, "It can fly? Where are you going?" The mech glided past his head, Sebastian sneering defiantly. It won't be that easy. He was ready for a chase. Inside the cockpit, Sebastian smugly stated, "This was my original design for the robot competition, with a few improvements. It's a versatile mech, capable of traversing any terrain and fighting." He looked back, the fire in his eyes flaring defiantly, a smirk on his face. "Who's running away now?" Sebastian's giant mech glided through the night, brilliant blue energy streams spewing from its jet engines, creating dazzling electromagnetic waves. Sebastian smugly declared, "This is aerial maneuvering. I based it on the design philosophy of Robotech and Macross games." He continued to explain, "I prefer aerial combat when I know I'll have an advantage with this mech." Then the robot began firing continuously. King Curtis was terrified, growling, "What kind of monstrous weapon is this? It's too terrifying. Is this alchemy? Or did an ancient blacksmith bestow it upon him? Either way, I'll finish you, Sebastian." Sebastian realized his opponent was keeping his distance, but confidently said, "He's keeping his distance. This is enough to catch him." From beneath the robot's body, a giant claw arm suddenly extended, ready to snatch its prey. The claw arm swooped down, clamping tightly onto the muscular monster's brawny body, leaving it stunned by the sudden attack. The giant robot, dragging the tightly clamped muscular monster, soared into the night sky. Curtis looked up, surprised to see that the mech's firepower had ceased. He growled, purple energy flaring around him. "You won't escape me, Sebastian." Curtis unleashed a stream of purple magical energy, forming a brilliant vortex that shot straight towards the flying mech. Inside the cockpit, Sebastian angrily watched his subordinate get thrown off for the second time, roaring, "That damn elf!" Two other monsters, brawny and with glowing red eyes, anxiously watched their comrade sprawled on the ground. White Lotus, looking worried in the cockpit, urgently said, "We can't save him, Your Majesty. Please give up." Sebastian turned to White Lotus, ordering, "Little White, stay here. The mech is on autopilot. It will protect you. I'm going down there to get him out." White Lotus tried to stop him. "But wait, Your Majesty." But Sebastian had already jumped out of the robot, leaving his final words. "The mech has an auto-return function to base. Ask Miranda for help." "That's an order." Sebastian launched himself from the mech, his purple batwing spreading wide in the night. His eyes blazed, determined to save his kin. The giant mech retreated, leaving him alone to face the danger. On the ground, two colossal muscular monsters held Red Star captive, the man lying motionless, his body broken. The dire situation further fueled Sebastian's will to fight. Sebastian clenched the energy orb, knowing he couldn't maintain the vacuum space much longer. He needed to buy time, even if releasing the pressure could make everything explode. Facing the enemy, Sebastian suddenly realized he had acted impulsively. A plan? He had none. From above, Curtis observed coldly, a meaningful smirk on his face. Sebastian's heart ached as he saw Red Star imprisoned. He told himself, if he didn't save this uncle, how would he be different from the old lord? His principles wouldn't allow him to compromise. His resolve blazing, Sebastian swore to save Red Star, even if it cost him his life. He had accepted death since setting foot in this world. There was nothing left to fear. Curtis smirked, disdainfully calling him a fake lord. He knew Sebastian couldn't truly summon that thing, so who was standing before him? Sebastian's hand tightened around the sword hilt, a strangely familiar sensation. The cold metal transmitted power, as if merging with him. Curtis flinched, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at Sebastian. A mysterious surge of energy was rising, making him uneasy. Sebastian stood tall, the sword now firmly in his hand. Curtis was stunned. A sword? Why are you holding it? You're not a swordsman. Sebastian looked at the sword, feeling the cold metal calling him. A strange trust welled up, as if the sword had a soul and he could confide in it. Curtis let out a sneer, his eyes full of mockery. You? A swordsman? How ridiculous. How could someone like you wield a sword? Sebastian recalled Xander's words. The sword's aura will naturally emanate when man and sword become one. One will, one soul, one sword. That is true power. The sword in Sebastian's hand suddenly flared with a brilliant red light. He understood that a powerful sword would awaken its master's potential, and now was the time for him to face it. The dazzling light from the sword stunned Sebastian, his eyes wide with astonishment. An ancient power was awakening, beyond his wildest imagination. Right behind him, a colossal, fiery entity in the form of a mighty wolf appeared, exuding terrifying pressure. Was it the sword spirit, or something else? The colossal wolf entity growled, its fiery eyes fixed on Sebastian. You can see me? I am this sword spirit, Liberius Titanus. Liberius Titanus offered a pact. Help me save my master, and in return, I will allow the sword's energy to flow through you. No need to ask, Sebastian growled, his left eye glowing crimson, determination blazing. He was ready to accept any cost. The sword spirit instructed, release your soul. Let the void energy flow according to the sword's will. The will of the Titan beast is now yours. Understood, Liberius. Leave it to me, Sebastian roared, energy surging. The sword in his hand suddenly blazed fiercely. Meanwhile, King Curtis stood between two muscular monsters, holding a magic lantern, his eyes full of contempt as he gazed into the distance. Power erupted. Sebastian unleashed an earth-shattering attack, the image of Liberius Titanus roaring behind him. King Curtis flinched in alarm, crying out, "Protect me!" as crimson energy tendrils tightly wrapped around him and the two guards. The terrifying blow sent Red Star and the muscular monster flying into the air, scattering them like weightless puppets. From above, Sebastian swung his sword repeatedly, each slash tearing through the air, creating brilliant streaks of light that pursued his enemies. King Curtis, his face smeared with blood, stared at Sebastian in horror. You! He couldn't believe his eyes. Sebastian was astonished, wondering why a single strike had turned into a wide-area attack. He felt this new power truly surpassed his understanding. The sword spirit explained. Sebastian's soul had helped it unleash its full potential. That roar was its will, wanting to strike the strongest blow against the one who had harmed its master. But that elf is too strong, Sebastian worried. Will this temporary alliance and new psychic link be enough to defeat him? Danger! Be careful! Liberius Titanus growled a warning, his crimson eyes filled with gravity. A brilliant purple energy blast tore through the air, while the colossal robot Terra Mech MK2 retreated, preparing for a counterattack. The brilliant purple energy blast rushed forward. Sebastian braced himself to defend, but its terrifying power pierced through his defenses. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Sebastian, dazed, clutched his arm, a swirling current of dark purple magic coiling around his hand. He collapsed to his knees, his body trembling, while Curtis stood there, his green eyes gleaming with triumph. Close up on Sebastian's hand, trembling violently, blue veins prominent, as if something was gnawing at it from within. Curtis gave him no moment of rest. Swinging his colossal sword down, Sebastian hastily raised his hand to block the blow. You won't stop me, imposter! This thing cannot defeat me! Curtis snarled, his face contorted with smugness. He raised the magic lantern high, a green light erupting. No more tricks! You're finished! Your horns will decorate my palace! You will die by my hand today, Sebastian! Sebastian yelled, Wait! Sebastian desperately reached out, trying to plead, If you kill me those documents, there's no reason to do this just for a pile of documents. Curtis smirked, his eyes distant, as if recalling old memories. This reminds me of something. It was a long time ago. Perhaps you wouldn't remember. Curtis's face grew even more sinister, as he revealed a horrifying secret. The Holy Wing prison. Have you seen it? My methods will be more cruel than even humans. Delay is useless. Liberius Titanus's voice echoed in Sebastian's mind, startling him, and Lil Flame flared in his eyes. The sword spirit continued to warn. Soon, the spell will unravel. The letters will burst from space. Sebastian looked up at Curtis, his eyes filled with despair. Is there no other way? Can I not find a way to retreat in this situation? Suddenly, a brilliant red light tore through space. Curtis screamed in pain, blood splattering. Ah, my arm. A hand with vibrant orange hair and a red sleeve appeared, delivering a fatal blow to Curtis's magic lantern. Sebastian watched in horror as brilliant red vines, like demonic tentacles, tightly wrapped around his body.
Sebastian tensed. Crimson tentacles, like demonic chains, wrapped tightly around his body, suffocating every muscle fiber. Amidst the profound darkness, the vampire queen Miranda appeared in the form of a brilliant fire phoenix, her crimson wings ablaze, her resolute eyes fixed on her opponent. Miranda plunged down like a fiery arrow, her blazing red wings tearing through the air, rescuing Sebastian from the deadly embrace of the tentacles. He stared at her in astonishment. Sebastian flashed a sinister smile, his eyes burning, exclaiming, "Well done, Miranda." The crimson tentacles still swirled around him, but now they were under his control. Curtis, stained with blood, knelt amidst the ruins, his cold eyes fixed on Miranda. He growled, "Just as I thought. Only Miranda can face me today. But this time, luck is on my side, Miranda." The Elf King Curtis smirked, declaring, "I've spent 6 years of my life studying this artifact. That lantern belongs to me, so it only obeys me. You won't be able to take it as long as I live." Miranda, with a look of astonishment, stared at Curtis. She sensed an ancient magical energy rising, a terrifying power she had never witnessed before. Curtis raised his hand, a brilliant green magic circle glowing around his palm. Ancient runes flared, signaling a powerful spell about to be cast. The magic lantern in Curtis's hand erupted with dazzling green light, surging energy spreading, engulfing everything in a mystical aura. Miranda recoiled in horror, her eyes wide. The power from the lantern was too immense, far exceeding anything she could imagine, causing her to instinctively step back. The green light from the lantern enveloped Miranda, turning her into a blurry silhouette. Curtis's power was devouring everything, even the vampire queen. Curtis raised his hand to the sky, a green orb of light soaring upwards, carrying immense power. He growled an incantation, his eyes filled with smugness. The green orb of light exploded in the sky, illuminating the entire city. The elf citizens looked up in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. The crimson tentacles, now stronger than ever, lashed through the air, sweeping Sebastian and the red-haired man away, pulling them towards a mysterious target. Sebastian and the red-haired man were dragged away at dizzying speed, the crimson tentacles like chains wrapped around them, preventing any resistance. Sebastian, with a look of horror, was pulled straight into the cockpit of a giant robot. He yelled, "Open the cockpit!" as he realized the enemy's intention. Sebastian was forcefully pushed into the robot's cockpit, his body imprisoned within the colossal machine. Just then, the red-haired man and a masked elf caught him in time, preventing him from being pulled deeper. Both were utterly astonished. Sebastian's left eye flared red, and the spirit of Lil Flame also sensed the danger. High above, a fiery silhouette appeared. Miranda's magical phoenix was swooping down, bringing with it wrath. Miranda, the vampire queen, chanted a spell, her body transforming into swirling green energy, preparing for the attack. She unleashed a green beam of light from the lantern, merging it with the fire phoenix, enhancing its power. Curtis, with a cold expression, growled. Demon blood form. He recognized his opponent's true power. Queen Miranda did not hesitate. She summoned a colossal blood orb, destructive power spreading throughout the space. The blood orb plunged like a meteor, hitting the ground and creating a terrifying explosion, shaking the entire land. Curtis witnessed the scene. He exclaimed, "Miranda, you've gone too far." His eyes were filled with annoyance. The terrifying destructive power of the blood orb spread, everything melting in a sea of fire, even the dry bones. Every bone, every remnant was swallowed, turning to ash in the blazing red firestorm. The colossal Terramech MK2 was flung into the air. The red-haired man in the cockpit cried out in terror, "Oh no, a blood bomb!" Sebastian was trapped in the cockpit. He stared outside in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. My God, what am I seeing? The Terramech MK2 crashed heavily onto the devastated ground, leaving a colossal crater, a scene like the apocalypse. Sebastian trembled. He exclaimed, "Destructive power, just like a nuclear bomb." His eyes were filled with horror. Amidst the sea of crimson energy, Curtis's spirit materialized, a powerful green phantom. He growled like a reverberating curse. The Elf King growled, acknowledging his opponent's terrifying power. "She truly is one of the 5 great wonders, the strongest in the world. If I hadn't managed to shift to my spirit form in time, I fear I would have vanished." In the robot's cockpit, Sebastian realized in shock. Curtis, he's still alive. His eyes blazed with extreme astonishment. Curtis's destructive power stunned Sebastian, his eyes wide, the fiery glow from Lil Flame in his left eye flaring intensely. Suddenly, the vampire queen Miranda appeared, her fiery wings blazing. She swooped down, her sharp claws gripping the colossal machine. Curtis's spirit hovered in the air, a sinister smile clearly visible. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity. I'll destroy both the Great Lord and Miranda at the same time. Miranda didn't hesitate. She pressed a control button on the robot's console. A dry click echoed.
Immediately, the Terra Mech Mk2 roared, unleashing dazzling blue energy streams, tearing through the night, heading straight for Curtis. Curtis scoffed, a faint smile on his face. In soul form, all physical attacks are useless. He was completely fearless. Just as he said, the powerful energy beam struck Curtis's soul and dissipated, unable to cause any damage. Under the dim moonlight, an ancient, majestic structure appeared, towering amidst the cloudy night sky. The colossal machine Terra Mech Mk2 landed on the ground near the structure, white smoke billowing from its jet engines. Sebastian Xander and Lord Mao King stood on the ground. Sebastian was holding a brilliant blue energy orb, his eyes filled with contemplation. A series of ancient papers fluttered around Sebastian, like magical butterflies. He held the orb tightly, his gaze intensely focused. Sebastian hastily ordered Xander, "Xander, quickly help me collect all these letters. I need to read each one." Xander immediately obeyed. Suddenly, Sebastian looked up, astonished to see Miranda flying high above. "Miranda? Where are you?" he exclaimed, full of worry. Sebastian's left eye flared with a crimson flame, reflecting the extreme shock and anxiety in his mind. Miranda, in her demonic form, had timely rescued Sebastian, holding him tightly amidst the scattered papers. But the price was too high. Miranda lay unconscious, her body corroded by death magic, with symptoms identical to Cassandra's. Sebastian anxiously asked Mao King about her condition. Mao King reassured him that her soul was strong, and her ancient bloodline would help her endure. As for Remus, the unfortunate young man, his body was tattered and in critical condition. Mao King could only try to sustain his life. Although Mao King admitted his limitations, Sebastian still placed his trust, begging the elder to help Remus. He ordered Mao King to summon the 4 elf elders to the mansion tomorrow morning. A grand plan was taking shape. Mao King asked him where he was going. Sebastian replied curtly, "The research room." He needed quiet to think. In the room, Sebastian carefully arranged the collected letters. Each piece of the past now lay in his hands. White Lotus appeared, reporting that the letters had been collected. Sebastian coldly thanked her and dismissed her. Receiving thanks from her master, White Lotus was slightly surprised. It was a rare occurrence. Outside the room, Mao King saw White Lotus. He asked her what was wrong. It seemed he also sensed something unusual. Mao King mused, asking White Lotus if she also noticed their master's recent change. White Lotus asked again, her face devoid of expression. She wanted to know exactly what Mao King was implying. Mao King waved it off, no explanation needed. He just wanted to know her thoughts on what was happening. But White Lotus merely replied that she didn't need to think, only to obey. Mao King sighed softly. There's still much to learn. Mao King continued to question White Lotus, stating that Sebastian's unusual behavior could be inferred, but Ishtal's combat strength was insufficient. He asked her if she would blindly obey even if asked to sacrifice herself. Mao King's eyes glowed, and he growled, asking, "When the demon nation is attacked and its people suffer, will she blindly obey or will she act?" White Lotus remained confused, not understanding Mao King's meaning. She asked again, her voice full of bewilderment, unsure of what she should do. Mao King advised her to think for herself, not to blindly trust their lord. He said he wouldn't stop Sebastian if it benefited the demon race, but they must prepare for a potential attack from Curtis. He ordered White Lotus to report the situation to Nirabar, so the Lich could send reinforcements. Ishtal could not fall. That was the supreme command. In another room, Sebastian sat motionless at his desk, his back to the window, a sense of solitude enveloping him. He held a letter, his hands trembling. "Despicable scum," he growled, recalling the moment he first set foot in this world. Around him were countless other letters. He looked at them, feeling more helpless than ever, a sensation he had never experienced before. Lil Flame flared in his eyes. Even Miranda fell for his scheme. No one can help me. I have no way to overcome this. He wondered about Queen Samaya of the Ice Tribe and the people of Ishtal. I'm not worthy. Why did God choose someone like me to bear this burden? Can I do it? Lil Flame blazed in his eyes. Because I don't see what they see. Why me? I never asked to be reborn, or to become a savior, or to save the world. I don't want to be a hero. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Intruder, are you giving up? You're too weak. The young man looked up in shock, surrounded by mysterious black smoke. A colossal chained entity appeared, mocking him as weaker than trash. Poor boy. Die quickly and return my body to me. The entity growled, regretting not eliminating him when it had the chance. If so, the petty rebellion with Curtis wouldn't have happened in the first place. The young man looked up, questioning the entity. Did you drag me here just to say these words? There must be another reason, right? The entity mocked Sebastian, asking if he ever wondered why he couldn't advance in magic on his own. Sebastian confirmed that he had indeed wondered why. Despite understanding the concepts,
He couldn't grasp or cast magic. Sebastian's eyes widened in shock as a horrifying truth dawned on him. Was it you? The entity admitted that it had sealed off all knowledge, memories, and senses related to this body's advanced skills. Sebastian questioned, "Why did you do that?" The entity roared in fury, accusing Sebastian of stealing everything. The body, knowledge, skills, even the country and its subordinates. It asserted that the magic was its own creation and could not be usurped by a thief like Sebastian. Sebastian retorted that he never intended to seize this body and didn't know how to return it. The entity coldly replied that perhaps after his death, the body would return to it. Sebastian asked in horror, "Are you sure?" The entity declared that it was neither greedy nor lying. It would rather Sebastian die now than for both of them to perish, or for its body to be abused. Sebastian was stunned, speechless at the entity's cruelty. Sebastian exploded, calling the entity an unreasonable bastard, saying that even gods could negotiate with it. The entity suddenly reacted. "You said, gods?" He continued his attack, repeating the entity's past statement that if it could control the body, it would have prevented everything. Prevent the Curtis incident? How naive and foolish are you? The entity was enraged, growling. Sebastian accused that in less than a month, he had discovered the entity was an incompetent, tyrannical leader, distrusted by its subordinates. He also revealed that, according to letters found, everything had been planned years ago. The entity roared, questioning what else Sebastian wanted to say. Sebastian didn't stop, asserting that all plans had been set even before he appeared. "This is your mess, created by you. Their target is you, Sebastian!" He pointed directly at the entity, accusing it of being completely unaware of Curtis's plans. "Are you still going to deny it? I am weak, but I face every challenge. And you, great lord, can you do the same?" Curtis, born into the elf royal family, was not the eldest son. His mother was merely a dancer, and he was an unwanted child, without proper royal upbringing. Curtis, despite carrying royal elf blood, was not the firstborn. The legitimate heir was Connery, his older brother. Though envious, Curtis suppressed his feelings, for the throne was never truly his. But Curtis was intelligent and resourceful, and he won the people's favor. This popularity was like a double-edged sword, making Connery's faction fearful and pushing him into danger. The Elf King was indifferent while humanity and the elf tribe negotiated. Curtis was forced into a pawn's position, becoming a hostage, and was sent to Holy Wing City, a strange and perilous place. Amidst a bitter life, the library became his sanctuary, his own world. Each page, each ancient magic book soothed his soul, allowing him to escape the harsh reality. Then one day, fate intervened, and he stumbled upon a strange book. It contained records of ancient magical artifacts, especially a destructive weapon of terrifying power. It was the most powerful artifact of the elf tribe, lost when Holy Wing City was plundered by humanity. Legend had it that this treasure still lay hidden somewhere on this sacred land. A captive in enemy territory, researching dangerous artifacts to destroy his captors? How ridiculous! As time passed, his passion for knowledge grew ever stronger. With his cleverness and profound knowledge, the young elf gradually gained favor, even being invited to human royal banquets. His social standing steadily rose. At a banquet, he met General Carmen of the Manhwa Kingdom. The two found kindred spirits, quickly becoming close and conversing endlessly. They discussed world affairs, human culture, and elf noble etiquette. Curtis believed everything was progressing well. He had proven his worth to humanity. Soon, a peace treaty was signed. Curtis was free to return home. Even knowing Connery awaited with supreme power, he still returned, to face his brother and the entire elf clan. For Curtis, all efforts were futile. The Elf King would surely choose Connery, but resigning himself to fate and awaiting death was not his style. Outwardly, he pretended to be dissolute, incompetent, and unworthy of the throne. But in the shadows, Curtis secretly maintained contact with Carmen, awaiting his opportunity. Sometimes, being a villain was far more advantageous. Enraged by his deviance, his father banished Curtis to the border, forcing him to study ancient magic. But this very punishment granted him freedom, escaping the scrutiny of the royal faction. At the borderlands, he relentlessly researched, improved ancient magic, and even created new spells. He found and exploited loopholes, accumulating knowledge and magical power for himself. Then that day came. The magic mirror shattered. The human alliance broke the treaty, using the loopholes in the defense barriers to launch a swift, all-out attack on Ishtal, the elf capital. The lightning-fast attack turned the elf capital into a living hell in just one day. Not because they were weak, but because the magic mirror, their ultimate source of power, had been destroyed by humanity. The losses were immeasurable. Countless elves fell like wild beasts, their mighty magic now reduced to nothing. But in that moment of life and death, Curtis appeared on the battlefield like a war god, leading secret forces and elf militias in a fierce counterattack, repelling the invaders. After the campaign, his prestige soared. Under public pressure, the king was forced to acknowledge Curtis's talent, granting him a position in the army. Connery's faction, however, merely saw him as a prince backed by the royal family. But what truly changed his fate was the moon mirror, the source of all elf magic. Without its energy, elves would gradually weaken, unable to create new spells. However, Curtis had a bold plan, a crazy idea. He declared he had a way to restore the shattered moon mirror. Connery's faction, of course, scoffed, deeming it preposterous. Fix the mirror? Even the elders are helpless. What can he do? They sneered. But then, the first crack was mended. Then the second. Curtis ignored the slander, seizing the opportunity to win over the elf people, step by step, consolidating power in Ishtal. He knew, yes, he knew exactly how to fix it. With the knowledge and magic books stolen from humanity, that treasure trove of knowledge would be his advantage. Elves rarely learn from outside, only inheriting in the old ways. But Curtis was not one to adhere to tradition. He knew he had to touch the forbidden to solidify his position, and thus the Great Balance Project was born. A machine of total destruction, harvesting scales from the wings of snow elves. Only humanity dared to touch this knowledge, but it benefited him, and he couldn't hide it forever. To implement it, he needed mass support, and the brainwashing began. For the glory of the elves, a little ethnic suppression is worth it, isn't it? The court turned a blind eye. And so Curtis had a firm footing towards the throne, the one who repaired the moon mirror, or the one chosen by tradition as the successor. In the decisive moment, Curtis gained an advantage over Connery's faction. The king also believed he was more worthy of being king than his own brother. The final outcome? Everyone knew. It was all part of his plan. A fool pretending to manipulate everything. That was elf politics. He deceived the system, seizing the throne despite having no chance. What laws matter when the strong can overthrow everything? Kidman, captain of the Ishtal Royal Guard, exclaimed in shock. How? How can this be true? Hogma, the elf prime minister, chairman of the Noble Council, questioned, "You're saying the moon mirror was destroyed by him?" And this idea of total destruction existed even before humanity's invasion? Herzia Ferris, of the Ferris Noble Council, Minister of Foreign Affairs, doubted, "Why should we believe the words of this outsider? No offense to your majesty." Ferdinand, Speaker of the Moon Council, pondered in silence, his eyes heavy with the accusations. The entire council fell silent, eyes fixed on the one holding the evidence, awaiting an explanation. The storyteller's hand rested on the old documents, his voice echoing, "If you need proof, here it is." It was all Curtis's conspiracy. From cracking the moon mirror to repairing it, all just to seize the throne. He looked around, his gaze sharp. "Feel free to voice your opinions after reading these," the challenge echoed. The rustling of papers tore through the silence. The elf elders bowed their heads to read, their eyes filled with doubt and astonishment. The purple-haired storyteller continued, lil flame burning in his eyes. "The elven race's problem lies in politics. Curtis's faction is manipulating things, and some elders know but choose to ignore it." He analyzed the situation. The demon army cannot get bogged down in elf politics when humanity is lurking. We need peace. The key to resolving this mess is the legitimacy of Curtis's claim to the throne. The best solution I can think of. In another scene, a chained giant entity growled, "Arrogant impostor, you are full of self-importance. I was the one who delivered the final blow." A blonde-haired young man, a soul possessing the body, cried out in indignation, "The oppression of the snow elves must stop. What's the point of breaking and then fixing the mirror if it's just to attract attention? I will not tolerate this tyranny." The chained entity snapped, "Don't teach me about ruling, kid. You know nothing." The blonde-haired young man retorted, "That's not the point. There are many ways to attract attention, not just this one." The blonde-haired young man questioned, "Let me propose a hypothesis. If you were Curtis wanting to attract attention but the elf faction was weak, what would you do?" The chained entity suspected, "You're saying Curtis joined my faction just to gain support? Used my army to attack Holy Wing City, exhausted my troops, and then he reaped the fame?" The blonde-haired young man affirmed, "Exactly. Curtis bows to no one. It's all a charade, a conspiracy. He needed the demon army to conquer the city, and he also conspired to weaken Alistair's territory. Do you think that's a coincidence?" He continued to expose, "If I hadn't possessed your body, we wouldn't have known. The internal strife and Alistair's weakened power would have caused your army to crumble. I have nothing more to say to you." The blonde-haired young man, tired, pleaded, "I'm tired. Please, take back your body. Do you think I enjoy controlling this mess?" He roared, "My decisions brought us here. Who is the better leader, you or I, Demon Lord? Hurry up, take back your damn body." His red eyes blazed. The Demon Lord's soul roared within the chained body.
He could no longer endure this humiliation, especially from a weak mortal. "I will kill you!" the Demon Lord shrieked, his colossal body shaking in its chains. "No one is allowed to speak to me like that." He was utterly enraged by the blonde-haired young man's insolence. "If I get my body back, these fools will be nothing." He gnashed his teeth, seething with hatred that these ants dared to use his army. "I'll show you, intruder," the blonde-haired young man retorted, his words sharp as knives. "Shut up. Go ahead and rage if you want. Curtis wouldn't dare cause trouble or confront you directly, my lord. You don't even know who caused the downfall of your own clan. You dare lecture me, kid," the Demon Lord growled. The blonde-haired young man pouted. "That's right. You and every demon in this world hate learning. I wasn't trying to teach you anyway. I was dragged into this by God's will." "Kid, you have no right to be angry with me," he scoffed. "A weak, sickly, useless human like you dares to lecture a lord who wields chaotic power? Then by God's will, I'll take over your stupid body," the blonde-haired young man yelled, questioning. "Miranda and Cassandra are gravely injured. Why didn't you save them?" "You could have, so why didn't you?" The Demon Lord's blazing red eyes narrowed slightly, an indescribable emotion flickering across them. The anger seemed to be giving way to something deeper. "If those foolish women hadn't tried to help me in the first place, they wouldn't be in this state," the Demon Lord growled. "Fine, I'm useless, but they are your subordinates, loyal to you." "So why?" the blonde-haired young man yelled. "Aren't you the mighty lord?" he asked desperately. "Help me save them. Don't you have any way?" The plea echoed in the dark space. "Coincidentally," the Demon Lord replied, his voice deep, "I know their condition well and how to treat them. It seems we have something in common now." The blonde-haired young man was surprised. "Really?" "Listen carefully, intruder," the Demon Lord commanded. "Engrave this in your memory. Cassandra and Miranda are demons. Life magic cannot heal them. Only death magic can. There are ways to alleviate the symptoms, even cure them," he said. "I haven't delved deep into the synthesis of death chains. But for now, I will loosen the restrictions on death magic. What you learn from your efforts is up to you, kid," the Demon Lord added, his voice full of warning. "Don't tarnish this lord's reputation any further." The blonde-haired young man was stunned, his eyes wide. "Wait, you are helping me?" He couldn't believe his ears. Recently, this lord had a strange dream," the Demon Lord mumbled. "A dream?" the blonde-haired young man asked, bewildered. The Demon Lord began to recount a strange dream, where dazzling cities stretched endlessly, a world completely different. The blonde young man was bewildered, not understanding why this entity was telling him these things. A world without magic, but infinitely more complex. In that dream, he bore a different name. "Lucifeng," the blonde young man exclaimed, his face pale with astonishment, as if he had just heard something unbelievable. The pink flame Lil Flame hastily interrupted, urging the blonde young man to disregard it, as time was running out. In another scene, Curtis was presiding over a tense meeting, urging the lords to make a final decision. He was annoyed. The meeting had dragged on for too long without anyone uttering a word, and his patience was wearing thin. Curtis wondered, had he miscalculated? This crime had clearly affected their clan. He suspected, were the elders plotting something? A deliberate delay? This is a delaying tactic, Curtis realized. Lil Flame suddenly called Sebastian's name, as if to remind him of something. A sarcastic voice rang out, questioning Curtis if he thought he could sway those people. Curtis stood there, surrounded by the elders and monster guards, his gaze sharp. Curtis gave a faint smile. "Oh? I didn't expect all 4 elders to be gathered here like this." He continued, "You know Elder Fallon is on my side." The black-masked figure behind him called out his name. Elder Kidman angrily pointed directly at Curtis's face, accusing him of being a traitor who destroyed the moon mirror. Curtis calmly held the lantern, saying he would explain later, then asked Kidman if he recognized this weapon. Curtis coldly revealed that the lantern he was holding was the Soul Lantern, the most powerful elf-destroying artifact, and that he could repair the moon mirror at any time. Elder Kidman roared in fury, refusing to listen to explanations, accusing Curtis of colluding with humanity to destroy the sacred artifact, demanding he state his reasons. Curtis merely smirked, called Kidman boring, then smiled as he looked at the green glowing lantern in his hand. A dazzling green light beam suddenly shot out from the lantern, carrying destructive power. Curtis raised the lantern high, and a powerful green energy beam pierced through space, aiming directly at the elders standing opposite him. A black-haired elf hastily raised a hand to block, but the beam tore through the air, impaling Kidman's body. The stout old man had no time to react. The green light beam pierced through the air, impaling Kidman's body. The stout old man had no time to react. Kidman shrieked in pain and fury, his face contorted. "Curtis! How dare you attack me?" The frantic green light swirled deep into Kidman's body, fresh blood splattering, the old man trembling as if electrocuted. The other elders watched in horror. Kidman's body transformed into a blazing green energy mass. He screamed in despair as his life force was drained, light erupting from his mouth. Kidman vanished in a dazzling explosion of green light, leaving only shattered fragments of energy. The other elders retreated in panic. Elder Hogma watched the scene in horror, roaring a question. Are you insane? Curtis smirked, replying coldly. Insane? You are the insane ones. I don't need to explain myself to those about to die. You are unworthy of the power you were granted. Curtis's face showed a cruel expression, his green eyes flashing with a cold light. Then die. Offer your lives to me. Destroy them. The blond young man and the other elders were stunned, terrified. What did you say? The blond young man was distraught. He realized the horrifying truth. I thought the 4 elders could restrain him. I overestimated Curtis. He's truly insane. In the chaotic dream, the blond young man yelled, ordering Xander and Mao King, "Begin Act 1!" The scene shifted. Strangers stood on ruins, their eyes coldly looking down. King Curtis appeared, surrounded by his grotesque retinue, holding a green lantern, his eyes full of schemes. Suddenly, dark tentacles reached out, wrapped around Queen Samaya, and flung her into the air. The terrifying power left Samaya no time to react. Her body was tossed, spinning helplessly. Xander swiftly rushed forward, catching Samaya in midair. His eyes filled with worry. He held her, checking her condition. She's still breathing. Xander's eyes were vigilant, looking towards the attacker. The blond young man and Xander were both stunned, horrified by the brutal scene unfolding. A roar echoed. Mao King revealed his true form, a colossal ancient tree with glowing green eyes, radiating immense power. The heavy breath of the ancient tree lord spread, enveloping the space in a mysterious mist. Mao King roared, his voice echoing like thunder. "Elf King, stop hiding! I know you're still alive!" Meanwhile, Curtis and his retinue were enveloped in a green energy shield. Curtis sneered, mocking Mao King. "Elder Mao King, with your wisdom. Xander is an idiot. But what about you? I expected more. Why would you willingly follow this imposter?" Xander furiously yelled, pointing directly at Curtis. "Curtis, you bastard! You're the idiot! You're a crazy idiot!" The blonde-haired young man looked at Xander, then at the unconscious Samaya, his eyes filled with concern. He turned to Xander, questioning, "Xander, what Curtis said, what do you think about that?" Xander, holding the unconscious Samaya, didn't believe Curtis's words, thinking he had gone mad. The blonde-haired young man also agreed, deeming Curtis insane. The blonde-haired young man continued to ponder, calling Curtis a madman consumed by ambition. He looked at the scene of Curtis standing proudly on the back of the colossal Mao King in his memory, then decisively ordered Xander. "The current situation is too desperate. I will entrust Samaya and the 3 elf elders to you." The blonde-haired young man gave the order, his gaze firm. The 3 elf elders with silver, purple, and long white beards stood behind Curtis in the memory, their faces tense. Xander, holding Samaya tightly, smiled confidently, replying to his master with absolute loyalty. "Understood, boss." Xander's face immediately turned serious, his eyes burning with determination, ready to face any danger to complete the assigned mission. The blonde-haired young man stood silently, his gaze fixed on the cracked ground, seemingly contemplating what was happening in this chaotic stream of memories. Suddenly, in the memory, a gaunt, sharp-toothed fallen elf lunged to attack the elders. Xander immediately reacted, swinging his arm to block the blow, protecting them from imminent danger. Cams was repelled, soaring into the air. Xander in the memory decisively declared, "Your sneak attack has failed!" His gaze was sharp and full of warning. The memory delved deeper. Curtis, in his original appearance, long black hair, sharp eyes, proclaimed, "My name is Zhu Rufeng. My entire life, I have lived a rather peaceful existence." He stood there, alone in the light, continuing his monologue. "I finally realized that in all situations, I can only rely on myself. Strength is essential." A fist clenched with determination, purple light flared. The narration echoed, "No more. It's time to take control of your life." Curtis roared, his eyes blazing. "Eternal flame! Show me the death, synthesizing magic tree!" He yearned for power, yearned for change. Before his eyes appeared a network of green magical stars, shimmering like threads connecting the constellations, harboring deadly power. Curtis looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. Death magic. Besides withered roots, I only master one spell in this tree. He stood there, alongside a black-masked elf, 2 streams of purple energy intersecting, forming a brilliant X, signaling explosive power. The black-masked elf looked at Curtis, his face full of disdain. "Is this guy asleep? This imposter really? Scared me, for no reason." He's useless. The masked assailant growled, his blade piercing through the opponent's body. He sneered, easier than even Red Star. Fresh blood splattered, but Curtis's eyes remained cold. Red eyes flashed through the mask. The warrior snarled, "Great Lord Sebastian, I will be the first to finish you off," a declaration full of arrogance. But the wounds on Curtis's hands and feet glowed, healing at an alarming rate. It seemed the blade earlier was just a scratch. Curtis's golden eye shone with mystery, and the spiky scar on his face glowed red, signaling a terrifying power awakening. The sharp blade pointed directly at his eyeball, but Curtis remained motionless. He didn't dodge, but seemed to be challenging death. A brilliant green magic circle appeared behind Curtis. He gripped the blade tightly, his eyes glowing red with power, as if he had completely mastered the situation. The masked assailant recoiled in astonishment. How can this be? Your hands and feet. He couldn't believe his eyes, seeing his opponent still standing. The warrior's face contorted in shock. His initial confidence had turned into extreme bewilderment. Behind Curtis, a colossal jade-green insectoid entity stood towering like a guardian deity. Surging magical power enveloped the entire space. The blade pierced his head. Blood splattered. But Curtis didn't fall. He merely sneered, as if he had transcended all limits of death. He raised his hand to cover his eye, the spiky ring gleaming. The fatal wound was healing at a dizzying speed, making the enemy shudder. The masked assailant roared in horror. This regeneration speed! Too fast! He couldn't explain the supernatural phenomenon before his eyes. Curtis frowned slightly. It hurts, but I can bear it. This is the price of power. As long as I have enough underworld souls, I can maintain it, Curtis declared. This magic will allow me to regenerate endlessly. Forever. The masked assailant trembled. What is this underworld pressure? Unbelievable. A pure swordsman. Curtis looked directly at his opponent, his eyes full of confidence. I can take him down. For the first time, I say that with confidence. Curtis, with his demon wings and horns, sensed an approaching threat. His eyes flashed as a blazing fireball hurtled straight towards him under the moonlight. Without hesitation, the young man spread his wings, dodging the attack. The fireball grazed past, leaving a dazzling streak of light, but he held his stance firm, ready to face it. A fierce explosion echoed, the fireball shattering into blazing fragments. Curtis was pushed back by the shockwave, but his gaze remained sharp and unwavering. He landed on the ground, where small flames still smoldered. A challenging voice rang out. Ken Long. Long time no see, huh? Am I right? His opponent appeared. Ken Long, commander of the 8th Artillery Regiment, a level 6 fire synesthesia expert, possessing terrifying power. He exuded a blazing aura, ready for battle. Ken Long looked at Curtis, his eyes full of doubt. Strange. This power, this ability. Is he really an imposter? Did Curtis lie? Suddenly, the scene shifted. A green-haired mage, wielding brilliant magic flames, was confronting a gigantic, glowing pink rock entity. The green-haired mage confidently declared, "My elf magic flame seemed to have no effect on you. You have no chance of winning. Let's see how long you can sustain yourself with that pathetic life magic." But then, a surprise attack struck, stunning the green-haired mage. He collapsed, his eyes wide with shock. The green-haired mage was surrounded. Ken Long, in his old form with a black mask along with others, attacked simultaneously. Curtis, with his wings and horns, was also fiercely engaged in combat. Returning to Curtis, he stood firm, his sword resting across his shoulder. A brilliant green magic circle glowed behind him, his eyes filled with determination and power. Lil Flame flashed beside Curtis's eye. He recalled memories from his previous life. Returning to Earth, playing video games. I remember why my friends called me that. He raised his head, his aura exploding. Lucifer, demon sword. Let's see if I can bring that glory to this world. Brilliant green light enveloped him. Behind Curtis, the gigantic Linghe Jomi appeared, radiating energy. A passive skill was activated. Passive skill set. Enhanced version of physical recovery when avatar is active. Curtis continued to unleash his power. Deathwing passive skill set. After strengthening death magic, it can resist most magic attacks. He gripped his sword tightly. Liberius Titanus, a temporary pack to serve as a dominant soul link for the swordsman. The soul sword was ready. Curtis, with his purple bat wings and small horns, stood proudly, his eyes glowing red. He declared, "With this core skill set, I have decided to follow the path of a berserker, a critical healing combat style." Ken Long, the masked assailant, lunged at Curtis with lightning-fast sword strikes, creating countless sparks upon impact. Ken Long recoiled, astonished by his opponent. This erratic swordsmanship, what kind is this? He noticed an opening. An opening. Ken Long seized the opportunity, unleashing a fatal blow that pierced through Curtis's chest. Blood splattered. but his eyes still glowed red, unwavering. Despite being severely wounded, Curtis remained resilient. He roared, "That won't stop me!" and swung his glowing pink sword, blocking Qianlong's next attack. Qianlong was pushed back, feeling the terrifying power from Curtis's sword. He groaned in pain, his eyes wide with astonishment. Curtis continued his counterattack, his sword blazing, creating swirling pink and purple energy vortices, forcing Qianlong to constantly defend. Qianlong was cornered, Curtis's sword slashing across his body. He roared in despair. "Damn it!" Curtis, despite his lingering wounds, his gaze was sharp and full of resolve. Blood still stained his chest, but his power seemed undiminished. Curtis delivered a powerful kick to Qianlong's face, sending his opponent sprawling backward. He coldly declared, "Take this!" Immediately, the wounds on Curtis's chest began to glow, rapidly closing. He was recovering at an astonishing speed. Qianlong staggered to his feet, attempting to counterattack. He swung his sword, but Curtis quickly dodged, leaving only shattered rock fragments. Qianlong was utterly desperate, crying out for help. "Save me! How can I hurt him? Do something!" Curtis, amidst a swirling vortex of blazing magic flames, stood firm. He swung his sword, preparing for the finishing blow. Surrounded by 4 gigantic fireballs, he soared into the air, his large purple bat wings beating powerfully, creating swirling gusts of wind. His gaze locked onto his target. Curtis unleashed his final blow, his blazing sword slashing down, enveloped by gigantic fireballs, ending the battle. Curtis glided like a phantom amidst a rain of blazing magic, his glowing red eyes flashing with contempt. He didn't dodge, but countered, turning the attacks into nothingness. A terrifying explosion tore through the space behind Qianlong. The white-haired commander exclaimed in astonishment. "What? He blocked a level 6 fire spell so easily?" On the ground, a dark-skinned, black-haired warrior struggled amidst a gigantic fire pit, smoke, dust, and scorching heat enveloping him. He roared in anger, his eyes spitting fire as he looked towards his comrade. "Ken, you bastard! Where were you aiming that spell?" Qianlong hastily raised his hand, flames erupting from his palm as if in explanation. "Not me." The Lord reflected it. Without a moment's hesitation, Curtis charged straight forward, his cold sword swinging up, aimed directly at Qianlong. The commander hastily raised his hands to block the attack. Curtis's sword sliced through the air, colliding powerfully with Qianlong's flaming hands, creating a fierce shockwave. Qianlong was knocked into the air, his entire body ablaze like a living torch. He roared, "Fire sword!" Curtis still hovered in the sky, his blazing red eyes flashing with authority, dark energy swirling around him like a deadly aura. Qianlong was flung away, the flames in his hand flaring up even more fiercely. He screamed in pain. "Wah! Ah! Hot! So hot!" The commander fell to the ground, flames still licking all over him. Beside him, the dark-haired warrior still stood next to the blazing deep pit. The dark-haired warrior sat down next to Qianlong, smoke and dust still rising thickly. "Hey Ken, didn't you say he was a fake? Do you even need to ask?" Qianlong, with a serious expression, one eye covered, gritted his teeth slightly. "If he were the real Lord, we would have been easily annihilated." Curtis hovered under the moonlight, Lil Flame glowing faintly beside his eye. "Lil Flame, look, they're discussing whether I'm a fake or not." He thought to himself, it would be great to have an automatic tracking device for the target I'm aiming for. On the ground, the 2 defeated foes were still stunned. High above, Curtis had already begun calculating his next move. Set up a macro combo, starting with Wither. Curtis's eyes flashed green and red as he looked down at the battlefield. I wonder how powerful the Wither Circle will be after unlocking its true power. Let's try it with a standard spell. The green vortex of the Wither spell erupted, engulfing Qianlong and his comrade in a destructive maelstrom. Its power surged, swirling deep into space, forming a blazing black hole that sucked everything in. Black smoke rose from the center. Green energy radiated fiercely, affirming the terrifying power of the spell. Curtis hovered high above, his purple bat wings spread wide, his blazing golden eyes watching the horrifying scene below. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is too powerful! It's like a black hole sucking everything in!" Lil Flame, the small fire entity, asked Curtis about tracking opponents, but he simply replied, "Hold that thought." Suddenly, a sword pierced through Curtis's body, fresh blood splattering in the moment he was distracted. But in less than a second, a green healing circle appeared beneath his feet, instantly mending the wound. The wound on his body vanished. Green energy enveloped his form, demonstrating his terrifying regenerative ability. On the ground, Qianlong and the dark-skinned, dark-haired man had escaped the vortex, their eyes blazing with fury. The dark-skinned, dark-haired man growled, "That Wither Circle almost killed us. You shouldn't have told us what spell you were casting. That's your failure." He urged Qianlong, "Get up, Ken. This time, we attack together." Ken Long reluctantly replied. Both stood up, their aura soaring, declaring, "The two of us were once the strongest in the kingdom of Manhwa. You stand no chance." Curtis ignored the provocation, focusing on his new spell. He said to Lil Flame, "I see. Good. Lil Flame, connect the syntax code I combined and run it with the magic matrix." What? Sorry. I'm creating an auto-targeting UI spell. Seeing Curtis completely ignore them, the dark-skinned, dark-haired man angrily roared. "He's ignoring us! Damn it! Ken, just hit him!" Without hesitation, Ken Long unleashed a powerful fire attack, tearing through the air and rushing straight towards Curtis. Ken Long had just launched his fire attack, but Curtis retaliated in time. He swung his hand, and a red death mark immediately appeared, enveloping Ken Long and the dark-skinned, dark-haired man flying above. A sinister green mark clung tightly to Ken Long, freezing him in mid-air. Curtis's wither spell was beginning to gnaw at him, weakening him from within. At the same time, the dark-skinned, dark-haired man was also locked down. His skin turned a rough red. His face contorted with discomfort as his power was drained. Curtis hovered in the night sky, his golden eyes flashing red. He smirked. "Excellent. With this I can perform animation cancellation. The death mark will target you like a minimap, helping me track enemies." He continued to explain, his eyes blazing. "The death mark is a syntax death spell, making enemies unable to stealth and gradually weakening them. Let's see if I can kill you with teleport cancellation. If not once, I'll do it a second time." The dark-skinned, dark-haired man growled contemptuously. "This mark? What a weak little spell. It does nothing. Just a low-level spell. What's so great about this thing?" But before his contemptuous words finished, he was bound tightly by white, web-like energy strands. Struggling in vain, Curtis's spell had begun to exert its power. Ken Long refused to give up. He strained and unleashed a blazing stream of fire, tearing through the night, rushing straight towards Curtis with all his remaining strength. However, the fierce stream of fire only passed through a blurry shadow. Curtis had vanished without a trace, like an illusion dissolving into nothingness, rendering Ken Long's attack completely useless. Suddenly, Curtis flashed into existence behind the dark-skinned, dark-haired man, his cold sword piercing straight through his back. Fresh blood splattered, staining the air red. Curtis coldly explained, "The death mark allows me to pinpoint your exact location. Combined with teleportation, it creates an instant attack, closing the distance. By canceling the first cast, I can attack immediately." The dark-skinned, dark-haired man collapsed, his body falling freely. Curtis hovered high above, his eyes emotionless. "I don't win with 666 ping." A sarcastic remark, hinting at the disparity in skill. Ken Long watched in horror as his comrade fell. He spun around, but Curtis had already shot away like lightning, leaving behind a faint purple energy trail. Ken Long looked up at the night sky, where Curtis had just vanished. The green mark still clung to him, a grim reminder of the enemy's terrifying power. Before he could recover, Curtis reappeared right behind Ken Long, his sharp, cold sword once again piercing through flesh. He smirked. "I bet you've never fought an enemy with rubber banding, have you?" Ken Long was in extreme pain, fresh blood gushing out. Curtis stood firm behind him, his eyes cold as ice, finishing the lightning-fast attack, giving his opponent no chance to resist. Ken Long roared in pain, his body burning fiercely as if to tear apart everything around him. Raging flames engulfed him, transforming him into a brilliant and dangerous entity. Immediately, Ken Long counterattacked. He transformed into a fire elemental, lunging straight at Curtis like a blazing arrow, the terrifying heat scorching the entire space. Curtis was engulfed by the flames, a painful roar escaping his throat. His eyes were filled with astonishment, not expecting his opponent to counterattack so powerfully. But he wouldn't be easily subdued. Curtis immediately summoned Blazing Screen, a sturdy hexagonal fire shield that enveloped him, fending off Ken Long's fury. Ken Long scoffed. "Attacking an elemental with a sword? Are you crazy? Do you think that will work on me?" He was confident in his elemental power. Ken Long boasted that even though he was only at the 7th rank, he had trained his fire body to its peak. "I am an elemental immune to physical attacks. No one can touch me." Just then, a gigantic jade-green insect entity appeared behind Curtis, enveloping him. "Swarm Queen, recover!" A surge of emerald energy enveloped him, healing his wounds. Curtis frowned, asking Lil Flame about the situation. "Swarm Queen only recovers physical damage, Master. Magical damage is not its specialty," Lil Flame explained. Curtis didn't falter. He began to alter the magical structure, deciphering the matrix to transform spirits into magical healing energy. Tiny spirits fluttered around, healing him. Lil Flame exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing, Master. The tiny spirits can heal magical damage, slowly but effectively." Curtis was proud of his ability, but Lil Flame still didn't understand anything. Ken Long looked at Curtis. Not bad at all. Much better than our first confrontation in Shengyi Cheng. He began to take his opponent more seriously. Curtis's gaze was sharp. He had fully recovered and was ready for the next battle. The atmosphere between the two powerful individuals became extremely tense, signaling an uncompromising confrontation. The dark-skinned, black-haired man roared in pain. "Damn it, I'm dying from the pain," he urged Ken Long. "Hurry up! Finish him off! We have many other important things to do." Curtis remained calm, despite the flame surrounding him. He responded to his opponent's urging with an enigmatic "all right," as if planning something. Curtis looked at Ken Long, his eyes challenging. "Hey, Sebastian, try teleporting out of here. Let me see one of your famous tricks." He called Ken Long by another name. "This time, I won't miss." Curtis darted like lightning, his sword tearing through the air, aiming straight for the dark-skinned, black-haired man, giving him no time to react. The dark-skinned, black-haired man, despite being stabbed, still roared, gathering explosive sword energy. A series of brilliant purple rays tore through the night, counterattacking fiercely. He looked up, where the sword energy transformed into a vortex of deathly light, ready to devour everything. Above, Lil Flame hovered, witnessing the brutal spectacle. His face contorted, veins bulging. His purple eyes glowed fiercely as if to tear through space, pouring all his strength into the fatal blow. A resounding roar. The sword energy transformed into a blade of death, tearing apart the ground, rushing straight forward. Space trembled and rocks shattered. Curtis hovered in midair. Lil Flame urgently warned, "Master, this attack is too strong. Even the Swarm Queen cannot save you." Curtis frowned, the scratches on his face clearly visible. He felt the terrifying power rushing towards him, but his eyes maintained an unusual steadfastness. An ancient magical power gathered in Curtis's palm. He wondered if this strange calmness was due to battle instinct or some memory from a past life. His eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, and purple magic erupted from his palm. An ancient spell was activated, transforming space, creating an illusion. Curtis's magic collided with the sword energy, creating a chaotic vortex. Destructive power surged, breaking all rules, tearing apart the illusion. Curtis hovered, and behind him, a faint green silhouette appeared. Emerald energy rings surrounded his hands. He summoned new power, ready to confront. Curtis's eyes glowed brightly. He was highly focused. Even after counterattacking, a small surge of energy still pierced through, aiming straight for him. An earth-shattering explosion. Ken Long's blazing sword energy collided with the invisible shield, creating a terrifying shockwave that tore through the night. Ken Long reappeared in human form, his sword glowing with lightning. He lunged at Curtis, determined not to let go, attacking relentlessly. Lightning tore through the air, embedding itself directly into Curtis's side. Fresh blood splattered, staining a corner of the sky red. He had been hit. Curtis gritted his teeth, enduring the sharp pain of the wound. Lil Flame in his eyes also showed clear worry, but Curtis did not retreat. Curtis roared, activating his recovery ability. The gigantic swarm spirit manifested, along with countless tiny emerald spirits, enveloping him, healing his wounds. Ken Long, transformed into raging flames, charged forward. But Curtis had swiftly erected a blazing red shield, even as the sword remained deeply embedded in his flesh. The sturdy hexagonal energy shield blocked the attack, making the fire elemental falter, his eyes clearly showing surprise. "Don't look so surprised," Ken Long growled, arrogance still lingering in his voice. Curtis said nothing. He gritted his teeth and pulled the sword from his wound with his own hand. The tiny Lil Flame glowed, like a word of encouragement. "Wait! Don't do that!" Ken Long cried out in panic, a bad premonition washing over him. Curtis's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant red light, and the sword in his hand also erupted with blazing pink magic, signaling a devastating attack. With a wind-splitting hiss, Curtis swung his sword, severing Ken Long's leg and arm. "You think you'll escape? Don't even dream of it without my command," he declared coldly. Ken Long collapsed, his body gradually disintegrating into dust and smoke, fresh blood staining the ground red. He groaned in extreme agony. Curtis stood tall over his opponent's shattered body. Ken Long, now just a small flame, weakly asked, "You? Why did you do that? Why isn't my body recovering? I'm fire. It can't be." Ken Long screamed in despair, realizing his abilities had been nullified. Curtis sneered contemptuously. "Don't give me that ridiculous excuse about physical attacks not working on you anymore." The Lil Flame in his eyes burned brighter. He raised his hand, and a vortex of green magic enveloped Ken Long. If recovery spells are also magic, why can't physical attacks work? Just covering it with demonic energy is enough to wound you. Ken Long was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Something so simple? Is that it? He couldn't accept the truth. Curtis concluded coldly, "A true fighter must know their skill set like the back of their hand, even low-level magic. Ken Long, you've lost. Again." Ken Long screamed in a sea of magical fire, his body constantly burning, tormented by extreme pain. Curtis stood there, his gaze resolute, watching Ken Long's flame gradually fade, vanishing into nothingness. The battle was over. Ken Long, his body ravaged, limbs severed, was still imprisoned within the hexagonal barrier, the magical fire relentlessly burning him. He transformed into a brilliant mass of fire, his wild energy attempting to break the chains, but in vain. Curtis observed coldly, his voice echoing, "With your current demonic soul, you cannot penetrate my fire barrier." After the fierce battle, Curtis sat cross-legged in meditation, absorbing energy, beginning his recovery process. He awoke with a start, his eyes shining in astonishment. Oh my God! Did I really win a 1-on-2 battle against 2 level 7 opponents? That's so cool! Suddenly, a thunderous blow struck him directly on the head, leaving him dazed. Xander, with his fiery red hair, leaped onto Curtis's shoulder, asking anxiously, "Hey, big bro, are you all right?" Curtis rubbed his head, replying, "I'll use this moment to heal my minor injuries." Blue spirits fluttered around him. He turned to Xander. "I'm fine. What about you? Can you handle it?" Xander scoffed. "Huh, of course." A gigantic monster foot with sharp claws stomped heavily on the ground, creating terrifying cracks. Cams, in his ultimate form, muscles bulging, appeared with overwhelming presence. He sneered, "Look at your master's scarred body. Truly an unpleasant brat." Curtis warned Xander, "Your enemy is level 8. Xander's eyes widened in horror. What? Since when was he that strong? A stream of green light enveloped Xander, healing his wounds. "Heal him!" a voice echoed. Xander's face revealed clear horror, cold sweat pouring as he sensed the terrifying power approaching. Despite his fear, Xander gritted his teeth, stood up, gripped his weapon tightly, ready to face the new threat. Cams's glowing yellow eyes flashed with malevolence, like an unspoken threat sent to his enemy. Curtis sat on the back of the gigantic swarm queen, ordering Xander to continue observing. He revealed that, upon reaching maximum level, this entity could regenerate within a radius of hundreds of miles. An astonishing power. Curtis turned his back, his resolute gaze granting Xander the right to decide the enemy's fate. "I don't have time to deal with him. Do as you wish. I trust you." His words were an absolute affirmation. Xander smiled confidently. "Thanks. Understood." Behind him, Cams vaguely appeared, his glowing yellow eyes full of contempt, growling as if to warn. Suddenly, a gigantic hand from the shadows snatched Xander, squeezing tightly. He was lifted into the air, completely caught off guard by Cams's lightning-fast attack. A close-up of Xander's face, his eyes wide with horror. Extreme fear was evident. He couldn't believe he had been attacked so suddenly and powerfully. Cams's eyes blazed with malevolence, piercing deep into the enemy's mind. Contempt and destructive intent were clear in its glowing yellow eyes. Xander struggled in despair, trying to swing his sword in retaliation. But Cams's monstrous form was too large, too fast, rendering all his efforts futile. Cams continued to attack, blows raining down like a storm. Xander was completely overwhelmed, his body like a puppet in the enemy's hands. Despite being severely wounded, blood flowing freely, Xander still gritted his teeth. He roared a challenge. "You'd best stay away from me, or that contemptuous mouth will pay the price." Suddenly, a stream of green light enveloped Xander. The light was gentle yet powerful, like a miracle healing his mortal wound. The green energy flowed through his body, and the wound on Xander's neck gradually closed. He felt life returning, a miraculous recovery. Xander stood upright, all his wounds vanished. He cheered joyfully. "Amazing, all my wounds are healed." Behind him, the Swarm Queen glowed brightly. Cam still hovered in the air, his gaze venomous. 3 other elves appeared, exclaiming in horror, "Oh, this is bad," at the terrifying sight. Xander gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes burning with determination. He boldly declared, "I'll handle this," ready to confront the threat. Cam's opened its mouth wide, and a terrifying stream of green energy began to accumulate. It was preparing to unleash a destructive attack, its eyes full of murderous intent. Cam's terrifying roar echoed, striking directly at the group of elves. The 3 of them cowered in fear, despairing before its brutal power. Cam's opened its mouth wide, and a terrifying green energy burst forth, ready to devour everything with a destructive attack. But unexpectedly, a powerful force struck Cam's, sending its slender body tumbling and shaking the ground. Xander was stunned, his eyes wide with confusion. What the hell just happened? Cam's writhed in pain, clutching its head. "You damn brat! What's with your cursed sword?" "It's burning. There's a damn enchantment on that sword." Xander looked down at his sword, his face still bewildered by the enemy's violent reaction. The sword in Xander's hand emitted an ethereal green light, ancient runes clearly visible. When did he enchant it? Cam stood up, its eyes filled with hatred. That sword enchantment was unexpected. You're lucky, brat. Good thing death synthesia has the opposite effect on life. Cam's gritted its teeth, utterly furious. I was almost finished off by a mere brat. A fatal blow struck, sending Xander sprawling face first, scattering dirt and rocks. The red-haired young man lay sprawled, his sword flung from his hand, while Cam slowly approached with a sinister smile. Xander gritted his teeth, struggling to get up. Damn it. This situation is really disadvantageous for me. Suddenly, the Swarm Queen appeared behind him, emerald light enveloping Xander. He stood up, challenging. So what if you're an 8th level or 9th level warrior? Xander's eyes blazed with determination. The mission my lord entrusted. I'd rather die than disappoint him. A colossal foot slammed onto the ground, while an old silver-bearded elf stood in the distance, his eyes filled with worry. King Curtis appeared, his eyes glowing red and demonic horns clearly visible, standing amidst the magic circle, radiating immense power. The old silver-bearded elf held a pale, unconscious elf maiden in his arms, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. The dream image of Curtis, his demonic eyes glowing, commanded the old silver-bearded elf, "Put her down, immediately." The blue-skinned elf, clutching the unconscious maiden, defiantly replied, his eyes full of challenge, "I refuse." In a flash, the dream image of Curtis darted like a beam of light, dodging an attack from a colossal, spiky green monster. The dream image of Curtis's demonic eyes stared straight ahead, a cold voice echoing, "Curtis has no time for you. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now?" The old elf questioned if he was truly the Lord. The dream image of Curtis continued to coldly count down, threatening to kill the old elf if he didn't release the girl. The dream image of Curtis began to count 1, his eyes glowing fiery red, the atmosphere tense. The old elf's blue hand tightened around the unconscious maiden's neck, a cruel warning. The old elf coldly declared that if the dream image of Curtis came any closer, he would break the girl's neck, making him hesitate. The dream image of Curtis showed clear confusion and annoyance, his demonic eyes flickering. The situation was more complicated than he thought. He mused. This hostage negotiation was familiar like in movies, but he had absolutely no experience handling it. So what should he say? The old elf continued to ramble on about why he wouldn't betray the Snow Elf tribe. The dream image of Curtis secretly thought the old man was too talkative. He decided to let the old elf continue talking while he figured out how to deal with it. He asked the old man to tell him more about himself. The old elf mentioned the Snow Elf tribe, then unexpectedly asked again if he was truly their betrayer. The old elf's eyes suddenly blazed, and blue energy swirled violently around him, signaling an impending mental attack. The dream image of Curtis was startled, a huge question mark appearing. He had not anticipated this at all. A warning voice echoed in his mind. Level 1 warning. Your mind is being infiltrated by an unknown entity. In the hazy space, the old silver-bearded elf clutched the unconscious elf maiden, his vision gradually blurring, signaling a fierce mental battle. Curtis, in his demonic form, his right eye glowing fiery pink, clutched his head in pain. He hadn't expected his opponent to attack during negotiations. A vicious blow. With no retreat, Curtis roared a declaration of war, purple magic erupting around his hands, ready to retaliate against the one who had invaded his mind. The old silver-bearded elf's face showed tension, seemingly affected by Curtis's counterattack, and the space around him also swirled violently. The old elf's face was contorted, his eyes wide with fury. He was enduring immense mental pressure from his opponent. "You damn brat! You dare to challenge me mentally?" The old elf's voice rang out with contempt, yet his eyes gleamed with anger. A colossal image of the old elf appeared, completely overwhelming the tiny Curtis, plunging him into the depths of despair and helplessness. Curtis was dazed, his eyes vacant. One eye still glowed pink, but now only horror and helplessness were clearly visible on his face. He stood in the dark space, his body trembling, his strength seemingly drained, and he was gradually losing consciousness. "What's happening?" he exclaimed, a warning voice ringing out. "Master, your consciousness is fading." The mysterious voice continued to explain. "Your mental power is being suppressed by the opponent. This is the backlash you must endure." Curtis roared angrily. "You want me to be a lamb to be slaughtered? No way!" He refused to surrender to fate. Unleash the incantation. Curtis was determined to counterattack, his entire body erupting with dark energy, a brilliant magic array appearing, and he would shatter all mental shackles. Stefan showed a look of shock and pain. The space around him swirled more intensely, proving that Curtis's counterattack had been effective. "He's still resisting? How can this be?" Stefan stared in astonishment at Curtis, who still stood firm amidst the mental storm. Stefan raised his finger, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. "I will use a short-range hypnotic wave," repeating the incantation. "Ice Elf, invade the soul even deeper." Stefan confidently declared that as long as the hypnotic steps were performed correctly, even the great king would fall under his spell. The entity possessing Curtis's body scoffed, believing this rookie could not resist it. Dare to use his will to fight its spell? Useless. But unexpectedly, it was Stefan who broke out in a cold sweat, his expression changing in astonishment at his opponent's tenacity. Even the entity within Curtis showed a look of bewilderment, astonished by this unexpected turn of events and unforeseen resistance. Stefan stammered, Who are you, really?" The entity in Curtis replied cryptically, "Haven't you already figured it out?" He casually sat down, declaring that they had exchanged memories, and he was the one who benefited. "How could someone like you understand my world?" He looked directly at Stefan, a sarcastic tone in his voice. "So you're not who you claim to be. I bet this is just a joke by Curtis." "Well then, the joke's over." Stefan let out a soft groan, clutching the unconscious Simaya tightly. His eyes filled with worry. Simaya remained in a coma, her eyes bloodshot, her body held by Stefan like a hostage. Without hesitation, Stefan unleashed an extremely powerful blast of icy energy aimed directly at Curtis. Curtis, with fiery red eyes, knelt to receive the attack. He gathered all his strength, trying to ward off the encroaching icy blast. Unwilling to yield, Curtis sprang up like lightning, unleashing a thunderous kick, a sudden and powerful counterattack. The kick was so strong that both Stefan and Simaya were sent flying. Curtis was no exception. All three fell, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Stefan clutched his face, exclaiming in horror, You dared to hit me!" Anger and surprise were clearly visible on his face. Curtis gently picked up Simaya. Stefan tremblingly called out, "Lord? Sebastian?" Curtis softly replied, "I'm sorry. I'm too late." He roared, pointing directly at Stefan, his eyes burning with hatred. "All this destruction, it's all caused by this bastard." The elf in his arms trembled. Stefan roared in denial, his fiery green eyes blazing. "Nonsense! What proof do you have?" He didn't believe Sebastian's accusations, but Sebastian said no more. A sharp blast of icy energy erupted, piercing straight into Stefan's face. He was stunned, crying out in pain from the sudden attack. Before he could recover, a strong hand tightly gripped Stefan's neck, lifting him up, ice shards still scattered, proof of the recent attack. Sebastian, with fiery eyes, held Simaya tightly against him. He coldly ordered, "Simaya, look closely at this traitor's face." He wanted her to witness the truth with her own eyes. Stefan choked, his face contorted with anger and horror. He struggled in vain, the icy aura still lingering around his neck. Stefan's eyes bulged, bloodshot with fear and fury. In that moment, he seemed to have realized a horrifying truth, an ultimate dread. Sebastian growled, exposing him. "This is the elder Stefan you know. From the very beginning, he hypnotized you." The cruel truth was laid bare. A painful memory flooded back. The image of Simaya's father, a white-haired, blue-skinned elf, beheaded by a guillotine. Your father died by the guillotine. He died right before your eyes, Sebastian cruelly revealed. Sebastian continued, his voice filled with rage. "All your memories of your elder are lies, illusions from his evil magic." Simaya, the white-haired elf girl, was stunned. Tears streamed down her face. Her red-rimmed eyes welled up with tears. The cruel truth was tearing her soul apart. Stefan, despite being choked, still sneered. "Imposter! You're truly cruel to the girl." "How could you tell her such a horrible truth?" he mocked. Stefan continued to laugh maniacally. "I only did it to protect her fragile heart. Anyway, her father's death was her fault." His venomous words were like daggers to the heart. Simaya stood behind Sebastian, her eyes wide with horror. She had heard everything, the raw and brutal truth now present before her. Simaya clutched her head, collapsing in pain. "No, that's not true. She denied in despair, unwilling to believe what she had just heard. Sebastian looked at Stefan with a cold gaze. "To achieve power and status, you've done unforgivable things." His voice was low, filled with contempt. Stefan burst into maniacal laughter, his bloodshot eyes blazing. "Unforgivable. That's how this world works, you fool. The weak must die. Only the strong deserve to rule." "A fake ruler like you wouldn't understand," he screamed. A devastating punch. Stefan took it full on, teeth flying, blood splattering. He hadn't even regained his senses. Sebastian, in Curtis's body, didn't stop, landing a deadly kick to Stefan's face, sending him sprawling backward, blood splattering from his nose. He scoffed at Stefan's words, his voice as cold as ice. "Is this how the world operates? Inferior species? Ridiculous." Surrounded by crimson energy, he declared, "You are even lower than dust, a mere speck that will vanish into oblivion." Stefan miserably slumped on the ground, his face disfigured, covered in blood, his eyes filled with horror. A close-up of his face, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, his eyes wide with extreme terror. Stefan frantically reached out, pleading, but Sebastian stood coldly behind him, a crimson aura of intimidation enveloping him. He extended his hand, palm facing forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Just then, a dark shadow lunged forward. A sharp object sliced through the air, severing his attack. A muscular hand gripped an axe handle. A brilliant golden light flared up, and the rescuer had appeared. Stefan was still screaming for help. Sebastian turned his head, his eyes blazing as he looked at the one who had just intervened. 3 gigantic monster guards, dark-skinned and red-eyed, emerged from the shadows surrounding Stefan. Sebastian, holding a greatsword, stood amidst the encirclement of 5 colossal muscular entities, still unfazed. He recognized these individuals, his eyes sharp and cold.
Oh, so you're still not dead, huh?
Despite his strength, he was still overwhelmed by their numbers. 3 gigantic entities pinning him to the ground. They attacked relentlessly, creating massive tremors, sending fragments of rock scattering in the chaotic night. Crushed under overwhelming power, Sebastian still raised his head, his eyes blazing. "I've seen your kind before," he growled, defiant. He stood defiantly, his dark purple bat wings spread wide, looking down with disdain. "Your minds are truly simple," he sneered. "Just a bunch of utterly brainless fools." Inside the blazing red energy sphere, the monster guards growled. Their bloodshot eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Elder Stefan stood from a distance, his face scowling. "Useless. These fire spells aren't enough to destroy them," he growled. A monster guard roared. Its muscular body burst into fierce flames, ferocious fire enveloping it. Sebastian looked up, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "The temperature is high enough," he muttered, a plan forming. He swung his greatsword, his right eye blazing crimson. Around him, sharp streams of icy energy erupted, ready to tear everything apart. The monster guards were attacked by the icy streams. Their bodies quickly froze, blue cracks spreading everywhere. He hovered in the air, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over them. "I understand your actions," he said. "Just magical soldiers without their own thoughts." "How pathetic, you elves." With a resounding roar, he plunged down like lightning, his sharp sword pointed straight. "Rest in peace." Sebastian's sword tore through the air. The monster guards were cut into pieces, their bodies disintegrated in a blue light. Elder Stefan recoiled in horror, a piece of a monster's body falling right beside him, fresh blood splattering. A second later, Sebastian was already behind Stefan, the cold sword tip pressed against his neck, his blazing eyes filled with murderous intent. Stefan trembled, blood flowing from his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. "A magic swordsman?" he whispered, unable to believe his eyes. Sebastian held Stefan firmly with just one hand, the sword still at his neck, caught so easily, with just one hand. He sneered, his tone full of mockery. His eyes glinted with a blazing red light. A cold smirk appeared on his lips, signaling a tragic end. In the dark night, a rough-skinned giant, his body like an ancient tree, emitting a brilliant blue light, bravely faced the dark-haired young man. Behind him, a terrified man in a blue robe was pulled back, his eyes filled with fear. This nightmare was not over yet. The dark-haired young man swung his sword. A purple light flashed, charging into a relentless battle with the gigantic tree entity. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing an ancient city under a full moon, eerily silent. But then, the ferocious face of the tree entity Mao-King reappeared, its glowing green eyes full of menace, signaling that the danger had not yet vanished. Before long, Mao-King collapsed, his rough body lying motionless on the ground, white smoke billowing from his wounds. The man in the blue robe rushed over, anxiously calling out, "Elder Mao-King, are you all right?" Mao-King whispered in response, "I apologize, my lord." Despite his somewhat disrespectful words, Mao-King still tried to warn him. "I beg you, run, now." The dark-haired young man bowed his head, his crimson eyes flashing with contemplation, seemingly weighing the warning. He knelt beside Mao-King, his gaze still stern, while the man in the blue robe behind him remained utterly stunned. A stranger appeared, a tall, white-haired elf, his body glowing green, holding a powerful crystal. "A pathetic attempt from you." "Imposter!" The dark-haired young man's eyes widened, exclaiming in horror, "Almost 50,000?" The stranger's power surpassed all imagination. Tears streamed down his cheeks, his eyes blazing red as the warning echoed, "Level 1 alert! Alert! Level 1 alert!" The white-haired elf stranger arrogantly raised the green crystal, energy surging, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He sneered, declaring coldly, "Vanish!" A judgment that sealed their fate. Following the cold declaration, green energy erupted, engulfing Sebastian and Curtis's body, pushing him into a vortex of destruction. The blow struck, Sebastian's face contorted in horror, his eyes wide as he witnessed the terrifying power consuming him. A horrific explosion tore through the ground, green energy surging to submerge everything, transforming the beautiful landscape into hell. The destructive power spread relentlessly, green energy currents sweeping through, crushing every obstacle in their path. Buildings collapsed, bricks and stones shattered in the green smoke. The terrified populace cried out, "What the hell is this? What's happening there?" The Mojin hotel owner and others worried, "Since the Lord arrived, business has been terrible. They're causing this mess, but we can't anger them." The green energy swirled violently, forming a colossal destructive vortex, swallowing even the most fortified structures. In the terrifying vortex, ordinary people turned into withered skeletons, their green souls escaping, vanishing into nothingness. Bones shattered, scattering in the air, testament to the brutality of the recent attack. Chaos reigned, figures dissolving into dust. Something big has happened. It looks like there was an explosion from the Mojin Hotel. Death covered everything. Inanimate skeletons and green souls floating, silently screaming before disappearing completely. Amidst the destructive storm, the white-haired elf stranger stood tall, majestic as a god, while Sebastian was but a faint black speck. He reveled in boundless power. How exhilarating! Is this what it feels like to be a god? The white-haired one looked down at Sebastian, his eyes full of contempt. "Oh, can you resist this? Your legs are trembling, Sebastian." A purple feather from the white-haired one's wing gently fell, a testament to Sebastian's fragile existence before absolute power. Sebastian, in the Elf King's body, stared at the enemy in horror. This dark pressure. Could that person have merged with the artifact? Cold sweat poured, but he tried to remain calm. At least, he had one important witness to this humiliation. But then, an invisible hand gripped Remus's neck, pulling him into the air, his green body tattered. Sebastian was stunned. Remus's green body began to disintegrate, as if being erased from existence. Remus's lower half was gone. Sebastian gritted his teeth, helplessness surging in his eyes. A voice spoke, calming him. "Your Majesty, please focus on the battle." The white-haired elf hovered over a giant green orb from which countless tentacles emerged, submerging everything in destruction. Grotesque tentacles extended from the orb, and an old voice affirmed that it would protect those inside. The hotel was completely destroyed. Sebastian worriedly uttered Miranda's name, unsure of her fate. He was still in a panic, but the voice spoke again, reassuring him, "Your Majesty, do not worry." A giant robot appeared, and inside was the purple-haired demon craftsman. She confidently declared, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I have everything under control." The one-eyed demon craftsman, with a sharp gaze, ordered Sebastian to focus on his mission. A demon craftsman? No, the great demon craftsman. Sebastian realized and decided to follow her words. His gaze turned towards the white-haired elf, now just a blurry silhouette in the swirling green energy. He gritted his teeth, determination surging. Would he have to face Curtis directly, alone? In the middle of a tense exam, a ballpoint pen suddenly snapped, followed by a dry click. The blonde-haired young man, Shu Ruofeng, stared at the broken pen, his crimson eyes harboring immense irritation. "This damn thing is really fragile," he muttered, his eyes seeming to burn with rage. A crazy thought flashed, ancient characters appearing in his mind. His hand clenched, ready to act. The broken pen fragment, like a bullet, tore through the air. But then, a sudden counterattack. The pen fragment bounced back, embedding itself directly in his forehead, terrifying even the friend next to him. "Shu Ruofeng, this is a midterm exam. What the hell are you doing?" The bald teacher roared, shattering the silence. He shot up, his face downcast, a mix of anger and shame. The classroom air seemed to solidify. "I'll kill you!" he growled, his eyes blood red, murderous intent erupting fiercely. He looked around in astonishment, the entire class utterly silent. Why is everyone so quiet? A sense of confusion welled up. The light-haired girl flinched slightly, her eyes following him anxiously. What was truly happening to Shu Ruofeng? The teacher pushed up his glasses, his gaze sharp. "Shu Ruofeng, high scores don't give you permission to act recklessly. You have no right to threaten a teacher. Stay after class tonight. I'm calling your parents to school about this." The teacher's words were like thunder, but in his mind, strange ancient characters reappeared. He raised his hand towards the teacher, his eyes wide and white. A surge of power erupted. Great firestorm art. He was summoning it. Magical energy swirled around his hand. But nothing happened. The teacher and his classmates still stood there, strangely calm. He was confused, withdrawing his hand as if he had just tried to grasp something invisible. The entire class remained silent, only astonishment clearly visible on their faces. Shu Ruofeng was utterly disappointed. His magic had no effect. My magic. It's not working. This world seems to have no magic.
He wondered if this was a world without magic. His hand crushed the ballpoint pen. The exam paper crumpled. Anger flared within him. He didn't want to stay in such a bland world for another second.
I'm done!
Xu Rufeng shot up, slamming his hand on the desk, sending the exam paper flying. He decided to leave, ignoring everything. The bald teacher angrily yelled,
Where are you going? I'm calling your mother! Even if she has to crawl from the hospital, I'll make her come to school!
The teacher watched Xu Ruofeng's retreating back, then looked down at the exam paper. What's wrong with that kid? What did he write? He muttered. With that attitude, your future won't amount to anything. The teacher's eyes widened behind his glasses, a wisp of smoke rising from his head. Huh? He exclaimed in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. On the exam paper, there were no solutions or formulas, but complex magical symbols, intricate spell circles, and strange charms, meticulously drawn. Xu Ruofeng, get back to class right now, the teacher's voice echoed. But he, with a look of disdain, only thought to himself, you annoying flies. Should be grateful I didn't kill you. He left the classroom, stepping out onto the schoolyard. Under the sunlight, other students were playing ball, but they all seemed dim in his eyes. Xu Ruofeng sat perched on the pull-up bar, looking down at the schoolyard. This world is truly, truly boring. He sighed, feeling everything was tasteless. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Car accident! The crowd's screams shattered the quiet. Xu Ruofeng looked down. A truck sped towards him, and then he woke up in a stark white room, blinding surgical lights overhead. Around him, doctors and nurses bustled. Hurry! Inject him with anesthetic! A voice rang out. A brown-haired woman, her eyes red-rimmed, rushed over. Ruofeng, are you all right? She choked out. The doctor said you're out of danger. She reached out to touch Xu Ruofeng's cheek, tears streaming down. But it's me! Your mother! She tried to call her son's name, but his eyes remained distant. Shh, that thing. Xu Ruofeng frowned, turning away. Which mother? Who dares to call herself Sebastian's mother? His voice was cold, full of detachment. The woman froze, her tear-filled eyes staring at him. Xu Ruofeng! She exclaimed, unable to believe her son's words. His eyes, now, were no longer those of her son. After coldly disowning his birth mother, Sebastian, in Xu Ruofeng's body, sat alone on the pull-up bar, lost in the schoolyard. Laughter echoed, signaling impending trouble. 3 thugs appeared, their eyes full of menace. One asked, Are you stupid? Another said, I have something to say to you. Sebastian, his eyes crimson, growled with contempt. End yourselves. I'm not in the mood for idle chatter with you lowly mortals. Before he could finish speaking, a vicious kick from the blonde thug flew towards him, aimed directly at Sebastian. He was kicked off the pull-up bar, his body spinning in midair, the impact so strong that the air itself shrieked. Sebastian fell face down, a painful goo escaping him, his body hitting the red ground of the sports field hard, dust rising. The 3 thugs stood tall, looking down at Sebastian, who was curled up. The black-haired thug sneered, Long time no see. Got bolder, have we? Sebastian struggled to get up, his eyes filled with resentment. He raised his hand, chanting ancient words. A dark energy beginning to gather. Giant darkness of the withered ocean. But before he could cast it, a devastating punch from the blonde man landed squarely on his face, severing the flow of magic. An electric current shot through Sebastian's head. The summoned magical soul vanished into thin air, leaving only a faint streak of light that flashed by, signaling the spell's failure. The thugs continued their assault, delivering continuous kicks. What the hell are you mumbling about, you retarded brat? The blonde man yelled. The black-haired man added, What's with that look? It's pissing me off. The black-haired man, seeing Sebastian was pathetic enough, exhaled a puff of smoke and signaled his cronies to stop. That's enough. Stop. Sebastian lay slumped, his back against the wall, blood staining his white shirt. He gasped for breath, his body aching from the blows. The thugs stood watching. The blonde man grumbled, Damn it, this kid ruined my shoes. Tch. The black-haired man bent down and touched Sebastian. Hey, wake up. The blonde man picked Sebastian's pockets, saying disappointedly, Hey boss, this kid doesn't have much cash. The black-haired man replied, Wait, even a kid like him has his own value. The black-haired man shook Sebastian, his tone cold. Don't play dead there. Hey kid, do you know Hu Xiaoya? The black-haired man maintained his cold demeanor, questioning Sebastian about a girl named Hu Xiaoya, disdainfully mentioning how she often clung to him for help with homework. Sebastian, despite being beaten to a pulp, still growled, asserting his claim and warning the man to stay away from his girl. Sebastian's eyes suddenly glowed crimson, filled with murderous intent. His bruised and bloody face could not hide the fierce rage burning within him. A surge of dark energy began to churn. The black-haired man, who had just been arrogant,
now had a face drained of all color. His eyes were wide with terror. Cold sweat poured down, and the cigarette on his lips trembled. He sensed the deadly danger approaching. In a moment of madness, Sebastian lunged, biting fiercely into the black-haired man's neck. Fresh blood splattered, staining the air red. The black-haired man clutched his neck in extreme pain, unable to believe the brutal act of the one he had just beaten. The two remaining thugs, the bald thug and the blonde thug, stood frozen. Their eyes were wide open, mouths agape in horror. The scene before them was too gruesome, far beyond their imagination. The black-haired man screamed in pain as Sebastian continued to bite and tear wildly. His two accomplices recoiled, their faces pale with fear. They never expected this weak kid could turn into a bloodthirsty demon. Not stopping there, Sebastian wrestled the black-haired man to the ground. He snatched the half-smoked cigarette from the man's lips and, without hesitation, pressed it directly into his eye. The black-haired man shrieked miserably, calling Sebastian a madman. A close-up of Sebastian's hand, still stained with blood, coldly holding the burning cigarette. That tiny flame had now become a cruel and vicious weapon of punishment, ready to incinerate everything. The black-haired man's eyes rolled back, dilated with horror. Extreme pain and fear were evident on his face. He couldn't believe this nightmare was actually happening. The cigarette glowed red, sizzling as it was pressed against the black-haired man's eye. White smoke rose, mingling with the acrid smell of burning. A gruesome sight etched into the minds of those who witnessed it. Horrified screams echoed throughout the schoolyard, piercing through the cold walls. Even without seeing the scene clearly, the sound alone was enough to make everyone shiver. After the brawl, Sebastian sat in the teacher's office, his head bandaged, his left eye bruised. The teacher was talking to Miss Zhu while he whispered incantations, looking annoyed as he heard whispers about Zhu Ruofeng not being normal lately. Sebastian continued to chant, his hand subtly moving, as if controlling something invisible. He mumbled about allocating souls to summon the Insect Queen, a mysterious ritual within the school. The bald teacher angrily pointed at Sebastian, shouting for him to stop his strange, troublesome actions immediately. Zhu Ruofeng's mother could only bow her head, not daring to say a word. The teacher continued to complain, detailing Sebastian's violent behavior, biting someone's neck and nearly burning another's eye with a cigarette. He angrily asked Miss Zhu when her son had become so rude, while she could only say, "He threatened to kill me." The bald teacher presented Sebastian's test, criticizing the bizarre drawings on it. He lamented that Zhu Ruofeng used to be the school's hope. Miss Zhu bowed her head in apology, promising to talk to her son. The mother's figure stepped softly, moving towards her son who sat there, a heavy silence enveloping them. Zhu Ruofeng, or Sebastian, remained silent, his bruised face and crimson eyes reflecting defiance. Ruofeng. The mother painfully called her son's name, blaming herself for being a terrible mother, lonely in the cold hallway. She choked up, wishing she were healthier, able to take better care of him, so he wouldn't have come to this. "Look, what's wrong with my appearance?" he growled, questioning her pretense, demanding she speak her true thoughts. He turned his back, declaring that no one could bind him. His freedom was absolute. No one had the right to interfere. "A woman like you doesn't deserve to be my mother." The cruel words cut like a knife, tearing the mother's heart apart. She was stunned, her eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what she had just heard. A violent cough seized her. She clutched her chest, her body trembling as if about to collapse. He coldly watched his mother coughing violently, uttering cruel words. "Stupid woman." From above, he uttered a vicious curse. "Burn your life away and die." He turned his face away, his eyes emotionless, yet deep within them lay an indescribable pain. "Don't leave me, Mom." She collapsed to her knees, pleading in despair, but he only looked back with cold eyes. What a terrible nuisance, he thought to himself, considering ending her miserable life. Suddenly, he reached out his hand, and a strange liquid dripped onto his mother, like an invisible curse. Sebastian's crimson eyes gleamed with malevolence, harboring a terrifying power that was awakening. Eerie liquid dripped onto the mother's hand, leaving a fresh red bloodstain, like a curse of fate. In Sebastian's blazing red eyes, a cold glint flashed, harboring a terrifying power on the rise. The poor mother was wounded and coughed up blood, but still tried to smile, her voice trembling. "Don't cry." Memories flooded back, a gentle mother praising her son, contrasting with Sebastian's cruel curse. "Get lost, you bastard," she gently said. "From now on, I'll take care of you, forever." But it was just an illusion. Sebastian clutched his head, growling in pain. What the hell? These damn memories aren't mine. But why do I see them? The mother collapsed to the floor, her body trembling, while Sebastian stood up, turning his back to her. He stared into the void, his blazing red eyes harboring confusion and resentment. Sebastian carried the mother on his back, walking through the night streets.
He muttered, "This world, this damn boring world, is truly incomprehensible." In another space, Curtis gripped his sword tightly. The ring on his hand suddenly shone brightly. Power surged. Blue electricity enveloped his hand. The golden eyes of the Elf King gleamed with astonishment. The ring throbbed painfully. Curtis wondered, are the tears of the gods resonating with something? This has never happened before. He shook his head, dismissing his wandering thoughts. Forget it. I don't have time to think about other things. I must focus on the task at hand. Facing him, a powerful white-haired elf with blazing green eyes was calculating. I must figure out how to defeat him or protect my life. Two powerful foes confronted each other amidst a swirling green space. Energy erupted, preparing for an earth-shattering battle. Curtis roared, his blazing red eyes burning, ready to face the enemy. Curtis was enduring, his eyes blazing red. He felt a painful aura, realizing it was the overwhelming mental pressure of his enemy, transforming into tiny energy particles tearing at his body. From another dimension, the purple-haired, uneven-eyed figure observed the battle, her eyes gleaming with calculation. "This is a great opportunity," she whispered, "to see if you are the true Overlord." She sat on a throne, with two other female elves beside her, continuing to watch. "This machine isn't bad at all," she said. "It can withstand the immense pressure from King Curtis." But she looked at Red Star, who was hanging upside down, unconscious. "Sorry, old man Red Star," she exclaimed. "I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Oh dear." Back on the battlefield, the powerful white-haired figure appeared amidst a green light, holding a crystal. He smiled, asking Curtis, "Sebastian, are you comfortable? What do you think of my artifact?" He leaned closer, his green eyes full of contempt. "If I had known this artifact held such immense power, perhaps all your careful plans would be useless, wouldn't they?" He continued to provoke, asking Curtis if he was curious why only he found the book about this artifact in the Holy Wing City Library. "Have you ever wondered why this artifact was found by me and no one else?" He raised the green crystal high. A dazzling light erupted, declaring, "Simply because this artifact chose me." Curtis roared, "Damn it! Dodge!" as a stream of green energy from the crystal shot straight at him, forcing him to evade the attack. From a distance, a floating city in the sky was shaking. Debris flew everywhere as streams of green energy collided, creating violent explosions. In the city, Delina screamed in horror as debris from the explosions flew towards her, destroying everything around. The small, brown-haired elf beside Delina panicked. "Your Majesty, it's very dangerous out here. Let's find a safe place." Delina pointed in one direction. "That way is where the Overlord is." Delina was frantic, her jade green eyes wide. "Oh no, Overlord. Is he in any danger in the city?" Dark purple feathers, carrying remnants of demonic power, fluttered down through the air, signaling a fierce battle. Curtis reappeared, his dark purple bat wings and small horns clearly visible. He was in a fighting stance, but his face clearly showed pain. He clutched his back, roaring in pain. "Ah, it hurts so much. My back is stiff." The green energy stream still clung to him, making the situation worse. Bone-piercing pain. The eerie resonance still tormented Curtis. In his eyes, one side was lucidity, the other was chaotic power burning. His figure plummeted into the abyss, painful growls tearing through the air. The green energy still clung relentlessly, like an inescapable curse. Despite the extreme pain, Curtis still braced himself to counterattack. His sword swung up, tearing through the wind to form a blazing red energy blade, ready to cleave through anything. His eyes blazed with fury. "Damn you, Curtis," a curse echoed, unclear if it was for his enemy or for his own cruel fate. He tried to summon, but a mysterious voice echoed back. "Master, you cannot summon the Brood Queen right now." Curtis was stunned. "Cooldown? What are you talking about?" Remus's green silhouette appeared, issuing a warning. "Curtis's current form is too powerful. I cannot control it. His soul has far surpassed mine. He is truly too dominant." The blazing red, spiky monster tightened its grip on him. "This enemy is too strong. Just one blow, and you will vanish. You feel it, don't you?" The chilling warning echoed. The monster growled, its blazing red eyes as if wanting to devour everything. One blow, one life. It challenged. "Bet with me." A deadly invitation. Curtis gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. "I cannot lose this battle." Iron resolve burned within him, even as everything was against him. He gripped his sword tightly, green energy erupting from it. An ancient incantation appeared, signaling a new power about to be unleashed. Sweat beaded on his forehead, Curtis's eyes shining brightly. The incantation glowed crimson like an oath as he poured his entire will into this decisive moment. Suddenly, a figure appeared. The white-haired elf, his green eyes glowing, wore a self-satisfied smile, as if everything was within his grasp.
While Curtis was still struggling with the red monster, the new enemy reached out. A green crystal glowed, surging energy enveloping it, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The white-haired elf stood in the center of a cerulean magic circle, ancient symbols swirling. He reached out, summoning power from the artifact. Preparing to unleash an attack, the green crystal in his hand shone brilliantly, reflecting the intricate magic circle. Ancient power was being activated, converging into a single point. The enemy confidently swung his hand, green energy exploding around him. A fatal blow was forming, ready to finish Curtis in an instant. Curtis felt the primal energy surging from the green crystal. He knew this was a power that could change the tide. The sword spirit, Liberius Titanus, roared, channeling wild power into Curtis. Feel it! Seize it! He felt the primal energy explode in his veins. Don't hesitate. Follow your desires. Devastate, the sword spirit urged, its voice like thunder, calling Curtis to unleash chaos, not to be crushed. As if awakened, Curtis roared in response. Yes! He charged forward, his eyes blazing, the sword in his hand seemingly wanting to tear through space. The sword spirit continued to guide, its voice deep yet powerful. Focus on the sword. Guide the spiritual energy. As for the rest, leave it to me. Curtis swung his sword, a fiery sword strike tearing through the wind, carrying the explosive power from the sword spirit. The immense power startled Curtis for a moment, but his gaze remained resolute. He had to control this wild energy. What are you waiting for? Smash it! The sword spirit roared, urging Curtis to unleash the decisive blow without hesitation. The sword in Curtis's hand glowed brightly, the spirit of Liberius Titanus merging with it, transforming it into a weapon of destruction. Roar like a beast! Unleash destruction! Hold nothing back! Attack! The sword spirit urged, and Curtis responded with a determined, "All right, comrade." Curtis's eyes glowed crimson, his face cold. He was ready for a fatal blow, pouring all his strength into the upcoming sword swing. Curtis's sword slashed down, unleashing a massive surge of fiery energy, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. The fiery blade shot forth like a meteor, piercing through the night. Heading straight for the enemy, hovering in mid-air. The white-haired enemy still stood there, the green crystal in his hand still glowing. He stared at the blazing attack hurtling towards him. In the air, the white-haired elf raised his head. On the ground, a colossal entity with an outstretched hand, as if waiting for something. The white-haired elf's green eyes flashed with confidence. He tightened his grip on the crystal. Ready to face Curtis's wrath, power exploded. Curtis roared amidst a sea of fire, his eyes burning fiercely. He was ready for a no-holds-barred fight. But then, a blinding flash of light tore through space, carrying the deadly decay incantation, as if to crush all hope. Suddenly, the scene changed. Sebastian awoke with a start, his head spinning, his body covered in bandages. "Did I fall asleep again?" he mumbled, feeling hazy. "This sleep, it's strange." A sense of vagueness enveloped his mind. His gaze turned towards the operating room door, where the words, "Surgery in progress," glowed crimson like a knife cutting into his heart. Each stroke of the letters seemed to dance, etching deep into his anxiety, signaling a life-or-death battle unfolding within. "Seriously," he sighed. "What am I doing in this god-forsaken place?" Discomfort, mixed with helplessness. Those cold words remained there, like a cruel reminder of the harsh reality he was facing. The door swung open, and a doctor with a stern expression stepped out, breaking the eerie silence. "Are you family?" the doctor asked. The young man replied curtly, "No." An awkward silence enveloped them. The doctor was surprised, his eyes clearly showing confusion at the unexpected answer. "Tisk, here we go again." The doctor frowned. "Can you be a little serious, young man?" He looked up, his bloodshot eyes suddenly clearing. "I think I might be her son." A painful truth was accepted. "Follow me to the office," the doctor said, then turned and led the way. The young man quietly followed, his heart heavy. In the office, the computer screen displayed lung X-rays, blurry images of illness. "Do you know what your mother's illness is?" the doctor asked. The young man replied with a bitter question. "Should I know about it?" The doctor said in a low voice. Perhaps she would have hidden it before, but now the illness was too serious to conceal any longer. He hoped the young man was strong enough to face the truth. Xu Rufeng was impatient, urging him to speak plainly. On the X-ray screen, a blurry image of the lungs was clearly visible. The doctor coldly announced, "She had late-stage lung cancer. It was too late." Lung cancer? Xu Ruofeng was stunned. Was this unfamiliar disease similar to poisoning? A question filled with confusion. His mother's condition was extremely dangerous and could worsen at any moment. The doctor had something else to say. According to his mother's will, Xu Ruofeng owed hospital fees. This information hit him like a bolt from the blue. The hospital couldn't keep her. The doctor apologized, but she would be discharged soon. "Huh?" Xu Ruofeng was stunned, words caught in his throat. In the cold hospital room, Xu Rufeng watched his mother lying faintly on the bed. The frail mother called out Ruofeng, asking if the doctors had told him yet. "Yes," he replied curtly. "They said you're dying very quickly." The words were terrifyingly cruel. The mother was surprised, asking again, "You aren't surprised?" "Surprised by what?" Xu Ruofeng said coldly. "I've seen many people die. Dying peacefully in bed is already a great fortune." "What?" The mother was shocked, unable to believe her ears. She said she was afraid the atmosphere would be too sad. But Xu Ruofeng was right. Things weren't that bad. Xu Ruofeng turned his face away, his gaze distant, hiding an unspeakable sadness. Xu Ruofeng looked directly into his mother's eyes, his voice filled with callousness. "Mother, aren't you afraid of death?" The frail mother replied that she had accepted her fate. What she worried about was whether he would be okay after she was gone. Xu Ruofeng knelt on the ground, choked with emotion. "How could I be okay?" She smiled sadly, praising him as an understanding child. Despite his love for games, he had never made her worry about his studies. She believed that even after she was gone, he would live well. But then, the mother's eyes suddenly grew sad. "You've seemed strange lately." Xu Ruofeng only softly replied, "Is that so?" In Xu Ruofeng's mind, a cruel truth echoed. She was dying. Speaking it out was useless. He looked at his mother, asking a loaded question. He stood up, looking directly at his frail mother. "If you die, what will happen to me?" The mother was surprised, letting out a soft gasp. Xu Ruofeng continued, his eyes bloodshot. "My father is gone. I mean, will I live alone? Become an orphan?" The mother was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. She hadn't expected her son to ask so bluntly. He changed his tone again, terrifyingly cold. "Never mind. Living alone isn't so bad. What's one life to worry about? I'm already used to this dull life." The mother could only remain silent. The mother tried to reassure him. She had spoken with his aunt, who would adopt him, but she warned that his aunt also had her own children, so he shouldn't be a burden to her. Her eyes sparkled with belief. She trusted that he would do well, that he would take care of himself. Everything would be all right. Xu Ruofeng turned his back, his voice chilling to the bone. Useless words. "Who do you think you're talking to?" He walked out of the room, leaving his mother calling his name. "Xu Ruofeng, where are you going? You can't control my life." The door closed. Xu Ruofeng's face contorted in anger, his eyes burning red as if about to ignite. In that moment, his eye flashed with a strange blue light, as if an electric current surged through it. A painful memory suddenly rushed in. Images of his mother and young Xu Rufeng from the past reappeared. He clutched his head, screaming, "No! Don't repeat it!" Blinding light poured down, engulfing Xu Rufeng in a violent headache. He growled, cursing the divine power tormenting him. The old memories were like an endless loop, plunging him into ultimate despair. Everything kept repeating, bland and cruel. In his delirium, the image of a burly demon appeared, its eyes bloodshot, roaring threats. "You bastard! You'll die together today!" The horrifying scene continued. A purple-haired maiden in chains, covered in blood. The demon furiously declared he would tear both of them into 100 pieces. Xu Ruofeng clutched his head, fragments of painful memories swirling deep in his mind, making him writhe in inescapable agony. Then the purple-haired maiden looked up, giving a mysterious smile. "She reminds me of her," a voice echoed, bringing with it long-forgotten memories. Unable to bear it any longer, Xu Ruofeng erupted. A powerful punch slammed into the wall, tearing through the silent air, as if to break the chains of the past. He turned his back to his mother, trying to hide his emotions. "It's nothing. Stop nagging." But the frail mother still pleaded. "Don't go, Ruofeng." The mother lay in the hospital bed, her face pale, asking him to help with the discharge procedures. She tried to remain calm, but her eyes were filled with worry. Xu Ruofeng silently took the papers to the counter. Although his heart was still a turmoil of emotions, he tried to complete the task his mother had given him, like a responsible son. His footsteps were heavy in the hospital corridor. A figure brushed past, their sharp gaze lingering on his gaunt appearance. The doctor looked at him, his tone calm. "Xu Ruofeng, right? Your mother will have a very difficult time in the coming days. Try not to get too agitated." He realized. "You're the doctor?" he asked urgently, his worry evident. "That woman?" "No, my mother. Is there any way to cure her?" His words stumbled, filled with inner conflict. The doctor shook his head, his voice somber. "It's very difficult. The recovery rate is extremely low. But this world still has inexplicable miracles that help patients pull through." "So there's hope?" he quickly asked. "I'm not optimistic, but I wouldn't dare to conclude. With treatment, anything is possible." "There's always a chance for recovery," the doctor replied, not confirming. Xu Rufeng looked at the doctor,
a faint glimmer of light in his tired eyes. "You aren't so bad for a doctor," he murmured, as if finding a little comfort. With determined red eyes, Shu Ruofeng declared, "I've decided to let my mother stay in the hospital." An invisible burden weighed on the young man's shoulders. With heavy steps, he left the hospital building, shimmering with lights. His solitary figure amidst the bustling crowd, his mind still lingered on a fragile hope. His bruised face tilted. Shu Ruofeng clenched his fists. The pain and helplessness were still there, but a resilient will had ignited. In the quiet space, an unexpected voice rang out, calling his name. Shu Ruofeng started, turning his head to search. A blue-haired girl with worried yellow eyes appeared. "Shu Ruofeng, how is your mother doing?" she asked, her concern evident. Shu Ruofeng was surprised, a big question mark appearing in his head. Who was this girl? How did she know him and his mother? "That's right. You're the girl from class," he realized. "Why are you here?" The blue-haired girl replied. "What do you mean?" The girl smiled lightly, her finger touching her lips. "My father is the head of this hospital department. If I'm not here, then where else could I be?" Shu Ruofeng was silent, his eyes fixed on the girl. A thought flashed, like lightning striking his mind. Suddenly, he grabbed the girl's shoulders, his eyes pleading. "Can you allow my mother to stay in the hospital?" The girl flinched. What? "Ouch! That hurts!" the girl cried out. Shu Ruofeng quickly let go. He had been too desperate and forgotten to be gentle. "I'm sorry." Shu Ruofeng bowed his head. "I don't want her to die, so I'm arranging for her treatment now." The blue-haired girl looked at him, her expression pensive. "But late-stage cancer. The treatment costs will be extremely high." "Isn't your father the head of the hospital department?" The girl looked at her phone, making a decision. "Wait a moment. Let me ask my father about this." A glimmer of hope flared up again. She raised the phone to her ear, starting the call. "Hello? Dad? Listen." Shu Ruofeng stood there, holding his breath, waiting. The girl's face changed, her eyes revealing worry. "Sorry, the phone is busy." The hope that had just ignited flickered out. The blue-haired girl stared blankly at her phone screen, the rejected call extinguishing the hope that had just ignited. "Ruofeng," she called after his retreating back amidst the hurried crowd. But the blond young man had disappeared. Never mind. Money. That inferior thing was once again a barrier. He, Sebastian, from another world. How could he fail because of something so trivial? Determination blazed in his red eyes. But how to earn money? A bold idea flashed. Rob the rich. He watched the people passing by, his eyes sharp as if scrutinizing prey. Or find a way to use magic in this world? But this mortal body was too weak. Unable to withstand mystical power, he clutched his head, helpless. After some consideration, Shu Ruofeng decided he would try conventional methods first. He blended into the crowd, his steps firm, heading forward. Against a drab gray wall, an advertisement caught his eye. Tianyang Studio was hiring comic artists for webcomics on Bilibili. A glimmer of hope appeared. He called, but a cold voice on the other end of the line echoed directly into his ear. "Sorry, you're still a student, not experienced enough." Shu Ruofeng angrily retorted, "What do you mean?" A long beep sounded, and the call ended. Shu Ruofeng gritted his teeth, clutching his phone. Damn it! Another door slammed shut in front of him. This time, it was a middle-aged woman. "We don't care about age, but you need experience." "Experience again," Shu Ruofeng growled, his frustration boiling over. At another store, 2 female employees also shook their heads. "Sorry, we have enough staff. Our company isn't hiring at the moment." The door of hope closed once more. When Shu Ruofeng was almost desperate, a middle-aged man with a mustache looked at him searchingly, then spoke thoughtfully. "You're young, but I need someone." He agreed to hire Shu Ruofeng. "Really? Great." Shu Ruofeng was overjoyed, eagerly asking about the job and salary. "Night shift, from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. at this parking lot. Salary, 50 yuan an hour," the man said. Shu Ruofeng was stunned. "What did you say?" "No way!" Shu Ruofeng vehemently protested. "In the evenings, I have to be at the hospital with that woman. And only 50 yuan an hour? That's not enough. Beggars can't be choosers," the man roared, furious. "You have a job, and you're still ungrateful. Get out. If you don't like it, scram." Shu Ruofeng was fired again. The recruiters still growled, contemptuously declaring that no one would bother doing this foolish job under his conditions. A ray of light tore through the air, the ID card flying straight into Shu Ruofeng's face. "Take this damn card and get out." He clutched his head, his red eyes burning with rage. "You damn people. Next time we meet, I'll turn you into a puddle of blood." The night sky was gloomy. The first drops of rain began to fall, signaling an approaching storm. The ID card was soaked in his hand, as cold as the hope that had just vanished.
Damn it, nothing is going smoothly. With heavy steps splashing through puddles, he growled in the pouring rain. This damn world, this wretched world. The rain poured down, drenching his blonde hair and the bandages on his head. He stood there, his eyes empty, utterly disappointed. Amidst the pouring rain, the full moon cast an eerie blue light. A voice echoed, "If you are useless, then die." From somewhere, a giant monster appeared, its body made of rotten wood, growling in the strange blue rain. The rain. Something's not right. In a hexagonal barrier, the purple-haired girl and the red-haired one were chained, their eyes filled with despair. This rain is the condensed spiritual energy of the underworld. A dark green, sinewy arm reached out from the shadows, seemingly unaffected by the spiritual rain. Curtis, with his silver hair and green eyes, coldly held a glowing crystal. He seemed completely immune to the rain. The purple-haired girl and the red-haired one were imprisoned in a giant orange machine, like prey awaiting their fate. The rain still poured down on the desolate land, jagged rocks stained with gloomy colors. A strange object hovered in the air. The horned one lay slumped, his muscular body full of injuries, one red eye burning amidst the green energy beams. He looked up, a giant sword, and the small silhouette of an enemy hovered in a swirling vortex of azure spiritual energy. The horned one collapsed, his muscular body covered in scratches, his red eyes reflecting helplessness. The rain poured down, and on the cracked ground, the enemy's giant blade still stood tall. He looked up at the pitch-black sky, where rain fell like a myriad of arrows. The fierce battle had pushed him to the brink of ruin. The giant sword, enveloped in fiery red energy, echoed a whisper. I underestimated the opponent's energy, but I repelled most of the attacks. The rest, I leave to you. Struggling to get up, he reached out to touch the shattered blade. I've reached my limit, he cried out in despair. No, wait! Fresh blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, his fiery red eyes filled with horror. An ultimate fear was devouring his soul. Curtis, the green-skinned elf, hovered in midair, clutching the glowing crystal. He smirked. The imposter. Not bad, huh? A sinister smile appeared on Curtis's face. But I'm tired of you. His voice was cold, full of contempt. A burst of green energy erupted, and Curtis split into 3 perfect clones. 3 elven figures hovered, surrounding the glowing crystal. The 3 forms of Curtis simultaneously charged forward, brilliant green energy beams tearing through the rain, transforming the space into a deadly dance. The horned one's fiery red eyes widened, blood gushing out again. He watched the scene before him in horror, despair engulfing him. A clone of Curtis soared upwards. Behind him, an orange drone rushed forward, its jet engine screaming. Beneath the ancient tree, the wood monster growled ferociously. Above, Curtis and the drone were preparing for the finishing blow. Despite his injuries, the horned one roared in anger, charging forward with a broken sword in hand. You bastard! Curtis unleashed a dazzling green energy attack, scoffing. You can't protect everyone. The horned one tensed, creating a hexagonal fire shield. Firewall! He was determined to fight to the very end, but the fire shield quickly shattered. A terrifying explosion of green energy tore through space, sending debris flying, engulfing everything. After the terrifying explosion, a giant cockpit appeared, inside which were the purple-haired woman and 2 men hanging upside down. It seems, you want to eliminate everyone here? Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the control panel, activating something mysterious. Outside, Curtis plunged down like an azure arrow, attacking fiercely. Get out of the way, he roared. The red-haired man and the drone were pulled upwards by giant tentacles from the ground. Curtis unleashed a dazzling green energy blast, tearing through the air. The drone was hit, exploding in mid-air, its brilliant green light illuminating the night. Inside the cockpit, the 2 men were violently jolted, panicking. The purple-haired woman gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Now you're finished! Curtis relentlessly continued to unleash even more powerful emerald energy beams, tearing everything apart. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, a colossal wooden monster emerged, snarling ferociously. Curtis stood towering on the monster's head, his gaze coldly looking down. He placed his hand on the ground, and brilliant green energy surged forth, spreading everywhere. That terrifying power tore the wooden monster's body apart, reducing it to splinters. The red-haired man looked up in horror as Curtis soared into the air. Below, 3 ancient elves, along with the red-haired man and a woman, lay motionless, all gazing up at the night sky. Curtis hovered in mid-air, beneath the bright full moon, emerald energy swirling around him, like a god descended. Amidst the chaotic battle, the red-haired young man roared in fury, swinging his sword directly at Curtis. Curtis, you bastard! Suddenly, a gruesome phantom appeared from behind, biting into his shoulder, fresh blood splattering. He stared in horror. In that moment of life and death, the young man's hand tightened around the sword hilt, and the blade gleamed with a cold blue light. You're still alive?" he exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief, then decisively thrust his sword through the phantom. Above, Curtis still hovered calmly. He raised his hand, and a dazzling pillar of green light gathered, ready to strike. The deadly beam shot straight down, targeting the red-haired young man and the remaining phantoms, carrying destructive power. The green light violently collided with a colossal, arc-shaped wooden wall, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Curtis still soared high above, like a god. The explosion continued. The wooden wall was torn apart, and dust billowed thickly. Despite this, Curtis remained unharmed. Curtis descended, standing on the remnants of the wooden monster. A deep, authoritative voice echoed, "Don't ignore this old man's presence." The wooden monster's face became clear, its glowing blue eyes full of menace. From beneath the ground, a series of fist-shaped drones shot up, firing green beams to attack Curtis. The purple-haired woman with a tense expression and beads of sweat muttered, "It's too cramped here. I can't do much." One of the fist-shaped machines continued to fire green energy beams, trying to stop Curtis. But it was useless. One machine was hit, smoking heavily before falling. The purple-haired woman roared in anger. "Damn it!" At the same time, a beam of light from Curtis pierced through a section of the building, causing a large explosion, sending bricks and stones flying. Amidst the rubble, the purple-haired woman lay slumped, the destroyed machine beside her. The battle seemed to have ended. Lily Scarlet, though just fallen, still showed a defiant glint, calling out Curtis's name directly. Curtis hovered in midair, questioning Lily Scarlet, Code Omega. "Lily Scarlet, do you still not understand?" He continued his attack. "The demon lord you serve is no longer the same person. Overlord Sebastian has vanished. Why do you stubbornly remain loyal to him?" Lily Scarlet was surprised, then angrily retorted, "Huh? Are you trying to incite me?" Curtis maintained his composure. "I highly value your talent, if you join me." But Lily Scarlet decisively refused. "Never, even if I was forced to join the demon army." She gritted her teeth, her eyes full of contempt. "But compared to Sebastian, you disgust me." Curtis smirked. "I disgust you? You'd rather be loyal to that imposter?" Lily Scarlet turned her back, her tone arrogant. "I quite like what the current Overlord is doing, especially the new toys I've seen, even if he is an imposter." She looked directly at Curtis, her eyes sharp and cold. "He's much better than you. Code Alpha, appear before me!" A surge of purple energy erupted from Lily Scarlet's body, and a dazzling light enveloped her. Curtis recoiled in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes at his opponent's sudden power. Lily Scarlet, within the halo of light, coldly commanded, "Nolandis, I'll hand him over to you. Try not to ruin my clothes." Energy surged, transforming her body's shape. Her feminine features gradually became more robust. Muscles rippled. Her physique expanded, more powerful than ever. Power erupted, completely transforming Lily Scarlet's body. From within the light, a muscular, masculine figure emerged. The long purple hair and horns were still there, but the aura had completely changed. Nolandis, in Lily Scarlet's body, scowled. "Omega, can you stop wearing those high heels and long stockings?" He stood there, still in that uncomfortable outfit, muscles bulging. Nolandis threatened, "Next time you summon me in this form, I won't switch with you again." Nolandis' eyes suddenly glowed, and a fierce surge of energy erupted, signaling the impending transformation. He roared, tearing off his cloak, revealing his muscular physique and mysterious tattoo on his chest, completely shedding his old appearance. Gripping the sword in his mouth, Nolandis stared straight ahead, his gaze sharp and resolute, ready for the upcoming battle. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted a brilliant purple light, energy surging, transforming it into a deadly weapon. Nolandis, the demon sword commander of the Demon King's 12th Legion, was fully revealed. He swung his sword, his aura soaring, ready to face any foe. Curtis, the white-haired elf, sneered. I don't care to listen to the ramblings of an idiot," he retorted arrogantly. A thick white smoke suddenly billowed up, obscuring vision, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tension. In the hazy smoke, a familiar silhouette gradually emerged, bringing an ominous premonition. Curtis suddenly appeared, grabbing the head of a black-haired young man with horns. He lifted the victim, a triumphant look on his face. The black-haired young man writhed in agony, his eyes rolled back. Curtis's savage laughter echoed. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Curtis stared at the young man, his green eyes glowing brightly. "I waited for this moment for a long time. Don't waste any more time," he whispered. Without hesitation, Curtis unleashed a stream of green energy directly into the young man's chest, growling, "Die!" At the same time, Shu Ruofeng suddenly clutched his chest, feeling a piercing, bone-deep pain, as if he himself was taking the blow. He collapsed to his knees on the damp ground, under the cold rain,
his face contorted in extreme pain, as if enduring indescribable suffering. A sudden bone-piercing pain ripped through Shu Rufeng's chest. He tensed, struggling against the strange and intense sensation tormenting his body. Under the pouring rain, the young man collapsed, but the darkness came not only from physical pain, but also from the scrutinizing eyes hidden behind him. "Talk shit and he'll show up!" A mocking voice rang out, breaking the silence of the rain. 3 thugs, their leader with a bandage on his face, revealed themselves. They laughed mockingly, their contemptuous gazes fixed on the kneeling figure. "Never thought I'd find you in this dump, you brat!" The sarcastic words were like cold raindrops. He lifted his head, his red eyes blazing. "It's you guys again!" His voice rasped, filled with utter disgust and helplessness. The bald thug whispered to the leader, "Boss, this isn't school. How about we teach him a lesson?" The leader merely grunted, his eyes full of agreement. "Never thought I'd see you after that stupid incident," he growled, his gaze cold. "At school, no one ever dared to defy me. Except you." The physical pain gradually subsided, but a sense of humiliation surged. Shu Rufeng clenched his fists, his gaze firm as he stared directly at his enemies. In the midst of the tension, Shu Ruofeng's phone suddenly rang. The name Hu Xiaoya appeared on the screen, like a ray of light in the dark night. He raised his hand, his trembling finger touching the screen. A sense of unease crept in, signaling that something bad was about to happen. A henchman glanced at the name on the screen and quickly reported to the leader, "Boss, it's Hu Xiaoya." The leader's eyes widened, his expression changing. "I told you to stay away from that girl, didn't I?" he roared, his anger erupting. "Are you deaf? You guys beat him to death for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 thugs rushed in, punching and kicking relentlessly. Shu Rufeng covered his head, enduring the assault, with only the name Hu Xiaoya echoing in his mind. The leader sneered, answering the phone. "Who is this? I said no one is allowed near that girl. But this guy doesn't seem to understand me." He continued his theatrics, his tone threatening. "Anyone who dares to get close to that girl will not have a good end. This is your final warning. If you're worried, come see for yourself." The phone flew from his hand, and Shu Ruofeng lay curled up on the ground. He had been beaten to the point of immobility, able only to endure the pain and helplessness. Zhu Ruofeng collapsed in the rain, his phone flung far away. 3 thugs stood tall, their eyes contemptuous. "Take his ID. Teach him a lesson." A cold voice rang out, like a knife cutting into his last hope. The rain poured down. Shu Ruofeng lay curled up, in extreme pain.
"You beasts! Do you know what you've done? His mother has cancer!"
A voice screamed in despair, but no one paid any attention. Rage flared in Shu Ruofeng's bloodshot eyes. "Damn it!" he snarled, refusing help. "Shu Ruofeng, you pathetic fool!" The echo in his mind fueled his indignation even further. A sharp, twisting pain seized his chest. He clutched his heart, feeling torment that came not only from his body, but also from a deeper pain, tearing at his soul. Amidst the extreme pain, a strange surge of energy suddenly arose, swirling deep into Shu Ruofeng's mind, pulling him into an unknown abyss. He gritted his teeth, struggling against the physical and mental pain that enveloped him. Every muscle fiber, every cell screamed in silence. "You bastards!" Shu Ruofeng screamed in the rain, his heart-wrenching cries mingling with the sound of water. Helplessness and indignation surged to their peak. In another space, Nolandis, the horned one, also roared in pain. His red eyes blazed like hellfire, reflecting extreme torment. Demon Sword Nolandis was chained, 2 iron bars pinning his muscular body. He struggled in vain, each movement bringing agony. Demon Sword Nolandis's crimson eyes blazed, an intense fury, an indomitable will seethed within his imprisoned soul. From his confinement, Nolandis looked down. The image of a frail Shu Ruofeng, curled up in his pajamas, was vivid in his mind. Shu Ruofeng woke with a start, cold sweat pouring down. The terrifying nightmare still haunted him, leaving him gasping for breath, the sensation of pain lingering. Nolandis's spirit manifested, his gaze sharp and cold. "It seems you are too weak, to the point of needing to summon me here," he said, with the mysterious figure of Curtis beside him. Demon Sword Nolandis continued, his voice echoing. "Your enemy is using a treasure to enhance their power, reaching the pinnacle of magic. You cannot overcome them on your own." Nolandis gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with sorrow and indignation. "I told you that you couldn't reach the peak of my world. Even in this world, I am as deeply wounded as you. I abandoned you to die in incompetence and regret." A piece of Nolandis's horn shattered, as if his pain and regret had reached their limit. His crimson eyes still burned, but now they held despair. Demon Sword Nolandis, his petrified body chained, his eyes crimson. He growled,
sensing the beginning of something terrible approaching. Has it begun? His stone body cracked open. Nolandis wondered if his consciousness would vanish with his physical form. With a demonic smile, he praised the resilience that had reached its limit. Nolandis disintegrated, pulling Shu Rufeng into the abyss. He did not fear death, nor clung to life, only wishing for mutual destruction. A name escaped him unconsciously: Cassandra. Demon Sword, Nolandis's crimson eyes shattered, reflecting ultimate despair in his final moment. Shu Rufeng woke with a jolt, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. The names Miranda, Xander, Red, all were in danger. Excruciating pain tormented him. The young man pleaded with someone not to give up. "Save them, please, save them!" His heart-wrenching cries echoed in the room. In the dream, Nolandis's stone body continued to crack, dark, ominous smoke rising, signaling an inevitable collapse. A piece of Demon Sword Nolandis's horn shattered, falling into oblivion, symbolizing the decline and end of an era. A colossal foot descended, nearly crushing Shu Rufeng. He frantically raised his hands to shield himself, trying to resist. Shu Rufeng's crimson eyes widened, filled with extreme terror as he faced imminent danger. He looked up at his attacker, the ground beneath his feet cracking open as crimson lava surged forth, transforming the dreamscape into hell. Curtis appeared, a large hole gouged in his chest, one eye glowing eerily, his face full of worry. Curtis's eyes blazed, urgently calling out, "Master! Master, please wake up, otherwise I too will vanish!" Shu Rufeng's eyes suddenly lit up as brilliant purple energy shot out, tearing through the darkness, signaling his awakening. Curtis reached out, grasping the horned young man's head, purple energy exploding around them, creating an overwhelming spectacle. A colossal explosion of purple energy engulfed everything, leaving only Shu Rufeng's figure standing tall at the eye of the storm like a deity. The terrifying explosion subsided, leaving behind an exhausted Curtis, his body cracked amidst the crumbling ruins. A faint green light flickered from him, like a dying flame, signaling a tragic end. In the chaotic nightmare, Curtis's face appeared, his emerald eyes burning with extreme worry. He bit his lip, cold sweat beading on his skin, as if trying to scream something. An urgent warning piercing through the fog of despair engulfing Shu Rufeng. The black-haired young man hovered at the heart of a blazing red energy storm, purple lightning tearing through space. A resounding hoo echoed like a suppressed breath or the roar of an exploding power. Was he at the peak of transformation? Or the depths of a nightmare? Amidst the blazing red magical vortex, a familiar yet distorted figure emerged. Shu Rufeng, with spiky black hair, a sharp horn, and a fiery crimson eye, his chest empty yet emitting an eerie pink glow. Curtis's eyes widened, staring in shock at the scene before him. "What the hell is going on here?" he exclaimed, his voice full of bewilderment amidst the flashing electrical sparks. But the nightmare didn't stop there. Nolandis, the mighty demon sword, appeared majestically within the red magical vortex. "Queen of the swarm," he roared, his fiery eyes questioning, leaving Shu Rufeng stunned. His eyes, blood red, suddenly flared with an eerie light, ancient patterns swirling deep within his pupils. Right beside him, a bizarre, blazing pink energy burst forth, like the terrifying scream of an invisible entity. Amidst the vast cosmic space, the young man stared in awe at a colossal entity. The Broodmother. A large question mark appeared, reflecting his shock at the blue mechanical creature, like a newly awakened threat. In excruciating pain, Shu Rufeng screamed for healing, and Curtis's spirit, with a submissive expression, immediately replied, "Yes, master." Before Curtis's eyes, a swirling stream of emerald energy enveloped the familiar figure. Sharp crystal fragments shattered, as if a terrifying power was erupting from within. A brilliant green energy erupted from the center of his chest, where a mysterious scar was deeply etched. Whether it was a mark of power or a cruel curse, no one knew. Amidst the chaotic nightmare, a familiar figure appeared, his muscular body now covered in injuries. The demon sword Nolandis growled, his right eye glowing from a wound that wouldn't heal. Truly a powerful treasure. Even the Swarm family cannot heal this wound. He was sinking in pain and defeat. In the desolate, gloomy landscape, Curtis, with his white hair and blue skin, appeared, his thoughtful gaze fixed on the black-haired young man. A fated confrontation? Or an urgent warning from an old friend? However, in an instant, Curtis's eyes became suspicious, his ethereal spirit staring directly at Shu Rufeng, asking in utter shock, "Who are you?" Amidst the dazzling light, Shu Rufeng appeared in a completely new form. Spiky black hair, demonic horns protruding, one crimson eye blazing. He crossed his arms, his face full of suspicion. What was that just now? Nolandis's crimson eyes pierced through Shu Rufeng's heart. "Have you forgotten? Why don't you kneel and state your name?" he growled, demanding absolute submission, pushing Shu Rufeng into despair. Curtis, the white-haired elf, was utterly stunned, sweat pouring down. His eyes were wide, staring directly at something horrifying, as if the world was turning upside down. A bright blue eye opened wide, shining brilliantly. Sebastian? No, it can't be. The exclamation was filled with terror, denying a cruel truth. The counterfeit overlord appeared, his body muscular, a sharp horn, and glowing red eyes. He smirked, saying smugly, "It feels so comfortable being in my own body." Surrounded by purple light, the counterfeit raised a finger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I'll use this time to vent all the frustrations from that world. And you are the target." He stood amidst a circle of alluring female spirits, raising his hand towards a colossal blue energy orb, as if absorbing elemental power. Curtis soared through the air, dodging a massive blazing red fireball hurtling towards him, his face still etched with shock and panic. The blazing red fireball erupted fiercely, two tiny figures evading in the vast space, showcasing the attack's terrifying destructive power. In another scene, Curtis faced a horde of grotesque monsters, alongside a red-haired young man wielding a sword, seemingly a memory or an illusion. Curtis, now with glowing hands, confronted the counterfeit overlord directly, who was swinging a purple sword. The real battle had begun. A colossal, fiery drone roared and opened fire. The engine's roar echoed, signaling a devastating attack. A red-haired woman bowed her head, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair, seemingly witnessing an irreversible tragedy. The counterfeit overlord summoned a colossal red Asura god, surging with elemental power, hands clasped majestically like a god of destruction. Curtis was horrified. An elemental Asura? Converting death magic from the Hive Queens into an elemental system? He realized the immeasurable danger. The counterfeit overlord maintained his smug expression. Curtis was confused. Not everyone can perform this technique. This is Sebastian's original. Where did that fake overlord go? Curtis tried to calm himself, his eyes filled with worry. Calm down. Don't panic, he told himself, trying to maintain his composure amidst the chaos. He raised a glowing green divine artifact, full of determination. I have a divine artifact in hand, even if I have to face Sebastian. Curtis tensed, green energy blazing around his fists, determined not to lose this life-or-death battle. I won't lose. But the counterfeit overlord flashed a smug smile, his glowing red eyes piercing through an enchanting halo of pinkish-purple energy. He lunged like a red lightning bolt, terrifying speed tearing through the air, giving his opponent no time to react. A devastating punch. Curtis was sent flying, his body staggering amidst the dust and terrifying impact. Curtis's face contorted in pain, his eyes filled with horror and helplessness before the overwhelming power. Utter shock was evident in Curtis's blue eyes, a huge question mark regarding the enemy's true strength. At the same time, another force was devastating the landscape. A red-horned monster struck a destructive blow against a cliff, shaking the earth and sky. In the distance, amidst the city, earth-shattering explosions echoed, pillars of fire rising high, signaling an impending catastrophe. On a tower balcony, a blonde elf woman watched in shock towards the horizon, where a colossal mushroom cloud was rising. "What's happening?" the blonde elf exclaimed, her face pale with fear. Beside her, a brown-haired elf woman equally terrified. The blonde elf still stood there, her eyes wide, looking down at the city engulfed in chaos, unable to believe what was unfolding. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes astonished at the colossal dark figures gliding across the night sky. Moondragon Knights? Under the moonlight, two elf warriors with dragon-scaled wings appeared, their faces tense, ready to confront danger. Across the night sky, countless shadowy dragons descended, like an army of death signaling the end of days. A colossal dragon roared, its red eyes blazing like hellfire, its massive body obscuring the moon. And then, a colossal skeleton blazing with blue fire and a cold elf assassin appeared, bringing with them an aura of pervasive death. Amidst the chaos, the colossal skeleton blazing with blue fire and the cold elf assassin appeared, halting all progress. A stern command echoed. "Stop!" The yellow-masked figure confronted the purple-haired man, growling. He knew his opponent was one of the Overlord's 13 generals, but confidently declared, "No one can stop our faction's advance." Without hesitation, the yellow-masked figure ordered an attack. The colossal dragons roared, charging into battle, tearing through the night with deadly pounces. The colossal skeleton did not stand still. From its blazing eye sockets, a surge of blue energy erupted, sweeping across the battlefield like a storm of death. Numerous flying dragons roared, their red eyes blazing as if to devour everything. They darted swiftly, forming a colossal arrow piercing through space. The blue energy surge from the skeleton continued to spread, forming a dazzling pillar of light, engulfing those who dared to block its path. Witnessing that scene, the purple-haired, blue-skinned man roared furiously. He couldn't believe his eyes, rage burning in every word.
The colossal skeleton paid no mind to its opponent's anger. It coldly declared, "Get out of the way, trash. The army is here to rescue." Meanwhile, the giant skeleton suddenly felt something amiss. He tilted his head, his fiery blue eyes scanning, wondering, "What the hell is going on behind me?" He turned his head, his gaze meeting the purple-haired, blue-skinned man standing on the dragon's back. A sense of unease suddenly arose. Just then, a teleportation gate glowing with brilliant blue light suddenly opened on the ground, tearing through the silent space. From the teleportation gate, the counterfeit overlord emerged, his aura soaring. Behind him was the colossal red Asura god, mighty as a god of destruction. The red Asura god stood towering, his hands clasped, radiating a brilliant aura. He was a symbol of absolute power, ready to crush everything. Meanwhile, Curtis lay slumped on the ground, his body exhausted. An emerald gem on his chest glowed, as if trying to heal his fatal wounds. He looked up, his green eyes reflecting shock. "What a terrifying attack," he exclaimed. "Is this Sebastian's ultimate power?" Despite being severely wounded, Curtis resiliently stood up. Green energy erupted around him, signaling a powerful resurgence. However, he growled, his eyes filled with determination. The counterfeit overlord looked up, his fiery red eyes flashing with interest. "A counterattack?" he smugly uttered, while the colossal red Asura god stood powerfully behind him. Curtis stood tall, green energy violently erupting around his body. He raised both hands, brilliant green electricity surging forth, ready to confront any foe. He concentrated all his power, bringing his hands together. Between his palms, a glowing green energy orb formed, accumulating destructive power for the upcoming attack. A colossal green pillar of light descended from above, tearing through the ground. It aimed directly at the imposter, who was looking up, preparing to receive the terrifying attack. The counterfeit overlord raised his head, his fiery red eyes flashing. Before him, a complex six-pointed star magic circle flared up, ready to block the attack. He raised both hands, shimmering pinkish-purple energy enveloping his body. The counterfeit overlord was activating his defensive power, creating an invisible shield against the assault. Curtis's green pillar of light violently collided with the invisible shield, creating a dazzling explosion. Behind the imposter, the red Asura god still stood towering, like a challenge. Curtis growled, his green eyes sharp and cold. "An 8th-level defensive spell? It's useless. The energy of my artifact is not something you can imagine." The counterfeit overlord narrowed his eyes, a brilliant red glow. He heard a voice in his head. "Master, the energy is too strong. The barrier might." "Shut up! I know!" he growled. In that tense moment, the counterfeit overlord raised his hand, a gesture full of hidden meaning, signaling an impending counterattack or a bold decision. The defensive shield shattered into thousands of shimmering crystal fragments. The green pillar of light pierced straight through, targeting the counterfeit overlord, who stood there, unfazed. The green pillar of light did not stop. It shot straight up into the night sky, tearing through the moon itself. The counterfeit overlord looked up, his eyes filled with calculation. Against the night sky, the moon was pierced by the green pillar of light, creating a dazzling halo, like a permanent scar in the heavens. The counterfeit overlord soared upwards, his hands creating brilliant purple magic circles. He had escaped the attack, and now it was time to counterattack. Curtis was being restrained by a green energy. Curtis strained, trying to break free from the green energy shackles that bound him. His face contorted in pain, but his will to fight remained undiminished. High above, the counterfeit overlord clasped his hands, creating a colossal energy orb. Behind him, the red Asura god followed suit, his power redoubled. Curtis below looked up, preparing for the fatal attack. The green energy ray pierced through the counterfeit overlord's abdomen, making him groan in pain. But his fiery red eyes still blazed, unwavering. His eyes were sharp and cold, one side blazing blood red, the other golden, harboring malevolent energy. A magic symbol flared up, signaling a terrifying counterattack. Curtis soared upwards, his azure body glowing with energy. He had just unleashed a fatal blow, but danger still lurked from the colossal hands behind him. Unable to dodge in time, Curtis was struck by a devastating blow from the red Asura god. The energy explosion tore through space, sending him flying uncontrollably. Under the majestic gaze of the Asura god, the counterfeit overlord began to recover. Golden energy flared up, healing his wounds. He was returning. He roared, his fists clenched, purple energy violently erupting. The counterfeit overlord was ready for a merciless confrontation. His fiery red eyes were highly focused, his hand outstretched, as if controlling an invisible power. Killing intent enveloped the area, signaling ill omens. Curtis was knocked flying again, violently colliding with an invisible wall, creating a dazzling green explosion. He was being pushed to his limits. Lying slumped on the cracked ground, Curtis was exhausted,
His body still glowed with energy, but would it be enough to stand against the mighty foe? Curtis raised his head, his eyes blazing with fury. "Don't underestimate me, Sebastian!" he roared, calling out his enemy's name, determined not to back down. Green energy erupted. Curtis began to transform, his body glowing like fire. His two comrades behind watched, hope blazing. Curtis transformed into an azure streak of light darting like an arrow. He aimed directly at the male spirit wielding a sword. The battle was about to enter a critical phase. The transformation was complete. Curtis stood firm, his body robust, green energy swirling around him. He was ready for a life or death battle. He burst out laughing, his voice echoing, "This feeling, full of power." The green gem floated before his chest, a symbol of infinite energy. Curtis raised his hand, purple and green energy swirling, merging together. A destructive attack was forming, ready to sweep away all obstacles. "Witness my fire elemental empowered by my artifact," he roared, unleashing his final blow. Black and green energy erupted, tearing through the night. The giant red Asura god descended, threatening Curtis, who stood amidst the energy vortex. The counterfeit overlord stood from afar, coldly observing the battle. The counterfeit overlord's crimson eyes gleamed, and a sinister smile spread across his lips. He whispered mysterious, ancient incantations as dark energies surged around him. Curtis, with determined green eyes, did not flinch. His arm transformed, blue scales becoming visible, ready to face any challenge. But then, the giant Asura god began to melt, drops of crimson lava dripping down as its colossal body gradually deformed. Curtis burst into maniacal laughter, his laughter echoing through the space. He raised his head high, his eyes full of self-satisfaction, as if he had claimed victory. "My flames will incinerate and melt everything," he roared. "These dark flames will devour you." The counterfeit overlord frowned, his patience exhausted. "Enough of this theatrics," he growled, raising his hand. And a surge of purple energy erupted. A terrifying explosion tore through space, dark energy spreading everywhere. Curtis was flung into the air, his small figure caught in the fury. From another perspective, Shu Ruofeng watched in shock. He raised his hand to cover his face. Blinding light enveloped him, unable to believe what was happening. "Incredible!" Shu Ruofeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. He felt the terrifying power erupting, an overwhelming sensation. Curtis floated in the night sky, under the bright full moon. Shu Ruofeng felt as if he was truly fighting, even though he was just an observer. Shu Ruofeng realized that even though he couldn't control this body, he could still perceive everything around the counterfeit overlord, including how the magic operated. The counterfeit overlord smiled triumphantly, the giant Asura god reappearing behind him. "What an exhilarating feeling!" he exclaimed. "This is how high-level magic is cast." The image of the melting Asura god reappeared, a terrifying loop. The giant's head glowed crimson, like a bubbling mass of lava. Metal energy was transmuted, and the Asura god transformed into a giant fireball, blazing like the Sunday transmute metal energy into a fireball. The fireball floated in the air, radiating terrifying heat. Shu Ruofeng was astonished. "I've never seen such magic." The counterfeit overlord pointed arrogantly, the giant fireball floating in the air like a second Sunday. He provoked his opponent, mocking the weak power of those who dared to confront him. The fireball began to contract, terrifying energy compressing, preparing for a destructive attack. The counterfeit overlord declared grandly, a small black orb appearing in his hand. "There is only one true overlord in this world." He swore to show his opponent the difference in power. Curtis, with a green crystal floating above his head, roared in anger. He could not accept the impostor's arrogance. The counterfeit overlord responded coldly, his crimson eyes blazing. He raised his hand, and the black orb, like a cosmic abyss, shot straight towards Curtis. "Shut up, you worm!" An unimaginable surge of energy struck. Curtis was horrified, his face contorted. Everything around him seemed to shatter. Though he had been flung away, Curtis still struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with resentment. He accused the counterfeit overlord of being an imposter, a thief. The green crystal shattered, but Curtis remained resilient. He focused his energy, preparing for his final counterattack. But once again, he was caught off guard. Another attack came too quickly, leaving Curtis no time to react. "What? How did he? Too fast, I can't react!" A thin, sharp beam of light tore through the air, piercing through the shattered crystal fragments, and shot straight towards its target. The counterfeit overlord calmly explained, the black orb still floating in his hand. "The hottest flame in this world is this dark flame. But do you know what is the fastest?" Shu Ruofeng, inside the counterfeit overlord's body, exclaimed in surprise, "It's light!" But he was immediately scolded by the imposter, not allowing him to interfere. The counterfeit overlord decisively pointed his finger, and a burst of subatomic light particles erupted, piercing through all barriers. "Subatomic light particle attack!" Curtis hastily summoned a dark shield to envelop himself, trying to withstand the fatal attack. But the beam of light pierced through all defenses and struck him directly in the back. Fresh blood splattered, a fatal wound clearly visible. The counterfeit overlord, despite a slight scratch on his hand, still declared confidently, "My light can pierce through even your flames." His eyes blazed, a swirling black energy beam piercing deep into the target. "Dance for me!" Countless dark arrows impaled, binding Curtis's body, tearing through his flesh. He screamed in extreme agony, fresh blood splattering, a tragic end already sealed. Zhu Ruofeng witnessed the horrifying scene and couldn't help but shiver. "Whoa, that's terrifying." His eyes widened in utter terror at the imposter's destructive power. The counterfeit overlord stood in midair, energy surging around him, like a supreme deity passing judgment. A colossal surge of power erupted, completely engulfing Curtis, leaving no trace. Zhu Ruofeng exclaimed in astonishment. So decisive. He didn't hesitate at all. This is complete annihilation. He looked down at the counterfeit overlord's bony hand. "Hey, what's wrong with your hand?" He replied, "Fool. Do you really think there's no backlash when you manipulate it to its limit?" Zhu Ruofeng continued to ask. "So what?" He said in a low voice. "I'll summon it later to heal. I can't right now." From afar, a voice rang out. "Hey, Scarlet, didn't you say the current overlord is a fake?" Lily Scarlet smiled disdainfully. "Why are you lying? Isn't the overlord here? So why call me?" The elder sighed. I'm old. This combat state doesn't suit me." The red-haired young man worried. "What's wrong, elder?" The elder suddenly looked up. "Look up!" Both turned their eyes towards Lily Scarlet, who was hovering in the air. The counterfeit overlord reappeared, his left hand already turned to bone, standing tall under the crimson moonlight. His eyes glowed red, his face clearly showing anger. "Damn it!" The counterfeit overlord, with his ghastly white bony arm, concentrated all his magic power. A surge of purple energy erupted, swirling deep into the void, creating a thunderous roar. A small ring gleamed on his dry, bony finger, signifying the terrifying power being unleashed. Was it a tearing pain, or was it exploding power? The counterfeit overlord screamed, enveloped in purple energy. Zhu Ruofeng watched the scene in horror from within, helpless before the possessor's madness. Amidst the energy storm, a green-haired young man was enveloped in a subatomic particle shield. Brilliant green light rays shot out, forming a solid barrier, like a warning of impenetrable power. Power erupted! The counterfeit overlord's blazing green spiral energy entity collided with an unimaginable force, creating a shockwave that shook the entire space, tearing apart everything in sight. Amidst the dazzling green light, a furious power erupted, tearing everything apart. A painful scream of "Arg!" echoed from the epicenter, where the counterfeit struggled. Was he paying the price for his arrogance, as the magic backlash consumed his own body? But then, that power backfired. His body cracked open, fragments of crimson magic scattering like shattered crystal. The counterfeit overlord braced himself, enduring the cracking sounds like bones being crushed, but his eyes still burned with fierce resilience. His eyes blazed, one side hell yellow, the other pinkish purple like a shooting star. Was this the peak of magic, or a sign of impending destruction? But then, the shield shattered, and the young man transformed into a blazing green spiral energy entity, like a spirit. "Not bad." A challenging voice rang out. "But can you defeat me now?" He declared confidently. Power erupting. From the epicenter, a blue demon god materialized, with sharp horns, bulging muscles, and fiercely glowing crystals. This was the counterfeit's ultimate form, an arrogant challenge sent to the entire world. As the counterfeit struggled in pain, a new figure appeared. She, with green horns and blazing purple eyes, smiled disdainfully. "Even if I had to discard my old form, it no longer matters. After all, you are now just an ordinary being." Her soul lantern demonized form level 10 power had reached 104821, a terrifying transformation. High above, Lily Scarlet hovered, her cold gaze sweeping across the space. She suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, he's not dead yet?" Two faint figures, one green, one dark purple, became clear in the night, like immortal souls. Amidst the chaos, Lily Scarlet appeared, her sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. She uttered, her tone full of contemplation, "So that's the artifact." Suddenly, the scene shifted. Amidst the fiery ruins, a purple-haired, horned man looked directly at the red-haired woman wrapped in cloth. "So you're awake?" he asked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. All at once, the scene shifted. Amidst the desolate ruins, the red-haired woman opened her eyes. She resiliently declared that the toxins had been completely removed from her body. "It's nothing," her voice rang out, full of hidden meaning. Amidst the chaos, A naked figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Her orange hair blazed like fire, her green eyes wide with shock. She looked around bewildered, exclaiming, "Right now, what is happening?" A mysterious awakening. And then, a new entity appeared. The man with wing-white hair, a muscular body in green armor, his eyes glowing with fury. He soared through the air, his laughter echoing everywhere, proudly announcing his return. The counterfeit overlord stood tall in the night, a dark aura swirling around him, his red eyes burning as if to incinerate everything. Meanwhile, Curtis, with a sinister smile, his purple eyes flashing with smugness, seemed to have everything firmly in his grasp. Lily Scarlet, with her cold beauty and small horns, spoke provocatively. "Is that so? Let me collect you. I assure you, you will be safe with me." Curtis replied with a sneer, full of arrogance. "Is this a joke to you? In this world, no one can master me." Without hesitation, the counterfeit overlord roared, summoning, "Swarm Queen!" A surge of blue energy erupted from behind the counterfeit overlord, forming a colossal entity ready to devour everything. Curtis was not to be outdone. He roared in anger, green energy erupting powerfully from his body, creating a shockwave. He sneered, declaring, "Do you really think I'll give you a chance to recover? I've seen through all your tricks." But unexpectedly, an attack pierced Curtis's chest, fresh blood splattering, leaving him stunned in pain. The counterfeit overlord hovered in the air, saying coldly, "I'll deal with you first, then do that later." He stretched out his hand, his fingers turning into white bone, and a purple magic circle appeared, ready to unleash a decisive blow. Magic energy erupted from the counterfeit overlord's bony hand, creating dazzling rays of light, attacking Curtis. Curtis was tightly bound by green energy ropes, but maintained a calm expression, seemingly unharmed. He scoffed, "It's useless. A soul state cannot be physically attacked." Green energy from Curtis once again erupted fiercely, as if to shatter all shackles. In another space, Shu Rufeng stared in horror at the counterfeit overlord's hand, but was immediately yelled at by him. "I said, shut up!" The counterfeit overlord, with glowing red eyes, stared into space and asked, "Don't you feel it? That terrifying energy source?" Shu Ruofeng, in another space, cautiously thought, "If I may speak, master?" Outside, Curtis roared. Green energy violently erupted, forming a dazzling sphere of lightning, ready to devour everything. The white-haired elf shot forward, unleashing streams of emerald electricity as if to tear through the night, aiming directly at the enemy. The counterfeit overlord stood firm, taking the full force of the lightning strike. Green lightning and purple energy collided, creating a chaotic force field around him. He quickly dodged, another green energy sphere whizzing past. The counterfeit overlord retreated, purple lightning still shimmering around him, highly vigilant. The counterfeit overlord flew into the air, facing the hovering green energy sphere. He was ready for a fierce confrontation. Shu Ruofeng cried out in alarm, "Hey, get out of the way!" But the counterfeit overlord snapped, "I told you to shut up! Haven't you ever used teleportation? I can use it 7 times consecutively!" Shu Ruofeng was surprised. "Ah, so that's how it is." The counterfeit overlord grumbled, "How troublesome." He clearly didn't want him to interfere. The counterfeit overlord summoned pitch-black wings, with a brilliant light emanating from his glowing red eyes. He prepared to counterattack, his aura soaring, his dark wings spread wide. The counterfeit overlord hovered in midair. He looked up, his gaze sharp and full of determination. Shu Ruofeng worried, "That spell is too fast. Don't you have any shields?" The counterfeit overlord replied, "You're an idiot. The energy of an artifact isn't easily blocked by conventional means." Shu Ruofeng persisted, "Wait, doesn't physics apply here? Haven't you learned anything about it?" He scoffed, "I learned it at your school." Shu Ruofeng had an idea. "Hey, you're good at shortening spell incantations, right?" The counterfeit overlord asked back. "I can. Why?" He then proposed, "Shorten a spell for me. I'll transmit memories through the eternal flame and help me reduce its casting time to 1 syllable." Shu Ruofeng concentrated intensely. Ancient characters shimmered around him, as if waiting for him to decipher them. Light from the magical characters enveloped Shu Rufeng's face, his eyes wide, seemingly absorbing a vast amount of knowledge. Curtis stood frozen, his face filled with extreme surprise. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The counterfeit overlord waved his hand, energy surging, ancient runes glowing brightly around him. A magical storm was about to erupt, carrying destructive power. A colossal emerald vortex, swirling with green lightning, tore through space. The terrifying power of high-level magic was being unleashed. Curtis watched the fierce vortex, small, shadowy creatures flying around it. He narrowed his eyes, his face full of interest at this display of power. The elder, a mysterious figure with a skull hat and glowing green eyes, appeared. He said, in a deep voice, "A level 10 wind spell. The reverse vortex. The elder continued, asserting that this was a level 10 spell, the highest rank. But a masked female elf standing beside him refuted, not at all. The female elf explained, magic has no limits. Levels 1 to 9 are merely for ease of understanding. Any magic beyond level 9 lies outside our meager comprehension. The counterfeit overlord hovered in mid-air, black wings and glowing red energies surrounding him. That is the rule that defines what is exceptionally different. That is level 10 magic. Shu Ruofeng stood behind him, alarmed. "My heart is pounding," the counterfeit overlord replied. "It's fine, that's a natural reaction when I unleash high-level magic. Get used to it, don't overreact." The counterfeit overlord asked, "How much soul energy do I have left?" Shu Ruofeng looked bewildered. "Huh? How would I know?" He snapped, "Idiot, can't you feel it? Just feel it." Zhu Ruofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Feel? I can do that?" He had never thought he possessed this ability. Shu Ruofeng's hand reached out, as if trying to grasp or sense something invisible in the air. A colossal deep blue energy sphere appeared behind Shu Ruofeng, reflecting the shock on his face. The counterfeit overlord sighed. Is that so? Listen, my soul energy isn't limitless. Ever since you entered my body, disrupting the synchronization, plus summoning the spell," he continued, his expression serious, "this proud overlord has less than half his energy left. With this amount, I don't have enough power to cast another level 10 spell." Curtis was still flying backward, keeping his distance from the fierce vortex. Debris and shattered rocks flew everywhere, testament to the spell's destructive power. Curtis smirked, his eyes sharp. "I know I can't resist this attack. A colossal surge. A terrifying power." He still maintained his confident demeanor. Curtis continued to retreat, his body tensed amidst the emerald lightning. He knew that ordinary people couldn't withstand this magic, but he was different. The elf smirked, his eyes full of disdain. "Using such a grand move, do you think I can't handle it? Is this a challenge?" Outside, the furious vortex roared, sweeping up rocks and debris, its destructive power continuously spreading. In a hidden corner, a large monster ordered Xander, "Hold on tight. Xander, go up there and see." Xander and Samaya stood close together, their eyes filled with worry as they looked ahead, debris still flying past. Xander clenched his fists, sweat beading on his forehead, preparing to face the approaching danger. Suddenly, a small, fanged monster lunged forward. Xander quickly pulled the girl back, shouting, "Watch out!" The small monster sneered. "Kid, you've got sharp eyes," Xander retorted. "I'm always vigilant. What about you?" Xander held the girl tightly, drawing his sword. "It's best to clear out the trash first. Don't you dare touch a single hair on her head." The small monster looked up, a sinister smile on its face. "Xander, do you always talk so loudly?" Suddenly, streams of demon-faced blue energy appeared from nowhere, surrounding the small monster and astonishing it. Xander and the blue-skinned girl looked down as a green wind vortex erupted, sweeping up debris, evidence of the recent attack. The large monster observed, its green eyes glowing thoughtfully. Xander and the blue-skinned girl were stunned, speechless at the sight before them. A giant monster, jade green with many horns and glowing yellow eyes, appeared, growling menacingly. In another space, the black-haired female character was surrounded by demon-faced blue energy streams, echoing with screams. The giant, earthy brown monster, with glowing blue eyes, unleashed a green magic circle, shattering the ground around it. At the same time, demon-faced azure souls rose from the ground, under the faint moonlight, creating a chilling scene. Elder Mao, the earthy brown monster, growled furiously, his blue eyes flashing with murderous intent. The black-haired assassin and the elder stood amidst the encirclement of souls, surprised by the attack from all sides. A colossal green energy stream plunged down, tearing apart the ground. Elder Mao witnessed it, and a scream echoed, "Xander!" But immediately after, a blazing red power erupted, clashing with the green energy, creating an earth-shattering collision. Elder Mao recoiled in shock, his blue eyes wide. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Elder Mao!" Another cry rang out. Xander, with his fiery red hair, held the blue-skinned girl tightly, his body ablaze in brilliant pink flames, determined to protect her. From the flames protecting Xander, a colossal blazing red phoenix materialized, spreading its majestic wings, ready to deliver punishment. A small blue-skinned monster with sharp fangs, charging forward, suddenly froze, a large question mark appearing above its head. The fire phoenix spread its wings, lashing out with whip-like red energy strands, tearing apart the small monster's body. The monster's head flew off, and a streak of blue sword energy shot past, completely finishing off the unfortunate creature. A blazing red high heel, emanating eerie flames, stomped heavily on the monster's head lying on the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere. A radiant orange-haired maiden with bloodshot red eyes appeared powerfully, her entire body engulfed in fierce flames. Her heel struck down once more, completely crushing the monster's head with savage, fiery power. Blood splattered. The monster's yellow eyes popped out, a brutal end for anyone who dared to stand in the way. The orange-haired Miranda looked down disdainfully, another hideous creature appearing before her, challenging the limits of her patience. The enemy rose again, its rotten wooden body cracking open, swirling with blazing red energy as if to devour everything. Miranda stood proudly on the shattered monster's corpse. The elder thanked her, but she responded with humility. Miranda's gaze was sharp, and she confidently declared, "Next, leave it to me." An iron resolve was clear on her face. Another giant monster appeared, but Miranda didn't flinch. She already had experience dealing with these creatures. Amidst the magical vortex, Shu Ruofeng worried about the danger. But the counterfeit overlord grumbled, putting all his strength into maintaining this storm. The counterfeit overlord admitted he had to give his all. Shu Ruofeng was stunned, asking if he cared about his comrades. The counterfeit overlord turned away, asking Shu Ruofeng in return if he had ever actively sensed the spiritual energy around him. Shu Ruofeng focused on sensing. Below, a torrent of savage fire energy was blazing, astonishingly powerful. The counterfeit overlord reassured him that Miranda had taken care of it. Shu Ruofeng was bewildered, recalling that she had been poisoned by the artifact. The counterfeit overlord revealed that Miranda was the Blood Queen, possessing extraordinary self-healing abilities. Even if the artifact weakened her, she would recover, as long as she was alive. He turned to Shu Ruofeng, coldly reminding him, "As for you, no, us. We should worry about our own problems instead." In the eye of the swirling storm, Curtis appeared, his green form prominent, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space. The elf raised his hand, and brilliant green energy orbs gradually formed, ready to unleash destructive power. Without hesitation, Curtis unleashed a series of azure energy streams, tearing through the air and hurtling straight towards the target. Power concentrated in the elf's palm, a green energy orb swirled, harboring terrifying might. The whirlwind suddenly grew fiercer, devouring even Curtis's attacks, astonishing the elf. Curtis couldn't believe this magic could withstand his attacks, but still arrogantly claimed it couldn't harm him. The counterfeit overlord smirked challengingly. "Oh, really? Then try to move," while Shu Ruofeng stood nearby, observing. The elf Curtis struggled to break free from the whirlwind, but his robust body was completely bound. Meanwhile, the counterfeit overlord activated more power, a glowing pink magic circle appearing brightly on his hand. He swung his hand, giving a decisive pull. "Come here." Immediately, Curtis was pulled by an invisible force straight into the center of the whirlwind, his body spinning uncontrollably. The elf was completely taken by surprise, unable to resist the terrifying power of the whirlwind. Curtis was spun at dizzying speed, his face contorted with dizziness and panic. The elf's body was tossed up, then slammed down, swirling in the whirlwind like a puppet. Curtis screamed in vain as the whirlwind tightened its grip, while the counterfeit overlord stood there, observing coldly. The counterfeit overlord maintained his stance, sustaining the magic circle on his hand still glowing brightly. Despite his body being restrained, Curtis still roared arrogantly, asserting that this power couldn't harm him. The counterfeit overlord smirked, scoffing. "If this were just an ordinary whirlwind, I wouldn't have called it a level 10 spell." He looked directly at Curtis, a mysterious smile on his face. "Are you curious about this magic? Do you want to know why it's called the reversal vortex?" Curtis was completely stunned, his eyes showing extreme confusion and fear at the counterfeit overlord's words. The deep blue whirlwind surged with thunder and lightning, devouring everything into its destructive vortex. Amidst the chaotic space, two figures stood on the back of a giant creature, observing the terrifying scene. The elder asked in a low voice about the fate of the civilians, while Semia only replied with a pessimistic gaze, saying that evacuation wouldn't change anything. The elder looked deep into the eye of the storm, sensing the terrifying surge of underworld energy, a power strong enough to tear apart space itself. Meanwhile, the counterfeit overlord concentrated his energy, brilliant purple magic circles surrounding his hands, as if controlling this entire rage. He extended his hand forward, his eyes glowing red, magic surging, completing the summoning ritual, pushing the whirlwind's power to its peak. The whirlwind roared, shifting violently, green lightning tearing through the night, signaling a terrifying transformation about to occur. If the flow suddenly reverses, the narration echoed, revealing the horrifying secret behind the name Reversal Vortex. The destructive power of the whirlwind erupted, not only reversing, but also beginning to devour and tear apart everything within its influence. Curtis was drawn into the eye of the storm, his body beginning to distort, cracks appearing on his green armor, in extreme agony. Each piece of his armor, each part of his body was torn apart, disintegrating in the whirlwind, as if about to vanish completely from the world. The counterfeit overlord calmly watched the scene, explaining, This storm contains terrifying destructive power when reversed. Even a legendary artifact would struggle to survive. Curtis screamed in despair, realizing the horrifying truth. "Are you going to crush me? You weren't kidding, Sebastian." Despair didn't break him. Curtis tensed, green energy erupting. "But I am no ordinary artifact." He concentrated his power, determined to resist. Amidst the destructive whirlwind, Curtis resiliently created a cerulean energy shield, trying to withstand the terrifying onslaught. The counterfeit overlord smirked, acknowledging, "Commendable. You still managed to erect a shield amidst this storm. But this is your limit." Curtis, amidst the destructive whirlwind, was impaled through the chest. Blood gushed out, his green eyes wide with horror. The counterfeit overlord coldly declared that the moment he revealed himself was also the moment this battle was decided. The counterfeit's hand reached out, touching the cerulean gem on Curtis's forehead, as if draining his last life force. The counterfeit overlord gave a sinister smile, his red eyes flashing with triumph. "When you reveal yourself, that is when I have won this battle." Curtis writhed in extreme agony. The gem on his forehead was drained of energy, green veins bulging across his face, as if his soul was being torn apart. Blazing red energy erupted from the counterfeit overlord's chest, while Curtis's body began to dissipate, turning into cerulean particles of light amidst the whirlwind. The counterfeit held the cerulean gem in his hand, looking down at it with contempt. "It's over. Give up, little light. Voluntarily become my tool." But the gem suddenly flared, an angry face appearing from within. "It's not over yet. Overlord." That was Curtis's final roar of defiance. The counterfeit overlord was startled, his eyes wide with surprise as the gem in his hand exploded with dazzling green energy. Curtis's soul, now a cerulean stream of light, escaped the gem, soaring up amidst the whirlwind, like an undying flame. Green energy swirled powerfully, forming a gigantic orb of light, shaking the entire space. The energy orb exploded, unleashing a blinding stream of light, tearing through the night and the vortex, illuminating everything. The elder and Samaya stared at the scene in astonishment. "What's happening?" the old man exclaimed, his voice trembling. Amidst the blinding light, a magnificent, gigantic phoenix figure appeared, flapping its wings and soaring upwards, carrying destructive and regenerative power. Zhu Ruofeng, caught in this space, dazedly covered his eyes. The light was too blinding, preventing him from seeing anything clearly. Through the gaps in his fingers, Zhu Ruofeng's fiery red eyes remained wide open, filled with extreme horror at the surreal scene unfolding. The counterfeit overlord, with his blazing golden eyes and eerie red gaze, seemed to be enduring a powerful blow, his expression extremely tense. He hovered in midair, his body bare, his right arm transformed into a sharp, cold blade. He gasped for breath, his face contorted in pain. A painful shriek tore through the night as the counterfeit overlord looked up at the sky, his body seemingly ripped apart by an invisible force. He fell freely through the night sky, blood gushing from his deformed arm. "Damn, Sebastian! Why now of all times?" he roared, filled with resentment. The counterfeit overlord's face was filled with panic as he desperately called out, "Damn it! This is bad! Hey, Sebastian, where are you? Why won't you come out?" He reached out towards the void, his eyes filled with ultimate fear. "Damn it! I'm going to fall and die," his desperate cry echoed. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted, and the counterfeit overlord landed on the back of a gigantic dragon, creating a violent impact. He lay writhing on the dragon's scales, clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Physical and mental pain tormented him. The counterfeit overlord's golden eyes still held a trace of horror, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He had not yet recovered from the shock. Amidst the night, the bony elder and Samaya appeared, bowing respectfully. "Master," she spoke. The elder whispered the name Nilobar. "We greet the overlord!" the two subordinates shouted in unison. The counterfeit overlord quickly interrupted. "Stop! We have other things to do!" He sat up on the dragon's back, his eyes bewildered. Where did Sebastian go? What happened to him? It was too sudden, he wondered. He looked down at a gigantic chasm below, where a terrifying vortex roared. That's a huge pit. A horrifying vortex. The counterfeit overlord called Sebastian's name again in vain. The elder beside him asked, "Master, who were you talking to?" His face was haggard and exhausted. "My hell energy is almost depleted," he whispered, his eyes lifelessly staring at the energy flask. On the back of the gigantic dragon, the counterfeit overlord sat in a daze, his gaze unfocused. The bony elder and Samaya stood beside him, and the elder asked, "Nilobar, has the enemy been wiped out by that magic?" A desolate scene unfolded, where the level 10 magic had just dissipated. The entire area was flattened, but the alarming thing was, High King Curtis's figure had vanished without a trace. The counterfeit overlord remained worried, muttering, "So everything was wiped out by that level 10 magic?" Were the items also destroyed? That's the most important thing right now. He sat there, his face bewildered, small stars circling his head, seemingly still unable to believe what had just happened. Suddenly, a fiery stream of light tore through space. The red-haired young man, the blue-skinned, green-eyed girl, and a small creature shot upwards, their eyes filled with determination. The red-haired young man joyfully called out, "Boss, you're okay!" He and the blue-skinned, green-eyed girl rushed towards the counterfeit overlord, bringing hope amidst the ruins. Blood Queen Miranda appeared, her eyes sharp and cold, giving a decisive order. "Alpha, heed my command. Take Cassandra, Red, and the 3 elders to safety." Nolandis. "Time is running out." Nolandis bowed. "As you command, Queen." The counterfeit overlord looked at Miranda, his face bewildered. He stammered, "Miranda, I..." But his words caught in his throat. Blood Queen Miranda turned away, her gaze resolute, giving him no chance to say anything further. She stood tall, her fiery red attire torn and stained with blood, yet her aura remained majestic. The elder and Samaya stood behind her, silently witnessing. A stream of fresh, blood-red liquid shot out from the Blood Queen's slender fingertip, tearing through the air. That stream of liquid shot straight into the counterfeit overlord's mouth, startling him, his eyes wide with horror. He frantically covered his mouth with his hand. The red liquid smeared all over his hand and face, his expression one of extreme horror. Blood Queen Miranda looked at him coldly. "I no longer sense the presence of any enemies. You've done well, Sebastian." The counterfeit overlord confusedly asked. Cough. "So, did we win this battle?" Miranda replied, her eyes full of vigilance. "I'm not entirely sure. A little extra caution won't hurt." Blood Queen Miranda's hand dripped a drop of fresh red blood, her sharp claws seemingly signaling a horrifying ritual. With a cold expression, she began to cast magic. A stream of fresh red blood flowing from her finger directed towards the counterfeit overlord. The brilliant stream of blood shot straight towards the giant dragon, where the counterfeit overlord was perched, carrying a mysterious power. Miranda watched the stream of blood falling into a bottomless pit, where a tiny speck of light awaited its fate. The counterfeit overlord stood beside her, his eyes filled with worry, while Miranda closed her eyes tightly, focusing all her will. A close-up of her eyes shows a drop of crimson blood tear flowing out, signaling a terrifying transformation about to occur. A burst of energy erupted, blinding green light intertwining with streaks of crimson blood, tearing through space. Miranda's eyes snapped open, her pupils glowing blood red, flashing with absolute brutality and power. From the bottom of the deep pit, a vibrant green light suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire dark space. Sharp emerald green crystals shot up from the abyss, carrying an ancient source of energy. They plunged into the giant dragon's body, each wound spewing green and red light, making the dragon roar in pain. The counterfeit overlord recoiled in horror, while Miranda clutched a crystal, her eyes filled with determination. She declared powerfully, "I can use dragon blood," as her hand blazed with crimson energy. A colossal blood vortex surged from the giant dragon's back, devouring everything in sight. Miranda observed coldly as the blood vortex enveloped the counterfeit overlord and those rising from the abyss. The counterfeit overlord and a brown-haired girl stood suspended in midair, both their faces showing clear shock and astonishment at the unfolding scene. The colossal blood vortex swirled, devouring everything, forming a deep, mysterious black hole, signaling a terrifying catastrophe. From beneath the ruined ground, a colossal, sinewy green hand slowly rose, carrying the breath of destruction and ultimate horror. That giant hand suddenly struck down, creating a violent tremor, tearing open the ground, as if to crush all hope. The counterfeit overlord's eyes widened, cold sweat pouring out, his glowing red eye seeming to burst from terror at the dreadful power. Looking down from above, Miranda's group remained trapped in the blood vortex, while the colossal green hand continued to emerge, and at the bottom of the abyss, a green light barrier became visible. Within the blood vortex, Red exclaimed in astonishment, "Does everyone see what I'm seeing?" The entire group was tense, staring at the emerging entity. Red trembled, her face drained of color, sensing the terrifying energy radiating out. What the hell is this? Such dreadful energy. The soul eldritch, pale green-skinned, with long white hair and an emerald on its chest, slowly materialized, its expression cold and majestic, like an ancient god. The lower body of the soul eldritch continued to emerge, revealing jagged contours, covered by countless glowing green gems, creating a sight both magnificent and terrifying. The soul eldritch had fully appeared, with Curtis present on its chest, looking down at Miranda's group trapped in the blood vortex, as if they were mere ants. Text appeared, confirming the identity of this formidable entity, the soul eldritch, the ultimate form of the divine artifact. The soul eldritch opened its colossal mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth and a fiery green eye within, ready to devour everything. The counterfeit overlord's face turned ashen, unable to believe his eyes. Are you kidding me? What the hell is this? The brown-haired girl beside him was also stunned. The soul eldritch let out a savage laugh, declaring its supreme power. Ha 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 ha! Witness my true power. This is true authority. The counterfeit overlord trembled, wanting to state the opponent's soul stats. But Miranda stopped him in a low voice, not wanting to hear the harsh truth. She looked up, her eyes filled with despair, admitting that in this situation, no one could escape the clutches of the soul eldritch. But then, the Blood Queen erupted with crimson energy, declaring that true power wasn't solely in soul stats. The soul eldritch, through Curtis, mocked her, denying all the pride and absolute power Miranda had once proclaimed. Miranda and her legion were surrounded by the colossal tentacles of the soul eldritch, in a perilous situation. The Blood Queen didn't hesitate, unleashing a fierce attack, determined to fight the enemy. A sharp tentacle pierced Miranda, blood splattering. She cried out Sebastian's name in pain. Despite being severely wounded, Miranda still turned back, her eyes firm as she praised the counterfeit overlord. You did very well today. The counterfeit overlord watched the scene before him in horror, unable to believe Miranda's actions. The Blood Queen ordered her comrades to be protected. Protect the others. I'll handle the rest. She stomped hard on the ground, a surge of crimson energy erupting, determined to fight to the end. Miranda charged straight at the enemy, leaving her comrades behind, the counterfeit overlord desperately calling her name. The elder turned to the counterfeit overlord, awaiting his master's command. My master Tilda, please give the order. The elder declared absolute loyalty, ready to overcome all dangers at his master's command. We are ready to brave fire and ice. The counterfeit overlord stood silently, his back heavy in the dark space, a difficult decision awaiting him. Demon Sword Nolandis tried to remain calm, but Xander beside him still clearly showed panic before the enemy's overwhelming power. The counterfeit overlord was stunned, his red eyes glowing, wondering if Sebastian was still here when the opponent was strong enough to reach 50,000. He collapsed, slumping down in a pool of blood. The elder and Xander looked at their master worriedly, calling out to him. Xander was hot-headed, wanting to rush forward to save Miranda immediately. But the counterfeit overlord sternly stopped his reckless action. The counterfeit overlord coldly warned that if Xander just charged in like that, he would only court death. The warning was like a splash of cold water to the face. Xander stood stunned, not daring to move. The counterfeit overlord gritted his teeth, declaring the opponent's soul pressure was 10 times their current strength, and ordered no one to advance. In his blazing golden eyes, fear and helplessness were evident, a feeling of utter powerlessness. Despite the danger, Blood Queen Miranda charged straight into the soul eldritch, her crimson blood energy erupting, determined to attack. She tensed, sharp claws swinging, determined to tear apart the enemy, no matter the cost. Each of Miranda's attacks tore through the air. She poured all her strength into them, unwavering before the overwhelming power. But then, her green eyes widened, her face clearly showing pain and exhaustion, as if she had reached her limit. The soul eldritch opened its fanged mouth wide, preparing to swallow her, a horrifying sight. Curtis, from within the soul eldritch, mocked Miranda as the strongest among them, yet still just an ant before a god. A smug smile appeared on the eldritch's pale green face, its green eyes full of contempt as it looked down at its prey. While the soul eldritch was still smug, a sudden beam of blood-red light shot straight into its muscular hand. The blazing red light pierced through, accompanied by a defiant challenge. Try saying that again. The eldritch was horrified, unable to believe it. How can this be? An ant? It roared furiously, baring its sharp fangs. You're too loud for someone unworthy. Against the bright moon, Miranda soared, her figure like a brilliant fire phoenix, confronting the monster. Xander and Nolandis stood below, utterly astonished by the queen's explosive power. Miranda turned down, her eyes coldly fixed on the counterfeit overlord. Sebastian, what are you doing? Why aren't you fleeing with the others? Hurry up and get out of here now. Nolandis looked at her, his eyes full of helplessness. Leave? Where can we go? Miranda turned her face back, her expression suddenly stiffening, and she asked again. What? Nolandis looked directly at her, his eyes glowing. Miranda, be honest with me. Can you defeat him? Miranda painfully admitted. I can only delay him. To kill such a colossal entity. I don't think I can do it. Nolandis turned his back, his voice lowering. How long can you hold out? Will you buy me some time? The soul eldritch opened its gaping maw, inside which was a pitch-black abyss and a chilling green eye looking down at the tiny beings. The colossal green eye, full of contempt and hunger, stared at those standing in the fresh pool of blood. That gaze bored deep, as if wanting to swallow everything, a terrifying omen for their fate. Blood Queen Miranda poured all her strength into attacking the colossal green eye, refusing to retreat. A brilliant lightning bolt flashed, signaling a fatal blow. I'll give it my all. Everything I have, she roared, channeling all her will into the final strike, her gaze unwavering. An ear-splitting explosion echoed, blinding light engulfing everything. The entire space seemed torn apart by the terrifying power, shaking violently. Demon Sword Nolandis tensed, his crimson eyes blazing. He was enduring the backlash from the attack, but remained resilient, not letting out a single groan. Magical spikes pierced through his back, each wound a reminder of the cost of power. Cold sweat streamed down his muscular body. With his newly grown dark purple bat wings, Nolandis roared, ordering Nilobar to block the retreat. He was ready for a no-quarter fight. He swooped down, his fiery eyes searching. "Samaya!" He called the white-haired girl's name, as if to pull her from danger. "I need your help. Come with me." Nolandis grabbed Samaya, pulling her away in a flash, leaving Xander bewildered and stunned by the speed. "Where are we going, my lord?" Samaya asked. "There," Nolandis replied, heading towards a colossal space portal hovering in the night sky, full of mystery. A mystical space gate appeared, and swarms of shadow creatures flapped their wings, flying towards it as if drawn into an unknown abyss, their destination a mystery. Nolandis faced a mysterious figure, cloaked in a purple hood, standing majestically on the backs of two colossal dragons, their eyes sharp and cold as if to freeze everything. "Sebastian!" "No, Overlord." The mysterious figure spoke. "This is the sacred land of Ishtal. The Demon Legion is not permitted to enter." Overlord Nolandis responded coldly, holding Samaya in his arms. "Get out of the way, or I'll deal with you myself." His voice was full of menace. The mysterious figure said little, simply raising a glowing purple spear, lightning crackling across it, ready for battle. The atmosphere became extremely tense. "The Dragon Moon Knights are King Curtis's personal army," he declared. "Even if you are the Overlord, we remain loyal and will never falter." Nolandis frowned, questioning their loyalty. "Loyalty? To Curtis? Is that truly so?" His voice was full of skepticism, while Samaya beside him could only tremble. He turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over the colossal monster behind him. "Are you talking about the monster behind me?" he asked, his tone laced with disdain. Silas stood there, his expression cold behind his mask. He was one of the Dragon Moon Knights, King Curtis's personal army, and his loyalty was unshakable. Nolandis cursed under his breath. Damn it, not enough energy to fight right now. He decided to take a gamble, roaring out an order. "Retreat!" His glowing red eyes flashed with extreme tension. But Silas did not flinch. He roared in fury. "Die!" His green eyes blazing, he charged straight towards Nolandis, determined to fight to the death. Damn it. Nolandis gritted his teeth, his face full of frustration and helplessness. His bluff had failed, and now he had to face an unwanted battle. A multitude of giant bat creatures soared through the night sky. But they did not attack. A big question mark arose. Why were they hesitating? Silas turned around, astonished to see the bats not moving. "Huh? Why aren't you attacking?" he roared. "Kill him for me!" His command echoed in the darkness. Suddenly, another voice rang out, ordering, "Seize Silas, this traitor! Apprehend him immediately!" Silas froze, his eyes revealing clear shock. The elf tribe defense force appeared. A colossal creature soared through the air, carrying the purple-hooded figure, along with countless black bats covering the sky. Ferdinand roared, accusing Silas of colluding with Curtis, committing a heinous crime. "This man is unworthy to lead the Dragon Moon Knights. You dare to support the enemy of the elf tribe? You dare to obstruct the Overlord? You deserve to die." "Ferdinand, you!" Silas exclaimed in shock. Ferdinand, from atop the monster, continued to order, "Silas, stop fighting and surrender!" From above, the purple-hooded figure urgently pleaded with Nolandis. "My Overlord, Ishtal is in danger. Only you can stop this calamity. Please save us." Nolandis looked towards the city, his gaze resolute. "I will not be the one to save this city," he declared, astonishing Semia beside him. He pointed decisively, his eyes blazing. "It must be her. She is the one who will save everyone." Nolandis's unexpected declaration left Samaya completely stunned. An ancient, circular machine with suspended ice crystals, emitting an ethereal blue light like a gateway leading to buried secrets. Demon Sword Nolandis, with his dark purple bat wings, swooped down from above, heading straight for the ancient tower, where mystery awaited. He landed on the tower's peak, where the crescent moon symbol reigned, purple light radiating from his body, coloring the space, signaling a momentous event. Nolandis glided past the stone walls, the purple light around his body blazing, like a demonic spirit finding its way deep into the sanctuary. Finally, he stood before the Moon Mirror Palace, where a deep blue energy orb glowed, mysterious and powerful, waiting to be awakened. The demon sword's bare feet touched the ground, each step like a heavy tread, creating sparks of electricity, signaling a fated encounter. He turned to Samaya, his fiery eyes looking directly at her, asking meaningfully, "Do you still remember?" The white-haired elf girl was stunned. Samaya's eyes widened, her face a mix of confusion and bewilderment, as if a distant memory was being awakened, but she couldn't grasp it. She looked up at the colossal energy orb, its blue light engulfing the space, drawing her into a chaotic stream of memories. Samaya's gaze did not leave the moon mirror, a strangely familiar feeling rising in her mind, as if she once belonged here. A violent headache struck. Samaya clutched her temples, fragmented memories threatening to tear her mind apart. Ugh. Nolandis looked at her coldly, continuing to question. Do you know Curtis kept you alive all these years? His words were like a knife. He stepped closer, his fiery eyes resolute. Because only you have the ability to control this moon mirror. Samaya was completely stunned, her crimson eyes wide open, the demon sword's words like an electric shock waking her from a long slumber. Nolandis continued to reveal the horrifying truth. Before the moon mirror was destroyed by humans, your clan always supervised and maintained it. To prevent the moon mirror's power from being abused, core control always remained in the hands of the clan elders. He pointed directly at Samaya, declaring firmly, "And you are the clan elder's only daughter." She was too stunned to speak. Samaya remained stunned, trying to deny the truth that had just been revealed. "But that means nothing," she mumbled, her crimson eyes filled with disbelief. "Means nothing?" Nolandis retorted, his eyes flashing red. He revealed that her memories had been manipulated by Curtis, but that person was dead, and the spell had significantly weakened. He raised his hand, and a blazing purple magic circle appeared. "I will free you from that fate," Nolandis said, his voice resolute. "It will be a bit uncomfortable at first, but the situation is critical. Please bear with it." Samaya lifted her head, her crimson eyes wide with astonishment and fear. Sweat beaded on her forehead. She could only utter a faint yes. Without hesitation, Nolandis touched Samaya's forehead, and the magic circle flared. A powerful surge of energy, soul intrusion, began to spread. Samaya squeezed her eyes shut, her face contorted in pain. Blazing purple magic swirls enveloped her head, as if tearing her mind apart. Nolandis concentrated intensely, his crimson eyes seemingly piercing through. He was pouring all his power into breaking Samaya's memory shackles. Nolandis's crimson eye flared with dazzling light, a symbol of unleashed magical power. In an illusory space, Nolandis plunged into battle. He confronted a colossal serpent monster, its body coiling amidst floating meteorites. The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs and a long tongue. Drool dripped, its bloodshot eyes filled with ferocity. Nolandis unleashed a powerful punch. His fist blazed with brilliant purple light, carrying destructive power aimed directly at the enemy. Nolandis's fatal punch pierced through. Fresh blood splattered from the monster's mouth, staining the illusory space red. Without stopping, Nolandis followed up with a powerful kick, sending the monster flying. Blood and debris scattered everywhere, signaling the end. Despite his victory, Nolandis still showed surprise and pain. His crimson eyes were still there, but something seemed wrong. He hovered in mid-air, surrounded by blue energy orbs. Inside them, faint images of Curtis and another blue-skinned man appeared. The energy orbs continued to shatter, releasing more images. These were fragments of memories, secrets gradually being revealed. Nolandis screamed in agony, his body trembling as fragmented memories shattered around him, as if his mind was being torn apart. He collapsed, gasping for breath, his right eye burning with a fiery red halo, fragmented memories still swirling like black smoke. Stunned, Nolandis looked at Samaya, who was raising a colossal energy orb, and uttered her name. Samaya replied, her voice filled with gratitude and a hint of melancholy. "Overlord, I thank you. The method to use the moon mirror." She raised her hand, blue energy swirling, and continued, "It's all coming back to me." Samaya focused all her power into the orb, transforming it into a brilliant miniature moon, ready to be unleashed. A dazzling beam of light descended from above, piercing through the clouds, aimed directly at an ancient structure. Brilliant blue light erupted, drawing a mysterious ancient symbol in midair. Samaya's artificial moon shattered, crystal fragments swirling around a colossal energy sphere, emitting a beam of light. The beam of light from the sphere shot up into the night sky, heading towards the real moon, like an ancient summoning. On the ground, the elf people looked up, their eyes wide with horror as they witnessed the supernatural spectacle unfolding. A blonde, green-eyed female elf stood on the balcony, her face pale with fear at the terrifying power. The masked one and the giant-winged female elf hovered in the air, silently observing this momentous event. A mustached old elf exclaimed in shock, "How long has it been? The moon mirror has finally appeared." In another space, Miranda, the Blood Queen, was bound tightly by colossal tentacles, writhing in agony under the control of the giant blue entity. The beam of light from the moon mirror in the night sky finally reached the real moon, opening a mysterious gate. Power surged from the moon gate, and Samaya felt the ancient energy flowing through her veins, her eyes glowing brightly. The gate had opened, but it was not an escape. Light from the false moon reflected back, activating something even more terrifying. Blood Queen Miranda remained chained, her body writhing in agonizing pain. The giant blue entity, the manipulator of all things, still stood towering above. The controller, the eldritch entity, also seemed to be suffering some reaction from the new energy source. His eyes flashed with unease. The eldritch entity sneered, "Well done, Sebastian. You've hidden this trick quite well. You used the energy from the lantern to activate the moon mirror, hoping to absorb my power, didn't you?" He continued, "But you've overlooked a fatal flaw. The lantern's power can currently only operate through Curtis's consciousness. As long as I control the energy from the moon mirror, don't even dream of absorbing my power." His gaze shifted to the Blood Queen. "Miranda's spiritual power is almost depleted, isn't it? In that case, I'll destroy her first." The demonic tentacles tightened further, and the Blood Queen screamed in ultimate agony, her heart-wrenching cry echoing through the space. The Queen gritted her teeth, filled with extreme rage. "Damn it! My soul isn't strong enough to sustain this blood art." But her eyes suddenly blazed, determination igniting within her. The blood art erupted. The Blood Queen's body underwent a horrifying transformation, turning into a blazing red mass of energy, full of thorns and destructive power. Waves of blood energy surged, and the Blood Queen had now become a different entity. The eldritch entity was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. She roared, unleashing all her suppressed power. The blood art spread, dyeing the entire space red, signaling a merciless battle. The eldritch entity laughed loudly. "You've finally been forced by me to reveal your ultimate form. But with that pathetic amount of spiritual power, do you think you can stand against me?" The Blood Queen retorted, her eyes blazing red. "You've lived among humans for too long. You should have known about this kind of blood art." The eldritch entity suddenly realized something, his expression changing. "Are you planning to sacrifice yourself?" The eldritch entity burst into laughter, his voice full of contempt, deeming her sacrifice useless. But the Blood Queen did not back down, her eyes burning with fire. "This Miranda has only one way to die, and that is to die in battle." Blood energy erupted, dyeing the entire space red, signaling a fatal blow about to strike. At that critical moment, a familiar hand appeared, gripping her tightly, preventing her reckless action. The eldritch entity was stunned, his expression changing, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. Demon Sword Nolandis had arrived, and he looked at her sternly. "Never speak such ill-omened words again, Miranda." He offered a reassuring smile, his eyes filled with resolve. "I'm here now. Trust me, okay? It's not your time to fall in this battle." The Blood Queen looked up, her blazing red eyes reflecting surprise and hope. The eldritch entity sneered, mocking Sebastian's heroic act. "Saving the beauty, Sebastian? In your current state, even if you intervene, the outcome won't change." Demon Sword Nolandis raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp and cold. "Oh, have you forgotten something?" He raised his fist, and the ring on his finger suddenly emitted a dazzling, powerful light. "I still have this on me!" The eldritch entity exclaimed in astonishment. Divine Tear? One of the 6 legendary primordial treasures. He still tried to maintain his confidence, but his tone revealed worry. "But no one in this world can unleash its true power. Not even you, Sebastian." Nolandis looked at the ring, and a small spirit appeared, confirming, "The twin goddess's tear is very unstable, but it helped its master escape Seraphim." He mused, recalling that he couldn't feel any energy from it before. Even Overlord Sebastian cannot freely manipulate this treasure? The ring suddenly shone brilliantly, as if containing the secret of the soul exchange between the demon sword and the Overlord. Nolandis looked at the small soul, his gaze resolute. "I don't care, at least not now." Purple energy erupted around Nolandis's muscular physique. He felt power surging from the artifact, as if it were responding to his will. Despite the overflowing power, his face still showed tension, dotted with sweat. His eyes glowed fiery red. Nolandis gripped the sword hilt tightly, a swirling purple energy around the blade, ready to erupt. Under the full moon, Nolandis stood tall on the tower's peak, while Miranda, in her radiant blood energy form, hovered below. The pale green giant spirit body suddenly changed expression, its green eyes flaring with anger mixed with worry. The giant monster opened its mouth wide, a small soul appearing within. It stared in astonishment at Nolandis's sword, sensing the rising power of the spirit sword. The giant spirit body let out a terrifying roar, anger and helplessness clearly visible on its face. Damn it! Miranda was astonished to see Nolandis could control that power. He looked down at the monster wondering, well, is that still not enough? From the monster's mouth, a glowing green energy orb exploded, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. Nolandis turned his head, his eyes filled with worry, urgently calling her name. Miranda! The Blood Queen Miranda lunged forward, like a fiery red arrow, murderous intent swirling around her. She glided swiftly, her blood energy form twisting gracefully, moving at astonishing speed. Her sharp hand pierced directly into the monster's mouth, as if to tear everything apart. Nolandis turned back, witnessing a horrifying sight. A torrent of fiery red energy pouring out from the monster's mouth. The monster roared, spewing out a colossal green energy blast that tore through the night. From the monster's mouth, a colossal green energy blast tore through the night, shooting straight up to the dazzling orb high above. Another blue light beam connected the orb to the mysterious architecture, forming a terrifying network of power. A blinding light exploded, engulfing everything. The terrifying screams of the eldritch spirit body echoed, as if tearing through space itself, signaling an inevitable collapse. After the spirit body was destroyed, a blue energy burst, forming a mysterious orb in the air. Samaya looked up, her eyes following Nolandis' powerful hand reaching out, as if activating something even greater. The colossal green spirit body, with wide, astonished eyes, felt a terrifying surge of power erupting. Moon energy. It rose, stronger than ever, engulfing everything in brilliant green light, making the spirit body realize the sudden change and shock. The eldritch soul, though bound, still struggled, its green eyes glowing brightly. It unleashed a mysterious energy, dazzling magic circles surrounding its hands like a final defiance. The blue light from the mysterious architecture now exploded, transforming into a colossal energy pillar. It pierced straight through the night, connecting with the brilliant orb high above, as if draining power from the celestial body, creating a terrifyingly majestic sight. Under the destructive power of the demonic sword, the giant spirit body writhed in extreme agony. Its pale green body distorted, transforming into dark, root-like tentacles, disintegrating bit by bit. At the same time, Curtis, with his characteristic elven appearance, also looked up. His green eyes clearly showed extreme astonishment, a big question forming in his mind at the supernatural scene unfolding. The eldritch spirit body's pale green body writhed in pain, tightly bound by mysterious tentacles. It struggled, but in vain. "My body is too stiff. I can't move." The helpless cry echoed as the spirit body realized it was completely restrained. Miranda, in her blood energy form, screamed with worry and urgency. "Sebastian, deal with it quickly." She knew well that this was the decisive moment, no more hesitation. In an instant, the demonic sword Nolandis erupted, his eyes blazing, unleashing a torrent of purple demonic energy that tore through the night. Without mercy, Nolandis unleashed a fatal blow. Purple lightning tore through the sky, striking down upon the ancient spirit body, finishing off the enemy with savage demonic energy. A grim end for one who dared to confront the Overlord. Back on the battlefield, Nolandis delivered the final blow. Savage purple lightning tore through space, striking directly into the body of the colossal fish-shaped monster. The enemy screamed in despair, its body writhing and disintegrating under the destructive power of the demonic sword. Meanwhile, Nolandis stood there, his glowing purple eyes flashing with coldness and determination. He stared directly at the opponent's weakness, ready to deliver the final blow. The power of the demonic sword surged, awaiting the moment of eruption to end it all. A silent scream tore through space. The eldritch spirit body arched its neck, its face contorted in extreme agony. Nolandis' fatal blow had struck, ending all resistance. The pale green giant spirit body screamed in horror, its fiery green eyes stunned by the savage demonic energy from Nolandis, its colossal body trembling in rage and terror. Nolandis turned his back, his dark wings like the night, rippling muscles concealing destructive power. Had he just delivered the final blow? Or was this when he concentrated all his energy to finish off the enemy? A howl echoed, signaling the end. The finishing blow struck, piercing through the eldritch spirit body's defenses. Fresh blood splattered, signaling an irreversible end. The ruler had delivered the final verdict, without mercy. The final punch decided everything. Nolandis, the demonic sword overlord, hovered in midair, fresh blood staining his muscular body. Rain poured down, washing over the brutal battlefield. He had won, but deep wounds proved the price paid for this victory. The colossal eldritch spirit body screamed in pain, dark energy exploding around it as it tried to resist the brutal attack. The eldritch spirit body screamed, its colossal body constricted by the Blood Queen's blood energy. The fatal blow had just struck, tearing through its flesh, causing it extreme agony. The eldritch spirit body screamed in horror, its green eyes staring in shock towards Miranda. "Miranda, you." The words broke off, containing unbelievable betrayal. The Blood Queen stood behind it, her red eyes, as if wanting to incinerate everything. The enemy screamed in despair, its body disintegrating under the brutal attack. Extreme horror was etched onto its distorted face as its soul was torn apart. Miranda, the Blood Queen, in her blood energy form, furiously plunged her claws into the eldritch spirit body's chest. Fresh blood splattered, staining the entire space red. "Damn it," she snarled, while the colossal green spirit body shrieked. "This persistent nuisance!" Blood Queen Miranda dug in her claws, draining the enemy's life force. Fresh blood dyed the space red as she roared, urging, "Sebastian, now!" Demon Sword Nolandis collapsed, his muscular body covered in wounds. He had exhausted all his strength, but the price was steep. Fresh blood stained the corner of his lips, yet his will remained unshaken. A close-up of Nolandis' face, his golden eyes blazing, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had fought to the very end, without a hint of hesitation. Power erupted around his body, signaling an irreversible outcome. The ruler had delivered the final judgment. Nolandis unleashed a fatal punch, his entire body erupting with dark energy. The terrifying power tore through space, ending everything. This was the moment of the victor. Demon Sword Nolandis didn't hesitate. Brilliant purple lightning erupted around his fist, muscles bulging. He concentrated all his power, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, to finish off the colossal entity. A punch carrying the will to destroy. Demon Sword Nolandis, urged by Miranda, unleashed his full power. He roared, channeling his destructive will into the final punch, ready to finish off the enemy. The Demon Sword's destructive punch tore straight through the eldritch entity's chest. A surge of blue energy erupted, ripping apart life, ending the nightmare. The enemy roared in despair. The eldritch entity opened its mouth and let out a desperate roar, fangs exposed, its face contorted in extreme fear. Behind it, Miranda, with a blazing blood power symbol on her forehead, gazed coldly and cruelly at the defeated foe. The game was over, and the betrayer had won. The Demon Sword's fatal punch had pierced the eldritch entity, which screamed in despair. Purple energy erupted from the wound, signaling the end. Blood Queen Miranda hovered above, watching with cold eyes. Destructive energy violently erupted, tearing through space. Green gems flew out from the eldritch entity's body, vanishing in a blinding light. The enemy roared in pain, its colossal body deforming, cracking open by the surge of purple electricity. Under the full moon, it reached out, desperately. Death, imminent. Its heart, the green gem containing its soul, shattered. Fresh blood gushed out, along with electricity tearing through every fiber of its flesh. The enemy could not resist. The eldritch entity's face was contorted, its eyes vacant and white. Its screams were swallowed by the spreading destruction. A tragic end for the betrayer. Demon Sword Nolandis declared coldly, the glowing sword in his hand like a scythe of death. "Your conscious state cannot be maintained here." The final judgment had been delivered. Under the brilliant moonlight, a vortex of blue energy surged, like a gate leading to oblivion. Everything was being sucked in, unable to escape its destined fate. The eldritch entity desperately reached towards the moonlight, trying to cling to its last vestiges of life. But its body had already begun to disintegrate, turning into nothingness. Blue energy violently erupted from the wound, tearing him apart from within. The green gem on his chest glowed faintly, then vanished. The colossal body cracked open, countless shattered green gem fragments flying out, sparkling like final tears. The destruction was complete. Its face, once a symbol of power, was now just a blurry mass, dissolving into nothingness. Its eyes were empty, devoid of any life. The hands that once manipulated fate now trembled, a purple magic circle encircling them like final shackles. It could no longer grasp anything. Blue fragments floated in the energy vortex, like shattered memories. The moonlight witnessed the disappearance of an entity. Piece by piece, it gradually diminished, sucked into the center of the vortex. Nothing could be saved. Nothing could exist before the destructive power. The moon shone alone in the night sky, with only a few tiny fragments of the eldritch entity remaining. It had completely vanished, leaving no trace. The moonlight shone brightly as if nothing had happened. The energy vortex disappeared, leaving behind an eerily silent void. The curtain had fallen. Under the dim light, the crowd of elves looked up at the sky, their faces etched with extreme horror, as if they had just witnessed something unimaginable. A pale-haired elf, in a purple cloak, whispered in astonishment, "This energy, it feels like." Dark dragon shadows swept past, signaling an ill omen. Within the blazing red blood energy vortex, Elder, Xander, and Curtis stood. "Moon energy, so your majesty succeeded." The words echoed, full of hidden meaning. Blood Queen Miranda, in her fiery blood energy form, knelt amidst the deep red energy, facing the skeletal elder, her eyes filled with determination. The Blood Queen's crimson eyes blazed, her face tense but unwavering.
An iron resolve surged within her. But then, the blood energy dissipated, and Miranda fell, weak and frail. "Ah, Miranda!" Xander and Elder cried out in alarm, rushing to catch her. Mid-air, Nolandis, bare-chested with dark black wings, looked around anxiously. "Damn it! Where's Curtis?" A sense of unease rose within him. His gaze followed a small figure plummeting straight to the ground, like a stone thrown from the sky. It was Curtis. A blinding flash of light erupted where Curtis landed, like a final punctuation mark to the terrifying fall. He had landed. But was he safe? Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared. Nolandis looked up, seeing only a pair of heavily armored legs, standing firmly on a glowing rune. The rune beneath the stranger's feet emitted a dazzling light, and a message appeared. Carmen Blue, King of the Flower Staff, Level 9, Celestial Fusion Master, Power 2, 8993. Nolandis was stunned, his left eye glowing with a skull shape. Carmen Blue? That name. He had heard it somewhere before. The King of the Flower Staff, Carmen Blue, appeared in full majesty. He wore a red cloak, gleaming armor, and held a brilliant sword, his eyes proudly challenging. Carmen Blue's armored hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, every muscle tensing. Terrifying power was being channeled into his weapon. His face was cold, his blue eyes gleaming with cruelty and confidence. An unforgiving king, ready to crush any who stood in his way. The brilliant sword swung up, tearing through the night. Nolandis, with his black wings, soared high, dodging the fatal attack from the King of the Flower Staff. Nolandis tensed, vibrant purple electricity tearing through his body, every muscle fiber contracting in extreme agony. The demon sword roared, his crimson eyes reflecting torment, sweat pouring off him like rain. He was enduring a terrifying power. While Nolandis struggled, King Carmen Blue swung his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. "Queen of the Swarm!" The demon sword desperately cried out. Carmen Blue's sword blade glowed brightly, emerald green and purple energy intertwining, signaling an imminent fatal attack. A blue, skull-shaped spirit body rushed forward, carrying a will to protect, attempting to block King Carmen Blue's path. The deafening clang of metal echoed as Carmen Blue's sword struck the spirit body, causing it to vanish in a blinding flash of light, and Nolandis was sent flying. King Carmen Blue turned his head, his sharp, cold gaze fixed on the distance, where a swirling vortex of red blood churned, concealing familiar figures. Elder, the one wearing the bone hat, stood shielding the bound Miranda, roaring, "Carmen Blue, don't you dare touch her!" Suddenly, Xander lunged forward, delivering a vicious kick to King Carmen Blue, shouting, "Die, you bastard!" Carmen Blue calmly raised his hand to block the attack, his gaze unwavering before Xander's furious kick. Xander was stunned, unable to believe his attack had been blocked so easily. King Carmen Blue counterattacked in a flash, a brilliant red light tearing across the air, striking Xander with terrifying speed. Xander was knocked back, vivid red wounds appearing on his body. The bone-deep pain left him dazed. "Damn it!" Xander gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "The attacks were too fast. 6, 7, or 8? How many were there, really?" Carmen Blue calmly replied, 12 strikes. But your final move was blocked by the chain on your chest. King Carmen Blue smirked, a look of smugness evident. "Don't hesitate. You are worthy of being my opponent, but I only need one hand on my sword to deal with you." King Carmen Blue unleashed lightning-fast sword strikes, tearing through space with purple electricity. Xander, the red-haired man, was severely wounded, blood staining his arm. Powerful electrical currents continued to shoot out, like lightning bolts tearing through the night, heading straight for the enemy. Nolandis rushed forward, embracing Xander tightly, taking the full force of the fatal attack, roaring, "Boss, be careful!" Carmen Blue, his eyes blazing, showed no hesitation. "Sebastian, I will use this opportunity to end everything." He swung his sword, preparing to deliver the decisive blow, when a strange green energy suddenly shot towards him, startling him. That energy transformed into a ghastly green skull, with deep, dark eyes, roaring as if to devour everything. King Carmen Blue reacted incredibly fast, delivering a dazzling sword slash that shattered the surprise attack. He spun around, his swordsmanship as fluid as a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing, deflecting all remaining attacks, creating ethereal blue streaks of light. Carmen Blue looked directly at the bony old man. "Nilobar, you devil!" the old man replied. "Carmen Blue, how dare you harm the Overlord?" The old man in the bone hat stood tall, his staff glowing, fresh red blood gushing at his feet, his eerie voice echoing, "Look around you!" King Carmen Blue looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space, realizing something was amiss. Hundreds of pitch-black demon bats swarmed in the night sky, forming an impenetrable wall. "Well, I guess killing the Overlord here won't be easy."
Beneath his feet, golden magic circles still glowed brightly, keeping him suspended in midair. Carmen Blue gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing. Chanting an ancient spell in a mysterious language, he lunged forward, unleashing a final, decisive, and ruthless sword strike, sending Nolandis flying. Nolandis was flung far away, his black wings spread wide in the air, roaring, "This is the final blow." Elder roared, ordering the protection of the Overlord, while simultaneously unleashing countless dark, bird-shaped spirit bodies that shot into the night like arrows of death. Nolandis held Xander tightly, shielding him from the attack. His crimson eyes flared with a desperate resolve. The Overlord's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, a surge of energy welling up, ready for an earth-shattering counterattack. From above, Carmen Blue glided down, his gaze sharp and cold. He told himself that relying solely on swordsmanship would surely lead to defeat, so he had to use all his remaining spiritual power. Nolandis roared, commanding, "Block it!" The sound echoed, full of power, as if to tear through the night. Carmen Blue lunged forward, his eyes stark white and filled with killing intent, swinging his sword down, creating a blinding flash of light that ripped through the darkness. The two sword blades clashed fiercely, creating a violent energy explosion that shook the entire space. The strongest would decide fate. Carmen Blue was knocked back, spinning in midair, flung far away. But a mysterious purple object shot towards Nolandis. He smirked, full of self-satisfaction. A wise decision, but then an uncomfortable feeling washed over him. Carmen Blue turned his head, his eyes wide with surprise, muttering, "Ugh." Nolandis, the Overlord, fell freely into the abyss, surrounded by Elder's dark spirits, as if they wanted to devour him. At the same time, a colossal, fiery red two-headed dragon, soaring through the sky, was struck by a mysterious beam of light. Amidst the ruins, Nolandis lay motionless, covered in blood. A muscular, purple-haired stranger, holding a scepter, stood towering over him, looking down. Nolandis's red eyes were still open, but his gaze was hazy, filled with pain and shock, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. The purple-haired stranger spoke, his tone full of sarcasm. "I never expected the Overlord to be in such a pathetic state." "Hello, this is our first meeting," Nolandis whispered, struggling to ask, "You, who are you?" The mysterious figure remained silent, his gaze inscrutable. Nolandis, despite his severe injuries, still growled, questioning the person opposite him. "Don't you recognize me? I am Nolandis, Master Forgesmith. I am the Alpha." His resolute declaration echoed, but his eyes held extreme bewilderment. His head spun, a searing pain piercing through him. The purple-haired man thrashed, his fiery red eyes flashing faintly. "Lily Scarlet, where is the Omega?" he gasped, as if each word drained his life force. Nolandis, the muscular Overlord, was thrown to the ground. He lay on his back, his fiery red eyes staring up in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. A colossal dark shadow obscured his vision, pressing down on him like a deadly warning. Amidst the ruins, in the gloomy night, a captivating figure unexpectedly appeared. The purple-haired woman with sharp horns reaching high, her mysterious eyes gazing directly into the void. Her voice echoed, like a whisper from another realm. "My lord, are you looking for me?" Her appearance brought with it a chilling, powerful aura. A mad laugh tore through the night, or was it the growl of a soul being ripped apart? The purple-haired Overlord's eyes widened, fiery red light shooting out, his body writhing in a horrifying convulsion. What was happening? But then, his expression changed again, his green eyes glinting with incomprehension. Something seemed wrong, a piece of memory lost in his mind. At the same time, in a dark space, Nolandis roared as he was thrown back, clutching Xander tightly. "Damn it! Again! This damn Nolandis keeps tearing my clothes!" he hissed, while old Nilobar, wearing a bone hat below, panicked. "Overlord, are you all right? Lily Scarlet, what is happening to His Majesty?" Nolandis lay unconscious, still. Beside him, a purple-haired woman with horns and cold emerald eyes softly said, "It's hard to say. He's just unconscious." Her voice carried an air of mystery, unpredictable. After fierce battles, night suddenly fell, swallowing everything. In the endless void, a lone young man stood, surrounded by a faint light. He looked up at nothingness, uttering a fragile wish. I wish, in a flash, everything turned upside down. Shu Rufeng, the blonde-haired young man with fiery red eyes, suddenly appeared, clutching his head in surprise. "Oh, hey, I'm back to my original appearance," he exclaimed, his voice full of shock. In another dimension, Shu Ruofeng suddenly clutched his head, chaotic memories flooding back. He looked at the blurry figure opposite him, a strangely familiar feeling. What the hell is happening? In another moment, the purple-haired man reappeared, standing majestically in the vast cosmic space. He crossed his arms, his cold eyes staring straight ahead, a wine bottle and cups before him. His presence was awe-inspiring, terrifyingly silent. Meanwhile, Xander, the young red-haired man, witnessed it all. His eyes widened in horror, cold sweat pouring out, as if his soul was about to leave his body. A vortex of purple energy enveloped him, plunging him into a nightmare. In the endless void, the brown-haired young man frantically rushed away, as if trying to escape invisible shackles. But the purple-haired overlord Nolandis, with his majestic horns, simply sat there calmly, uttering a cold command. "Sit down." Before he could collect himself, he spun around, his suspicious gaze sweeping across the void. "Aren't you supposed to be tied to that pillar?" A lingering question, revealing a shocking secret about someone's fate. Back in reality, Nolandis' eyes turned amber, gleaming with determination mixed with confusion. He stared into the void, as if trying to piece together fragments of memory. A wine bottle and 2 small cups silently appeared in the space, like a mysterious invitation. "Sit down, drink. This wine is specially for us." It just appeared on the table. In the undefined space, Nolandis sat perched on the table, his gaze sharp and cold. "Just sit. I won't make you uncomfortable. We need to talk." He gestured to the blonde-haired young man. Zhu Ruofeng sat opposite him, his expression a mix of surprise and annoyance. "Couldn't you have stayed and finished the battle?" He ran away halfway through. What exactly happened? The blonde-haired young man's tension was evident. "Luckily, I bet on Samaya's ability to manipulate the moon mirror. Otherwise, in the battle against Curtis's artifact, we would surely have failed." Nolandis smirked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "Do you really think I would willingly offer this body to you? It was just the energy from the artifact that knocked me out of consciousness." He paused, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhu Ruofeng. "But I must say, you did very well this time." An unexpected compliment, full of hidden meaning. Zhu Ruofeng was a little surprised, then raised his head. "Yes, I thought so too. I did well, didn't I?" Nolandis sipped his wine, replying, "Be proud. You are an overlord too." The wine cup in Nolandis' hand suddenly emitted a dazzling golden streak of light, drawing Zhu Ruofeng's gaze. Nolandis turned his face away, his eyes resolute. "Then drink." His voice rang out like an undeniable command. Zhu Ruofeng picked up the wine cup and sniffed it lightly. A captivating aroma spread. "It smells quite good." "Is this wine?" he wondered, his eyes still a little wary. Both sipped their wine, the space silent. Zhu Ruofeng thought to himself, "Why is this guy so thoughtful?" A question crept into his mind. Nolandis looked directly at Zhu Ruofeng. "Beginning a story. By the way, do you know that recently?" "I have. Living your life as Zhu Ruofeng. Earth is truly boring." Nolandis' words were a shock, causing Zhu Ruofeng to spit out all the wine in his mouth. Zhu Ruofeng's eyes widened, his face filled with extreme horror. "Wait, you're not lying this time, are you?" He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Nolandis maintained his cold expression, continuing the story. "Let me tell you about your mother's health condition." Suddenly a worried voice rang out, pulling Zhu Ruofeng from his nightmare. A light blue-haired girl holding an umbrella was shaking him, calling, "Zhu Ruofeng! Zhu Ruofeng!" "Wake up!" Amidst the pouring rain, the blue-haired girl shook Zhu Ruofeng, his face bruised and soaked, still lost in the haze of a nightmare. The rain continued to pour, drops splashing on the road, soaking both their shoes, as if trying to wash away the recent haunting memories. Zhu Ruofeng woke up, his face still in pain, but he refused the blue-haired girl's suggestion to go to the hospital, only wanting to go home. Under the umbrella, the blue-haired girl helped him walk, anxiously asking about his injuries. But Zhu Ruofeng merely shrugged, treating it as a minor issue. The incessant rain enveloped the entire high-rise apartment complex, where faint lights flickered from the windows, carrying a rare hint of warmth. Back home, the blue-haired girl carefully applied medicine with a cotton swab to the bruise on Zhu Ruofeng's cheek, making him wince in pain. Zhu Ruofeng tried to push her hand away, saying he could do it himself, but the blue-haired girl patiently continued her work. The blue-haired girl bowed her head, her voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry. You were beaten twice. Both because of me." Zhu Ruofeng put a bandage on his nose, his expression slightly flustered, trying to dismiss the girl's guilt. "Even if I got beaten, what does that have to do with you?" Suddenly, Zhu Ruofeng changed the subject, asking the blue-haired girl if her mother had any shirts he could borrow, which surprised her. He explained that his clothes were soaked, and going home like this would definitely get him scolded, so he wanted to borrow a dry shirt for now. Zhu Ruofeng pointed towards the door, telling the blue-haired girl to feel free to go into his mother's room and pick a shirt. After changing, the blue-haired girl returned to find Zhu Ruofeng asleep on the sofa, causing her to softly call his name. She suddenly realized her own clothes were also soaked, but Shu Ruofeng was still fast asleep, completely unaware. The blue-haired girl anxiously shook Shu Ruofeng, afraid he would catch a cold if he kept sleeping in wet clothes. She decided to borrow the bathroom, and at the same time urged Shu Ruofeng to quickly change his clothes, not wanting him to get sick. Shu Ruofeng woke up, his body still soaked, tiredly leaning back on the sofa, trying to collect himself. He began to take off his clinging shirt, revealing his toned physique and the bandages on his chest and face. Next, his trousers were also removed, and he stood there barefoot on the floor. In the bathroom, the blue-haired girl had just changed, left only in her underwear, preparing to soak herself in the warm water. Suddenly, she turned around, utterly terrified to see Shu Ruofeng standing right at the door. "What are you doing here? I'm about to take a bath." He remained nonchalant, his hand on the doorknob, intending to swing the bathroom door wide open. The blue-haired girl hastily put on her robe, her face flushed, shouting to stop him. "Wait, don't open the door." Shu Ruofeng only opened the door a crack, his red eyes still sleepy, looking at her with confusion. She awkwardly clutched her robe tightly, trying to cover her body, her face full of embarrassment and shame. Deeply shocked, she widened her eyes, cold sweat breaking out, unable to believe what was happening. Her entire body seemed to turn to stone, her face drained of color, standing motionless at his actions. Shu Ruofeng, with a poker face, casually suggested, "Just bathe together. It's easier." A piercing scream echoed throughout the building, shattering the afternoon's tranquility. Shu Ruofeng lay sprawled on the couch, only in his shorts, pondering the girl's strange behavior. It's just bathing together. Why did she run off? He looked up at the ceiling, his expression puzzled. This world is truly a strange place. Suddenly, Shu Ruofeng startled awake in his pajamas, shouting in astonishment, "What did you do? Did you really say those things to my mother?" The horned, purple-haired person stared straight ahead, eyes sharp, scolding Shu Ruofeng for being too excited, adding that he hadn't even mentioned the cancer part yet. Unexpectedly, a devastating kick from the horned, purple-haired person sent Shu Ruofeng flying, fresh blood splattering in midair. He growled, his red eyes blazing with fury. "You bastard! I've tolerated you long enough." Shu Ruofeng stood up, pained but resolute, yelling to defend his mother. "That's my mother you're talking about! Do you know how hard my mother struggled to raise me alone after my father died?" The blonde young man lunged and embraced Overlord, trying to attack in desperation. "You stupid demon Overlord! You're not allowed to badmouth my mother!" Overlord was surprised by Shu Ruofeng's outburst, a hint of astonishment flashing across his face. Shu Ruofeng collapsed, his torn pajamas soaked with blood, his body trembling in pain and resentment. Overlord sat down beside him, arrogantly declaring he would destroy him if not for the demon army. Shu Ruofeng weakly retorted, reminding him that he once promised not to embarrass him. The purple-haired, horned figure glanced at Shu Ruofeng, his eyes annoyed, seemingly weighing his words. Shu Ruofeng raised his head, his crimson eyes filled with rage. "You're just a pathetic bully. If you dare insult my mother again." He gritted his teeth, his cold threat echoing. "I will bury your precious demon empire and destroy it with my own hands. Let it rot in the abyss." The Overlord glared, his face a mix of astonishment and extreme fury. "You dare threaten me? An Overlord?" He slammed a powerful fist onto the ground, creating a large crack, displaying his explosive anger. The purple-haired, horned figure stood tall, chest puffed out proudly. "I, Sebastian, have never been threatened before." Shu Ruofeng still looked at him, his expression resolute, unfazed by the Overlord's declaration. The blonde-haired young man sneered contemptuously. "Is that all? You think smashing a table will scare me? All brawn and no brains. No schemes, no ideals, no dreams, nothing. I've seen your true nature." Despite his tattered, blood-soaked body, Shu Ruofeng still held his head high. He provoked the imposter. "Those punches. Try hitting me again. Pathetic. Is that all you're good for?" His crimson eyes burned as if incinerating the void. Shu Ruofeng's arrogant words were like a direct jab at the demon's horns. The imposter Overlord's eyes bulged, veins throbbing on his forehead, as he let out a furious roar, demonic energy surging, wanting to tear apart the weakling before him. Despite the Overlord's fury, Shu Ruofeng unexpectedly sat down, his expression strangely calm. He looked at the man, his steady voice echoing in the space. "In my world, there's a saying." Shu Ruofeng's crimson eyes flashed with cunning. He smirked, contemptuously declaring, "That's called a win-win situation." A silent declaration of war, challenging every limit of the strong. The nightmare faded, and Shu Ruofeng jolted awake. He lay sprawled on the sofa, the bandages on his face a reminder of the battle in his mind. He muttered, "You persistent bastard. You want to set conditions? You have no right." He gritted his teeth. "Aren't you afraid I won't take care of your mother? And you think you can easily destroy my army like that?" The internal dialogue was agonizing, caught between reality and cruel memories. While his mind was still immersed in chaotic thoughts, the phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. The phone vibrated violently on the table, its screen flashing repeatedly. Xu Rufeng answered the phone, but the voice on the other end stunned him. "Is this Lin Xueqiao's family? She's in a coma and is being rushed to the emergency room." It was like a bolt from the blue. His whole world seemed to collapse. He gnashed his teeth, his crimson eyes blazing. "Damn it! Why now? You're really good at ruining conversations." A surge of anger erupted, not because the conversation was cut short, but because fear was welling up. Without a second's hesitation, Xu Ruofeng rushed out of the house, running like the wind through the bustling streets. "Foolish child, even if I try to save her." His words hung in the air, but his steps didn't slow. The hospital doors appeared before him. He paused for a moment, as if telling himself, "I'm not doing this for you." A firm declaration, masking the extreme anxiety in his heart. Xu Ruofeng walked in and saw the brown-haired woman being wheeled away on a stretcher. He frantically asked, "What's happening? Where is she going?" His whole body tensed, his eyes following every movement. He scrutinized the woman, his gaze sharp as a laser. Look at her eyelids. She's not dead yet. A glimmer of hope, but also filled with the cold calculation of an overlord. A doctor approached, his eyes scrutinizing. "Are you her son? Calm down, young man." The voice was reassuring, but Xu Ruofeng still stood tall, his gaze fixed on the woman on the stretcher. The doctor explained in detail. "If you don't pay the full amount, we can't operate and save her." The worry for a loved one's life was weighed against money. Xu Rufeng looked directly at the doctor, his eyes resolute. "Don't worry. I'm very rich. Just do it." A confident declaration, as if money was a mere trifle compared to a life. After his bold declaration, Xu Rufeng looked up at the clear blue sky, where the blazing sun seemed to want to burn away all worries. Yet, in the classroom, the afternoon sun couldn't dispel the anxiety gnawing at the young man's heart as he remained engrossed with his phone. This magic box was truly astonishing, capable of finding everything. But the salary displayed on it wasn't enough to cover the enormous hospital fees. He, Sebastian, a powerful overlord, now had to worry about money. He muttered to himself, "In my experience, if I want it, I'll take it." His crimson eyes flashed with determination, cold sweat trickling down his temples, signaling a bold decision about to be made. Dusk fell, painting the school sky red. "This is the fastest way I know," the narration echoed, affirming the path he chose. As night fell, Xu Ruofeng hid behind a tree, observing the dark alley. This is where thugs often look for prey. "I just need to rob someone." Just then, two familiar thugs appeared, laughing. "Those idiots!" Xu Ruofeng muttered to himself, his eyes sharp and cold. One of the two roughly groped a female student. Her scream tore through the night, fear engulfing the girl. The thug laughed triumphantly. "Excellent, just my type." While Xu Ruofeng stood there, silently observing, looking down from above, Xu Ruofeng entered the dark alley, where the two thugs were laughing. Completely unaware of the approaching danger, he frowned. "The leader isn't here. That's fine. The fewer idiots, the easier it is for me to handle." From his bag, Xu Ruofeng pulled out a metal baton. "You'll be very useful," he whispered, preparing for the fight. Xu Ruofeng launched a surprise attack, the baton swinging through the air, aimed directly at the two stunned thugs. A dry thwack echoed, fresh blood splattering, painting a violent and dramatic scene. In the blink of an eye, the two thugs lay slumped on the ground, clutching their heads and groaning in pain, red blood staining the pavement. Xu Ruofeng stood there coldly. The bald man lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, screaming Xu Ruofeng's name, unable to believe he could be so ruthless. Xu Ruofeng, with blazing red eyes, coldly brushed aside the pleas, pressing a single question, "Where's the treasure?" The two thugs lay writhing on the floor, blood splattered everywhere. The blond man still struggled, questioning if Xu Ruofeng was insane and even daring to challenge him. But the only reply was a devastating kick straight to the blond man's face, sending him flying, his nose bleeding profusely. Xu Ruofeng didn't stop. He rained down continuous blows with a club and powerful kicks on the blond man, making the bald man frantically beg him to stop. Terrified, the bald man stammered out, "Treasure? You mean money, right? I have it. I'll give it all to you." The blond man convulsed, blood streaming from his nose, his face contorted in pain, completely helpless against Xu Ruofeng's fury. Xu Ruofeng's eyes were as sharp as knives. He ordered decisively, "Stop staring and give it all to me." Immediately, a few meager banknotes and coins were thrown out, scattered across the cold floor. Xu Ruofeng picked up the money, his face a mix of surprise and disappointment. "Huh, is that all?" He stared at the paltry sum, angrily yelling, "Idiots! What kind of robbers are this poor?" Looking down from above, Xu Ruofeng stood towering over the two trembling men, urging, "Hurry up and speak!" The bald man quickly looked up, proposing a deal. "Wait! Don't rush! If you want to earn more money!" Xu Ruofeng ignored the offer. He only wanted to know one thing. "Where's your boss?" The two thugs exchanged glances, stammering that they had never met the boss directly and didn't know where he was. A dangerous glint flashed in Xu Ruofeng's red eyes. He coldly ordered, "Then call him." The blond man tremblingly handed over the phone covered in blood. He had been beaten to a pulp by Xu Ruofeng, only able to beg and follow orders. Xu Ruofeng snatched the phone, his eyes blazing red. He roared, "Xialong? No, I am Xu Ruofeng. Your two idiotic subordinates have been dealt with by me. Do you have a problem?" "Fine, I'll come find you. You're next. Give me the time and place," Xu Ruofeng coldly ordered, then hung up. "Shut up. See you later. Don't even think about running from me," he threatened, leaving the thugs sprawled on the ground. Half an hour later, Xialong appeared with two other subordinates. He had an annoyed expression, smoking, waiting for the one who dared to challenge him. Hidden behind a tree, Xu Ruofeng observed. He heard Xialong muttering, "That idiotic kid must be crazy. Daring to threaten me. These fools. Why should I bother confronting them?" A cruel glint flashed in Xu Ruofeng's eyes. He thought to himself, "When you're tired, I'll break each one of you." A dark plan was forming in his mind. Xialong suddenly became annoyed, throwing his cigarette to the ground. This is ridiculous. He felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. At Xialong's feet, a faint purple smoke rose, as if something was dissolving into the air. Xialong turned and walked away. His two subordinates hastily followed. "Let's go." "He's gone. Sister Fu is also waiting for us. Something seems to be up." Xu Ruofeng, still hidden behind the tree, was stunned. "What? This car belongs to them? Damn it, this is bad." He realized he had been tricked. Xialong's luxurious black car sped away, disappearing from sight, leaving Xu Ruofeng standing alone in the night. He had been played for a fool. Xu Ruofeng angrily watched the car. Damn it, this wasn't part of the plan. His enemy was one step ahead. Xu Ruofeng's face clearly showed shock, mixed with anger and disappointment. He hadn't expected to fall into a trap so easily. With no other choice, he had to find another way to pursue them. A taxi appeared. Like a last ray of hope, Xu Ruofeng hastily ran after the taxi. Late at night, the bright moonlight illuminated the road, but his mood was dark. He got into the taxi, sighing in exasperation. I just earned a little money, and now I have to spend it like this? Despite his anger, he still regretted spending the money. He hid in the shadows, his eyes scrutinizing the familiar car. It's definitely their car, Xu Ruofeng muttered, a silent surge of killing intent rising within him. Inside the warehouse, the thugs were laughing and drinking heartily. Xialong recounted angrily, "That bastard tricked me badly." The bald man burst out laughing. "Even Brother Long gets led by the nose like a child sometimes." Another person asked about the mission. Zilong smirked, replying, "It's just a new opportunity to make money. No need to fuss." He was unaware that a cold gaze was watching from outside. Xu Ruofeng peeked in, surprised. So many people. He hadn't expected such a crowd to be gathered here. He turned, his eyes thoughtful. "I didn't expect a gathering like this. It seems I'll need to use some tricks to take them down." He sighed in exasperation, his pride wounded. "I, the great Sebastian, have to deal with these 8 useless pawns? And even resort to dirty tricks? How far have I fallen?" He stealthily moved in the shadows, each step as light as a cat's, avoiding any sound. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed from behind. Xu Ruofeng flinched, his blazing red eyes wide, a sense of danger washing over him. The big guy with green hair growled, his fierce eyes looking down. "Huh? Where did this brat come from?" The atmosphere immediately became tense. A devastating blow. Xu Ruofeng was knocked to the floor before he could react, dust flying everywhere. Xialong and the crowd stood surrounding him, looking down at Xu Ruofeng sprawled on the ground. "Is that you?" he exclaimed, his face a mix of surprise and annoyance. Xialong's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. "Xu Ruofeng? What the hell are you doing here?" His voice was full of anger and disbelief. The bald guy pointed at Xu Ruofeng, saying to Xialong, "Brother Long, he was sneaking around behind those barrels." Hearing this, Xialong was even more astonished. Xu Ruofeng was surrounded by 8 thugs. Xialong looked at him, his eyes sharp and cold. "What tricks are you planning here? Have you been following me?" Xu Ruofeng sprang to his feet, his face full of indignation. "Shh! I told you to come alone. Yet you brought 3 others to our meeting?" he snarled, his eyes burning red. "You broke your promise, and yet you dare ask what I'm doing? My business is none of yours. Shu Ruofeng lowered his head, his sharp gaze falling on the glowing object at his feet, a metal rod lying nearby. The bald guy sneered, taunting him about his guts and thorough preparation. The brown-haired guy wondered, "Hey, Zilong, why did you bring more people?" Zilong stammered, about to explain. Zilong roared, "This kid smashed 2 of my brothers. Do you think I wouldn't take precautions against him? Who wouldn't be scared when he can defeat 2 people so unexpectedly?" He pointed directly at Shu Ruofeng, provoking him. "Didn't you come here to challenge me? Then come on, right now." Zilong smirked triumphantly, turning to his cronies. "See, he won't dare do anything. Did you all hear that?" Shu Ruofeng thought coldly. "This fool is a coward, but his boss is the dangerous one. Even if my physical strength isn't equal, facing death is nothing new to me. I will defeat him with my spirit." Suddenly, Shu Ruofeng lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Xielong tumbling. "I won't lose to a coward like you," he snarled. Shu Ruofeng pinned Xielong to the floor, raining down a barrage of punches, astonishing the 2 cronies behind him. The bald guy's eyes widened, only managing to utter, "Oh?" Shu Ruofeng continued his assault, his eyes blazing. "You underestimated me for the last time." A devastating punch landed on Xielong's face, blood splattering. The 2 cronies, the bald guy and the green-haired guy, froze, their faces pale with terror. Xielong lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, screaming in pain. "You damn stupid brat." Shu Ruofeng stood up, his cold gaze fixed on Xielong, who was gasping for air. He swung his leg, delivering a powerful, devastating kick to Xielong, brutally ending the fight. A rough hand grabbed Shu Ruofeng's face, his burning red eyes revealing extreme astonishment. The battle seemed far from over. Xielong, the man with the goatee, suddenly sprang up with his last ounce of strength, roaring madly. "I'll kill you." He gripped Shu Ruofeng's arm tightly, but all efforts were in vain. Shu Ruofeng reacted in a flash, delivering a devastating kick straight to his face. Blood splattered, and Xielong collapsed. Without stopping, Shu Ruofeng pinned Xielong down, continuously raining down punches like a storm. Each punch was a declaration of war, a brutal punishment. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Xielong's subordinates, including the bald guy and the green-haired one, stood frozen. Fear was evident on every face. Xielong lay there, bruised all over, covered in blood. His eyes were wide, his mouth agape, utterly helpless against Shu Ruofeng's fury. Shu Ruofeng's anger had not subsided. His hands struck repeatedly, each blow tearing through the air, the sounds of impact echoing everywhere. 2 other subordinates frantically cried for help. "Let go! Let me go! Help!" Another timidly said, "Brother Long has given up. Stop it!" Shu Ruofeng grabbed Xielong by the neck, lifting him up. His eyes blazing, he questioned, "Is this the level of Earth's warriors? Pathetically weak?" In a fit of extreme rage, Shu Ruofeng grabbed a nearby glass bottle, his eyes unwavering, ready for the finishing blow. He slammed the glass bottle onto Xielong's head. The shattering sound was deafening, fragments flying everywhere along with blood. A gruesome sight. Suddenly, the bald guy lunged forward, holding a knife to Shu Ruofeng's neck, snarling, "That's enough. Otherwise, I'll smash your face into a hornet's nest." Shu Ruofeng looked up, his burning red eyes gleaming with contempt. "Go ahead. Is this a threat?" His voice was as cold as ice. He struggled, roaring, "Threats don't work on me." His power erupted. Nothing could stop his fury. Xielong lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, his body convulsing, only weak groans remaining. He had completely collapsed, a pathetic end. Shu Ruofeng didn't flinch. He quickly grabbed the bald guy's arm and twisted it back. Bones cracked, and the guy was in extreme pain. The bald man, his face contorted with rage, jagged fangs bared, brandished a razor-sharp utility knife and roared a venomous curse. Shu Ruofeng reacted with lightning speed, leaning back to dodge. The cold, sharp blade grazed past, leaving only a dazzling streak of light in the air. In a flash, Shu Ruofeng grabbed the man and with terrifying strength, slammed him to the floor. A pained groan escaped the man's throat. The slam was so powerful the bald man couldn't react. Shu Ruofeng quickly pinned him down, his eyes burning red with murderous intent. The man's accomplices, including the blue-haired man and the light blue-haired man, froze in place. Overwhelmed with fear, one of them yelled, "Hero!" Shu Ruofeng sat on top of the bald man, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Shut up!" he growled. "You untrustworthy bastards!" A sharp utility knife appeared in Shu Ruofeng's hand. The blade gleamed with a deadly aura, ready to end anyone. His voice rang out, cold and menacing. "I told you not to move!" The air seemed to freeze. The rest of the crowd, including the green-haired man, the bald man, and the blue-haired man, all turned pale. Panic enveloped them. Shu Ruofeng pressed the blade against the bald man's throat, his red eyes burning as if to pierce his very soul. "One more step, and I'll carve him up." The bald man, with the knife at his throat, tried to speak. Xu Rufeng looked at him with disdain. Do you think I'm joking? Watch this. I'll kill him. The bald man remained defiant, his voice trembling but full of challenge. You won't kill me. You wouldn't dare. A flicker of madness appeared in Xu Rufeng's eyes. He said nothing more. Only action would prove his threat. The cold, sharp blade cut a decisive line across the bald man's neck. Fresh red blood gushed out, soaking his shirt. Xu Rufeng leaned down, a sinister smile on his face. His burning red eyes stared directly into the terrified bald man's. What did you just say, you worm? Amidst the extreme tension, a voice boomed like thunder, shattering the deadly silence. Stop! Everyone stop! The thunderous voice echoed, startling the three men standing nearby, who looked around in a panic. Xu Rufeng still held the bald man tightly, the utility knife pressed against his throat, blood already oozing. He smirked, his eyes burning red. A woman with jade-green hair appeared, her demeanor authoritative, flanked by two bodyguards. Ji Long quickly called out, Ji Fu! She lowered her sunglasses, her sharp gaze fixed on Shelong, demanding an explanation for this mess. Her eyes swept over the scene with terrifying composure. Zi Long knelt down, begging her for revenge, but she coldly replied, Don't make a fool of yourself, kid. The woman maintained her calm expression, her full red lips slightly pursed, observing the situation. Xu Rufeng still wouldn't release the bald man, the knife in his hand having cut a deeper line, fresh blood dripping. Suddenly, she took off her sunglasses, her emerald eyes wide with surprise, and yelled, Stop! Xu Rufeng looked up at her, his red eyes full of defiance. Do you think I'll listen to you? The jade-green-haired woman knelt down, her gaze scrutinizing. Handsome boy, I'll give you that. Did Viper send you? Xu Rufeng frowned, his expression puzzled. Viper? What are you talking about, woman? She subtly curled her lips, realizing her mistake. Oh, not him. Then she asked directly, Tell me, what is your objective? A flicker of greed suddenly ignited in Xu Rufeng's eyes. He growled, Treasure. The woman sat down completely, her emerald eyes wide, her expression a mix of surprise and amusement. She gave a mysterious smile, repeating the keyword as if she had just found a new toy. Treasure? Oh? The jade-green-haired woman, her emerald eyes wide, took off her sunglasses. She retorted, her tone cold. So, you threatened and extorted my people, all just for money? Xu Rufeng still held the bald man tightly, refusing to release him. Release him first? Otherwise you won't negotiate with me, right? Without hesitation, she closed her eyes and commanded. Then hurry up and kill him. Ji Long frantically tried to intervene. Ji Fu, don't say that! This kid is crazy! He's not joking. But she calmly replied, It's fine. Her emerald eyes wide, she looked directly at Xu Rufeng and asked with terrifying composure, So kid, how much money do you want? Xu Rufeng, his eyes burning red, growled out the number. 50,000 yuan. The bald man beneath him trembled in fear. Ji Fu looked directly at him, her gaze emotionless, without a hint of wavering, as if considering a cheap item. She turned her back and coldly repeated the command. Kill him! Ji Long cried out in horror. Ji Fu! No! She continued, her tone resolute. But after you kill him, she turned her head, her eyes sharp as ice, emitting a bluish-green glow. I guarantee you won't leave here alive. Suddenly, Xu Rufeng acted. He unexpectedly lunged, attacking her, surprising Fu. The bald man behind was also stunned. Fu was attacked by surprise, her blue eyes wide with horror, one hand unconsciously covering her mouth, unable to believe what was happening. Shilong's remaining subordinates, including the green-haired, blue-haired, and light blue-haired men, simultaneously yelled, Bastard! Let her go! Xu Rufeng held the sharp utility knife to Fu's neck, one hand covering her mouth. He growled, Woman, I don't like the tone you just used. It reminds me of that annoying woman Miranda. Fu's two bodyguards in black vests stood behind, their expressions stern, their sharp eyes tracking every move, ready to act. With the knife at her throat, Fu still maintained a terrifying calm. She looked at him, her deep blue eyes. I don't know who Miranda is, but kid, you really surprised me. Fu's jade-green eyes flashed coldly. Your actions show experience. But alas, she thought to herself, an indescribable disappointment. With a subtle movement, her high heel lifted slightly, signaling an unexpected strike. Quick as a flash, a kick straight to the face. Xu Rufeng couldn't react in time. The utility knife flew from his hand, soaring into the air. The kick was so strong that he fell backward, his body losing balance. The knife spun in the air, falling freely. In a fit of extreme rage, he reached out and snatched the knife. Damn it! Xu Rufeng roared, his eyes bloodshot. Without flinching, he lunged forward, throwing a punch straight at his opponent. his face distorted with fury. But Fu was even faster. A counterpunch landed squarely on his face. Blood gushed from his nose, and his teeth gritted. She stood upright, her eyes sharp and cold, looking down at the one who had just been hit. "How dare you underestimate me?" Fu growled, full of power. "Seize him!" she ordered decisively. Around them, other men immediately rushed in, the floor stained with blood. Soon, Shu Rufeng was tightly bound, sitting on the floor. He raised his head, his fiery red eyes still gleaming with defiance. Fu stood there calmly, a man respectfully holding her coat. "Sister Fu, what about this kid?" another asked. "What do you think we should do?" Fu coldly asked the bald man. He stammered, "This kid is completely crazy. Maybe we should just kill him and dump his body in the river." Before he finished speaking, a thunderous punch from Fu sent the bald man sprawling. He clutched his face, looking at her in horror. "Sister Fu? What? What are you doing?" Fu raised the utility knife, her eyes blazing. "Killing? Shut your filthy mouth right now. We're gangsters, but not some small fry. We have principles." "Watch your mouth, or I'll gouge your eyes out." She gently smoothed her hair, regaining her composure. "A Xiong. Regarding that kid, investigate his background thoroughly." Shu Ruofeng was tightly bound, his face bruised, but still defiantly cursing. Zilong reported to Sister Fu that he was Brother Long's classmate, surprising her when she learned this person was just a high school student. Despite being tightly bound, Shu Rufeng still held his head high, his fiery red eyes blazing. He growled defiantly, declaring that if this opportunity was missed, his enemies would regret it. His words were filled with indignation, especially aimed at the mysterious woman who had just given the order. Surrounded by her subordinates, Fu coldly ordered the beaten man to be taken away, her tone resolute. From somewhere, Shu Rufeng's furious roar echoed. "How dare she hit me? How dare she?" Though tormented by his wounds, Overlord still had to admit his opponent's intelligence. His eyes blazed. A feeling of discomfort mixed with respect crept into his mind. At least she's smart. Two skeletal figures, one rough like rotten wood, one wearing a skull hat, looked up. Their voices echoed in the silent space, filled with anticipation. "Overlord, have you awakened?" "Your Majesty, you are awake." The scene suddenly shifted. A powerful Overlord lay on a bed, his body covered in wounds from a fierce battle. Malking, his loyal subordinate, worriedly tried to dissuade him when he saw him attempting to get up. In the middle of the night, a muscular figure sprang up, his solitary eye blazing with a pinkish-purple light. A sharp horn pierced his forehead, signaling extreme rage or horror. He roared, as if he had just witnessed something unbelievable. Excruciating pain tormented Overlord, his eyes blazing with purple fire, a sharp horn clearly visible. He growled, realizing in shock. "It hurts so much. What happened to my legs?" Suddenly, a tall, skeletal figure appeared, its voice echoing as if from the grave. "Your Majesty, do you not remember the battle of yesteryear with Carmen Blue?" Overlord looked up, his eyes still bewildered, muttering the unfamiliar name. Purple energy erupted, engulfing Nolandis as he fully awakened. His fiery red eyes burned, he roared, memories of his old enemy flooding back. "Ah, him. I remember him now." A small, red-clad figure flashed by, like a fragment of memory. Lord Nolandis painfully asked Mao King why his wounds couldn't regenerate, especially his legs. Mao King bowed in apology, explaining that despite his profound healing knowledge, the Overlord's body was too unique. From the shadows, a colossal, Trant-like creature appeared, its jade-green eyes glowing brightly. It issued a warning that forcibly healing His Majesty, who had once lost his legs, would be futile. The weakened limbs could not withstand his current power. It was best to wait for His Majesty to regenerate his legs naturally when the time was right. Overlord sat up on the bed, his body muscular but his legs bandaged. He accepted the treant-like creature's diagnosis, but still proudly declared, "This Overlord can endure that much." The name Carmen Blue flashed through Overlord's mind like lightning, stirring buried memories. He closed his eyes, trying to concentrate, and a surge of green energy began to swirl in his palm. Queen of the Swarm. Power surged, concentrating in his hand. Purple lightning danced, tearing through the air, signaling a stormy return. Memories had returned, and with them, suppressed rage. Mao King continued to warn Nolandis, who was in the process of recovery, that he absolutely should not try to use magic. Lord Nolandis was confused, his eyes showing bewilderment and helplessness. He roared, trying to summon the Queen of the Swarm, but it was in vain. The magic didn't respond, a terrifying truth evident on his face. Nolandis panicked, wondering what was happening. The small spirit Lil Flame appeared, whispering that its master's life and death magic was being restricted. Anger flared. Nolandis growled, cursing the damned Sebastian. He knew this was that person's doing. Elder, the bony figure wearing a skull hat, looked at him worriedly. Nolandis responded with a cold gaze, accepting this cruel game. He commanded, his voice full of authority. Where is the great craftsman Omega? A slender hand with sharp nails carefully held a complex design. A wheelchair. Lily Scarlet, the talented craftswoman, marveled at the blueprint. She praised it, while Nolandis merely considered it a sketch, hoping she would complete it. She confidently declared it wouldn't be difficult, but couldn't help but be surprised by the Overlord's hidden crafting talent. His legs were carefully bandaged and placed on the completed wheelchair. The wheels rolled softly. A new beginning. Nolandis praised Lily Scarlet's design. She humbly replied that he himself had given her the idea, and he was pleased that he could now move more easily. He looked around, asking about this place. Elder guided him, telling him to go straight through the corridor, and everything would become clear. 4 figures stood before a colossal arched doorway, looking out at the night sky filled with demon bats, a sight both majestic and gloomy. From a high vantage point, the group looked tiny amidst the vast space, like black dots on the night canvas. Nolandis looked up, and a towering spire appeared, ancient and majestic in its architecture, holding countless mysteries. Hordes of demon bats still soared in the sky, like envoys of the night, creating an eerie spectacle. He sat in his wheelchair, with the others standing beside him, all gazing forward, where the unknown awaited. Nolandis and his retinue stood before a vast space, where an ethereal glow outlined an invisible gate. Under the dim moonlight, a group of people, appearing to be elves, bowed their heads in sorrow, like lost souls. Rows of people knelt on the ground, bowing their heads, creating a scene both solemn and tragic. Nolandis was stunned, the small spirit flashing in his eyes, exclaiming, "What is this?" He sat in his wheelchair, facing away from the front, his close companions standing around him, all looking towards a single point. At his feet, countless people of Ishtal knelt, chanting in unison, "We beseech the Lord and Savior of the kingdom. Sebastian, the 9th Lord of Alistair, we obey your command. Long live the Lord." Nolandis listened to the oath, the small spirit burning in his eyes, a powerful declaration echoing, "The people of Ishtal from now on shall be your vessels for the glory of the Demon King's Legion." In a gloomy forest, Miranda, the pink-haired demoness with wings, was tightly bound by emerald green vines, her mouth gagged, as if her life force was being drained. Another orange-haired maiden suffered the same fate, her body constricted by vines, an ethereal blue light enveloping her. A burly warrior with fiery red hair also couldn't escape the shackles of the vines, his face clearly showing extreme pain. Nilobar respectfully reported to Nolandis, "Your Majesty, these 3 are the strongest individuals in our Demon Legion nation." Nolandis turned to ask the old Trant, "Elder Mao, what is their current condition?" The old Trant replied, Complicated." The old Trant explained that the energy from the soul lantern could corrode souls, and continuous exposure had severely damaged their bodies. Nolandis resolutely commanded, his eyes blazing, "No matter what, don't let my people die." The old Trant stated that he had tried to stabilize them, but full recovery was only a conjecture. He asked, "Even Miranda, with her natural self-healing ability?" The old Trant confirmed that even though Miranda was a direct descendant of the Vampire Queen with incredible regenerative abilities, the corrosive power of the lantern had slowed down the process. The old Trant continued to explain that the battle with Carmen had pushed Miranda to her limits, activating her bloodline but depleting her life force. Nolandis, his eyes burning with purple flames, growled, "Stop! I don't want to hear any more. Is there really no one who can heal them?" The ancient Trant sighed, leaning thoughtfully on ancient memories. There is no one." A cold, despairing answer. "No one?" Nolandis was shaken, his eyes wide, the purple flame on his forehead blazing fiercely as if to tear through the night. Nilobar bowed and reported, "Overlord, the lantern has not appeared for hundreds of years. Information on how to treat death energy is extremely scarce, making treatment incredibly difficult." Nilobar continued, saying he heard Samaya mention that the lantern was an ancient weapon, incapable of cleansing self-inflicted damage. Nolandis erupted in anger, clenching his fists, dark energy swirling around him. "What am I supposed to do? Do you want me to just watch them die?" The small spirit on his forehead also flared violently. The old Trant quickly reassured him, "Master, don't despair. What I said before was that there was no cure times before Asterisk." He hesitated. "But now, I think..." Nolandis looked up, his eyes full of hope and anticipation, the purple flame on his forehead still brilliant but somewhat subdued. The old Trant continued, "It's just, perhaps this method will be too difficult." He looked at Nolandis, his green eyes gleaming. "Tell me," Nolandis commanded, his gaze resolute. The old Trant bowed. "Yes, my lord, this is merely a theory," he explained. "If the lantern is a soul artifact, then so is your twin artifact.
If the lantern is the artifact of deadly empathy, images of Nolandis's bracelet and the lantern appeared, connected by a bolt of lightning. Then your artifact is the life preserver, the old trance said, then asked, "Has your majesty ever heard of this name?" Nolandis was startled, his eyes wide, the purple flame on his forehead flaring up again. "That name isn't that." A mysterious girl appeared, holding a glowing blue, multifaceted gem. The artifact of life? Night fell upon an ancient edifice, a perfectly round full moon hanging suspended, creating a mystical scene. A pair of hands was flipping open an ancient book, inside which was drawn a sapling growing from the multifaceted gem, along with mysterious inscriptions. "It's here." In the ancient study, a purple-haired maiden, her right eye glowing like a nebula, was poring over the old book. She murmured, "According to this book, the legend of the artifact, its wielder is a human." Her gaze was pensive, but the information was too scarce. "The artifact's whereabouts remain a mystery," she sighed, the truth still shrouded in a mysterious fog. Nolandis, the powerful demon sword, was lost in thought amidst the book-filled study. His eyes glowed red as he read the ancient script on the scroll. "The artifact's owner established the divine religion," he murmured, then suddenly realized something horrifying. "So, the only religion of humanity currently is this?" Nolandis, his red eyes blazing with a mystical glow from Lil Flame, seemed to have made his final decision. "I must find the last lineage of the sect's founder." The declaration echoed, shaping a perilous path. Nolandis, the demon sword, pondered. The soul flame beside his eye flickered. He heard a voice echo, "Master, do you wish to go to a distant land? But your legs?" A grim reminder of his bound fate. Nolandis desperately looked at his motionless legs, realizing that even walking was a huge problem. He needed to find someone to solve this predicament, for without movement, all plans were meaningless. In the quiet study, Nolandis, the crippled demon sword, sat silently in his wheelchair, his eyes fixed on the ancient book, his mind in turmoil. A sigh escaped him. "I'll have to rely on Lily Scarlet again." He wondered if a prosthetic leg could salvage the situation. A faint hope flickered in his despair. Suddenly, an urgent call shattered the silence. "Your Majesty!" Lil Flame beside Nolandis's left eye flared up intensely, like a warning. He looked up, his golden eyes filled with surprise, as if he had just realized an earth-shattering truth. Just then, a red-clad woman appeared, kneeling respectfully. "I greet your Majesty. Please forgive me. I am the captain of the 1st Secret Service Squad." Nolandis was surprised, his gaze sweeping over her. One of Miranda's subordinates? In his memories, a soft hand gently held an old parchment scroll and a mysterious purple vial. It was the item mentioned in ancient prophecy, the key to his faint hope. A hooded figure, elder, knelt and presented the parchment scroll and mysterious vial. He conveyed the message of the late queen. "My overlord, please accept this gift." In the quiet study, a red-cloaked figure knelt, his voice resolute. "Your subordinate requests to be excused." He had completed his mission. Nolandis, the demon sword, clutching the parchment scroll and small vial, watched the departing figure, his thoughts sinking deep. Clenching the old parchment scroll, Nolandis read the final lines. "Sebastian, even if you are not the real Sebastian, you fought bravely." The last words of the deceased echoed. "I know I may not return from the battle with the magic artifact. If anything happens, this is for you. Take it, Sebastian." He continued reading the old parchment scroll, Lil Flame beside his left eye flaring up again. "This vial will be useful to you when the time comes." The mysterious message from the past, like a prophecy, sowed a faint glimmer of hope in his heart. Along with the poignant message, "Receive this as a final gift, a recompense from me." The ring was bestowed, a powerful burst of energy light flaring up, engraving a promise deep into his mind. Nolandis was stunned, his golden eyes wide open. The small soul beside him suddenly lit up, like a glimmer of hope just sparked in the desperate darkness. His trembling hand clutched the glass vial. Inside, fresh red blood swirled, emitting a faint mist. A horrifying truth suddenly burst forth, tearing through the veil of despair. "That's her blood." Under the faint moonlight, the prophecy of separation echoed. Lord Sebastian, the powerful overlord, was about to depart, leaving the kingdom in the silent night. He stood there, purple horns raised high, an eye patch covering one side. "Everything is fine. My body has fully recovered." A resolute declaration, as if tearing through all doubts of weakness. Before him, the bony Nilobar and purple-haired Lily Scarlet looked up. "Lord, must you really go? Ishtal has just escaped danger. Why are you in such a hurry?" Their eyes were filled with worry. The overlord coldly replied, "The army's development I will entrust to the 13th Division." His voice was resolute, without hesitation. as if everything had already been decided. His gaze was distant, harboring private thoughts. Miranda, Cassandra, and Red. To me, their lives are now more important than anything else. A meaningful statement, revealing his true purpose. Nilobar and Lily Scarlet silently watched him go, their eyes seemingly wanting to pierce the Overlord's heart. Worry was evident on their faces, mixed with a hint of inexplicable confusion. The Lord turned to Nilobar, commanding, "Nilobar, convey my orders." The bony old man immediately bowed. "Yes, my master." His absolute loyalty was unwavering. He entrusted Ishtal to Nilobar, instructing him to cooperate with Elder Ferdinand. "But master, must I associate with those troublesome elves?" Nilobar muttered, his expression displeased. The Overlord explained in detail. "You must do so. Elf politics will drive you mad if I intervene without understanding the internal situation." He wanted to keep his distance, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Despite many questions, Nilobar and Lily Scarlet still bowed in obedience. "As you command, Overlord." Their obedience was unwavering, even with many doubts in their hearts. The two loyal subordinates knelt, bidding farewell to their master. His figure gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a void full of mystery and unanswered questions. He turned and walked away, instructing, "Don't worry. We have our own ways. Don't let anyone know I'm leaving." Lily Scarlet replied with an intimate, meaningful nickname. "Yes, dear master." When he was out of sight, Lily Scarlet suddenly exclaimed, "Politics? Him? I've seen enough. Has someone swapped the master's soul?" An earth-shattering question. Nilobar stammered, I haven't determined that yet." Lily Scarlet sneered. "Oh my, you old fox. Still as cunning as ever, aren't you?" Her eyes were full of scrutiny. She asserted confidently, "I'm 100% sure that that person is not Sebastian, but I can't say I dislike him." "What about you?" "A shocking confession," Nilobar retorted. "The same goes for you. So why do you kneel?" Lily Scarlet smirked. "Oh, do I need a reason not to kneel? What are you trying to say? A conversation full of hidden meanings." Lily Scarlet continued to assert that the current Overlord was not Sebastian, prompting Nilobar to question her certainty. She recalled the battle with Curtis. Nilobar nodded, admitting that it was in that very moment he had sensed the master's return, even if only fleetingly. Lily Scarlet acknowledged the complex truth that perhaps both were him, and Elder Malking also agreed with this speculation. Nilobar dismissed all doubts about identity, declaring that as long as that person sat on the throne and led the Demon King's army to unify the world, it was enough. Lily Scarlet seemed bored with the ambition for domination, but she affirmed that no matter what, she still preferred the current Sebastian much more. She was captivated by this gentle, intelligent, and mysterious version of Sebastian, unable to wait to explore his mind, to tease the innocence on his face. Nilobar grumbled, forbidding Lily from mentioning her morbid thoughts, and absolutely not to reveal them to anyone in the army, fearing potential trouble. The conversation ended. Lily Scarlet turned and walked away, leaving light footprints on the dark ground. In a dark forest, Nolandis suddenly stopped. He looked up, calling out with a powerful voice, as if he had sensed someone's presence. From above, a swift figure descended. It was an elf warrior with white hair and heterochromatic eyes, kneeling before Nolandis. The mysterious figure bowed, addressing Nolandis with a respectful title. "Your Majesty," Nolandis inquired, then suddenly realized he needed a companion skilled in stealth. He invited Miss White Lotus to come along. With fiery eyes, Miss White Lotus immediately accepted, her voice full of enthusiasm and loyalty. Nolandis decided not to walk, but to summon the Millennium Eagle, their newest mode of transport, though he knew it would still take time. A colossal vehicle appeared from the sky. Nolandis gestured to his companion, urging her to depart. Miss White Lotus was surprised by the vehicle's size. Nolandis explained that Lily Scarlet had upgraded it, reinforced its magic, and added many new features. The colossal vehicle stood majestically, a masterpiece of magic and technology. White Lotus was astonished, while Demon Sword Nolandis was ready for the new journey. "Get in!" The urging voice rang out. The white-haired maiden did not hesitate, stepping onto the ramp and entering the heart of the giant metal beast. This was the Millennium Eagle Mark II, a level 9 summoning spell created by Sebastian himself. The form of the summoned object was shaped by the caster's imagination. Inside, the space was vast and overwhelmingly luxurious. Every line, every detail exuded modernity, completely unlike the world White Lotus had ever known. He smiled, his eyes full of pride. "Not bad, huh?" Lily Scarlet personally improved the weapons and modules. The elf tribe also provided technical support. Turns out they're quite good at mechanics. "Your Majesty, I have never seen such architecture," White Lotus exclaimed in astonishment. "What kind of magic is this? This structure? It's so novel." Nolandis replied, "Don't think of it as magic. Think of it as science fiction. I have the imagination, but Lily Scarlet is the one who makes it a reality. She also upgrades tools like magic weapons, coming up with all sorts of things. He marveled. It's truly miraculous. She didn't create this kind of magic sooner. Anyway, this ship has 2 bedrooms and a living room. We share a bathroom. You're here to help me, so start preparing your quarters. White Lotus looked bewildered. Prepare what, Your Majesty? It's fine. Just pick a room and prepare it yourself. You choose first, Nolandis said, then turned to the control panel. I'll study these machines to get familiar with the ship. White Lotus was still confused, but could only nod. Yes, Your Majesty. Her entire worldview was being turned upside down by these novelties. She entered a room, simple but clean, with a bed and a window looking out into space. A temporary resting place on the strange ship. Then she found another room, inside which was a peculiar white object. White Lotus stared, not understanding what it was. Your Majesty, I choose the room with this small chair, she called out. But why is there a small white chair? Nolandis explained. Ah, that's a toilet. Sitting on it to take care of business is quite comfortable. Sit on it? I don't understand. White Lotus squatted on the toilet, looking pitifully bewildered. The concept of a toilet was still too alien to her. She continued to look around the small room, trying to understand the purpose of these unfamiliar objects. This new world truly held too many surprises. Meanwhile, Nolandis was ready. He smiled confidently, clutching something in his hand. All right. The new adventure officially began. A colossal surge of energy erupted, propelling the vehicle soaring into the air. Time for takeoff. The resounding cry heralded a new journey. The vehicle flew high, tearing through the star-filled night. A small blue object shot out, like a guiding arrow. The object continued to soar, leaving behind a faint trail of smoke, like the mark of a timeless technology. Nolandis scanned the ancient map, calculating the route. At this speed, we'll reach Holy Wing City from Ishtal in about a day and a half. Flying over all this terrain, walking for humans must be torture. The arrow on the map pointed directly to the destination, without hesitation. Anyway, the important thing is to get there first, he emphasized, his eyes full of determination. In the luxurious cabin, Nolandis was sitting relaxed. A gentle voice rang out. Master? White Lotus, with her heterochromatic eyes, appeared with a tray of hot food. Here is your meal, she said, a little flustered. Seeing Nolandis staring at her, White Lotus was slightly startled. Master? Is something wrong? She asked, her eyes showing clear concern. Nolandis looked at her, his face filled with extreme surprise. Is this Little White? He exclaimed, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Without waiting for her to react, Nolandis immediately took a big bite of the sandwich, the chewing sound clearly audible. Oh, this is really delicious, Nolandis exclaimed. White Lotus asked, Can this carriage fly by itself? Is it safe if we don't control it? He replied, It's in autopilot mode, a form of automatic navigation that allows us to fly without a pilot. He continued to enjoy it, his face full of surprise. I never expected an assassin like you to cook so well. This sandwich is amazing. White Lotus smiled shyly. Thank you for the compliment, Your Excellency. Because I always carried out missions alone, I gradually learned to cook to feel less lonely. Good food brings comfort. Do you like my cooking? Amazing. Can you do everything? You truly are the #1 assassin, Nolandis said, devouring his food. White Lotus gently reminded him, Master, please eat slowly. No need to rush. Sorry, the food is too good. Nolandis chuckled mischievously. Besides, eating with a cute girl like you is the best. Little White, you're so cute. Why do you keep hiding your face? The unexpected teasing made White Lotus blush. Cute? She stammered, completely flustered by his compliment. White Lotus explained why she wore a mask, reminding Nolandis of his past teachings. As an assassin, concealing one's identity is paramount to lowering others' guard. He was dumbfounded, unable to recall what he had said, only managing to vaguely praise her dedication. The white-haired elf's face suddenly flushed, her heterochromatic eyes wide with astonishment. The unexpected compliment from the Overlord flustered her, and she bowed her head, murmuring, But, Your Majesty, you've never said such words to me before. She wondered if a servant like her could truly be that cute. Amidst the sweet teasing, Demon Sword Nolandis subtly smirked, his eyes full of self-satisfaction. I just haven't said it out loud. Don't go making wild assumptions, he replied, as if challenging her. Nolandis sat opposite White Lotus, the meal finished. He smirked, teasing her that she didn't need to hide her face when it was just the two of them. The elf maiden bowed her head, her voice soft. Yes, Your Highness. It was absolute obedience, yet it also held a hint of confusion. Inside the airship cabin, White Lotus respectfully offered to clean up so that Demon Sword could rest on the way to Holy Wing City. He agreed, saying he would go take a bath and left her to handle things freely. Suddenly, the scene shifted.
Cold water poured down, as if washing everything away, or perhaps it was just the beginning of an impending nightmare. After the sweet teasing, Nolandis sought out the cool water. But amidst the rushing current, the Overlord suddenly realized a harsh truth. Damn it! I completely forgot my clothes. It was an incredibly helpless moment. The cool water soothed him, but Lil Flame's mournful cry rang out, "Master, the water hurts me!" Demon Sword Nolandis smirked. "You are an eternal flame. What's a little water to you?" "By the way, how long have I been in this world?" he suddenly asked. His gaze distant, the scene shifted. Warm water cascaded over Demon Sword's muscular body. He ran a hand through his soaking wet purple hair, his one-eyed gaze filled with contemplation. This harsh world, I adapted too easily, he mused. The role of Overlord simply fell upon him, as natural as breathing. There was only one thing. The scene shifted abruptly. A brown-haired girl sat on a hospital bed, her eyes full of worry. She wondered about her mother's condition, whether she had been discharged yet. The space shattered, revealing a heartbreaking scene. The blond boy screamed, his cruel words cutting deep into the brown-haired woman's heart. "Stupid woman! You're not my mother!" "This Overlord doesn't have a mother like you?" The icy water poured down, and Nolandis suddenly flinched. His purple hair clung to his drenched face. The Overlord's eyes widened, revealing clear helplessness. A harsh truth had just struck him, freezing him in place amidst the current. Suddenly, a powerful punch tore through the air. "Damn it!" a growl echoed, uncontained frustration erupting, shattering the moment of relaxation. And then rage erupted. Nolandis gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing under the water. The thought of that bastard living in my world and living my life. It's driving me insane. His growl echoed, tearing through the steam, carrying the ultimate fury of one who had been robbed. In the hazy steam, Nolandis remained consumed by rage. He growled, vowing to make the other person pay if they dared to touch a single hair on her. Each word was like a piercing knife, making her collapse. Darkness swallowed her, leaving only a solitary figure, embracing an unspeakable pain, sinking into despair. Still consumed by rage, Nolandis suddenly froze, his golden eye wide with astonishment as an unexpected figure appeared. Before him, White Lotus bowed her head, holding up clothes, her voice hesitant. "Your Majesty, I have prepared." She looked up, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over his naked body, and the pale elf's face suddenly flushed. An angry roar tore through the air. Nolandis felt as if his entire world was collapsing around him. White Lotus flinched, her heterochromatic eyes wide, cold sweat beading on her forehead. "I apologize, Your Majesty. I didn't know you weren't wearing anything." White Lotus hastily flew away, leaving Nolandis shouting, "Put the clothes down and get out of here!" Finally, he settled onto the bed, pristine white shirt on, trying to shake off the recent embarrassment. The soft bed offered some comfort. Demons don't sleep, he thought to himself. What a waste of a good night's rest. Suddenly, the sound of dripping water echoed from the next room. He listened, wondering if White Lotus was taking a bath. In the hazy steam, White Lotus was washing away all worries, letting the warm water embrace her delicate body. He subtly smirked, wondering if that innocent elf knew how to use a shower. She'd probably come running out for help. Now that I think about it, he mused, all the girls around me now are exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing my ex-girlfriend or anyone else in that other world. An ordinary guy like me truly doesn't know how to deal with this. Miranda's seductive image flashed through his mind, making him feel a little dizzy from her captivating beauty. He thought of Cassandra, his ex-girlfriend. In times like these, I wonder what she would say to me. Determination flared within him. He vowed to find a cure, to fix all mistakes, and to put everything back on track. He sat up, opened an ancient book, and tried to focus on the words. He was engrossed in a book, trying to find a solution. Suddenly, White Lotus's voice rang out, asking if he was busy. "Huh? No. I'm researching magic. What's up?" he replied, and she told him to see for himself. His right eye suddenly glowed brightly, and Nolandis opened the door a crack. Dazzling light from outside poured in, leaving him stunned. Outside the airship, a new world unfolded. A clear blue sky, brilliant golden sunlight, and vast forests. White Lotus stood there, quietly, gazing at the vibrant scenery. Nolandis stepped out, raising his hand to embrace the sunlight, exclaiming, "It's so bright!" White Lotus announced that they had left the elf territory, escaping the endless night. The airship shot forward, tearing through the air, leaving a brilliant streak of light against the deep blue sky, soaring over vast forests. On the screen, the map clearly showed they were in the Jade Forest. White Lotus instructed, "To the north is Holywing City. We'll be there soon, my lord." The airship continued its journey, heading straight towards the horizon. where the towering city walls of a large city gradually appeared. Gliding past a sheer cliff, the airship revealed a small structure hidden beneath, like a relic of the past. Nolandis's gaze suddenly sharpened, his right eye glowing crimson. He recognized the familiar hill, where he had first been reincarnated and entered this body. Memories flooded back. Cassandra knelt in the pouring rain, beside her 2 bound warriors, one blonde, one red-haired, their eyes filled with despair. On the hilltop, Nolandis in his old body stood tall, his gaze resolute. He recalled the first moment he set foot in this world, his fated reincarnation. Back in reality, Holy Wing City appeared majestic. Looking down from above, the grand city gate and an army were gathered in front. At the foot of the city, a colossal black-armored warrior, spiky-bodied, with a glowing pink chest, was kneeling solemnly, along with other guards. "My lord, I am the acting governor of Holy Wing City." He bowed, his voice resounding. "I, Drum Banderkaiser, respectfully greet my lord." Nolandis and White Lotus stepped down from the airship. "Stand up, Drum," he commanded. "Yes, sir." The black-armored warrior obeyed, standing upright. On the city wall, Nolandis surveyed the surroundings. "The reconstruction work on this city seems quite effective," he said, his eyes satisfied. "Well done." Drum Banderkaiser enthusiastically reported on his clan's dedication to the reconstruction. The Demon Sword was pleased, praising their reliability. On the city wall, the Demon Sword inquired about the populace. Drum Banderkaiser affirmed strict control, stating no one could enter the city without permission. The acting governor continued, admitting that the populace remained the same, but their freedom was restricted, and some had begun to complain. Drum Banderkaiser anxiously reported on resistance groups and the tight financial situation. The Demon Sword reassured him, asserting that his presence would resolve everything. The Demon Sword's eyes flashed with determination. He promised to resolve all the city's problems, both financial and political, with his own words. Without hesitation, the Demon Sword commanded, "Take me to Saintess Deloitte immediately." Drum Banderkaiser instantly obeyed. In a luxurious room, a blonde-haired maiden knelt, her face full of worry. Behind her, a burly man stood silently like a bodyguard. The maiden's eyes suddenly widened, her face clearly showing surprise. "Demon King, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling. The Demon Sword casually sat on a chair, looking at her with a faint smile. "Long time no see. Honestly, I expected a more polite greeting." The maiden was completely stunned, her blue eyes wide. "What? Back in the Holy City?" She couldn't believe her ears. The Demon Sword confirmed. "That's right. The remnants of the angels are gathering their army, plotting to retake Holy Wing City." The Saintess gave an enigmatic smile. "I see. You're quite well informed. Have you come here out of fear, or do you wish to negotiate by returning our weapons?" The Demon Sword retorted, his tone full of challenge. "If I were afraid, would I still come to this city?" The Saintess immediately pressed him for his plan. "Nothing at all," the Demon Sword replied, his gaze sharp and cold. "Just a few conditions I wish to lay out here. I require 10 years of military expenses for the Demon King's Legion," the Demon Sword declared. "I want you to manage the city's expenditures for me, as a ransom." Both the Saintess and the bodyguard were stunned. "What?" the blonde-haired maiden exclaimed, unable to believe what she had just heard. Nolandis continued to question, his sharp gaze piercing the Saintess's heart. He asked if she had ever thought about the lives of the people and the city's reconstruction after Curtis was deposed. Called by the name Sebastian, Saintess Deloitte couldn't hide her surprise, mixed with indignation. The blonde-haired maiden questioned, what kind of joke was this, after all? He turned his back, explaining that although the demon race had occupied it, managing humans was not their forte. Meaningless slaughter just for survival was something he didn't want, and this city had no value beyond displaying power. The Demon Sword looked at her again, emphasizing the city's importance. This was a part of history, the center of human faith. He didn't need to elaborate on its significance to her people. His words seemed to bore deep into the Saintess's mind. She was flustered, unsure how to respond when he presented two harsh choices. Fight or do the opposite. He pointed directly at her, his eyes flashing with determination. Decide for yourselves, humans. His voice echoed, like a final verdict. The scene shifted elsewhere. Drum Banderkaiser, the armored man, questioned Nolandis. He couldn't believe the Demon Sword wanted to return the city to humans, negating all their efforts and the chance to turn it into a stronghold to annihilate them. The Demon Sword frowned, asking Drum if he was demanding more money. He reminded the armored man of the Demon King's Legion's tight financial situation, making Drum stammer. He turned his back, asking Drum how much money he had spent managing the city in his absence. He explained that if they continued the attack, they would have to leave troops to garrison and manage the populace, which would be incredibly costly. The Demon Sword's gaze was sharp and cold. He said that the Demon King's army's resources were limited, and they no longer had the strength to spread their forces thin. Doing so would only hasten their demise, Then he mentioned the prisoners. Drumbanderkaiser was surprised. Prisoners? Why not just kill them all? We don't keep prisoners, the armored figure exclaimed, his face puzzled. The demon sword explained that humans hated meaningless purges. History had proven that brutality only made them revolt. He didn't want to incite resistance, so there should be no killing. Drum remained stubborn, wanting to annihilate everyone. The demon sword frowned, turning to ask the small spirit beside him. Lil Flame, is this buckethead always so stubborn? The spirit replied that he always was, and had been punished by the master many times. The demon sword turned his back to Drumbanderkaiser, his voice lowering. Listen, Drum. His eyes blazed with anger. Don't you dare tell me what to do. Just do exactly as I command. His voice rang out with absolute authority, allowing no defiance. Drumbanderkaiser immediately trembled, quickly bowing his head. Yes, master. I'll do it right away. The armored figure dared not utter another word of protest. The white-haired elf woman covered her mouth, smirking, while Demon Sword Nolandus quietly turned and walked away, leaving behind schemes and calculations. The armored figure was still muttering complaints, but the white-haired elf woman understood clearly. What's wrong with killing? For these fools, this is the best way to solve the problem. At the foot of the massive structure, Drumbanderkaiser hastily asked when he saw Nolandus preparing to leave. Your Majesty, are you leaving immediately? Why not stay a few more days? The demon sword replied succinctly. I have another mission. Nolandus ascended the steps, his voice echoing. Find the seeds of life. Oh, and Drum, remember this. A new mission. A mysterious objective, he sternly instructed. If humans reclaim the city themselves and try to negotiate peace, report it to me immediately. The demon sword's eyes flashed with calculation. The armored figure, Drumbanderkaiser, obeyed, firing a stream of azure energy as an affirmation of absolute submission. The white-haired elf woman asked Nolandus about the morning's negotiations. Your Majesty, was that intentional? He nodded. Indeed. I need a path to enter the angelic capital. He pointed at the map, explaining about Michael Fortress and how the angelic remnants gathered. The defensive perimeter around the main city is like a fan, impossible to breach. There's no way to get through this fortress, unless they disband their army themselves. The elf woman marveled. Such foresight. But what is the relationship between Holy Wing and the capital? Nolandus smirked. We've occupied Holy Wing City for a long time, but why haven't humans come to reclaim it? On the contrary, they've concentrated their forces at this fortress. The elf woman guessed. Perhaps. They fear the power of our demon army? Nolandus shook his head, his eyes full of hidden meaning. That's partly true, but the biggest reason is, he announced, his tone full of confidence, the existence of the Gigantia clan, a mysterious name, an underground force shaping the situation. The white-haired elf woman was surprised. You mean the Titan race? Isn't their relationship with humans like oil and water? Nolandus sneered. Enemies and allies are not absolute. The situation can change at any time, depending on the circumstances. For example, the ice giant race, whose homeland lies behind the angelic capital, blocked by a mountain range. They crave supplies. Humans haven't invaded because the two races are in a truce. As soon as I had Drum occupy Holy Wing City, I sent Mandini back to his homeland to find a way to incite an attack on the angelic capital. The demon sword's plot had begun. The white-haired elf woman was stunned, her heterochromatic eyes wide with horror. Demon Sword Nolandus's plan must have exceeded her imagination. Will the giant race agree to attack humans? She asked. He smirked. Not yet, or perhaps not at all. Mandini is still trying to persuade them. But Nolandus had another scheme. He ordered Mandini to create a fake event so that human soldiers would intercept news of the giant race attacking. An arrow flew, tearing through the wind. Afterwards, Mandini would dispatch his elite team to secretly dig tunnels near the mountain range. Muscular figures, pickaxes, and shovels on their shoulders, ready for the mission. On the map, a hypothetical tunnel gradually became clear, heading straight for the angelic capital. This would make humans believe that the giant race was about to attack. Underground, numerous small figures were moving. Humans knew full well that the giant race only wanted supplies for profit. Caught between two pincers. On one side, the Demon King's army. On the other, the giant race. Humans would choose to defend. Nolandus smiled triumphantly, his eyes gleaming. I have concluded. My intervention will make them accept peace when they receive a letter from the Demon King's army. They would withdraw their troops from the fortress, concentrating their forces to reinforce the defensive line behind the main city. A flying object glided across the sky. Darkness enveloped Michael Fortress. Creatures soared through the air, signaling an inevitable infiltration. This is as far as we go, Nolandus said, standing beside the white-haired elf woman on the airship. The ship can only go this far. Let's go in. Understood, she replied. The white-haired elf woman swiftly leapt from the airship, plummeting downwards, leaving a faint trail of light. A small surge of energy landed silently, the eerie calm before the storm. Immediately after, Nolandis also launched himself, his ethereal black wings suddenly spreading wide, sending him plummeting down like a phantom. The two infiltrators landed on the city wall, right behind a guard. The soldiers' heavy breathing inadvertently signaled their presence. The two infiltrators were safely on the city wall. Below, guards still patrolled, their flickering torches illuminating the night, but they were completely unaware of the mysterious pair who had just arrived. From above, Nolandis and the white-haired elf woman observed the angel capital. The demon sword's crimson eyes gleamed in the darkness, as if calculating his next move. Suddenly, a guard looked up, pointing into the air. He seemed to have detected something unusual, and an alarm blared in the silent night. The white-haired elf woman pointed down at the crowd below, where thousands of people were gathered. "Sir, look," she said. Nolandis replied, "Their defenses are lax. But my invisibility is only effective within 3 meters." The elf woman confidently said, "I can easily get you through the crowd." But Nolandis abruptly cut her off, his eyes sharp. "Wait, do you see that?" At the foot of the city wall, special hounds were patrolling with the guards. Their eyes glowed, and magical symbols appeared above their heads, indicating their ability to detect invisibility. The elf woman explained, "That's a detection spell, the most effective way for humans to break invisibility." Nolandis added, "The dog's sense of smell will also pick up my scent immediately, and they'll bark loudly, alerting everyone." He looked down. There were too many hounds. No matter how strong your invisibility is, this is still too risky. Nolandis concluded that their initial plan had hit a major snag. The elf woman asked, "So what should I do now?" Nolandis didn't hesitate, his eyes firm. "Follow me." He had another idea. He led her to another area where horse-drawn carriages were parked closely together. Guards and hounds still patrolled everywhere, but this area seemed less strict. Both hid in the bushes, still maintaining their invisible state. Nolandis pointed towards the carriages. "Do you see those carriages?" He explained. "These are trade caravans from the capital's border. I guess they're stuck here because war suddenly broke out." She nodded, understanding that these people must be eager to enter the city. Nolandis turned to the elf woman, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Shalbai, help me conceal these horns," he ordered, and the elf woman replied, "Understood." The white-haired elf woman smiled faintly, a mysterious smile. Magical characters began to appear around her hands, ready to fulfill the demon sword's request. She raised her hand, and a brilliant blue energy orb glowed. The elf woman gently placed it over Nolandis' horns, beginning to conceal his prominent features. The demon sword Nolandis smiled triumphantly. The horn-concealing spell was complete. He declared with satisfaction, "This magic is enough to hide me." The white-haired elf woman reminded him that the spell was merely an illusion. The horns were still there, and caution was needed. Nolandis touched the spot where his horns were, the strange sensation making him thoughtful. Meanwhile, a merchant wearing a wide-brimmed hat leaned against his cart, his gaze idly fixed on the distance. Now, the demon sword and the elf woman had blended into the crowd, looking no different from ordinary travelers as night fell. The man in the wide-brimmed hat suddenly noticed their presence, his sharp gaze sweeping over them as he asked, "Who's there?" In the bustling night market, Nolandis and the elf woman appeared. He spoke loudly, seeking the most powerful person there. A bald man with dark blue mutton chops and a burly figure sat amidst the crowd, confidently replying and questioning the stranger's purpose in return. Nolandis smiled, introducing himself as a humble merchant, and proposed a simple transaction. The white-haired elf woman stood behind him, silently observing. The man with the mutton chops looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, unable to hide his suspicion. "You? A merchant? What do you sell?" The white-haired elf woman stood behind Nolandis, her hands clasped tightly. Her eyes filled with a mix of worry and unease. Nolandis placed a hand on her shoulder, introducing the elf woman as a rare commodity, a hot item in the holy capital, asserting her value far surpassed everything else. The man with the mutton chops and those around him were utterly astonished when they realized she was an ice spirit. Nolandis winked, showing displeasure at being called a slave trader by the man with the mutton chops, his words carrying a hint of sarcasm. The man in the wide-brimmed hat spoke up, reiterating rumors about the city's wealthy often using this damn toy for entertainment. He continued to speak of her rare heterochromatic eyes, but then disdainfully suggested that Nolandis was exaggerating, claiming his own goods had many more interesting things. Nolandis sneered, retorting to the man in the wide-brimmed hat's scornful words. "How would an old man like you know how to appreciate true beauty?" He reached out and removed the elf woman's mask, his eyes sharp as he declared, "Look closely. I'm only showing you once." As if struck by lightning, the three men witnessing the scene all stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. The elf woman's pure beauty was revealed, her heterochromatic eyes shining like ice and fire. Nolandis marveled. Truly perfect, the beauty of ice and fire. All three men fell back, their eyes glazed over with infatuation, completely captivated by her beauty. The blue-haired man exclaimed, "She's truly beautiful," while the brown-haired man awkwardly ran off. The man with the mutton chops merely teased his companions. Nolandis looked at the scene, shaking his head in exasperation. These guys are truly shameful. No wonder other races look down on humans. The man in the wide-brimmed hat regained his composure, turning to Nolandis. "All right, then state your terms. Do you want to sell her?" The drunk blue-haired man interjected, demanding Nolandis lend her to him if he bought her, just for a quick peek. The man with the mutton chops angrily scolded him. The man in the wide-brimmed hat stated firmly, "I don't deal in slaves. This isn't something I'm interested in. Never have been." Nolandis sneered, his eyes sharp. "You say you're not interested? Or, more importantly, are you short on cash?" The man in the wide-brimmed hat angrily, veins bulging. "Watch your mouth, kid! I have tons of money to spend!" Nolandis remained calm, asking back, "There are countless merchants in the market, so do you know why I came to you?" He pointed at the large wooden barrels. "Look, those barrels of wine you're selling. They're wine, right?" The man nodded in confirmation. Nolandis continued to explain. "The longer wine is aged, the better it tastes, and the more exquisite its quality and aroma. Whether it's forbidden or not, such goods are always welcome." Demon Sword Nolandis smirked, claiming he too was once a wine merchant, and the wine he once had was no different from what the man was selling. But then his tone turned cold, declaring that the wine the man in the wide-brimmed hat was selling was as terrible as cheap bar beer. He continued to dissect, saying his wine was refined from Ishtal, while the man's wine was merely sewage from the Ice Elf tribe. Easy to make, cheap, but with a fatal flaw. A close-up of Nolandis' sneer, he declared, "This wine, it only stays fresh for a mere 1 month." The man in the wide-brimmed hat was stunned. Nolandis continued to strike. "The human faction has blocked the road to Michael Fortress for over a month now. Your wine is already spoiled. Don't believe me? Go ahead and taste it yourself." He placed his hand on the wine barrel, and white smoke rose. Who would buy expired wine? You can only sell it dirt cheap to the common folk. Stay here any longer, and the price of the wine will plummet. You'd better worry about cutting your losses. The man in the wide-brimmed hat angrily yelled for silence. But then he realized Nolandis knew his situation perfectly. "I am a merchant. This is my caravan. You're not trying to cause trouble, are you?" Nolandis smiled meaningfully, asking if the man wanted to know what he could offer. A glowing blue gemstone appeared in Nolandis' hand. He said he came to help, and it was time to get serious about business. The man in the wide-brimmed hat's eyes widened, utterly astonished by what he had just seen. In the dark night, the merchant's caravan continued to roll, the creaking of wheels echoing. Suddenly, an armored guard blocked the caravan, his voice commanding decisively, "Stop!" The man in the wide-brimmed hat got out of the carriage, asking the guard about rumors of the army's retreat and wanting to see the governor. The guard angrily retorted, "Where did you hear such nonsense? Who told you?" The merchant stealthily extended his hand, saying softly, "A small token for your trouble." In his palm, 2 gleaming gold bars appeared, shining in the dark night, like an offer that couldn't be refused. Admiral Cohen, the fortress gatekeeper, with a sharp gaze, signaled for the group to enter. In the headquarters, Admiral Cohen, governor of Michael Fortress, thoughtfully gazed at the glowing gemstone on the table, then spoke, questioning. The man in the wide-brimmed hat knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, fearing his precious wine would spoil and his business would collapse. Admiral Cohen picked up the gemstone, his eyes full of contemplation, acknowledging the man's predicament but not forgetting to remind him of his authority. He declared that he would inspect the entire caravan, identification papers, and goods. The merchant immediately obeyed, hastily presenting his work permits. Admiral Cohen carefully examined the 4 permits, wondering about the number of people in the caravan. Inside the caravan, barrels of wine were stacked high, emitting a faint purple mist. 2 guards began their inspection, accompanied by guard beasts with glowing eyes. One guard was surprised to see the wine barrels already open, concerned the wine would spoil quickly, while a strong aroma permeated the air. The merchant explained that he had opened a few barrels to enjoy and share. The other guards smelled the aroma, praising the wine as delicious. Suddenly, 2 guard beasts let out fierce growls, their sapphire eyes flashing with light. The guard was surprised, asking why the guard beasts were barking. The merchant hastily appeased him, blaming the overly strong smell of the wine. The merchant ordered 3 of his subordinates to bring out 2 barrels of the finest wine to offer the guards. The guard happily accepted. The guards eagerly received the wine, one happily saying it had been a long time since he'd had a drink, ever since the fortress was blockaded. Admiral Cohen waved his hand, his face relaxing, declaring that everything had passed inspection. The caravan continued to roll, the grinding of wheels on gravel echoing in the night, carrying untold secrets.
In the carriage compartment filled with wooden barrels, a mystical purple aura swirled, as if concealing a deep secret. Amidst the faint aura, Nolandis let out a soft sigh of relief, while White Lotus beside him remained vigilant, her heterochromatic eyes scanning the space. Outside, the caravan continued to roll. The man in the purple cloak yelled at the wailing draft creatures, "Stop right now! What's wrong with you two?" The wheels grated on the ground. The caravan glided through the city gate, leaving behind cold figures and the curses of, "You mangy dogs!" From a gap in the tarp, Nolandis and White Lotus looked out. He frowned. "That was a close call. I thought we were safe." Nolandis leaned back, casually saying, "Human corruption. Sometimes it's not a bad thing for us." White Lotus softly called, "Master." White Lotus looked at him, her eyes complex. "You've changed so much in the past few months. The old you would have," she continued. "The old you would never have tried this method." Nolandis mused, picturing his former brutal self. "I would have brought glorious death." He smiled mysteriously, asking White Lotus, "How do you see me now? Do you prefer me as I am? Or does my way of doing things bother you?" White Lotus looked up at him, her heterochromatic eyes wide, as if captivated by this change. Then she gently closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and whispered, "To me, this is quite interesting." She bowed her head. "Forgive me, Master, but I've always wanted to try espionage missions. All I've ever done is assassinate others. And being your slave is quite fun." Nolandis replied, "I see. I'm glad you're enjoying it." He then asked, "Zhu Rufeng, the girls around you are all beautiful and dangerous. How do you manage that?" The convoy suddenly stopped. The footsteps of the creatures pulling the carriage stomped heavily on the ground, creating a dry, rustling sound. Nolandis sat up, looked outside, and asked the merchant in the wide-brimmed hat, "Why haven't we left yet?" The merchant replied, "We're resting. There's a stop nearby. They need to resupply and rest." Nolandis coldly ordered, "Do not stop without my permission. Remember our agreement. I am hiring all of you. My goal is to reach the Angel City as soon as possible." The merchant in the wide-brimmed hat tried to explain that the journey was long. This was the last stop, and they needed to resupply provisions. But Nolandis was impatient. He ordered them to quickly buy food and eat it in the carriage. The convoy had reached its destination. The Moonlight Inn stood majestically under the silver moon, a familiar stop for travelers. The man in the wide-brimmed hat spoke, signaling the temporary end of their journey. From inside the carriage, Demon Sword Nolandis stared out in shock. The sight before him stunned him. "This is an inn? Really? No, what the hell is this place?" White Lotus, with her heterochromatic eyes, peered over his shoulder. Outside, the man in the wide-brimmed hat casually asked, "Hey boss, you're a merchant too. Don't tell me you don't know?" In the dark carriage compartment, Nolandis spoke in a low voice, recalling how he grew up near an elf settlement, where he often interacted. The man in the wide-brimmed hat clicked his tongue, inquired about the remuneration for the pointy-eared ones, then offered a suggestion. "How about the money? Just get out of the carriage and see for yourself, honey." The map appeared, clearly showing the current location as the gateway from Fort Michael to the Angel City, a perilous border region that allowed no carelessness. From here, there were no more stops on the road leading to the capital. The merchant grumbled that if they were in such a hurry, they should just hire horses and go. But Nolandis coldly retorted, telling him to set an example and go outside to observe the situation himself. Outside the inn, a microcosm of the world was operating. From guards to mysterious hooded figures, people of all backgrounds and beliefs gathered, exchanging goods and secret information. Amidst the bustling crowd, the man in the wide-brimmed hat explained, "Here, the laws are lax, and entertainment services are abundant, far surpassing the city. Because religious doctrines are binding everywhere, merchants flock here to find a bit of freedom and indulge in pleasure." Nolandis quietly observed. This world was indeed vastly different from anything he had ever known. The carriage door creaked open, revealing another world. Before them was a seductive girl in a red dress, holding a fan, offering an inviting smile. The man in the wide-brimmed hat cheerfully greeted. "Oh, welcome. First time here, honey?" Nolandis silently observed, his gaze scrutinizing. Inside the inn, Charlotte, the seductive girl in the red dress, cheerfully welcomed the man in the wide-brimmed hat, inviting him to buy drinks. He laughed heartily, responding to her charm, while Nolandis and White Lotus remained silently observing. Nolandis exited the carriage, his sharp gaze sweeping over a wanted poster tacked to the brick wall. The image of a skull with the symbol of an evil god made him pause, lost in thought. But amidst the bustling crowd, an old wanted poster on the wall drew all eyes. The gruesome skull image, the crimson words "evil god," and a large X, like a curse, signaled a lurking danger. This world was indeed vastly different from anything he had ever known. But then,
Nolandis's gaze suddenly froze. A single poster, just one poster, was enough to utterly astonish the demon sword. What was hidden on it that made him gape like that? Inside, the atmosphere was suffocatingly chaotic. Drunks lay sprawled everywhere. Laughter, chatter, and rhythmic music blended together. Amidst this scene of debauchery, Nolandis suddenly realized what he was looking for. Isn't this the organization I'm searching for? A mysterious smile flickered across the demon sword's lips. A blue-haired girl in a seductive bunny outfit approached, offering Nolandis a bright smile and a small item. The demon sword subtly smirked, thinking, "Feeling pretty welcomed, aren't I?" Inside the tavern, the air was still thick with the smell of alcohol and chaos. Hooded patrons, their faces obscured in the shadows, were clinking glasses noisily. Amidst the crowd, a few drunken guards, their eyes glazed over, suddenly pointed towards the white-haired elf woman. "Look, one of those harpies, those ice elves," one of them mumbled. "She's really pretty. I must be drunk." Nolandis and the white-haired elf woman had taken their seats. He thought to himself, the atmosphere here was no different from ordinary taverns on Earth. Meanwhile, Charlotte smiled invitingly. "What would you like, sir? Drinks? Or sweets?" The man in the wide-brimmed hat introduced Nolandis as his boss, a wealthy man. Hearing this, Charlotte teased. "Your boss is quite cute, isn't he?" Nolandis heard her and subtly smirked. Nolandis didn't beat around the bush, directly telling Charlotte, "I want the best service package you can provide. I want the best." Before he finished speaking, the demon sword slammed a sparkling purple gemstone onto the table. The mystical light from the gem immediately drew all eyes, like a powerful affirmation of his demand. Charlotte, the man in the wide-brimmed hat, and the goateed man were all stunned. Their eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before them. That gemstone, how valuable was it? Nolandis continued in an arrogant tone. "Money is not an issue. I want to eat and be treated like a king. So, bring me the best." He smirked smugly, holding up 2 fingers. "Do well, and I can pay double that amount." A weighty promise that left no one daring to doubt his intentions. Charlotte, after a moment of astonishment, quickly replied, "Yes, yes, sir." She quickly turned away, beginning to fulfill the royal request of the strange guest. Soon, the table was laden with a feast of rare delicacies. Nolandis and the white-haired elf woman began to enjoy it. The man in the wide-brimmed hat watched them, his gaze a little puzzled. The man in the wide-brimmed hat suddenly spoke up. "Boss, can your slave eat these dishes too? They're very expensive." He hesitated, about to suggest a separate table. Nolandis took a sip of wine and coldly replied, "No need. I intend to sell her for a good price. A valuable slave always deserves the best meals. She's worth far more than that," he continued, his eyes full of calculation. "Her value is more than a king's ransom. Luxury is an art. You are not qualified to teach me." The demon sword's words made the man in the wide-brimmed hat and the goateed man turn purple with rage. "This guy is unbelievable. What a bastard." The man in the wide-brimmed hat cursed silently. Nolandis and the white-haired elf, White Noise, were full after their meal. He stretched contentedly, and the elf nodded slightly in agreement. But at the table, their 2 other companions still hadn't touched their food. Nolandis wondered, he had given them money. Why weren't they eating? The wide-brimmed hat-wearer bowed his head, his face full of worry. He explained that the money had been used for other expenses upon entering the city. So, now there wasn't enough left to order food. Nolandis took a sip of wine, briefly considering that he might have been taken advantage of. But then, he clicked his tongue and dismissed it, deciding to do something. Soon enough, the 2 men were served steaming bowls of noodles. The slurping sounds echoed, dispelling their previous gloomy expressions. Once everyone had settled down, Nolandis suddenly asked about a strange announcement at the city gate. He looked at the wide-brimmed hat-wearer, directly asking how to find the organization that had been mentioned. The other man's eyes immediately showed surprise. The hat-wearer panicked, hastily warning Nolandis not to mention it. Otherwise, they might be mistaken for cultists and arrested. Nolandis remained calm, while the wide-brimmed hat-wearer pointed towards the door, explaining the situation. Outside, soldiers patrolled strictly, watching for anyone connected to the forbidden Cthulhu cult. Nolandis thought to himself that no matter where, humans always got entangled in religious struggles. He seemed to have grown accustomed to it. The wide-brimmed hat-wearer looked at Nolandis with a scrutinizing gaze, someone who brought slaves and dragon crystals to the capital and then asked about a cult. His eyes narrowed, full of suspicion. Nolandis was truly a mysterious and unpredictable individual. Meanwhile, Steve continued slurping his noodles indifferently, completely unaware of the complex thoughts unfolding around him. Nolandis was surprised, asking again, "A cult? What do you mean?" He seemed not to understand, or was pretending not to. Steve grew angry, loudly defending himself.
Gaia had saved his daughter, so why would he lie about it? The heated argument continued. The bald man grumbled, telling Steve to shut up, while another brown-haired man advised reporting Gaia for a reward.
They're a cult! You've been brainwashed!
Despite the harsh words, Steve just emptied his wine jug, his resentment boiling over. He roared, "Damn it! Gaia is my benefactor! Would you betray your own benefactor?" His words were sharp, full of indignation. Before he finished speaking, a strange hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, startling Steve, his eyes wide with surprise. 2 guards appeared, roughly dragging him away.
What are you doing? Let me go!
Steve's voice echoed, full of rage. Witnessing the scene, the bald man and the brown-haired man merely sneered. This idiot drank too much. That bastard used to be so arrogant. Now he's getting what he deserves. Nolandis turned to the wide-brimmed hat wearer, his face cold. "What happens next?" The other man replied, "He'll probably get a beating. Then they'll extract information about Gaia." Nolandis stood up, gesturing to the white-haired elf.
Let's go, Voicey. We'll take a look.
She nodded slightly, following him. The wide-brimmed hat wearer and the bald man also nodded, quickly standing up. "Let's go!" The group began to move. Looking down from above, Nolandis and the white-haired elf led the way, stepping out of the tavern, followed by the others. The white-haired elf leaned into Nolandis' ear. "Boss, those merchants are following us." He sighed. "Humans are truly unpredictable," she asked. "Should we deal with them?" Nolandis shook his head. "No need. Let them follow. We'll adapt as we go." Meanwhile, Steve was roughly dragged by the guards into the deep forest. He panicked. "Hey, where are you taking me? Why are you leading me into this wilderness?" He was thrown hard to the ground, looking up to see a figure sitting. "Hey, where is this?" His words were mixed with fear. A blue-haired man, eating heartily, spoke in a cold voice. "Hello, Steve. I finally caught you." He was Robert, the leader of the capture squad. Steve was bewildered, not understanding. "Caught me? What do you mean? Wasn't I just arrested here?" He still hadn't realized the true intention. Robert smirked, revealing the meticulous plan. Steve had gotten drunk, let slip words about Gaia, and was then accidentally arrested by the patrol squad. Everything was part of his calculation. Steve's eyes widened, his face contorted in shock. The cruel truth laid bare left him stunned, unable to believe it. "You planned all of this?" Steve roared. "Even Paul and Johnny were bribed to make me talk?" The betrayal infuriated him. Robert squatted down, calmly explaining. He admitted he knew Steve was in contact with Gaia, but needed public proof. That's why. There was no other way. Robert casually chewed a piece of meat. "The boss is urging us to eradicate the cult. I hope you'll forgive these pawns." He feigned an apology. A toss sound echoed. Robert threw the gnawed bone to the ground, his sharp eyes looking at Steve, full of challenge. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. "Now tell me," Robert whispered, "how did you find Gaia?" His tone was full of menace. Steve was furious. "Are you kidding me? How would I know that? Even if I did, do you think I'd tell you?" He vehemently resisted. Robert sneered. "Oh, I knew you were a stubborn one." He had anticipated this reaction and remained unfazed. "A decisive snap of fingers," Robert ordered. "Bring her here." Light flashed from his fingertip, signaling a cruel move. Tap went the footsteps. 2 guards escorted a small figure towards Robert, who maintained his mysterious, cold smile. Steve saw it, stammering, "You." His face turned pale, utterly terrified as he recognized the person being escorted. "Melia?" Steve was horrified. The brown-haired girl, eyes brimming with tears, cried, "Father!" It was a heartbreaking sight that tore at his heart. "You bastard! Let my daughter go!" Steve roared. Robert remained seated, his gaze cold. "Don't worry," he said, his tone full of sarcasm. Robert smirked. "Tell me Gaia's whereabouts, and I'll release the girl immediately. I'll even pay you a lot of money." He laid out the cruel condition. "Are you dreaming?" Steve yelled. "Let her go now." Rage and helplessness erupted within him, but he could do nothing. Melia sobbed, her hands clutching her throat. A voice rang out, full of regret, or perhaps schadenfreude. What a pity. Steve was held tightly by the soldiers, screaming in despair. Robert smirked, recalling how Melia had once been gravely ill and saved by Gaia. "Take your filthy hands off her!" Steve roared. Melia continued to cry, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at Robert. He reached out and touched her neck, teasing, "I must admit, your daughter is quite a beauty." Steve's eyes bulged, his face contorted with fury and helplessness. "You monster!" he shrieked, but his voice was lost in utter terror. Robert arrogantly declared that if Steve didn't reveal Gaia's location, he would count to 3. "You'll see, my soldiers are far more savage than you think." The threat was as cold as a blade. Steve broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, his heart feeling squeezed. Robert curled his lip, his tone full of amusement. 2. Time passed as heavily as lead.
Milia's tears streamed down her cheeks, her tear-filled eyes reflecting utter horror. Robert coldly uttered the final number. 3. His gaze seemed to pierce Steve's very soul. Steve gritted his teeth, his mind reeling. No, I can't tell you. His refusal was weak, yet firm. Robert's face darkened, his eyes as sharp and cold as ice. His patience had reached its limit. Robert gave a cruel order. "Strip her," a soldier responded, and Milia cried out in panic. "No." Steve struggled, trying to break free from the guard's grip, yelling, "Stop!" But the punches kept raining down. A disgusting guard licked his lips, his eyes lustfully fixed on Milia. "My lady, I'll devour you right here." Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted, swirling powerfully like a vortex. Steve lay slumped on the ground, his body bruised, tears mixing with blood. "You bastard." "Milia, father is sorry." Steve was in extreme agony, tears mixed with blood, screaming in despair. Physical pain and remorse tormented his soul. Suddenly, a burst of purple light erupted, tearing apart a soldier's armor. He was left naked in midair, Milia and Robert utterly astonished. Milia's eyes widened in horror, her face turning white as she witnessed the unbelievable sight. Shards of shattered armor flew everywhere. The soldier, stripped bare, was utterly panicked as his sword also shattered. He couldn't believe his eyes. Robert flinched, his crimson eyes wide open, staring in astonishment at the light source. "Who's there?" he roared, full of caution. A figure appeared, kicking Steve hard in the back, sending him sprawling. Steve lay flat on the ground, unable to resist. The stranger stood tall, his gaze coldly fixed on Steve. "If you truly care about your daughter, drink less next time," he said, his voice full of authority. He continued, turning his back to Steve. "But since these bastards are targeting you, they would have used other methods anyway. You don't need to blame yourself." Robert was still reeling, staring intently at the newcomer. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice full of suspicion. The stranger turned back, flashing a mysterious smile. "My name is Sambeek. I am a wine merchant," he replied, his expression calm. From behind a tree, a man in a wide-brimmed hat secretly observed. "Sambeek?" he muttered, his face full of worry. Robert sneered, disbelieving Sambeek. "A wine merchant? Are you kidding me? A wine merchant dares to cause trouble for me?" he ordered. "Draw your swords." Sambeek calmly replied, "This man named Steve owes me a lot of money. I've come to take him. So, let's have a fight." Robert angrily stood up, unable to accept the challenge. "What the hell is this? You dare to challenge me?" He was about to give an order, but Sambeek cut him off. Sambeek smirked, flashing an eerie smile. "I forgot to mention, I'm actually a sorcerer. I've only just started learning swordsmanship." He continued, "I know a type of magic that can strip people naked like him." Sambeek pointed towards the naked soldier, his eyes sharp and cold. "If I'm attacked..." The threat hung in the air, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Seeing Sambeek still rambling, Robert roared, ordering his soldiers, "Don't listen to his nonsense, kill him!" Sambeek pointed at the soldiers, a devilish smile playing on his lips, and coldly commanded, "Unleash! Strip them bare!" A surge of blue-violet magical energy erupted, swirling around the panicked soldiers, preparing for an unbelievable spectacle. In a flash, the soldiers' armor and clothes shattered, scattering in the air, revealing their naked bodies. Robert's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe the sight before him. His soldiers could only cover their naked bodies. Milia stood far away, her face flushed with shame and shock, not daring to look directly at the chaotic scene. Sambeek approached Robert, his gaze as sharp as a knife, warning, "I told you not to interfere. Next time, it won't be as simple as stripping your clothes." He leaned close to Robert's ear, his voice low and threatening. "I'll rip your guts out." Robert's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out. Suddenly, a sharp blade whizzed past. Robert managed to dodge it in time, but his face still showed extreme terror. Sambeek drew his curved demon sword, his eyes blazing, challenging Robert. "Draw your sword." He swung his sword in rapid succession, as fast as lightning. Robert hastily parried but was pushed back, his body severely shaken. A deep gash appeared on Robert's chest, fresh blood spurting out. He screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Sambeek looked down at the writhing Robert, a triumphant smile on his face. "Excellent. I can clearly see his blade." Robert lay motionless on the blood-stained ground, his armor shattered. The naked soldiers panicked and scattered. Sambeek watched the fleeing crowd, thinking to himself, "These guys aren't even bothering to pick up their pants? Don't they care about their precious jewels?" Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared behind Sambeek, swinging a dagger to attack. He turned around in surprise, his face full of astonishment. Sambeek smiled, his eyes cold, and ordered Steve, who was kneeling on the ground, "Get up. You're safe now." A flash of light and a magical rope wrapped around Milia was severed,
freeing the girl from the enemy's shackles. Steve hugged Milia tightly, confused, and asked Sambique, "Did you really come here to sell wine? Why did you save me?" He replied simply, "It was just a coincidence that we encountered a common enemy." Sambique turned to White Noise, his expression calm. "Besides, I don't think the so-called God's blessing is a cult." After everything was settled, Sambique and White Noise turned and walked away, leaving a message. "Take care." Milia watched them disappear into the forest, innocently asking her father, "Are they from God's blessing, Dad?" Steve replied, "I don't know." On the way back, Sambique asked White Noise, "Are those merchants still following us?" The white-haired elf replied, "They ran off after you defeated their leader." Sambique decided, "Never mind. Let's head back to the inn now." White Noise wondered, "Your Highness, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you duel that leader?" Sambique stroked his chin, a smug look on his face. "I've been practicing swordsmanship with Hong Feng for a while now. I wanted to find a worthy opponent to test myself. But I didn't expect to be much better than I thought." His eyes flashed with arrogance, brimming with self-confidence in his own power. White Noise looked at him, her heterochromatic eyes showing surprise and confusion. Sambique noticed the change in her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" White Noise turned away, her voice slightly hesitant. "Nothing. I just feel a bit strange." Sambique gestured. "Let's go." The elf bowed and replied, "As you wish." A profound thought arose in Sambique's mind. "I've become too close with White Noise these past few days. It almost made me forget who we truly are." He looked towards White Noise, the image of a mighty Demon King appearing in his mind. "She is loyal to the true Demon King Sebastian, not me." As night fell, an ancient red brick building appeared under the moonlight. Figures glided past, entering inside, carrying untold stories. In a hidden corner, Sambique sat opposite an empty dining table, seemingly waiting for something. He suddenly turned around, spotting Steve and Milia standing there. Steve asked in surprise, "Oh, you're still here?" While Milia awkwardly added, "We were waiting for you." Sambique smirked, his eyes sharp. "These cunning bastards," he thought to himself. "They think, I don't know they're following me? But it doesn't matter." The wide-brimmed hat wearer, one of Sambique's retainers, spoke up. "We finished eating, boss. Should we continue our journey tonight?" Sambique replied simply, "No need. I'll stay here tonight." The wide-brimmed hat wearer was surprised. "You're staying? So where should we stay?" He looked at Sambique with a bewildered expression. Sambique's eyes flashed with a terrifying glint. He pointed directly at his retainer's face. "Sleep in that damn carriage. Don't even think about escaping." The retainer quickly replied in fear, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." The tavern buzzed with people, but Sambique's gaze was fixed on a mysterious door where a sign 11 to 11 hung suspended. He turned to White Noise and his attendant, asking, "What is that place?" His curious gaze held a hidden calculation. The man in the wide-brimmed hat replied, "That's the Intelligence Bureau." Sambique repeated, his voice full of thought, "The Intelligence Bureau?" Although this tavern was famous for its rich cuisine and entertainment, its most renowned reputation came from its intelligence network, and the tavern owner, Aldo, was the most skilled intelligence merchant, a true master of the underworld. Sambique asked, "An intelligence merchant? How can I meet him?" The man in the wide-brimmed hat chuckled with disdain. He explained, "Are you joking? Not even royalty or crime bosses can meet him. An intelligence merchant's top priority is discretion." Sambique fell silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the mysterious door. "Is that so?" he muttered, an intention already forming. He decisively turned and walked straight towards the door. The man in the wide-brimmed hat quickly asked, "Boss, where are you going?" Sambique replied curtly, "To buy some information." The man in the wide-brimmed hat was surprised, raising his hand as if to stop him. But Sambique had already decided to enter the tavern. He approached the slightly ajar door, revealing a long line of people waiting inside. Quite an unexpected sight. Sambique frowned. "What? There's a line this long?" The man in the wide-brimmed hat replied, "Can't wait? Use the royal passage if you have money." "What is the royal passage?" Sambique asked. The man explained, "Just 12 gold coins, and you can bypass the line." He was surprised. "Is it that easy?" Sambique said decisively, "Excuse me, I'll use the royal passage." He held up an azure dragon crystal, terrifying the man in the wide-brimmed hat. "A dragon crystal?" the man exclaimed. Another person led the way. "Please, this way." The man in the wide-brimmed hat muttered, "This guy is too conspicuous." Sambique and the white-haired elf stepped inside, the rustle of cloaks echoing. His eyes were full of contemplation. The secret door opened, revealing a deep, winding stone staircase. A croom echoed like the shifting of earth and stone. Sambique and the elf descended, the steady tap-tap of footsteps echoing. He was surprised. "I didn't expect such a deep basement here." A man stood waiting at the bottom of the stairs, guiding them. Please, this way. The torchlight illuminated the path. They arrived at a mysterious room, where 3 men sat behind concealed screens. Sambik asked, 3 people? The guide replied, they are in charge of different fields, but they usually have the information you need. One of the 3, a black-haired young man, invited, please sit. He continued, you can inquire about economics or politics. If you place an order in advance, we will have information about a specific person within 5 days. Sambik sat down and replied, is that so? I need quite a lot of information. The black-haired young man confidently said, as long as there's money, it's not a problem. The white-haired elf stood beside Sambik, her heterochromatic eyes sweeping across the room, full of surprise and scrutiny. A mysterious surge of energy flew, seemingly from the elf, or something happening around her. The white-haired elf leaned close to Demon Sword's ear, whispering about the mysterious conversation in the back room, ready to eavesdrop at his command. Demon Sword coldly commanded, transmit everything via psychic waves, directly into my horn. The elf obeyed without hesitation, her eyes resolute. The information vendor spoke up, inviting Demon Sword to begin the transaction. He nodded, ready for the exchange of information. Demon Sword asked about a batch of precious wine from Isidel and the most profitable place to sell it. Beside him, the white-haired elf emitted a faint purple energy, beginning her reconnaissance mission. The information vendor confidently replied, asserting this was his area of expertise. He promised to check and provide an accurate answer. Demon Sword subtly thanked him. At the same time, the white-haired elf was highly focused, using psychic waves to transmit information. This was high-level magic, encrypted so no one could detect it. Invisible psychic waves from the elf touched the horn on Demon Sword's head, creating a powerful resonance that allowed him to hear everything she gathered. Both maintained absolute silence. This was an unwritten rule not to disturb the atmosphere, ensuring the transmission process went smoothly. The elf closed her eyes, focusing all her senses. Her voice echoed in his mind. Your Majesty, she continued to report, revealing that 3 individuals were in the back room. One of them is definitely the tavern owner. Demon Sword listened, his sharp eyes calculating. Meanwhile, in the back room, an armored man was conversing with a mysterious shadow. He confidently declared that his spy had successfully infiltrated God's blessing. The mysterious shadow presented a map. The armored man asserted that the enemy's stronghold was now firmly in his hand. He was surprised, then laughed triumphantly. As expected, I can't believe you found this. The armored man impatiently urged the shadow to quickly hand over the precious map. The shadow subtly smirked, reminding him of the agreed-upon price. Clearly, this was not a free gift. The armored man roared, refusing the exorbitant price, reminding the shadowy figure of the favor he'd done by helping him manage the tavern. The shadowy figure replied indifferently, emphasizing that the true value lay in the information. Cornered, the armored man began to threaten him. The shadowy figure's eyes flashed, and an eerie flame ignited. The armored man paled, hastily begging for mercy. A heavy money bag dropped to the floor, a dry clinking of metal echoing. The money bag opened, revealing countless glittering gold coins. The shadowy figure smirked slightly. So you times do times have money. Finally, the mysterious map was handed over. A clandestine deal was complete. The armored man clutched the map, snorting coldly and warning. If the information was fake, divine judgment would descend. The shadowy figure waved casually, bidding farewell to the one he had just fleeced. The armored man left with a displeased expression. When the door closed, the shadowy figure turned to the curtain and called out. A faint spirit appeared, screaming for the money it had just lost. The night spirit complained incessantly that the money was almost a year's salary for him, exchanged only for a piece of paper. The information panel clearly showed the identity. Vograr, captain of the Secret Service. The shadowy figure asserted, high risk, high reward. The spirit worried about the consequences if the information was false. He tossed 2 money bags into the air. They spun around. With a decisive motion, he snatched the 2 money bags, a golden glint flashing. He looked directly at the spirit, his tone cold. All right, what about what I asked for? He checked the money bag, a suspicious look on his face. Wait, this money? It doesn't seem quite right. The armored man complained about being out of money, but the mysterious, shadowy figure was unyielding. I don't do charity here. Get out if you don't have enough money, not a single penny less. The armored man tried to negotiate, offering to send 3 of Vograr's best assassins to serve for 3 years as compensation. The shadowy figure still held the money bag, a suspicious look on his face. Wait, this money, it doesn't seem quite right. He had not yet accepted the alternative payment. The armored man remained firm, repeating his refusal. I'm out of money, the shadowy figure retorted coldly, demanding the full agreed-upon amount. The armored man, with a tense expression, reiterated his offer of 3 elite assassins. The shadowy figure was surprised, then decisively refused. Huh?
I don't need any more henchmen. A clink rang out. The armored man drew his sword, the blade flashing, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The armored man squatted, his sword pointed down, surrounded by a fiery red aura. He threatened, "If you still don't accept, I'll cut off your limbs." The shadowy figure faced him, his eyes harboring danger. An eerie green aura swirled around him. "You are threatening me?" The armored man didn't flinch, continuing his brutal threat. "I'll cut off one arm first, then the other, until we reach an agreement." Finally, the shadowy figure reluctantly accepted. The shadowy figure, with a serious expression, revealed shocking information. The Demon King has already left Isidel. Sambique, with his sharp golden eyes, suddenly flinched. A thump echoed, like a terrifying heartbeat in his chest. Sambique raged, a purple aura flaring around him. "Are you serious?" He couldn't believe his ears. The shadowy figure indifferently tossed the money bag. "If you doubt my information, then why did you pay me in the first place?" Sambique questioned the Demon King's current location. The shadowy figure replied, "I don't know, but recent information indicates he's heading north from the Holy Land." Sambique narrowed his eyes, his gaze glowing thoughtfully. If he's heading north, then the Demon King might be advancing towards the Holy Capital, right? The mysterious, shadowy figure narrowed his eyes, speculating on the Demon King's direction. Perhaps he's heading towards Vograr. Light footsteps echoed, the curtain parted, and a charming girl in a red dress stepped out. The girl hastily called out, "Boss," but the shadowy figure gestured for silence, his eyes sharp. The brown-haired woman looked directly at the shadowy figure, her expression serious, and whispered softly, "He's gone." The shadowy figure ordered the use of language number 3 to secure the information, and the girl immediately complied. She reported on Santa and the traps that had been set, then asked, "Is the Demon King at Michael Fortress yet?" The girl continued, "Since leaving the Holy Land, there's been no news. The army has retreated, but there's no sign of him." The shadowy figure asked about the incident at the tavern, and she recounted how an old man was saved by Gaia, then taken away by soldiers. "Forget it. Things like this happen too often." The shadowy figure waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, you may leave." The brown-haired woman turned and walked away, but suddenly remembered something and paused. "Oh, that's right." She spoke of a mysterious wine merchant who owned an ice elf slave, was heading towards the capital, and was extremely generous with dragon crystals. The shadowy figure showed interest, his lips curling slightly. "Oh, this is quite interesting. Is he staying here tonight?" The girl confirmed he would be staying, buying information about wine. The shadowy figure ordered, "I understand. Keep an eye on him." The shadowy figure, now clearly revealed as Sambique, with his signature eye patch, stepped out from behind the curtain, white noise following closely behind. He faced the man in the wide-brimmed hat and a bearded man. The man in the hat asked, "Boss, what are you asking about?" Sambique replied, "Nonsense about selling wine. I don't even know if he's telling the truth." Sambique presented a card, stating decisively, "All right, help me get a room. I'll give you the information I have." The man in the wide-brimmed hat nodded, his confirmation echoing in the dim space. A transaction was complete, but were there any hidden implications? The room was prepared, spacious but bare, with only the faint moonlight casting 2 silhouettes onto the cold wooden floor, an arrangement full of hidden meaning. Sambique entered, his gaze sweeping across the large room. It's a big room, but why is there only one bed, he wondered, as the white-haired elf woman also looked around. "When we booked, many other guests also wanted to stay." The elf woman spoke up. "They said there were no rooms left, yet they gave us such a spacious one." Sambique narrowed his eyes. "It seems someone gave up their room for me." A sudden knock on the door broke the silence. "Room service!" A strange voice echoed in, surprising both Sambique and the elf woman. The elf woman whispered, "There's only one person outside." Sambique frowned. "We didn't order room service." A sense of unease crept in. "Hide," Sambique ordered decisively. The elf woman didn't hesitate, quickly responded, and vanished into the shadows, ready for any situation. Sambique cautiously opened the door a crack, his sharp eyes scanning the hallway. He knew that the person who came here was certainly not just for simple room service. A dapper, white-haired young man appeared, holding a glass of red wine. "Good evening." He introduced himself. "Aldo, secret intelligence merchant, owner of the wine tavern." Sambique was surprised, trying to maintain his composure. "Excuse me, you have the wrong room. We didn't order room service." He tried to push back against this unexpected intrusion. Aldo didn't mind, raising the wine bottle. "This is our finest wine. Its auction price can go up to 1 dragon crystal. You wouldn't want to miss it." Aldo's green eyes gleamed slyly. He looked directly at Sambique, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. "That's right, Sebastian?" Meanwhile, the white-haired elf woman had completely concealed herself, her movements swift as lightning, leaving no trace. Sambique subtly waved his hand behind him, a silent signal indicating he had recognized the situation and was preparing to deal with it. Sambique clearly looked flustered, trying to deny it. What are you talking about? Who is Sebastian? He didn't want his true identity exposed, but Aldo didn't let him react. From behind, he gently patted Sambique's shoulder, his mysterious smile unwavering. A dramatic confrontation had just begun. Aldo sat leisurely, declared that the rooms were full, then unexpectedly asked Sambique, "Do you know whose room this is?" Sambique stood there, his face full of astonishment. With a smug smile, Aldo asserted, "This is my room." A challenging declaration that made Sambique wary. Sambique was stunned, realizing that this white-haired man was the owner of the place. Aldo remained calm, inviting him to sit down, reassuring him. "That's right, no need to be tense." The tavern owner leisurely invited his guest. "Sit down and have a drink." On the table, a bottle of red wine and a glass were ready, but there was only a paper cup for Sambique. Sambique picked up the crude paper cup, questioning, "Are these the only cups in the room? Don't you have wine glasses for guests?" Aldo feigned embarrassment, bowing his head. "Oh, that's my fault." Without waiting for Sambique to react, Aldo reached out and filled his cup with wine. A decisive gesture, like a challenge. Sambique brought the cup to his nose, inhaling the rich aroma of the wine. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. The scent is truly pleasant. Aldo smirked, his eyes cold. "Why aren't you drinking? Are you afraid it's poisoned?" Sambique replied meaningfully. "If you already know the answer, why ask?" Aldo stopped beating around the bush, his gaze fixed on Sambique. "I heard you brought an ice elf slave. Where is she?" Sambique tried to remain calm, denying, "She's a slave. Why would she be with me?" But Aldo merely sneered, as if he had anticipated everything. "If I'm not mistaken," Aldo said casually. Then the faint figure of White Noise appeared behind him, a sharp knife pressed against his back. "She's standing right behind me, with a knife pointed at my back." Aldo called out her full title, Captain of the Demon King's 7th Army, Shadow Assassin, White Noise. The white-haired elf woman with heterochromatic eyes became clearly visible, the knife now pressed against his throat. Sambique coldly corrected him. "You're wrong. The knife is at your throat." Aldo continued his act, feigning a shiver. "Really? Can you tell her to put the knife down?" He continued the charade, spreading his hands helplessly. "I'm just a handsome young man who doesn't know how to fight." His eyes, however, remained calculating. Without a hint of fear, Aldo feigned fear, clutching his neck. Sambique subtly waved his hand, signaling White Noise. The knife still hovered, but was no longer pressed against him. Sambique looked directly at Aldo, his expression resolute. "All right, I'll be direct with you." The confrontation had officially begun. Sambique was introducing himself when Aldo unexpectedly splashed a glass of wine in his face. The dark red liquid splattered, momentarily staining Sambique's face red. The white-haired elf flinched, her heterochromatic eyes sparking with electricity, as if she had just received a great shock. The wine streamed down his face, revealing a small horn on Sambique's forehead. He calmly finished his sentence. "The Demon King." Aldo feigned fear and recoiled, while White Noise swung her sword and charged. But Sambique remained calm, unfazed. Sambique wiped away the wine, looking directly at Aldo. He questioned, "You knew I was hiding my horn. That's why you splashed the wine, right?" Sambique's left eye flared with a brilliant light, confirming his identity. "That's right. I am the Demon King." Aldo smirked, regretting the good wine. He had already known Sambique's identity as the Demon King beforehand. Aldo continued to gaze intently into the Demon King's eyes, implying he wasn't as weak as he appeared. Sambique thought to himself, "This guy knows too much." The Demon King looked directly at Aldo, his golden eyes flashing. He asked bluntly, "What do you want with me?" Aldo lit a cigar and exhaled smoke. He wanted to talk privately, asking White Noise to temporarily leave. White Noise angrily protested, but Aldo explained that she couldn't harm the Demon King. The Demon King felt a flicker of worry. He didn't want White Noise to leave, but he also couldn't let her grow more suspicious. The Demon King reassured White Noise, telling her to go check on the farmers they had rescued. She remained silent. He looked at the elf, asking if she was worried about her own safety. White Noise bowed her head, replying that she wouldn't dare. She accepted the order and immediately left. In the quiet room, the white-haired Aldo exhaled cigar smoke, his sharp gaze sweeping over the giant bodyguard silhouette, as if contemplating something. He turned his back, but his gaze seemed to pierce through space, directed at Sambique sitting opposite him, an atmosphere of tension enveloping them. Aldo sighed, a knowing half-smile on his face. "Being your subordinate is truly difficult," he remarked, his tone sarcastic. The white-haired man continued to taunt. "Even knowing you're an imposter, she still brainwashes herself to maintain loyalty." His words were like daggers piercing Sambique. Sambique flinched, his golden eyes wide with astonishment. "What did you say?" he questioned. But Aldo cut him off.
Don't be so quick to deny it.
Aldo exhaled smoke, his gaze fixed on the ring on Sambik's hand. I know that ring well, he said, then posed a challenging question. How does it feel to have been the Demon King for so long? Sambik's face hardened, his golden eyes flashing dangerously. Aldo's words had touched his deepest secret. Aldo calmly continued smoking his cigar, his green eyes full of self-satisfaction. Outsider, who you are doesn't matter, he declared. I only care about one thing. Aldo exhaled a long plume of smoke, questioning bluntly. You came to this world, usurping such a noble identity. What, ultimately, is your purpose? In another room, Shu Ruofeng lay motionless, his face bruised, his bloodshot eyes tightly shut, as if deeply immersed in a chaotic dream. Suddenly, his bloodshot eyes snapped open. Shu Ruofeng awoke with a start, leaping out of bed, his face filled with extreme astonishment as he realized he was in an unfamiliar place. A sweet voice rang out. Are you awake? He turned, seeing a blue-haired girl with rabbit ears sitting beside him, her eyes full of playful teasing. The blue-haired girl calmly exhaled smoke, flashing a charming smile. Good evening, she said, as if everything was within her grasp. But Shu Ruofeng was not enchanted. His bloodshot eyes flared with anger. Enemy! He roared. Realizing danger was imminent. Without hesitation, Shu Ruofeng lunged forward, determined to finish off the person in front of him. I'll kill you! He shrieked, launching a fierce attack. But the blue-haired girl merely smirked. A lightning-fast kick landed squarely on Shu Ruofeng's face, leaving him dazed, blood gushing from his nose. Shu Ruofeng, dazed after the kick, blood gushing from his nose. Calm down, a voice rang out, but the rage within him still burned. He looked up, his face bruised and covered in bandages. The green-haired girl stood there calmly declaring, I am not your enemy. On the contrary, she offered a mysterious smile, her deep blue eyes enigmatic. I might just be your savior. Shu Ruofeng still stared at her, his gaze full of suspicion. Don't look at me like that, she said. You must be hungry. He frowned, confused by her attitude. What, ultimately, was happening here? Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. His body was naked, not a stitch of clothing covering him. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. Hey! Shu Ruofeng roared. Why am I naked like this? What did you do to me? The green-haired girl turned her back, only glancing at him over her shoulder. What are you thinking? She asked, her tone full of hidden meaning. She explained that he was covered in bruises and her subordinates had stripped him naked to treat his wounds. Do you think I'd be interested in a child? She scoffed. But Shu Ruofeng smirked, his crimson eyes full of confidence. Of course, he retorted, without hesitation. The green-haired girl was startled, her eyes wide with surprise. Huh? She hadn't expected him to say that. Shu Ruofeng sneered arrogantly. You look pretty good yourself, so why be secretive about everything? It's been a long time since I've done that. She glanced down, her eyes sweeping over his naked body. A moment of contemplation. Then she burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Are you kidding me? I can't believe a child like you would say such things. Shu Ruofeng angrily questioned her. What are you laughing at? Don't you want to? Ha ha ha! Are you underestimating me? He sighed, turning his face away with a helpless expression. Forget it. I don't force anyone to do this anyway. Give me some clothes. The green-haired girl pointed towards the pile of clothes, coldly telling him to get them himself. Shu Ruofeng stood up, only in pink underwear, his back to her, with an awkward expression. She looked at him, thinking to herself, why was she the one feeling awkward in this situation? Shu Ruofeng grimaced at the tight pants, while the green-haired girl simply replied, my house doesn't have boys' clothes. It's better than nothing. He sprawled out on the sofa and ordered, forget it. Where's my food? I'm hungry. In the kitchen, a pot of noodles was boiling vigorously, steaming profusely, promising a hearty meal. The green-haired girl looked straight ahead, her heart filled with confusion. This guy, he says such vulgar things as if it's normal. Could it be that he's not pretending at all? She continued to think, a fearful expression on her face. If he's not pretending, and he's a high school student, that's truly terrifying. The hot bowl of noodles was ready, but lingering regret remained in her heart. Why did I even bring him home? Shu Ruofeng sat down at the table, his eyes shining brightly. Smells great. Did you make it? She replied curtly. Of course. The green-haired girl exhaled cigarette smoke, saying coldly, eat. We'll talk after you eat. Shu Ruofeng pointed at the chopsticks, asking in surprise, do you have a fork? I don't know how to use these. Her eyes widened. Huh? She looked at him puzzled. Aren't you from this country? You don't know how to use chopsticks? Shu Ruofeng struggled to use the chopsticks, but the noodles kept spilling out, making him look really clumsy. The green-haired girl looked at him and asked directly, why are you looking for money? Shu Ruofeng didn't look up, replying while eating, for a woman. The green-haired girl exhaled cigarette smoke, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Oh, how romantic. A girlfriend? Zhu Rufeng didn't answer, just tilted the bowl of noodles back, slurping down the last strands as if it were the last meal of his life. He looked up, his eyes blazing red like fire, his lips stained with a bit of sauce. My mother. The green-haired girl was stunned, a puzzled expression on her face. Does he think he's funny or something? She thought to herself, a wave of confusion arising. Zhu Rufeng sighed in relief, putting the bowl down.
Phew, Tilda. That was delicious. I've never eaten anything this good since I got here.
She looked straight at him, questioning. Your mother. What's wrong with her? He replied curtly, his voice devoid of emotion. Lung cancer. Her eyes widened, a jolt of surprise flashing across them, astonishment clearly visible on her beautiful face. Zhu Rufeng continued, his tone still chillingly calm. Late stage, I think. She's probably done for. Besides, the hospital will kick us out if we don't have money. He closed his eyes, a pensive expression on his face. I understand. I should at least try to save her while I still can. The green-haired girl looked at him, her eyes full of doubt. What's wrong with this kid? She wondered, a sense of unease rising. She continued to think, her gaze scrutinizing. He's talking about his mother's illness, as if she has nothing to do with him. The cold look in his eyes sent a shiver down her spine. Hey! Zhu Rufeng suddenly called out, interrupting her thoughts. He looked at her, questioning. This is your house, right? She replied. That's right. He continued. What are you planning to do? Zhu Rufeng raised an eyebrow, his eyes sharp and cold. You brought me home, then you cooked for me, but you're not planning to do anything with me. So what do you want? She looked at him, her heart filled with conflict. I didn't even know if I should bring him here. But since we're already here, she looked straight at him, her eyes firm. Earlier, you said you wanted 500,000? Zhu Rufeng asserted that 500,000 was the minimum amount to save his mother, his gaze firm and unwavering. The green-haired girl smirked, reminding him that 500,000 was no small sum, especially for a poor student like him. She turned her back, her posture alluring, adding that the amount was enough for someone like him to work for half a lifetime. Her slender fingers flicked the ash from her cigarette, the thin smoke curling like an implicit invitation. Turning back to face him, she laid out her condition. Help me with one thing, and I'll pay you 100,000 up front. Zhu Rufeng frowned, questioning. Only 100,000? What about the rest? The green-haired girl coldly retorted, advising him not to be too greedy, as that amount was enough to keep his mother in the ICU for a while. If you want more, she extended a finger, her eyes sharp. You'd better perform well. Zhu Rufeng stood before the soul bar, the dim neon lights casting a lonely glow on his figure. He looked up, his crimson eyes filled with determination, the scratches on his face a testament to his arduous life. Here it is. His hand gently touched the pendant on his neck, a soft click echoing, as if signaling the start of a mission. Another hand, slender and fair, placed the pendant on the book page, as if entrusting a secret. Zhu Rufeng wondered about the strange object. The green-haired girl explained it was a pinhole camera, the most advanced version, capable of recording both images and sound. He asked what it was for, and she replied curtly, to gather evidence. The green-haired girl's eyes turned sharp as she revealed her business rival, a man named Viper. She indignantly recounted that Viper had brazenly opened the soul bar in her territory, and worse, he was selling drugs there. Zhu Rufeng thoughtfully looked at the pinhole camera. A question about drugs flashed through his mind, but was quickly dismissed, his expression indifferent. The green-haired girl explained that in this tense confrontation, they needed leverage instead of fighting blindly. He wondered if it was too easy to get 100,000 just by recording someone making a purchase. The girl immediately denied it. She continued, Viper and his henchmen were extremely cautious, and their customers were all ruthless individuals. Her people couldn't do this job because they would easily be exposed. Her eyes were sharp as she emphasized that this mission had to succeed on the first try, or the enemy would become highly vigilant. You must succeed. As night fell, Zhu Rufeng, with a new appearance, stood before the door of the soul bar, his gaze fixed on the darkness. He strode down the steps leading into the bar, where two large bouncers stood ready, blocking the way. One bouncer, with an annoyed expression, waved him away like a child, saying he had come to the wrong place. Zhu Rufeng frowned, asking if underage people weren't allowed in, but there was clearly no sign stating that. The other bouncer growled. The first bouncer, enraged, pointed directly at his face and roared for him to get out immediately. Suddenly, Zhu Rufeng pulled out a thick wad of cash and slapped it directly into the bouncer's palm. He smirked, threatening the bouncer. If your boss knew you let a big customer like me get away, what would he do to you? The two bouncers immediately changed their attitude, surprised to realize he was a VIP customer. They quickly apologized and asked what he wanted to buy. Zhu Rufeng recalled the green-haired girl's instructions and firmly said, Aphrodisiac. The heavy metal door of the bar slowly creaked open.
emitting a chilling sound, like an invitation into the abyss. From the narrow gap in the door, the dazzling lights and vibrant music of the soul bar spilled out, engulfing Shu Ruofeng. Inside the soul bar, the blaring music and flashing lights created a chaotic, fervent atmosphere where lost souls sought release. Shu Ruofeng stepped inside, the deafening noise pounding in his ears, making him wince and mutter curses while the two bouncers stood behind him. A wad of high-denomination bills was deftly slipped by Shu Ruofeng into the bouncer's hand, like an implicit greeting. He casually handed money to the black-haired bouncer, signaling to buy drinks, and the other bouncer immediately smiled and thanked him, completely blinded by the money. Shu Ruofeng continued deeper inside, his eyes scanning the crowd swirling to the music, searching for his hidden target. In his mind, the green-haired girl's voice echoed, reminding him of Viper and Ring Snake's caution, instructing him not to appear naive. The girl continued her instructions, revealing that Ring Snake was in charge of the bar, and he would be in the last room on the right. Suddenly, a charming blonde girl grabbed Shu Ruofeng's arm, inviting him to continue the fun, but he merely replied that he was going to get more beer. Shu Ruofeng glanced towards a private room, where Ring Snake, with his muscular physique, was reveling with two hot girls and bottles of alcohol. A close-up of Ring Snake's flushed face and hazy eyes showed that he was completely immersed in drink and desire. Shu Ruofeng's crimson eyes flashed with a strange light, as if he had just seen through something, or was about to make a move. The deep red curtain obscured the view, leaving only sparkling musical notes floating in the air, signaling a transition. Ring Snake suddenly stood up, his face bewildered, as if he had just woken from a trance, not understanding what was happening. Shu Ruofeng stood amidst the crowd, wondering if he had drunk too much, while around him bodies still swayed to the music. Ring Snake sat back down, the two girls still clinging to him, calling him Boss Bear, and he continued to sink into his drunken stupor. A thick wad of cash suddenly landed thud on the table, creating a dry sound amidst the noisy space, like a firm declaration. The boss, Ring Snake, the bar owner, squinted unhappily at the wad of cash on the table, cursing and asking what he was doing here. Shu Ruofeng stood amidst the crowd, his gaze firm, declaring he wanted to buy spring medicine, enough for a whole month. Ring Snake, with a suspicious look, pointed to his ear, directly asking who sent him here, his tone full of caution. In Shu Ruofeng's mind, the green-haired girl's advice echoed, if asked, just say you came on your own, then take care of selling the goods yourself. He silently affirmed, I came here on my own. Another wad of cash flew straight into Shu Ruofeng's face, making a dry smack like a stern warning. Ring Snake roared, throwing the money at him. Take it and get out! There's no spring medicine here! Shu Ruofeng bent down to pick up the money, a slight smirk playing on his lips. You're really cautious. He stood up straight, looking directly at Ring Snake, continuing to provoke. You're not the only one selling this, are you? I'll need more later. If you're so timid, how can you do big business? Shu Ruofeng sneered, the wads of cash seemingly dancing around him. If you don't want the money, there are plenty of others who do. With that, Shu Ruofeng turned his back and decisively walked away, leaving Ring Snake with a look of annoyance behind him. When a man blocked his way, Shu Ruofeng didn't hesitate to push him aside forcefully, coldly ordering, get out of the way. The man pushed unexpectedly. His face changed color with anger, gritting his teeth, about to curse. But before he could utter a word, Shu Ruofeng swiftly grabbed the man's arm, an invisible aura radiating from him. Shu Ruofeng looked directly into his eyes, his voice full of power. Do you know who I am? Do you think I won't kill you? From a distance, Ring Snake still held his wine glass, his eyes coldly observing everything unfolding, without a hint of emotion. The man, his arm grabbed, his face utterly terrified, still tried to yell, I don't give a damn who you are! Shu Ruofeng was tightly grabbed by the man blocking his way. From behind, Ring Snake spoke coldly, signaling for things to stop. Ring Snake's sharp, cold gaze swept over, and he ordered his subordinate, Pachai, search him. The tension was extreme. The man still held on to Shu Ruofeng, yelling for him to let go. But with just a slight flick, the man was sent flying. Shu Ruofeng stood there, his crimson eyes full of defiance, a slight smirk on his lips. He didn't flinch at any threats. The man who blocked the way clutched his neck, his face pale with fear. His eyes were filled with terror as he faced Shu Ruofeng's intimidation. Ring Snake watched Shu Ruofeng from afar, remarking to his subordinate, He's a new face. Then he gestured, his tone full of authority. Come here, kid. Shu Ruofeng retorted, Are you afraid I'm a cop, and you even have your own people to keep watch? Ring Snake sneered, replying, Doing business like this, it's better to be careful. Ring Snake's eyes were sharp as knives. He looked directly at Shu Ruofeng, getting straight to the point. How much do you want to buy? Shu Ruofeng declared confidently, his tone full of arrogance. If I sell this much in the territory, I'll take everything you have each month.
Ring Snake was stunned, cold sweat breaking out. He couldn't believe it. "You have so many customers. Where do you sell?" Xu Ruofeng sneered, his eyes full of provocation.
That's none of your business. Do you think I'd tell you?
Ring Snake picked up his wine glass, taking a long gulp, trying to calm the surprise and doubt in his heart. He slammed the wine glass onto the table, his eyes flashing with determination. "You're right. A lucrative deal was clearly in sight." Ring Snake leaned back, a greedy smile evident on his lips. "I'd be a fool to miss out on this money. Ale, bring out the goods." 5 small, pure white packets of drugs were neatly placed on the table. The contraband was ready for the transaction. Xu Ruofeng picked up a packet, his sharp eyes staring at it. "Are these drugs?" he silently wondered, his face full of contemplation. Ring Snake, the burly boss, refused the deal. "Kid, our goods aren't for strangers." Xu Ruofeng remained calm, unfazed. Without another word, Xu Ruofeng held up a card, his gaze firm. "This is collateral." An invisible aura emanated, making the atmosphere heavy. Ring Snake was surprised, taking the card. He read aloud the name printed on it. "Xu Ruofeng?" His face showed clear astonishment, as if the name carried significant weight. Meanwhile, Xu Ruofeng's hand subtly slipped into his pocket, a thick wad of cash peeking out. The money was ready, just waiting for the transaction to be completed. Xu Ruofeng turned his back, tossed the wad of cash into the air, and declared decisively, "I'll be back next week." The bearded man standing nearby could only watch silently. The bearded man watched his retreating figure, gently reminding him, "Be careful. Don't get caught by the police on your way back." The warning carried a hint of concern. Xu Ruofeng stepped through the red velvet curtain, his sharp gaze glancing back. Musical notes lingered in the air, creating an ethereal scene. Suddenly, the man blocking the way appeared, his face full of resentment. "You damn brat! Is that you?" His voice was full of menace. Without waiting, the man swung his arm, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Xu Ruofeng. The tension in the air was palpable, but Xu Ruofeng was lightning fast, delivering a direct kick to the man, coldly uttering, "Get lost." The man tumbled onto the floor. The man blocking the way fell to the ground with a loud thud. Ring Snake and the bearded man were both astonished, not expecting things to unfold so quickly. The man blocking the way angrily yelled, "You bastard!" Ring Snake calmly puffed on his cigar, asking, "What's wrong, Bear?" Bear pointed directly at Xu Ruofeng, accusing him to Ring Snake. "This kid has a grudge against me, Mr. Ring." Xu Ruofeng just stood there, calmly facing him. Xu Ruofeng frowned, his eyes sharp. "Hey, I just came to buy something. Who told you to pick a fight with me?" He remained unfazed by the accusation. Bear tried to explain. "Back at Zhu Lifu's place, we fought." Xu Ruofeng turned his back, saying dismissively, "Nonsense. I'm leaving." Ring Snake, with the cigar clamped between his lips, his eyes sharp, looked at Xu Ruofeng and ordered, "Stop." The atmosphere once again became tense. Xu Ruofeng was defiant, questioning Ring Snake, his red eyes full of challenge. "You won't sell me goods anymore, just because I hit your subordinate?" Boss Ring Snake remained silent, the cigar clamped between his fingers, his eyes sharp as if contemplating something. Suddenly, the boss roared, questioning Xu Ruofeng with a loaded question. "You work for Zhu Lifu?" Xu Ruofeng stood there, calmly facing the accusation, but his fiery red eyes already held a hidden rage. He gritted his teeth, calling out the name of the one who slandered him, fierce anger erupting in his red eyes. "Bear, you damn traitor!" Ring Snake continued to accuse, pointing directly at Xu Ruofeng. "What? You damn work for Zhu Lifu?" Xu Ruofeng retorted fiercely, his sharp argument making Ring Snake reconsider. "If I really worked for her, why would I have to fight this damn idiot in the first place?" He recounted the truth, clearly stating that Bear had slandered him, adding fuel to the fire. "This bastard hit me the hardest out of all of them. He even said you sent me there and called you a scumbag in front of her." Ring Snake exploded in anger, slamming his hand on the table, a wine bottle shattering. He roared, criticizing Bear. "What the hell? You're the scumbag here." Annoyed by the mess, Xu Ruofeng turned to leave. From behind, a seductive blue-haired girl appeared, calling him Bear. Carelessly, she bumped hard into Xu Ruofeng, creating a sudden collision. The girl angrily asked, but Xu Ruofeng only replied coldly, not wanting to get further entangled. "I didn't see you. I can't waste time with her here. I have to go." Suddenly, a strange sensation came over him. Xu Ruofeng looked down, and purple-blue lightning flashed around him. The blue-haired girl bent down, picking up a small object from the ground. Xu Ruofeng realized it was something of his. In her hand, a sparkling purple pendant appeared, emitting an ethereal glow. She smiled meaningfully, holding up the pendant to admire it, her eyes full of curiosity and delight. "That's a beautiful pendant." Xu Ruofeng glared furiously at the girl, his red eyes seemingly wanting to pierce through space. "Damn it! he muttered, his frustration boiling over. Amidst the dazzling dance floor, he rushed over, confronting the blue-haired girl holding his pendant. "That's mine! Give it back!" His voice was demanding. The blue-haired girl, Susan, calmly put the pendant around her neck, her eyes sparkling with defiance. "How does it look?" she asked, as if it were her own item. Zhu Ruofeng gritted his teeth, his rage flaring. "That damn woman," he cursed under his breath, feeling utterly provoked. The bald man smoking a cigar approached, asking Susan something. She still calmly showed off the pendant, while Zhu Ruofeng could only click his tongue in annoyance, unable to do anything. Before he could collect himself, the red-haired ring snake blocked Zhu Ruofeng's path, speaking loudly. He was furious, realizing that demanding the pendant back now would only cause more trouble. Zhu Ruofeng coldly retorted to Ring Snake, "I hope you don't bother me anymore, Bear. Otherwise, I'll tell Zhu Lifu that you work for Viper." Upon hearing this, Ring Snake went ballistic, roaring defiantly, "Try it, you bastard! Do you think you can leave here alive?" The tension was stretched taut. The bald man smoking a cigar suddenly appeared, shouting, "What's all this noise about?" He turned to Zhu Ruofeng, his eyes sharp. "If you want to kill me, you'd better ask your boss first." The bald man advised Ring Snake to let it go, as Zhu Ruofeng was a VIP client of Zhu Lifu. But Ring Snake was still resentful, recounting how Zhu Ruofeng had held a knife to his throat. Suddenly, the bald man delivered a thunderous slap to Ring Snake's face, yelling, "Damn it! Do you take me for a joke?" The entire bar held its breath. The bald man gave a decisive order. "You two, shake hands and make up." He didn't want any more trouble, forcing the two adversaries to reconcile. Under the dim lights, two hands reluctantly clasped together. A forced, unwilling handshake. But the tense atmosphere had eased slightly. Zhu Ruofeng looked at Ring Snake with an unreadable gaze, while the red-haired man remained sullen. This reconciliation was only temporary, concealing many unspoken things. Zhu Ruofeng smirked meaningfully. "In that case, I'll give that pendant to your girl." He spoke provocatively, his eyes still full of defiance. Susan happily accepted it, while Ring Snake and the bald man were bewildered. "Thanks. What pendant? Let me see," Ring Snake asked, not understanding Zhu Ruofeng's intention. Ring Snake was bewildered, not understanding the hidden meaning behind Zhu Ruofeng's provocative words. Zhu Ruofeng flashed a sinister smile, inviting Ring Snake to drink with him, as if everything had been smoothly resolved. The bald man, smoking a cigar, chuckled, patting Ring Snake's shoulder, trying to diffuse the situation and encourage the two to have fun. Ring Snake slung an arm around Zhu Ruofeng, boasting about money, while Zhu Ruofeng responded with a feigned look of enthusiasm. At the bar, two other girls greeted Ring Snake. The bald man urged them to continue the party, and Zhu Ruofeng generously declared he would treat everyone. The blond young man was surprised by the amount of alcohol laid out, but his eyes still held something unpredictable. Zhu Ruofeng held the wine bottle, his expression slightly indifferent, as if preparing for a larger act. Suddenly, he swung the wine bottle, striking Ring Snake directly on the head, leaving him dazed and bleeding. The two girls standing nearby were utterly terrified, unable to believe the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. Ring Snake clutched his head, fresh blood staining his hair red, yelling in anger and pain, "What the hell?" Without hesitation, Zhu Ruofeng delivered a lightning-fast kick to Ring Snake's stomach, making the burly man stumble. Ring Snake was sent flying, crashing into the bar, bringing down a cascade of shattered wine bottles amidst cries of pain. Zhu Ruofeng turned to Susan, grabbed her blue hair and pulled hard, making her cry out. He looked at Susan with cold eyes, questioning, trying to run away, which terrified her completely. Zhu Ruofeng's eyes were sharp and cold, he growled, demanding back the pendant he had given earlier. The pendant was back in Zhu Ruofeng's hand. He looked at the three people sprawled on the ground and ordered, "You three, stay put!" Zhu Ruofeng, his face grim, grabbed a collar tightly, growling a threat. "I'll beat anyone who dares to show their face. Understand?" His eyes were bloodshot, full of madness. The three girls, including the green-haired and purple-haired ones, lay sprawled on the floor, trembling in fear. They could only meekly reply, "Yes, understood." Zhu Ruofeng didn't bother to look back, coldly pulled aside the red velvet curtain, leaving behind musical notes floating in the air, and walked out of the chaotic entertainment venue. He strode quickly through the hallway, his voice resolute, "I have to go." It seemed an urgent mission awaited the blond young man. Two guards stood by the door. One asked, "Done with your business, kid?" Zhu Ruofeng replied curtly, his eyes sharp and cold. "Of course." Footsteps tap-tap echoed on the stairs as Zhu Ruofeng departed. The two guards stood above, watching his retreating figure disappear into the dim light. He stepped outside, his gaze directed towards the bustling commercial district. A command echoed in his mind. "After the mission, Proceed immediately to the nearest commercial district. Zhu Ruofeng entered a deserted cafe. In a corner, a green-haired girl and a bearded man were waiting, their eyes full of hidden meaning. Seeing him arrive, the green-haired girl waved, calling out, "Over here!" Her face remained calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Zhu Ruofeng strode to their table, his shoes tap-tap echoing on the wooden floor. He sensed an unusual chill in the air. He was surprised, pulling out a small purple coin, and pressed, "Where's my money?" His face clearly showed a mix of confusion and anger. The green-haired girl remained calm, gently replying, "Sit down first." The bearded man beside her simply observed, in silence. Zhu Ruofeng looked suspiciously at the strange man, asking the girl, "Who is this guy?" She replied curtly, "He's a police officer." The bearded man, Police Lu, immediately showed his badge, introducing himself. "I am Police Lu. This is my badge." His eyes were sharp, full of authority. Police Lu directly requested, "Show us the goods." Zhu Ruofeng frowned, questioning, "What? You're not going to break your promise, are you?" The green-haired girl sighed softly, seemingly too accustomed to tense situations like this. A weariness was evident on her face. The green-haired girl gently reminded him that, by law, drug dealing is an illegal act. She continued, saying that if Officer Lu publicly declared him an undercover assistant to trap criminals, things would be different. Zhu Ruofeng frowned, half believing, half doubting the plan to trap criminals. But the girl's eyes at that moment were incredibly sincere. The young man didn't say much, directly placing the small packages on the table. Both Officer Lu and the green-haired girl were stunned, not expecting him to act so decisively. Zhu Ruofeng coldly announced that he had recorded the entire transaction and demanded they transfer the money first. Officer Lu hummed softly, his eyes inscrutable. The green-haired girl also looked surprised by his audacity. She didn't hesitate, quickly operating on her phone to complete the transaction. Zhu Ruofeng checked his phone. The money was in his account. A fleeting look of surprise crossed his face. He placed the pendant on the table. A soft thunk echoed. "I'm leaving." He stood up, leaving the two with stunned expressions. "Hospital fees," he replied curtly, then turned and walked away, not forgetting to add, "Call me if anything else comes up." Officer Lu muttered, cursing him as a stupid kid. On the tablet screen was an image of Ring Snake drinking. Officer Lu couldn't help but wonder, where did this kid come from? He's not afraid of those guys at all, and he's too overbearing. The green-haired girl watched his retreating back, softly exclaiming, "He is truly too nonchalant." Zhu Ruofeng smiled confidently. Perhaps he was used to these tricks. "It's been a while since I've done something like this." The green-haired girl suddenly blushed, her mind filled with wandering thoughts. What the hell am I thinking? Suddenly, Officer Lu appeared from behind, his face full of surprise. "This idiot!" he exclaimed, startling the girl. On the tablet screen, a chubby man appeared, holding an ID card. He gave his ID card. Officer Lu muttered, "Zhu Ruofeng?" The hospital machines beeped steadily. A life lay there, weak, to be handed over to Ring Snake. Zhu Ruofeng stood before the hospital room door, his gaze complex. "Thanks to me, you can stay here for another month." His fiery red eyes showed a hint of doubt. "What's wrong with me? The moment I got the money, I immediately ran straight to the hospital." He turned his back to the room, a big question lingering in his mind. Why am I trying to save this woman? His footsteps echoed in the silent hospital corridor. Each tap-tap seemed to knock against the stillness. A long, tired yawn escaped his mouth, weariness evident on his face. He looked up at the wall clock. The second hand steadily ticked away. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time quietly passed like that. He plopped down onto the chair, the familiar feeling of drowsiness washing over him, this feeling so sleepy. He lay stretched out on the cold bench, his eyes idly gazing at the ceiling. How interesting. Even if I earn a lot more money, his eyes were heavy. I can only keep her alive if I truly want her to get better. In his mind, an ethereal blue gemstone appeared, shimmering with butterflies inside. He frowned slightly, his gaze distant. How can I contact that guy? His fiery red eyes were half closed. His exhaustion seemed to have reached its limit. I'm so tired. Zhu Ruofeng, in Sebastian's body, looked up with a confused gaze, wondering what his goal was. In the luxurious room, he faced a mysterious white-haired man, denying everything. But the other guy just sneered and told him not to pretend. The white-haired man, holding a cigar, casually revealed, "You crossed worlds and entered Sebastian's body. It was all thanks to me." The words struck him like lightning. Zhu Ruofeng was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. "What did you say?" The white-haired man took a drag from his cigar, smoke swirling, and slowly spoke of humanity's vices. He continued, his tone full of contempt. "I was born to be the leader of humanity, and I know well that humans will never be able to unite the world." Shu Ruofeng listened in silence, the red wineglass in his hand reflecting his unease. The white-haired man compared. Though the demon race is less developed, their greed and corruption are clearly far less. He raised his glass, his eyes sharp and cold. Therefore, uniting the world is something only the demon race can achieve. But at the same time, they also have a fatal weakness. The white-haired man smirked, his eyes full of self-satisfaction. "That is their leader, Sebastian. He's too arrogant." Shu Ruofeng frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion and discomfort. "What are you trying to say?" He maintained a puzzled expression, while the white-haired man coldly declared he would ask again. The white-haired man sat cross-legged, a cigar and a glass of wine in hand, looking directly at Zhu Ruofeng, and asked a fatal question. "Do you want to unite the world?" Zhu Ruofeng was stunned, the question echoing in his mind. Unite the world? His eyes still held a look of astonishment, that question like a curse, a haunting challenge. The white-haired man calmly took a sip of wine, his gaze distant, as if seeing through everything. He looked down at Shu Ruofeng, his tone subdued. "This continent has never been united since its existence. Each race has had to endure different pains due to the chaos of war." Mullen, the mysterious white-haired man, declared that unification was the only path for this war-torn continent. He sipped his wine, his gaze sharp enough to pierce one's soul. Zhu Ruofeng was skeptical, wondering if the white-haired man was manipulating him to become a new overlord. He questioned, "You asked if I want to unite the world, but that's just your own ambition, isn't it?" Shu Ruofeng's words rang out, his eyes glowing pink with vigilance. Mullen exhaled cigar smoke, calmly admitting, "You're right, I am an ambitious man." He made no attempt to hide his ambition. The white-haired man continued to probe. "Your goal now must be to return to your own world, right?" A question that struck directly at Shu Ruofeng's heart. Shu Ruofeng remained silent, his gaze wavering. Mullen's question had touched upon his deepest desire, leaving him unable to refute it. Mullen smirked, offering his glass of wine as an invitation. "I can help you do that." A tempting promise, yet one that also concealed danger. "How cautious you are," Mullen sneered. "We've come this far, and you still refuse to admit your true identity." He seemed to have seen through everything. Shu Ruofeng reacted sharply. "Who are you? Why should I believe anything you say?" He was not easily swayed by the stranger's words. Mullen replied with a mysterious smile. Looking at your reaction, I know you already believe." Shu Ruofeng thought to himself, "Does he think he's so smart?" Shu Ruofeng crossed his arms, firmly replying, "Then I'll stop talking. After all, you're just speculating." He decided to remain silent. "All right." Mullen placed the wine glass on the table, the dry clink of glass against wood, echoing, like an acceptance of the game. The white-haired man looked at Shu Ruofeng, his tone changing. "It seems honesty is the only way to earn your trust." He looked directly at Shu Ruofeng, revealing a shocking secret. "My real name is Mullen. I am Seraphim's sworn brother." The name Seraphim struck like a bolt of lightning, stunning Shu Ruofeng. The image of a pure white angel flashed in his mind. Shu Ruofeng was still bewildered, but quickly regained his composure. "Then why did you open a tavern here?" Mullen just smiled. "It's a long story." Mullen began to recount his illustrious family background. As the second son of the Medici family, one of humanity's 3 largest clans, with his grandfather having served as prime minister for 3 generations. He boasted about his intellect, saying he had been very smart since childhood. Shu Ruofeng listened quietly, his eyes still holding a hint of skepticism. Mullen reminisced about the past. When he was a boy, he began reading human history at the age of 7 in an ancient library under the rain. At 10 years old, Mullen had entered the Ivory Tower, the highest academy of the human empire, far surpassing his peers. By the age of 12, he could debate on par with lecturers in the Grand Hall, his early blossoming intellect astonishing everyone. Returning to the present, Mullen asserted that his dream was not to become a scholar, but something much grander. Memories continued to flood back. Mullen recounted meeting his sworn brother Seraphim from the Vatican family while studying at the Ivory Tower. Seraphim possessed extraordinary combat talent and morality. That blonde-haired young man quickly became the most promising candidate for the next Seraph title. Mullen and they became close confidants, sharing everything. That friendship solidified Mullen's future political path. He also revealed that he had met 2 other people at the Ivory Tower, names Shu Ruofeng would surely know. They were Curtis, the burly orange-haired young man, and Carmen, the dark-haired elf maiden with pointed ears. They appeared in Mullen's memory. Zhu Ruofeng flinched, his eyes glowing with surprise. He asked, "Curtis was a hostage of the Holy Land back then, wasn't he? I can't believe you 2 were classmates." Mullen explained that Curtis, despite being the son of a concubine, was still an elf prince and extremely intelligent. Carmen was a young general of Vagrar, and both were worthy of support. In the memory, the three young friends sat together, reading books under the sunlight. Mullen, Curtis, and Carmen. A rare, peaceful scene. The present Mullen offered a mysterious smile, his hand emitting a green light. He said that with his prominent status, he easily befriended them. He snapped his fingers, and a green light flared up. Mullen revealed that he was the one who suggested to Curtis where to find ancient texts about the soul-devouring light. Xu Ruofeng was stunned, questioning if Mullen was behind everything. Mullen denied it, saying he was not a god, could not see the future, and did not foresee what happened afterward. Mullen continued the story, revealing that he had once hoped Curtis would use the soul-sucking light to weaken the elves, paving the way for humanity's unification. But he hadn't expected the elves to rely on the Demon King's army. Dismissing a fleeting thought, Mullen continued recounting his journey. After graduating from the Ivory Tower, he embarked on the path to power. He quickly approached the elders and powerful forces of the empire. Driven by a thirst for power, Mullen continuously climbed higher, gradually building his position. Mullen smugly boasted about his political talent. In less than 5 years, he had become a strong candidate for prime minister. Xu Ruofeng secretly thought to himself, "This guy is truly arrogant." But then Mullen's tone dropped, and he admitted he had been too naive. He had once believed that, upon becoming prime minister, he could reform the military and consolidate power to lead humanity to unification. Mullen was about to continue, but Xu Ruofeng abruptly cut him off, a premonition suddenly flashing in his mind. The pink light from Xu Ruofeng's right eye flared. He squinted, as if seeing through Mullen's past. Xu Ruofeng stated firmly, his cold gaze fixed on Mullen. "You never became prime minister." Mullen was stunned, his green eyes wide. Mullen was momentarily surprised, then smirked. He thought Xu Ruofeng had obtained confidential information. Xu Ruofeng refuted, saying there was no confidential information. He had simply analyzed what Mullen had told him, because such things happened too often in his world. Xu Ruofeng argued sharply. If Mullen were truly the prime minister, he wouldn't be idly sitting here chatting, but would be dedicating all his efforts to reforming humanity. He continued, even if Mullen had achieved that position, he still wouldn't be able to enact the changes he desired. Xu Ruofeng declared coldly, his right eye glowing brightly, "Humanity has rotted to its core." Mullen was stunned, his green eyes wide with astonishment at Xu Ruofeng's cruel yet convincing assessment. In that moment, the image of Seraphim, the angel with brilliant golden wings, flashed in Xu Ruofeng's mind, like a reminder of the past or a vague premonition. Mullen snapped back to reality, roaring with anger and disappointment. Damn it, how ridiculous. He couldn't accept this harsh truth. In Mullen's memory, Seraphim, with brilliant golden wings, delivered a cold piece of news. The ministers had chosen Katro as the new prime minister. The young Mullen roared in indignation, claiming Katro was ignorant and that he was 1,000 times more deserving. Seraphim merely hummed softly, his gaze calm. Seraphim coldly replied that it was precisely because of that arrogance that Mullen was not chosen. Mullen fumed, grinding his teeth in resentment. Given Mullen's intellect, Seraphim believed he should have seen this coming long ago and shouldn't be so surprised. Seraphim continued, even if Mullen had been chosen, it would only be the beginning of another failure. Mullen fell to his knees, completely devastated. Mullen looked up, his eyes burning with fury. He realized that this empire had rotted to its very core, leaving no hope. Seraphim looked at him, his eyes filled with sorrow, as if he understood everything but could change nothing. Mullen admitted he was wrong. The greed of the aristocracy was bottomless. They wanted to maintain the stalemate with the demon race forever to consolidate their power. He questioned Seraphim, asking when humanity could unify the entire continent and escape this vicious cycle if things continued like this. Seraphim advised him not to be too stubborn, because not all of humanity's problems could be solved at once. Everything needed time. Mullen looked at the angel in astonishment, asking why a Seraphim, the strongest warrior of the holy faction, wasn't heartbroken by this situation. Mullen said bitterly that the holy sect had existed for too long, and its teachings had gradually become corrupted. Now, the bishops were merely umbrellas protecting the rich and powerful. Seraphim looked at Mullen, softly saying that he understood, his brother, understood his pain and disappointment. But Seraphim affirmed that his duty was to be loyal to the holy sect and protect humanity. That was an unbreakable vow. As for saving this rotten empire, Seraphim entrusted it to Mullen, his brother, as a burden and a final hope. Returning to reality, Mullen asked Xu Ruofeng in shock if Seraphim was the one he had killed. Xu Ruofeng corrected him, saying Sebastian had done it, not Mullen. Xu Ruofeng was annoyed, not wanting to waste words on Mullen. He only wanted the truth, not meaningless verbal theatrics. Mullen asserted that Seraphim was the person he respected most. After realizing Seraphim's stance, He understood that he could only achieve the dream of unifying humanity himself. "Is that why you opened a tavern in this god-forsaken place?" Shu Ruofeng questioned. Mullen replied that it was how he built his intelligence network, waiting for the right moment to act. Mullen gave a faint smile, believing this was fate. An unexpected piece of information had opened a golden opportunity, helping him finally reach his long-cherished dream of unifying humanity. Mullen admitted the method was somewhat extreme, but he didn't hesitate. Shu Ruofeng immediately pressed, "What is that information?" His eyes were sharp, demanding an answer. Mullen unexpectedly pointed directly at Shu Ruofeng's hand, exclaiming, "The ring on your finger! The life treasure! Tears of the twin gods!" He seemed to have just discovered a shocking secret. Shu Ruofeng lowered his head, thoughtfully gazing at the ring on his finger. The pink light from his right eye became even more ethereal, as if he were pondering Mullen's words. Among the 6 treasures, the Tears of the Twin Gods was the strongest, the most mysterious. The sparkling purple ring contained terrifying power, awaiting its true owner. On one hand, it grants its owner infinite power, transforming mortals into overlords of hell, standing atop a sea of fire and bones. On the other hand, the Twin Gods' Tears are also a gateway to the divine realm. They can open doors to other worlds, transcending all spatial limits. Even more astonishing, Mullen revealed, is that it can swap the wearer's soul with someone from another world. He smiled enigmatically, as if holding fate in his hands. Shu Ruofeng froze stiff, his eyes wide with horror. Cold sweat broke out. He felt as if he had just suffered a huge shock, realizing the horrifying truth about his identity. "Are you the one who gave the Twin Gods' Tears to the Demon King?" Shu Ruofeng growled. Mullen casually confirmed it, but added that Sebastian had been searching for it beforehand. Mullen boasted smugly that half of his fortune was acquired thanks to this information. He sneered, because not everyone could know such an earth-shattering secret. Shu Ruofeng asked suspiciously, "Even if you know it's a soul-swapping artifact, how did you know who it would swap souls with, right?" He looked at Mullen, awaiting an answer. "That's right," Mullen mused, resting his chin in his hand. He admitted it was a big gamble, a risky decision he had made to pursue his dream. Mullen pondered, his gaze sweeping over Shu Ruofeng. He thought of Sebastian, of that arrogant fellow, and that no one could cause more trouble than him. He continued his story, a faint smile playing on his lips, while Shu Ruofeng maintained a calm expression, listening. Suddenly, Mullen pointed directly at Shu Ruofeng, boldly declaring that he could turn anyone who had been swapped into a great leader. Shu Ruofeng frowned, questioning, "So, you're saying you'll change me?" Mullen hastily denied it, evading the question. Mullen looked directly at Shu Ruofeng, revealing an earth-shattering secret. "Ever since you arrived in this world, I've been watching you." He recalled Shu Ruofeng's actions, from the moment he appeared with demonic wings, causing both anger and amusement. In his memories, Mullen wore a mysterious smile, his eyes gleaming with calculation. He had observed everything. Mullen returned to reality, praising Shu Ruofeng. "You've done very well. You've completely exceeded my expectations." He listed Shu Ruofeng's achievements, defeating Curtis, master of the soul reaping light, and uniting the elf tribe without shedding a single drop of blood. Mullen said regretfully, "Honestly, if you hadn't appeared here yourself, I would have wanted to continue observing you more." He added that Shu Ruofeng's behavior was simply too interesting. In Shu Ruofeng's mind, a thought flashed. This guy is quite reasonable. He's probably not here to dig for information from me. Suddenly, a strange line of text appeared above Mullen's head. Mullen, human mind, mental threshold, 2,237. Shu Ruofeng silently wondered, what does human mind mean? Shu Ruofeng decided to stop beating around the bush. He looked at Mullen, his gaze determined. He asked directly, "I want to know, how can I return to my world?" Mullen's eyes widened, his expression utterly stunned, as if he had just heard something unthinkable. Then he burst out laughing, pointing at Shu Ruofeng. "You finally admitted you're not Sebastian." After the shocking revelations, the two figures continued walking down the dark underground path, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. Mullen proposed a condition for cooperation. He would help Shu Ruofeng find the seed of nothingness, and in return, Shu Ruofeng had to help him. The black-haired young man was surprised, asking again about his intention to return to his world. Shu Ruofeng affirmed that even if he were to return, he still had to save his subordinates first. Mullen smiled mysteriously, praising him as a good leader. The black-haired young man asked about this place. Mullen revealed it was an underground passage beneath the tavern, leading directly to the main camp of God's Blessing. The scene opened up to a vast tunnel with 2 tracks, where mining carts filled with ore were waiting, and Mullen pointed directly at the emerald mine. "Jump on!" Mullen shouted, then quickly leaped into the mining cart, looking confident and carefree. Shu Ruofeng followed suit, sitting in the cart. Mullen instructed him to hold on tight, preparing for a high-speed ride. Mullen's hand gripped the control lever. A dry clack sound echoed, signaling the journey was about to begin. "Let's go!" Mullen shouted, and the mining cart sped away, kicking up dust and the eerie glow of Shu Rufeng's eyes. Shu Rufeng exclaimed in surprise, "This mine is huge." Mullen replied that this was just the tip of the iceberg. A map appeared, clearly showing the locations of the Wine Tavern, Michael Fortress, and the Emerald Mine. Mullen explained that this was the largest mine in human territory, not yet fully explored. Shu Rufeng questioned, "You said the Emerald Mine is the main camp of God's blessing?" Mullen smirked, asking in return if he doubted his information. The black-haired young man continued to ask if they could find Gaia there. Mullen hesitated briefly, a slightly awkward expression on his face. "I'm not entirely sure," Mullen replied, annoying Shu Rufeng. "What? I have to find the seat of nothingness," Mullen reassured him, promising to explain slowly. Mullen said Gaia was the leader of God's blessing, and it was highly likely they would find her there. But he had one more thing to add. Although Gaia is nominally the leader, she has never contacted her superiors and always avoided doing so. She only healed people wherever she went, Mullen revealed. Mullen smirked, confirming that Shu Rufeng had gathered quite a lot of information. He revealed that the divine blessing only saw Gaia as a tool to expand their influence, and she was truly unrelated to them. Mullen continued, Gaia had never appeared at any divine blessing events, forcing them to relentlessly hunt her down, hoping to imprison and control her. Conversely, the Holy Type faction wanted to eliminate her to protect their status and prevent the other organization's expansion. A faint image of Gaia appeared, wearing a glowing pendant, Mullen asserted. Gaia will be in danger the moment she appears. On the speeding minecart, Shu Rufeng questioned how they could find Gaia when she was in hiding. Mullen reassured him, saying that Gaia valued life, but the lives of others were even more precious. Mullen gazed into the distance, his expression serious. He revealed that a strange disease had been rampant throughout the mine area recently. A horrifying scene unfolded. Countless believers and miners had been infected, lying scattered like stone statues. Mullen said that just 3 days were enough for an infected person to die, and their deaths were truly gruesome. Mullen was confident that, given Gaia's personality, she would surely not be able to stand by idly, but would appear to save the suffering souls. The minecart sped down the deep winding tunnel, and Mullen concluded, therefore, it's highly likely she'll be around the Emerald Mine. The minecart screeched as it plunged downhill. From below the tunnel, a red brown-haired figure, wearing a gas mask, was waiting. The red brown-haired girl, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, stood next to an open box containing masks. She called, Mullen Boss. Mullen jumped off the minecart, landing in front of the girl. He asked, "Is everything ready?" The girl replied curtly, "Of course." The girl handed a mask to Shu Rufeng. Mullen introduced, "This is my spy." Shu Rufeng was surprised to realize she was the waitress from the tavern. Shu Rufeng put on the gas mask, his right eye glowing pink. He thought to himself, "This world has gas masks too." Mullen urged, "Let's go." The mining area is right ahead. All three stepped into the darkness. 3 small figures entered a vast cave where mist and strange blue lights enveloped everything. They continued deeper into the darkness where hazy smoke still lingered, engulfing everything in mystery. A horrifying scene appeared before their eyes. Numerous soldiers lay scattered, blood staining the cold ground red. A bloody massacre had just taken place. Mullen, Shu Rufeng, and a woman accompanying them, all wearing gas masks, were astonished by the scene. Mullen exclaimed, "What happened here?" Shu Rufeng gazed thoughtfully at the corpses, his eyes flashing with an eerie pink glow. "The Holy Tribunal acts fast. They're truly asking for death." Mullen explained that he himself had sold information about the Divine Blessing's location to the Tribunal, leading to this bloodshed. "That was a transaction White Noise had overheard," Mullen added, then turned to greet a mysterious cloaked figure. A dying armored soldier, with only one eye left, screamed out Aldo's name, the one who had deceived them. He gasped in pain, accusing Mullen of luring them here only to have them ambushed by heretics. Mullen retorted coldly, he only sold information, and how they handled it was their business. Were they really that foolish? Mullen turned back, his green eyes sharp and cold, asking, "This is the main camp of the Divine Blessing, isn't it?" From deep within the shadows, a group of mysterious black-cloaked figures appeared, surrounding someone who seemed to be their leader. The leader stepped forward, an imposing figure, with the other black-cloaked figures standing behind him like shadows. He was Douglas, one of the 3 divine generals of the Divine Blessing, with a cold and mysterious expression. Mullen looked down at the dying soldier, then said meaningfully, "Douglas." He looked directly at Douglas, a smirk spreading across his face. "Congratulations on your successful ambush." Douglas merely nodded slightly, and Mullen immediately threw a bag towards him. Douglas quickly reached out and caught the incoming bag, his gaze remaining calm. Mullen held up the gleaming golden gem, smiling provocatively at the dying man. He mockingly asked about the recently extracted spoils, ignoring the knight's furious curses. Mullen retorted coldly, his green eyes hidden behind the mask, exuding indifference. He claimed to be an informant for both sides, but his information was always accurate, never misleading. He smirked, mocking the defeated. "You are weak. Don't blame me," Mullen said, a cold condemnation of the knight's tragic fate. The dying knight gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Hatred and despair choked his chest, turning into a painful growl. In his final struggle, the knight tried to swing his blood-stained sword, a faint surge of energy flashing. He swore revenge, even with his last breath, but fate had decided. The sword fell from his hand, and a gruesome thud echoed as the knight's head was crushed, ending his final curse. Mullen calmly watched the fallen corpse, while Douglas and the black-cloaked figure stood silently behind him, witnessing the brutal scene. Suddenly, Douglas spoke, raising his hand to signal a halt. His eyes held something deeper than a mere transaction. Mullen turned to Douglas in surprise, asking with a skeptical tone, "What is this? Having second thoughts?" He still clutched the bag full of secrets. Mullen touched the gemstone on his mask, and it glowed brightly. An invisible surge of energy spread, like an affirmation of the informant's power. Douglas looked directly at Mullen, and information about him appeared. Mental threshold 15783. "This is a down payment," he said. "Help me find Gaia." A request full of hidden meaning. Zhu Rufeng and the red-brown-haired girl witnessed everything. He removed his mask, his eyes glowing in astonishment. Such a strong mental threshold. Is he really just a farmer? The white-haired elf, White Noise, appeared beside Zhu Rufeng, also without a mask. She asked curiously, "Why is Master wearing a mask too?" Zhu Rufeng quickly put his mask back on, signaling White Noise to be silent. He didn't want any attention drawn to them at this moment. White Noise put on her mask, her heterochromatic eyes gleaming with caution. "These guys possess strange powers," she whispered. "We shouldn't reveal ourselves right now." Mullen held the red crystal, glancing at Zhu Rufeng and his companions. He smirked. "Red crystal, huh? Living quite comfortably, aren't we?" A sarcastic remark full of hidden meaning about the mysterious figures. Mullen, the informant, flatly declared he didn't know Gaia's whereabouts, his green eyes hidden behind the mask, full of calculation. Douglas questioned him, but Mullen merely shrugged. "I'm just an informant, not a god," he replied, implying there were secrets even he couldn't touch. Douglas turned his back, declaring he belonged to no one, only working for money. His sole purpose here was to collect the payment. He looked directly at Zhu Rufeng, adding another reason, investigating the plague for the Empire. Douglas's gaze held a sternness. An invisible surge of power erupted as Douglas stomped his foot on the ground, creating bright electrical sparks. The entire space seemed to tremble. A blue-purple aura flared around Douglas, and the sword in his hand glowed. "You dare refuse orders in my territory? Are you tired of living?" he growled. Zhu Rufeng narrowed his eyes, sensing the evil power from Douglas. As expected, this is soul magic, but it harbors something demonic, he thought to himself. Mullen didn't flinch at the threat. "Want to kill me? Then go find Gaia yourselves," he provoked, a confident half-smile on his face. Douglas glared furiously, a fierce blue light flaring up. His breathing was heavy, the air taut like a bowstring. Mullen lowered his voice again, proposing cooperation. He would search for Gaia while investigating, but Douglas had to cooperate and not get in the way. The sound of metal clashing echoed from somewhere. The scene shifted to a vast quarry, where giant crab-like creatures were digging. Hundreds of tiny workers bustled about, carrying loads. Douglas explained. This was the Emerald Mine, filled with high-grade magic ore, a vital lifeline for the Empire. The giant creatures continued to smash, with heavy thunk sounds. Douglas went on to describe the miners' discontent, oppressed since wartime. A rebellion had erupted, but was quickly suppressed by Imperial forces. Douglas pointed down into the mine, saying that after Mullen hired the giant race to dig tunnels, the Empire lost control of the place. The sound of metal clashing still reverberated. Douglas concluded that this place had become the cradle of civil revolution. That was why his divine blessing could spread and gain absolute dominance. Mullen continued the story, revealing that a strange plague had broken out, and Gaia was secretly treating the infected miners. Zhu Rufeng and his companions listened, their eyes full of contemplation. The white-haired elf, White Noise, suddenly grew angry, exclaiming that she wanted to eliminate anyone who dared stand before her master. Her eyes blazed with killing intent. Zhu Rufeng calmly signaled White Noise to stop. "Just leave him be," he said, his gaze still fixed on Douglas, as if contemplating something profound. Mullen continued to reveal that Carmen of Vograr was also hunting for Gaia to save her brother Curtis. Zhu Rufeng immediately grasped the key point, his eyes flashing with insight. Zhu Rufeng summarized. Now, there were 4 different factions all targeting Gaia. He raised his hand,
thumb and forefinger spread, as if counting each faction. Mullen nodded in confirmation, his tone full of nonchalance. "That's right. First come, first served," he said, as if it were just a simple game. Shu Ruofeng asked Mullen about the plan, calling him the wisdom of humanity. Mullen pointed towards the bottomless pit, beginning to reveal the secret. The three stood on the cliff, looking down into the abyssal chasm. The scene was vast and desolate, a gigantic black hole opening beneath their feet, swallowing all light. Mullen introduced it as Kronos Pit, the largest mining area of the Emerald Mine, a name echoing antiquity and power. He continued, 10% of the human empire's wealth came from this place, and the old man Shu Ruofeng, once saved at the tavern, was also a miner here. Shu Ruofeng turned to White Noise, asking if she had guessed anything yet. His gaze was sharp, as if testing her perceptiveness. White Noise frowned slightly, replying to her master. She was surprised that Douglas didn't have a high mental threshold, yet he consistently saw through her stealth magic. Douglas suddenly spoke up, mocking their stealth. White Noise asked Shu Ruofeng for permission to test Douglas, and he agreed, cautioning her to go easy. Douglas was surprised by White Noise's words, his eyes widening, his expression gradually turning to anger. A deafening slap echoed. Douglas was violently slapped by an invisible force, blood splattering, his face distorted from the sudden blow. Shu Ruofeng and the red-brown-haired girl were stunned, horrified to see Douglas, who had just been slapped, splattering blood. His eyes were wide, his right eye flashing pink, and the red-brown-haired maiden beside him couldn't hide her shock either. A sudden blow. No one clearly saw the attacker. Douglas was flung into the air, fresh red blood splattering against the fiery sunset sky. His cloak was torn, his body sent flying far away, like a lifeless puppet. The red-brown-haired girl suddenly exclaimed, "Boss!" her eyes filled with surprise, looking forward. Shu Ruofeng stood behind, his eyes glowing brightly, silently observing. An urgent call tore through the quiet space. After the cold warning, his heel decisively struck down, a small spark flying up, as if asserting absolute authority. Each step was an undeniable declaration. Amidst the hazy smoke, Mullen unexpectedly delivered a fatal blow, a rainbow surge of energy tearing through the air, striking the red-brown-haired girl's arm. Suddenly, the red-brown-haired maiden erupted. Her pure white wings tore through the air, sending her soaring like an angel of death. With fiery green eyes, she was the one who struck, and now she had revealed herself, ready for a finishing blow. "Looks like you overdid it a bit, don't you think?" the white-haired elf exclaimed, her face surprised. Shu Ruofeng stood beside her, his right eye glowing pink, silently observing. The white-haired elf's heterochromatic eyes flashed with a cold gaze, hiding surprise and a hint of worry. Perhaps she had noticed something unusual, an impending danger. Amidst the deep purple space, a winged figure darted past, swinging an arm to create a blinding flash of light. The red-brown-haired one struck, her cold eyes piercing through the mask. Below, the white-haired girl glided like a phantom, ducking to evade, ready for anything. A terrifying explosion ripped through the sky, blinding light engulfing everything. From the ground, Shu Ruofeng and the white-haired elf girl looked up, their eyes wide with surprise. A lightning-fast strike. Then she vanished like the wind. Douglas lay struggling on the ground, his cloak tattered, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The attacker had completed her mission and retreated like lightning, leaving a chaotic battlefield. In the distance, the red-brown-haired girl stood coldly. Her brilliant white wings behind her, a symbol of terrifying power, were gradually fading into nothingness. Brilliant blue wings suddenly unfurled behind Shu Ruofeng, majestic and mysterious. He coldly ordered the white-haired elf girl, "Enough, White Noise. Don't overdo it." A warning imbued with supreme authority. The light brown, divided by blonde-haired girl's emerald eyes, widened, piercing through the gas mask. The red scar on her forehead became even more prominent as a dry clack sound echoed, signaling that something had just happened. Hazy smoke surrounded them, the air as taut as a bowstring. He turned to the masked elf girl, signaling for silence. She softly replied, her voice imbued with submission. "As you wish." The white-haired, green-eyed man's face was swollen, blood streaming from his nose. He exclaimed that even his parents had never beaten him so badly. A devastating punch. Shu Ruofeng, wearing a gas mask, stood with the white-haired elf girl. "Sorry, I didn't know you were so weak," the white-haired man angrily retorted. "Is that an apology?" Shu Ruofeng replied. "I'll reprimand her." The white-haired elf girl, with her heterochromatic eyes, looked at the white-haired man with disdain. "So weak? How could you see through my stealth spell?" Shu Ruofeng stood behind, his gaze sharp. The white-haired man sat down, replying to the elf girl. "Become my informant, and then I'll tell you." The elf girl coldly refused. "Never.
The white-haired man sighed, his face still bruised and swollen. Forget it. I was just kidding. He seemed helpless in this situation. Zhu Ruofeng and the white-haired elf girl stood opposite the white-haired man. He explained, "We came from the mine, so our shoes are covered in mineral dust." The white-haired man raised his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. While walking, extra footprints appeared out of thin air. He sighed. Sigh. It seems I got beaten for being too smart. Zhu Ruofeng turned to Julia, the red-brown-haired girl with brilliant white wings. "Julia, are you ready?" A dazzling golden light enveloped her. Julia closed her eyes, her hands clasped in prayer. Sacred light erupted from her wings and body, sparkling golden dust particles swirling around. The white-haired man looked at Zhu Ruofeng and the elf girl. He complained, "Holy healing magic is too tedious." Zhu Ruofeng replied, "Destruction magic is instantaneous, but only for demons. Using it on oneself is certain death." Julia continued to chant, her mouth slightly ajar. The golden light grew brighter, enveloping the entire space, tiny specks of light dancing. The white-haired man looked up at the sky, where the golden light swirled and gathered. "It's here." A powerful surge of energy was descending. A brilliant golden pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the sitting white-haired man, Zhu Ruofeng, and the white-haired elf girl observed in silence. Under the brilliant healing light, the wounds on the white-haired man's face gradually disappeared. He closed his eyes, feeling the divine energy flowing through him. The dazzling light faded, and the white-haired man's face was completely healed, with no traces of bruises or blood. He opened his eyes, his expression calm. Following the moment of recovery, Zhu Ruofeng in Sebastian's body silently assessed the power he had just witnessed. "Is this holy magic? If I recited the incantation, perhaps I could cast it instantly," he mused inwardly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. After the miraculous healing, the group was ready. The white-haired man, now fully recovered, ordered, "All right. Prepare to enter the mine." The white-haired elf immediately reminded Zhu Ruofeng, "Please conceal your eyes and horns, Your Majesty." Julia looked directly at the white-haired elf, her eyes full of challenge. "I expect nothing less from a demon captain." But her words contained an implicit warning, a current of tension running through the air. Julia's eyes suddenly blazed, her killing intent erupting fiercely. She growled, each word like a curse. "If you dare touch my master again, I will drag you to hell with me, even if it costs me my life." Seeing the tension escalate, the white-haired man quickly intervened, trying to defuse the situation. He smiled reassuringly. "All right, Julia, we're all friends here." But his words did not appease Julia. She glared, her gaze full of indignation and suspicion. "Friends?" Her voice rang out, clearly laced with contempt. Immediately, the white-haired elf drew her cold, sharp sword, its blade glinting. Julia was no less, her eyes narrowing, ready for battle. The white-haired elf looked coldly at Julia, her voice sharp as a knife. "First, you should stop boasting if you can't keep your word. And one more thing." The elf girl turned her back, swinging her sword as lightly as air. "Without my master's command, I wouldn't even bother with him, let alone kill him." Utter contempt. The white-haired man, with a mischievous expression, approached the elf girl again. "Don't be so cold. I'll give you all this money if you agree to work for me." He held out a bag of money, full of temptation. He held out the bag of money in front of the elf girl, hoping to sway her decision. Zhu Ruofeng stood behind, silently observing this interesting bribery attempt. Suddenly, the white-haired elf and Zhu Ruofeng touched hands, and a dazzling surge of vibrant purple energy erupted, spreading throughout the space. A mysterious power had just been activated. The energy subsided, and the elf girl looked at Zhu Ruofeng, her voice full of hidden meaning. "You're good. I hope no one throws wine in my face this time." Boss was surprised to see Zhu Ruofeng's 2 broken horns had been repaired. "Oh, you can fix these things too?" the elf girl replied confidently. "I am a person with galactic-level synthetic perception. These linking tricks are just child's play." Boss angrily shouted, "Hey, watch your mouth." Zhu Ruofeng was equally unyielding, his sharp gaze fixed on him. "What are you doing? We're not that close, okay?" Boss, who had been beaten, still wondered about Demon King Sebastian, questioning how he could recruit so many loyal and excellent subordinates. Zhu Ruofeng replied mysteriously, "You'll understand soon enough." Then he decisively ordered, "Let's go, into the mine." The group entered the mine, where long-nosed cart-pulling creatures were laboriously transporting minerals, the sound of wheels grinding on the ground. Deep inside, skinny miners were chiseling away, the sound of hammers echoing throughout the cave, creating a scene of arduous labor. Zhu Ruofeng, the elf girl, Julia, and Boss, all wearing gas masks, quietly ventured deep underground, blending in with the crowd. Suddenly, a whip cracked. The miner groaned, fresh blood splattering on his shoulder, a brutal sight that made everyone shudder. The armored guard, whip in hand, roared fiercely, forcing the miners to work faster, without a shred of compassion. He was surprised to see a group of masked strangers appear. The armored guard questioned, his eyes full of suspicion. "Who are you?" Boss stepped forward, holding up an official letter declaring,
"This is an official document from the Empire. We are here to investigate the plague."
The scene shifted to a luxurious room, a lavish banquet table laden with delicacies, a stark contrast to the misery in the mine. The governor of Kronos Pit, Danazola, a bearded man, was devouring a chicken leg, examining the official document and muttering his confirmation. He ordered the investigation team to proceed with their work, while 2 guards stood solemnly and 3 girls in red dresses served nearby. Dinazola warned, hugging a girl close, "The deeper you go, the more rampant the plague becomes. The mineral monsters are also more terrifying." He raised his cup, inviting the girl next to him to drink, his face smug and nonchalant, completely unconcerned by the warnings he had just uttered. Boss groaned softly, tearing off his gas mask. The heavy air here felt like it was suffocating him. He looked up at the lavish banquet table, telling himself that no plague would dare approach this place. Without the protective layer, he felt much lighter. While Shu Rufeng's hand leisurely held a chicken leg, his words came out coldly. "The miners down there are struggling, yet the governor lives a king's life." Boss savored the delicacy, a sinister smile evident on his face. The riots in the mine didn't happen naturally. There must be a deeper reason. Governor Dinazola relaxed amidst a bevy of beauties, the banquet table overflowing with delicacies. He exclaimed with satisfaction, "This dish is absolutely delicious." Dinazola's gaze suddenly shifted to Boss, his surprise quickly turning into fury. "Who allowed you to touch my food?" Shu Rufeng stood coldly behind, while Boss continued to eat nonchalantly. "There's so much. How can you eat it all? Don't just stand there. Eat. It's delicious." Shu Ruofeng introduced. "This is Boss, my subordinate. We've been starving this whole trip. You don't mind, do you?" The white-haired elf girl cursed silently, enraged that Boss dared to call her master a subordinate. Boss removed his mask, questioning, "What's inappropriate?" All of this was exchanged for the blood, sweat, and tears of the people. He held out the official document, a challenging smile on his face. "Am I wrong, Governor Dinazola?" Dinazola's face changed color, his bloodshot eyes blazing. He roared, "Guards, cut them down!" But instead of attacking, the 2 guards slammed their heads together, creating a jarring collision sound. Boss continued to eat heartily. Shu Ruofeng offered more food, but Boss refused. "I don't need you to feed me." Julia stood behind, her expression calm. Dinazola was so furious, his eyes nearly popped out, veins bulging on his forehead. "Damn it! How dare you do that?" At that moment, the white-haired elf girl lunged forward, her sharp sword swinging up from behind Dinazola, creating a brilliant blue electrical current.